I am a person with cheats, and the empress who lives with me also has cheats. She awakened the SSS level talent Shadow Queen and bound the strength comparison system. Every once in a while, the system will conduct a strength comparison. If she wins, she can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, and if she loses, she will have to go on a pursuer's great adventure. In her eyes, I am just a person without strength. She is confident that she can win every comparison, unaware that I am even more powerful than her. At this moment, during the awakening ceremony, as the awakening stone exploded, the entire playground instantly boiled. Oh my, this generation actually produced another SSS level? Principal Xiao Jiangwo quickly walked up to the awakening platform. I thought having one SSS level like Su Anyan was already a blessing from heaven, but I didn't expect Su Yuan to also have SSS level talent. The first middle school is going to make a big splash this year. At this time, Su Anyan looked at the awakening teenager on the awakening platform lost in thought. In her memory, the previous life Su Yuan definitely did not awaken with an SSS level talent. Could it be that her rebirth brought about the butterfly effect? While she was pondering, a voice sounded in her ear, ding, power comparison system binding in progress. Every once in a while, the strengths of both sides will be compared. The winner will receive a large amount of cultivation resources, while the loser will have to embark on a great adventure. If the adventure challenge fails, all the host's strengths will be confiscated and the system will be unbound. Note that it is not allowed to disclose any information about this system, otherwise it will be considered a failure in the adventure challenge. Current interval, 10 days. Comparison function. Su Anyan's heart moved slightly. In her previous life, she was the female emperor who surpassed her peers, but she was betrayed by villains at a critical moment and fell. Now reborn, her experience and memories are her greatest asset. She lacks nothing in cultivating techniques and battle skills. The only thing she lacks is cultivation resources. Ding! Extracting suitable objects within the range. Extraction successful. Selected object, Su Yuan. After winning a victory, the system will automatically match a more powerful comparative object and double the value of the winning reward once. If failed, keep the comparison object unchanged. Su Anyan is confident in winning every comparison, so the reward resources given by the system will explode exponentially. With this system, I can not only recover to the peak faster, but even have the possibility of surpassing the achievements of the previous life. I am bound to a divine level lottery system. As long as my words and actions cause emotional fluctuations in others, I can obtain corresponding emotional values for the lottery. Through the 10 consecutive draws of the novice gift package, I obtained the SSS level talent of the ancient bloodline of the gods. Walking down from the awakening platform, feeling the shocked gazes around me, I gained a lot of emotional values. The principal spoke excitedly at this time. Can you tell me what effects your awakened talents have? Su Anyan thought for a moment, raised her hand, stood up and said. A shadow slowly detached from behind her, as if it were a solid entity standing up. This scene not only stunned Principal Xiao Jiangwo, but also deeply shocked the audience below the stage. The shadow stood up? Su Anyan's talent is too strange, right? The principal was speechless for a moment. He has been the principal of Lancheng No, one middle school for nearly 20 years, and has seen all kinds of strange and talented cultivators, but he has never seen a talent that can control shadows, and even shadows that can materialize in fight. Su Anyan, on the other hand, is much calmer. I awakened the SSS level talented Shadow Queen, and fighting is just one of her basic abilities. Their true power goes far beyond that, and I claim that my ability is just to strengthen the body. Xiao Jiangwo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. He would tidy up and get ready to report to the Education Bureau. The cultivation resources for your future will all be taken care of by them. Just then, I spent 500 emotional points to do an intermediate draw. Ding! Congratulations on winning the gold quality reward, Trace of the Sun. What is this? Gold quality reward? Got it on the first try? Just a random draw, and I ended up being the lucky one. You see, it takes 500 emotional values to draw once in the intermediate draw, and after accumulating 100 times, it will trigger a guaranteed gold quality reward. What luck! Looking at the introduction of the sun mark, it can absorb the power of the sun and store it in the sun mark, causing additional damage to all entities with dark attributes. The figure of Su Anyan appeared in my mind. Her talent is to control shadows, not only for combat but also for assisting in cultivation, making her techniques formidable and hard to guard against. Shadows are undoubtedly associated with dark attributes, which means that my talent, as a special attack against Su Anyan, can trigger critical hits. But then again, there's no way I'm going to have a problem with Su Anyan. After all, it's Auntie Su's daughter. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head, choosing to fuse the Trail of Day. Compared to the visions that arose when fusing the SS grade talent Ancient God's Bloodline, Fusing the trail of days was much calmer. On the back of his right hand, a heliostat pattern slowly coalesced. It looks arcane and mysterious. Because he wanted to try out the effects of the trail of the sun, Su Yuan stopped his cultivation, eyes open. The first thing that comes to mind, it was the class crowd that looked at him like he was a monster, and the clueless classroom teacher, Gao Wu, and principal? Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and stood up as if no one else was around, moving his body, feeling the abundant source energy in his body, and glancing toward the window. It was just about midday now, and the sun was blazing. It was the perfect time for the trail of the sun to absorb the power of the sun. So, Su Yuan came to the door. Old Ben, principal, I'm going to go out for a bit. Go. Go what? Gao Wu asked. Confused. Principal Xiao was equally puzzled. Su Yuan pointed at the sun in the sky. Sunbathe and get stronger. Crowd? Sunbathing. Getting stronger? What the hell? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Principal Xiao Jiangwo was the first to react and his eyes lit up. What Su Yuan had awakened was a flesh-body strengthening type of talent. Murphy, is that one of the abilities in his gift? He asked hastily. Student Su Yuan, what you said about getting stronger in the sun, is it related to your talent? Su Yuan thought about it. According to the system, the trail of the sun was a cultivation system from another world. No one else could understand what was being said, so he simply nodded. Well, it's part of my gift. Words, the crowd wailed. You can get stronger in the sun. Is this still human? Shock plus 14. Shock plus 11. Shock plus 2. Shock plus 3. That's all. In the midst of the class's confusion and shock, Su Yuan left the classroom, intending to head to the playground. Feel the effects of sunstreak in direct sunlight. Principal Xiao Jiangwo followed him, wanting to witness the unbelievable talent. As the two passed the entrance to class 1, many people saw it and wondered, isn't that Su Shen from class 3? Why is the principal following him? What are they going to do? I don't know. Why didn't you call on the god of Su? Unclear. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Su Anyun absently glanced outside. After thinking about it, she commanded the shadow servant and went outside to find Xiao Jiangwo. The shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him startled Xiao Jiangwo, only to see the shadow slowly stand up and take human form, opening its mouth towards him and asking, Principal, when do we go to the Department of Education for resource-based certification? The shadow's voice was a little hoarse. It was somewhat similar to Su Anyun's voice. Su Yuan sized up the shadow that opened its mouth and spoke, feeling emotion in his heart. That's a handy gift. It goes well with Su Anyun's cold and icy personality. You don't even need to communicate with people on your own from now on. Just let Shadow do the talking. I just don't know if it will make her more autistic. Xiao Jiangwo didn't know the spit in Su Yuan's heart and replied, wait a bit. We'll move to the Education Bureau after student Su Yuan verifies his talent. Aha. Shadow nodded softly, not curious as to what the so-called validation of talent referred to, and then it melted away like the tide and returned to Su Anyun's body. Xiao Jiangwo couldn't stop feeling emotional when he saw it. What an amazing gift. Su Yuan responded. It's pretty amazing. The two arrived at the playground after. Su Yuan found a place with the most sunlight and without the slightest shade and sat down. According to the system's introduction, the trail of the sun was an innate talent of the people of that world, absorbing the power of the sun through it, without the need to operate any mental or cultivation methods. It's totally watered down. As to whether the suns of other worlds are the same as the sun of the blue planet, Su Yuan felt that it should be about the same. It's all stellar anyway. Only, since Xiao Jiangwo didn't know about the existence of the Trail of Days, plus Su Yuan was completely just sitting on the ground leisurely sunbathing and doing nothing. So after a few minutes, Xiao Jiangwo was directly filled with questions. It's not. That's how you get stronger? Funny, right? If that's true, how can anyone else live? 10 minutes later, Su Yuan sensed that the trace of the sun had already sucked up the power of the flare sun, and he stood up and intend to try the effects of this power. Xiao Jiangwo came forward and asked curiously. Well, Su Yuan grinned. Not bad. Xiao Jiangwo thought about it and asked tentatively, can you demonstrate the effect? He really wanted to know how he could get stronger just by basking in the sun. Su Yuan readily agreed and raised his right hand, casually pointing towards a willow tree not far away. Swish! The heliotrope pattern on the back of his hand lit up. A blazing force of flare sun shot out, instantly piercing through the tree trunk and igniting it. Xiao Jiangwo's eyes widened and he lost his voice. Your source energy, with elemental attributes, and the strength of this attack. It's close to first rank upper. Shock plus 20, a different kind of shock than that of Chancellor Xia. Su Yuan was rather calm. Realize that this mark of the day was a gold quality reward comparable to the SS ranked talent Ancient God's Bloodline. As one's strength increased, This trail of the sun was able to hold more and more of the power of the sun's obsidian. The power is expected to be even more terrifying. It would be cool to wait until you point your finger at your own hand and the great sun rises and nukes go off all over the place. Now, sloppy. Xiao is on the verge of doubting his life. In his original opinion, the same SS-ranked talent, Su Yuan's potential was to be slightly weaker than Su Anyan's. It's not that he's biased, it's a consensus in the world today. Flesh-strengthening class talents are stronger in the first and middle stages, but at higher levels, the life levels jumped and everyone's physical strength came up. The competition is all about output capability. In time, elemental and mystical talents will be more in demand. But now, Su Yuan's physique was surprisingly able to transform source energy by basking in the sun, making it carry elemental attributes. That's just cheating. It's like taking advantage of both. I'm Nima. Don't play like that. Envy plus 20. Jealousy plus 10. Headmaster? Seeing that Xiao Jiangwo didn't respond for half a day, Su Yuan couldn't help but shout. Ahem. Xiao Jiangwo realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly came back to his senses. It was only the eyes that looked at Su Yuan that were very complicated. Ryoko. He took a deep breath, accepted the fact that the gap between people is sometimes bigger than a dog. Let's go. To the Board of Education. Chapter 11, Silver-haired Lolita. Long ice blue-haired Imperial Chief. 10 or so minutes later, all of the gifted people from Arashiro's first high school were assembled, totaling 18 people. Since the number of gifted people is so rare, even the lowest level D-grade gifted, all of them are able to get some resources. But the one that stands at the front of the crowd, the one that shines the brightest, undoubtedly, it was Su Anyan and Su Yuan who had awakened their SS-level talents. As for Zhao Rizu, who had awakened his SS-ranked talent, that was still a heavy leg kick by Su Yuan, so to this day, he's still lying in the school hospital. Of course, Su Yuan did not kill, cannot die, just will suffer a little bit of crime. To this, Director of Instruction Zhao Rigu didn't look for trouble with Su Yuan. It's not that he doesn't want to, really, he doesn't dare. If Su Yuan was still a D-rank awakened, he said he would do anything to avenge his son's death. But now, Su Yuan was an SS-ranked gifted person, giving him 100 guts. He wouldn't dare to do anything to Su Yuan. And again, it was a dual challenge between the two. Fair and equitable. If you want to blame it, blame Zhao Rizu's own poor eyesight and lack of strength. Right in front of the line, Su Anyan stood right beside Su Yuan. She was still in her youthful, athletic attire, her hands in her pockets, her eyes closed. A cool look. Zhang Yuan, who was standing behind the two, swept his gaze back and forth between Su Yuan and Su Anyan. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Don't get it. Really don't get it. Think of the year. He was young and foolish and had a secret crush on Su Anyan. But nowadays, he only felt that brother Yuan and Su Anyan were a match made in heaven. Fuchi is handsome and Su Anyan is beautiful. And both were still SS-ranked gifted. It's just a shame. The two were, on a regular basis, as if they were strangers. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan muttered softly, this personality of big schoolgirl Su is really weirdly cold. Shouldn't it be a teenage girl living under the same roof? According to the usual formula, a mutual love affair, a passionate youthful love affair? Suddenly, Young One felt as if someone was looking at him. Raising his head, he happened to meet Su Anyan's indifferent line of sight. You? Say what? The sound is crisp and pleasant, but it was off-kilter. With a chill, Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless and stammered, not knowing what to say. Luckily, it was Su Yuan who helped to relieve the siege, and he came to Zhang Yuan's side, smiling slightly apologetically towards Su Anyan. Sorry, he was joking. Su Anyan faintly swept a glance at Su Yuan, withdrew her gaze, and stopped speaking. You live under the same roof and you have to be in love with each other? Generate passionate youthful love? Childish. Previous life. How many heavenly prides and demons from holy lands and Dao sects in the universe have shown their love to her? But what happened? All of which she punched back one by one. In the end, even among the Tenyu, there was a guy who tried to pursue her. In comparison, Su Yuan? What makes you get your own favor? With his SS-level talent? Su Anyan shook her head, no longer thinking about such things, because it just doesn't make sense. The difference in level between her and him was beyond words. There is a shuttle bus on the way to the school board. Su Yuan was with Zhang Yuan and was not in the same car as Su Anyan. Su Yuan rested his hands on the back of his head and leaned back in his seat, chatting with Zhang Yuan one way or another. Suddenly, his words changed. Honestly, I really don't have any thoughts about Su Anyan, and in the future, you shouldn't say those words, lest she beat you up when I'm not there and you can't carry it off. Zhang Yuan skimmed his lips. Got it. But after a while, he turned his head to look again, staring idly at Su Yuan. Brother Yuchi, there's no one else here. so tell me the truth. Are you really interested in big schoolgirl Sue? No ideas? Su Yuan cried and laughed. Really no idea. Auntie Sue was very nice. But Su Anyun, I don't get along. I treat her like a sister at best, and of course, she probably didn't appreciate it either. Zheng Yuan thought about it and nodded. Also, I used to envy you, brother Yuan, for being able to live with big schoolgirl Sue. Lo and behold, it's a great treat every day. Thinking about it later, such an iceberg. Anyone else would probably not be able to stand it. Su Yuan shrugged indifferently. It's not too much to bear. Everyone has everyone's character. She was born with such a character, and I respect that. Young One sighed. Although that kid horse-faced pig is hated, he wasn't wrong about one thing. There's no such thing as a really cold girl. At best, she hasn't met the right person. Su Yuan didn't care. Then I hope she meets the right person in the future. Education Bureau. Director's office. In the director's exclusive seat sat a young girl who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. The young girl's appearance was exceptionally beautiful, like the most delightful masterpiece of the heavens. Underneath a pair of long silver white hair was a pair of demonic foreign pupils. The left eye was crimson in color, like a pure and flawless flame gem. The right eye is blue, as if it were a clear lake, and has an unspeakable attraction. She was leaning back in her chair, a lime-flavored lollipop in his mouth. A pair of small white legs swayed so gently because they didn't touch the ground. In his hand, he was holding the hottest drill man comic book of the moment, and he was looking at it with great interest. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the desk rang. The silver-haired girl who'd been interrupted from reading her manga frowned inadvertently and held out her hand. Absently, he took the call. Director, word has come from Arashur City First High School that the awakening ceremony for this term of 2 SS-ranked gifted people and 1 SS-ranked gifted person have appeared. It's currently on its way over, ready to be certified with the appropriate level of resource tilt. The staff reported in detail. The silver-haired loli could only respond vaguely because she had a lollipop in her mouth. Got it. It's happening right now. LOL. The office door was pushed open. A silhouette walked in from outside the office. If the silver-haired girl is a symbol of the beauty of a young girl, then the woman in front of her was the best representation of the words natural beauty. Tall, luscious curves, long ice blue hair cascading down her shoulders, and it landed right on top of the shocking raging waves. A stunning face that bore a sevenfold resemblance to that of a young girl, for the mole of tears at the corner of her eye, and take on a natural flirtatiousness. Only at this moment, the woman's face was filled with helplessness. Sis, I told you not to impersonate me again. This time if an outsider is present. Hearing this sexy royalty with a proud body, I'm afraid that calling a young loli who looks only 12 or 13 years old sis would blindside her on the spot. But in reality, that's what happened. This icy blue long-haired imperial lady with a proud figure. It was that silver-haired loli who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. The real sister of the current director of the Arashur City Education Bureau. Shangwan Ru. Chapter 12, one of the 4 pillars of the Grand Xia Exoticide Bureau. 7th Order Sealed Marquee. Spectral Candidate. And that silver-haired heteropupil loli posing as the director was naturally Shangwan Ru's own sister. Shangwan Meng. My sister is the petite, cute Lolita. The younger sister is a tall, sexy, mature royalty. There is no greater contrast between identity and image than this. Okay. I'm not afraid that our great educator will miss any important information. Shangwan Meng put down the phone and braced her hands on the edge of the chair. Wiggling his little white legs, he flashed a big smile at his sister. The 2 sisters are vastly different in appearance, but their voices are largely similar. Therefore, the education department staff member who just called to report did not distinguish the difference. The great educator. Shangwan Ru smiled helplessly. Only a sister would call herself that, and the rest of the family, who pretty much regard themselves as crazy. That said, sis, what was said on the phone earlier? Nothing, just saying that your Arashur City First High School has produced 2 SS class gifted people. There's also an SS ranked gifted. It'll be here in a few moments, to be certified for resource tilt. Oh, Shangwan Ru's eyes lit up. 2 SS class gifted? Is this your own stroke of luck? You know, this is not the imperial capital, and most of the students' parents are ordinary people. It was already quite rare to have an SS ranked talent. I didn't realize that there were actually 2 SS class gifted people. If memory serves, the highest talent that had ever appeared in Arashur Castle before this. It seems like it's just S rank. I wonder if there are any fleshly talents in there. Shangwan Ru inexplicably became excited. Shangwan Meng saw it and said with a smile, What? Haven't you given up on your theory yet? Shangwan Ru sniffed with a straight face. It's not a theory, it's a fact. She, like source energy, is a special kind of energy. If it can be mastered through standardized training, It will greatly increase our combat power. It's starting again. Shangguan Meng propped her chin on her hands. The lollipop bulged in his mouth and he looked at his gushing sister with a smile. It's okay, I trust you. Shangguan Ru was moved beyond words and pounced over, giving Shangguan Meng a big hug. Sis, you're the best. Shangguan Meng then leisurely said, while I believe in you, you need to get a grip on yourself. The way you trained before, torturing people to the point of breaking down. And they haven't even cultivated your so-called chi yet. The talent of those few isn't weak, right? It ended up causing people to see you after. It's like seeing a living hell. Shangguan Ru hummed lightly. That's because they don't have enough willpower. And the stress threshold hasn't even been reached yet. Just can't hold on anymore. If I can have an SS-ranked fleshly body class gifted person handed over to me, I'll definitely be able to revive chi. Shangguan Meng was non-committal, but after feeling that tremendous pressure on his chest, the pair of demonic heterogeneous pupils, a wry smile flashed. A small pair of hands silently approached the magnificent peak of the Shangguan Ru let out a cry of surprise and bounced away like an electric shock, clasping her hands to her chest. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks were filled with scarlet as she glared angrily towards Shangguan Meng and gritted her teeth. Sis, Shangguan Meng smiled coquettishly and reached out to shake her small hand. It was an accident. Humph. Shangguan Ru was just about to have a seizure. There was a knock on the door just outside the office. Chief, the men from first grade have arrived. Shangguan Ru could only stop and glared fiercely at Shangguan Meng. Take over for business time. Personal matters, later. He was about to turn around and leave after saying that. As a result, it didn't occur to her that Shangguan Meng also popped out of her chair and followed her. Shangguan Ru? Shangguan Meng said with a smiling face. Well, I won't give any trouble. Just a little curious about those two SS-class gifted people. Words. Shangguan Ru immediately put on a look as if she was facing an enemy. Sis, you're not trying to steal someone from me, are you? Shangguan Meng slightly tilted her head sideways, revealing an innocent look. How is that possible? In the lounge, Su Anyun's gaze was calm. Arashur City School District. Most of his own memories of his time on the Blue Planet were fuzzy, but there were two people that stuck with her. So much so that even after stepping into the stars, they have recalled it several times and lamented it. And it was here that she first met those two men. These two, a pair of sisters. Sister, called Shangguan Ru. Sister, called Shangguan Meng. Her younger sister, Shangguan Ru, is a wunderkind who transcends the times. Blue Star as an ordinary planet in the fringe frontier of the Nine-Star Alliance. Being able to gradually adapt to the source energy cultivation system of his cosmic counterparts was already quite difficult. And Shangguan Ru, with his forward-thinking, extreme talent, became, on the Blue Star, the first person to come into contact with the existence of Battle Aura. Battle Aura. This is a very different power from source energy. It is the extraordinary will of the human body to persevere under extreme pressure. 2. A special power that has been birthed. In the universe, there were countless celestial pride, yet only a tiny fraction of them were able to master the battle chi. If one cultivates the battle chi to the extreme, one can tear apart the universe and suppress the stars with the lift of one's hand. In her previous life, she had cultivated the Nine Stripes battle chi and was invincible in the same realm. This, however, still had not yet reached the limit of battle chi. This life, she was going to try and master the battle chi above the Nine Stripes. As for Shangguan Meng, even as arrogant as Su Anyun had to admit that she was a demon in the true sense of the word. If one remembered correctly, the Shangguan Meng at this time was already a 7th-rank powerhouse. At the Blue Star, the formal realm division after the awakening stage is divided into 1 to 9 stages. Each order, in turn, was divided into the lower, middle, upper and the legendary pole. Among them, Order 1 to 3, collectively known as the Exploration Realm. At this stage, the cultivator needs to gradually explore the mysteries of himself and remodel the structure of his physical body. Make it more suitable for absorbing and accommodating source energy. Rank 4, Rank 6, collectively known as the Fusion Realm. At this stage, the practitioner needs to integrate source energy into every cell of his or her body, open up the quality of life and become strong in the true sense of the word. And the subsequent 7th, 8th, and 9th stages are known as the Limit Realms. At this stage, every step is a breakthrough to one's limits. According to the practices of the Great Xia, cultivators of the Limit Realm were entitled to a seal. 7th Order, seal the Marquis. 8th Order, seal the King. 9th Order, Supreme, Shangguan Meng. 7th Order Upper, one of the 4 pillars of the Daxia Regicide Bureau. With his talent, honored as Marquis of the Underworld. It's just a shame. I don't know for what reason. The Shangguan Meng of her last life, after breaking through the 8th rank and successfully being crowned king, actually with her family, The Shangguan family, one of the top families in Disya, openly broke off, and then, even more quietly, he disappeared for some time. Later, when Su Anyan heard about her again, it was already the obituary released by the Shangguan family. If there is a chance, perhaps the sisters can be taken out of the blue star to the stars. With their talent and qualifications, they will definitely be able to become a great help to me. Opposite, Su Yuan looked up at Su Anyan and realized that she was in a deep state of contemplation. Hey, this guy, he doesn't know what he's thinking all day long. Cold personality, hardly communicate with other people, immersed in his own world all day long. For those who don't know, they might think she's autistic. It's happening right now. Tap dash. The sudden sound of footsteps attracted Su Yuan's attention. Turn your head and look. Reflections. It was Shangguan Ru's eye-catching long icy blue hair. Chapter 13, said to be sisters, but they really play with flowers. And after, it's the proud body and the beautiful face. But the most special thing is the tear mole at the corner of her right eye. It was just the right touch to add to that already perfect face and indefinable and unexplained rhymes. Most of the students present were all dumbfounded, especially the boys. The description drooling might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's close. Su Yuan was normal. After all, living with Su Anyan, the threshold of perception of face value, of seeing her amazing face every day, being elevated a lot. Ahem. Principal Xiao Jiangmo coughed gently, bringing the crowd back to their senses. He rose and introduced the crowd in a serious, dignified manner. Students, this is the director of our Arashur City Education Bureau, Shangguan Ru. Chief Shangguan. Bureau. The crowd was all confused. In their minds, the directors of the Education Bureau are either middle-aged men who do not smile or old men with kind brows. As a result, they say that such a person with long, rebellious, ice blue hair, the pretty older sister, who looked to be just 4 or 5 years older than them, was the head of the school board? That's not bull ********. It seemed to have sensed the crowd's skepticism of himself. Shangguan Ru smiled gently and raised her hand, a spinning ice prism floating in her palm as she explained. Class, I was born with this hair color. It has to do with talent. It's not an acquired coloring. So it is. The crowd nodded silently. Su Yuan, on the other hand, glanced at Zheng Yuan who was on the side. It's thanks to the fact that you awaken the flame-type talent instead of the grass-type. Otherwise, Zheng Yuan, grievance +1. Shangguan Ru heard this peculiar remark and cast a glance towards the two, smiling slightly. Generally speaking, only elemental lineage talents above S rank. It's what changes the body to some degree. Zheng Yuan, after being stormed twice in a short period of time, Zheng Yuan said that he didn't want to talk anymore, just want to be quiet and look at beautiful women. However, right about this time, an ill-timed voice rang out. Mommy, who of these older siblings is an SS class gifted person? Hear that? Shangguan Ru, instantly petrified. The rest of them were even more confused and followed the sound, only to see a little silver-haired lowly, who was poking out half of her little head from behind Shangguan Ru's. A face full of innocence swept through the crowd. The man. Who is it if not Shangguan Meng? Silence. Deadly silence. If heartbreak had a voice, at this hour, I fear that the whole lounge, it's already clunking. It's not. This Shangguan director, obviously looked not much older than them. I can't believe I already have a daughter. And, this silver-haired lowly, how come she still has alien pupils? The crimson and turquoise blue eyes contrasted with the silver hair of it has a magical charm that is hard to put into words. To put it crudely, it's the XP value that pulls full. The girls were ashamed of themselves. The boys, on the other hand, said, please give me a few more years before my mother-in-law is here. Puff dash. An abrupt laugh rang out, breaking the silence of the lounge. The crowd followed the source of the laughter, and then one by one, they all revealed a shocked expression. Laughing man, I can't believe it's Su Anyan. It was important to know that Su Anyan's image of an iceberg goddess was deeply rooted in people's hearts. According to the statistics of a certain good person, the number of times Su Anyan has struck up a conversation with someone at school, in a month, no more than 5 sentences. As for the number of times a smile was shown, it was even less. Why was she smiling inexplicably at this time? The crowd was curious, but suddenly realized that the little silver-haired, heteropupilized lowly, unbeknownst to him, he had already come up to Su Anyan. I'll go. When did she flash past? Then look at Shangguan Meng, her delicate, innocent face, leaning nearer and nearer, and those bewitching, alien pupils that, staring at Su Anyan. Big sister, what are you laughing at? Su Anyan pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Nothing, just a joke that came to mind. Well, Shangguan Meng was still thinking of saying something, but he was picked up from behind by Shangguan Ru. and then, rather rudely thrown out of the lounge door. Boo! Shang Wanru directly closed the door. Crowd. You're so mean. Shang Wanru, on the other hand, was filled with black lines and directly skipped over the topic. Which two students were the ones who awakened their SS rank talents? Xiao Jiangwo sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right and wiped the sweat from his forehead, pointing to Su Yuan and Su Anyun in their seats. Chief, it's both of them. Shang Wanru nodded. You two come with me. The rest of the class. Your resource-skewed certifications. The appropriate person will come over and help you with the process. Having said that, turn away immediately. The social death of her didn't want to continue to stay here any longer than she had to for a second. Su Yuan and Su Anyun got up to follow. Along with Shang Wanru, he came to the director's office. Results. Shang Wanmeng actually appeared here as well. Shang Wanru took a deep breath and was about to turn around and leave. I call you sister. You call me mom? I'm not playing. Shang Wanmeng's figure flashed and blocked in front of Shang Wanru, holding her arm and shaking and pouting. Sis, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Becoming a sister again. Shang Wanru had planned to leave, but suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he held out his hands and he pinched Shang Wanmeng's glowing cheeks and rubbed them around. Humph, it's good that you know you're wrong. Will you dare to bully your sister in the future? Shang Wanmeng did not speak. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Her mouth opened and closed slightly, and by the shape of her mouth, she was counting down. 3, 2, before she could count to 1. Shang Wanru withdrew her hand and coughed gently. Ahem, Your Honor, this matter is over. Shang Wanmeng nodded with a smile. Got it. See this scene. Su Yuan then realized. Turns out the two aren't really mother and daughter at all, but sisters. Well, play really flowery. Su Anyun, on the other hand, watched her eyes and nose without moving. In her last life, she was not familiar with Shang Wanmeng, nor did she understand her character. So, she was re-examining what she had just thought. Do you really want to turn such a subversive woman to become your right-hand man? The banter is over. Shang Wanru regained his seriousness. First she took out her talent test stone and the talent levels were remeasured for both Su Yuan and Su Anyun. Su Anyun controlled her power and didn't let the talent detection stone explode again. Therefore, the results for both were SS rated. And after, Shang Wanru looked at the two with a face full of anticipation. Two students, take your gifts and a little introduction. No need to be specific to detailed abilities. That's your own secret. Just a general presentation. She was looking forward to meeting an SS-ranked gifted person of the flesh-strengthening class. Such a person, being more resistant, might be able to train under high pressure and resurrecting the presence of chi. Of the two, Su Anyun was the first to demonstrate her talent. She raised her hand, summoned the shadow servant, and performed actions such as attacking and defending. See this scene. Shang Wanmeng, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely reading a comic book, putting down the drill man in his hand. He nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad talent. Shang Wanru didn't make a sound, but with her knowledge of Shang Wanmeng, knowing that her sister was looking at this girl called Su Anyun, also, this ability to manipulate shadows, it is indeed very suitable for the Alienicide Bureau that my sister is a part of. That's all. There's another one. Maybe I could win the big prize. Shang Wanru was filled with anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Yuan who was on the side. What about you? Su Yuan smiled brightly. My talent isn't as amazing as hers. It's just a simple flesh-strengthening class. Before he could finish his sentence, excitement plus 200, mercy plus 300. Chapter 14 Excitement and Pity? What the hell? Clover Group. Excitement value? And the mercy value? What the hell is all this? Su Yuan was uncertain. The value is still so big? Follow the instructions for the system. The amount of emotional value generated depends on the strength of the person generating the emotional fluctuation, and the intensity of the mood swings. The principal and other school leaders are strong, right? Strong. They were all third-order powerhouses. After their own SS-level talent and performance brought them a strong shock, they've only given themselves 10 or 20 points of emotional value as well. That's 500 points up here. Murphy. Su Yuan raised his head and unintentionally met Shang Wanru's line of sight. Upon seeing the undisguised desire and intense excitement in Shang Wanru's beautiful eyes, Su Yuan then knew that excitement value was exactly what this director had provided. Then the source of the other 300 points of mercy value, is it said to be? Su Yuan glanced at the silver-haired lowly sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his afterglow. She provided more emotional value than Shang Wanru. Then there are only two possibilities. First, her strength was even more terrifying than Shang Wanru. Second, her strength was comparable to Shang Wanru's, but her mood swings were more volatile. Only, how old is this little silver-haired loli in front of you? It looked like he was 12 or 13. Unless she's the legendary legitimate loli that comes along once in a million years. Otherwise, without reaching the age of 18, her genes weren't even perfected and she wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. As for the probability of encountering a legal loli, it's negligible. Su Yuan didn't think about it that way either. So, it's the second one, right? Because her mood swings were so intense that the emotional values provided that. Straight up ing popping. This is not good. Su Yuan took a deep breath and silently pulled away from Shangwan Ru by a certain distance. What kind of a deluge is underneath the glossy exterior of this beautiful director? Is that what made her sister feel such intense pity for herself? Shangwan Ru was oblivious to Su Yuan's small movements. Right now, she was in a state of hyper-excitement, her hands tightly gripping Su Yuan's shoulders, shaking his body. Classmate, are you really an SS-rank talent in the flesh-strengthening category? Su Yuan was a bit hesitant. Actually, it's just a shame. His hesitation. It was taken as a blush and modesty by Shangwan Ru. Finally, I've got an SS-rank flesh body strengthening class gifted one. This time, it will work. I'm definitely going to prove to those old guys that she is real. A big smile spread across Shangwan Ru's face. She let go of Su Yuan. Turning to his desk, he pulled open a drawer and removed from it a business card. It was handed to Su Yuan. The information on the business card is as follows. Clover Group Chairman Shangwan Ru, Su Yuan. After reading it, he looked up and down, left and right. He scanned this Shangwan director carefully, yet there was still no way to connect her to Cloverleaf Group, the chairman of the board of directors of the Clover Group. It's not this business card. Are you sure you didn't just print it? The Cloverleaf Group, Dacha Top Equipment Manufacturing Company, the only official partner designated by the military to provide professional armament support. It is even the first choice of many top powerhouses when they customize their weaponry. Compared to such a behemoth, the status of the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau was simply not enough to look at. And again, this Shangwan chief can't be too old by any stretch of the imagination. Estimated to be at most a few years older than myself. So young that, to be the chairman of a behemoth like the Cloverleaf Group, 100 other people would have come. And I'm guessing 120 of them wouldn't have believed it. It seemed to have seen Su Yuan's confusion. Shangwan Ru intended to use the simplest and crudest method to prove his identity. She just took out her cell phone and opened a random bank account. Showed Su Yuan his balance. You count it. Su Yuan froze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Halfway through the count, Su Yuan stopped counting, because the zero after it was slightly too much. More than he could imagine. How's that? Believe it now? Shangwan Ru put away her cell phone and asked with a smile. This method may seem simple and crude, but it's often the easiest, quickest and most impactful, and she happens to be the one who strives for efficiency and never beats around the bush. That's what led to this seemingly thuggish-like behavior. Let her. Su Yuan nodded, and then, without waiting for Shangwan Ru to open her mouth, she took the initiative to inquire. Chief, are you looking for a favor? There was a reason why Su Yuan guessed so. As a director of the Cloverleaf Group, instead of staying at the headquarters in the Imperial City and enjoying the glory and riches, instead, he came to such a small place as Arashur City to become the Secretary of Education. It can't be a full stomach, can it? Then, it must have a special purpose. As to what that purpose is, Su Yuan is not sure, but it was safe to assume that it had something to do with a flesh-strengthening type of talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been after he exploded his SS-ranked flesh-strengthening talent. She just showed her cards and stopped pretending, and just glued that big string of numbers to her face. Shangwan Ru nodded approvingly and snapped his fingers. Bingo! Guess right. The reason I showed you my identity is that I intend, in the name of the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group, you're invited to my flesh enhancement special. How to say? It's a private experiment. Flesh strengthening special training? Su Yuan was filled with suspicion. Exactly. Shangwan Ru nodded. In nearly 2 years of research, I've invented a theory that a new system of power has been pioneered and is intended to be reproduced. Except that the conditions for trying to reproduce it are a bit harsh. It requires an SS-ranked flesh-strengthening class talent to increase the odds. As soon as you agree to participate, regardless of the final outcome, you are, from now on, all equipment needs, resource needs, are covered by me. Even if one day you are able to grow to the 9th order and obtain the supreme seal of approval, I will also present you with a set of supreme-grade equipment in my personal name. If you're not comfortable with that, we can sign a contract that I can get you a trusted guarantor, like a military admiral? Su Yuan, sister, you seem a little too highbrow for this topic. 9th Order Supreme Grade Equipment Set? A military general as a guarantor? It's not. I'm a hang-up though, but it's only just starting out. So do you need to come up here and give me a combination like that? Amidst the emotions, Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Chief, you just said reproduction. That is to say, your so-called brand new power system does exist and has appeared? Shang Wanru nodded. She raised her right hand and a white chi energy appeared and wrapped around her hand. Seeing this, the pupils of Su Anyan at the side contracted slightly. Battle aura. This is indeed the battle aura. A high-end force independent of the source energy system. When strong people of the same realm dueled, the party that mastered battle chi was able to achieve absolute crushing. This is the hegemony of the battle chi, and why countless celestials in the universe, all are in pursuit of this mysterious power. Even though what Shang Wanru had mastered was only the most elementary one-strike battle chi, it was still stunning enough. Because this is the blue planet, it has not yet aligned with the stars. What is it? Su Yuan did not recognize battle chi. He just instinctively felt that this power was different from source energy. This is the brand new system of power I've discovered, which I call chi. Shang Wanru's eyes and tone of voice took on pride. Her gaze swept over Su Yuan and her mouth lifted slightly. Here, try attacking at me. Su Yuan nodded. He knew very well that Chief Shangwan's strength was far higher than his own. There's no need to worry about mishaps or anything like that. That's not going to happen. So, he used all his strength, mobilizing the source energy in his body, as well as the terrifying explosive power of the ancient god bloodline. He blasted out with a punch. Chapter 15. You want to participate, too, because you don't want to be separated from him, right? Shang Wanru, however, just smiled faintly and stood still, not moving a muscle. The white gas entwined in her right hand was as if it had an autonomous consciousness that it instantly expanded to her entire body, forming a barrier on the surface of her body. When Su Yuan's fist touched this layer of gas, it was met with great resistance, and it simply can't go any further. But this was what Su Yuan had expected. He's only just awakened, even if he's gifted. It was also impossible to directly cross several great realms to inflict damage on Shang Wanru. It's not realistic. What really struck him was what he realized. The source energy he had condensed on the surface of his fist was actually broken down by that white gas. Decomposition of source energy. What a weird ability. Still at the awakening stage you can use source energy to cover your body surface to strengthen your strength. This physical body of yours. It's really, really good. Shang Wanru nodded approvingly. Su Yuan had just recovered from the shock, and when he heard these words, he always felt strange. What flesh or not flesh, often hangs on to such words. You'll be misunderstood as a demented woman, right? Shang Wanru extended his other hand. A miniature source energy fluctuation tester lay in his palm, and the values above show. It's 0. Well, Shang Wanru was smiling. My chi is not dependent on source energy, but is an independent system. The fact that there were no source energy fluctuations while I was using it is a proof of sorts. Su Yuan shook off his arm that was numb from the shock and questioned. So, could this be a gift for you, Chief? Some talent. It doesn't seem to require the use of source energy, does it? Shang Wanru shook his head. No, I'm certain it's not my gift. If it was a gift, the gifted awakened person himself knows it by heart. This chi was unintentionally mastered by me during an experience when I was in college. Hearing this, Su Yuan became even more curious. Then if that's the case, with your financial resources, Chief, there should have been several experimental special training sessions before, right? None of them reproduced successfully? Shang Wanru skimmed his lips. In fact, it's only been a year since I mastered the chi. There haven't been a few experiments in all. And furthermore, SS-ranked talents are already rare. Not to mention SS-ranked flesh body strengthening type talents. And this kind of chi needs to be grasped through extreme physical honing. The previous few testers were too weak in willpower. It simply doesn't last long enough for the extreme stress test to give up. So it is. Su Yuan thoughtfully looked at Shang Wanmeng on the sofa to the side. The reason why she has a pity value for herself. Was it because she had once witnessed Shang Wanru's special training program and was shocked by its cruelty? It seemed to be able to understand the meaning in Su Yuan's eyes. Shang Wanmeng winked at Su Yuan and guffawed. Don't worry, big brother. My sister's special training program works. Even if you can't master chi, it can still make your battle power, and your will to fight, far beyond those in the same realm. At this point, Shang Wanmeng didn't lie. Although it was said that the previous few testers, after withdrawing from the program, all left a psychological shadow behind. Seeing Shang Wanru was like seeing an evil spirit. But their battle power, indeed, had all been greatly enhanced. One of the SS-ranked flesh strengthening gifted. It even possessed the strength to call out SS-ranked gifted people in the same realm. Sure, this pair of sisters couldn't fool Su Yuan. That bright 300 points of mercy value disliked his face. Do you think he'll believe it? Just, all for the sake of emotional value. Su Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Shang Wanru. Chief, you're strong, aren't you? Shang Wanru was a little confused by Su Yuan's sudden question, but quickly responded with a nod. Well, I'm strong. Su Yuan followed up with another question. You're the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group, so isn't that well connected and know a lot of top-tier powerhouses? Shang Wanru. Exactly. Su Yuan pursued. Then if I participate in your training program and successfully reproduce the chi that you have mastered, will it make in your circle, cause a stir? Shang Wanru corrected her expression. The pride in her eyes made her breasts unconsciously stand up and it looks more and more lofty, more than sensational. If we do succeed, this is a change that will go down in history. The whole world will be shaken by my theory. Of course, and you're definitely on the radar of a bunch of bigwigs. Shang Wanru misunderstood Su Yuan. She thought that Su Yuan was trying to make a class leap by participating in her program, thus entering the circle of top powerhouses. How? The idea is more utilitarian, but it's a motivator. So she gave a fairly straight answer in the affirmative. I don't know. Everyone, including her, in Su Yuan's eyes, they were all just tools to brush up on their emotional value. Being a hangman, Su Yuan had his own realization. Since we have to pretend, then it's time to play big. What's that about pretending to be a pussy in front of your peers? What's a tiny bit of emotional value that can be gained? Enough for what? How long do you have to save up for a 100 pack? So, to load, just pretend in front of the big guy. So, Su Yuan agreed in a serious manner and held out his hand. To change the world. Shang Wanru was first stunned, and then quickly reacted that Su Yuan meant that he had agreed. She extended her hand in the same way, her smile wide and stunningly beautiful. To change the world. Excitement plus 300. Su Anyan, Shang Wan Meng, these two guys, they're on the airwaves so fast? Su Anyan suddenly spoke up. Chief Shangwan, I want to join too. Su Yuan? Shang Wanru? Shang Wanru looked at Su Anyan with some confusion. It wasn't that she looked down on Su Anyan. It's just that her training experiments are, indeed, hellish. The need for a constant stream of heavy pressure on the flesh to break through the limiting thresholds of to stimulate the body's most extreme potential. Therefore, the subjects she had previously selected all possessed flesh-strengthening type talents, and the lowest, it's also S-ranked, and the highest, SS-ranked. Although Su Anyan possessed an SS-class talent, the ability to manipulate shadows that doesn't give her an advantage in that regard. She would be over the moon if she accidentally broke someone by then. After hesitating for a moment, Shang Wanru persuaded, Student Su, this training experiment of mine, it's very, very intense. I'm not being an alarmist, because there were several SS-ranked flesh-strengthening type gifted people before that didn't manage to carry it off. So, if you're just impressed by the offer I made officially, you have been given an SS-rated slant on resources, enough for you to cultivate to quite a later stage. In fact, Su Anyan shook her head, her tone sure, I can hold out. In her last life, she missed her chance. This life, she wanted to cultivate her battle chi before she left the blue star and entered the starry sky. And the conditions and resources that Shang Wanru could provide were the best opportunity for her to cultivate her battle chi. Shang Wanru frowned slightly. At that moment, Shang Wan Meng, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, turning over the dossier on Su Yuan and Su Anyan in his hand, he let out a dawning realization. Whoops, so you guys are childhood friends? The reason you want to participate in this experiment is because you don't want to be separated from him? Chapter 16, I have nothing to do with him. I just want to get stronger. Su Yuan, have to say, Shang Wan Meng just seemed to have a special kind of magic. Also i.e., you never know what shocking words will come out of that little mouth of hers next. A childhood friend? It's not purely funny. The two lived together for almost a year. Nutritious, informative conversations, other than dinners ready, let's go, and the like. No more than 5 times in total. That's all. Not even a casual friend. Totally familiar strangers. Thus, before Su Anyan could open her mouth, Su Yuan took the initiative to clarify. I'm sorry, it's not like we're childhood sweethearts. We're just halfway through the sentence. Su Yuan suddenly got stuck, because he did seem to be at a loss as to how to describe the relationship between himself and Su Anyan. If we switch to Auntie Su, we can say that she's a very close elder. Something like a big sister who knows what's going on. Replace it with Su Anyan. What should I say? Straight up familiar stranger? It's fine to use the word yourself, but it seems a little inappropriate to say it out loud. While Su Yuan was struggling with this question, Shang Wan Meng was filled with melon-eating curiosity. I know that a childhood friend in the narrow sense of the word refers to the kind of relationship you grew up with, but you're both adolescents, eh? Isn't it normal to have a crush on each other? Don't be shy. If it were any other girl being flirted with like that, even if you really don't have any thoughts in that area, I'm afraid that by now you've already blushed, saying things like no and really no. And Su and Yen? She remained aloof throughout, her tone calm, as if recounting something perfectly ordinary. I'm sorry, I don't have the kind of relationship with him that you think I do. The reason I want to participate in such an experiment is simply to become stronger. As her words fell, it's like triggering some kind of special organ. Shangwan Meng first froze, and then the smile on her face, a little bit disappeared. She just stared straight at Su Anyan, and in those bewitching, alien pupils, flickering with a different kind of light. Just want to. Stronger? What a rare realization. She saw determination in Su Anyan's eyes and saw the self that once just wanted to be strong. A smile returned to her face, and she leaned back, lazily, on the couch, glancing towards the side. Shangwan Ru, sister. Since this sister has spoken to such an extent, if you don't accept her, it doesn't even seem to make sense. Shangwan Ru. She knew Shangwan Meng's character well. No one has ever been able to refuse or change what she has said, so she nodded and agreed. Okay, then you join my training experiment, but if you can't hold out, it's permissible to quit by talking to me ahead of time. Shangwan Meng looked at Su Anyan with a smile. If you want to get stronger, you can't give up in the middle. Su Anyan met his eyes thoughtfully. She vaguely felt that Shangwan Meng's attitude towards herself seemed to have undergone some sort of subtle change. Was it her own words of just wanting to get stronger just now that touched her? If that's true, then, what is the reason for Shangwan's dream to become stronger? You know, she's strong enough nowadays. It's not too much to say that he's even the strongest of the younger generation of Great Xia. It's the Shangwan family? She mused. Previous life. Shangwan Meng and the Shangwan family's rift end. Disappearance. And even their eventual deaths are confusing. Shrouded in a fog. Perhaps. It's still possible. That's all. Don't want to. The only thing she needed to focus on now was to gather resources, cultivate hard, and become stronger as early as possible. If memory serves, the next few years will be rough, with a lot of drastic changes happening at Blue Star. Turbulent. Okay. Shangwan Ru set the topic straight. The experimental program I told you about in the party was conducted in my private name. It will not pose any impact on your other choices. I've instructed someone to go through your SS level resource leaning certification. Starting today, you will receive the highest level of resource privileges for demonic geniuses in this country on a daily basis. Although there are still 3 months to go until the national exams, the 3 months that, there's no point in you guys going to school, so you'll follow me through the training. I promise that after 3 months, your battle power will skyrocket. As for after the big test, do you intend to enter Budokai University or the military department? Or maybe be a lone wolf and a free man? I won't interfere. It's just that every once in a while, you need to come back to me for training again. Keep going until you master Qi. Or, until the experiment fails. During that time, I will provide you with the best resources for cultivation, the best medical care, the best gear. All you have to do is not think of yourselves as human beings during the training process. Squeeze your potential hard. Got it? Su Yuan and Su Anyan nodded at the same time. Shangwan Ru was immensely satisfied and enthusiastic. As this experimental training was put on hold for a relatively long period of time, it will take some time to prepare. 3 days. In 3 days, the experiment begins. During these 3 days, I want you to be mentally prepared. By the way, let your parents know that you may not be able to go home for several days in a row afterward. After a series of exhortations, only then did Shangwan Ru have someone take Su Yuan and Su Anyan away. After the two left, Shangwan Ru was incredibly excited. She sat down next to Shangwan Meng and took her hand. Obviously, she was a sexy royal lady with an E-rated huge body, but when she was happy, she was like a child. Sis, I might actually make it this time. Shangwan Meng nodded with a light smile on the surface. Cheer up. However, in his heart, he was always thinking about Su Anyan's words. I just want to get stronger. These words made her see her former self in Su Anyan's body. Get stronger. Just get stronger and you will surely be able to break the chains that weigh you down. This is the absolute truth of this world. She gently rubbed her sister Shangwan Ru's long, ice blue hair, and in those demonic, alien pupils, flickering with a different kind of light. Ru, whether your experiment works or not, when it's over, that girl, I'll take it. Shangwan Ru nodded. Good, but then she went on, and asked again. Well, what about the boy? Shangwan Meng withdrew her hand, and after lazily stretching her waist, like a kitten, She crouched on Shang Wanru's shoulder, her delicate face showing very little interest. Him? Say again. After leaving the director's office, Su Anyan and Su Yuan followed behind the staff side by side. It was just that neither of them opened their mouths to speak, causing the atmosphere to be a bit icy for a while. So much so that the man who led the way was a little cautious, and dared not breathe a breath of air. And, at one point, he even wondered if these two SS-ranked demons had formed some kind of bond. Actually, the two were just each thinking about different things. Su Yuan was thinking that he had just gotten another 700 plus points of emotion value from that pair of sisters. That's over 700 points of emotional value, which is saved up to 100 points for a primary 10 per channel draw. Or do you have two mid-level single draws? It always felt like it drained his luck when he got a shot in the arm earlier. So, why don't we just rely on quantity to win, and do a 10-round draw? Besides Su Yuan, Su Anyan was likewise thinking about things. It was just that she was thinking about system-related things. I wonder what the system means by massive resources. If it's a resource that can be accessed on the blue planet, it's not much help. After all, now that she was on Shang Wanru's bus, general resources were not a problem at all. On the contrary, soul crystals, star marrow, and source thunder crystals such that the precious resources that could only be produced in the stars helped her a lot. As for losing to Su Yuan in the strength assessment, not only would she not be able to obtain massive resources, there was also the so-called dog-licking adventure to be carried out, which she hadn't considered at all. In her eyes, Su Yuan, there's no threat. Chapter 17, if you want to say it in the future, just say we're siblings. Department of Education Lobby. All have completed the appropriate resource-leaning certifications, and then every day, someone will deliver the resources with the appropriate specifications to your door. There was absolutely no need for the crowd to worry. I'll go. I didn't realize that the resource tilt of a B-grade talent would be one level 1 source crystal per day. That's $3,000. $100,000 a month. The officials are really willing to spend money. Who says it isn't? When we're up in the equinoctial scale, you can also get higher grade source crystals. By the way, everyone gets to pick 3 battle techniques. What did you pick? I've only picked up one so far. Triple broken wave knife. And I'm definitely going to be using knives in the future. Handsome as hell. I think swords are more handsome. In the midst of the congregation's conversation, Su Yuan and Su Anyan returned to the group. It was only after hearing what the crowd was chatting about that Su Yuan realized it. The Shang one, like that guy. It doesn't seem like they've even talked to either of them about the SS level resource tilt at all. Or are these resources, in her eyes, simply inconsequential? The more Su Yuan thought about it, the more he felt it was so. So simply labeled Shang Wanru as a super rich woman. It was used to remind himself that he should never be soft when asking for resources from her in the future. At this time, Young One leaned over. Fuchi, how's it going? I just looked at my A-level resource kit and it's just awesome. Isn't your SS-ranked resource pack, Brother Fuchs, even more dangly? Su Yuan casually snorted to muddle through. It's pretty awesome. As they chatted, the topic fell to Shang Wanru. Zheng Yuan's face was full of yearning and he covered his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. This Shangwan director is so young to be able to sit in the position of director. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Still so good-looking, it's a pity that she already has a daughter. Heartbreaking, heartbreaking. Su Yuan smiled and didn't answer. He didn't tell the true relationship between the sisters, Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng. Otherwise, he was a little worried that this righteous son of his would develop some unrealistic fantasies again, then suffered a blow and fell flat on his face. This woman, it's not for you to touch, son. After another moment, the principal, Xiao Jiangwo, assembled the crowd. After learning that Su Yuan and Su Anyan were going to take a leave of absence and not go to the school anymore before the big martial arts exams, and he readily agreed. It would be a waste of time for a demonic genius of this level to remain in school. As for what they were going to do, I think the secretary must have made arrangements, so he need not bother. The entrance to the Board of Education. After saying goodbye to Zheng Yuan, Su Yuan just took a taxi and arrived. He sat in the passenger seat and Su Anyan sat in the back. There was not a single bit of communication the entire time. The not-so-good-eyed, but rather warm-hearted driver's uncle glanced toward the rearview mirror and, smiley said, "Little girl, boyfriend piss you off? Gotta." Su Yuan was helpless. Why was it that no matter where he went, someone would associate himself with Su Anyan? Please, he really didn't have any thoughts about her. After a sigh, Su Yuan explained, Jussie, we're not a couple. She is my sister." It seemed to understand that Su Yuan's purpose for doing so was simply to shut the driver uncle up. So after hearing that Su Yuan had taken the liberty of giving the two the name of brother and sister, Su Anyan didn't have much of a reaction. always staring out the window without a ripple in his gaze. It is for this reason. Su Yuan had to admit it. Except the character is indifferent to the extreme. In other aspects, Su Anyun was still quite good. At the very least, they won't mess around or get into trouble like other girls. An absolute saver. Who knows? After learning that the two are brother and sister, the driver's uncle smiled brightly, nonetheless feeling embarrassed and, instead, they talk about how siblings get along. Oh, so, sorry, when you're a brother, you have to give in to your sister in everything. After all, besides your parents, you are the closest people in the world. When your sister is angry, you can't just leave her hanging, you have to coax her more. Su Yuan was sweating. One can only muddle along while praying that the time goes by faster. Finally, home arrived. The nightmare is over. Su Yuan very rarely took out his cell phone and carefully filled out the evaluation. The driver is good at everything, handsome and enthusiastic, and does not detour, but it is a pity that he has a long mouth. Put away the cell phone. Su Yuan took out the key and opened the door to the room. Su Qingling hasn't gotten off work yet. As the link between the two, they barely communicate without her presence. Only, before the two parted ways at the foyer and went to their respective rooms, Su Anyun spoke faintly. If you use that excuse again in the future, just say we're siblings. Ha! Su Yuan froze for a moment. Su Anyun, however, had already walked into her room and closed the door. What is this? Cold humor? Shaking his head, Su Yuan returned to his room. Since he decided to accumulate his emotion value to 100 points before using it, Su Yuan didn't rush to draw. Instead, he sat on the bed and began to absorb the source energy that was swimming in space a little bit. It's rather thin, but a little bit is a little bit if you can absorb it, and it's idle anyway. An hour later, ding dong, the doorbell was rung. Su Yuan went out and looked around. A daily resource packet delivered to your door by the Department of Education? Nice guy. That's a lot of efficiency. It hasn't been long since I registered and certified, and the daily resource pack is already in my hands. Prevented source energy from escaping. Both resources are housed in boxes of specialized materials with a micro-identification system. The only way to turn it on is with an iris scan from the authenticator himself. Su Yuan delivered one of the resources to the door of Su Anyun's room and gently knocked on the door. Your resource packet arrived and I left it by the door. After saying that, he directly turned around and went back to his room. Not long after, the door to Su Anyun's room opened, and the shadow attendant carried the resource box into the room. After Su Yuan passed the iris scan, he completed the authentication and successfully opened the resource box. Inside was a list of items. SS level gifted daily resource pack awakening stage. 10 level 1 source crystals. 3 first order beast blood nutrient extracts. 2 hours unlimited admission to the menagerie, cumulative. 1 hour expert battle skills tutoring time, cumulative. Is this the preferential treatment for SS class gifted people? Cool. Su Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion after he finished counting one thing after another. No. Cultivation resource items alone. Those 10 grade 1 source crystals. Market. $30,000. The market price of those 3 first order ferocious beast blood nutrient extracts. $30,000. Combined, that would have amounted to $60,000. And that's just the basic daily resources. Other special resources of all kinds. For example, unlimited tickets to the Fierce Beast Garden, expert level battle skills tutoring. It's even harder to measure in terms of value. And these, even, can be cumulative. It can be quite well thought out. First, we'll use these source crystals in ferocious beast blood nutrient solution. Then go to the Fierce Beast Garden and try your hand at it. Feral Beast Garden. This is a place that specializes in keeping ferocious beasts and providing practical training for cultivators of different levels. Opened by the official. All the beasts in there were captured from the wild and shipped straight back here. The ferocity and wildness are guaranteed, and the effect of the enhancement of real combat is immense. Only the price of admission is extremely expensive and the average family cannot afford it. Chapter 18 Strong Physical Body. 5 times the source energy. Invincible at the same level. The teacher of the practical combat class had introduced the Fierce Beast Garden before. It says it's divided into quantity votes and time votes. Quantity ticket. You can only specify a fixed number of ferocious beasts to challenge, and it ends when you're done fighting. Time ticket, on the other hand, allows you to challenge any number of ferocious beasts within a specified period of time. There is no cap, but the price is more than 10 times the quantity ticket. But even so, there are many martial artists from well-off families who tend to, simply because battle is the best teacher, and the ferocity of the ferocious beasts is the best whetstone for refining battle prowess than the instructors of a martial arts school. Su Yuan murmured softly, his eyes flickering. The ancient god bloodline not only strengthened his physique, but also filled him with exuberant energy. Every cell in his body was hungry for power, longing for battle. So he decided, after absorbing all those source crystals and ferocious beast blood nutrient extracts, just go to the feral beast garden and let off some steam. Sit down cross-legged. Su Yuan held a level 1 source crystal in each of his left and right hands. He began to silently run the Tian Yuan cultivation method, absorbing the source energy from the source crystal. The same performance as the first time source energy entered the body. 2 grade 1 source crystals that, all fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. An hour later, there were only the last 2 level 1 source crystals left in the daily resource pack. This was an extremely terrifying absorption speed, far beyond the realm of normal geniuses. It was even enough to make the demons ashamed of themselves. Su Yuan looked at the 2 source crystals in the resource box with a thoughtful expression. According to the first explanation of the martial way, martial artists in the awakening stage, in the standard case of absorbing 20 level 1 source crystals will reach the limit of the source energy that can be held by the physical body. But counting the one I absorbed at school, I've absorbed a full 9 grade 1 source crystals. By all rights, it should be up to 1/2 full, but now it seems like it's only just reached 1/10. The awakening stage is the preparatory stage before becoming a martial artist. Cultivators at this stage needed to absorb external source energy and store it in their bodies. When the physical body can't hold any more source energy, it needs to stop absorbing outside source energy. Turning to compressing the source energy in the body and condensing it into a source orifice is the first level of perfection. There are a total of 9 stages in the awakening stage, which means that one needs to go through the source energy surplus body 9 times. The process of condensing into an orifice. When the 9 source orifices are ready, only then can they begin to impact the first stage. The ancient god bloodline has caused the strength of my fleshly body to skyrocket. In this case, I'm a bottomless pit. The resources required are 5 times that of an average person. And the further you go, the more this multiplier gap, the more it may even be magnified. The downside is that it's extremely resource intensive. Pros, plain and simple. In 4 big words dash. Invincible at the same level. This is only the awakening stage. And each of my source orifices that, it would be 5 times more source energy than a normal person. Not to mention the realm after that. As for the downside, it's not a problem. If you want a horse to run fast, you have to give a. With Shangwan Ru, a super rich woman, there's absolutely no need to think about it. Think of it this way. Su Yuan directly absorbed the 2 remaining grade 1 source crystals. After absorbing it, he poured down those 3 stage 1 ferocious beast blood nutritional extracts in one gulp. To be strong in the flesh is to be fearless. Yes. Su Yuan wiped his mouth. Dispose of the 3 empty reagents in the trash. This kind of rough absorption, if other people come, burst body and die not to, but it will definitely be seriously injured. But for Su Yuan, it's not fierce enough. So, he directly picked up his cell phone and dialed the number Shangwan Ru had left for him. Soon, the phone was connected and Shangwan Ru's voice came from the other end. Hey, what's going on? Chief Shangwan, I've used up my SS ranked resource pack for today. Can you watch and send over some more resources? Any source crystals, ferocious beast meat, nutritional potions, whatever. Shangwan Ru was silent for a moment. If I remember correctly, there are 10 level 1 source crystals in the SS level daily resource pack. At the standard rate of absorption, it would take 20 hours to absorb it all. Even if you're a genius and absorb source energy at 3 times the rate of a normal person, it'll still take you nearly 6 hours. How long has it been? And you've absorbed it all? Right. Words. Shangwan Ru sucked in a breath of cool air before muttering to himself. That's nice. That's nice. It's worthy of being an SS-ranked flesh-strengthening class talent. It feels like there's a really good chance of recreating Qi this time. Just wait at home. I'll have someone go and send some cultivation resources over to you. But get a grip on yourself. Don't make it too hard all at once. Su Yuan laughed. Don't worry. I've got it all figured out. By the way, if you can, why don't you send the battle skills along with it? It's good for me to familiarize myself with it in advance before the experimental special training begins, lest I don't have enough battle power by then. Shangwan Ru thought about it and agreed. Okay, in your SS level resource tilt, the privilege of picking battle techniques was originally included. It's just that the country has a rule that even SS ranked resource tilts are only open up to A ranked battle techniques at most. As for higher level battle techniques, they can only be learned in the major top tier academies of the, or join the army and trade for merit. You can view it as a means for the country to enlist and absorb demonic geniuses. Su Yuan could certainly understand. Even this so-called daily resource kit implies this. Just ask, when you've experienced the bounty of cultivation resources available to you every day, can we still live a dry, poor life? It must be known that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. and all levels of resource preferences stop being supplied at the third rank. After that, you can't expect the state to give you resources for nothing. You have to contribute. Exchange your contribution for resources of higher level. This is essentially a transaction. Fair and square. There's nothing to point out. Okay, a ranked battle techniques then. Well, I'll send you the list of pickable battle techniques later. Just send it to me when you pick it. Good. A few minutes later, Shangguanru sent over the list of battle techniques available for selection. Su Yuan did some filtering based on the categories. 3 battle techniques: offense, defense, and stance. Su Yuan each picked a battle skill that best suited him. Before awakening, there were practical classes in school. Practice with different weapons according to each person's different preferences and strengths. What Su Yuan was best at was guns. Not a pistol gun, but a long gun. In today's world, technology is advanced and hot weapons are available. But when facing a high-level enemy, the role is rather limited. Pistols and rifles, for example, wouldn't be able to do much against martial artists of the 3rd rank or higher. As for the cap nukes of thermal weapons, they don't work well against strong people above the 7th order. But the Cold War is different. All kinds of super strong alloys, and even cold weapons made from the bodies of high-ranking ferocious beasts, in the hands of a high-ranked martial artist, it could explode with unimaginable and terrifying power. Therefore, truly powerful martial artists are experts in using cold weapons. In the 9 long and 9 short 18 kinds of weapons, the gun is the first of the 9 long, known as the king of the 100 soldiers. Su Yuan used it and it was the smoothest. Soon, the 3 battle techniques were picked. Grade A combat technique, 9 regicide gun. Class A battle technique, singularity source shield. Class A combat skill, shadow flash. Chapter 19 3 entry-level battle skills. Enough to crush Su Yuan. In the list of battle techniques sent over by Shangguanru, there was a rough description of the battle technique. These 3 battle techniques were the ones that Su Yuan felt were most suitable for him after some comparisons. And there was also a Grade A battle skill epiphany card lying in the system space. It allowed him to unconditionally raise the proficiency of an A-ranked battle technique to the perfection realm. He, 4-1, can't wait. Manifestation of sainthood in front of people and all that is still secondary. Most of all, he wanted to shock others through his perfection realm battle technique. What a way to earn emotional value. I'm not a pretender, but the system won't give me a chance. Su Lo Abyss. After sending the message to Shangguanru, Su Yuan then put down his cell phone while digesting the fierce beast blood nutrient, while patiently waiting for the feeding from the upper official, the rich woman. The next room, Su Anyan was practicing a special technique. Her shadow servant, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding a source crystal in each of her right and left hands. A steady stream of source energy was absorbed and fed back into her body. If an ordinary cultivator's source energy absorption speed was 1, a genius was 3, and a demon was higher, then the current Su Anyan might only be considered a genius. Her absorption rate of source energy was only about 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Su Anyan didn't have any special reaction to this, because qualifications were something that can be enhanced later. It was true that her physical body's qualifications weren't too excellent right now, but that didn't matter. After that, she would utilize all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures to raise her physical body's qualifications up. Besides, she has the Shadow Squire. The speed at which it absorbed source energy was almost more than 10 times that of an ordinary human. For a level 1 source crystal, an ordinary person would need to absorb it for 2 hours. And the Shadow Warden, it takes less than 10 minutes to absorb. Positively so. It was only then that she didn't waste her time absorbing source energy, but practiced stacking strength. This was not a battle technique, but a special source energy control technique. Through the superposition of a channel of source energy, a powerful force erupted. Many battle techniques rely on this skill. For example, the triple strength, which is more widely circulated in Daxia. From the name alone, it could be seen that what it focused on was the superposition of force. As the saying goes, the great way is simple, and the great trick is not to be done. This seemed like an ordinary and unusual technique, but in reality, it was an extremely powerful ability. A triple power stack might not be a big deal. 6th and 9th, that's about it. But, when the strength is stacked up to 100 times, or even 200 times, how terrifyingly powerful would it be? Xian Yan knew. Used to be her. With 130 weights of strength stacked on top of each other, it shattered a continent. With 220 weights of strength stacked on top of each other, it shattered an entire planet. Currently, this fleshly body is too weak, and stacking 3 times of strength is close to the limit. Su Anyan stopped her stance, her gaze calmly staring at her right hand. The palm of that hand had turned red from practicing stacking strength. and this mediocre-sounding triple strength. In fact, it was something that could only be performed after the B-grade battle skill triple strength reached the proficient realm, equivalent to the fact that it took her only a short while to just cultivate a B-rank battle skill to proficient. It's absolutely appalling when it gets out. This time, a message came from the Shadow Squire. It had already finished absorbing those 10 grade 1 source crystals. Su Anyan did the same thing as Su Yuan, asking Shangguan Ru for cultivation resources. What? You also finished absorbing the source crystals from the daily resource pack? On the other end of the phone, Shangguan Ru was surprised. When she was still in the imperial capital, she had seen not too many SS-ranked gifted people, but not too few either. Although they all possessed the topmost companion talent, just like Su Yuan and Su Anyan. But in terms of cultivation qualifications, those that could be compared to these two were really rare. This rate of resource consumption is enough to be called a monster. To Shangguan Ru's surprise, Su Anyan didn't care. She was more concerned about that. It was the word also in Shangguan Ru's mouth, because this meant that not only had Su Yuan similarly finished absorbing the source crystal, and it was absorbed faster than her, which was why she had called Shangguan Ru before she did. By the way, Su Yuan has already chosen the battle techniques he needs. Do you want to take a look as well? Good. Su Anyan didn't refuse, though it's true that she doesn't lack powerful battle techniques, but those unlearned battle techniques were easily displayed and could easily lead to trouble. Therefore, she planned to pick a few battle techniques to use to cover her ears. A few minutes later, she had the battle technique picked out. Grade A 9 Regicides, Class A Singularity Source Shield, Class A Shadow Flash. When she sent the selected battle technique to Shangguan Ru replied to her with a crying with laughter emoji. Shangguan Ru, you too. Is this a heart-to-heart? Or have you communicated before? The number of options available for A-ranked battle techniques is also quite a lot, and you guys actually chose 3 of the same battle techniques. Su Anyan was silent. She had her own reasons for choosing these 3 battle techniques. 9 Regicide Gun, the most powerful and destructive, and it contains the principle of superposition of strength. Being able to increase the power of the first shot by up to 9 weights was a good fit for her current training needs. Singularity Source Shield, which can coalesce source energy in a single point, and after it explodes, a special defense effect is reached with a powerful impact against attacks. The only difficulty was that the control of the source energy needed to be extremely fine, but that was for her too. Not a problem at all. As for Shadow Flash, the body combat techniques are all similar. This body technique carries the word shadow. Su Anyan chose it. Collide with Su Yuan. Pure coincidence. Shangguan Ru, never mind. It's good that you guys picked the same battle technique, so that, when the time comes, we can spar and discuss with each other, and we might be able to deepen our understanding and promote our mastery of battle techniques. Su Anyan, it's not necessary. It really wasn't necessary for her. In her last life, she had chosen not to use these 3 battle techniques, but with her experience and senses, being able to easily master them into the subtle realm. Shangguan Ru. Okay. After putting down the phone, Su Anyan intentionally glanced toward the next door. There was a wall between them, so she couldn't see what Su Yuan was doing in the next room. She was just a little skeptical. Su Yuan, did he really finish absorbing the source crystal? Both were SS ranked gifted, but actually SS ranked. It was the upper limit of Blue Star's talent detection, not the upper limit of her talent. It was by virtue of the special nature of the Shadow Servant that she was able to achieve such rapid source energy absorption. Su Yuan actually managed to do it faster than her. It seemed that he was gifted with a physical body, perhaps specializing in source energy absorption. This kind of talent is quite common in the universe. It will develop faster in the early stages, but in the middle and late stages, it will be relatively weak. Thinking of this, Su Anyan felt a slight sense of urgency. The first comparison of the system will take place in 9 days. If Su Yuan maintained this rate of source energy absorption, and the flesh strengthening class talent, inherently, it will have a stronger fighting ability at lower realms. Himself. Is it possible to lose to Su Yuan in the first comparison? No. No way. Su Anyan shook her head. Put that ludicrous thought behind you. What the system was comparing was not mere realms, but battle power. Even if it was possible for her to be that slightly behind Su Yuan in terms of realm, but in terms of battle power, she had absolute confidence. Not to mention anything else, but just the 3, Inception, level battle techniques were enough to crush Su Yuan. Chapter 20, Instantaneous Epiphany. Grade A Battle Skill, 9 Regicide Gun. Perfection Realm Mastery. Shangguan Ru was very efficient in his work. It hasn't been long. He then sent someone to send over the resource supplies that Su Yuan and Su Anyan needed. At the sound of the doorbell, both Su Yuan and Su Anyan walked out of the room, just bumping into each other. The 2 men glanced at each other, and then each withdrew their gaze. Both Su Yuan and Su Anyun had gotten used to it. In the absence of Su Qingling, the bond, there was little to no communication between each other. Both came to the door at the same time and he received the resource box that belonged to him from the person assigned by Shangguan Ru, then turned around and returned to the room. From start to finish, in one fell swoop, without any semblance of awkwardness, without any semblance of communication. True familiar strangers. Room. Su Yuan opened the second resource box of the day. Like the official daily resource pack, it contains a list of items. Level 2 Source Crystals, 20. Level 1 Beast Nutritional Essence, 10 PCS. Grade A Battle Skill, 9 Regicide Gun, 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Grade A Battle Skill, Singularity Source Shield, 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Grade A Battle Skill, Shadow Flash, 1 Battle Skill Soul Seal. Level 2 Source Crystals? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The source energy contained in a Grade 2 Source Crystal is almost 10 times that of a Grade 1 Source Crystal, and the source energy is much more pure. When absorbing a Level 1 Source Crystal, the rate of absorption is fast, though, but it also takes some time to get rid of the impurities in it. Comparatively speaking, the impurities in a Grade 2 Source Crystal will be much less and easier to absorb. Therefore the price was not just 10 times that of a Level 1 Source Crystal, but 15 times. The market price of one Grade 2 Source Crystal is as high as 45,000 yuan. Truly a super rich woman. An ordinary awakened person needs to absorb 20 Level 1 Source Crystals. Only then could one complete a source energy filling the body and condensing into an orifice. And with his incredibly strong physical body, which requires 5 times the amount of source energy of a normal awakened person. That is to say, 100 Grade 1 Source Crystals to condense a source orifice. 20 Grade 2 Source Crystals were equivalent to 200 Grade 1 Source Crystals. Enough for him to condense into 2 source orifices. Reach the Awakening Order 2 stage of perfection. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts. It really does make sense after all. If you don't purchase source crystals to aid in your cultivation, relying solely on the source energy traveling in space, one would have to cultivate until the monkey's age. Ordinary awakened people want to complete 9 times of condensing their orifices and break through to the first stage. It requires 180 Level 1 Source Crystals, with a combined market price of 540,000 yuan, which is really unaffordable for an average family. And in my case, it's going to be 7 million. Burning money, too much money. Su Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Even if he had the property left behind by his parents, in the face of such a huge consumption of resources, it's also simply not enough. Even the resources tilted by the state to SS level gifted people were completely insufficient. It has to be a rich woman. Nope. What a rich woman. He, relying on his strong physical body, helped her to revive the existence of Qi. She, who provides herself with resources so that she can grow quickly. It was a fair deal between him and Shangguan Ru. In addition to Grade 2 Source Crystals, there's also First Order Ferocious Beast Nutritional Essence. This is much more effective than the blood nutrient extracts, which cost nearly 80,000 for one. Su Yuan picked up one of them, opened the lid, tilted his head back and poured it down. If this scene was seen by outsiders, I'm afraid that they would be directly stunned. To know, even the Ferocious Beast blood nutrient extract, most people could only drink it little by little. The essence of ferocious beasts even needed to be diluted heavily before they dared to be imported in trace amounts. And Su Yuan? Drinking ferocious beast essence was as sparse as drinking water. This was because after being strengthened by the ancient god's bloodline, Su Yuan's fleshly body was frighteningly strong. The essence of the ferocious beast entered his body, and it was too late for him to show off his power. It would be instantly divided and devoured by that one gawking ancient god cell. Yes, take advantage of the lull in the body's cellular digestion. Su Yuan didn't rush to absorb the source crystals, but instead turned his gaze to the 3 battle technique soul seals. Battle skill soul seal. It's a small round piece with a jade-like texture, the size of a dollar coin. It gives off a faint fluorescent glow. One only needed to affix it to the center of the brow, and the battle techniques contained within would be automatically imprinted into the mind. Su Yuan placed the 3 battle technique soul seals on his brow in turn. Soon, the contents of the 3 battle techniques were deeply embedded in Su Yuan's mind. The fluorescence on the 3 battle technique soul seals dissipated, meaning that they could not be used again. 3 battle techniques. Only 1 epiphany card. Which battle technique to use it on? Su Yuan pondered for a short while and finally decided to use it on the attack battle skill. The 9 deicide gun. Offense. Just the best defense. As long as you slaughter your opponent before he launches his attack, won't you not be able to use your defense and stance? The 9 regicide gun, on the other hand, was the top group of A-grade battle techniques. Post-decision. Su Yuan directly took out the battle skill epiphany card from the system backpack and selected the 9 regicide gun. Use. Ding! Using 1 battle skill epiphany card. Your mastery of the grade A battle skill 9 regicide lance. Upgrade to perfection level. Boom! An epiphany. Getting to heaven. The current Su Yuan, with that strong physical body, even if he was still only at the awakening stage, but with a gun in hand, it could kill any first-rank powerhouse in seconds. Who dash? Feeling that wonderful sense of epiphany, Su Yuan very much wanted to continue to have a few more draws. How wonderful it would be to continue drawing epiphany cards. It's just a shame. There are too few emotes now. Cultivate first. Wait until the body is full of source energy and then compress it. It will take a certain amount of time to condense into a source orifice. It's just time to go to the Fey Garden to put on a show and harvest some emotional value. Thinking so, Su Yuan re-engaged in his cultivation. The next room. Su Anyan handed the level 2 source crystal to the shadow servant for absorption. He himself was looking at the battle techniques he had just mastered. 9 Slayer Lance. Singularity Source Shield. Shadow Flash. She was currently able to easily superimpose a triple strength, and if she were to hold a gun, she could easily stab 3 shots as well. Sort of, mastery. By the time she could stack 5 strengths and stab 5 shots, it would be considered skilled. Then to be able to stab 7 shots, the party is proficient. And, into the subtle, you need to be able to stab 9 shots in a row. She's confident. Before the first comparison came, cultivate this 9 regicide guns to the into the subtle level. Look again at Singularity Source Shield. Her flesh is weak now. However, the fineness of her control over source energy was far beyond what should be available in the current realm. That's why her mastery of the Singularity Source Shield starts at the proficient level. As for the Shadow Flash, this body combat skill, with a little practice, you will also be able to enter the micro easily. After all 3A ranked battle skills had reached into the subtle, she didn't know how she was going to lose when the system did the battle power comparison. Later, Su Qingling came back from work. After learning that both Su Yuan and Su Anyan had awakened SS grade talents, she directly froze. As far as she was concerned, whether the two could awaken their gifts or not, it was the same. She does her best to nurture them all. As a result, 2 SS class? This isn't a joke, is it? The news was so shocking to her that while she was cooking, they all felt in a trance, as if they were in a cloud, rather like an unreal feeling. She didn't have much talent for martial arts herself, and when she first condensed her 9 source orifices, never able to break through the first rank, slowly, the genes were deactivated, the source energy in his body dispersed, and he gradually became an ordinary person. Now, the two of them, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yan, had transformed into top-tier demons. After dinner, Su Yuan, like before, wanted to help Su Qingling clean up the dishes, but was refused. Little Abyss, you're a top genius now. Hurry up and seize the time to cultivate. Where is the need for you to do these chores? Su Yuan cried and laughed. Auntie Su, it's so little time, it doesn't matter. However, Su Qingling said nothing. Just when the two couldn't convince anyone, a shadow that slowly appeared beside the two. Su Anyan stood up from the dining table and faintly said, "Let it wash." When he finished, he turned around and went back to his room. The shadow waiter, in turn, began to take the dishes from the sink and wash them patiently and meticulously. Su Qingling's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at the shadow attendant whose figure bore a slight resemblance to Su Anyan's. Wouldn't it be a bit too big? Su Yuan laughed. Of course not, he said, and reached out to give the shadow priest a light pat on the shoulder. Come on, do a good job. The shadow squire shuddered slightly and didn't reply. Room. Su Anyan's footsteps suddenly paused for a moment, and then that good-looking brow furrowed a little. It's Flare Breath? Chapter 21, Traveling to the Fierce Beast Garden. A challenge across a great realm. The power of the flare of the sun. It is a type of star power. Essentially, a more advanced form of source energy. Only, Blue Star has not yet aligned itself with the stars, the energy system of the native ecosystem, which is limited to ordinary source energy, as well as the abilities that come with the companion talent, and the power of the stars, even in the starry sky, belongs to the high-ranking energies, because it was drawn directly from the stars. But, why did Su Yuan's body have the aura of the power of the Yu Sun? Could it, too, have something to do with his talent? Su Anyan was somewhat helpless. This guy, in memory, it was clearly just an ordinary person with mediocre talent. How is it that in his own rebirth, he not only awakened an SS grade talent, but this talent that, and so bizarre? Not only can it substantially strengthen the strength of the physical body, it also possessed a source energy absorption speed comparable to that of a shadow servant. Now, it's also suspected to be able to draw on the power of the flare sun. At present, the shadow servant has not yet advanced and touched the power of the flare sun, almost completely restrained. Some trouble. The first comparison was just 9 days later. That is to say, excluding her own restrained talents, her other aspects of battle power that, it had to be far beyond Su Yuan. 3. Into the subtle, A-rank battle techniques. Should be enough, right? Just as Su Anyan regarded Su Yuan as a hypothetical enemy and assessed his battle prowess, Su Yuan was planning to take a trip out to the Fierce Beast Garden to release his desire to fight. Incidentally, let's see how strong a top A-class battle technique from the Perfection Realm can be. Auntie Su, I'm going out. Yeah. Bringing the tickets with him, Su Yuan called a car and headed to the Fierce Beast Garden. Due to the fact that the Ferocious Beast Garden covered a large area and the ferocious beasts kept in it were ferocious, there is often a deafening roar. That's why the Ferocious Beast Gardens in every city were almost always built on the outskirts. An hour later. Finally, it's a suburb, though, but there are still quite a few people here. After all, although the cost of the Fierce Beast Garden is a bit expensive, the effect of practical training that can be achieved, but it is a real one. As long as a martial artist who can afford a huge entrance fee, they usually don't skimp on money, just to be able to take your battle power to the next level. After passing the test, Su Yuan came to the service desk. The reception lady was very professional, and when she saw Su Yuan, she asked with a smile, "Classmate, is it true that you want to challenge a fierce beast of the awakening rank?" Obviously, she recognized Su Yuan's identity as a student and guessed that Su Yuan must be a gifted martial artist. Otherwise, the senior student from Ereshur City would have just completed his awakening today and would dare to come over and challenge the ferocious beast. It simply couldn't be done without a strong talent to back it up. Su Yuan didn't decide directly, but inquired, "Hello, I'd like to ask, when challenging a ferocious beast, there was a safety officer on hand to watch over the situation, wasn't there?" The receptionist lady nodded and patiently explained, "Yes, the feral beast's challenge is very dangerous, and some accidents may happen. To ensure the lives of the challengers, there is a safety officer watching over them. Alright then, I'm going to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast." "Okay, ha." The receptionist lady had been all set to enter information for Su Yuan. As a result, after reacting to the fact that Su Yuan was talking about a rank 1 ferocious beast, he directly froze. "Classmate, are you sure it wasn't a slip of the tongue? That it wasn't awakening stage 1 that was challenged? Instead, it's a rank 1 ferocious beast?" Su Yuan smiled gently. "I'm sure." Shock +1. The receptionist lady was a little hesitant. "Class, while it's true that a safety officer watches over the feral beast challenge, according to the rules of, the safety officer will only step in if the challenger is in disabling level danger. It's okay, I'm confident." Su Yuan wasn't worried. According to the principal, the strength of his physical body was already strong enough to be comparable to a rank 1 intermediate martial artist. And that's without using battle techniques. If you use a battle technique, he had a hunch, even a ferocious beast of the upper first rank, or even the limit of the first rank, would be killed in seconds by itself. Okay. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, the receptionist lady could only agree. "Student, please scan your iris and authenticate your account information." Su Yuan did as he was told. After Su Yuan's account information was successfully inquired, the receptionist lady was straight up blown away. This young man in front of him, who looked so clean-cut, was actually an SS ranked gifted person. Shock +3. "Fellow classmate, you now have 2 hours unlimited tickets on your account. The entrance is over there, and someone will explain the appropriate rules of the challenge to you then." The receptionist lady was very emotional at this point. This is an SS ranked gifted person. Incredibly rare. It's an absolute demonic genius. No wonder he dared to come up and challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. And he had actually advised him to challenge the awakening rank 1 stage fierce beast just now. It was really shameful. "Thanks." Su Yuan smiled politely at her and turned away, heading towards the entrance. The receptionist lady looked at his back with longing in her eyes. Level 1 fierce beast challenge area. Entrance. He sat in his chair, leisurely swiping his cell phone. He was a second-rank martial artist who acted as a safety officer in the first-rank ferocious beast challenge area. Suddenly, he swiped a message and jumped straight up from his chair. Asterisk. Our Ereshur City has actually seen 2 SS class gifted people this year. An SS ranked gifted person? As a martial artist, he was very concerned about the annual awakenings. It doesn't. A few minutes ago, Ereshur City officials just released this year's awakenings. There are a total of 6 middle schools, except for Ereshur City No. 1, which is also Ereshur City No. 2. Out of the 1 Class A awakened, the rest, at the highest, were Class B, and Ereshur City 1, straight out of the gate, has 2 SS, an SS, and an A. As he was reeling from this, an alert came from his Bluetooth headset. Ding! A challenger has arrived. Please pay attention to reception. Come alive. Chen He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart, looking over at the teenager who was walking this way not far away. Ha? So young? Chen He was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, martial artists who challenged first-rank fierce beasts were usually in their 20s. After all, everyone can't start practicing until they're 18 years old and an adult. And the qualifications, the financial resources that, again, huge limitations. Anyone who could step into the ranks of a first-ranked martial artist at the age of 20 was already considered to be the best of the crowd. But this person right now looks like a student. Wait. Chen He snapped his head down, took out his work phone, and looked at the challenger's message. Su Yuan challenging the first-level beasts, time ticket, 2 hours, not yet started. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. WOJ. Chen He slammed his thigh. He remembered. In that official briefing he just read himself. One of those 2 demons who awakened the SS grade talent in Arashiro no 1 high school. That seems to be the name. See the living for yourself. Chapter 22 Less than a minute and you've got it in seconds? Holding on to his excitement, Chen He immediately greeted him. Even though he's a second-rank martial artist, and the other party is just a newly awakened student. But so what? That's an SS class gifted person. A being destined to be strong in the future. He, on the other hand, has been stuck at the lower second order for many years now. And if there are no surprises, I'm afraid that's where it stops in this life. So, what's wrong with a little licking? Classmate, you're here to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast? Chen He came to Su Yuan in a burst of jogging, with a bright smile on his face. Su Yuan looked at the enthusiastic man in front of him with some confusion, and was wondering who the other party was. I swept over the safety officer identification tag he wore on his chest. Oh, it turned out to be a safety officer in the challenge area. But I think he had heard before that all the security officers in the Fierce Beast Park were all very high-strung. Will barely communicate with you, except to introduce the rules of the challenge at the very beginning. It only comes out when you are about to mail it. How does it seem so different now than what was rumored? Yes, I'm the one who's going to challenge the rank 1 ferocious beasts. Chen He's eyes lit up. Okay Lu, this way please. By the way, you can just call me Xiao Chun, Jr. Little Chan? Su Yuan looked at the bearded, middle-aged uncle beside him, who looked twice his size. Still a bit of a scream. At this point, the system suddenly sent out an emotion value harvest prompt. Envy plus 13. Envy? Su Yuan thought a little and quickly understood. It was probably because this security officer uncle had already learned of his identity as an SS-class awakened person. That's what makes it so enthusiastic. That makes sense. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, and top-notch talent that. It is a ticket to the realm of the powerful. It has yet to materialize, but it will always be treated with the appropriate respect and enthusiasm. But barring that, Su Yuan had a principle. If you piss me off, then I'm gonna you. Whatever. If you respect me, then I respect you. We're all good brothers. So he smiled and shook his head. I'd better call you Uncle Chen. Chen He froze. And then the smile on that simple face grew even wider. He had thought that an SS-ranked gifted person would be more condescending and that's what put the stance down from the beginning. I didn't realize that the other guy was a polite guy. One time, Chen He's favorability towards Su Yuan skyrocketed. Now, even if Su Yuan was just an ordinary student, he would be just as enthusiastic. On the way to the challenge area, Chen He carefully explained the challenge rules for Su Yuan. According to the rules, if one wishes to challenge a ferocious beast across realms, one must start at the lower level of that realm. Only if the challenge is successful can we proceed to the next bit of the challenge. For example, right now you're only at the awakening stage, but to challenge a first-rank ferocious beast, one would need to challenge the first-rank lower ferocious beasts first. Good. Su Yuan nodded briskly. By the way, I see you're not carrying a weapon. We have different kinds of weapons available here for free. What kind of weapons do you usually use? Lance. A lance? Chen He's eyes lit up. I also majored in marksmanship. Such a coincidence. Su Yuan laughed. Chen He also found it coincidental, and decided in his mind that when the time came to see how well little brother Su could shoot, if there are some deficiencies, he or she will point them out for him or her. With the nature of mind he showed just now, he shouldn't feel that he was singled out for face on this. Thinking so, he led Su Yuan to the area specialized in storing lance-type weapons. Here are all the lances you can try, in different weights and materials. It's all free to use. You're in the awakening stage. Your power hasn't come up yet. I suggest using wooden lances first. Only halfway through his words, Chen He closed his mouth, his eyes filled with surprise, because Su Yuan had already walked up to a black iron lance and picked it up, pointing, picking, poking, and, after a few slight tries, it looks effortless. Students, Su, your talent, isn't it a flesh-strengthening talent? Exactly. No wonder. This black iron lance, weighing more than 100 pounds, cannot be used by ordinary people. It's not quite right. Su Yuan nodded. With that, he put down the black iron lance in his hand and turned his head to pick up the spirit copper lance on the side. Spirit copper is a special material that conducts source energy, and in general, it was only used by martial artists who were able to achieve source energy externalization, and it weighed almost 1.5 times as much as a black iron lance, nearly 200 pounds. Su Yuan tried a little, like an arm, dancing hunting wind. So contentedly, he looked at Chun He. Uncle Chen, this is the right gun. It's it. Shock +5. Chan Hope. He vaguely remembers that he couldn't even use the spirit copper lance when he was at the top of the first order, because it's too heavy. And look at them. They've only just awakened. You can swing it at will. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? After picking out a weapon, Chen He then led Su Yuan through the gate, into the challenge area. Here was a huge open field, and at the other end of the field there was also a huge gate, the opening for the entrance of the ferocious beasts. Chen He stood to the most marginalized corner and rushed at Su Yuan. When you're ready, talk to me and you can let the ferocious beasts in. You let go and fight, and I'll make sure you don't have any problems. In principle, safeties will only step in when the challenger is under a disabling level of threat, but the principle can be changed slightly. This is an SS-ranked gifted person. A little hurt, Chen He estimated that he would lose his job. Besides, based on that Uncle Chen alone, there was no way he would let Su Yuan get hurt. Well, I'm ready. Center of the field. Su Yuan held the spirit copper lance. Eyes leapt to attention and bodies adjusted to their best. Good. Chen He pressed a button. Rumble. The specialized gates at the other end of the field slowly rose, and a restless, ferocious hissing came from the ground. A gray wolf of enormous size slowly walked out from it. This is a ferocious beast that was introduced in the textbook. The best of the lower rank 1 ferocious beasts. The dread wolf. Though a little behind in the strength department, he is extremely fast and has a tyrannical personality that. It's a pretty ferocious predator. Due to being locked up for so long, this dire wolf's heart was filled with rage and those ice-cold wolf pupils stared at Su Yuan tightly, crouching down, a pre-hunting stance, edge of the field. Seeing that the first ferocious beast to take the field was the dread wolf, Chen He assessed the battle strength of both sides in his mind. Since Su Yuan possessed an SS-grade flesh-strengthening type talent, this first-order lower dread wolf, it probably wouldn't be a match for Su Yuan. It will take less than 10 minutes, and the battle should be resolved. With that in mind, he relaxed a little and browsed through the curtain of light that was set aside. Plan on checking out the information on the next ferocious beast to debut. However, it hasn't been long. Chen He had only just skimmed to the second page when Su Yuan's voice already came from the center of the venue. Uncle Chen, next. Chan Hope? What the hell? He craned his head to look. Just see the center of the field. The young man stood with his rifle, and before him, the ferocious beast that had formerly tyrannized it has been turned into a cold corpse. A fist-sized bloody hole ran through the heart of the angry wolf's chest, and the scarlet, piercing blood of it flowed all over the place. Chen He was confused. It's not. From the beginning to now, it seems like less than a minute has passed, and you killed it. Chapter 23 The S-rank evaluation that can only be achieved by crossing over challenges. 2 consecutive announcements. To know. The dread wolf wasn't a particularly strong existence amongst the rank 1 lower level ferocious beasts, but it wasn't weak either, especially with its high agility as a wolf-type ferocious beast Fey. Although the challenge area has a limited field, it's still difficult to kill them in a short period of time. As a result, how to change to Su Yuan's body? He only moved his eyes for a moment's work, and the dire wolf has been killed in seconds? Shock value +20. Su Yuan flicked the gun, shaking away the blood and broken flesh from the tip. In that shot just now, he hadn't used any of his battle techniques. Instead, it was sent out purely by its own power. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had fought a ferocious beast, and it was quite a bit easier than expected. Or maybe, it was the ancient god bloodline that gave him a fighting instinct while strengthening his physical body. Like just now, it was clearly that angry wolf that took the lead in the prey pose. Intends to launch an attack on Su Yuan first. Instead, it turned out to be Su Yuan's terrifying explosive power that made him. Before the angry wolf could launch his attack, a precise and vicious shot pierced its chest. It's the invisible boost that comes with talent. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with this. After patiently waiting for the crew to haul away the carcass of the angry wolf for recycling, Su Yuan looked at Chen He who was on the side. Uncle Chen, next. Oh, yes. Chen He hurriedly snapped back from the shock, raising the standard of ferocious beasts. From the lower part of the first order, to the middle part of the first order, and then the button to release the ferocious beast was repressed. The challenge area is equipped with a full range of monitoring systems, controlled by intelligent terminals. It is able to record combat data, kill time, and can even give the appropriate evaluation grade through intelligent analysis. In the gap between the backstage crew preparing to unleash the ferocious beasts, Chen He retrieved the record of Su Yuan's battle just now. Just a single glance left him shaken once again. Combat data. Challenge target, first order lower beast. Time to kill, 19 seconds. Combat rating, S. 19 seconds. S class. Chen He's eyes widened. He had never seen an S rating since he had been a safety. Even those first-rank martial artists who are quite good in actual combat. At best, it has reached an A rating. And now, a newly awakened student, achieved an S rating, and the kill time, a mere 19 seconds. Monster. Absolute monster. In the meantime, inside the feral beast garden, a radio went off. Broadcast, this arena's first-order beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger, Su Yuan. Achieve an S-rank evaluation when challenging a first-rank inferior beast. S rating? Which big guy is this? Awesome. My highest rating so far is only AB. Where's the tough guy from? For a while, the crowd was shocked and curious. At that moment, a man raised a disdainful eyebrow. First-rank ferocious beast challenge area? What is this? A rank 1 inferior beast? I can take seconds with my eyes closed. Hearing the man's words, a third-rank martial artist smiled and shook his head. Brother, don't come to the Fierce Beast Garden often, do you? The battle evaluation system of the Fierce Beast Garden is extremely intelligent. If your realm is higher than the Fierce Beasts, that is going to have a great degree of score decay. An S-rank evaluation, even if you are in the same realm as the ferocious beast, is not good enough to beat it. The only way to hopefully reach it is to cross the challenge. At those words, the man was a bit embarrassed. It was indeed his first time in the Fey Garden. I didn't expect to actually make a straight-up fool of myself. At this time, a man on the side suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Su Yuan? This name, why does it feel a bit familiar? It seems like somewhere just now. I remembered. Isn't this the SS-class demon that just appeared in our Ereshur city this year? By him. The crowd was all interested. An SS-ranked demon? He's awakened an SS-ranked talent? Right. This year our Ereshur city has produced 2 SS-ranked gifted people. And he's one of them. That's no wonder. He's just awakened now, right? That means that only the awakened rank. It's still not a formal martial artist. No wonder it got an S-rank evaluation. It's a challenge that crossed a large realm. The crowd was murmuring, and there was envy for Su Yuan in their eyes. Of course, there are those who can't eat grapes and are shady in the corner. Che, what's this? If I awakened my SS-rank talent, I'd be able to achieve an S-rank rating as well. That's right. What's there to be proud of if you're relying on your talent to eat? Shock +7. Shock +9. Shock +13. Jealousy +4. Jealousy +7. Jealousy +2. The broadcast from the Fierce Beast Garden just now could also be heard in the challenge area. Good. That's the effect to get. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Gaze, slowly falling towards the ferocious beast in front of him. First order medium fierce beast. Stone-shattering ape. This was an ape-type ferocious beast. The most difficult existence among ferocious beasts. Ape-type ferocious beasts of high rank were often capable of possessing higher intelligence than other ferocious beasts. Of course, this shattered stone ape in front of him was only at rank 1, and was still far from reaching that point. Just the bulging muscles of its body, and the hard armor covering its arms and fists. It's all showing that it's a tough opponent. Roar! The shattered ape stood upright. Height is similar to that of an adult male. Both fists pounded on his chest, venting his anger. His nostrils spewed out white gas, and he charged straight towards Su Yuan. Boo! A loud bang came. The shattering ape slammed his fist on the place where Su Yuan originally stood. The grounds of the challenge area are made of a special material, and if they were replaced with an unusual surface, I'm afraid it would have been blown out of the sky a long time ago. What power? Not far. Su Yuan, who has pulled out of a body shot, is full of excitement. He had an urge to drop the lance in his hand and go up to fight it physically. But he didn't. Where is man superior to the beast? Just advanced in being able to use weapons and use tools. And again, he had come here to see the effects of battle technique mastery. So, Su Yuan moved. The figure has not yet arrived. A little cold aura came first. The shattering ape's pupils shrunk violently. It's careless. This human looked weak, but the explosive power and speed surpassed its imagination. Too late to dodge. It could only raise its arms and block in front of its body. Trying to fend off this attack with the hard armor covering his small arms. The shattered stone ape is a first-order medium ferocious beast. The hard armor on its body was enough to resist the attacks of an ordinary first-rank upper-level martial artist. The only way past challengers could kill it was to pick at the soft parts not covered by hard armor. And Su Yuan? He favors not. Clang! The tip of the gun clashed with the hard armor with a dull crunch. When Chen He saw this, he was about to make a sound to prompt Su Yuan to switch his attack path. Specialize in its undefended underbelly. But the words stuck in his throat before they could be uttered, only to see his eyes widen violently and the mouth exclaimed in shock. This is, see only. Su Yuan's hands fired. In a very short gap, the lance contracted slightly before stabbing out 2 shots in succession. The second shot fell. The shattered ape's hard armor was already showing signs of shattering, immediately followed by the third shot. It instantly pierced through the shattered stone ape's small arm and straight into its chest. One shot is more powerful than the other. Shattered stone ape. Instantly killed. Swish. Su Yuan pulled the gun out. The massive body of the shattered stone ape fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 24 Mastery? No. I am already in the realm of perfection. This is. Chen He was shocked in his heart. Although the shattered ape had fallen, his mind that, however, it kept repeating the 3 shots that Su Yuan had just stabbed out consecutively. This should be a battle technique. In a very short period of time, 3 shots were stabbed in succession. Every shot, fast, accurate, tough. Each shot, more powerful than the one before, layer upon layer, causing the power of the third shot to skyrocket, enough to pierce through the shattered stone ape's hard armor. Kill it in an instant. The path is simple. This principle seems simple, but it is extremely difficult to really get started. Chen He, as a martial artist who primarily practiced spearmanship, naturally had quite a bit of experience with this. Bursting out with 3 shots in a row, he was able to do the same. However, it would definitely not be as smooth and flowing as Su Yuan's. Not only that, he could also see that Su Yuan did not show any fatigue after stabbing out those 3 shots. This meant that he definitely hadn't used his full strength yet. Maybe there could be a few more stabs in a row. I was thinking before that if his marksmanship in actual combat was slightly juvenile or inadequate, it might be able to give it a few pointers. It seems ridiculous now. Chen He was so emotional that he couldn't help but applaud for Su Yuan. Wonderful hit. Thanks. Su Yuan smiled, not caring. He only had a feeling that this first-rank intermediate shattered stone ape seemed to be a bit weak. The 9 regicide gun, as an A-ranked battle technique, needed to be used in conjunction with source energy when it was truly executed. During the awakening stage, with the talent of the ancient god bloodline, he was able to cover the surface of his body with source energy but it can't be done with source energy out of the body. Thus in reality, the 9 regicide gun that he had executed only had form, not quality, and was a super diminished version. Just this, it also took only 3 shots to kill the shattering ape in seconds. Well, if he uses the 9 Slayer lance in its entirety. First order upper. Is it possible to kill even a ferocious beast at the limit of rank 1 in seconds? As for the second order, there was a qualitative difference between a second order beast and a first order beast. He wasn't quite sure, but, maybe, possibly. Can you fight? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, Chen He suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up and he tapped his head. Little brother Su, in our circle of martial artists who practice guns, there is a battle technique that is quite famous. It's known as one of the most destructive battle techniques under S-class battle techniques. It's called the 9 regicide gun. The principle is similar to the gun technique you just executed. Us ordinary martial artists don't have the chance to get in touch. But you're different. You're an SS-ranked gifted person. You definitely have the chance to learn. If you can master it, your strength will definitely soar. Words. Su Yuan laughed. He's a major practitioner of marksmanship himself. Naturally, he knew the status and reputation of the 9 regicide gun among gun cultivator martial artists. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been chosen out of a bunch of ranked battle techniques at that time. Will it master? Excuse me, my 9 regicide gun is already in the realm of perfection. Broadcast, this arena's first order beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger, Su Yuan. Achieve an S-rank evaluation when challenging a first-rank median ferocious beast. Boom! Another radio announcement. Another S rating. In the fierce beast garden, it instantly exploded. No, this Su Yuan is a bit too fierce, isn't he? He just awakened today and came to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. That's even if it's not enough. The rank 1 lower and middle ferocious beasts. He actually succeeded in challenging them all. They're also all S-ranked. We've got a monster in Arashur City this year. Unfortunately, the challenge area is closed to outsiders. Otherwise I really want to go see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. You guys, do you think he'll still be able to successfully challenge an upper rank 1 ferocious beast? I guess it's a bit difficult. Although the SS grade talent is strong, It's not so strong that it's invincible. If the battle power of a first rank lower ferocious beast is 1, first rank middle is 2, then first rank upper, it's 4, I think it should come to an end. So you say, but it's fierce enough to do that. I reckon. This year's first prize winner of the Nanjiang Administrative Region may be taken by our Ereshur city. Shock plus 18. Shock plus 21. Shock plus 16. A large number of mood value harvest boosts came through. Su Yuan looked at the system panel. Host, Su Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 1. Cultivation Method, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique, 9 Regicide Lance, Perfect. Emotional Value, 751. Accumulated over 700 emotion points so quickly? It was true that he still had to come to a place like the Fierce Beast Garden, where the number of martial artists was relatively high, to act like a bully. A martial artist, that was a big fat sheep to woolgather for himself. The stronger they were, the more emotional value one could gain from them. Thinking of this, Su Yuan was instantly filled with renewed motivation. The plan was to directly brush up all the S-rank evaluations in the first-rank Fierce Beast Challenge area today. Uncle Chen. Again. Yes. Chen he had long ago seen that Su Yuan still had some strength left when he killed the Shattered Stone Ape, so at this moment, he also readily agreed. Just to be on the safe side, he warned a little. The strength of a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast is twice as strong as a first-rank middle-level ferocious beast, so you have to be careful. Aha. I know. Don't worry. The floodgates are open again. In the meantime, Arkadelphia School District. Director's Office. Yes, the list I just sent you. The supplies needed on it. Within 3 days. Deliver it all to me. Well, that's it. Hang up the phone. A bright smile appeared on Shang Wanru's face. This experiment has been terminated for a long time. Since the last experimental special training failed, she was also punished by her family by being sent to the Ereshur City Education Bureau as its director. I didn't realize it was a blessing in disguise. Here, he met Su Yuan, who had just awakened the SS rank flesh body strengthening class talent. This was truly the eyes of heaven, unwilling to see a genius like her buried. Buzz. Shang Wanru just sat back down. A message came on the phone. Upon seeing the message, Shang Wanru's eyes lit up. Oh, an S rating has appeared? Before Su Yuan appeared, Shang Wanru had given orders to the Fey Garden. If someone who can achieve an S rank rating shows up, have them notify themselves, wanting to use this to select some geniuses with superior combat strength. As the inferior experimental subject who failed to find a SS rank physical body strengthening type talent awakened person. Let's see who it is. Shang Wanru tapped on the challenger's profile. After seeing the other party's name, the beautiful eyes froze with a surprised expression. How come it's this guy Su Yuan? She had thought that Su Yuan should be practicing at home right now, absorbing the source crystals he had just sent to him, or excitedly speculating on A-grade battle techniques that he normally wouldn't have access to at all. As a result, how did he end up in the Fey Garden and get 2 S-rank ratings? Killed a first-rank lower-level ferocious beast. Took 19 seconds. Slaying a first-ranked median ferocious beast took 31 seconds. Even though SS-rank talent is strong, it shouldn't be this strong. Shang Wanru was instantly aroused and clicked on Su Yuan's battle video. Started watching it. At the sight of Su Yuan instantly storming up, before the angry wolf could launch his attack. Just as the fatal blow was given to the opponent, Shang Wanru's beautiful eyes lit up. Not bad. This kind of fighting instinct is rarely seen in a student's body. Looks like a combat genius. Immediately after, the scene came to the moment when Su Yuan killed the Shattered Stone Ape. Click. Shang Wanru tapped the mouse, pausing the screen, and then rewinding and replaying it, as if after viewing it several times. Shock crept over Shang Wanru's face a little bit. Her strength was far higher than Chen He's, so naturally, she recognized it at a glance. Su Yuan's triple shot that pierced through the Shattered Stone Ape's hard armor came from 9 Regicide Gun. Chapter 25 Foster's Department game, starting now. This kind of power generation, this kind of piercing power, destructive power, it's the 9 Regicide Gun without a doubt, and using 3 shots in a row. It's the standard 4, mastery, level. Shang Wanru leaned back in her chair, her hands clasping her chest as she looked at the teenager's stern figure on the screen. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. How long has it been? Not even an afternoon. Even if his major practical course in school was marksmanship, it's still very exaggerated. Extremely fine flesh. Extremely fine qualifications. Extremely fine enlightenment. Sheesh. It's like a gift from heaven. It's a good thing my oldest sister has her eye on that little girl and doesn't have to steal someone from me. Otherwise, it's not really a good idea. What do you mean it's not a good idea? The voice that suddenly rang in his ears startled Shang Wanru. It made her nearly jump out of her chair. I don't know when, but Shangwan Meng stood behind her, just like a ghost. A beaming smile crossed her face. Shangwan Ru really wanted to yell get lost at this asshole, but the experience of being beaten up since she was a child made her finally choose to shut up and could only grit her teeth. Didn't you leave already? How come you're back again? Shangwan Meng blinked. First of all, who did you just call old sister? Shangwan Ru's complexion stiffened, and then immediately stepped forward to hold Shangwan Meng's hand and said in a serious manner, absolutely you heard wrong. I'm talking about young, cute, beautiful, vivacious, wonderful sisters. Boo! Shangwan Ru was thrown off. It stopped until the source energy was applied to ease the impact before it hit the wall. After landing smoothly, Shangwan Ru was filled with helplessness. Sis, I'm all grown up and you still do it. Shangwan Meng pursed her lips, looking haughty. If you don't fight for a day, you're going to the roof. Shangwan Ru. Shangwan Meng sat down on the sofa. I did leave, but I heard that 2 guys from the Morong family were coming, so just going to stay a few more days and see if I can find a chance to kick their asses. The Morong family? Shangwan Ru frowned. The Morong family was also one of the top families of Disya, equal in status to the Shangwan family. Both families have compound surnames and are extremely close, a sort of family friend. Of course, this is only limited to the previous generation. Shangwan Meng and Shangwan Ru were quite disgusted with the Morong family. Who from the Murray family? Morong Xiao and Morong Bai. Hearing the name Morong Xiao, a trace of disgust flashed through Shangwan Ru's beautiful eyes. How did they come to Arashur City? Shangwan Meng tore open the wrapper of a lemon candy and dropped the candy into her mouth. Rambling. Maybe the family told the Morong family about your being in Arashur City. That's why Morong Xiao came after me. As for Murray White, he's in his senior year, just awakened in SS rank talent. Starting this year, the top 2 students from each administrative district's martial arts exam will be selected for the Star Realm program. You know that, right? Shangwan Ru nodded. No, even though she was in Arashur City, her information network was still well informed. Naturally, he knew about the so-called Star World program. This is the latest policy promulgated by the 12-member Dasha Council. As for the specifics of the Star Realm program, it has not yet been revealed, but it is said to have unimaginable benefits. The imperial capital has produced several freaks this year. Even if Morongbai has awakened SS grade talent, there's no hope of making it to the top 2. That's why he's planning to play the trick of borrowing a place for the college entrance exam to grab a spot in the Nanjiang Administrative District. The Court of 12 doesn't care? Shangwan Meng looked at her own sister like she was an idiot. How do you manage? With the Court of 12 watching from above, the people of the lineage don't dare to seize the quota directly. But it couldn't be easier to do something underhanded and change your account or something. It's about playing the game within the rules, and as long as you don't break them, and they turned a blind eye. Shangwan Ru sighed. If things go on like this, the lineage will one day turn into a worm of Disya. Shangwan Meng shrugged. At the beginning of the 12-member tribunal, there were only 4 seats for the lineage, but now there are 7. There's something to be done. Besides, our Shangwan family is one of the families, and it's okay for you to say in front of me that. Say it in front of outsiders and people will just think you're standing around talking. Indeed, this was the truth. But Shangwan Ru thought about it and came to Shangwan Meng's side with a smile. Sister, you're so strong that when the time comes, you'll directly break through the 9th rank. One man to suppress Dasha. What's the old saying? Dare to call the sun and moon a new heaven. At those words, a strange light flickered in Shangwan Meng's pair of red and blue alien pupils. Asked with a slight sideways glance and a smirk. Are you serious? Then whose side are you on when it comes to my righteousness? Shangwan Ru froze. Of course it's a joke. Shangwan Meng withdrew her gaze. Her fingers curled up her silver hair, playing with it as she, one side said in a jokey tone. This kind of joke would be a big deal if the old man at home heard it. Shangwan Ru, on the other hand, was silent. She knew her sister didn't have a good relationship with her family. But, I don't think it's going to come to a sword fight, is it? After this, the two didn't talk about the Shihua and Daxia again. Instead, he returned to the matter of Murray White's borrowed land for the high school entrance exam. Since the Morong family wants Morongbai to get the top 2 spots in the South River Administrative Region, then we'll just not let them have their way. Now we have 2 good prospects on our hands. Shangwan Meng paused. That girl called Su Anyan. I have a hunch that she and I are the same kind of people. Sis, you think so highly of her? So favorable? Shangwan Ru was stunned. Although that girl called Su Anyan had awakened an SS level talent, and the ability to manipulate shadows in her talent is very special. But, can she really compete with her sister? No. In the upper circles of today's Daxia, Sister Shangwan Meng was recognized as the first ever genius of Great Xia. As the youngest marquis sealer of the Great Xia, she was expected to be destined to become a 9th Order Supreme. an existence at the very pinnacle of daxia. That's Su Anyun. What kind of virtue is it that you are so valued by your sister? I can't say it's favorable. It's just a intuition. Without saying more about Su Anyun, Shangguan Meng turned her head and brought up Su Yuan. By the way, I watched the video of the battle just now. It's slightly worse than when I was younger, but it's good enough. At the very least, if properly cultivated, it should be able to surpass that guy Morong Bai. Shangguan Ru said disdainfully. If my experimental special training is successful, and Su Yuan is able to master the power of qi, guaranteed to hang Morong Bai. Shangguan Meng encouraged her sister's dream as usual, while stretching out her small pink hand and a big smile. Foster's game dash. Shangguan Ru understood, and smiled as she reached out to shake it. Starting now. Buzz. Just as the two sisters came to an understanding, from the computer on the desk came another message alert. Shangguan Ru walked over to the computer and looked at it. First rank upper ferocious beast. Challenge successful? Also, an S rank rating? Chapter 26, to be held to the strictest standards. To treat our cubs. First order upper. S rating? Shangguan Meng also came over and stared at the figure on the screen for a while before nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. It's almost catching up to me back then, when I had just awakened. It's just that I don't know if your Arashur City's Fierce Beast Garden has any fierce beasts that are at the limit of rank 1. Regardless of whether it was a martial artist or a ferocious beast, each class was divided into lower, middle, upper and limit. The first 3 realms, the ordinary realms, were stages that one would definitely pass through in the process of cultivation, but the limits, only a very few of the proud sons of heaven are able to reach it. Therefore, amongst the ferocious beasts, the number of extreme ferocious beasts was quite rare, even if it appears. They were also generally Beast King reserves with strong qualifications that had yet to grow up. Arashur City is a small place. There's definitely no ferocious beasts at the first rank limit. That is, Shangguan Ru said, pointing to the image framed in the screen, the shock in her beautiful eyes that it has been hard to hide. Just now, when he killed the first rank intermediate ferocious beast, he used the 9 regicide lance and stabbed out 3 shots in a row. Mastery level. Now killing a first rank upper level ferocious beast, he's still using the 9 slayer lance, but it stabbed out 5 shots in a row. Proficiency level. But it's only been less than 5 hours since I handed over the 9 regicide gun's battle skill engraving to him. Shangguan Meng watched the replay with interest. The 9 regicide gun. Although it's only an A-ranked battle technique, it's indeed very good to be able to do this. Only, he's still in the awakening stage, and he can't catalyze his battle techniques with his source energy. It can only be considered an empty shell version. It was only by relying on the strong strength of that physical body of his that this hardened the ferocious beast. Shangguan Ru silently interjected. Speaking for Su Yuan, this is already strong alright. Shangguan Meng guffawed. It's strong, but there's obviously room to keep going up. Anyway, there's still 3 months to go, and with the rate at which he's growing, it's enough to advance to first rank. At that time, let's see how effective he is at catalyzing battle techniques with source energy. If one can still achieve proficiency, or go a step further and reach subtle, that's the only way to have the qualifications to call Morong Bai's bluff. Shangguan Ru said helplessly. Sis, you're really demanding. 3 months. Mastering an A-ranked battle skill into the subtle level. Even the top students of the Long Xia Academy may not be able to do it, right? Shangguan Meng smiled coquettishly. Oh oi. We're playing a nurturing game now eh? Shouldn't our pups be treated with the strictest standards? Pup. Cub? Shangguan Ru held his forehead. Sis, where did you learn such a word? Not telling you. Shangguan Meng hummed a cheerful tune and returned to the couch. Sprawled out on the couch after kicking off her shoes, revealing her white boneless socks and pale, pink ankles, shoved a lemon candy in his mouth and read his favorite comic book. Shangguan Ru. In the meantime, Arashur City, airport, a private plane, slowly landing. On the side of the body, a very special pattern is printed. It was an inverted, pitch-black triangle, and in the center of the triangle was a single, open eye. This is the Eye of the Unknown, the family crest of the Morong family of the imperial capital. The cabin opened, the gangway dropped, and 2 figures, one after the other, stepped out. The young man walking in front of him, wearing a black jacket, ripped jeans, and a handsome-looking, lip studs, earrings, nose rings, everything, an air of dangling arrogance, but it matched his outfit perfectly. Morong Shah, ranked 3rd in the younger generation of the Morong family. He graduated from the Dragon Summer Academy with an excellent grade in the middle of the 6th rank. Strong and powerful, he was known as Morong San Shao in the circles of the imperial capital. Morong Shah stepped off the gangway and looked out with intent, raising an eyebrow. That's it. Small place. Must be boring. follow him. Instead, he was arranged by his family to come to Nanjing Administrative District to borrow land for the college entrance examination. Muyong Bai, who was seeking to qualify for the Star World program. A shady, pale face that looked slightly sickly, but the thin lips that, the colors, however, are very vibrant. The contrast between the two gives a less comfortable feeling. After hearing Morong Zhao's words, Morong Bai grinned. How can you be bored with Shangwan Ru around? Morong Zhao bristled. That's true. However, he immediately glanced at this brother of his, with a smirk on his face. Pop said to let you pick your own school when you get here. So what? Is it time to find another school with lots of pretty girls? Morong Bai gently licked his lower lips. This place, Nanjing, doesn't have many strong men, but it just abounds in beautiful women. My family asked me to come and borrow the land for my high school exams, so wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't have a good time? Morong Zhao sked. I admire you, old man. I also don't know what's so fun about those little flatbeds that aren't even developed. To play with women, don't you have to play with the ones with big boobs and nice asses? Morong Bai laughed silently. The beauty of a budding woman. You don't understand. Morong Zhao suddenly thought of something as if, mysteriously smiled, leaned over to Morong Bai's ear. And, flirting. You like playing with budding flat girls so much? Why don't you go and take down Shangwan Meng? In that case, we brothers will be brothers-in-law. Kiss and kiss. Morong Bai's face changed with a swish and he violently backed away a few steps to the side. Gritting his teeth. Morong Zhao, if you want to die don't involve me. Morong Zhao hemmed and hawed. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Shangwan Meng is, he's not a god. Can he still hear us? With that, he raised his head and looked into the distance, and in his eyes, a hint of fire flashed. Speaking of which, if it's Shangwan Meng, even if she has no boobs and no ass, that's fine. That's Shangwan Meng. Morong Bai was shocked to hear it. It's just like what Morong Zhao said. That's Shangwan Meng. The reason they are strong. It was because of his own talent, plus the Morong family that he relied on behind him. But Shangwan Meng is strong because, even after breaking away from the Shangwan family, she was still terribly strong. A 23-year-old 7th Order seal. There was no one before or after. A woman destined to become a 9th Order Supreme. He wouldn't dare to mess with such a woman. As for Morong Zhao, he only dared to get high on his mouth when Shangwan Meng wasn't around. If it was in front of Shangwan Meng, he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart for safekeeping. Alright, look at that wimp. Morong Zhao pulled Morong Bai to his side. Let's go. First go to the Arashur City Education Bureau and get your school registration done. Feral Beast Garden. After slaying a first-order upper-level ferocious beast, Su Yuan had originally wanted to challenge the first-rank extreme ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the Arashur City's Fierce Beast Garden didn't have any first-order extreme fierce beasts, so they could only give up. As for the second-rank ferocious beasts, he did not choose to challenge them, because there is a qualitative difference between second and first order. The reason he was able to cross an entire great realm of challenge with his ancient god bloodline, it's because at the first stage, neither martial artists nor ferocious beasts have begun to temper their flesh yet. The control of source energy is also very rudimentary. At the second rank, the battle power of the ferocious beasts would take a qualitative leap. Further, after this actual battle, Su Yuan also found out, although one's mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfection level, but it was not so easy to cast it out satisfactorily. Stabbing 3 shots in a row is easy. Stabbing out 5 shots in a row is not much of a problem. However, if one wanted to stack the power up to the 7th weight, they would reach their body's extreme load. As for the full version of the 9 deicide gun, stabbing out 9 shots in a row, it couldn't be done for the time being. This situation is similar to getting stuck in a game. His experience is in the overflow state. As long as the strength of his flesh body broke through again, he would be able to execute the full version of the 9 deicide gun without any hindrance. So, the roots are still strong, unable to challenge the extreme ferocious beasts of the first order. The next time, Su Yuan then began to test his maximum battle power. Starting from fighting 2 first-order upper-level ferocious beasts at the same time, it kept increasing. Constantly push your limits. 2 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 2 minutes. A rating, 3 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 8 minutes. B rating, 4 heads. Challenge successful. Time to kill, 16 minutes. D rating. Finally, Su Yuan stopped testing his limits as he gasped for breath. At the same time, he was up against 4 first-rank upper-level ferocious beasts. It was already the limit of his battle power. One can only barely kill them and achieve a minimum D rating. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with this achievement. Look at Chan Hop again. There were also several other safeties who were new to the program because of the one-to-many challenge rule. At this point, they were completely numb. No. This is still human. Still in the awakening stage. You can fight 1 against 4. Kill 4 first order upper ferocious beasts. Although the rating is D. But let's say you say kill or not. This kind of terrifying battle power simply surpassed their knowledge. No broadcast announcements will be made for all ratings except for S-rated evaluations. Therefore the people outside did not know about Su Yuan's later feat. But despite this, when Su Yuan ended the challenge and walked out of the challenge area, there was still a large crowd gathered outside. Coming. He's out. Upon seeing Su Yuan, countless people were excited, with fiery eyes, and swarmed towards him. Student Su Yuan, I'm the Vice Master of the Fierce Thunder Martial School. This is my business card. Student Su Yuan, I'm the manager of Haoyu Company. This is my business card. Mr. Su Yuan, I'm. Chapter 27 Meeting Morong Shao. Morong Bai of Archfire. Many of the characters who were considered to be dignitaries in Ereshur City were using all their strength at this time. Squeeze the people around you, just to be able to lean closer to Su Yuan so that he could hand out the business card in his hand. After all, it's a rare SS-ranked gifted person in the world. Another battle demon who had just swiped 3 consecutive S-rank evaluations. Who wouldn't want to strike up a conversation with the rising star destined to rise in the future? Therefore, even if the staff of the Fierce Beasts Park maintains order, it still causes a degree of confusion. In the end, it was the owner of the Fierce Beast Garden who stepped in with a silence. With a powerful aura, he subdued the crowd present. Lee Sinker, 4th Order, Fusion Realm Powerhouse. Having completed the 1st through 3rd orders of exploration of the physical body, a powerful martial artist who was starting to move towards source energy fusion. After such a roar from him, all those present quieted down and, consciously, he made way for him. Li Shen walked up to Su Yuan's body and smiled slightly apologetically. Su, sorry to make you laugh. I am the owner of Ereshur City's Fierce Beast Garden. Li Shen, who was 41 years old this year, looked very young because of his martial arts training. He has an inch hair, a country face, and a firm face. Su Yuan laughed. People are just enthusiastic. It's nothing. Favorability +6. Favorable +2. Favorite +1. Li Shen laughed similarly. Laughing, he didn't forget to chuckle at the group of horny hunks on the side. Look at the other Su Yuan, and then look at you guys. How old are you? Shame on you. The crowd laughed. Are all martial arts practitioners? And most of them, except for a few narrow-minded ones, both are straightforward personalities. They weren't hiding anything anyway. They just wanted to get acquainted with Su Yuan. What's wrong with being scolded twice as long as you can make a face? Turning back, Li Shen laughed. You've only just awakened your talent, and you were able to cut down 3 S-rank evaluations in one breath. Even with an SS-rank talent in place, it's not an easy task. The future is boundless. As the owner of the Fierce Beast Garden, I still have a little bit of power in my hands. I realize that you SS-ranked gifted have official resources tilted outside of this. In the future, if you come to the Fierce Beast Garden for practical training, I will gift you an additional 1 hour of unlimited time each time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind. ***. Envious. 1 hour of unlimited time. Garden Master Li. I want it too. Me too. The crowd was up in arms. They were genuinely envious, even if they have a certain status and financial power. But it's still a huge pain in the ass every time you want to buy an unlimited time ticket. And now, every time Su Yuan comes, he gets a 1 hour unlimited ticket. What's it called? It's called the privilege of genius. Many thanks to Garden Master Li. Su Yuan thanked. You know, in the daily resource packet for SS level gifted people, that's just 2 hours of unlimited time per day. With that extra hour, it amounts to 50% more straight away. It's not a big deal to go out on a limb. Of course, he's exhausted from the day's work. There's no way to digest this 1 hour challenge for a while. Li Shen waved his hand unconcernedly. A little something, right? He turned his words around. Director Shangguan called just now and said for you to come over to her place. Chief Shangguan. Shangguan Ru? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Li Shen laughed. We at Fierce Beasts Park are under the jurisdiction of the Board of Education in terms of institutional affiliation. Director Shangguan had said that before, saying that if someone capable of achieving an S-rank evaluation appeared, she told us to notify her. Of course, I'm not sure exactly what the director wants with you. I'm only responsible for relaying her instructions. Su Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll head over there later then. An hour later, at the entrance of the Ereshur City Education Bureau, Su Yuan got out of the car. This was the second visit in one day. Earlier, when the students of Ereshur City No. 1 middle school gathered at the entrance to wait for the bus and chatting, talked to a couple of the security gents too. So when he saw Su Yuan, The security uncle at the door smiled and greeted him. Classmate. Again? Yeah. Su Yuan smiled and answered. He was planning to make some casual small talk and go up to Shang Wanru. As a result, the security guard suddenly frowned. Little student, let's not talk for a while, said, walking briskly to the center of the doorway. Stopped a guy who just looked like a punk. Hello, may I ask what you're here for? Su Yuan twisted his head to look. Center parted hair, black jacket, ripped jeans, lip studs, nose ring, earrings. There seems to be a little too much metal in this guy's face. Ha ha. I told you to get rid of the stuff on your face. TSK, TSK, look at that. Now a security guard dares to stop you. Shame on you. A sudden laugh attracted Su Yuan's attention. It turned out to be the boy who followed Metal Face. The other man looked about his own age, but a face terribly pale and sickly looking, as if he was dying. Asterisk asterisk. The corner of Morong Zhao's mouth twitched. He was already annoyed at being stopped by a smelly security guard, with Morong by adding so much fuel to the fire. It was immediately unpleasant. He's the third youngest member of the Morong family. Where can't he run amok? How dare you stop me, you little security guard? Are you tired of living? He spat, raised his hand and slapped, directly slapping the security master out of the room. It hit the wall hard. Ahem. The security guard, who was already old, violently spat out a large mouthful of blood after being violently hit, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Old undead. What bad luck. Morong Xiao cared nothing about the death of the security master. Without even looking at his eyes, he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the school board with a 6-footed stride. The corner of Morong Bai's mouth, on the other hand, was slightly raised. It seemed to be amused by the success of his arch fire. At this point, you two are sick, aren't you? Su Yuan's voice came. He helped the seriously injured security guard up and looked at the two men. His brows furrowed, although he did not know what the two men were from. This arrogant style of, aren't you afraid of the sheriff's department? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Morong Zhao's figure paused. Little by little, he turned his head, his eyes staring at Su Yuan with an unkind look. You brat, looking for death? Morong Bai's smile intensified. What's going on, Sango? How dare anyone you twice? You can't do this. Morong Xiao sneered. Shut up. Morong Bai sensibly shut his mouth, but the look in his eyes towards Su Yuan, but it was full of gloating. Morong Xiao glared at Morong Bai before taking a step towards Su Yuan. With every step, the pressure on his body became stronger. When he walked in front of Su Yuan, the pressure was already like a big mountain, heavily pressed on Su Yuan's shoulder. Ka chow. The ground under Su Yuan's feet erupted. Morong Xiao gave a soft eep. Ha! You boys still standing? Chapter 28, Sister Shangguan. Does your sister cover me? He was clearly a bit confused, and then immediately responded. Talent? A flesh-strengthening type of talent? Su Yuan didn't open his mouth and just looked at him coldly. On the back of his right hand, which was hanging down by his side, the engraving of the Trail of the Sun slowly lit up. He was not a little cutie. The other party is so powerful just by the pressure he emits. Definitely a martial artist whose strength far exceeded his own. There is absolutely no chance of winning a hard fight. One really wants to start a fight. The only thing he can do, it was to stimulate all the power of the flare of the sun and the trail of the sun and aim it at the eyes of this metal face. That should do it. To be able to carry Laozi's pressure, it looks like the rating is probably not low. Grade A? Grade S? Or what? Morong Xiao sneered and asked. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't answer, he snorted. No matter what, even if you're an SS-ranked gifted, it's not like you're meddling in your own business, especially the reason for minding my own business. Understand? Now, get on your knees. Morong Xiao hadn't finished his words. Suddenly, boom! His entire body directly knelt heavily in front of Su Yuan. The force of the force was so fierce that it even directly cracked the floor, which was made of lapis lazuli slabs. On his knees, Su Yuan. This guy just now had the look of an arrogant second-generation ancestor. What's with the kneeling? You're not a psychopath, are you? Also, the intimidating pressure on himself has disappeared. Just as Su Yuan was curious about what was going on, a small, powdered hand that, suddenly pulling his right hand, a voice as pleasant as a silver bell came from beside him. Oh oi, who did you just tell to kneel down? This big brother is the one my sister is protecting. Su Yuan. It's Shangguan Meng's voice? He turned his head to look. Only the little silver-haired, alien-pupiled loli who had impressed him with the, I don't know when he appeared beside him, and was smiling at the man kneeling on the ground in front of him. Not far. Morong Bai's face changed with a swish, even though his face was already pale. At the sight of the suddenly appearing Shangguan Meng, the panic in his eyes was still hard to hide. As for Morong Xiao, the person involved in the incident, at this time, His forehead was even oozing with dense cold sweat. Shangguan Meng, how did she get here? According to the information she received from her family, she was clearly sent on an assassination mission. The mission target was extremely powerful, and was also in the realm of the sealed marquis. Gar. Morong Xiao swallowed hard. Although he didn't know why Shangguan Meng had called the boy who had just contradicted him big brother. Shangguan Meng's character had always been so unpredictable, and even more unbelievable things happened to her. None of it seemed so surprising. Morong Xiao took a deep breath and slumped his head even lower. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I was actually messing with this little brother just now. It's all a joke. It's a joke. Shangguan Meng blinked her pretty eyes, and then lifted that small face, which was too beautiful to be true. Looking towards Su Yuan. Big brother, is he messing with you? The corner of Morong Zhao's mouth twitched. The heart kept praying that, hopefully, Su Yuan would be able to see the special nature of his identity from the intimidating pressure he had just released, and then choose to put the matter to rest and go along with it, just letting the matter pass, and then look at Su Yuan. He was certainly able to see the special nature of Morong Zhao's identity. That powerful pressure was real. Add to that the undercurrent of no one in sight and randomly striking out to hurt people. Guess it's a big one. But, so what? Su Yuan took a deep breath. Looking towards Shangguan Meng, he asked an extremely important question. Sister Shangguan, your sister, can you cover me? Shan. Sister Shangguan, when you hear this call, both Morong Xiao and Morong Bai were lost in thought for a moment, and then is intensely shocking. It's not. You boy, do you have any idea who's standing next to you? That's Shangguan Meng, the Shangguan family's unearthly top genius, the recognized #1 demon of today's daxia, the demon girl who roams the imperial capital and no one dares to mess with her. At a young age, he became one of the 4 pillars of the Heteroslayer Bureau, and succeeded in sealing his vassal, the spectral candidate. You call him sister. Even Shangguan Meng herself. There was also a moment of stagnation when he heard Su Yuan address himself, but she finally took a deep breath, suppressed her temper, and nodded and, a big smile. Don't worry, my sister, absolutely covered you. Okay. With this statement, that didn't worry Su Yuan. He looked at Morong Xiao, who was kneeling in front of him. It's not like this guy was joking with me just now. He was really planning to make a move on me. Hear that? The corner of Morong Zhao's eye twitched. You boy. Wait for me. Resentment value plus 210. Anger value plus 250. Su Yuan looked at the more than 400 points of emotion value that had just been credited. Another look at the non-mainstream metal face kneeling in front of him. This guy, that strong? It seemed to have seen the thoughts in Morong Zhao's mind. Shangguan Meng let go of Su Yuan's hand and came to Morong Zhao's side, leaning down to his ear and, in the most innocent of tones, he gently reminded, Hey, if you want to do something bad, I'll kill you. Just a few short sentences like that. Morong Zhao's body then stiffened slightly, and a bit of fear surfaced in his eyes. The idea of reporting the revival of the abyss was instantly dispelled, because he knew very well that according to Shangguan Meng's character, not to mention him, even his elder brother, she dared to kill. Having said that, Shangguan Meng straightened up again, with a smile on her face, waving towards Shangguan Ru who was not far away. Sis, here, someone is bullying brother Su Yuan. Shangguan Ru came in front of a few people. After listening to Su Yuan describe what happened, her brows furrowed. First, after checking the security guard's injuries and making sure that his life was not in danger, have him taken to the hospital for treatment. And only then did he look at Morong Xiao, with a frosty expression and a cold tone, saying word by word, Morong Xiao, this is my territory, not your Morong family, my people, how dare you move aside. Shangguan Meng was like a little girl watching the fun, smiling brightly. Sis, this guy's a bad guy. If you hadn't arrived in time, brother Su Yuan is about to suffer. Quick, beat him up. Murray Shaw. Shangguan Ru was already disgusted with Morong Xiao. Plus Morong Xiao made a move to hit someone and almost did it to her cubs. Nope. Almost being led astray by her oldest sister. It was natural for her to strike at her experimental seed subjects. Go you. The words fell. A kick slammed into Morong Zhao's chest, directly sending him flying out about 10 meters. Subuchi, that's fierce. Oh yeah, and that guy. Just as Morong Bai wanted to slip away silently, the sharp-eyed Shangguan Meng excitedly pointed at him. He's an accomplice. Murray White. Chapter 29 Predator Ghost Spirit? Then I'm going to use the Holy Light Fist. Compared to Morong Zhao's off-the-wall punk costume, a boy like Morong Bai, who was thin and pale and gave off a sickly feeling of, it tends to get a lot of favor and pity from girls. A lot of people just love this. It's just a shame that neither Shangguan Meng nor Shangguan Ru had a single bit of goodwill towards him. Instead, It was quite disgusting. Murray White himself knows this. So instead of feigning pity in front of Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, he went straight to business. My brother is actually here to take me through the school registration process. He kept his eyes on Shangguan Ru as he spoke, because he knew that compared to Shangguan Meng, this crazy, Shangguan Ru was at least a normal person. Oof. Shangguan Ru coldly grunted. She had long since learned from Shangguan Meng about Morongbai's borrowing land for the entrance exam. We're off duty for the day. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Murray White. He glanced at the notice board in front of the Board of Education, and it was clear that there was still more than half an hour before the end of the day. This was clearly a deliberate targeting by Shangguan Ru, but since the other party had taken such a stand, he certainly did not dare to say anything more, or else, maybe it would be like Morong Shaw, lying on the ground not far away, not having slowed down yet. Shangguan Meng's gaze swept back and forth between Su Yuan and Morongbai's bodies, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Hey! Morongbai shivered as soon as he heard Shangguan Meng's voice. Honestly, Shangguan Meng is a perfect fit for his XP, but being able to make him forget that XP exists, all that was left was fear, so one could imagine just how loud Shangguan Meng's name was in the imperial capital. I'll give you two choices. 1. Getting beat up by my sister. 2. Fight him and let you go if you win. Saying that, Shangguan Meng pointed to Su Yuan on the side. He's also a senior who just awakened today. The same age as you. Hear that? A hint of suspicion flashed in Morongbai's eyes. Really? He wasn't doubting about Su Yuan just awakening today, but about letting him go if he won, because in his mind, there was no way he could lose. What kind of poor town is Arashur City? What kind of genius can come out of this? Although he, Morongbai, was no match for those demonic freaks in the imperial capital, but it's still more than enough to hang a genius from a small place like this, right? Oh, Shangguan Meng blinked. Are you doubting me? Morongbai gulped, the panic on his face flickering away. No, I promise. Very good. Shangguan Meng nodded in satisfaction before looking at Su Yuan beside her. Brother Su Yuan, you'll win, right? Su Yuan looked at the guy in front of him who looked terminally ill and pale. Instead of answering Shangguan Meng's question, he asked in a serious manner the confusion that had been lingering in his heart for a long time. Is he dying? What if I accidentally kill him later? The atmosphere was silent for a fraction of a second, and after, rage plus 20, resentment plus 20, puff. Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ruan didn't hold back their laughter. Morongbai, on the other hand, stared at Su Yuan sorrowfully, his eyes unkind. This guy, if Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru hadn't been there, he would have definitely gotten him killed himself. Shangguan Ru laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Don't worry, this guy was born with this kidney weakness. He can't die. Go ahead and do it. I'll yell stop if someone really gets killed. That's fine. Su Yuan nodded. As long as the sick kid in front of me is resistant to fighting, he'll teach him what it means to be a man. Since there are quite a few martial artists among those who serve in the Education Bureau, although the rank may be lower, but there is always a need for martial arts training. So in the backyard of the Board of Education, there is a medium-sized martial arts practice arena. At this point in the arena, the two of them, Su Yuan and Morongbai, stood opposite each other. Shangguan Ru stood on the sidelines, looking forward to the start of the match with interest. Morong Shao, who had slowed down, was cowering in the corner like a rat. He was holding his breath, but he didn't dare show the slightest sign of. You can only bite your teeth and swallow it in your mouth. If only Shangguan Ru was here, he would have dared to F***K around a bit, but with Shangguan Meng around, he can only do so with his tail between his legs. Furthermore, Shangguan Meng gave him an ultimatum. If he dared to make a move on that guy called Su Yuan, she would kill him. This is not just talk. No one has ever been able to change what Shangguan Meng has said, so he could only hope that Morongbai would take this opportunity to teach Su Yuan a good lesson. With Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru around, death definitely can't get you killed, but fair play to you. It's not unusual to break an arm or a leg or something, is it? Unless they have no face and pull the plug. But given what he knew about the two sisters, they shouldn't have done such a thing. With that thought, he took a deep breath, his eyes fierce. Morongbai, beat him to death. Later, after I call for the start, you guys will start fighting. You can't stop until I tell you to stop. Got it? Shangguan Meng stood between Su Yuan and Morongbai and said with a smile. Morongbai nodded expressionlessly. The same goes for Su Yuan. Okay, begin. After Shangguan Meng shouted the start, she turned around and fled. That look was like a wimpy and fun-loving teenage girl who was afraid of being caught in the crossfire. In the eyes of Morong Shao and Morongbai, two people who knew her identity and strength, it was just a moment of breathlessness. This upside down. She puts on this kind of show every day. But in Su Yuan's eyes, he just felt The sister of Shangguan Ru's was really a bit cute. Sure. Now Su Yuan's attention. It's all in the sick kid in front of me. There were almost 5 meters between them, and they just stared at each other, neither one of them taking the lead. Eventually, it was Morong Bai who made the first move. He admitted that he was afraid of Shangguan Meng, but for Su Yuan, he had 100 ways to despise him in his heart. What the hell is this? You deserve to stand with him? So he just said it coldly. Go to hell. Trash. After saying that, he unleashed his gift, only to see a large amount of black mist suddenly gushing out from his body. Those black mists condensed around him, gradually transforming into a huge ghost spirit with a hideous face. Hiss! The ghost spirit opened its silent bloody mouth and roared at Su Yuan. In that gaping, giant mouth was a twisted, oozing, agonized face. Seeing the ghost spirit, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, who were watching the battle from the side, both flashed thick disgust in their eyes. On the contrary, it was Su Yuan, who had a curious face, staring at the hideous and terrifying ghost spirit. It's the same type of life-summoning talent as Zhao Rizu, and it looked much more evil than Zhao Rizu's dark demon wolf. Go! Morong Bai commanded the ghost spirits and attacked Su Yuan. Unperturbed, Su Yuan put his left hand on his right shoulder and slightly moved his right arm, and then he looked at the ghostly spirit that was coming towards him and smiled a bright and kind smile. I told you when I beat up that guy Zhao Rizu, the sewer rat. The holy light is needed to dispel the filth within them. I didn't realize that it was actually being used again. As Su Yuan's words fell, on the back of his right hand, that mysterious flare pattern, gradually lit up. Chapter 30 A one-sided violent beating. The mutation occurred suddenly. Dual personality? Trail of days. The power of the flare sun surged out. It caused Su Yuan's right fist to be covered with a dazzling layer of light. It seems, it's really like the fist of holy light. Jie. It was as if the hideous ghost spirit summoned by Morong Bai hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. It swept to Su Yuan's body, raised its ghostly claws, and violently slapped at Su Yuan. Boo! Su Yuan held the ghost spirit's ghostly claws with one hand. Once a dark demon wolf unable to bite his hand, now a hideous ghostly spirit that. The power was much greater than the dark demon wolf, but it wasn't enough. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew wider. Hello, do you know what the Fist of Holy Light is? The predator ghost spirit carries a certain amount of sanity. After hearing Su Yuan's words, a fluctuation flashed through those dead white eyes. And then, not waiting for ghost spirit to react, Su Yuan's right fist slammed into its body. Sizzle! It was as if a blazing fire was melting solid ice. White smoke instantly rose from the ghost spirit's body, and it let out a mournful hiss. However, that's not all. Under the scorching of the power of the flare sun, the ghost spirit fell into a state of madness. Struggling, he tried to immediately pull away from Su Yuan, but Su Yuan's other hand was like an iron clamp, always firmly choking its wrist. With the other hand, it was one punch after another, like a cannonball, falling densely. Off sight, Morong Sha jerked to his feet. His eyes were dead set on Su Yuan's fist. That's what power! Ghost spirit summoning was the bloodline talent of their Morong family. Only the most outstanding heirs of the bloodline were able to undergo the awakening. Once awakened, it's an SS rating, and in combat, ghost spirits have a degree of immunity to source energy to a certain extent. This made the Morong family invincible against their enemies. But now, the ghost spirit was actually restrained by that guy, and by the looks of it, this restraining effect was extremely powerful. How is this possible? Morong Zhao's heart was filled with disbelief. You know, after countless generations of bloodline improvement, the ghostly spirits of their Morong family, have been able to ignore most of the restraints. A martial artist with a high-level fire elemental talent, a high-level light elemental talent, none of them would necessarily be able to produce such an effective restraint on their Morong family's ghostly spirits. Compared to Morong Xiao, Shangguan Ru was going to look slightly calmer. Of course, it's only relative. In fact, Su Yuan's performance was far beyond her expectations. When Xiao Jiangwo brought Su Yuan and the others to the Education Bureau for the Resource Tilt certification, he had once mentioned Su Yuan's perverted physique of getting stronger by basking in the sun to Shangguan Ru. So Shangguan Ru actually knew that in Su Yuan's flesh-strengthening talent, contains some elemental abilities and is associated with the sun. She had only thought that this ability might be in Su Yuan's fight with Morong Bai when he bring him a little help, but it never occurred to me this ability would work so well. Although she loathed the Morong family, she never denied the power of the Morong family's talent. She knew well that normal flames, light, such things that were often considered to restrain creatures like ghost spirits were not very useful against the Morong family's ghost spirits. Otherwise, if the Morong family's ghost spirit had such an obvious weakness, and how could it have developed into one of the top families of the Great Xia? Now, Su Yuan broke her perception. Shangguan Meng sat on the ground with her hands propped up on her chin, looking at Su Yuan, who was violently beating up the ghost spirit in the arena. The corners of his mouth lifted upward a little. This guy. I didn't realize there was such a special ability. The Morong family's ghostly spirits are, frankly, tough, especially some of the old guys from the Morong family. Their ghost spirits had grown to an extremely terrifying level after a long period of cultivation. Even if she touched it, it would be a slight headache. Thinking so, she turned her head and poked the snow-white thighs of Shangguan Ru beside her. Said with a smile, hello, from now on, he's my cub too. At the end of your training experiment, both of them, they're mine. Shangguan Ru, she wanted to refuse, but do you see her refusing? Inside the field, Morongbai's original arrogance was just destroyed by Su Yuan punch after punch. He looked in horror at the ghostly spirit that was getting weaker and weaker under the fist of holy light, and his heart trembled slightly. What the? This guy, is he a monster? Doesn't the family say that a freshly born ghostly spirit, purely in terms of power, it would be able to reach the level of a first-order medium and also rely on the special physique of the ghost spirit to be immune to most of the attacks? Can it even shock and corrupt the enemy's will to fight through ghostly aura? But why was the situation now different from what he had expected? Not only is that guy able to do damage to ghost spirits, it's even still unilaterally crushing the ghostly spirits. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! After noticing that the ghost spirit's aura was weak to the extreme, Morongbai finally panicked. He actually stood still and shouted like a childish child, trying to get Su Yuan to stop his attack. Su Yuan did stop. With one hand around the ghostly spirit's neck, he lifted his head and looked quizzically at the pale face in front of him. The sickly man with the anxious look on his face. This guy, he's not really out of his mind, is he? When you're fighting someone and you see that you're about to lose, you yell at them to stop? What's so funny? Su Yuan shook his head, amused by this oddball. Retracting his gaze, he continued to violently beat the ghostly spirit. But just a few seconds later, suddenly, a wild laugh rang out. Ha ha, ha ha, shame, what a shame. Hearing that eerie laugh, Su Yuan temporarily stopped his attack on the ghost spirit, as if he were throwing garbage, throwing the ghost spirit, which was no longer moving, to the side, while then lifting his head. He looked across at Morongbai. See only, Morongbai, who was full of panic a moment ago, it was like a different person at this point, was covering his face with his hands, half kneeling on the floor, laughing maniacally and unable to stop his shoulders from shaking. What a nutcase! Su Yuan frowned slightly. At this point, Morongbai's fingers, which covered his face, parted slightly, revealing an eye behind his palm. This eye, its blood-red eyes. There was cruelty, tyranny, teasing. There's just no more fear or panic as there was a moment ago. Off-sight, Morong Shaw grinned. Morongbai, who was originally worried about Morongbai losing the match, breathed a deep sigh of relief. In the gaze that looked at Su Yuan, only sympathy remained. I didn't realize this guy, but he got him out. Now, someone is going to be miserable. As long as this duel is not forcibly terminated by an outside force, a good show is about to unfold. Think of it this way. Morong Shao twisted his head to look at Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng on the side. Hey, it was agreed that it would be a fair fight, and as long as you don't die, none of you will intervene, right? Shangguan Ru coldly glared at him. You think we're that kind of people? Shangguan Meng didn't reply. Her attention was now on Morongbai's body. Looking at the epileptic figure within the field, a strange light flickered in her demonic and exotic pupils. It's dual personality? Chapter 31 Ghost Spirit Transforming Soldier. Rakshasa Body. If you're going to fight, fight. Don't play God. Su Yuan didn't care about Morongbai's sudden transformation. It seemed to him that, whether his earlier panic was feigned or not, what is emerging now is the second personality either. Anyway, whatever. Fighting is it? Even. He was still waiting for the guy to have a dual personality or something. That personality just now was beaten into submission by the old man. You're not convinced. You're going to jump out. Then I'll beat you into submission again. And, Su Yuan looked away slightly. That fight just now, Morongbai, the direct victim, provided negligible emotional value. But the three observers, Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru and Morong Shao, and yet, it contributed nearly 900 or so emotional values. This one more time. Maybe we can just double it and pop it. Oh, seeing Su Yuan's calm face, Morongbai lengthened in order to tail tone. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. An already pale face looked more and more eerie as his eyes shifted to blood red. Interesting. He gently licked his somewhat parched lips, his chin lifting slightly, his gaze narrowing slightly as he pulled out one finger and grin. 1 minute. In 1 minute, Finish you. Let you lie down at my feet in trembling prostration and ask for my forgiveness. Su Yuan laughed. Would have thought there was something special about you switching to this form. As a result, it doesn't look like it's any different from the original guy. Ha, the same. Just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Grievance plus 10. Morong Bai's veins rippled, and the bones of his fingers clenched white. What he hated most in life is when people compare themselves to that loser. Therefore, he decided that he would give this fellow called Su Yuan a good seeing to. What? That's what you call a real genius. Ghost spirit transformation soldier. Morong Bai drank coldly, only to see that the ghostly spirit, which had been thrown aside by Su Yuan, suddenly dispersed its form. It turned into a wisp of black mist and surged towards Morong Bai's hand, and then the black mist tossed and rolled and it eventually transformed into a huge black hammer that was almost the size of Morong Bai's body. This Morong Bai has actually just awakened and has mastered the means of transforming a ghost spirit into a soldier? Off-site, Shang Wanru's brows furrowed, looking at the huge black hammer in Morong Bai's hand. Her heart that there was something vaguely not so good about it. Su Yuan could lose, even among the direct descendants of the Morong family. Anyone who was able to master the ability of ghost spirit transforming soldier was extremely rare. For example, Morong Xiao, as Morong Bai's own brother, the third son of the contemporary head of the Morong family. He then failed to master this ability, and once the Morong family's children who mastered the ghost spirit transformation soldier were discovered, their status would skyrocket. Even if you are a collateral bloodline, you are still able to override certain direct lineage descendants. Sure, the ability itself is nothing, if not a bit of a cockamamie. When the ghost spirits existed, the Morong family's men were the equivalent of 2 against 1 when it came to the enemy. Often, they can be quite dominant. Once a ghost spirit was transformed into a ghost soldier, it was equivalent to actively retreating from a 2-on-1 fight to a 1-on-1 fight. What kind of power can the ghost soldiers exert at this time? It depends entirely on the master's own battle prowess. So, the real reason why the Muyang family holds this ability in such high regard is not the fact that it is, in and of itself. Rather, it is the other thing behind it that it symbolizes and relates to. Rakshasa body. So far, every Morong family member who had obtained the ghost spirit transforming soldier ability, invariably, at some point in their growth, they would awaken a special physique called the Rakshasa body. This physique is extremely mysterious, and so far, except for the Morong families, no one has yet been able to figure out its true capabilities. But one thing is certain, that is, those who possess the Rakshasa body, whether it's physical strength or combat awareness, even combat skills are drastically enhanced. Wait, Shang Wanru suddenly reacted. Morong Bai dared to use the ghost spirit transformation soldier when facing Su Yuan. Does that mean he's only just awakened, and he's acquired the Rakshasa body? Generally speaking, those children of the Morong family who have obtained the ability to transform soldiers into ghost spirits, all of them awakened the Rakshasa body only after reaching a relatively high martial realm. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone from the Morong family who was able to just awaken in. Just together they gained this special body. If that's true, Su Yuan, it's dangerous. Your preferred weapon is a hammer? It's quite a mismatch with this shape of yours. Su Yuan looked at Morong Bai in front of him and grinned. Yeah, Morong Bai smiled likewise, while laughing. His appearance, too, changed accordingly. A bizarre black line surfaced on the originally pale face. The teeth became sharper, and 2 horns sprouted from the top of his head. The muscles on his body bulged a little bit, making his figure look more than a full size bigger. And transform? Su Yuan felt the aura emanating from Morong Bai's body, the smile on his face unabated. Surprised? Morong Bai's mocking voice rang in Su Yuan's ears. In his incarnation as Rakshasa, he was no longer the sickly, skinny boy that he had been. Instead, they became bizarre beings with athletic, explosive power. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Yuan, and in his hand, the ghost spirit transformed into a huge black hammer that it slammed down towards Su Yuan. Boom! The ground trembles. Su Yuan dodged the terrifyingly powerful strike. After pulling away, a light golden color flashed in the depths of his eyes. This Morong Bai, definitely the most powerful opponent he had encountered so far. After the transformation, not only was he already strong enough to rival Su Yuan in terms of physical body strength, even the combat skills and combat awareness had been greatly improved. But that was precisely why it managed to stir up Su Yuan's inner desire to win. He looked at Morong Bai in front of him, feeling the restless power within his body, and smiled brightly. Come on, go on. The words fell. The 2 figures were once again engaged in battle. Off-site, it's actually really a Rakshasa body. Shang Wanru's complexion changed slightly. The Morong family's Rakshasa body is famous in Daxia. and almost every guy with a Rakshasa body. Both are fighting maniacs with extreme personalities. They would tear their enemies apart in the most tyrannical, brutal way, so that on the battlefield, the became a demon to be feared. Well, the Morong family has done a good job of keeping secrets. Shangguan Meng inadvertently glanced towards Morong Xiao. Just this glance alone was like a huge mountain pressing down on Morong Xiao's chest. It made him almost breathless. This was the pressure of a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse. A word, a move, even a look, all are enough to embolden the weak. But then again he's just turned 18 and he's awakened the Rakshasa body. Your Morong family's old man, however, is still not at ease, insisting on sending him to the South River Administrative Region to compete for the top 2 spots in the Great Martial Arts Examination. It seems that this year's imperial capital has seen the emergence of an extraordinary genius, Shangguan Meng said softly, smoothly peeling a lemon candy and stuffing it into her mouth. It had been a long time since she'd been back to the empire, and she hadn't kept an eye out for that aspect of it, so not much is known about the new generation of geniuses. Morong Xiao was in a cold sweat. It's out a couple monsters. Shangguan Meng sighed and stood up, gently patting the dust on her body. Forget it. I was originally thinking of asking little Su Yuan to help teach the sickly bastard a lesson, but since he has awakened the Rakshasa body, let's wait until later. Obviously, Shangguan Meng had already foreseen the end of this battle. Although the Morong family disgusted her physically, the Rakshasa body had a fierce reputation after all. Even if Su Yuan possessed an SS-grade flesh-strengthening type talent, as opposed to the Rakshasa body, still not enough to see. So this duel, Su Yuan would lose. Chapter 32, Palm like a sword. The fist is like a gun. The 9-deicide gun becomes the 9-deicide fist. Su Yuan, win. That's the end of it? Seeing Shangguan Meng get up, Morong Xiao instinctively said this. After all, he'd just been forced to kneel down to this rube who'd come out of nowhere. Then another kick from Shangguan Ru. The suffocation in his heart was so oppressive that it made him vomit blood. Just waiting to see Morong Bai give this guy called Su Yuan a good beating and help him out. And it's just gone? But just after this was said, Morong Xiao felt that something big was wrong. As expected, I only saw Shangguan Meng turn around with a smile and a wink. And, innocently, I'm kind of hungry and want to go to dinner. What? Do you want me to keep starving here with you? No, that's not what I meant. Morong Xiao was in a cold sweat. He had thought that with his knowledge of Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru, they shouldn't be able to do something like ending a duel in the middle. Now it seems, it's true that Shangguan Ru wouldn't do that. But Shangguan Meng, this is Shangguan Meng. What makes you think she cares about such things? There is no way around it. Even though Morong Xiao madly cursed Shangguan Meng's lack of discipline in his heart, on the surface, but he could only compensate for the smile and break his teeth to swallow his stomach. Okay, so that's it 4-. The words up to this point were not finished. Seeing a figure, suddenly flying backwards out of the center of the field where Su Yuan and Morong Bai were fighting. It hit the wall hard. Morong Xiao was first stunned and then filled with joy. Nice guy. A winner so soon. That's not bad. At least I beat the out of that mother her. However, when he turned his head to look, seeing that the victor, standing in the center of the field, panting for breath, was not Morong Bai. Instead, when it was Su Yuan, his pupils shrunk violently, and the smile he pretended to have on his face instantly froze. Shock plus 200, clueless plus 180, the man who flew out backwards. Not Su Yuan. It's Morong Bai. Morong Bai who had awakened the Rakshasa body. How is this possible? Morong Xiao's brain instantly fell into a blank, unable to figure out what had happened at all. Also a newly awakened senior, this native of Arashur. How could he be a match for Morong Bai who had awakened the Rakshasa body? He couldn't figure it out. Not at all. Those who also couldn't figure it out were Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng. Upon learning that Morong Bai possessed a Rakshasa body, both Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng, both had a premonition that Su Yuan would fail. It's not that they don't have confidence in Su Yuan. It was really that the Rakshasa body's increase in battle power was too great, even surpassing Su Yuan's SS-grade flesh body strengthening talent. However, the facts are right in front of us. The final winner of this duel would still be Su Yuan. Shock plus 200. Surprise plus 300. Shangguan Meng turned her gaze to Su Yuan in the center of the field. He was panting heavily, beads of sweat falling from his forehead. The right arm was even a large dark red from extreme congestion. That's right. Su Yuan won. And the reason he won, it's because, in the midst of the battle, he made an extremely bold attempt. Try asking, what's his biggest asset right now? Is it a strong physical body? Is it the sun streak? Neither. Instead, a battle skill that had reached perfection. The 9-regicide gun. Ever. In the practical class at school, Su Yuan had once heard such a sentence. Out of the palm like a sword. Throw a punch like a gun. To throw punches with a gun intent. That fist is the tip of the gun. The shoulder is the tassel. The body is the shaft. And the feet are the head of the gun. So, after sensing that he was gradually falling behind, Su Yuan then transferred his understanding of the 9-deicide gun, transferred it to his understanding of the fist technique. Using his fist, as a gun, he exchanged the 9-slayer gun for the 9-slayer fist, seizing the opportunity, aiming for the right moment, the moment Morong Bai's chest neglected to defend. Holding on to the idea of winning with one strike, he used the limits of his physical body and threw 7 consecutive jabs. 7-fold strength, cascading, an extremely terrifying power instantly erupted. After being jabbed in the chest by this punch, with the power of the Rakshasa body, Morong Bai, still defeated. This, then, was the reason for Su Yuan's victory. At this point, seeing Shangguan Meng casting her eyes towards herself, Su Yuan tried to squeeze out a smile. Winning. Shangguan Meng froze slightly before smiling coquettishly. Brother Su Yuan is awesome. Shangguan Ru was equally shocked by the teenager's victory. The one who was just there didn't see the details of the engagement between the two men. But to be able to win against the Rakshasa body, Su Yuan's strength was far beyond her imagination. Morong Xiao snapped back from the shock. After looking deeply at Su Yuan, he quickly came to Morong Bai's side and checked out his physical condition. Morong Bai's health is not good. Using the Rakshasa body would have required a considerable amount of energy, and he himself had only just awakened, so he had originally overdrawn his body in order to win against Su Yuan. Now, because of Su Yuan's punch, his chest was sunken. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he was unconscious. Good boy. What guts, daring to lay such a heavy hand. Morong Xiao took a deep breath, picked up Morong Bai, turned around and left. Gentlemen, farewell. Have a good walk. No farewell. Shangguan Meng smiled and waved her hand. By the way, remember to come see my sister tomorrow to do the school registration procedure. Morong Xiao was already furious, and when he heard such a leisurely sentence from Shangguan Meng, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood even more, almost suffocated internally. Thanks for the reminder. He coldly dropped the sentence and disappeared from the crowd's view in the blink of an eye. Director's office. Su Yuan sat in his seat. Shangguan Ru's hand brushed over his arm. An icy cold sensation came over the arm, easing the soreness and pain and numbness. Chief, you still heal? Su Yuan asked curiously. Shangguan Ru said softly. Well, I majored in human biology in college. A partial minor in human healing. Your injuries are minor, just a ruptured blood vessel caused by excessive force, and after my treatment, it should be healed in less than 2 days. Oh, Su Yuan gently nodded. Shangguan Meng was sitting beside Su Yuan, her arms supported on the desktop, her hands propped up on her chin. From just now until now, she had been staring at Su Yuan. Brother Su Yuan, how did you beat that guy just now? She blinked her large, jewel-like eyes. It's always so mind-blowingly beautiful. Shangguan Ru was equally curious. That guy. In terms of physique alone, he should be stronger than the current you. You can defeat him. To be honest, I'm surprised. I know you guys are pretty surprised. Su Yuan looked at the nearly 200 points of emotion value on the system panel and thought in his heart. He explained his aura in battle a little. After listening to it, Shangguan Ru praised it beyond measure and lamented. Palms are like swords. Fists are like guns. Most martial artists have heard this before. But to be able to perfectly transfer the power generation style of a gun battle technique to a boxing technique is not something that an ordinary person can do. I've seen the footage of your battle in the Feral Beast Garden when while killing a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast, he stabbed out 5 shots in a row, and his mastery of the 9 regicide lance has reached the proficient level. I would have thought this was your limit, but by the looks of it, your true limit should be to stab 7 shots in a row, which is the proficient level, right? Su Yuan smiled. Nope. Actually, my mastery of the 9 regicide gun is at the perfect level. It's just that this physical body isn't still enough to support me using it out for now is all. Shangguan Ru. She rolled her eyes. A little helpless. Do you know what the concept of perfection level is? Even some martial arts masters neither dare to say that their mastery of battle techniques has reached perfection. As long as the 9 regicide lance is at the entry-level level, it is capable of delivering 9 consecutive stabs. Perfection. It is to integrate these 9 spears and turn them into the most perfect one, achieving the effect of killing all enemies in front of you. It's only been half a day since you got your hands on the 9 regicide gun, a battle skill, and you've managed to reach the proficient level. Already a monster-like existence, enough to be called a natural gunway seed. It's bull **** for you to say you've mastered it to the perfect level, unless you're the reincarnation of the gun fairy. Su Yuan smiled. Doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? But as he said, his current body, it wasn't enough to support him using the perfection grade 9 regicide gun, so he couldn't prove his words either. Another moment passed. Okay. Shangwan Ru withdrew her hand and ended the treatment on Su Yuan's arm. Wait until afterward when the experimental special training opens. You'll often be injured as a result of pushing the limits of your physical body. Consider this a preview now. Su Yuan laughed. It's okay, if you don't push your limits, you'll always be stuck in your comfort zone, and then you'll never get stronger. Shangwan Ru scared. It's rare that you have that kind of realization as a senior. Su Yuan changed the subject. By the way, Chief, what did you call me over for? At that time, it was the Fierce Beast Garden's Garden Masterly who said that you had something to find me, and as a result, I was delayed by those two people. Shangwan Ru explained. It's nothing really. It's not like we're going to start the experimental special training in 3 days. Just plan to customize a set of equipment for you in Suanyan. So I asked you to come over and measure the various data. Su Yuan froze. Equipment? But we're advancing faster now. And if we tailor it directly to the, it might not be long before it's eliminated. What's in it? It's not much of a waste. It's just a small fortune. As I said before, as long as you participate in our experimental special training, I will equip you with the best conditions at every stage. Trench. It's so trenchant. Su Yuan silently gave Shangwan Ru a thumbs up in his heart. Right. Shen Yen. Is she already customized? Yeah. She came over here when you were challenging the ferocious beasts in the Fierce Beast Garden. I've finished entering her data and sent it to the equipment manufacturer. Oh, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of weapon did she use? Chapter 33 The Successor. Premium Sweepstakes. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. She asked for a tanged sword. And a dagger. I'm guessing she uses a tanged sword herself, and the dagger is for her shadow. Oh. Su Yuan nodded. Su Anyan's cold look with the tang sword in her hand came to mind. Well, don't say that. It's quite a match. Returning to his senses, Su Yuan looked at Shangwan Rudeo. I'll just lance it then. Specialize in one. Other weapons that don't work well. Okay. Shangwan Ru nodded. But customizing your gear requires testing a lot of data. And your hand isn't back yet. If it has an effect on the test, just wait a couple days. There's no rush. Anyway, the gear you guys are using, it can all be manufactured in a day. Since the customization of the equipment was delayed, Su Yuan then planned to depart for home. It was already a bit late at this hour, and if I didn't go back, Auntie Su would be worried. Chief Shangwan, Sister Shangwan, I'll leave first. See you afterward. Bye. Goodbye brother Su Yuan. After Su Yuan left, Shangwan Ru forced a smile, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. Sis, are you really going to act young for the rest of your life? Su Yuan, this little guy is so much younger than us, eh? You just let him keep calling you like this. Shangwan's sister? Boo! The words were not finished. Shangwan Ru was then picked up by Shangwan Meng and thrown flying out. After a while, Shangwan Ru then walked back with messy hair. Sis, next time, can you prepare before you start? Otherwise I'm afraid it would be bad if I hit someone. Shangwan Meng bristled. Who told you to call me a poser? Shangwan Ru looked her own elder sister up and down and shook her head. And yeah, I apologize. Sis, you're really not pretending to be young. You're really young, and it's been years. Still looks like a little girl who just started her first year. Boo! Shangwan Ru was thrown flying again. As a 6th order powerhouse, this was really disgraceful. But for Shangwan Ru, it's a family affair. There's no way around it. Who made her love her oldest sister so much? It's never because they're afraid to fight back. Right. As Shangwan Ru came back to the front, a bright smile appeared on Shangwan Meng's face. Seeing this, Shangwan Ru immediately pulled away from her by a certain distance, her eyes alert. Unla. Shangwan Meng didn't continue to make a move on Shangwan Ru, but instead stretched out a great deal. I'm leaving Arashur City in a few days. You'll have to exercise my 2 cubs well when the time comes. Shangwan Ru nodded. Of course, this is my lifelong pursuit. It just so happens that Su Yuan is so strong. I will absolutely reproduce the qi. Shangwan Meng shook her head. That's not what I meant. She tilted her head back and looked at the faint remnants of the moon that had risen faintly in the sky. I'm going to put them both on my short list of successors. Shangwan Ru froze for a moment. Successor? Successor. This is a special system in Daxia. As long as one breaks through the fusion realm, reaches the limit realm, and succeeds in obtaining the seal of power, all are able to designate one object that will be their successor. And once designated, the changes will not be made. The benefits that a successor can enjoy are extreme. First, Both D and SS ranked resource tilts are provided at no cost until 3rd rank. After that, if you want to continue to get more resources, you need to exchange them through the appropriate contribution. But the successor doesn't have to. The successor of a 7th order feudal marquis powerhouse is able to enjoy unconditional access to the resources of the, all the way up to promotion to the 6th order. The successor of an 8th order feudal king powerhouse is able to enjoy unconditional access to the resources of the, all the way up to promotion to the 7th order, and so on. The successor to the 9th order supreme, with enough talent and resources provided by the official, it would allow him to advance all the way to the 8th rank and be crowned king. Not only that, after the fall of the sealing powerhouse, the successor will inherit everything she has, so to speak. Successor system. As the word implies, it is a privileged means used by sealed powerhouses to train their successors. But sis, you've only just met them a short time ago. Shangwan Meng withdrew her gaze and smiled gently at Shangwan Ru. That's why I said it's just a candidate. Especially little Su Yuan. He seems to have a strong restraint against the Morong family. Do you think that if I were to take on the Morong family alone in the future, would it be much easier if I had his help? Shangwan Ru, singling out the Morong family. The only person in the whole of Daxia who dared to say such a thing was old sister, right? And that girl called Su Anyan. My instincts tell me that she has some kind of special secret. And it's a big secret. Why didn't I see that? It's a wonder you're stupid enough to see it. Alright, I'll do my best to help you train them. By the way, today, Su Yuan beat up Morong Bai, and it looks like he's not badly hurt. I'm worried that they. Don't worry, Shangwan Meng was smiling. The pair of red and blue alien pupils looked more and more demonic under the reflection of the nightlights. I told him I'd kill him if he touched one of my men. Shangwan Ru. That's good. It works. With this sentence, give Morong Shao 100 more guts. He wouldn't dare to play dirty in private, because he was absolutely incomparably clear that by moving Su Yuan, he really would die. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to have a late night snack. Bye. The words fell. The figure of Shangwan Meng was already gone in front of him. The smile on Shangwan Ru's face disappeared a little, looking in the direction where Shangwan Meng left, lost in thought for a while. For some reason, she always felt that her sister was hiding something from her. Sis, she murmured softly inside. I hope it's just me. When Su Yuan returned home, Su Qingling was watching TV on the sofa in the living room. When she saw Su Yuan return, she was about to get up to greet him, but suddenly her figure lurched and the look immediately tensed. Su Yuan followed her line of sight and glanced at his own body. Oh, it turned out to be a bit of blood from the ferocious beast's challenges and duels. It's alright, Auntie Su. I'm going to the Fierce Beast Garden to challenge the Fierce Beasts. This is the blood of the Fierce Beasts, not mine. Words. Su Qingling then breathed a sigh of relief. Still, there was some concern on her face. You've only just awakened here. There's actually no need to be in such a hurry to challenge the ferocious beasts. Su Yuan laughed. I can't help it. There's always a bit of a leap of faith after awakening a talent, so I simply went for it. Su Qingling had thought of saying something more, but when she thought that Su Yuan had awakened an SS grade talent, destined to live an extraordinary life in the future, everything just turned into a gentle smile. Okay, then why don't you go take a shower and relax, and I'll make you some late night snacks? Okay, thanks Auntie Su. Just hungry. Crashing. The sound of pattering water came. Underneath the dense water mist was Su Yuan's ancient god bloodline that had been transformed by a perfectly proportioned body. What a bumper day. Su Yuan looked away. One's current accumulated emotional value was more than 2,400 points. It also proved that his previous thinking was correct. The stronger the person, the more emotional value they give themselves when they generate mood swings. Like Chief Shangwan, and that metal face today. They're all strong. That's why you let your emotional value have a blast. In comparison, the emotional values gained in the Fierce Beast Garden all seemed a bit shabby. Let's hope that what Chief Shangwan said is true. As long as that magical chi surfaces, it can make the Great Xia's circle of powerhouses shake. When the time comes, it's all green leaks. After a moment of longing, Su Yuan returned to his senses and began to think about how he should distribute these emotion points. If you use it in primary draw, you can draw 24 consecutive times. If you use it in intermediate draw, you can draw 4 in a row. If used in advanced draw, you can only draw 1 time. But the highest quality rewards in the premium draw are of red quality. It's 1 level higher than gold quality. How about taking a chance? Maybe it's just a shot in the dark like last time? After thinking about it for a while, Su Yuan finally decided to booty out. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Even if the rewards didn't come out in red quality, the things obtained from the premium draw were certainly not bad. System, conduct 1, advanced draw. Chapter 34, The Great Day Sutra. I, Empress, need him to take care of me? Ding. Consume 200 emotion points for 1 premium drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Su Yuan? When he saw the 4 big words, thank you for your patronage, Su Yuan almost smashed the shower in his hand. It's not. Are you playing with me? That's a full 200 emotion points. It's hard to make up your mind that you're going to spend a lot of money on a premium draw. Is that how you treat me? If I can collect my own emotional value, I reckon I can gain a lot from this. Su Yuan was really powerless to spit, but those 200 mood points weren't spent for nothing. At the very least, on the system panel, the back of the premium draw becomes 1/100. This is for the red quality rewards in the back, kind of padding the pool. No loss. Su Yuan tried to comfort himself, but the more he looked at the remaining 400 or so emotion points, the more it stung. According to the law of euphoric conservation, the advanced raffle is so backward in its luck. Maybe we can get something back elsewhere? Thinking this way, Su Yuan decided to take these 400 or so emotion points and pike a primary quadruple draw. Ding! Consume 400 points of emotional value for 4 primary draws. Drawing. Congratulations on receiving 1 hour of static space. Congratulations on obtaining 1 level 2 source crystal. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun Chapter. Purple quality. Get comfortable. 3 out of 4 draws and a purple quality reward. You know, the guaranteed rewards for each type of draw. It is the highest quality of reward that can be drawn from that type of draw. For example, the gold quality reward, Scar of the Sun, obtained from the last intermediate lucky draw. It's the cap level reward in the mid-level draw. This time, the Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun chapter that I obtained is the same. Currently accumulating have 2 hours of time prohibited space up. Can't use it for now. Save it first. Level 2 source crystals. It's pretty sloppy. Su Yuan's gaze came to the grand prize this time. Great Sun Visualization Sutra, the Rising Sun, Spiritual Power Cultivation Method. Visualize the blazing sun in the middle of the shrine, to constantly refine the spiritual power. After the great accomplishment, I am the great sun, and the great sun is me. One thought comes out like a great sun across the sky. It can burn everything in the world, but only the first one is currently available. After reading it, Su Yuan had only one thought. It's so pushy. I am the great day. The great day is me. One thought comes out like a great sun across the sky, which can burn all things in the world. Only Su Yuan now had a doubt. That is, as explained in the textbook, the first explanation of the martial way. A martial artist is unable to cultivate spiritual power in the exploration realm of the first to third order. It was impossible to even perceive the presence of spiritual energy. Spiritual power at this stage can only be called consciousness. Only after reaching the 4th rank. That is, stepping into the fusion realm. Only then can you initially perceive the presence of spiritual power. And, unlike source energy cultivation, great Xia martial artists, everyone practiced the Tian Yuan cultivation method. But regarding the cultivation of spiritual power, so far, there has not been a unified system. There is no set practice method. If this Great Sun Observation Sutra can't be practiced until the 4th rank, that will have to eat dust for now. Thinking so, Su Yuan roughly skimmed through its contents. Just looking at it that way was an unexpected and surprising reward. This Great Sun Contemplation Sutra Rising Sun chapter actually has no realm limitations. Even at the awakening stage, one could start cultivating directly. Not only that, but according to the description in the Kung Fu, if in the process of cultivation, being able to access the power of the sun could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It actually creates a dream linkage with the Trail of Days. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew wider and wider. He couldn't wait to try out this miraculous spiritual power cultivation method. Everyone else had to wait until the 4th rank before they could start quenching their spiritual energy, while he could start right from the awakening stage. It would allow him to leave the others far behind. Get out of the shower. Su Yuan didn't directly go back to his room, but first came to the living room. The midnight snack that Aunt Su said she was going to make was already ready. It was Su Yuan's favorite fried instant noodles. There's nothing nutritious about this stuff. It's purely delicious. It looks golden. It smells good. The ability to maximize one's appetite. Yummy. A mouthful of oil, mixed with scallions, couldn't be more satisfying. Looking at the teenager who was feasting in front of her, Su Qingling's face hung with a faint smile, but there was a slight hint of melancholy in those smiling eyes. She knew that in a little while, both Su Yuan and Su Anyun would leave her, start a shining life that belongs to them. Until then, do what little you can. Like a little evening meal like this, it was enough to satisfy her. Eat slowly, Su Qingling reminded with a smile. The The gaze fell on Su Yuan's body without any notice. Su Yuan, who had just finished taking a shower, was wearing a short-sleeved pajama top, and the well-proportioned and powerful muscle lines of the. It made Su Qingling can't help but be a bit disoriented and indistinct. The little boy who used to chase after her for a hug, at some point, has grown into a well-built, handsome young man. So is Yen. Now she's a big, beautiful girl. It's just that the character is still as cold as ever, except for himself. Ice cold to everyone. Thinking of this, Su Qingling couldn't help but feel a little worried, wanting to speak, but not knowing where to start. Su Yuan unintentionally noticed Aunt Su's hesitation and put down his chopsticks. Auntie Su, is there something you want to say to me? Su Qingling hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. It's not really a big deal. Just, you and Yen have both awakened SS grade talents, and you'll definitely have to go out of Erishur City in the future. Your stage is Daxia, or even the entire world. Xiao Yuan, you're fine. Aunt Su is relieved that you're fine. But, Shoyan, I'm always a little relieved. You know, she's so cold. I'm afraid this will get her into a lot of trouble. So, I'd like you to be able to take care of her a little bit when you're out there in the future. If that's okay. Su Yuan thought something had happened, but it turned out to be this. He laughed and said in a joking tone, Aunt Su, what do you take me for? Do I need to be reminded of such things? After his parents' accident, it was Su Qingling who picked him up, like a ray of sunlight that shine into his life. Leaving aside how Su Anyan was, just for Su Qingling's sake, it would be impossible for Su Yuan to let go of her only daughter. Su Qingling sighed. I know what kind of person you are, Xiao Yuan. It's just that during this year, Xiaoyan has been too cold to you. It's like being a stranger, and I'm afraid you'll have a hard-on in your heart. Su Yuan didn't care. In his mind, even more so, before he awakened his gift. Su Anyan laughed at the scene where she helped him repel Zhao Rizu. I know she didn't mean to leave me out. She was born with that personality. I understand. Besides, for the sake of you, Auntie Su, alone, there's no way I'm going to turn my back on her. The two of us, me and her, one counts. Words. Su Qingling released a sigh of relief and resumed her gentle smile. Oh Buchi, thank you. Next, the two resumed their chat. It was just that neither Su Yuan nor Su Qingling noticed. Off to the side, in the shadows, there was a cloud of shadow color, a little darker. Room. Su and Yan's face was expressionless. Let Su Yuan take care of her? What a joke. From pushing across the blue star to suppressing the starry sky, she was honored as the Tenyu and gained the title of female emperor. She, on her own, has never relied on herself. It was clearly her who was taking care of Su Yuan for Su Qingling's sake. Forget it. Su Anyan was really speechless. Simply sink your mind and continue to cultivate. She is currently in the process of condensing her orifices. Tonight, she was about to condense her first source orifice. When the gap between her and Su Yuan was greatly and gradually widened, she would show Su Yuan that what a big statement he made when he promised to take care of himself. Chapter 35 Source Orifice Coalescence Success. Self-brainstorming Su Anyan. After finishing his snack, Su Yuan returned to his room. Tonight, there are two things to do. First, try the Dhammapada Sutra. Secondly, the source energy in his body has been filled to overflowing, and after the subsequent ferocious beast challenges and the violent beating of the sickly child, it was even more gradually stabilized, so that he could attempt to condense the source orifices. Say it and do it. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. It's a good thing I didn't use up all the power of the flare of the sun and the trail of the sun when I violently beat up that ghost spirit. It can be used to aid in cultivation. Thinking so, Su Yuan emptied his mind of distracting thoughts little by little, and then the attempt began. As described in the Great Day Observations Sutra, when the divine thought rises, the rising sun rises, the morning glory falls all over the divine palace. The reason why the Great Day Observatory Sutra, the rising sun, is only a purple quality reward. It's because it's just the full version of the primer. The rising sun refers to the rising sun. It implies that the spiritual power that has just begun to cultivate is like the sun that has just risen in the morning. This gong method might seem very obscure to outsiders, but since it was directly instilled by the system, Su Yuan, however, was able to easily understand it and run with it. A little bit of the flare ripple on the back of his hand lit up, and the power of the flare ripple in the trail of the sun, under Su Yuan's hard control, a little bit came to the so-called divine palace. This step was done slowly because Su Yuan's control over the power of the Yao Yan was still weak. Finally, when that sporadic power of the flare sun fell into the divine palace, the intense pain came, causing Su Yuan to want to give up a few times. Even if this bit of the power of the flare sun was actually very weak, when it fell within the divine palace, it's as if it's been magnified hundreds or thousands of times, as if there's a sharp needle that's churning in your head. Being a hangman, one must have the awareness of being a hangman. Laying flat and swinging, hanging can only give you a lower limit. Kai work harder to get you to the cap. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and held on. And according to the description of the Gongfu, he looked into the divine palace internally. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the blinding rising sun. That's right, even if it was a nascent sunrise, but in the eyes of Su Yuan, it was still an existence that was difficult to look directly at. Stare, can't see blind anyway. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan was finally closing his eyes, detaching himself from the state of internal vision, reaching the limit. According to the description of the Kung Fu, this is only the first stage of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra, called First Glimpse of the Rising Sun. When will he be able to stare continuously for an hour at the rising sun in the Palace of God? It's only when you're in the door. Even though the power of the flare sun had been moved out of his divine palace, his mind was still tingling. Su Yuan didn't rest, because this is the critical point in time that, in the opening chapter of the Dhammapada, it is stated that after each practice, you must do something to sharpen your will. It's the only way to make the previous hammering perfect. So, he chose to condense the source orifice. Source energy fills the body and condenses into an orifice. This process, depending on the qualifications of the person, consumes time that, it's also a world of difference. In some cases, it may take a week or two, or even longer, to grind when condensing the source orifices. In some cases, it only takes a few short days. Of course, there are those that take much less time, and those are geniuses and demons. Su Yuan didn't know how long it would take for him to condense a source orifice. After all, the amount of source energy that this physical body of his could hold was 5 times that of a normal person. It's time to build a foundation, and it's okay to be slow. Thinking so, Su Yuan relaxed and slowly calmed down, sinking his consciousness into his body, feeling the source energy that filled his body, revolving the Tian Yuan cultivation method. Using his mind as the lead, he drove away the source energy that was diffuse and disorganized in his body. Little by little, it converged towards the divine harmony orifice, one of the 9 major orifices of the human body. Compare the intention to a wolf, then these source energies are like sheep. It started out fairly well, but the rabbit bites when it's cornered. This sheep of source energy, too, when the divine conjunction orifice was gradually filled with source energy, the remaining source energy struggled to stop entering. At this time, it is necessary to force it in by force of will. Then the cultivation method was run to warm it up, and eventually the source orifice was condensed. Get in there for me. Su Yuan let out a low cry in his heart. Brashly, he continued to drive the source energy toward the divine harmony orifice. The huge amount of source energy poured in, squeezing the orifices to the brim, was often excruciatingly painful. However, compared to the pain of cultivating the Great Sun Observation Sutra just now, this bit of pain was to Su Yuan. It's insignificant. Half of the night. Moon star. The room did not have curtains drawn. The pale moonlight shone through the window, spilling over the teenager's body. Darkness. Su Yuan snapped his eyes open. It's done. A small trace of shock flashed through Su Yuan's eyes. In his original anticipation, the source energy he needed to condense the source orifice of his own, fully 5 times as many as the next person. Then the time needed to condense the source orifices should also be longer than others. A little bit more, right? As a result, he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Less than 5 hours had passed since he started practicing. 5 hours. Then the first source orifice was condensed. If it was said, it would definitely cause a stir. Amidst the emotion, Su Yuan closed his eyes and looked into the divine harmony orifice internally, wanting to reconfirm it. See only, the God is in the orifices. A faintly glowing mass of light, embedded within it, was the source orifice. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. He really made it. This cultivation stuff is addictive. This addiction, especially when your cultivation progresses at a godly pace, will be even more intense. Although there were still source crystals remaining now, and enough for Su Yuan to condense another source orifice, but after the simmering of the Great Sun Observation Sutra and the energy spent in condensing the source orifices, Su Yuan's body and mind had reached a rather exhausting level, so the only option was to sleep first, and when the energy and strength came back up, start practicing again. Before going to sleep, Su Yuan made his plan. There are still 2 days left before the experimental special training begins. 2 days, try to condense 1 source orifice a day, and wait until the start of the I'm going to reach awakening 3-stage perfection. 4 hours later, when Su Yuan had already entered the peaceful dreamland, the next room, Su Anyan slowly opened her eyes. Although the process of condensing the source orifices was hampered by many constraints of this fleshly body, but with my mastery of source energy, it finally worked. 9 hours, condensing one source orifice. This speed. Fast enough. She looked purposefully to the next door. Her and Su Yuan's rooms were right next to each other, and the windows faced the same direction. She had realized a few hours ago that Su Yuan had turned out the lights in her room. Was it a failure? Su Anyun thought calmly. Even if you can absorb source energy at a speed comparable to that of a shadow attendant, but if you want to condense a source orifice, you can't rely on the speed of source energy absorption alone. But, since what you have is an SS-ranked flesh-strengthening type talent, at this step, it shouldn't be delayed for too long. In a day or two at most, the first source orifice should be condensed. That is enough to make you proud. Chapter 36 Ironstone Tree, Spiritualist Association. Fellow traveler. After self-brainstorming Su Yuan's reasons for leaving home, Su Anyun planned to go to bed. It took her nearly 9 hours to condense the source orifice this time around. It's now 4 in the morning. Currently, she was far from not needing sleep. It's not something that can be changed by sheer force of will alone. Rather, it is an integral part of this current physical body that has yet to evolve in life. However, just as she was about to turn off the light and go to bed, the light in Su Yuan's room next door, it actually lit up again? She didn't care at first. Thought it was Su Yuan getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Results. Quiet night. She heard the door open twice and the lock turn slightly. Su Yuan, why are you out at this hour? It's not even dawn yet. What's he doing out? Could it be that after failing to impact the condensation of the orifices, I couldn't sleep and tossed and turned for hours, finally planning to go out for some air and a break? This was the most reasonable explanation Su Anyun could think of at the moment. Sure, she had absolutely no idea of following her out. She didn't care much about anything about Su Yuan, to be honest. After brainstorming a suitable reason for herself, she put the matter down and calmly went to sleep. The streets at 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky had not yet whitened, and everywhere was a dim color. The only thing that seemed fresh was the air after a night of settling. Feeling the silky warmth emanating from within the divine harmony orifice, Su Yuan was in an extremely good mood, having slept only 4 hours or so, but not the least bit tired at all. Much less the chaotic feeling you get when you've just finished practicing. The Great Sun Observation Sutra seems to be quite effective in refining the effects of mental power. At this time, he was heading to the nearest mountain to his home, Mt. Yoho, with the intention of watching a sunrise. It's not so much a sudden literary heart attack as it is because of the words in the Great Sun Observations, the rising sun. If you want to get the best out of the ideas, the visualized rising sun must be more in line with, and closer to, the true appearance of reality. Thus, observing and sensing the state of the rising sun in the real world, it is a quite beneficial cultivation aid. 30 minutes later, on Jade Hopper Mountain, an athletic figure picked up the steps. Su Yuan paused briefly on the mountainside, looking at a grove of iron-brown trees not far from. Su Yuan recalled something he had heard about by chance earlier. Because of the special soil quality of Mt. Yoho, it is suitable for planting a special kind of tree called ironbark tree. Thus, on the mountainside, there was a grove of ironstone trees that was affiliated with the Arashir City Spiritual Luminaries Association. Association of Psychic Readers. Only martial artists with unusually strong mental powers could join. And again, mental power can only be perceived and used by martial artists who have reached the 4th rank. Therefore the threshold of entry for this association is as low as 4th rank, and the status is extremely high, as there is currently no uniform, standardized method of spiritual power training throughout the world. That's why psychic readers tend to use the most rudimentary forms of training, much like training a muscle, the training of mental powers. And this ironstone tree is the most common training consumable for psychic readers. The ironstone tree is tough as nails and has been studied and found to be excellent for carrying mental energy. Mentally powerful martial artists use their spiritual thoughts for the ironstone tree, and think of it as a hand that leaves a handprint on the body of the ironstone tree. This is the most common form of training. The depth of the handprints could also reflect the level of strength of the spiritual power. If I can join the association of psychic readers before I've reached the 4th rank, maybe it'll cause a bit of a stir? Think of it this way. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to climb towards the top of the mountain. Come to the top of the mountain. The sky is not yet white. The piercing mountain wind came and blew Su Yuan's clothes and pants hunting, but he didn't feel the cold at all. After finding a boulder, he sat down on it and pulled out a level 2 source crystal and held it in his hand, absorbing source energy while waiting for the moment of sunrise. Half an hour later, hearing a rustling of footsteps coming from behind him, Su Yuan temporarily stopped from his cultivation state. Turning his head to look, the visitor was an old man on crutches. The old man was small and thin, with white eyebrows and white hair, and a clear face, except for his right trouser leg, which was empty. It seemed slightly out of place. Seeing Su Yuan, The old man was obviously a bit surprised. His eyes landed on the source crystal in Su Yuan's hand and he froze slightly before smiling apologetically. I'm sorry, little brother. At this point in the past, I've been the only one on this Jade Heights mountain. I didn't expect to disturb your practice. It's okay. Su Yuan smiled gently, not caring at all. Su Yuan was already a cheerful personality. Plus this old man was also quite talkative and kind. In a few minutes, the two were acquainted with each other. From the conversation, Su Yuan learned that the old man's surname was Tang, a native of Lanchang, and that he had once been a soldier. This injury on his right leg was sustained during his military service. Of course, the friendships were shallow, and beyond that, the conversation between the two men it was more of some homey banter that didn't cover much more than that. Soon, the sky is vaguely white. It's almost time for the rising sun. Just as Su Yuan was planning to find an excuse to end the conversation and start visualizing the rising sun, the old man had actually preceded him and brought it up first. Little brother, let's talk later. Old man, I usually don't have any hobbies, just love to see the sunrise. It's a minute I don't want to miss. Su Yuan was slightly stunned, and then laughed in the same way. Elder Tang, we're on the same path, and I just become interested in this sunrise. This is the first time I've been here, and I should be back every day after that. Words. A flash of color flashed in Tang Lao's eyes as he laughed continuously. Good, good, good. I didn't realize that little brother Su and I were so destined to be together, and since this is the case, let's stop and watch the sunrise first. Yes, the sun is rising. The first rays of morning light fall and the city gradually wakes up from its slumber. The bottom of the mountain is gradually gaining popularity, but this mountain, however, is still quiet. The only thing that was there was the clear breeze and the two figures sitting on the boulder. The sun, now, was clearly much milder than the unappealing glare of the blazing midday sun. Even if you keep staring at it, it's not hard on your eyes. Instead, it inexplicably gave rise to a wonderful feeling of renewal in the heart. When the divine thought rises, the rising sun is born. The morning glory falls all over the divine palace. Su Yuan stared unblinkingly at the rising sun. The mind silently operated the mental techniques of the Great Sun Observation Sutra, trying to memorize its appearance in his mind for later observation. Tang Lao, who was on the side, was doing the same thing. He looked at the rising sun, and his eyes were full of bloom. Underneath the calm demeanor was an undulating, choppy heart. More than half an hour later, sunrise is over. Su Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. Recall carefully in your mind that feeling of the rising sun and the revival of all things. Elder Tang similarly looked reminiscent, as if he was still immersed in the impression of the sunrise just now. Another moment passed. Su Yuan got up and said goodbye to Tang Lao. Elder Tang, see you tomorrow. Tang Lao managed to return to his senses and nodded his head and smiled. Alright little brother, I'll see you tomorrow. Shortly after Su Yuan left, Donald got up as well, but after descending halfway down the mountain, he turned and entered the grove of ironstone trees. Ironstone Grove has a protective fence around the outside and an extremely strict ID system. Only members of the association who have been authenticated can enter. Chapter 37, she'll cut off our heads and feed them to the dogs. Try and die. Dropping. Authentication successful. Name, Tang Yun. Identity, Arashur City Spiritualist Association Vice President. A drop of water penetrates a stone, and a thought can lead to God. Welcome to the Association of Spiritualists. Water dripping on a stone. Thoughts can lead to God. This is the slogan of the Spiritual Luminaries Association. For every martial artist who aspires to the spiritual path. Sacred words of the heart. Tang Zhan leaned on his crutches and slowly and leisurely arrived in front of an ironstone tree. Actually, with his current level of mental power, even if it means losing your crutches, it was also perfectly sufficient to replace that amputated right leg with near substantial spiritual power for walking. But he didn't, because that was the way he wanted to remember what happened to him on the battlefield. Took a deep breath. Tang Warrior's face showed a bit of reminiscence as he tried to remain calm but it was still hard to hide that excitement. 27 years. It has been exactly 27 years since I retired from the battlefield. Because of the mutilations of the limbs, I turned my head to study the spiritual path, and now I'm finally making small gains. In a little while, I may be able to create the visualization of the rising sun a spell that aids in spiritual cultivation. These words, if the rest of the spiritual luminaries in the association heard about it, I'm afraid they would be greatly shocked, because, around the world, so far, none of them had a cultivation method that was clearly effective for spiritual power cultivation, with the exception of a small group of lucky people who gained their spiritual gifts at awakening. The rest, all of them could only use simple and rough methods to exercise their spiritual power little by little. However, if Su Yuan hears it, That's another thing. 27 years? That's a long time. That's a long time. And, still just observing the rising sun and practicing. The rising sun chapter, on the other hand, is merely the introductory chapter of the Great Sun Observation Sutra. Sure, even if he knew about this, Su Yuan would not scoff at it. After all, he's hung up, and a small opening is fine. But opening and taunting someone who hasn't opened, how unseemly. Come back to your senses. Tang Yun's profound spiritual power surged out. Act on the ironstone tree in front of you. The hard body of that tree began to dent at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. It went all the way up to 5 centimeters before it finally stopped. Tang Yun's gaze remained unchanged. This was his essential daily training, and after reaching the limit of repeat 100 times, the other side, when Su Yuan returned home, it was actually still very early, and neither Su Qingling nor Su Anyan had gotten up. After absorbing a level 2 source crystal, Su Yuan, who had nothing else to do, then he began to work on preparing breakfast for the two of them. Before his parents' accident, when they were often away from home, Su Yuan cooked for himself. So practiced a good cook. Even after coming to the Su family, all 3 meals were covered by Su Qingling. It also still retains most of its craftsmanship, since she didn't need to go to class. Coupled with the exertion of last night's cultivation, Su Anyan woke up rather late. On the contrary, Su Qingling, who had to go to work, got up early. Su Qingling was dressed in a loose silk robe, veiled in, yet it still has a light, soft beauty. Oh Buchi? Why did you get up so early and make us breakfast? Su Qingling was surprised. Su Yuan laughed. I just got up early and went outside for a workout, and I came back with nothing to do. Just thought I'd cut Ansu some slack, go wash up and come taste it. It shouldn't taste bad. Su Qingling smiled and shook her head, but her heart was warm. After washing up and changing his clothes, he came to the dining table and ate breakfast with Su Yuan. Well, it's delicious. I didn't realize that you're so good at craftsmanship, Xiao Yuan. If anyone marries you in the future, definitely able to enjoy the blessings. Halfway through her sentence, Su Qingling smiled again and vetoed her statement. I'm sorry, I just said the wrong thing. You're a superb genius who has awakened an SS class talent. How can you cook at home? Su Yuan spilled a smile. What's wrong with that? As long as it's someone I really like. Is that I cook for her every day? And I'm willing. Puff. Su Qingling covered her mouth with a smile. I didn't realize, oh Buchi, that you actually have such an innocent side. Su Yuan said jokingly. I've never been in love until now. What am I if not a big innocent boy? Su Qingling giggled. A silver bell-like laughter that made the entire morning beautiful. In front of outsiders, she was a generous and sensible imperial lady, but only in front of Su Yuan and Su Anyan. It was only then that she showed her gentle and beautiful side. All right, after breakfast, before leaving for work, Su Qingling smiled brightly and gave Su Yuan a big hug. Thanks to Obuchi for preparing breakfast for me. The worries of going to work dissipated all of a sudden. Feeling the faint fragrance, Su Yuan's memories drifted to the time when he was small. Returning to his senses, Su Yuan laughed. When another period of time passes, when Su Anyan and I grow up, Aunt Su, you should stop working. A peaceful vacation is just that. Su Qingling, who had already walked out some distance, turned back with a wide smile. I'm looking forward to it. After Su Qingling left, Su Yuan then re-entered his room and began to cultivate. Only when it was about time did this go and knock on Su Anyan's room door. Hey, dinner's ready. Table. After Su Anyan ate a few mouthfuls of rice, she raised her head and looked faintly at Su Yuan. Did you make this meal? Obviously. She tasted the flavor of today's breakfast, which was different from what Su Qingling made on weekdays. Su Yuan didn't deny it, but laughed. What can I tell you? Su Anyan faintly said. Quite tasty. Su Yuan, it's a rare day when you talk to me more, so it seems like a really good meal. Su Anyan, right. After the meal, in keeping with the philosophy of eating from the mouth, taking from the hand, Su Anyan reminded. After failing to condense the orifices, it's best to try again a day or two apart, or else it will harm your body. Having said that, then he closed the door. Su Yuan slowly typed. What the hell? What is she doing talking to herself about this? And, there doesn't seem to be any mention of resting for a period of time after failing to condense the aperture in the first explanation of the martial way, does it? Is this her self-understanding? Strange. Su Yuan shook his head and ignored it, just as he was about to go clean up the dishes. Instead, they found Su Anyan's shadow attendant already moving dirty bowls to the kitchen. Su Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion, and for a while, he also wanted to have such a convenient ability. Looking at the shadow servant, who was acting as a drudge, he gave it a light pat on the shoulder as he had done before. Dude, come on, The shadow servant didn't respond, but the originally blurred figure immediately illuminated some feminine features. Su Yuan froze for a moment, and then immediately changed his words. Way to go, sister. Ereshur City, Royal World. This is where the most luxurious villa area in Ereshur City is located. After Morong Xiao and Morong Bai arrived at Ereshur City, just bought one of the villas, 002, for residential use. As for Villa 001, of course it's Shangwan Ru's. At this point, Villa 002, in Morong Bai's room, Morong Bai, who was lying on the bed recovering from his injuries, spewed anger in his eyes. After a night of top-notch treatment, his chest indentation had recovered. It just needs some time to recuperate and it will be as good as new. It was just that whenever he thought of the guy who had injured himself, Morong Bai became enraged. I can't wait for someone to go and maim and kill him on the spot. It's just a shame he didn't dare. This was because Morong Xiao had already relayed Shangwan Meng's threat and made his attitude clear. Don't drag me with you if you want to die. Really use the power of the house. That lunatic Shangwan Meng could cut off your head and mine and throw it back to the imperial capital and feed it to the dogs in front of our house. Of course Morong Bai knew that Morong Xiao was not joking. Shangwan Meng has always been true to her word. Don't easily test her to see if she dares to do a thing. Before every rule was made. It all happened that way at one time or another. So Morong Bai didn't dare to try. He was afraid to try and pass away. Su Yuan. Morong Bai gritted his teeth. He already knew the name of the man who had injured him. It was one of the 2 SS-ranked gifted people awakened in Ereshur City this session. A flesh-body strengthening type of talent. He, the young master of the Morong family, was beaten up by a guy with a mediocre background. He also couldn't move to fix him, which made him suffocate to the point of being unable to do so. ***. What kind of madness has Shangwan Meng gone through to protect him so much? Could it be that she's taken a liking to him? No, it can't be. Shangwan Meng is just a crazy person. It's impossible for her to look at any man. Morong Bai gritted his teeth. At this time, someone pushed the door in. It was Morong Xiao. He walked to Morong Bai's bed and looked at the pale Morong Bai, grinning. Hey, here's the good news. Chapter 38, Sharpening Stone. Melting the iceberg. Confident Morong Bai. Good news? What good news can there be? Morong Bai grimaced. The thing he wanted to do most right now was to make that guy named Su Yuan suffer a bit, but he had Shangwan Meng protecting him, and there was nothing he could do with him. Morong Xiao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a smirk. You boys watch your attitude for me. Due to the existence of dual personalities, Morong Bai's position in the Morong family was very special. Morong Bai himself, possessing the Morong family's ancestral SS-grade talent, ghost spirit, sort of a better genius, but compared to a few older brothers and sisters, there is still a bit of a gap. What got him to where he is now is the other personality that exists within him. That guy who had mastered the ghost spirit transformation soldier and possessed a rare Rakshasa body. He, the genius who is truly valued. As for Morong Bai, in the eyes of the Morong family's decision-makers, to put it bluntly, it was just a vessel. In the Morong family, the strongest are honored. Morong Xiao was very polite to Morong Bai's other personality, but to Morong Bai himself, but not so much patience. Morong Bai snorted coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled apologetically at his own third brother. This is not by that boy upset. Brother, you take it easy. Morong Xiao glanced faintly at Morong Bai. Just now, Shangwan Ru called me and said that Shangwan Meng had loosened up. You can go after Su Yuan's trouble in the future, but only on your own. Morong Bai frowned slightly, then quickly loosened up again and there was an inscrutable smile on his face. This fellow Shangwan Meng is asking me to be a whetstone for Su Yuan? Morong Xiao clasped his hands on his chest with a playful expression. Although his own unproductive brother was colorful, he could still see things clearly. He said languidly, that's good enough news for you. At least there's something to think about. It's better than having no place to take your anger. Morong Bai laughed, his tone disdainful. I lost to him today because I've only just awakened today. Wait until some time later. Without the help of anyone else, I can beat him until he kneels and cries out. A guy in the nooks and crannies. Shangwan Meng asked me to be a millstone. Don't sharpen this knife of his in time. Morong Xiao shrugged. That guy Shangwan Meng, talks about you being able to get him in trouble. But breaking an arm or a leg or something is still definitely out of the question. But a brutal beating should be fine. Of course Morong Bai knew this, but this was already an unexpected surprise. He gazed out the window, a wicked smile on that sickly face. Isn't Shangwan Meng one of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau? Usually on the most dangerous missions, right? It would be nice if something happened to her one day. Morong Zhao's gaze narrowed slightly as he did not respond to these words. The Bureau of Heteroslayer. which is an organization directly under the Daxia Council of 12. Even the families are equally feared as tigers. After a while, Morong Xiao asked about Morong Bai's schooling. By the way, I'm being rushed by Dad's side. Have you thought about which school you want to go to yet? Of course Murray White wanted to be good. Whenever he goes to a place, he always searches the local forums or the campus network for see if there are any of those lists of recognized beauties and schoolgirls from major schools. During the time he spent in bed resting, a name called Su Anyan came into his sight. Iceberg beauty who never smiles at any guy. TSK, TSK, TSK. This kind of girl. His favorite, because it's a good one to use for contrast training. Talent, qualifications, family history, wealth, insight. Compared to boys from such small places, he, Morong Bai, was simply crushing levels of excellence. He was sure that a little display of charm on his part would be enough to make this iceberg melt. Thinking of this, he gave a steady smile. First grade. I'm going to Arashur City first grade, Arkansas City School District. In the director's office, Shang Wanru looked at Morong Xiao in front of her with a playful gaze. Morong Bai is transferring to Arashur City First High School? What? No? Morong Xiao had a cynical look on his face. Without Shang Wanmeng around, no one could hold him down. And Shang Wanru, this was the sole purpose of his accompanying Morong Bai to Arashur City. The Morong family and the Shangwan family are longtime friends, and although the elders of the two families didn't pick out however, he was still intentionally or unintentionally summarizing Morong Zhao's pursuit of Shang Wanru. Sure, Shang Wanru retracted her gaze with a slight hint of mockery in her eyes. Morong Bai transferred to Arashur City No. 1 High School, which happened to be the same school as Su Yuan. Previously, old sister had already decided to use Morong Bai as a whetstone for Su Yuan at the current stage. Since the other party was going to rush over to stick his face in, he could only wish that he wouldn't be beaten up too badly by Su Yuan. Right. The procedure for transferring the school registration has to be done by Morong Bai himself, and no other person can certify in his place. Morong Xiao raised an eyebrow and gently licked the lip stud on his lips. He's still in bed. How can he come? Of course you're the one to carry him over. The sudden voice caused Morong Zhao's figure to stiffen and the cynical smile that was on his face just now was also instantly frozen. This Shang Wanmeng. Is it a ghost? He himself was at least a 6th-ranked powerhouse, but he hadn't even noticed her appearance in the slightest. Shang Wanmeng stepped with a cheerful pace and came to Shang Wanru's side. Split the 2 skewers of kielbasa in his hand. Here, try this. That old lady on the corner of the intersection you have here. She's really good at her job. It's delicious. I've had it several times in a row. Shang Wanru, my own old sister, is really a foodie, but that grilled sausage did smell pretty good. And she patronized that granny's business regularly. At this moment, Shang Wanmeng was truly like an innocent and greedy little loli. Who would have thought that she would be one of the 4 pillars of the Great Summer's Herbicide Bureau, with the blood of the powerful on her hands? Countless? At the very least, Morong Xiao asked himself, if he wasn't from the Morong family. If you don't know this famous underworld demoness, you can't really tell. Shang Wanmeng turned her head, slightly tilting his head sideways. He looked at Morong Xiao on the side and blinked. You're looking at me? Morong Xiao hastily returned to his senses and moved his eyes away. No. Well, Shang Wanmeng withdrew her eyes. Morong Xiao Gang was still glad in his mind that he had escaped. In the next second, a huge force of action directly slapped him violently out of It instantly crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window of Shang Wanru's office and disappeared from the two men's view. The shards of glass from the floor-to-ceiling windows were wrapped in source energy and landed in the trash can without the slightest drop. Shang Wanmeng looked at it absently. These windows aren't expensive, are they? Shang Wanru. Not expensive. Shang Wanmeng nodded lightly. That's good. I don't know why, but when I see their Morong family, I want to fight. Maybe the face is too underpowered. Shang Wanru let out a giggle, while a hint of envy showed in her beautiful eyes. She really longed for a life like her sister's where she could do whatever she wanted. At this time, hey, you don't like kielbasa, do you? Shang Wanmeng, with only an empty stick in her hand, tilted her little head and, staring at the grilled sausage still intact as before in Shang Wanru's hand. Shang Wanru was just about to say that he just hadn't gotten off his ass yet. Shoo! The roasted sausage had refallen into Shang Wanmeng's hands. The young girl's brows arched and her smile was on display. Then I'll help you out. Shang Wanru. Then you might as well not have given it to me just now. Late afternoon. Shang Wanru received the call. The weapon tailored for Su Anyan arrived. Give it to me. Shang Wanmeng, who was bored in her office, flipping through the last issue of the comic, leapt up and volunteer. The two of them, Su Anyan and Xiao Su Yuan, live together, right? Just in time for me to see how his hand is doing. Shang Wanru was not unavoidable since, just, Sis, I have a question. What's the problem? Why do you call Su Anyan by her first name and add the word little when you call Su Yuan? Shangguan Meng thought for a moment and replied with a serious face. Because he beat up the neurons. He's now on a united front with me. It definitely needs to be more intimate. Shangguan Ru. Good reason. Well, I have a question now too. What's the problem? Sis, you don't know where their house is, do you? Shangguan Ru was curious and intended to send the Su family's address to Shangguan Meng. No. Shangguan Meng shook her head and smiled brightly. My question is, what's it to you what I call him? Shangguan Ru. Danger. Chapter 39. Why are you yelling so loud? Next, a silhouette then flew backwards through the window. Knowing that my sister hates the neurons as much as she does, Shangguan Meng also changed directions rather thoughtfully. Shangguan Meng hummed lightly. It's really getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Shangguan Ru came back in a state of disarray. She now wanted very much to persuade her oldest sister. This habit of picking people up and throwing them out like chicks when they move. It's time for a change. Otherwise, how it affects your image as a beautiful girl. Sure, Shangguan Ru just thought this in her heart, but didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise she was afraid that her oldest sister would make her experience another trapeze before she even heard the next half of the sentence. A few minutes later, Shangguan Ru went to bring the weapons prepared for Su Anyan. A tanged sword, a dagger. It's all built based on Xuanyan's body data and usage habits. Other people might not be used to it, but in Su Anyan's hands, it definitely brings out the best in her battle. Well, it's kinda cool, Shangguan Meng commented. Generally, girls are less likely to use such weapons. What's more, it was still a combination like Tang Blade plus dagger. It's pretty cool, and it goes quite well with her icy cold personality. Shangguan Ru chimed in with a smile. At this point, the phone rang and the caller was Su Yuan. Shangguan Ru picked up the phone and chose to externalize it under Shangguan Meng's watchful eye. Su Yuan's voice came. Is it Chief Shangguan? Yeah, it's me. Did something happen? The source crystal you gave me last time is almost finished being absorbed. I wonder if I could trouble you to add some more for me. Oh, source crystals? Ha? Of course there's no problem. I'll wait. Shangguan Ru managed to react. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What did you say? Finished absorbing? That's 20 grade 2 source crystals. It's equivalent to 200 grade 1 source crystals. You're not kidding, are you? Shangguan Ru was truly confused. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, an awakened person would only need to absorb 20 level 1 source crystals. The source energy in the body was then overflowing, and it had to be condensed before it could continue to be absorbed. 200 pieces. For the average awakened person, it was enough to use until 9 source orifices were condensed and impacted a first-ranked martial artist. Results. It's only been a day or so. So Su Yuan just said he's done absorbing? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Shangguan Ru didn't believe it at all. Shangguan Meng, on the other hand, had a twinkle in her eyes and didn't make a statement. That's right. Su Yuan, on the other end of the phone, was obviously a little less than kind as well. After all, the market price of 1 grade 2 source crystal is 45,000 yuan. 20 grade 2 source crystals, a whole 900,000. He directly spent it all in one day. Although there was a contractual contract of experimental special training with Shangguan Ru, it was a voluntary and equal transaction between both parties, but spending $900,000 in one day, Su Yuan himself felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But there's no way. Who let his physique lay here? Able to hold 5 times as much source energy as the others? Your body can hold 5 times the amount of source energy? To absorb 10 level 2 source crystals? To be full? After hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Shangguan Ru was even more confused. It's not. How come she had never heard of a flesh-strengthening type of talent that had this kind of effect? Then even if your physical body is able to hold 5 times the amount of source energy, what about the condensed orifices? After the source energy is filled, there is still a need to condense the orifices, and before condensing the orifices, the body is unable to absorb any more source energy. So you should have 10 level 2 source crystals left over. Oh, I succeeded in condensing my orifices last night. I'm now ready to start condensing the second source orifice. Shocker. Nothing but shock. Just yesterday, upon learning that the reason why Su Yuan was able to defeat Morong Bai, it was after he had applied the principles of the 9 deicide gun to his fist technique. Shangguan Ru had already concluded that, in addition to his SS level talent, Su Yuan himself, and an absolute genius. But nevertheless, she still misjudged Su Yuan's toughness. Not only does condensing the orifices require 5 times the source energy of a normal person, the absorption of source energy was incredibly fast. Even the condensation of the aperture, the first hurdle on the path of cultivation, before him, It's also so sparse and commonplace. This is outrageous. Ya dash. Just when Shangguan Ru was still in shock, Shangguan Meng, however, had already taken the cell phone from her hand long ago, smiling brightly. Brother Su Yuan, you wait. When my sister gets things ready, she'll bring them over to you. Hearing Shangguan Meng's voice, Su Yuan on the other end of the phone froze slightly. Sister Shangguan, don't you go to school at this hour? Shangguan Meng said with a smile. I'm taking a vacation. Taking a vacation? Is it sick? Or, Su Yuan's tone carried a bit of concern. To Shangguan Meng, this lively, cute, naive and romantic silver-haired heteropupil lowly, Su Yuan still has a good feeling about it. Shangguan Meng didn't want to continue this topic and hurriedly handed the cell phone back to Shangguan Ru. That, I won't say anything first la. Brother Su Yuan, you talk to my sister. Oh, okay, take the phone. Shangguan Ru finally came back from the shock. Under the coercion of Shangguan Meng's gaze, she casually found an excuse to muddle through the matter of Shangguan Meng while asking. Incidentally, ask Su Anyan if she's finished consuming her source crystals, and if she's finished consuming them as well. I'll just add too. Okay, I'll ask. Su Anyan's room. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Anyan, who was in the middle of comprehending her battle techniques, stopped and faintly asked, "What's wrong?" Chief Shangguan asked if you finished consuming your source crystals, and if you have, she'll fill us in some more. Not yet. Oh, listen to the sound of distant footsteps and the slamming of doors. Su Anyan shook her head, feeling a bit puzzled. The supplemental resources Shangguan Ru had given the two of them yesterday had a full 20 grade 2 source crystals in it. Even if there is a slight escape in the absorption process, it's also enough to fulfill the source energy needs for the entire awakening stage. So how could it need to be replenished? Of course, she didn't think much about it, and continued to immerse herself in her perception of the battle technique. Director Shangguan, Su Anyan said she doesn't need it for now. Hearing this, Shangguan Ru breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, if Su Anyan was also like Su Yuan, then she would really start to doubt life, and reflect on the halo of genius that you've carried around on your head all these years. Hang up the phone. Shangguan Ru looked at Shangguan Meng beside her. Sis, you think, what's going on here? Shangguan Meng blinked. What's going on? Of course it's Su Yuan's cultivation speed. No, how can anyone be like him? If I'm right, it seems like it took you almost 2 weeks to break through to a first-rank martial artist at that time, right? He's faster than even you. Could it be that he's an even more talented genius than you, sis? Shangguan Ru looked emotional. Since she was a little girl, she had witnessed her own sister perform too many miracles so much so that there is a slight discomfort at this time of year. On the contrary, Shangguan Meng, she only asked back with a face full of confusion after giving a soft "oh, why not?" Shangguan Ru was momentarily speechless. You are Shangguan Meng. If he's really better than you, don't you think it's weird? Shangguan Meng thought for a moment before shaking her head with a serious expression. No, I think it's fine. Shangguan Ru. Okay, she has to admit it. His own oldest sister had never shown any emotion called jealousy, because since she was a little girl, and even now, Shangguan Meng was the object of others' jealousy. And there was never anyone that would make her jealous. And, Shangguan Meng stretched her back. The whole demeanor of the person was like a lazy and weary kitten. Where is this? The awakening stage. There is still a long way to go from me. Unless one of these days little Suyuchi swishes his way over to my side. I'm the only one who might be intimidated by him. Otherwise, he's going to have to work a lot harder, because I feel like I'm about to break through. Shangguan Ru said helplessly. Sis, what kind of abstract metaphor is that? Are you being a poet? The words were not yet spoken. She suddenly realized that there was a very important point in Shangguan Meng's words just now so the whole thing froze instantly. After a long time, she then sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes was far greater than when he had just heard that Su Yuan had finished absorbing 20 grade 2 source crystals. It's even stronger. Sis, you just saying what? TSK. Shangguan Meng frowned slightly and muttered rather disgustedly. Why are you yelling so loud? Chapter 40, Sister. You don't want to. Why are you yelling so loud? What do you think I'm yelling so loud for? You, too. Break out. Break out. It wasn't like this was some kind of 3rd to 4th order or 4th to 5th order breakthrough. Instead, they were sealed from the 7th order. It's a promotion to the 8th order of sealing the king. The exploration realm of ranks 1 to 3 trapped up to 99% of martial artists. It's the remaining 1% of Heaven's Pride who can hope to break through the exploration realm and step into the fusion realm. And stops there. Those who are able to complete the fusion, touch the other shore, realize the flight of the life level, and achieve the limit realm. It's even more of a phoenix. Extreme realm. The emphasis is on the word limit. Every step across is a step beyond one's limits. The steps are difficult and hard. In the entire Great Xia, how many limit realm powerhouses are there? The 7th order, those who have sealed their marquee, 321. And when it came to the 8th rank, there were only a mere 76 people who were able to seal the king. Every one of them was a famous and renowned party giant. The bottom line is, you're still so young, sis. It had only been a short time since he had achieved the title of youngest marquis of the Grand Xia. You're about to turn it into the youngest king sealer in Daxia? That's even so. But do you realize you have a sister? I'm only at the 6th degree, sis. There was still quite a long way to go before the 7th rank. That makes me look like a piece of, okay? Looking at Shangguan Meng, whose face was full of cloudiness, Shangguan Ru felt for the first time what was called the gap between people. And Shangguan Meng had sat down on the sofa. At this point, her little white legs, wobbling and wiggling, and when she put her hands in her pockets, that's when I realized I was out of my favorite lemon candy. A soft chortle and a wrinkling of her cute little agape nose. When I say I'm close to breaking through, it's just a feeling. I don't know exactly how long it will take. It could be months, but it could also be years. Who's to say? Shangguan Ru's face was full of questions. Even if it's a couple years, that's a stretch, okay? Look at the few guys in our family who have been crown kings. Isn't that one a little old man in his 70s? But sis, how old are you? Shangguan Meng blinked, her face full of innocence. But it seems like Gu Qingtian wasn't even 30 years old when he was crowned king? Shangguan Ru, ancient tilting sky, 9th order, sealed supreme, the great summer council of 12 chief. It is true that he was not 30 years old when he was crowned king. I think I was 27, if I remember correctly. Forget it. Shangguan Ru planned to skim over the topic. Otherwise, one's self-esteem will take a constant beating. Just as she was doubting her life, Shangguan Meng suddenly added, but I have a feeling that I'll have to break through soon. Shangguan Ru froze and asked instinctively. Why? Shangguan Meng said seriously. You don't know. There are times when it's stifling to want to do something but not be able to. As she said this, her bewitching, alien pupils, there was a vague wave of inexplicable emotions flowing through him. But in the end, it just turned into a bright smile. With that guy Morong Bai's character, after being violently beaten up a few times by little Su Yuan, it would definitely intensify. If by then little Su Yuan knew his identity and didn't dare to fight back because of his scruples, that's not going to be good. Shangguan Ru was already the type who could see through a little, and when she heard this, he didn't know what Shangguan Meng meant. A bit of shock surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Sis, what do you mean? You're going to cover for him? You're really grooming him as a successor? I didn't say that. Shangguan Meng's face was filled with a wry smile. Again, isn't there another Su Anyan here? Shangguan Ru didn't believe it at all. Liar, you're not even as good to Su Anyan as you are to Su Yuan. Or is it? Are you looking at his ability to restrain the Morong family? Shangguan Meng bristled. I can deal with the Morong family on my own. Shangguan Ru was confused. Then why are you? Shangguan Meng glared at her. To hell with you. If it was in normal times, Shangguan Ru would definitely obediently shut up. But not at this time. She was given to endless eating and was full of curiosity. Sis, you don't want the old cow dash. Boo! Shangguan Ru's figure instantly disappeared into the room. The little black dot flew farther and farther away, and only one sentence came from the distant air. I'll be back. Shangguan Meng hummed lightly. Talkative. The Su family. After calling Shangguan Ru for resources, Su Yuan realized that another big wave of emotional value gained by myself. It was probably because their own speed of absorbing source energy and condensing source orifices had taken them by surprise. That's what led to this nearly 600 points of sentiment being credited. Wait to save up more for a big one. Think of it this way. Su Yuan threw himself into the cultivation of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra. I had thought that I had recorded the sights of that sunrise firmly in my mind. But it wasn't until then that I realized that trying to simulate that state of the rising sun with the power of the flare of the sun, it's still quite difficult. There is almost zero lift. But Su Yuan was in no hurry. How long has it been? It's just one day. As the days and months go by, there will always be changes. Soon, the 10-minute limit is up. But Su Yuan didn't stop immediately, but tried to grit his teeth and hold on for a while longer. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. After 20 seconds beyond the limit, Su Yuan finally stopped his visualization, panting heavily, fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. It's awesome. This however is not a time for immediate rest. Yesterday's Su Yuan was directly starting to condense the source orifices after practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra. But it's almost dinner time, and he planned to put the coagulation of the second source orifice into the dead of night. By the way, One can study and research the remaining 2 battle techniques. After all, I don't know when the next time I draw an epiphany card will be, so it's always right to take a look first. Defensive battle technique, Singularity Source Shield. Body combat technique, Shadow Flash. As a ranked battle skills, there was no doubt about the difficulty of these 2 battle skills. At that time, when he used the battle technique Soul Seals, he just recorded their contents into his mind, but he wanted to master them. It still requires a lot of study and training. It's a little after 6 in the afternoon. Su Qingling returned home from work. While in front of her house, she suddenly heard someone calling out to her. Sis. Su Qingling stopped and turned around curiously. Upon seeing the little girl standing behind her, she couldn't help but freeze. What a beautiful little girl. In terms of face value, it is not at all inferior to Xiao Yan. With long silver white hair and alien pupils of crimson and turquoise blue, it made Su Qingling think of a Muppet cat. She had expected to see such eyes, as beautiful as jewels, only in kittens. I didn't realize it would actually appear in person. Only she looks very small. I think she's in middle school? Returning to her senses, Su Qingling smiled and asked, "What can I do for you, little sister?" The little girl gently shook her head and pointed to the house behind Su Qingling. "May I ask if this is the home of brothers Su Yuan and sister Su Anyan?" Su Qingling's eyes lit up. "Right. Yes. You're a friend of Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yan?" Shangguan dreamed and nodded. "Pretty much," he said, and patted the large bag on his body. "I came to give them something." "Oh, come on in. They're all home. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yan, come out quickly. Your friends are looking for you." Coming. The door to the room opened. Su Yuan walked out of the room. His hair is slightly disheveled. This was from studying A-ranked battle techniques just now, and it annoyed him. He obviously still overestimated himself. The ancient god bloodline had only strengthened his fleshly body but in terms of enlightenment, it needs more work. No, more draws. Auntie Su, is that Zheng Yuan? While Su Yuan asked, he also curiously looked towards the doorway, only to see a small silver-haired, heteroptic loli was standing at the foyer, blinking gently towards him. "Hello, Sister Shangguan?" Su Yuan was slightly stunned. He had thought that the one who came to find him was Zheng Yuan. After all, this guy often came to find him. As a result, I didn't expect that the person who came was actually Shangguan Meng. Chapter 41, Cute. Touch your head. Should, maybe, must be weaker than me? Dinner tonight was quite hearty. After successfully convincing Shangguan Meng to stay for dinner, Su Qingling could be said to be on a roll. A variety of dishes, colorful and flavorful. Table. Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng were chatting pleasantly, with the latter letting out a silver bell-like laughter every now and then. Su Qingling looked at the two with eyes full of smiles. She had just learned that the little girl called Shangguan Meng that. It turned out to be the sister of the head of the Arashur City Education Bureau. Seeing how she and Su Yuan were getting along, Su Qingling was happy from the bottom of her heart, and she knew how Xiao Yuan was. Good personality, great temper, good with people, and sunny and handsome looks. Really like girls. Just, after her gaze fell to Su Anyan, who was silently eating with her head down, Su Qingling's eyes were. There was another flash of helpless despondency. This Yan guy. Hey, actually, Su Anyan was eating in silence though, but in her mind, she was actually a little surprised. In her last life, before she grew up, Shangguan Meng has then disappeared from the public eye for a long time. Then it was even more straightforward to pass on her obituary, which has since existed only in the memories of the crowd. Thus there was hardly any connection between her and Shangguan Meng, only from the various rumors about Shangguan Meng, or from what the rest of the people have told me. Brainstorming the character and elegance of this first demon of Great Xia, if memory serves, many people at the time called it the witch, talked about it and feared it like a tiger. It says that underneath her beautiful exterior lies a demon, cold, ruthless, murderous and cruel. Adjectives such as these were all put upon her head. However, as Su Anyan clamped down on her food, she gently glanced at the mouth that was covering the giggling silver-haired loli. Is it really what they say it is? Or is she, right now, actually just acting? Su Anyan was not allowed to know. The only thing she knew was that even those who feared, loathed, and cursed Shangguan Mengs, and never questioned her talent, her power. The youngest feudal lord in Dixia, the youngest king sealer in Daxia. It's a real title, one that can't be overshadowed by any means. It's indeed a pity that such a genius can only be trapped in the Blue Star. But what kind of person is she? Is it worth it for me to take her out of the Blue Star and into the stars? Su Anyan pondered silently. To Su Yuan, although Shangguan Ru was the super-rich woman who provided him with resources and had a hot body, the face is absolutely beautiful and is the type that men should love the most. But somehow, he seemed to be more attracted to the naive, romantic, lively and lovely Shangwan Meng in front of him, even for the prank she once pulled, calling her sister Shangwan Ru Mom in front of everyone, describing herself and Su Anyan as childhood friends. But doesn't that just flesh out her quirky image? Su Yuan inadvertently glanced at Su Anyan across the table. Oh, turns out there was a control group, he said. After dinner, the crowd sat together on the couch and chatted. Except for Su Anyan. She went back to her room alone after getting the weapon Shangwan Meng had brought. In this regard, Su Qingling even made a point of explaining it to Shangwan Meng. Dream, it's not like she doesn't like you, Yen. It's just the way her personality is supposed to be. Su Yuan on the side nodded. Right, Shangwan Meng certainly didn't care. After a while, Shangwan Meng got up to take her leave. Su Yuan sent her to the door and said goodbye with a smile. Your sister's a real piece of work, too. I can't believe I let you come here alone carrying so many things. That knife is pretty heavy, isn't it? Shangwan Meng smiled and made a muscle-showing gesture. It's okay, I've got the strength. That look, it's adorable. Su Yuan very naturally reached out his hand and rubbed it on Shangwan Meng's small head, laughing. You're so young, how much strength can you have? In the future, if there's no one at your sister's place to send things to, just tell me to come over and get it. He didn't realize that when his hand fell on Shangwan Meng's head, her body stiffened violently for a split second. If this scene fell in the eyes of Morong Xiao and Morong Bai, I'm afraid it would make them think they were dreaming. This is Shangwan Meng, you boy. That's ing ballsy. However, Shangwan Meng, just let out a ch. Then he upsetly slapped Su Yuan's hand away and grunted. Hey, you won't grow taller this way. Su Yuan felt that she was really cute and excessive and joked. Don't worry, you'll definitely be taller when you're older. Shangwan Meng took a deep breath and tried to press down the anger in her heart. Right, Shangwan Meng suddenly thought of something. My sister said that Morongbei has transferred to your school and might come after you when the time comes. If he comes after you, beat him up. Don't be afraid to hit him hard. Just don't make a scene for a while. As for what happens then, my sister will take care of it. That guy transferred to the first grade? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. He'd actually seen it coming. That sickly kid called Morongbei should have some background. Although Erishur City First High School is already the best high school in Erishur City. But Erishur City itself was just a small, mediocre city after all. Why would someone like that come to a school in Erishur City? And, what do you mean? Don't make a scene for a while? Meaning people can get killed afterward? What's all this? Su Yuan was a bit puzzled. But just as he was about to ask about it in detail, Shangwan Meng, however, pulled something out of her pocket and shoved it into his hand. Then in a flash he ran off into the distance and waved to him. Bye. Bye. Su Yuan could only stop for now, but when Shangwan Meng's figure disappeared into the distance, he spread out his hand and realized that what she had shoved into his hand, it's actually a lemon candy? This guy. Su Yuan laughed as he flicked the candy paper away and threw the candy into his mouth. The fresh scent of lemon spreads out and is sweet. Evening. Su Yuan received a message from Zhang Yuan, the man destined to become Vulcan. ***. Brother Yuchi, you didn't come to school today. You don't know something big happened in our school. There's a transfer student in class 1. He looks a little handsome, but he's sickly. A face so white you'd think it had just come out of a coffin. See this. Su Yuan knew it. This transfer student should be the guy called Morong Bai. He seems to have the same SS grade talent as you. Fuchi. As soon as he arrived at school, his father, the horse-faced pig, is offering him up like he's seen an ancestor. So I'm guessing this guy is from a good place. That horse-faced pig guy is also a softie, and directly recognized him as his big brother. Su Yuan was not the least bit surprised by Zhao Rizu's behavior of recognizing his big brother. This guy is just like his father. Director Zhao. A bullying. Just look at that arrogant Zhao Rizu before he showed off his SS rank talent himself. Until he got himself brutally beaten up, which put his tail between his legs, and didn't come over and get half as much trouble from himself the whole time. You know, I give you a lot of credit if you could be tough enough to keep coming over here. Think of it this way. Another message from Young One follows, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the coffin face. He actually let slip that he wants to conquer Su's school beauty. It's obvious that big schoolgirl Su isn't even in school anymore. So I don't know where he heard that from. It could have been that horse-faced pig guy. All in all, I have a feeling he's coming on strong. Seeing that big schoolgirl Su isn't at school, both may come to your house to look for her. Brother Yuchi, you have to protect big schoolgirl Su. I didn't fall for her. I'm resigned to my fate, but no one can go near her except you. Fuchi, Su Yuan, how's this for a rebellious son? He himself had said that there was no way there would be anything between him and Su Anyan. Why are you still talking about it? But, if that Morong Bai finds this place, he wouldn't mind kicking his ass again. Moon Star. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. Started his second condensation of the orifice. With the first experience, the process of condensing the orifices for the second time was obviously much smoother. The first time, it took over 4 full hours. And this time, it only took 3.5 hours to successfully condense the second source orifice. Feeling the warmth coming from the 2 major acupoints in his body. Satisfied, Su Yuan opened the system panel. Host, Su Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 2 Perfection. Cultivation Methods, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method. Deriguan Jing, Rising Sun Chapter. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique, 9 Regicide Lance, Perfect. Emotional Value, 1032. Awakening Order 2 Stage Complete. Sentiment values are also back above the 100 mark. Comfortable. When he was about to go to bed, Su Yuan suddenly realized. The light in Su Anyun's room next door. Why is it still on? At this hour. She's still up? Could it also be condensing source orifices? I don't know to what extent she has cultivated. It should be. Maybe. Definitely. Weaker than me. Right? Chapter 42, I'm not pretending. I mean it. Actually, if it were anyone else, in the case of both being SS-ranked talent possessors, the two of them would more or less communicate with each other and share their feelings about cultivation. However, whether it was Su Yuan or Su Anyun, it could be said that they knew nothing about the other party's situation. Sure, Su Yuan didn't have much interest in exactly what level Su Anyun had cultivated to. It's not going to be any stronger than he is anyway, so he quickly withdrew his gaze. Turned off the light and went to sleep. The next room. The second time I condensed my orifices, I actually failed. Su Anyun frowned slightly. She had thought that with her own level of control over source energy, it should be able to successfully condense a second source orifice, but now it seemed that she had still overestimated the compatibility of this current physical body of hers with source energy. It was true that there was still a need to use some heavenly materials that improved qualifications and strengthened the physical body. Sure, failure of condensation. Her battle power, however, was not weak. This was because her mastery of all 3A-ranked battle techniques had increased quite a bit. With the experience of her previous life, she didn't even need to go into actual combat, merely just simulating in her mind that he then mastered the 3 battle techniques to the proficient level with ease. That's a pretty scary speed, even a genius among geniuses, wanting to cultivate a battle skill to the proficient level, nor could it have been so divine. The next day, the sun had not yet risen in the early hours of the morning. Su Yuan left his home as he did yesterday and traveled to Mte. Yuho and logically met Tang Lao. The two men climbed about heaven and earth, and then, as the sun was coming up, silently, they stopped at the same time. Half an hour later, sunrise is over. Elder Tang seemed to be feeling a great affinity with Su Yuan, so he said a few more words. Little brother, observing this sunrise scene every day is a good habit. If one is able to persevere, maybe there will be something unexpected. Su Yuan laughed. Well, I know. You know? Donald looked a little surprised. This theory that observing the rising sun helps spiritual power grow is the result of 27 years of research on his part, and it is not yet fully realized. This little brother in front of me looks like he's still a student. I'm afraid he's only just been awakened for a short while. How is it possible to know the hidden secrets of the spirit? But on second thought, he thought that he was overthinking it. It should be that the other party will have the benefit of what he says. Think of it as watching the sunrise is soothing and calming or something like that. He didn't say much, just laughed. I'll see you tomorrow then, little brother. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Back home, Su Yuan went back into cultivation. There was no other reason. It was really because this feeling of the realm soaring upwards was just too pleasurable. It was so good that it almost made him an addict. Most martial artists want to cultivate. Either they could only bitterly absorb the thin source energy that was free in the environment, or they would have to spend blood money and purchase source crystals for absorption. And him? With Shangwan Ru, a super rich woman, in his pocket, he only needed to cultivate fiercely. This leads to the fact that most people take several months to. Even the 9th stage of the awakening stage, which took half a year or a year to reach, could be reached by himself by spending only 9 days. After noon, Su Yuan ended from his cultivation. Scattered beside him was a pile of failing source crystals that had already faded their brilliance. The feeling of being hollowed out was gone, replaced by an ample amount of source energy in the body. The experimental special training will begin the day after tomorrow. It just so happens that my arm is almost recovered enough to get my body data tested, so that I can get my own weapon early to acclimatize to it. Thinking so, Su Yuan first contacted Shangwan Ru, and after learning that the other party was free right now, then he took a cab to the school board, education bureau. After coming to Shangwan Ru's office, Su Yuan looked around and found no trace of Shangwan Meng, The silver-haired lowly, some pity, was thinking. Shang Wanru had already arrived in front of Su Yuan. Her eyes glowed as if she were looking at a treasure, and she took his hand in hers and, then with his other hand he pressed on his wrist. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Chief, what are you? Shoo. Shang Wanru silently felt it for a few seconds before she let go of Su Yuan's hand, poured out a breath of cold air. You fellow, you actually did condense a second source orifice? Monster. Downright monster. Shock plus 190. So that's what this is about. Su Yuan smiled, not caring. Tonight is the night to start condensing the third source orifice. Shang Wanru waved his hand. Don't ever say that in front of anyone again. Su Yuan was confused. Why? Shang Wanru's beautiful eyes rolled. Why? I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. Condensing one source orifice a day. Do you think this is a sugar bean? Really? What do you make those who have been toiling for a month and only managed to condense one source orifice think? With that, she turned and left the room. Go, follow me, take you to test the body data. Su Yuan followed. A few minutes later, the two then made their way to the testing grounds. Beside the fist strength testing apparatus, Shang Wanru said softly, let's measure the punching power first. Beginners in the awakening stage don't have physical qualities that are much higher than normal. True advancement in physical strength needs to begin in the exploratory realm at order 1 to 3. The standard of punching power for the average adult male is 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms. Women are about 70% of that standard. After a genetic awakening, every one source orifice that is condensed will increase your strength by approximately 25 kilograms. These were all things that had been covered in the textbook, and Su Yuan knew them by heart. By the way, Su Anyan's test result yesterday was 124 kilograms. 124 kilograms? Su Yuan was a bit surprised. She condensed two source orifices as well? No. Shang Wanru shook his head. At the time, I was thinking the same thing as you after seeing her stats, but I've seen it. She only condensed one source orifice. It stands to reason that she, as a girl, you can't reach that level of power at awakening stage 1, and that the punching power testing apparatus has an intelligent judging system. The tester can only throw punches with the purest of strength, without the aid of battle techniques, so there's only one explanation, and that's the level of control she has over her own muscles. It's reached a breathtaking level. To put it simply, she's most likely a natural combat genius. So it is. Su Yuan nodded. It's pretty awesome. Shang Wanru was a bit puzzled. By the way, you didn't realize that she's only awakening rank 1? Su Yuan shook his head. I don't know. The two of us usually barely communicate. Shang Wanru's eyes were complicated. You two are weird. Speaking of which, originally, I thought it was genius enough for her to be able to condense one source orifice in the first day after her fresh awakening, until I saw you dash. Forget it, it's no fun. Come on, look at you. Su Yuan nodded. Put aside the distractions in your mind. The body relaxed first and took a deep breath, and then in the moment of exhalation, mobilizing all the muscles of his body, his right fist was like a discharged cannonball, heavily hammered on the punching power testing apparatus. Boo! A loud noise exploded. On the instrument in front of him, the data showed 512 kilograms. 512 kilograms? Rao Shangwanru knew that Su Yuan had an SS-grade flesh body strengthening type talent. The power was definitely far more than that of a martial artist of the same realm, so he had been mentally prepared for it. However, when I saw the number, I still felt a deep shock. Awakening Order 2 paragraph. Normally, the punching power should be around 150 kilograms. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was directly more than 3 times this value. You guys. Shang Wanru took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Su Yuan, however, wasn't too happy with the result. I would have expected something like 5 times the size of an ordinary. It looks like it's just over 3 times. There's still a lot of work to be done. Shang Wanru rolled her eyes. You guys, will you die if you don't pretend? Su Yuan was full of seriousness. I'm really not pretending. I mean it. Disdain plus 80. Chapter 43, Forceful Coercion. Are you so heavy in your tastes? After the punching power test comes the speed test, the nerve reaction test, one test after another. With each result, Shang Wanru was going to be shocked once. Fist power, 3, 4 times the standard value for the same realm. Speed, 3, 2 times. Neural reaction speed, 2, 7 times. Eventually, looking at the summarized data table in his hand, Shang Wanru's gaze tightened on Su Yuan, and after a long time, finally this was said. You guy, are you the reincarnation of some ancient ferocious beast? Su Yuan laughed and was non-committal. What he possessed was an ancient god's bloodline. Ancient beasts? Don't come dipping your toe in the water. After the physical data is tested, Su Yuan shared the data of the firearms he was most accustomed to using in the practical combat classes at school on weekdays to Shang Wanru. Gun length 2.3 meters. Gunblade 35 centimeters. Shaft, the capital of the Nanjiang Administrative Region. Nin City, a suburb. A huge research center for ferocious beasts called Blueprint was situated here. It is affiliated with the Daxia Ministry of Martial Arts. This research center has a reputation for specializing in breeding ferocious beasts, and try to find the possibility of domesticating the ferocious beasts. To know, in today's world, the martial arts were certainly flourishing, but the proliferation of ferocious beasts was still a great problem. Outside the urban agglomerations, large tracts of wilderness, rolling mountains, unfathomable oceans, all are the territory of ferocious beasts. There was no shortage of powerful existences that were comparable to human feudal lords, feudal kings, and even the supreme realm. And once they appear, they are symbols of destruction. At this point, Blueprint Institute's office, a middle-aged Mediterranean man was crying out, "My little auntie, that's a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. We only have about 20 in total at the Blueprint Institute, and you want 5 gone at once? That's not cutting my flesh with a knife. No, absolutely not." The man was no other than the general director of the Blueprint Institute, Chen Kashuan. His martial realm wasn't very high, merely at the 4th rank. However, he was a reputable expert in the field of domestic ferocious beast research. In front of him, a small silver-haired, heteropupilized loli was sitting in his original seat with a wide smile on her face. "No, Gollum." Chen Kishuan's throat rolled. At this time, Shangwan Meng did not emit a single trace of intimidating pressure. However, that nuclear amicable smile was like a devil in Chen Kishuan's eyes, causing him to sweat. He shuddered. "Auntie, this is in principle. It really doesn't work, even if it's a rank 1 ferocious beast, but it's from the limit realm after all, and it's quite rare in the wild. Either end of this, for the record, is the wealth of the Ministry of Martial Arts." Shang Wanru gave a light "Oh, are you sure you can't?" Chen Kishuan took a deep breath, used all his strength, gathered his courage, and firmly shook his head. "No, okay." Shangwan Meng got up, gently moving his body. His bones made a slight sound. "Wait." Chen Kishuan suddenly spoke. Shangwan Meng looked at him with a face full of curiosity. "What's wrong?" "That. I misremembered. There's no such thing as 21st rank extreme ferocious beasts in our institute. Obviously there are only 15 heads. Really? You can get such a simple math wrong." Shangwan Meng withdrew her gaze in satisfaction. Walking over to Chen Kusun, he gently patted his shoulder. "Director Chen, you're a nice guy." Chen Kusun wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Arboretum City, the garden of the ferocious beasts, in Xi'an, the owner of the pavilion, Chen He, was confused. Just now, he received a message that there were 5 first-order extreme fierce beasts. It will be transported to the Arashur City Fierce Beast Park this afternoon. It's not. This was a first-order extreme fierce beast. Few exist in the wild. Extremely high value. Let's not talk about Arashur City. Even in the Fierce Beast Garden in Ning City, the capital of the South River Administrative Region, there were almost never any. What's with the 5 heads all of a sudden? He was wondering. Shangwan Ru's message was sent. The 5 extreme beasts of the first order are not open to the public. It's specially prepared for the 2 SS level gifted, Su Yuan and Su Yen. So it is. Chen He understood at once. What did he say? How did the Arashur City Fierce Beast Park suddenly get this kind of treatment? It turned out to be tainted by 2 SS ranked gifted people. What do you mean by rowdy? It's called a ING platoon. But then again, he had seen how powerful that little brother Su Yuan was. The ability to challenge a first-order upper fierce beast, kill it, and earn an S-rank rating. It's that little girl called Su Anyan who hasn't been here yet. I wonder how her strength compares to Su Yuan's. The Su family. Su Yuan and Su Anyan both received messages from Shangwan Ru. The content of the message was very simple. It was to inform the two that a new batch of first-rank extreme ferocious beasts had entered the ferocious beast garden. Let them take on a challenge or two if they are interested. A first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. He's been able to kill an upper rank 1 ferocious beast with an S-rank rating. However, there was no chance of winning against a second-ranked ferocious beast. That's why he's been thinking of trying to see the strength of a first-order extreme ferocious beast. However, since the Arashur City Fierce Beast Garden did not have any fierce beasts of this grade, he could only give up. I didn't think it would come true now. Straight away. A first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Su Anyan's beautiful eyes twinkled. Her current battle power was more than enough to kill a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast. But it's still a bit insufficient against a first-order extreme ferocious beast. After all, she was only just awakening 1 stage. If I also possessed a flesh-strengthening type of talent, and wanted to kill a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, it would be more than enough. But unfortunately, Su Anyan shook her head. The difference in physical strength between the first stage of the awakening order and the first stage of the limit is difficult to experience. Or a battle technique to make up for it. But just having a physical body like Su Yuan won't do. He's just come into contact with 3A ranked battle techniques. It's probably all still uninitiated. And it's hard to inflict damage on a first-rank extreme fierce beast. After a few more days of reaching awakening stage 4 or so, I should just be able to kill a first-rank extreme fierce beast. There's no rush for now. At this point, she heard Su Yuan open the door. Is this going to the beast garden? A taxi ride to the feral beast park. When he entered the garden, Su Yuan found two old acquaintances, Morong Bai, as well as Zhao Rizu, who followed behind Morong Bai as if he were a little brother. Respectfully, it's a coincidence to say the least. After taking in Zhao Rizu as his little brother, Morong Bai learned from him that the iceberg beauty Su Anyan, whom he regarded as his prey, had. I can't believe I'm living with that guy called Su Yuan. Now, the new hatred and old hatred were superimposed, making Morong Bai very irritated. But he knew that even if Shangguan Meng allowed herself to find trouble with Su Yuan, but the current him was not a match for Su Yuan. At least he had to develop for a while before he had the confidence to step on Su Yuan's feet. No, holding a breath in his heart, he planned to come and abuse the abusive alien beasts to vent his anger. Who knew that he would meet Su Yuan here so coincidentally? His eyes jetted with anger. However, he gritted his teeth and did not pay any attention to Su Yuan. Seeing that Morong Bai had learned his lesson and didn't provoke himself, Su Yuan didn't bother with him. Straight towards the desk. Just bar. This Zhao Rizu guy doesn't have much eyesight, and knew nothing about Morong Bai being violently beaten up by Su Yuan and lying in bed for the whole day. All he knew was that this big brother he had newly recognized as a fierce thief was also an SS class gifted person, and the family background is still huge. So when he saw Su Yuan, he directly secretly attached himself to Morong Bai's ear and said, "Brother Bai, it's this guy. If you want to chase Su Anyan, you have to mess with him first." As for why it's whispered in your ear, he didn't dare to let Su Yuan hear it either. Otherwise, when Morong Bai wasn't around, what's Su Yuan going to do with him? However, pop, a loud slap rang out. Zhao Rizu was slapped in the eye. Morong Bai was poked to the sore spot, stalking his neck and roaring, "I'll your mom." The movement of the two drew Su Yuan's attention. He looked back just in time to hear Morong Bai's words to Zhao Rizu. Couldn't help but frown deeply. You, tastes that heavy? Rage plus 10. Resentment plus 10. Chapter 44, Brother. Let's not lose face, okay? You. Morong Bai gritted his teeth, and that pale, sickly face turned red, but stiffly, he didn't let out a harsh word. Zhao Rizu covered his face. The fiery pain on his face made him confused at the same time. It also cast some doubt on the identity of this big brother of his. The promised SS class demonic genius? Saying goodbye to the distinguished and well-connected Cockney? It's not. That's it? Subuchi all stomped his nose and said, "You're going to screw my mom. You just point at him like that and can't say a word for half a day?" Zhao Rizu's eyes changed. It felt as if following this big brother was no different than being on your own. What's wrong with me? Su Yuan happily looked at Morong Bai. Although Morong Bai was weak and was able to provide him with very little emotional value, but this feeling of disliking someone and others not daring to talk back is really quite cool. Humph. Morong Bai snorted coldly. Anger blazed in his heart. Since he couldn't seek revenge on Su Yuan, he would go and abuse the ferocious beasts to vent his anger. He was seen walking over to the service desk and roaring with a big hand, "Open a first-rank middle-level ferocious beast challenge for me. Hurry up!" The receptionist lady at the front desk looked a little unsightly when he yelled at her like that. After doing the identity authentication for Morong Bai and learning that he was also an SS class gifted person, the young sister's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, looked towards Su Yuan, who was on the side, also an SS class gifted person. Other Su Yuan's little brother is handsome and has a good personality. On the contrary, the guy in front of me with a face whiter than a wall. Forget it. Mentally sputtering, she put on a polite smile and controlled her tone. "Hello, Mr. Morong. You have a 2-hour daily unlimited ticket certified by SS-rated gifted resource tilt on your account, and have been assigned a challenge area." Morong Bai nodded coldly before pointing to Zhao Rizu on the side. "Open an awakening order challenge for him as well, and put the cost on my account." Words. Zhao Rizu, who had just developed some thoughts of backwash, was suddenly happy again. "Thank you, Brother White." He immediately opened licking. Morong Bai was in a slightly better mood after he licked him. After completing the formalities, he was turning to leave when Su Yuan's voice came from behind. "Sister Xiaoya, please open the challenge area for the first-rank extreme ferocious beasts for me." "Thank you, The receptionist lady's eyes lit up with little stars and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Wow! Classmate Su Yuan, you're even able to challenge a first-rank extreme fierce beast? Su Yuan laughed. Give it a try. It's hard to say if you'll get an S rating. The receptionist lady covered her mouth and laughed softly. If you were to hear that from those big old men, they'd all be furious. One by one, they're brushing up, every day, just so they can get to B grade, or an A rank. But you're good. You crossed so many realms and you're still thinking about an S rank rating. A few of the strong men next to him laughed. Aya, look at what you're saying. What kind of talent do we have? And what kind of talent does he, Su Yuan, have? He's going to hit the top spot. And you're comparing us to him? That's not fair. Ha ha, that's right. The most talented of our brothers is only B rank. It's already pretty hard to get a B grade evaluation and an A grade evaluation. Okay, Aya, brother is sad. The crowd laughed and laughed. On the contrary, Morong Bai, who had already turned to leave, stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth lifting a little. He wasn't as good as Su Yuan in terms of battle power, but in terms of insight and vision, it was enough to crush 100 of these country bumpkins, so he was going to get something back from that. Hello, Morong Bai turned around and looked at Su Yuan lightly and provocatively. Are you out of your mind? Let's not talk about whether or not you have that ability to challenge a first-rank extreme ferocious beast dash. Just this little Thai place. Can there be a first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Oh, forgot. You seem to be originally from a small place that. It's normal to not understand these things without having been exposed to them. Even the Fierce Beast Park in Ning City, the capital of your South River Administrative Region province. None of them have a challenge program for first-rank extreme ferocious beasts. Having said that, he grinned. What? Do you want me to fund you some money so you can go out there and open your eyes? Call out brother. Food and lodging to and from. I'll cover it all. Zhao Rizu on the side heard this and his eyes glowed. Brother? I've been calling you brother for so long. How come I don't get this kind of treatment? The receptionist lady's brow furrowed. Who says we don't have any first-rank extreme ferocious beasts in our park? We just got 5 of them today. No way. Morong Bai raised an eyebrow. It's not like I don't know that the Fierce Beast Garden is divided into grades. You guys are the lowest grade kind. It's impossible to be assigned a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. The receptionist lady retorted. What's impossible about it? But it's labeled. It's specifically for SS-ranked gifted people, and it's not open to others for the time being. Morong Bai was slightly stunned, and then a bright smile appeared. He understood that, presumably the family prepared him for his subsequent training. A first-rank extreme fierce beast, even in the imperial capital, is a rather rare resource for chaperones. Only rich kids can afford it. He then raised his hand to point at Su Yuan and grinned. Since it's a special supply of ferocious beast resources, the memo message should say in more detail who it was provided to. Keep all 5 of these first-rank extreme ferocious beasts for me. Don't move. The receptionist lady rolled her eyes. Nervous. The information on this is noted as being reserved for Su Yuan and Su Anyun. What's it to you? Morong Bai's complexion stiffened. The smile on his face froze. The hand that was pointing at Su Yuan was also awkwardly frozen in midair. The people on the sidelines threw mocking glances at him as well. Yo, this gent seems to be mistaken. Ha, TSK, I thought it was some young master of a family so grandiose. To be able to get 5 ultimate fierce beasts in one go turned out to be a misunderstanding. Ha ha. The arrogance in Morong Bai's words just now, as well as his disdain for Erishur Castle, all of which made the crowd very disgusted with this townie who had appeared out of nowhere. It was natural to taunt at this time, leaving no stone unturned. Zhao Rizu, who was beside Morong Bai, simply couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. What could be more embarrassing than a failed attempt at pretending? This nigga? Brother, let's not lose face, okay? On the contrary, Morong Bai was mentally strong and coughed gently. Just leave as if nothing happened. However, just after he turned around, a hand pressed against his left shoulder. The force of the hand was heavy. It made Morong Bai almost stumble without standing still. Just as he was about to curse, Su Yuan's teasing voice sounded behind him. Don't rush off just yet. Didn't your mom ever teach you dash? Don't point at just anyone? Chapter 45. Who said he had a good personality? Isn't this pure fraud? Hear that? Cold sweat immediately broke out on Morong Bai's forehead, and his heart vaguely had some kind of bad premonition. You, what do you want? Not for anything, just to teach you how to behave. Su Yuan laughed lightly, and then gently pinched the finger that Morong Bai had just pointed at him and violently folded it downward. Ka-ching! A soft sound of a bone breaking came. Morong Bai didn't react at first, until he saw his drooping broken finger after. Pupils snapped. Sharp pain came, which led to a pig-killing wail. Ah! My hand! My hand! This scene made Zhao Rizu, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. He gulped a little fearfully and, in his mind, he unconsciously recalled the kick that Su Yuan had given himself during the awakening ceremony. At that time, although Su Yuan didn't lay a deadly hand on him, but ruthless was really ruthless. Until now, his chest was still aching. Speaking of which, exactly who was the one who rumored in school that Su Yuan was a very good-tempered and cheerful person? This is not pure fraud. And, this guy, do you know the identity of Morong Bai? If he doesn't know, then he's a tough guy, and it's not clear what the other guy's coming from. Just dare to break one of his fingers. If known, that's even tougher. Just as Zhao Rizu was thinking about it, Su Yuan noticed this old friend and looked at him with a smile. Why? Something's wrong? Zhao Rizu shivered. Nope, it's okay. Su Yuan sighed and spoke at length. It's good that it's alright, but let me advise you. The corners of Zhao Rizu's mouth twitched. You say. Su Yuan looked at Morong Bai, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and leisurely said, you treat him like a big brother, and he's trying to your mom and treat you like a good big boy. Think for yourself. After saying that, he left, leaving Morong Bai and Zhao Rizu in place. They were madly generating grudge values. Walking towards the challenge area, non-stop people were giving Su Yuan thumbs up and approving eyes, even though those words Morong Bai just said were very underhanded and upsetting. However, these people of theirs were all ranked martial artists, seniors, so it was definitely not a good idea to make a move, or else it would be too humiliating. But Su Yuan is different. You're a student? Su Yuan is a student too. If you can't beat him, it's not that people are bullying you, it's that you're weak. Therefore, Su Yuan's actions just now had really helped them out a bit, much more comforting to their hearts. Great job, little brother is awesome. We, the people of Arashur City, won't take this kind of from him. Su Yuan responded with a smile one by one. Coming to the challenge area, the safety officer this time is still Chan Hop. Although the challenge area was some distance away from the hall, the martial artist's body was strong and his ears were clear, so he had a good view of what was happening outside. Bravo! Chen He smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up towards Su Yuan. It is said that martial artists must compete. What they fight for is a breath of air. Look at the arrogance of that little brat. What's wrong with a small place? Small places can still produce martial arts giants and real dragons in the world. Just saying that. He lowered his voice again. But I don't think he's a small man. Will you be alright if you break one of his fingers like that? Su Yuan smiled. It's okay. Shangguan Meng has spoken. As long as no one gets killed. Then if anything goes wrong, Shangguan Ru will cover it. Chairman of the Clover Group. This hood is big enough. Su Yuan was still at ease. That's good. Chen He nodded and stopped asking about it. Still practicing your gun today? Yeah, gun practice. Outfitters. Chen He was once again confused. The last time Su Yuan chose the spirit copper lance that weighed 200 pounds. It had already shocked him. Generally speaking, the extreme punching power of Awakening Stage 1 is only about 200 pounds. How is it possible to use a 200-pound weapon? But Su Yuan can. That he could still understand. After all, it was a SS-ranked flesh-strengthening class talent. But it's only been less than 2 days. And you're saying that the lance you used last time was too light for your hands. Turned your head and replaced it with a 300-pound one? Who wouldn't be confused by that? Chen He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Little brother Su Yuan, what is the limit of your current punching power? Has it ever been measured? Well, measured. Su Yuan casually danced his gun and replied easily and casually. How many? Almost 500 out. 500 pounds out? Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a stretch for you to use this gun then? Not 500 pounds. 500 kilograms. Chan Hope? Shock plus 30. Row. Awesome. He's got nothing to say. Just a few days after awakening, he directly broke through 1,000 pounds of force. It's out of his awareness. It's not human. It's superhuman. Let him be. Challenge area. Su Yuan stood with his gun, the strength of a first-order extreme fierce beast. He was looking forward to it. In standard realm divisions, limit is often not counted. It was extremely difficult to reach the limit of battle power. Suffice it to say that as long as you reach the limit bit, among the same realm of, you are the near-invincible being. Previously, when killing a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast, even without utilizing the source energy of the Form 9 Regicide Lance, I can only stab 5 times in a row as well. But after condensing 2 source orifices, I can feel that the strength of my body has increased quite a bit. Perhaps, be able to stab 7 times in a row. Rumble. As Su Yuan pondered, the gates slowly rose. Tap, tap, tap. A tiger beast, which was not that big in size, slowly stepped into the field from it. Unlike those ferocious beasts in the past that were all kinds of grumpy and hissing when they were just released, it seemed unusually quiet. Su Yuan's gaze condensed slightly. Those dogs barking at people on the side of the road are wimpy. And dogs that really bite tend not to bark. An ordinary tiger beast has a pattern of brownish yellow and blackish brown. But this tiger beast in front of me, the brownish yellow lines on his body disappeared. And in their place were piercing bloodlines. In Su Yuan's mind, the information of the ferocious beasts that he had just viewed surfaced. Bloodstained tiger, Luaha 4. Formerly an upper-ranked ferocious beast of the First Order. Then hunted and devoured 12 of its own kind. Evolution to First Order limit. Hunting a ferocious beast that has evolved of its own kind. This is the king of the pack. No wonder it was able to reach the limit bit. Su Yuan's gaze perked up a little. Catching a fight with a powerful opponent may be avoided in the eyes of others. But Su Yuan was different. The ancient god bloodline, while granting him a powerful physical body, it also fueled his belligerent nature. Come, show me how strong you are. Su Yuan moved, terrifyingly explosive. It made him as fast as he could be. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bloodstained tiger. The long spear in his hand that weighed 300 pounds swept out with great force. A normal person will be crippled if he touches it, and he will die when he touches it. Roar! The bloodstained tiger did not dodge. As the tiger roared, the color of the bloodlines on his body deepened, and the ferocious aura of choosing people to devour instantly erupted. The huge tiger claw slapped, and it actually received this sweeping strike from Su Yuan with a hard hand. Boo! A muffled sound came. One man and one tiger each backed away. Sabuchi takes 4 steps backward with his gun. The bloodstained tiger fell back 5 steps. What a monster! Chen He, who was watching the battle from the side, had his pupils slightly shrunk. The terror of a first-rank extreme ferocious beast was really as the rumors had said, possessing cross-border battle power. This blood-striped tiger's power outburst in that instant just now had exceeded that of certain second-rank ferocious beasts. But what shocked him the most was Su Yuan. Less than 2 days. How come it feels like he's gotten so much stronger than when he first came here? Chapter 46, the future empress of the hall. Becoming a green leaf? Is it an illusion? No, absolutely not. The last time Su Yuan fought against the ferocious beast, he himself had watched the entire process. Chen He could be certain that the strength, speed, and reflexes that Su Yuan had displayed at that time, as well as explosive power. It is definitely not as good as it is now. But martial arts cultivation was originally a slow, gradual process. Except for those martial artists who were already at the critical breakthrough point, not to mention a day or two, even if it takes 10 days and half a month. Sometimes you can't even hear a sound. But how is it that in Su Yuan's case, these 1 or 2 days are so useful? It couldn't be that 1 day of his cultivation could be worth a month of someone else's, could it? Just as Chen He was confused, the battle in the center of the field had reached a white-hot stage. It had to be said that there were no weaklings in existence that could break through to the limit levels. Earlier, Su Yuan seized the opportunity and stabbed the right eye of the blood-striped tiger with his spear. But just as he was about to send his lance even further, through the brain of the blood-stained tiger, a time to strike a blow, the blood-stained tiger actually hardened its head and twisted it violently, enduring the pain of its right eye being churned to pieces. Breaking free from the shot, he turned his head and lunged towards Su Yuan. This outburst was clearly out of Su Yuan's expectation. The fishy wind came to his face, and the bloody mouth of the blood-striped tiger was already in front of him. However, the lance in his hand had not yet had time to retract. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. But once drawn close to the body in battle, the lance's advantage is not only wiped out, it can even backfire and hamstring the user's play. Although Chen He was in shock over Su Yuan's growth, his reaction at this time was still quite swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside that blood-stained tiger. A fist smashed down towards the blood-striped tiger's head. As a second-rank martial artist, it would only take a split second to smash the head of this blood-stained tiger. Make sure Su Yuan is safe and sound. If it were any other ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that they would have given up their attack on Su Yuan at this time. Turning his head to parry Chen He's punches, he would at the very least dodge out of the way. But this blood-stained tiger didn't care. With that ferocious and bloodthirsty look, it seemed like he was planning to have a 1-for-1 with Su Yuan. Wait! Su Yuan's bellowing cry caused Chen He's fist to stop stiffly, followed by an unbelievably shaken look appeared in his eyes. Only a clunk was heard. The lance that weighed 300 pounds crashed to the ground. As for Su Yuan's 2 hands, they were already holding the upper and lower jaws of the blood-striped tiger respectively. This, Chen He snapped. Previously, Su Yuan had said that the extreme punching force he had tested was less than 1,000 pounds, but the bite force of this blood-stained tiger was more than 1,000 pounds. Rather, it was nearly 1,500 pounds. I could only see that the upper and lower jaws of that blood-stained tiger were closing a little bit. The sharp fangs were less than 10 centimeters away from Su Yuan's head. Don't push it. Chen He was in a hurry in his heart. He couldn't watch something happen to Su Yuan. It's okay. Su Yuan's hand that was holding the bloodstained tiger had been cut by the sharp-pointed teeth. Blood dripped down drop by drop, but instead of the slightest retreat on Su Yuan's face, instead, a fervor never seen before welled up at the sight of blood. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a faint hint of light gold color flashing through, and the muscles of his body, moreover, completely exploded with potential extreme power at this moment. Here, me, up, Su Yuan growled lowly. The muscles in his arms instantly filled with blood. The upper and lower jaws, which had been closing a little, were slowly separated at this moment, and after, Su Yuan stepped on his feet, the floor of the challenge area vaguely produced the slightest crack. In the next second, Su Yuan was actually holding the upper and lower jaws of the blood-striped tiger. Give it to, lifted it hard. Chen He was confused, thoroughly looked confused. What's the operation? Even the blood-stained tiger, at this time, killing in its eyes. All of them flashed a hint of fear, their limbs paddling frantically in the air. Give me, smash! Su Yuan roared angrily. The hands holding the bloodstained tiger slammed downward. Boo! A loud muffled sound came. The bloodstained tiger's spine was instantly smashed. But that's not all. For the next few seconds, Su Yuan just held its upper and lower jaws, flipping it around and smashing it furiously from side to side. It continued until the bloodstained tiger was completely dead, its spine broken everywhere, becoming a cold, soft mess of flesh. Phew! 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 Su Yuan dropped the long dead blood-striped tiger in his hand and gasped for air. The pale gold color in his eyes slowly faded. A sense of weakness gradually came over him, but he had nothing but a big smile on his face. Fighting! Yes! Aside! Chen He had been so shocked that he couldn't speak, his throat rolling and his mouth opening and closing. Apparently it had been completely dumbfounded. His gaze flicked back and forth between Su Yuan and the blood-striped tiger on the ground that wasn't in the shape of a tiger. There is only one doubt left in the mind, and that is, who's the beast? You or it? In the meantime, inside the hall of the feral beast garden, the radio came on again. Broadcast, this arena's first order beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger, Su Yuan. Achieve an S-rank evaluation when challenging a first order extreme beast. Boom! Moment. Those who are waiting to do the beast challenge, those who are gagging with people, those who have just finished the challenge, taking a break from, almost everyone, upon hearing this broadcast, was dumbfounded. What the hell? A first order extreme beast? S-rated? Seriously? Su Yuan's name was now a big name in Ereshur City. After all, Ereshur City was a small city, and there had never been an SS-ranked gifted person in its history. This year, there were two of them at once, and they had long become the hot topic of discussion in the streets and alleys of Ereshur City. But that's exactly why. They all knew very well that Su Yuan had only just awakened not 2 days ago. Previously, when he challenged the lower, middle, and upper-ranked ferocious beasts of the first rank, he got an S-rank evaluation. That's shocking enough. Now, he had actually gotten an S-rank rating against a first-rank extreme ferocious beast. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. For a time, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Ereshur City is going to have a real dragon this year. With this kind of strength, the Ereshur City scholarship is definitely a sure thing. And there's even a great hope that shocking the provincial top student of Namjong Administrative District. It was only at this time that someone else whispered curiously, by the way, didn't our Ereshur City produce 2 SS-class gifted people this year? This little brother called Su Yuan is so fierce. What about the other one? How come there's no movement? How should I know? But speaking of which, there should be strengths and weaknesses of the same SS-ranked gifted person, right? If I were to look at it, Su Yuan must be among the top of the list of SS-ranked gifted people. It's a pity. Originally I thought it was the Jedi double. Now it seems that. How come it feels like the other little girl is going to be a green leaf for Su Yuan? This is the worst, because both are SS-ranked gifted, and they're bound to be compared to. Might as well awaken an almost talent. Harm. Look at what you're saying. Even if she becomes a green leaf, it's still Su Yuan's green leaf. Compared to the others, that must still be a whole lot stronger. Chapter 47. Will a youthful pig-headed boy save a demonic schoolmate who has fallen into the abyss? Another rank 1 fierce beast challenge area within the fierce beast garden. Sizzle. Roar. Roar. A first-rank middle-level ferocious beast had already been tortured by Morongbai's predator ghost spirit. His body was full of bloody holes. The joints of his limbs were broken in many places, and large swaths of flesh and blood were shed. Even if the ferocious beasts were vicious by nature, at this point they had lost their fighting spirit and were cowering in the corner, shivering. Even the roar became breathless. The safety officer on the sidelines frowned. Generally speaking, although the final fate of ferocious beasts escapes death, most people that. It's all about training for a one-shot kill in real life. But this pale, thin teenager in front of him was being clearly abusive. Obviously strong enough to kill him easily, but like a maggot attached to a bone. Slowly torturing the ferocious beast. Normally, a ferocious beast that is the enemy of mankind doesn't deserve any affection. But right now, the safety officer, however, really felt. It's kind of pathetic. Die, die, die. Morongbai's expression was hideous. The corners of his mouth slightly raised in a sickly manner. As a practical combat providing area, martial artists were often injured in the fierce beast garden. Therefore, there are many healthcare workers on standby, as well as a large number of medical equipment and resources. A small injury like a broken finger, in the eyes of many martial artists, it's no different than rubbing a little skin. It doesn't take long to recover after applying the appropriate therapeutic paste and wearing a fixation plate. But, compared to the physical injuries he had received, the mental insults he had suffered made him, to Su Yuan, it can be hated. But on the contrary, he couldn't defeat Su Yuan for the time being, so he could only vent his heart's hostility on the ferocious beast. He's equally hateful. And Shangguan Meng, this guy, if you can really die early, then he'd have 100 ways to torture Su Yuan ruthlessly, and no need to use ferocious beasts as substitutes here. At this point, the radio sounded. After hearing that Su Yuan had obtained an S-rank evaluation in the first rank Extreme Ferocious Beast Challenge, the anger in Morongbai's heart burned even brighter. On the basis of what? On what grounds? What makes him so powerful? A bumpkin who popped out of a nook and cranny? In his anger, he commanded the hideous ghostly spirit to grab the limbs of the frail and ferocious beast and, hardly tearing it apart, large swathes of blood mixed with internal organs flowed all over the ground. The safety officer's face was hard and vaguely revolting. However, Morongbai was staring closely at the piercing scarlet, a morbid sense of satisfaction on his face. Just this time, the look on his face changed again. Gone was the morbidity of being unable to avenge a crime and having to let off steam and abuse the weak. In its place was the nobleman's condescending disdain for the gutter rat. Rubbish. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Raising his hand, he shook it vaguely at the hideous ghostly spirit that was whipping the body. Under the force majeure effect, the ghost spirit dissolved into black mist and dissipated, and then it condensed into a huge black hammer in his hand. He really didn't want to share a body with a guy like that if he could. The weak swing at the weaker. The strong, on the other hand, will only draw their swords on the stronger. That guy, Su Yuan, beat him. Sooner or later, he will defeat Su Yuan. Let him kneel before him and admit his weakness, instead of abusing the weak here to vent his anger. Thinking so, Morongbai raised his eyes to look at the safety officer on the side. Hello, change first order upper. 3 heads. The safety officer was struck by the sudden change in Morongbai. The guy in front of me, his pupils seemed to have turned red, even though his face was as pale as ever. And the whole thing gave him a very different feeling. He wondered what the other man was up to, but quickly came back to his senses. The rules have just been introduced. Only after challenging a ferocious beast of the appropriate rank and successfully killing it. It is only then that the number can be increased. Then 1 head first. Good. Half a minute later, in front of the dented corpse of the first rank upper level ferocious beast, Morongbai, who was holding a huge black hammer, turned his head and smiled contemptuously at the shocked safety officer. Hey, can we go up to 3 heads now? Broadcast, this arena's first order beast challenge area. Congratulations to the challenger, Morongbai. Achieve an S-rank evaluation when challenging a first-rank superior beast. ***. What the hell? When did S-classes become so ubiquitous? Wholesale? Who is this guy named Morongbai? It feels like I've never heard of him. Aren't there only 2 SS-grade gifted people in our Arisher city this year? Besides Su Yuan, the other one seems to be called Su Anyan. A girl. Where did this Morongbai come from? HSSS. I remember. It seems like I provoked Su Yuan before. Then the out-of-town sickly kid who had a finger broken by Su Yuan and was rolling all over the place. It's him? I thought he was a little yakuza, but I didn't realize he was quite strong. Strong is strong, but when set off like this, it seems like Su Yuan is even stronger, due to the fact that the potential of the ancient god bloodline was stimulated when he killed the first-rank extreme fierce beast with his bare hands. Su Yuan was currently in a weakened period, so after killing the blood-striped tiger, he planned to call it a day. He was just about to walk out of the arena and take a cab home when the radio came on. Oh, a first-rank upper-level ferocious beast with an S-rank evaluation? Not bad. I just don't know if it's the loser, or the not-so-loser. Su Yuan knew about Morong by having a dual personality. But whichever personality it was pretty much the same for him, because it's all under him. Su Yuan's success in challenging a first-order extreme fierce beast and obtaining an S-rank evaluation, it quickly reached Shang Wanru's ears. Holy? This guy is really sick, isn't he? In the office, Shang Wanru was playing the video of Su Yuan's battle, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This time, Su Yuan didn't have as easy a time as he usually did killing other first-rank beasts. However, the terrifying power he displayed in the end, as well as that ferocious and furious unarmed wrestling kill, was still judged by the intelligence system to be S-ranked. On the side, Shang Wanmeng was sprawled on the sofa, looking at the latest manga that came out, her hands resting on her cheeks. A pair of small white legs wobbled in the air, watching in fascination. The manga is called Will the Youthful Pig-Headed Teenager Save the Demon King's Older Sister Who Has Fallen into the Abyss? And it's a rather cliched King's Road hot-blooded manga. Sis? Shang Wanru shouted twice in a row. Seeing that Shang Wanmeng still didn't respond, she simply stood up and came to Shang Wanmeng's side, gently patting her. As a result, when Shang Wanmeng looked up, Shang Wanru was instantly startled and pulled back several meters. Sister? You, what happened to you? See only, Shang Wanmeng's stunningly beautiful and delicate face, at some point, was already covered in tear stains. Just even Shang Wanmeng herself did not seem to realize, until this time cannot react to it. Raising her small hands to her face, she wiped them carelessly, sniffling a little and bristling with pride. What are you looking at? It's a touching episode alright. When Shang Wanru heard this, her gaze shifted slightly downward and landed on the cover of that comic book. With such a long name, it doesn't look like a serious manga. What kind of touching plot could there be? Just as Shang Wanru was inwardly spitting, Shang Wanmeng had already jumped down from the sofa and, pulling a lemon candy from his pocket, he peeled off the paper and dropped it into his mouth. It's a little sour, but it's sweet, right? Shang Wanmeng turned her head and looked at Shang Wanru. What did you just yell at me for? Chapter 48, The Diffractive Heavenly Contemplation Scripture. On what basis are you called the twins alongside me? What else could it be? Shang Wanru pointed to the display on the desktop not far away. A battle video of Su Yuan's battle has just been transmitted from the Fierce Beast Garden side. The first rank Extreme Fierce Beast Challenge was successful. It's still an S rating. Speaking of which, it clearly looks like one of those cheerful, outgoing high school brothers. As a result, once you fight a ferocious beast, you have to be as ferocious as possible. Shang Wanmeng smiled with a flirtatious smile. Doesn't someone eat up this contrasting persona the most? Shang Wanru blushed. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. A few minutes later, after watching Su Yuan's battle video, Shang Wanmeng smiled brightly. It seems as if he liked the gift I gave him. That's true. Shang Wanru lamented. The kind of fervor and passion that Su Yuan showed in battle, even through the screen, they can all feel it easily. But she followed up with, Sister, you just saw that light golden glow that flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, didn't you? Shang Wanmeng nodded. Saw it. It should be some kind of ability that comes with his gift, only just mastered. If he would have done this move when he beat up Morong by back then, he probably could have crippled him. Shang Wanru nodded approvingly. Su Yuan's current limit of punching power is 512 kilograms, which is 1,000 pounds out. But the level of strength displayed when wrestling and killing the blood-striped tiger with his bare hand, almost 200 pounds. It's fully doubled. What is this? His talent. Is it really only SS grade? After a moment of emotion, Shang Wanru's words changed, mentioning Su Anyun. Speaking of which, it's clear that the super geniuses who awakened their SS rank talents together. Why does it feel like Su Anyun is so low-key? Shang Wan dreamed about it, probably getting stronger in silence. Shang Wanru. Let's hope so. It's almost time to start the experimental special training. I hope she won't be pulled too far away from Su Yuan. Achoo! Su Anyun sneezed softly. What weak flesh. She shook her head gently, a little speechless. In her last life, she had been able to walk through even a cosmic storm, unharmed. In this life, I can't believe I still sneeze from the cool breeze. That's all. After all, accepting the fact that she was reborn, she quickly adjusted her mindset and he began to search his memory for the secret method on spiritual power cultivation. If you compare the universe to an ocean, and the physical body is the vessel that crosses it, then the spirit, or soul, is at the helm of the ship. The person at the helm of the ship is crucial in the end to reach the other side. This may not be obvious on the blue planet, for even a ninth order supreme being that, the cultivation of spiritual power are all still quite shallow, but once you get to the cosmic stars, it's a different story. Those martial artists who specialize in cultivating spiritual power, it is called the one who reads, a powerful Nien, with a single thought, can cause civilizations to become extinct, planets to shatter, and the sun and moon to be devoid of light. There are even rumors that when spiritual power is cultivated to the extreme, it is even possible to do one thought and all things come into being. Of course, this was only a rumor, and not even an Emperor realm powerhouse could do this. The three most powerful spiritual cultivation methods currently recognized in the universe. At the top of the list is the star sect's diffractive heavenly visualization scripture. Regard the sea of consciousness as a sea of stars, and visualize a single star in order to diffuse the starry sky. The stars, that is, the stars. At a time when civilization had not yet reached the stage of stars, often they are referred to as day, sun, you. It's a pity that this diffractive heavenly visualization scripture is an untold secret of the star sect. Hardly any outsiders are able to cultivate it. Other than that, it's the Hansha subduing prison diagram and the divine demon thoughts. In my last life, I only obtained the first half of the Hansha prison suppressing diagram. I hope that in this life, can fill in the back part. Think of it this way. Su Anyan slowly closed her eyes and began to silently cultivate the Hansha prison suppression diagram. In Blue Star, martial artists often have to reach the 4th rank before they can begin to perceive and control spiritual power. At this point, I have an absolute advantage. When the battle power is evaluated, relying on this alone, I can crush Su Yuan. Evening. For dinner. Su Qingling's face was always filled with a faint smile. Su Yuan asked with a smile when he realized it. Did Auntie Su meet something happy today? When Su Anyan heard this, she also looked up at Su Qingling. The only person she cared about on the blue planet was Su Qingling, and the only thing that it'll get her pumped up. Seeing the two men casting glances at him, only then did Su Qingling smile and talk about her encounters in the company. Turns out, after the Ereshur City Daily made a big deal out of Su Yuan and Su Anyan's awakening of their SS grade talents, almost the entire Ereshur City knew that there was a pair of twin stars in Ereshur City this year. One is called Su Yuan and the other is called Su Anyan. On weekdays, Su Qingling would hardly bring up life matters in the company, but one of the co-workers was curious, so he came over to ask Su Qingling about it, joking with her about one of the twins, Su Anyan, isn't related to her. Su Qingling was not in the habit of lying, so she admitted it. Just this acknowledgement, it directly alarmed the company's president. After giving Su Qingling a flurry of promotions and raises, what's more, he arranged an extremely easy and laid-back position for her, and hired her as the company's ambassador, saying that he wanted to publicize more. I had thought this might be it for me in this life. I didn't expect to be thrust into the limelight by you two little guys. Life is truly marvelous, Su Qingling said with a smile, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Su Yuan and Su Anyan. Su Yuan laughed. This is just the beginning. Wait until later. There's more for you to suffer, Auntie Su. Su Anyan also made an extremely rare interjection. It's good to get used to it in advance. This life, she would definitely take Su Qingling out of the Blue Star. Even if Su Qingling didn't have the slightest talent for cultivation, she can also get her the cosmic treasures that are against the odds. Besides, when she returned to the Tenyu, she would be able to transcend the stars and suppress the world. Even if Su Qingling didn't have any semblance of strength, she would still be the most respected person in the entire cosmic starry sky. Rather, it was the tidal twin star. She looked towards Su Yuan beside her, and in her mind, thoughts. What kind of existence were the people who could be called alongside her in her last life? One man, one sword, killing sword maniacs through the 9 heavens in 10 regions, with his body transformed into a prison. He suppressed the 4 directions of the stars, and was the only one to be honored as a battle frenzy, picking the stars and taking the moon. A smile is enough to make all beings fall in love with the starry sky lost color of the star-picking demoness. The starry sky shone brightly, the great world arrived, and countless celestial pride stepped out from the ancient Holy Land, showing their elegance that is enough to make the stars pale. They have created one legend after another. What about you? And where will you go, if you can't even get out of Blue Star? And by what right? Is it called the twins alongside me? Noticing Su Anyan's eyes, Su Yuan turned his head just in time to meet her eyes. I have something on my face? No. Su Anyan withdrew her gaze and continued eating. At this moment, Su Qingling suddenly asked, Xiao Yuan, I heard that you recently broke the record of the Fierce Beast Garden, recorded several S-ranked evaluations in a row, and among them was a first-rank Extreme Fierce Beast? Is this true? The words fell. Su Yuan hadn't even opened his mouth yet. The hand of Su Anyan, who was holding the chopsticks on the side, suddenly trembled. Chapter 49. The advantage is mine. There's no way I can lose. Su Yuan possessed an SS rank talent of the flesh strengthening class, which was already even more powerful in the early stages. And in the pre-cultivation period, the gap between the different realms has that but it's far from being too big to leapfrog. So, it was normal for Su Yuan to challenge a rank 1 ferocious beast. It got an S rating. And that's saying something. But, what Su Qingling said just now was, First Order Extreme Fierce Beast. Su Anyun was not calm. Extreme Realm. Regardless of the realm, it was an extremely special existence. Among ferocious beasts, this was a symbol of the potential to grow into a beast king. Among humans, it is even more synonymous with genius. In layman's terms, if you can defeat an enemy across a realm, you're already quite a demonic being. But when you can cross a realm and defeat the geniuses of that realm, then what again? Well, of course it's true. The other rank 1 ferocious beasts are fine, quite easy. It's that rank 1 extreme ferocious beast that's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. While Su Anyun was in the midst of chaos, Su Yuan's light laughter came out, appearing slightly shrill. Su Qingling worried. That's a rank 1 ferocious beast, a whole realm higher than you. Auntie Su won't stop you from exercising yourself, but you have to be careful yourself. Xiao Yuan, if you get hurt. At this point, Su Anyun put down her chopsticks. I'm done eating. Having said that, got up and went to his room. Su Qingling froze, and Su Anyun clearly still had most of her rice bowl left. Yen, you haven't finished eating yet. Full. Back in the room. After closing the door, Su Anyun threw herself directly onto the bed, her beautiful eyes staring at the ceiling, frozen in concentration. Just awakened. And you were able to kill a first-rank extreme ferocious beast? Or an S-rank evaluation? How the hell did he do that? A series of questions came to her mind. She assessed her current battle strength against an upper rank 1 ferocious beast. She was 100% sure that she would be able to get an S rating. But against a first-rank extreme ferocious beast, she was only 60% sure. But this was dependent on her experience in her previous life. In Su Yuan's place, what's he based on? Su Anyun sat up, looking thoughtful. Could he be able to exert such terrifying strength by relying on his physical body talent alone? She was well aware that although her talent had been evaluated at the SS level, but in reality it's much more than that. Simply because of the Blue Star's rating standards, the maximum ceiling is SS grade. Could it be that Su Yuan's situation was the same as his own? The universe is vast and infinite, and all kinds of talents come and go. It's also really possible that he's gained some sort of incomparably strong fleshly body talent. But what I don't understand is Dash. Obviously, in his last life, he was ordinary and mediocre. Why has this life changed so dramatically? Even if my rebirth brought about some sort of unspeakable change that caused a butterfly effect, it shouldn't be so bad. Or, Su Anyun's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He was reborn like me? But soon, she then put that thought behind her. The Su Yuan of his previous life hadn't even stepped out of the Blue Star. Even if you're born again, where do you get the capital? Giving him such unimaginable strength in this life? Just, don't want to. So what if I'm able to kill a rank 1 extreme ferocious beast? Just give me a few more days and I can do the same. Besides, I can still cultivate spiritual power through the Hangsha subduing prison diagram. The first battlefield comparison must have been a comprehensive evaluation. In terms of realm, spiritual power, and battle technique mastery, the advantage is all mine. There's no way I can lose. Su Anyun's eyes gradually hardened as she cast away all distractions and began to cultivate. This was the first time that she, in Su Yuan's body, felt a little sense of crisis. Just a little bit. Of course, the next room, in front of Aunt Su at the dinner table. Su Yuan didn't have the heart to say it, but in fact, he knew it in his heart. That guy Su Yen ran away in the middle of the meal. It was probably related to hearing that he had killed a first-order extreme fierce beast and gotten an S-rank evaluation. Self-esteem. Self-esteem. Su Yuan shook his head with some amusement. It seemed that this Su Anyun fellow wasn't all inhuman. At the very least his self-respect was there. If I'm not mistaken, she should be in her room right now, violently practicing, trying to catch up with yourself, right? It's just a shame. Younger, as a hangman, as long as he didn't mingle, he didn't believe that anyone else could surpass him? Unless this Su Anyun guy was also reborn with a system. But right, someone like her for a lead role? Not at all. So yeah, it's not going to happen. Little Su Yen, you'd better be good and follow my brother to eat the exhaust of the car. Think of it this way. Su Yuan pulled up the system panel and looked at it. Today, he managed to take the S-rank evaluation of a first-rank extreme fierce beast by himself, but it had stirred up the entire ferocious beast garden and harvested a large amount of emotional value. Host, Su Yuan. Realm, Awakening Stage 2 Perfection. Cultivation Methods, Tian Yuan Cultivation Method. Deriguan Jing Rising Sun Chapter. Battle Technique, Grade A Battle Technique 9 Regicide Lance, Perfect. Emotional Value, 1532. The last time I managed to save up 200 plus emotes for a premium draw. The result came as a, "Thank you for your patronage," which almost didn't make Su Yuan vomit blood. The good thing is that the primary raffle came out with a purple reward. Great Sun Observation Sutra Rising Sun Chapter. It's a good way to make up for the blood. Or else it's a real loss of numbness. They say once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a grass rope. And I'm still not convinced. It's not just a little advanced sweepstakes. When I save up 200 emotion points, I'll smack you hard. Gotta make you see red. The gold rewards are also awesome. Red quality rewards are fascinating to think about. After a small moment of longing, Su Yuan closed the panel and began his pre-cultivation preparations. Tonight, he was going to impact the third source orifice. Day 2. Still watching the sunrise, sensing the rising sun, and then going home to practice. Last night he managed to condense his third source orifice, successfully stepping into the third stage of the awakening stage. Truly a one-day one-paragraph miracle. Then in the afternoon, go to the Fierce Beast Garden and challenge the first-rank Extreme Fierce Beasts. This time, Su Yuan stopped using his weapon from the very beginning. After all, the 9 regicide gun was already at the perfect mastery level, so practicing it again wouldn't accomplish anything. What he wanted to do was to get a complete grasp of the power of that burst of seed from yesterday, to be able to call upon, on his own initiative, instead of being forced to show up only every time it comes to a crisis. Hold that thought. Su Yuan takes a bit of a beating. After all, in the absence of a popping seed, purely in terms of power, he still wasn't as good as a rank 1 ultimate fierce beast, so injuries were inevitable. But at the end, when that first rank extreme ferocious beast threatened Su Yuan, he still resurfaced that explosive seed power and hardened that first rank extreme ferocious beast. As for why it wasn't shot down, now there were only 4 heads. Su Yuan was still thinking of keeping them to slowly accompany the practice. What a pity to kill them. Evening. Su Yuan, who was preparing to condense the fourth source orifice, received a call from Shangguan Ru. Starting tomorrow, the experimental special training officially starts, and I'll pick you up at 8 in the morning. Okay, hang up the phone. Su Yuan looked at the emotional value, collected just over 300 points today, totaling 1,892 points. It's still a bit short of 200. He has found out, ever since killing the first rank extreme ferocious beast, the blood-striped tiger, the day before yesterday and getting an S-rank evaluation, the crowd seems to have taken their behavior in stride. Or to put it another way, they're numb. They think that's the way they should be. That's how strong they are, resulting in a drastic reduction in the shock value of the easiest collection. When a pleasure has reached its threshold, only harder drugs can be administered. What's the best thing I've got to play with so far? Spiritual power. It's still in its infancy. Awakening stage 3 realm? Seems like the impact is average. Come to think of it, it seems like there's only that perfect grade 9 regicide gun. There. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The strength of my physical body and the level of source energy control is not enough to support me in executing the full version of the 9 regicide gun. But my understanding of the 9 regicide gun perfection level is still there. Find an expert at the inception level and point him in the right direction? That's a good idea. But before that, I'll have to experiment and see if when others cast the 9 regicide guns, can I see their breaks and flaws? Or don't make a joke out of it instead of pretending to be a pussy. If memory serves, Sister Ru said that Su Anyan and I picked the same battle technique. I don't know what she's learning about the 9 Slayer gun as a Tangblade player, but what the hell? Say it and do it. Su Yuan left the room and arrived in front of Su Anyan's room, raising his hand and knocking on the door. Knock knock. Chapter 50 Disliked Empress? Invisible pretense is the most fatal. What is it? After the door to the room opened, Su Anyan looked at Su Yuan with a flat gaze and asked, "Are you busy now? Say something." "I heard Ru say, you also picked out the 9 regicide gun, can you demonstrate it once for me?" Su Yuan asked. "He's just here to try it out." It felt like with Su Anyan's character, she would most likely refuse. Right? Pity. Women are such elusive creatures. After a short period of thinking, Su Anyan surprisingly agreed. Good. Just a slight nod from her. Wait for me. I'll change. Reappearing in front of Su Yuan, Su Anyan had already changed into a looser, more natural sports suit, the light-colored t-shirt top and black gym shorts, and the ponytail tied up high in the, paired with that stunning side face, it gave her a particularly clean and girlish look. Come on, go to the yard. Good. Yard. Su Anyan held the Tang sword in her hand and looked at Su Yuan with her beautiful eyes filled with indifference. Although swords and guns are very different, battle techniques are never something so rigid and inconvenient. As long as you can understand what the essence of a battle technique is, it doesn't matter if you're using a gun or a sword. Even with his bare hands, he is still able to exert great power. Su Yuan nodded cooperatively. He agreed with this viewpoint very much. and at that time he transferred his understanding of the 9-deicide gun to his boxing style. Use this path. You watch. I'll only demonstrate once, Su Anyun said softly. Su Yuan? It's not. He feels. Was there some kind of misunderstanding between him and Su Anyun? He came to Su Anyun to demonstrate the 9-regicide gun. It was to judge whether his eyesight was good enough to see the slip-ups and shortcomings of other people in using this battle technique, not to learn from it. Why did it feel as if Su Anyun had misunderstood him, thinking that he had encountered a bottleneck while learning the 9-regicide gun and had come to draw on her for help? As Su Yuan pondered, Su Anyun had already begun her own demonstration. She pointed her right foot slightly sideways over the ground, holding her tanged sword in one hand, the 9-regicide gun. The emphasis is on the stacking of strength and power. 9 successive stabs in a very short time. The power of each of the both must be stronger than the previous shot, leaving the enemy defenseless. Mastery of 3 shots, proficiency of 5 shots, mastery of 7 shots, entry of 9 shots, perfection each and every one of them. All 9 spears are stacked, and the spears are like dragons that can kill all enemies in front of them. As for true intent, that needs to be coupled with mental intent. It's not an area you can touch for now. Hear this. Su Yuan intentionally flirted. Tot, but it's rare that you've said so much today. It shouldn't be possible that your mastery of the 9-regicide guns, it's up to perfect level, right? Su Anyun's gaze was calm, wanting to cultivate an A-ranked battle skill to perfection. It takes a lot of time and effort. How many martial artists have spent their entire lives unable to reach it? You're thinking too simply. But I haven't reached perfection, but I'm about to enter the subtle. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Into the micro? It's really fake. Had to fight to see this now. Seeing Su Yuan's gaze cast, Xian Yan started. There. The tang sword in his hand violently stabbed forward, so fast that it caused the air to emit a burst of sound. A few minutes later, Su Anyun stood with his sword withdrawn. Just now, she stabbed out 7 shots in a row. I had thought to see if I could reach the limit and stab the 2 subsequent guns together. In one fell swoop, he stepped into the realm of, into the subtle. In the end, of course, it failed. The body limits her play. Capillary rupture in the right arm. As a result of the force exerted beyond its limits, a large area was red and swollen, standing out against the otherwise pale, jade-like skin. Is it that hard? Su Yuan looked at Su Anyun's red and swollen right hand. A similar situation occurred when he himself used the 9-deicide fist to kill Moronbai in seconds. Of course, his own injuries at the time were quite a bit more serious than hers. It's just that people's physiques are different from each other's. He had the ancient god bloodline and his flesh was incredibly strong. What did Su Anyun have? It's tough enough to make it this far. Okay, I hope you're getting some sense. Su Anyun was oblivious to the injury to her arm. After putting away the tang sword, he was about to leave. Su Yuan. He had wanted to point out the 3 major mistakes and 12 minor slip-ups Su Anyun had made during his demonstration of the 9-regicide gun, as well as the 21 points that could be improved upon. But now that he looked at it, he might as well forget about it. Though he himself was mistaken by her as coming to ask for help to learn. But he at least gave a serious demonstration, didn't he? Almost blew out my arm. And again, even if one were to pretend to be a pussy in front of Su Anyun and display some of one's understanding of the 9-regicide gun, how much mood value can you earn by shocking her? Her realm was estimated to be quite a bit lower than her own. Awakening Order 1 stage? That provides an estimated emotional value of 2 or 3 points at most. Su Yuan still adhered to his original philosophy. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend in front of the strong. And what fun is there in pretending with the stream of cats and dogs? Of course, it wasn't that Su Anyun was a cat or a dog. Su Yuan definitely didn't have the intention of disliking her. He swore, after all, the hand she showed just now, although it was no match for her own perfect level mastery. But as she said since, it's still really proficient level. It was even close to touching the threshold of the inception level. The cohabitating girls are the cold schoolgirl and the demonic heavenly pride. Certified. Looking at Su Anyun's departing back, Su Yuan felt a tiny bit of pressure. In the end, he could only sigh luckily buddy I'm open before retracting his gaze. Su Anyun, this freak, has autonomously cultivated the 9-regicide gun to the proficient level. I'm still able to see quite a few problems dash. It seems that my idea is okay. My eyesight, my understanding, it's enough. Su Yuan made a direct call to Shangwan Ru. Soon, the call was answered. Sister Ru, what is it? Could you use your powerful connections? Ask anyone in our Arisher city who is practicing the battle skill of the 9-regicide gun? What? You've encountered obstacles in your cultivation of battle techniques and want to worship a master? Shangwan Ru on the other end of the phone hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. The tone was full of derision and laughter. In her opinion, Su Yuan, this monster of monsters finally had a moment of frustration. It's not easy, you know, from the beginning of Su Yuan's awakening, all the way to give her the impression that it's pushing across the 4 sides without an enemy. And even though his realm is still low, just the awakening stage, look at what he's done. Terrifying source energy absorption speed, condensing 1 source orifice a day, challenging ferocious beasts of the first order lower, middle, upper, and extreme rank, all S-rank evaluations, cultivating the 9 regicide gun to the proficient level. Which one of them is not over the top in terms of strength? Unfortunately, the next second, the smile on Shangwan Ru's face froze. Su Yuan's words with a very light tone but an inexplicably strong sense of pretense lingered beside her ears. Let a series of question marks gradually appear on her face. I'm not worshipping a teacher. I'm there to be a teacher for someone. Hello? Sister Ru? Chapter 51, demonized as the flower of the underworld. Shangwan Ru, who had been frozen for a long time, finally came back to her senses. You said, you're going to be a teacher for those martial artists who cultivate the 9 regicide gun, pointing out their battle techniques? Right. As he spoke, Su Yuan glanced at the panel and added more than 100 points of emotion value. It also has to be a strong person like Sister Ru. Gripping is more comfortable. Shangwan Ru was silent. She wanted to explain it to Su Yuan. Although your mastery of the 9 Slayer gun is now at the proficient level, but it's not quite the same as mastery in the traditional sense. After all, you're still in the awakening stage, and you're using the form of a battle technique, and without the use of source energy. Plus, martial artists who are able to cultivate A-class battle techniques are often exceptionally gifted existences. Their understanding of the 9 regicide gun is not necessarily weaker than yours. Trust me. Su Yuan's tone was firm. As long as you, Sister Ru, help me find some martial artists who have fallen into a bottleneck in the cultivation of the 9 regicide gun, the higher the strength, the better, I'll prove myself. Of course, don't exceed the perfection level, or I won't be able to teach. Shangwan Ru was somewhat confused by Su Yuan. No more than the perfection level? You mean, your understanding of the 9 regicide gun, it's already at the perfect level? Okay. Shangwan Ru agreed rather reluctantly, because she didn't believe in perfection level A-class battle techniques at all. It can be practiced in just 2 days. Su Yuan heard the skepticism in Shangwan Ru's tone, but didn't take it seriously at all, because he knew that the more he did, the more emotional value he would be able to harvest when the time came. By the way, Sister Ru, the experimental special training is going to take place tomorrow. If we can find someone, let's make it about 7 o'clock tonight. Lines. That's right, why don't you call Su Anyan up too? Sis? Why don't you say it yourself? Not really. Anyway, there's a reason, Su Yuan said ambiguously. Just now, Su Anyan had made a display in front of him. If he goes on his own and says, come to my lecture later and I'll point you in the right direction. What a blow to people's self-esteem. If Shangwan Ru had yelled at her to go, it would have been slightly better, lessening the impact on her. You two are really something. Alright, the world is under control. Villa 001. Long, wet, ice blue hair cascading over her shoulders. It set off that white neck in a more delicious and tantalizing way. The bath towel wrapped casually around her body half covered the blood-curdling, tantalizing curves were faintly visible. Shangwan Ru put the phone in her hand down and sighed softly. That's crazy. Just now, Su Yuan said that he wanted her to help find a way to cultivate the 9 regicide gun, and having reached the bottleneck stage of the martial artist, he wanted to be someone's teacher. Is this a joke? She admitted that Su Yuan's talent was extremely demonic, almost comparable to her sister Shangwan Meng. But then again, he's just a high school student in the awakening stage now. The talent hasn't materialized yet. There's no question that he's the absolute standout amongst his peers. Even putting him in a monster-studded empire would be amazing enough. But what? Genius is one thing. It's another thing to grow up. The current Su Yuan was able to challenge the extreme ferocious beasts of the first rank with the 3rd stage of the awakening rank. Take the S rating. But, not to mention a fusion realm powerhouse like himself. It's the 2nd and 3rd ranked martial artists in the exploration realm. Pulling out any of them, none of them were comparable to the current Su Yuan. Their battle experience, battle skill sense, definitely better than a demon who just got the battle technique soul seal within a few days. Unless what? Unless you're the reincarnation of the gun fairy. The first time I held a gun, I knew I would be number 1 in the world. Then forget I said it. Otherwise, it's really weird. Shangwan Ru gently shook her head. Sure, she felt it was very unorthodox though. But before, she had promised Su Yuan that as long as he was willing to participate in the experimental special training, then anything she could do, any resource she could provide, was at his disposal. a martial artist who cultivates the 9 regicide gun. Shangwan-ru thought about it, picked up his cell phone again, and called the president of Arashur City's Martial Arts Association. A few minutes later, she had gotten a list of martial artists who practiced the 9 regicide gun, Class A battle skills, a benefit included in the SS-ranked Gifted's resource tilt pack. But those martial artists without advanced talent are also able to earn contribution points by redeem A-ranked battle skills from the official. No, there were 5 martial artists in Arashur City who had cultivated the 9 regicide gun. One of them was a 3rd-ranked martial artist, 3 4th-ranked martial artists, and 1 5th-ranked martial artist. It's the president of the Martial Arts Association himself, removing Xiao Li, the head of the Arashur City Martial Association. The 9 regicide gun practiced by the remaining 4 martial artists. 3. Proficient. 1. Subtle. None of them have reached the perfection level. It meets Su Yuan's conditions. Shangwan-ru organized the list and contacted each of the 4 people. It said that they were to be invited to participate in a lecture on the 9-slayer gun. Just doing so could have taken them by surprise. As the saying goes, you don't get what you don't deserve. They haven't done much lately. What's the point? To have someone else's chief invite a high-ranking person to instruct them in their battle technique cultivation? Chief Shangwan, how can this be a good idea? Is there something you want me to do? Just say it directly if you have it, and I'll help if I can. Those 4 martial artists were very different, and all of them made such a statement. Shangwan-ru didn't have the heart to say to them that he wanted to give them instructions on the 9 regicide gun. It's a newly awakened high school student. Otherwise, out of respect they might not say anything. But 100% of them will complain to the Arashur City ruler that they're in over their heads. It may influence the development of education policies. Though this complaint won't work on her is all. Su Yuan, Su Yuan, I hope you don't make a fool out of me. Shangwan-ru shook her head and sent a text message to Su Anyan. Tonight, at 7 p.m. At the Arashur City Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center, there will be a lecture on the 9-slayer gun. The presenter's mastery of the 9 regicide gun is at the perfect level. Are you going or not? Half a minute later, Su Anyan sent a reply. Thanks, but no thanks. Shangwan-ru froze. It's not. What's the deal with these 2 little guys of your own choosing? One said that he had reached perfection in his mastery of the 9 regicide gun and was going to give a lecture. A lecture that was indifferent to the perfect, grade 9-slayer gun. Is he or she behind the times? Are all high schoolers of this generation so individualistic? Shangwan-ru was wondering. Suddenly, a door opening was heard. She had just been so concerned about helping Su Yuan with the lecture that she hadn't had time to change her clothes. Just went out wrapped in a bathrobe. She was relieved because apart from herself, only her sister Shangwan Meng had the key to her house. Just, when she saw Shangwan Meng, her entire body instantly froze in place. The silver hair remained the same. The pupils remained the same. Only the dress was dyed a piercing scarlet red. Demonic as the flowers on the other side of the underworld. Sis. Chapter 52, Second Advanced Drawl. Red Quality Reward. Ancient God 10 Changes, Taodai Change. A flash of panic flashed through Shangwan-ru's beautiful eyes. Because when Shangwan Meng entered the door, she smelled a pungent odor of blood. Very strong and very thick. While Shangwan-ru was having a brainstorming session with herself. Shangwan Meng, however, just stretched lazily. Compared to the raging waves of Shangwan-ru, the tiny brackets. It's cute sometimes. She reached into her pocket, flicked open the candy paper, and tossed a lemon candy into her mouth. Cheeks puffed out slightly, absently. Don't worry, it's not my blood. Hearing this, Shangwan-ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scared the out of her, but on second thought, it's not quite right. With Shangwan Meng's current strength, just what kind of opponent did he encounter? That's why you're all over the place? Sis, are you off on a mission? Shangwan-ru asked curiously. As one of the 4 pillars of the Daxia Regicide Bureau, Shangwan Meng usually performed those most dangerous tasks, and it was not too much to say that she was walking on a tightrope. Aha! Shangwan Meng answered softly. The Bureau has discovered that the Eagle American Federation has a 7th-order blood hiding within its borders. It just happened to be on this side of the South River Administrative District, so I went over and rendered him harmless. A 7th-ranked blood clan. Shangwan as an afterthought. No wonder Shangwan Meng's clothes were all soaked with blood. If it was a blood, that's not surprising. The Bloods are a special group over in the West, and are essentially human. It's just that their talents tend to be in the direction related to blood control. The Blood race has a set of criteria for dividing the realms of strength within their own system, and as long as they break through the exploration realm, when you reach the fusion realm, you will receive the title. The 4th degree corresponds to a baron, the 5th to a viscount, and so on. 7th degree marquis, 8th degree duke, as well as the 9th order, the Prince of Blood, the Marquis of Blood. How did he enter the territory of Daxia? Moreover, what is he doing in the Nanjiang administrative region? Shang Wanru wondered. Although the other party and Shangguan Mang were of the same 7th rank, Shang Wanru knew very well that the sister Shangguan Mang was a bug-like existence, among the same realm, almost synonymous with invincible. Not to mention, she had mentioned before that she was about to break through the 8th rank of Sealed King. Therefore, she was more concerned about that Marquis of Blood coming to Daxia, the purpose of coming to the South River Bureau. But Shangguan Mang just shook her head. The Bureau doesn't have much information, and I don't know about any of this, but people like them, no matter what they're here for, don't they all love to take a few gifted little ones? That's why I had to do it first. The easy, casual tone of the words. It was as if the object he had just harmlessly disposed of was not a 7th-ranked blood marquis, but just a mosquito that sucked blood. Shang Wanru suddenly realized. Sister, you shouldn't be worried that he'll make a move against Su Yuan and Su Anyan. That's why you slaughtered him overnight, right? Shangguan Meng blinked. Are you sure you want to hear the answer? Shangguan Ru froze for a moment, and then consciously turned around to blow-dry her hair. Don't want to. Not at all. Shangguan Meng gave a soft ch and went to the bathroom, removing her clothes, and the dense mist of the fair, tender, and pretty body was faintly visible. Shangguan Meng after taking a shower. Shangguan Ru stood behind her, blow-drying her hair and chatting in passing. By the way, sis, you don't know, the current Su Yuan seems to be a little bit slightly swollen. Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Ru recounted what had just happened. Shangguan Meng heard it, but only gave a faint oh. Maybe he really has mastered the 9 regicide gun to the perfection level. Who knows? Shangguan Ru's hand shook and said somewhat helplessly. Sister, there has to be a limit to how high you can expect him to be. It's only been a few days since he learned the 9 regicide gun? Less than 3 days. Reaching the perfection level? How is this possible? Shangguan Meng looked at herself in the mirror, and a strange light flickered in those good-looking alien pupils. It's generally impossible, but there will always be miracles in this world. I like miracle the best. It's almost time for the appointment. Su Yuan went out and took a taxi to the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center. This was the place Shangguan Ru had prepared for him to give his lectures, and it was also his leek garden. He's going to harvest a big wave of mood points here and then a premium draw. Period. Su Anyan heard the movement of Su Yuan going out. She just received an invitation text from Shangguan Ru. So naturally, he thought that Su Yuan was there to listen to the lecture, and didn't lean towards the aspect that Su Yuan was the lecturer in the slightest. After all, just in the evening, he had asked himself to show him how to use the 9 regicide gun. It was estimated that the mastery of the 9 regicide gun was still very low. At 10 o'clock at night, Su Yuan returned home with a big smile. As he predicted, play small, earn less, play big. Only then can you earn fiercely. At that time, when he had just arrived at the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center, the 4 martial artists Shangguan Ru had helped him find had all arrived early. At first, they thought that Su Yuan was also someone who had come to listen to that master explain the 9 deicide gun. As a result, when they learned that Su Yuan was the Grandmaster who had explained the 9 regicide gun to them tonight, that expression, TSK, 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 TSK. Some of them even made a direct call to Shangguan Ru, and their tone of voice was a bit impulsive. Questioned Shangguan Ru if he was making fun of them. After all, their strengths were all quite good. A 3rd-ranked martial artist, 3 4th-ranked martial artists. When placed in Arashur City, they were all dignitaries. Sure, this was based on the fact that they didn't know Shangguan Ru's true identity and true strength. Otherwise, even if Shangguan Ru were to make fun of them every day, not only would they not mind, instead, they will enjoy it. Finally, or Shangguan Ru under the coercion of Shangguan Meng, using his identity as the Director of Education as a guarantee, he asked them to cooperate with Su Yuan for a while first. If it doesn't work then say so. With that, a few people finally agreed to the for Su Yuan each demonstrated a wave of their mastery of the 9 regicide gun. And then, it's so fragrant. It didn't matter if their mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the proficient level or the subtle level. Su Yuan was able to pinpoint several holes and deficiencies in them. The sophistication of his eyesight and insights convinced several martial artists that have apologized for their earlier slights. In response, Su Yuan naturally laughed it off. Cutting leaks, not too shabby. Those 4 martial artists are all good, and provide a lot of emotion value. Plus Sister Ru's shock when she learned about it, before and after. It provided me with almost 2,000 points of emotional value. Now, a total of 231 points. Enough for 2 premium draws. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Straight to the draw. Ding. Consuming 400 emotion points to start 2 advanced draws. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 battle skill epiphany card, blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 10 changes of the ancient gods, Taotai change. Red quality. Out of the red. Chapter 53, The Power of 10 Murderers. Messi Su Anyan. Su. Grand Lecturer Su. Looking at the dazzling and incomparable red light, Su Yuan felt a little confused. It stands to reason that no matter what type of draw, the guarantee is 100 draws. In this case, even if you don't get a red out of 50 or 60 premium draws, Su Yuan all felt normal. As a result, last time it was, thank you for your patronage, and this time it's red? Brother Tatsuko, I know you still love me. After taking a deep breath and throwing the battle skill epiphany card into the system backpack, Su Yuan directly looked at the red quality reward. 10 changes of the ancient gods, Taotai change. Introduction, a supreme secret method that can only be practiced by those with the bloodline of an ancient god. Generally speaking, the fewer the words, the bigger the thing. The introduction about this, 10 changes of the ancient god, only had this short line. But those 4 big words supreme secret method were extremely golden. A few minutes later, Su Yuan roughly skimmed through the general outline of this secret method. The understanding of the ancient god's bloodline deepened a lot. It turned out that the ancient gods referred to a group of extremely powerful innate beings from the ancient times. Their fleshly bodies were not too exaggeratedly strong when they were first born, but as they grew in time it will keep getting stronger. Strain STH. There is virtually no cap. When an ancient god came of age, picking the stars and taking the moon or whatever was just an unusual operation. What's more, there are those who can prey on star beasts and the cosmic stars, tearing through the void and crossing the void. I don't know what the ancient period refers to here. Surely it's not some planet in the ancient past. Is it the whole universe? Su Yuan thought rather curiously. Also, it looks like you're just in the cub period now. Going forward, as time goes on, it won't even be necessary to cultivate source energy. All of your own flesh will get stronger and stronger. What a buggy herd. As for the origin of the 10 changes of the ancient gods, it was even more domineering. This is the strongest of the ancient gods, the ancient ancestor. After subduing the 10 fiends of the ancient world, incorporating their essence blood into one's own bloodline, thus obtaining the various abilities of the ancient 10 murderers. After this, but anyone with the bloodline of an ancient god, all of them could stimulate the power of the 10 murderers contained within their bodies by practicing the 10 transformations of the ancient gods. Of course, not everyone with an ancient god's bloodline could succeed. Depending on the concentration of the ancient god's bloodline, some people can only stimulate one kind of 10 fierce powers. Some people can inspire 2. Some can inspire more. A bloodline possessor who has access to the full power of the 10 fiends will be recognized as the holy son of the ancient god clan. The ancient god's bloodline I obtained was merely a golden quality reward. I don't think the bloodline concentration will be that high, and I don't even know if I can successfully inspire the power of this Taotai. That said, Su Yuan realized something. Although it was not specifically written in this 10 changes of the ancient gods which 10 fowls of the swift ages were, but for now, it's safe to assume that there are Taotai on the blue star. I don't think I've heard of Taotai or anything like that, but on Earth, there are quite a few legends about Taotai. Although he had been tire transplanted into this world, Su Yuan had always been nostalgic about the Earth of his previous life. They say you're the origin of the universe and the center of everything, but Earth doesn't have transcendental powers, much less a cultivation method. Forget it, don't think about it, at least until I become the strongest in Blue Star. It's not too late to think about these things again. Su Yuan threw these miscellaneous thoughts out of his mind and began to silently try out the Taotai transformation. The Taotai, who eats nothing and swallows nothing. If he has the power of Taotai in his bloodline, then it can be energized by this secret method, stimulated to maximize the extraction, absorption, and feedback of nutrients from food to itself. Accelerating one's growth is a rather developmentally appropriate ability. 3 hours later, Su Yuan stopped. He sensed according to the Taotai transformations method, and there was no gain for the time being. But he wasn't discouraged. This was supposed to be the supreme secret method of the ancient god clan. Wanting to cultivate simply wasn't that easy and couldn't be accomplished overnight. Besides, just the Taotai transformation, which was one of the 10 transformations, was divided into several realms. From the very beginning of increased appetite and appetite to the later humanoid Taotai, swallowing heaven and earth, the span is still relatively large. Coagulate the source orifices first. The rate of coagulating one source orifice a day can't be stopped. We still have to observe the rising sun cultivation in the early hours of the morning. Sister Ru is coming to pick us up at 8 o'clock, so time is a bit tight. Thinking so, Su Yuan sank his consciousness into his body and began to condense his fourth source orifice. Next morning, 8 o'clock, Shangwanru arrived on time. At this time, Su Yuan had already returned from Mount Yuha after observing the rising sun early. He and Su Anyan were ready to pack. After all, Shangwanru had said that there will likely be no time for them to go home for the next 3 months. Take care of yourself, Su Qingling softly admonished. At the same time, he turned to Su Yuan and gently gestured toward Su Anyan, who was beside him with her eyes closed. That one meant for Su Yuan to take care of Su Anyan more outside. Su Yuan nodded knowingly. Road. Shangwanru mentioned yesterday's 9 regicide guns lecture as he drove on, said with a smile. Lecturer Su, you really gave me a big surprise yesterday. You are unaware of what those few martial artists said when they returned. Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Su Anyan on the side who unconsciously frowned. Su de lecturer? What's that supposed to mean? Yesterday? Was it that lecture on the 9-slayer gun? Just as Su Anyan was pondering, Shangwanru leisurely said, every one of them said that you guy is definitely the reincarnation of a gun fairy. How else could you have such an old-fashioned understanding and insight into marksmanship? Hear this. Su Anyan pretty much understood. It's probably because Su Yuan went to that lecture about the 9 regicide gun yesterday, and then understood it with ease. The mastery of the 9 regicide gun had improved quite a bit, causing the martial artists who participated together to be taken aback. Rather, I didn't see that in addition to his physical body talent, this guy's enlightenment and qualification were also good? What about? They were going to ask me about it. About when you were free. I'm going to give them a few more pointers on how to shoot, but I'm afraid you've been busy lately. How's it going? How does it feel to be a teacher to a bunch of high-ranking martial artists? Su Yuan laughed. It's okay, it feels good. People do have some talent in marksmanship. It's all a little bit of everything. That's not bad. Without this group of students, where would one be able to draw an ancient mystic method like the Taotai transformation? Just bar. When the two of them had reached this point in their conversation, Su Anyan, who was at the side, but it was in utter chaos. Wait, did she misunderstand something? High-ranked martial artists, inviting Su Yuan to show them how to shoot? Chapter 54, Condensed 4 Origin Orifices? Su Anyan, who was completely confused, struck and was very heavy. Su Anyan turned her head violently. The beautiful eyes that looked toward Su Yuan revealed a shocked look for the first time. If memory serves, the message Shangwanru sent her yesterday was, tonight, at 7 p.m. At the Yarishur City Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Center, there will be a lecture on the 9-slayer gun. The presenter's mastery of the 9 regicide gun is at the perfect level. Are you going or not? Right. That's right. It's the perfect level. And the content of the conversation between Su Yuan and Shangwanru just now highlighted this fact without fail. Last night when Su Yuan left home and went out, he didn't go to the Ancient Spirit Martial Arts Museum to listen to a lecture. Instead, lecture by him. He, a person who had just awakened and come into contact with the 9 regicide gun, a battle skill, for less than 3 days, with his perfect level mastery. He went to preach and teach other martial artists to solve their problems. How is that possible? Su Anyan was in deep confusion. In her previous life, she hadn't learned the battle skill of the 9 regicide gun. After all, it was an A-ranked battle technique. And after only 3 days, it was almost at the level of, into the subtle. It's been pretty good. Why was Su Yuan able to walk in front of her? Su Yuan noticed her reaction and tried to ease the awkwardness. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Yesterday, I asked you to demonstrate the 9 regicide gun to me once. It was meant to help point out some of your flaws and shortcomings. But seeing as how you were so serious in your demonstration, I'd be too embarrassed to say it. I can teach you afterward if you need it. Su Anyan. Su Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions. His mastery of the 9 regicide gun had truly reached the perfect level. Su Anyan was silent for a while. This time, Shangwanru interjected. Well, isn't that shocking? We've all been through this, and we've been shocked hard last night that the legend of Su Yuan is now circulating in the Yarishur City's circle of gunnery martial artists. And those martial artists are all acting as if they've seen a treasure. Su Anyan. She was shocked, but more than that, confused. She gazed at Su Yuan, and in the end, she still couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart. How did you do that? Su Yuan thought about it and said seriously, Epiphany. Su Anyan was silent once more. For this reason, it's quite unintelligible. Things like epiphanies are such a no-brainer. In the cosmic stars, there are even many legends of hearing the Tao in the morning and realizing it in the evening. For example, that sword crazy who was one of the Tenyu with himself, he had a senior brother. 300 years of silent sword watching in the sword pavilion, neither practicing nor touching the sword, until one day, he took hold of his sword, stepped out of the sword pavilion, and chopped down with a single stroke, splitting the stars. This, then, is called an epiphany. So, it was understandable that within 3 days, Su Yuan had mastered the 9 regicide gun to the perfection level. Ryoko, Su Anyan said softly. You're pretty strong. Su Yuan froze. He didn't expect Su Anyan to pop up with such a sentence, which was slightly in line with her character. Some of it doesn't fit anymore. On the contrary, Shangguan-ru watched the fun and smiled. It's nothing for others to praise your genius. To have a demon just like you praise your genius and recognize you, that would be really awesome. Su Anyan didn't say any more. She withdrew her gaze and clasped her hands to her chest, eyes closed. In his heart, he had slightly changed his opinion of Su Yuan. If the original her, to the system's selection of Su Yuan as her first comparison, is indifferent, doesn't care all that much, and even sees it as a newbie perk. Now, then, she's going to have to fight a little bit. Something like an epiphany. It can be found but not sought. It's quite an opportunity to have one. Could there be a second time? A third time? It's not possible. So, there are still 7 days to go, and with just the perfect, grade 9 Slayer gun, she was still able to win against Su Yuan, because the understanding of battle techniques was ultimately just that, an understanding, on paper. Whether or not it can be cast is the question. It's as if there are geniuses who know by heart how nuclear bombs are made. It's even more detailed than some engineering experts, but can he build it? Apparently not. 7 days. I'll raise all 3 battle skills to the Inception level, plus my combat experience, my understanding and control of battle techniques, and my understanding and control of source energy. Unless his battle power against me is at a crushing level, it's impossible for either to win against me, and trying to crush me, there is no possibility. Su Anyan remained confident. She no longer spoke, but silently observed and remembered the Hainsha prison suppressing diagram, cultivating her spiritual power. That's part of her bottom line. Being reborn in the first life, her spiritual power was already higher than the others. As long as one could successfully visualize the first prison, it was enough to be invincible in the same realm. If only you were stronger. Su Yuan thought silently in his mind. After learning that his mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfect level, Su Anyan's shock. It only provided him with less than 10 points of emotional value. This guy, too weak. Of course, he didn't expect to harvest much emotional value from Su Anyan, even though she had awakened an SS rank talent just like herself. But so far it doesn't seem like anything special, or at least hasn't shown much strength. I wonder how she compares to that Morongbai guy. Right. Having just mentioned Epiphany, Su Yuan suddenly thought of the battle skill Epiphany card he had drawn yesterday. This is a blue quality reward, and like before, it works up to a ranked battle techniques that it can be upgraded to perfect level. It was only due to the excitement of practicing the 10 changes of the ancient god yesterday that he had forgotten about it. So, was it the defense battle skill, Singularity Source Shield? Or is it the body technique, Shadow Flash? After thinking for a while, Su Yuan decided to use it on Shadow Flash. Offense is the best defense. He remains true to that philosophy. Defensive battle skills could only be used for defense, but body technique battle skills could make his offense more powerful. Ding! Consuming battle skill Epiphany card. The A-ranked battle skill, Shadow Flash, has been upgraded to the perfection level. Get comfortable. This Epiphany just works. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. Su Yuan began to visualize the rising sun. Practicing the Dainichi Kanon Sutra. After 3 days of cultivation, he could feel that his spiritual power had indeed grown. It's not much, but it's real progress. The most obvious change was that he could only visualize for 10 minutes from the very beginning. It had nearly doubled to the current 16 minutes, and that searing pain from observing the rising sun had lessened slightly. Keep up the good work, and when you are accomplished in your spiritual cultivation, you will cut a wave of leaks ruthlessly. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Arashur City, in front of a huge building, after the car stopped, Su Yuan and Su Anyan ended their respective mental view thoughts. This is the special training arena I've ordered to be built since I arrived in Arashur City. Originally, I didn't know how long it would take to come in handy. Shangguan-ru looked at the arena in front of her with considerable emotion, and then turned her head and a gentle smile was given towards the two. Starting today, you're going to have a no good time here. Go. The large arena was separated into several areas. Before the special training officially began, Shangguan-ru once again tested the detailed data for the two. It stands to reason that it was just tested a short while ago, and there's absolutely no need to test it again. But Shangguan-ru knew deep down that Su Yuan was a freak. 1 day at a time. Facts. She's right. Su Yuan, how many source orifices have you condensed now? What realm is it? For source orifices. Awakening stage 4. It's really just one paragraph a day, isn't it? Shangguanru helplessly made a note in the record book before turning her head to look at Su Anyan. Anyan, what about you? Su Anyan's entire body stood still. In those few short seconds, she thought about many things, but in the end, there were only silent words to express the inner thoughts. Chapter 55, Under the Devil's Body is an Even More Devilish Heart. Tell the truth. Su Anyan felt that her mental capacity was still quite strong. When he learned that Su Yuan had mastered the A-ranked battle skill 9 regicide gun to the perfection level in only 3 short days, although there was some small shock in his heart, he was at least able to keep it taut. It's an epiphany. What kind of things can happen? But, you tell her now. While having an epiphany of battle skills, Su Yuan also condensed 4 source orifices in the process. You've reached the 4th stage of the awakening? Please. This is Blue Star. It is a primary civilization that has not yet connected with the cosmic stars. Whether it was the degree of understanding and mastery of source energy, or the understanding of the division of cultivation realms, all of them were still quite scarce, and even the utility of the various types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures were relatively low. In the place of the scions of those great clans of the stars, the direct descendants of huge powers, they used all sorts of astral treasures to mold their roots and then progressed at a rapid pace, condensing 1 source orifice a day. No problem. It makes sense. But Su Yuan did that too. It's more or less mind-boggling. Su Anyan gazed at Su Yuan, and the look on that face that, it was as if this was the first time she was getting to know the boy she had been living with for a whole year. 4 days to condense 4 source orifices. Amazing. A small amount of stress filled her mind, but the problem remained small. It's just the awakening stage, not yet stepping into formal cultivation. And for every 1 source orifice condensed, all of them have a very limited increase in combat power. There was no essential difference between Awakening Stage 9 and Awakening Stage 1, and there are still 6 days to go before the first comparison begins. At Su Yuan's rate of condensing 1 source orifice a day, it would take 5 days to reach the 9th stage of the Awakening stage. After that, it will take some time to break through the threshold and step into the first rank. It took the original self 4 days, even if he had excellent qualifications, shouldn't it be used for 2 days at least? Calculating like this, when the first comparison came, Su Yuan shouldn't be able to step into the first rank. Instead, it remained at the 9th stage of the Awakening Order. As for yourself, it should reach around Awakening Order 6. The system had said that the comparison was about battle power, not just realm, unless Su Yuan could step into the first rank. Otherwise she's a sure thing. What a dog-licking adventure. It was something that could never happen to her. She swore. Seeing Su Anyan's silence, the Shangguanru on the side thought that she was struck by Su Yuan and laughed. It's okay. Cheer up. Maybe after this experimental special training, you'll surpass him? Anything is possible, right? Su Anyan nodded gently. That's right. There were still 6 days to go, and she was confident that she would surpass Su Yuan in terms of battle power. Sure, even if it doesn't end up being a match, it's nothing. With a cultivation speed like his, let alone Arashur City or the Nanjiang Administrative Region, even if you put it in the entire Great Xia's heavenly pride, it's the top handful. You could have found another reference to compare it to, perhaps a little more appropriate. Su Anyan. She didn't refute the second half of Shangguanru's words. After all, she didn't know herself very well, and she hadn't shown herself to be as sharp as Su Yuan had been, so it's normal that she would think that. As for finding someone else to compare it to, she will. As long as she defeated Su Yuan in the first comparison, the system would pick the next opponent for her. Just, with each win, the system picks a stronger opponent. A more demonic opponent than him. I wonder who it will be. Su Anyan was looking forward to this. After testing the appropriate data, Shangguanru began to introduce the two to the various divisions of the arena. The first thing you come to, on the east side of the arena, there are 2 rooms made of special magnetic material that are high-pressure gravity chambers. When performing high-pressure gravity training, the gravity multiplier is regulated by me. I'll adjust it to critical values based on real-time data of your bodily functions. After the critical mass has persisted for some time, I will adjust the gravity multiplier to 1.2 times the critical value, after which you will be required to hold out for 10 minutes. In this process you may suffer great pain. It may even lead to muscle dissolution, necrosis, and a host of other conditions. But don't worry. A big smile appeared on Shangguanru's face. I have prepared for you the highest level of therapeutic equipment and resources, and the best pharmaceutical preparations, and is himself a top human biologist. Su Anyan looked bland. As one of the high-end forces in the cosmic stars, the cultivation of battle chi could be difficult. She had used her physical body to enter the cosmic storm as a way to squeeze her potential and cultivate her battle chi. This kind of gravity chamber was really nothing to her. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was excited. He was very interested in the kind of power displayed by Shangguan Ru that could break down and resist source energy. But of more interest is the confirmation of the existence of chi after the large amount of emotional value you can harvest on your own. According to Shangguan Ru's words, the entire Disya hierarchy could be sensationalized by this. After the gravity chamber, it's the south side of the arena. This is the virtual sparring area. This is the latest virtual reality technology developed by our Clover Group. After entering the simulation pod, it is able to simulate your body in virtual cyberspace, and the realism can reach 95%. Here, I'll arrange for you to fight to the death, and realism needs to be kept at a maximum ceiling of 95%, and the only way to end the fight is with your death, or the death of your opponent. Of course, if you're experiencing psychological problems in the midst of a high-intensity deathmatch, I can be approached for detachment. I have a doctorate in psychology on the side. Virtual versus. There's a similar technology out there in the stars, but it's more mature, more refined, and the number of people using it was quite huge, even extending enough to affect the top 100 battle list of the major powers in the universe. Only the best, the most powerful fighting geniuses are able to reach the top of the list, adored and revered by countless people. Back then, Su Anyun was the one who got the top 30 seats in the 100 battle rankings. From there, he gained acceptance into the Yitsan Battle Academy and began his legendary life. The west side of the arena, recovery area that houses all types of top-notch medical equipment and resources. On the north side of the arena was Su Yuan and Su Anyun's living area. 3 months of special training. You won't be spending much time here. The place that will really sharpen you is outside the city, outside the walls. It's that beastly, crisis-ridden wilderness. Every few days, I'll drop you off in an area of ferocious beasts that exceed the limits of your strength. Only give a helping hand when you are about to die. Scared? After introducing the major areas of the arena, Shangguan Ru asked with a smile. Su Anyun shook her head. Su Yuan then laughed. Please, in the 10 changes of the ancient gods it is said that the only extreme crisis of life and death that, only then can the power contained in the bloodline be maximized. If he wanted to master the Tao Tai transformation, he just needed this kind of limit-breaking refinement. Naturally, the anticipation was immense. Very good. The smile on Shangguan Ru's face grew wider. I just love how energized you guys are. And I hope you can keep it up more often. Facts. People get ideas. Especially after realizing that within Shangguan Ru's devilish figure, there was an even more devilish heart. Su Yuan was finally able to understand why when Shangguan Ru said that she wanted to involve herself in the experimental special training, Shangguan Mang would feel such strong pity for herself. It was only the 4th day of coming here, and Su Yuan felt as if he was living in hell. High-pressure gravity training time. Shangguan Ru was really daring on the multiplier. When he first walked into the gravity room, Shangguan Ru came straight to 10x gravity. It was logical that it shouldn't be slowly adding up. Su Yuan didn't get used to it for a while, almost stumbled and was crushed to the ground. And the result? Shangguan Ru just knew to stare at the data on the screen, full of excitement and doubling up, all the way up to 20 times gravity. When Su Yuan's limbs were all clinging to the ground because of that terrifying gravity and unable to move a bit, only then did she come in front of the transparent gravity room and cheered him on with a flushed face. Get him up. Stand your ass up. Lao Zi has the bloodline of an ancient god and has a strong physical body. But, sis, do you need to come up here and get 20 times gravity? That's not all. After the high-pressure gravity training, there is virtual deathmatch. The objects Shangguan Ru had chosen for him to fight to the death were all simulated virtual ferocious beasts. Strength is around the first order limit, but, going up against 5 heads at a time. Each time, after barely killing 2 to 3 heads, they ran out of steam and were brutally killed by the remaining 2. The divide and conquer. Is there no underage protection for this kind of gore? Also drive to 95% realism. You see how this is a human life? Sure. Misery to misery. All kinds of nutritional supplements. Cultivation resources. Shangguan Ru was really willing to spend money. Su Yuan checked a little. The most common supplements among them were sold at prices as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's the best of the best. Break time. Living quarters. Dining room. High-pressure gravity training. Extreme deathmatch training. Every day is worse than death. It's like living in hell. And you have to juggle your training. I honestly admire myself. Su Yuan lifted the 320,000 worth of nutrients in his hand towards Su Anyun, who was sitting across from him. Touch. We've kind of been in this together. Aha. Compared to Su Yuan, Su Anyun was obviously much calmer. She took the nutrient in her hand and gently clinked her glass with Su Yuan. drinking it in one gulp, allowing the fiery liquid to boil through his body, mending all sorts of tiny wounds. Since her talent was not in the area of physical body strengthening, the pressure that Shangguan Ru had put on her it's still slightly lighter than Su Yuan. Of course, the ease is extremely limited. Any other girl would have come over. I'm afraid none of them could withstand even 5 minutes of hellish training, but Su Anyan persisted, because they don't mean anything to her. In her previous life, she had experienced even more brutal training, and her Dao heart had long been firm and unshakable. At this, Shangguan Ru was surprised repeatedly, and even Su Yuan was very surprised. He had thought that Su Anyan would give up quickly. The first actual battle in the desolate domain is going to start tomorrow. In virtual deathmatch, I've been chewed up by those ferocious beasts quite happily. I'll have to have a good killing spree tomorrow. Su Yuan put down the nutrients in his hand and lamented. Every time he thought about the end of the deadly fights these days, he hardened his fists. But that said, during these 4 days, even though he was tired, he still maintained the rate of condensing one source orifice a day. Now that he was already at the 8th stage of the awakening stage, he was very close to officially becoming a first-stage martial artist. At the same time, his physical body had also become much stronger under the constant pressure of Shangguan Ru's. Extreme punching power has grown from 512 kilograms at the beginning to 732 kilograms. This rate of increase is very impressive. Su Anyan didn't answer. The day after tomorrow is the first comparison of the systems. Under extreme high-pressure training, she's reached awakening stage 5, and he had raised all 3 A-ranked battle skills into the subtle level. Beyond that, she was also utilizing the Shadow Servant to deduce an S-ranked battle technique called Infernal Blade Shadow. It is currently at the proficient level, but has never been exhibited. Relying on this battle skill, she believed that her battle power, it was enough to kill Su Yuan in seconds. So, there was not a ripple in her mind. And already thinking about how, after winning, what kind of resource rewards the system will provide for her. When his gaze finally fell back to Su Yuan's body, his expression was bland and his focus was no longer on the present. Rather, it's the future. After I win, the connection between me and him, it should have ended. But he does have some uniqueness in his cultivation talent. If the follow-up won't be too far behind me, perhaps he can be taken under my wing. At the very least, it's slightly more reliable than the sisters Shangguan Mang and Shangguan Ru. Chapter 56, The Road Runs Out of Guns. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Know what a wasteland is? On a private jet, Shangguan Ru shook the goblet in his hand, the red wine swaying and giving off a mellow aroma. With that long icy blue hair, that absolutely beautiful face, and that hot body, it made her look as if she were a cynical chimera. Ever since Su Yuan and Su Anyan's experimental special training began, Shangguan Ru then resigned from his position as the director of the Arashur City Education Bureau and did not need to roleplay his identity. So naturally he was not as formalized. No. Su Yuan gently nodded, but his gaze was not on Shangguan Ru's body, but rather looking out the window. It is said that after breaking through the fusion realm and reaching the limit realm, which is the 7th stage of just being able to fly through the air under your own power is quite something to look forward to. There was an introduction in school, after that mutation hundreds of years ago, when the creatures mutated and mankind is beginning to embark on the path of source energy cultivation. Between the beasts, the magic plants and the human beings, a conflict erupted at a tragic time. Countless nations have fallen. Cities have been destroyed. At the end of the day, mankind succeeded in its resistance, rebuilt its homes and constructed civilization. And beyond civilization, it's the wasteland, the land of ferocious beasts and demonic plants. The human races, paradise lost. Shangguan Ru nodded, gently took a sip of red wine, and smiled. Exactly. Generally speaking, before one becomes a full-fledged martial artist, that is, before one enters the ranks of it is unlikely that anyone will take the initiative to travel to the desolate domain. Even when we go in groups. But not you two. I'm going to give you the most brutal training you've ever had, so the two of you are going to have to move separately later. As Shangguan Ru spoke, Su Anyan looked out the window as calmly as Su Yuan. That mutation 100 years ago. A flash of remembrance passed through her beautiful eyes. The original her was convinced of this, but then when she stepped out of the blue planet and into the stars she realized that it's not a coincidence at all. It's an inevitability, an evolution, a test. The starry region where Blue Star was located was called the Ancient Origin Starfield, one of the 10 largest starfields in the outer universe. The specific division is the Eastern Spiritual Domain in the Ancient Origin Starfield. 1/3 of the Eastern Spirit Region's territory was occupied by the Nine-Star Alliance. The Nine-Star Alliance is a federation of 9 human planetary civilizations, and Blue Star is an ordinary planet on the edge of this frontier. Back then, after discovering the blue star at the edge of the frontier, the exploration fleet of the Nine-Star Alliance, the seed of evolution was dropped for it. This seed of evolution has caused the plants and animals, as well as humans, on the blue planet to undergo genetic mutation. From there it was able to perceive the source energy of the universe and was on the path of evolution. The Nine-Star Alliance had set a deadline of 500 years for the blue star. Within 500 years, as long as blue star gives birth to a powerful person who breaks through the limit realm and steps into the star realm, even if you complete the test, you can join the Nine-Star Alliance and become a member of the Federation with a certain amount of autonomy. If one fails to complete the test, then after screening out a portion of the geniuses to join the Nine-Star Alliance, Blue Star was about to become the industrial planet of the Nine-Star Alliance, responsible for carrying out a wide variety of production, mining, and a host of other industrial labors. Truth be told, of the huge variety of forces, the approach of the Nine-Star Alliance was already considered quite mild. In comparison, the Longyu Empire, which was also one of the hegemonic level forces in the Eastern Spirit region, it's going to be much simpler and rougher. Those who didn't make the cut were either outright slaves. Either they are dragged to the interstellar battlefield as cannon fodder, and are crushed to pulp and dregs on the brutal and bloodthirsty battlefield. There were still 5 years to go before the critical period of the examination set by the Nine-Star Alliance would be reached. In his last life, when the deadline for the examination was reached, no one from Blue Star was able to break through the Ninth Order. The once most promising Shangguan Meng, who had disappeared for unknown reasons before this, was rumored to be dead. Su Anyan herself had only just broken through the 7th rank because her cultivation time was too short. This life, the fate of Blue Star will be changed by her. Su Anyan's gaze was firm. 2 hours later, the aircraft departed the security zone and entered the airspace of the wasteland. Safety guards open on both sides of the wing, creates a powerful protective barrier of energy around the fuselage. In the deserted area, besides the large number of ferocious beasts on the ground, in the sky, similarly there are mutated avian ferocious beasts. It's just that this is the outskirts of the desolate domain, and the ferocious beasts are all relatively weak. The moment they touched the energy protection shield, they all turned into ashes. Okay. Shangguan Ru put down his wineglass. She had Su Yuan and Su Anyan both enter the drop pods individually, and then they were dropped off at different locations. Today's training has one goal. Starting from the drop-off site, cross 80 kilometers on foot to reach the designated site. What kind of ferocious beasts and what kind of magic plants will be encountered during the period? It's all unknown. The two carry detection instruments that detect lethal damage energy levels of. It would automatically deploy the guard, but that would also mean a failure of training. Losers in returning to that arena full of no good memories. There is more no good training to be done. Boom! Pristine forests. The meteor-like landing capsule impacted with the ground, smashing a deep crater with a loud noise. Not a moment too soon. The hatch opened. A silhouette leapt out of the deep pit. Is this the wasteland? Su Yuan stretched his body a little, and behind him, carrying the lance that was made for him. The gun is 7 feet long, with a golden rod and a golden dragon head, and a silver tongue at the front end, weighing 321 gene. It's so powerful that it's dead on point and dead on touch, according to Shangguan Ru, if the weapon is used properly. Afterwards, you can keep upgrading it by updating and blending premium materials without having to replace it outright. Many a strong man's handy weapon has come so far along the way, for there is affection for thee, can't give it up. So Su Yuan simply named it Road End, referring to, there is no way forward before the road ends at the gun. When it comes to this gun, your life, it's the end of the line. Compared to the urban area, the concentration of source energy in the wasteland was significantly higher. This also led to the plants and animals in the wasteland mutating at a much faster rate, with more varieties of mutations. Hiss! A hissing sound came. Su Yuan shifted his gaze to the right and saw a huge python coiled on a thick tree to the side. The python's vertical pupils were cold and cruel, and its body was massive, bucket thick, and, it looks like at least 10 meters or so. An alert came from the smart bracelet worn on his wrist. The wolf python has been detected. An upper rank 1 ferocious beast. Su Yuan was a little disappointed. Next, his form had disappeared, under the perfect level shadow flash enchantment. Even with the road end gun, Su Yuan's figure was still like a ghost. The vertical pupils of the wolf-swallowing python narrowed slightly, but before it could react, it felt its body. It was as if they were being tightly choked by 2 pairs of iron pincers. Good buddy, relax. Dizziness is normal. Su Yuan grinned. Immediately after, sizzle, he lashed out with both hands. The muscles of the 2 arms instantly bulged, and the terrifying power that erupted was so great that the python, torn hard in 2. Since the spinal nerves are still working, The two parts of the wolf swallowing python's body were still struggling violently in Su Yuan's hands. I told you that dizziness is normal. Why are you moving around? Su Yuan smiled. The previous few days of hellish training had really fired him up. Ha! He slammed the two broken snakes in his hands into the giant trees several meters thick on either side of him. It went on until it was a bloody mess, which is when it was dropped like garbage, toward a destination 80 kilometers away. Set off. Chapter 57, Swallowing the Mortal, Swallowing the Spirit, Swallowing the Gods, Swallowing the Earth, Swallowing the Heavens. Swish! A blade flashed. A first-rank upper-level ferocious beast was chopped in half. Su Anyan sheathed his sword, and immediately afterward, the shadow servant transformed into a shadow that it covered the corpse of the ferocious beast. A few short minutes later, all that was left in place was a white bone, and the vanished flesh and blood of the. Instead, it was broken down and absorbed by the shadow servant and turned into a rich life elemental force that fed back into Su Anyan's body. Finally got this ability back. Feeling the power of chi and blood surging within her body, the corners of Su Anyan's mouth lifted a little. During this time, in addition to practicing and extrapolating her battle skills, the rest of the time was spent working on developing and restoring the Shadow Squire's various abilities. With the experience of her previous life, she had developed several of the Shadow Squire's abilities ahead of time in this life. Among them was this Cap Yuan that devoured the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts and fed back to itself. It's just that at the moment, the effect of drawing Yuan is very limited. Probably less than 10% of the life energy feeds back into itself, which is much less efficient than a pure energy like origin energy, when it comes to transmission. But that's enough. As long as enough ferocious beasts were killed, what was the harm in being less efficient? Afternoon. The sun was slanting in the west, and the silence of the primeval forest was filled with the smell of blood. Su Yuan glanced at his smart bracelet. He had advanced 36 kilometers and had cumulatively killed ferocious beasts. First order limit 1 head. First order upper 18 heads. First order medium 52 heads. First order lower 104 heads. Worthy of the wasteland, this ferocious beast density. Tough enough. In the process, Su Yuan himself was wounded a little. It was left over from the battle against that first-rank limit Pale Silver Wolf. That Pale Silver Wolf is the king of wolves. Following it were 4 upper rank 1 and 6 middle rank 1 ordinary silver wolves. That one. It was a great fight. Su Yuan had had his fill of it, and the road and gun had drank its fill of blood. 10 kilometers ahead again. Puff. Su Yuan shakes his gun, throwing that first-rank upper-level ferocious beast, the Thunder Leopard, which had been pierced through its heart by his own shot, onto the ground. It was only at this time that a feeling suddenly arose in him. So hungry. The moment the thought was perceived, Su Yuan froze for a moment before his eyes snapped open. Immediately setting the road and gun aside, he sat down in his seated position and started running the 10 changes of the ancient gods' Taotai change at full speed. Hungry, 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 swallow, swallow, swallow. An unprecedented feeling of hunger came over Su Yuan, making him feel that now that he was almost able to eat a whole cow. At the same time, the cells of the whole body, mobilized by the secret method of it, transformed into a bloody mouth, greedily devouring the nutrients left in Su Yuan's body. That was the super nutritional potion Su Yuan was taking these days, which could easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could be imagined how rich the nutrition contained within it was. Only the original Su Yuan had absorbed it extremely limited. Boom boom. The chi and blood were rushing. A power very different from source energy. A power that belonged only to the physical body. The ancient, pale, pure power. Success. Who dash. Su Yuan stood up, a burning desire in his eyes. He, actually, managed to stimulate the Taotai power within his body at this moment. Although this power is still thin for the time being, it is a huge leap forward. He came to the side of that Thunder Leopard, and the power of the flare of the sun surged out from the trail of the sun, burned its hide to the ground, and then Su Yuan hesitated a little. He had an instinctive feeling that he himself was able to directly eat the entire Thunder Leopard raw and completely digest it. But he finally built a fire and cooked it for dinner. He was still a bit overwhelmed by the idea of eating blood and all that. Not a moment too soon, after wolfing down an entire Thunder Leopard. By all rights, it should have already lasted until it exploded, but Su Yuan felt that he could still eat several more heads. Su Yuan recalled the realm divisions in the Taotai transformation in his mind. According to the Taotai transformation, the first level of the realm is called the Mortal Swallowing Realm. It is divided into flesh-eating, the bite the bone, quench the blood, flesh-eating. The ability to digest flesh and blood is dramatically increased. It is able to draw on the essence of flesh and blood to nourish the physical body. I'm in that state right now. After that comes mouthful of bones, And at this time, it's not just ferocious beasts' flesh and blood. Even the nutritional essence in the bones can be broken down and digested. Further on, it's quenching blood. Drinking the blood of ferocious beasts will enrich and strengthen one's own chi and blood. Simple and rough. After the mortal swallowing realm, it's spirit swallowing, God swallowing, earth swallowing, and heaven swallowing. Su Yuan's gaze grew fiery. By practicing the Tao Tai transformation, constantly raising the Tao Tai power contained in the ancient god's bloodline, I wonder how far I can go. Swallowing the sky. It sounds overbearing. In his fantasies, Su Yuan felt as if he had transformed into a Tao Tai beast that swallowed the sky and ate the earth. In the vastness of the universe, devouring a star, devouring everything visible. Not a moment too soon, Su Yuan rested, got up, and continued on. The ferocious beasts encountered along the way, the odd-looking ones, were killed directly, and the delicious-looking ones, just grill and eat. Evening, 18 kilometers from the destination. Su Yuan had met his toughest opponent so far. It's a sheep standing on 2 feet. That mimicry of a human standing is bizarre. The physiologically disconcerting horizontal pupils on that seemingly docile goat's face sent chills down his back. Su Yuan hadn't noticed it when he passed by just now, until after the smart bracelet's detection gave a hint that. Only then did he see the human sheep hiding behind a tree with only half of its face showing. Second order lower beast, man-eating goat. Dude, you put a scare into it, you know? Su Yuan raised the Rodan gun in his hand and laughed softly. He loved roasted lamb, but faced with this bizarre human sheep in front of him, he just wanted to hurry up and slaughter it. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the cannibal goat's head sidled slightly, as if in thought, but in the next second, its figure appeared on the spot where Su Yuan was originally standing. So fast. Su Yuan, who had pulled away in advance, stared slightly. This is the benefit of practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra. His mental faculties, his powers of insight, his reflexes, all became sharper and, otherwise it might not have been possible to dodge that blow just now. And, the 2 hands of this cannibalistic goat were being staggered apart, one on the left and one on the right. This is, if you hadn't dodged it yourself, it would have snapped your neck? It's kind of fun. The tip of Su Yuan's gun was slightly raised. Looking at the second-ranked ferocious beast in front of him, he slowly opened his mouth. To be able to cross a large realm to kill an enemy, that's called a genius. A demon. To be able to cross 2 great realms to kill the enemy, that's called hanging out. The words fell. Shadow flash. Electricity. Su Yuan had already arrived behind the cannibal goat. And then, the 9 regicide gun. This time, it was 9 shots in one. Chapter 58. Are you reborn? Do you have a system? Su Anyun was confused. 9 guns in one. At this moment, the 9 regicide gun erupted with unimaginably terrifying might. The body of the Rodan gun was trembling, and the tip of the gun was vaguely pulling out a trail of residual shadows. Boom! The cannibalistic goat sensed the approaching danger, and hastened to clamp his hands together and, it was actually attempting to clamp down on the stabbing lance. It is reasonable to say that second-order ferocious beasts have already accomplished a certain degree of source energy quenching in terms of strength. Relative to humans in the awakening stage, it was absolutely crushing. However, it was up against Su Yuan. Sizzle! The skin of the cannibal goat's hands was instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out. Instead of stopping the Rodan gun by a fraction of a second, he missed the opportunity to move his body and avoid the vital heart position as a result. And just like that, the Rodan gun instantly pierced through the heart of the cannibal goat. The impact that had made 9 consecutive increases in a very short period of time directly shattered the heart. Su Yuan put away his gun. Watching the carcass of that cannibalistic goat slowly fall felt not bad. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had ever executed the perfection grade 9 regicide gun. Still failing to combine source energy, relying on pure violence alone, it was surprising that it had such amazing power. In a private airplane hovering over the wasteland, Shangwan Ru slowly sat up. The shock in her beautiful eyes was hard to describe. Just now, the smart bracelet that Su Yuan was wearing sent back data that Su Yuan had killed a second-rank ferocious beast. Although it was only the weaker cannibal goat of the lower second rank, it was important to realize that the Su Yuan was only at the 8th stage of the awakening stage right now. There was a full 2 great realms away from the second order lower. If memory serves, at the very beginning of training, he can only take on 3 rank 1 extreme ferocious beasts at the same time. I didn't expect to grow so fast. Shangwan Ru's breathing gradually shortened, and the excitement in her beautiful eyes became more and more intense. And keep upping the DOS when we get back. I'm going to ravage him hard. Nightfall. Destination. Su Yuan arrived first. 80 kilometers is a long way to go. However, the road was filled with all sorts of ferocious beasts and magical plants. and it was still quite tricky. Due to successfully stimulating the diluted Tao power in the ancient god's bloodline, and eating as he walked, physical strength is not a problem. It was the body that was left with a number of scars, some of which had coalesced into bloody scabs. The most serious, a stab wound on the left side of the abdomen, about 2 fingers deep. The whitish ribs were faintly visible. This is after that cannibalistic goat. The second-rank 2 lower-level ferocious beast that Su Yuan encountered, the arm-blade ape. This second-rank beast was extremely agile and had evolved extremely sharp arm blades on both of its small arms. Su Yuan owed this wound to it. Of course, that armed blade ape ended up dying under Su Yuan's rode-in gun, became one of the dead under the gun. Just 2 consecutive casts of the perfection, level 9 regicide gun. Even if his physical body was much stronger compared to a few days ago, it was still beyond the load. After a while, Su Anyan arrived as well. Similar to Su Yuan, on her body, there were quite a few wounds that, some of them were not even as shallow as the knife wound in Su Yuan's abdomen. However, on that stunningly beautiful face, there were only clouds and lightness, and not the slightest hint of pain could be seen. Honestly, Su Yuan quite admired her. In all those days of hellish training, she'd hardly been seen to frown at all. Su Yuan even wondered for a while if this guy's brain was underdeveloped and didn't have pain receptors at all. The two men looked at each other without words. After a while, Su Yuan lamented. If Auntie Su saw you in this state, she'd probably be heartbroken. Su Anyan was silent for a moment and slowly said, if you are afraid of pain and injury, you can never grow strong. Yo, I didn't think you could say something so philosophical. Su Anyan didn't respond. She just raised her head. And in the wasteland, the night sky was so bright and starry that it reminded her of the past. Su Yuan was likewise looking at the starry sky, but unlike Su Anyan, he was thinking that if one day how much stronger could he become by swallowing a star when he had cultivated the Taotai transformation to the realm of swallowing heaven? Suddenly, Su Anyan withdrew her gaze. She looked to Su Yuan who was on the side. Don't get too far behind me if you can help it. She had already decided that if she had the chance, she would take Su Yuan out of the blue star. This guy, who was more emotionally stable and talented enough, and, more to the point, with him, it could put Su Qingling's mind at ease. Su Yuan, do you want to see what you're talking about? He took a careful look at Su Anyan beside him, his expression serious and his tone earnest. Let me ask something. You say, you're a reborn? Hear that? Su Anyan's figure lurched, her pupils narrowing slightly. She turned her head sideways without a trace, gazing into the dark, silent forest in the distance, and shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. So you bring the system? Su Anyan frowned. Are you reading too many novels? She remembered very clearly that the system had hinted that if its existence was exposed, it will forfeit all cultivation and unbind. She needs the resources rewarded by the system to accelerate and advance her development. So it's impossible to let that happen. Su Yuan grinned. Then you should take back that statement you just made. Su Anyan, I don't understand you. Su Yuan laughed. You'll see in a couple days. Su Anyan was suddenly nervous for no reason. 2 days? What do you mean? The day after tomorrow is the first comparison. Is there any deeper meaning in his statement? What does he know? Just when Su Anyan's heart first rippled, Su Yuan, however, pillowed his head with both hands and, leaning back on the grass, looking at the sky full of stars, he said slowly and leisurely, in 2 days I should be breaking through to rank 1 and becoming a full-fledged martial artist. In time, it's your turn not to be left too far behind. Su Anyan, she thought it was something. It turned out that Su Yuan was referring to this. It didn't pose any problem for her, because realm is never the only factor to measure battle power. At this point, not far away in a flat clearing, Shang Wanru's private jet slowly landed. The cabin door slowly opened and she waved towards the two with a smile. Hey, get over here. It's not for you guys to come and fall in love at public expense, okay? Su Yuan, Su Anyan. Su Yuan got up and gently patted the dust on his pants. When I get stronger, make sure you show those who are messing with the flowers why they are so red. Su Anyan seriously chimed in. Me too. It was quite late when I returned to Arashur City. Shang Wanru conducted a thorough examination and treatment for both of them. In today's world, being rich isn't necessarily invincible, but it sure is cool. The 2-finger white stab wound on the left side of Su Yuan's abdomen, after applying an ointment called New Life, which was almost healed in just 2 short hours. It simply did the legendary flesh and bones, but then he went and looked it up. Nice guy. A bottle of $32 million. Excuse me. Night. All is silent. Su Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to condense his night source orifice. In these days, even though he was tired, he didn't delay the cultivation of his source energy. Today is naturally the same. When the ninth source orifice has been condensed, then we can begin to impact the first stage. Su Yuan's mood was still somewhat excited, but before that, he glanced at the system panel. During these 4 days, though he himself has not shown himself outside the outside world, the legend of the master still circulates. Those few gunnery practitioners whom he had coached into obedience, not only were they always keeping in mind the shortcomings that Su Yuan had pointed out for them and improving them, but they were also talking to other people about Su Yuan's demonic nature. SS class gifted. Reincarnation of the Gun Fairy. 3 days of A-rank battle skills to reach perfect level mastery. God. One by one, the names came out. A lot of shock value was harvested for Su Yuan. Of course, Su Yuan found that, not through his own direct cause. Rather, the mood swings induced by this indirect approach will be discounted in terms of the emotional value gained. Still, it's been 4 or 5 days and it's racked up almost 200 points. What man doesn't love to see red? Or, another premium draw? Chapter 59, Enlightenment Tea. Su Anyun wants to spar with me? Think of it as coaxing a child. Come on, it's time to save and spend. I'm not that bad. Ding. Consume 200 emotional values for a premium draw. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 caddy of 4-grain Enlightenment Tea. Gold color quality. Enlightenment Tea, tea produced by the legendary Enlightenment Bodhi tree. According to quality from low to high, it's divided into 1 to 9 lines, and after taking it, it can permanently increase your enlightenment, making it the most sought-after treasure in the universe. Gold rewards again. Comfortable. It's so cozy. Su Yuan knows his stuff. The overall level, if it's not on, is upper middle of the pack. Now what? Brother is not only open. Brother himself is going to be awesome. Mindfulness. A small jade bottle appeared in Su Yuan's palm, emitting a faint verdant stream of light. It's not mortal at first glance. After opening the lid of the jade bottle, a refreshing fragrance came from the heart. Just a light sniff is invigorating. Come on, make tea. Su Yuan immediately took a few slices of enlightenment tea out. The leaves are full, and there are 4 arcane lines faintly on them. It exuded a heavenly Taoist rhythm. When Su Yuan put the enlightenment tea into the water, something magical happened, only to see the enlightenment tea instantly dissolve and disappear. Instead, the cup of tea became crystal clear. Obviously there was no wind in the room, but the surface of the tea gradually rippled with 4 lines, as if it contained infinite mysteries. If the 4-striped gnosis tea is so amazing, then if the 9-striped gnosis tea, drink it and you'll become a god in the same place? Su Yuan smiled, put away the small jade bottle, picked up the teacup and sipped it. The effects of Gautama tea are subtle, and there is no particular drastic reaction to it. Su Yuan is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a full pound. Drink every day. The effect is certainly extraordinary. It just so happened that he was about to break through the first rank in the next 2 days, so I guess it would be a lot easier. After drinking the enlightenment tea, Su Yuan began to immerse himself in cultivation. A little bit of time passed, and the 9th source orifice gradually condensed. In the meantime, Su Anyun's room, nor had she yet fallen asleep, but was visualizing in her mind the site of the Hangsha prisoner's map. Cultivate spiritual power. Today's training in the wasteland, she killed a large number of ferocious beasts, and with each kill, all of them memorized the scene of the ferocious beast's tragic death in their minds, with the purpose of accelerating the speed of the condensation of the killing prison in the Hangsha subduing prison diagram. There are countless hells in the Hangsha jail map, and for each hell map, all of them have endless wonderful uses. For example, this killing prison kills and creates a prison. Visualizing a supreme killing demon, you can allow yourself to condense into a substantial killing aura. You can invoke the killing demon out against your enemy, and you can cut the mind of your enemy in the battle. And then finally, she would personally cut down this supreme life-killing demon and achieve her own dignity, incarnating the god of slayers. Yongjin kills the prison. Of course, at the moment, she had only just begun to observe, and was still a long way from that stage. Pity. If I can have the help of the enlightenment tea, it will be much easier for me to visualize this Hangsha prison suppression diagram. In a previous life, the Grand Consul of the Hoya-star of the 9-star Alliance, in a secret realm, he unintentionally discovered a 6-stripe enlightenment Bodhi tree. The 9-star Alliance will henceforth be honored by the Hayu star. In this life, this 6-lined Bodhi tree. I'll take it. Su Anyun's gaze flickered. There is never any such thing as fairness in the battle for the great Tao. Being reborn in a new life. All those chances and treasures she missed in her previous life, she was going to pocket them all. The next day, Su Yuan got up, surprised to find that his spiritual power, it seemed to have gotten a little stronger. This is the effect of Gautama tea. It was much more effective than the Great Day Observation Sutra that I had practiced for almost a week. Of course, Su Yuan didn't relax his cultivation of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra because of this. After all, the Enlightenment tea was ultimately an external object, and the only way for him to continue to grow was to practice consistently. Previously, he had told Shangwan Ru that he had the habit of waking up in the early hours of the morning to watch the sunrise. Need to leave the venue for a while in the early hours of the morning. To this Shangwan Ru naturally readily agreed. It was only that this place was far away from Jade Harmony Mountain, so Su Yuan could only look for another mountain peak. It was slightly uncomfortable not having Donald nagging me before that day out arrival, though, but there is a hunting mountain wind. There is a dense mist. There are crystal dewdrops, but also do not lose some flavor. After yesterday's wasteland training, Shangwan Ru learned that Su Yuan had already been able to kill second-rank ferocious beasts. Not only was the multiplier of the high-pressure gravity chamber jerked upward by her several times, even the deadly fights in the virtual space had never seen the figure of a ferocious beast below second rank again. This guy, absolutely nuts. Su Yuan was currently able to kill second-rank lower-level ferocious beasts. But what? She directly gave Su Yuan 4 second-rank middle-level ferocious beasts in one go, after being torn apart, gnawed on, and gutted by ferocious beasts over and over again. Su Yuan felt that something might really be wrong with his spirit. Even rich women don't play ducks like this. Nay, Shangwan Ru cheered him on each time with a smile, the warmth in her eyes that, allowing Su Yuan to only re-enter the virtual battle pod again and again with a hard head. It wasn't that Su Yuan was so motivated by this super rich woman's encouragement. Mostly, he also wanted to see exactly where his limits were. It's a virtual battle anyway. If dying once doesn't work, then twice, 3 times, 100 times. It's the blood of an ancient god that runs through his body. Sooner or later, swallow you all up. That's all. A full, wonderful day passed quickly. At dinner, Xian Yan, after some thought, was, decision. Try the water before tomorrow's comparison arrives. After dinner later, let's both go to the virtual sparring pod and spar. Su Anyan calmly looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head. Forget it, I'm a little tired today. If you really want to spar, then wait until tomorrow. He actually didn't really understand why Su Anyan wanted to spar with himself. After all, the gap between her strength and her own should be quite large, so even for tomorrow's duel, he couldn't possibly use his full strength. Just as if he was coaxing a little girl to play. Su Anyan didn't know what Su Yuan was thinking, but after being refused, there was also no way in hell she would ask for it a second time given her character. So, then wait for tomorrow. Her infernal blade shadow was on the verge of reaching proficient from proficient. Coupled with the chi and blood that the shadow servant had previously replenished for her by absorbing a large amount of ferocious beast's blood and flesh, took her physique to the next level as well. It's going to win. Ignoring Su Anyan, Su Yuan walked towards the food window and asked for another 10 pounds of fierce beast meat. Ever since he had stimulated the Taotai power contained in the ancient god's bloodline, his appetite had become several times larger. It just so happened that the cafeteria had an unlimited supply of high-grade ferocious beast meat to offer, and he ate all of them were digested and absorbed into pure life energy to nourish himself, which allowed his fleshly body to grow at a speed that was once again on a higher level. So edible. Su Anyan looked at Su Yuan, who had returned with a large pot of meat, and silently thought in her heart, and then turned away. The shadow servant's Kapataka ability had only just been developed and had a certain upper limit, and the ferocious beast's flesh and blood absorbed last time hadn't been consumed yet. She herself didn't absorb chi and blood power that quickly, so she didn't have any need for ferocious beast meat for the time being. After Su Anyan left, Su Yuan was still happily eating his meat. It wasn't long before they had eaten and drunk enough and were about to leave. At this point, a familiar figure appeared, and a silver bell-like voice rang out. Brother Su Yuan, I've come to see you. Shangwan Meng smiled coquettishly. Shangwan Ru, who followed her, her hair disheveled, her eyes dodging, slightly distressed. Apparently he had just been given a good beating by his own sister. After being in this hell for so long, Su Yuan suffered both physical and mental torture every day. That guy Su Anyan was an iceberg and hardly spoke on weekdays. Shangwan Ru was again bent on drumming and studying the various physical data of the two. It caused Su Yuan to often be bored out of his mind by himself. At this time, when he saw this quirky and cute little loli, he was in a good mood. It was like a bright ray of sunshine shot into a gray room. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he ghostly picked up Shangwan Meng, who came leaping forward, lifted it high and spun it around a few times, even reaching out to give her Q-tip face a squeeze, disregarding Shangwan Meng's stiff body and Shangwan Ru's shocked expression of having seen a ghost. Grin. It's been a long time. Dream Sister. Chapter 60 Cute. Fun. Want to Rua. Break through first order. It's that simple? What's wrong with you? Su Yuan realized that the Shangwan Meng in his arms seemed to be a bit stiff. Ahem. Shangwan Ru in the back coughed gently and hastened to help her old sister out. Here's the thing. My sister, she has contact syndrome. Contact syndrome? Su Yuan was even more confused. It's nothing really. It's just that if someone makes physical contact with her, she then gets inexplicably nervous. Her heart rate rises. Her limbs stiffen. Shangwan Ru lied casually. His face not red. His heart not jumping. She knows her oldest sister very well, not to mention hugging. Look at the imperial city. Who dares to touch her? She'll be on a slab next. In Su Yuan's case, it was purely a case of those who don't know have no fear. A case of the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I'm sorry to say, but it's not easy for me to play a little sister. But don't say that. It's kinda cute to see her in this state of wanting to have a seizure but not being able to. Wants to touch. Sure. Shangwan Ru also dared to think about it in his heart. She didn't know why her oldest sister was so tolerant of Su Yuan though. But what she could be sure of was that if she were in her place, she would have definitely been thrown out by 100,000 miles. So it is. Su Yuan first froze, then set Shangwan Meng down. I'm sorry, I didn't know before. Who dash? Shangwan Meng took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a bright smile. Nope, it's okay. But the next second, Su Yuan's finger then gently poked on her cheek, then winked and, looking at her expectantly, Shangwan Meng, Shangwan Ru? What the hell is this? There's an old saying that goes something like this. Tell one lie and cover it up with countless lies next. In order to match the contact syndrome that Shangwan Ru had made up off the top of her head, Shangwan Meng could only grit her teeth and, a reenactment of the so-called inexplicable nervousness, increased heart rate, and stiffness of the limbs. Su Yuan was happy. There was actually this kind of physique in this world. Fun, cute, wanna rua. And so, for the next few minutes, Su Yuan tried everything from poking his finger in the face, to touching his head, to pulling his little hand, one by one. Have fun with it. Shangwan Ru watched from the sidelines in fear and trembling. Shangwan Meng is trying to stay in business while trying to hold back the strong desire in his heart to send this smiling guy in front of him flying. Finally, Su Yuan stopped. He looked to Shangwan Ru who was on the side. Sister Ru, didn't you say you have a doctorate in psychology? Little Dream's sister should be suffering from a psychological problem, right? Can't you help her heal? Shangwan Ru gently gulped. His throat rolled, and a dense cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Unnaturally, he squeezed out a little smile. Without waiting for her to speak, Shangwan Meng's voice came softly. Yes, sis dash. Why didn't you treat me before? Shangwan Ru's face went white, finished. Sister Ru. Where's Sister Ru? Just now, Su Yuan went to use the restroom, and when he came back, Shangwan Ru was nowhere to be seen. He had been thinking of consulting her about realm breakthroughs. He had successfully condensed 9 source orifices himself, and intended to make an impact to break through the first rank today. My sister? She just said she had something to do and went out for a bit. Shangwan Meng skimmed her lips, her eyes fluttering a bit. So, Su Yuan did not notice anything unusual. The two chatted as they made their way out. At this point, Shangwan Meng reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 lemon candies. After taking one for himself, he thought about it and raised his hand, handing it to Su Yuan. Here, treat yourself to some candy. Thanks. You seem to like lemon candies. I remember you gave me one before. Aha. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. After a moment, she suddenly tilted her head and asked, Want to hang out? Su Yuan was a bit hesitant. My sister just said that you've been training very hard, so you can have a day off today. Originally, Su Yuan had planned to attempt some breakthrough to first rank today, but now that he thought about it, it didn't seem like it needed to be rushed. After so many days of training in hell, a day of relaxation wasn't out of the question. And again, it's hard to say no when such a cute little loli makes an unsolicited offer to you, right? Seeing Su Yuan agree, Shangwan Meng happily hummed a little song, her pace cheerful and light. Before going out, the two went to Su Anyun and asked her if she wanted to hang out together. Su Anyun, of course, refused. Thanks, I'll pass for now. She returned with a faintly polite rebuff. Tomorrow is the day of the first comparison. While she was 100% confident that she could win, for some reason, maybe because it's the first time, always a little distracted, so she's at home and plans to adjust herself. Shangwan Meng hummed a little tune casually. From time to time, when he saw a delicious snack on the street, he had to pull Su Yuan to stop and try it. Saying that it was shopping, it directly turned into shopping for food. Thus it was also teased by Su Yuan with a smile as little greedy cat. Shangwan Meng didn't care, and bit off a large piece of white marshmallow in one bite while wailing. One side rambled on. Eat good food. Have fun. Do what you want to do. say what you want to say. That's how people should live in the world. Su Yuan laughed. It's always weird when you're just how old and say things like that. I'm not really small at all, Shangguan Meng inexplicably said. Su Yuan froze, followed by a soft smile, reaching out and rubbing her head, rubbing that long, silver-white hair into disarray. When you're little you always want to be an adult. I understand. Shangguan Meng said no more. Ha, where's your contact syndrome? Shangguan Meng. Evening. Su Yuan sent Shangguan Meng to the entrance of the Imperial World. Looking at that Arashur city's famous luxury villa neighborhood, Su Yuan was not surprised. Shangguan Ru, a super rich woman's handiwork. He had seen it all these days. Right, my sister asked me to pass it on to you, and I almost forgot. Before the two of them said goodbye, Shangguan Meng pulled out 2 small jade bottles from her pocket and handed them to Su Yuan. Inside each vial, there was a small brown pill. What is it? Sister said it's an elixir to help you cleanse your marrow and improve your physique. It's very precious. The average person can't buy that with money. How come Sister Ru lets you do things for her every time? How can anyone be a sister like that? Su Yuan fights for it. Shangguan Meng smiled brightly, and after running out for some distance, she turned back and waved her hand towards Su Yuan. See you later. Have fun today. Su Yuan similarly smiled and waved his hand. Well, me too. See you next time. Bye. Back in hell. It's nearly 8 o'clock or so. Su Yuan still didn't see Shangguan Ru's figure. He really didn't know what she had done. Knock knock. Su Yuan knocked on the door of Su Anyan's room and handed her the elixir. This is for you. Sister Ru gave it to us. She said it's for cleansing the marrow and veins. An elixir to improve qualifications. Aha. After Su Anyan took it, Su Yuan suddenly remembered her invitation to cut. When's the cut tomorrow? Su Anyan shook her head. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say that. Su Yuan was originally treating the so-called cutting with the attitude of coaxing a child. Hearing this as a natural request. Good. Room. Su Anyan poured out the elixir from the small jade bottle and gently sniffed it. After comparing it to the memories in her mind, a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's Extreme Yuan Dan. Extreme Yuan Dan. A precious elixir made using the essence blood of a 6th order or higher limit level ferocious beast, as well as various kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. Not only is the utility extraordinary, but also because it contains several types of extremely high-quality spirits with mild medicinal effects. It made it possible for low-realm martial artists to use it, so it was incredibly precious and could not be bought with money at all, even among the major families in the imperial capital. Only the best geniuses in the first line of descendants were qualified to use it. This Extreme Yuan Dan, if I'm not mistaken, Shangguan Ru shouldn't be able to get it. Only the Shangguan Meng who succeeded in being crowned as a marquis could possibly obtain. Obviously it's Shangguan Ru's experiment, but Shangguan Meng is actually so attentive too. It seems the sisters are really close. After letting out a sigh of emotion, Su Anyan immediately took this extreme elemental pill and downed it. Start concentrating on digesting the medicine. The other side, Su Yuan, who had returned to his room, first brewed a pot of enlightenment tea to drink. After drinking it, he digested it for a while before taking out that elixir and taking it. He didn't realize that this was the so-called Extreme Yuan Dan, but the huge medicinal power inspired by the elixir when it entered his stomach was greater than all those millions of dollars worth of nutrients he had drunk these days combined. Much more majestic. Good stuff. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, directly running the Tao Tai transformation, stimulating the Tao Tai power in his bloodline, turning all the cells in his body into hungry predators. He devoured the majestic qi and blood power in the elixir little by little. Second half of the night, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There was a light layer of dirt attached to the surface of the body. The ancient god's bloodline gave him a powerful physique. Great strength that, but there was no effect of cleansing the marrow and veins. This time, after expelling some of the dirt and impurities from the body with the help of the effects of this elixir, it feels like the qi and blood are clearing up a lot. Without any sleep, Su Yuan decided to try to hit the first rank, breaking through from the awakening stage to the first stage. In accordance with the first explanation of the martial way and the Tian Yuan cultivation method, it is necessary to stimulate a true vein from each of the 9 source orifices, extending it to the source C point in the lower abdomen to converge on it, preparing for the coalescing of the source C at second stage. Successfully connecting 1 to 3 true veins is the lower rank of the first order, and 3 to 6 true veins is the middle rank of the first order, 7 to 9 true veins for the upper first order. The first order limit, on the other hand, is to widen these 9 true veins and, as long as it can be widened more than twice, that's the limit. Let's first try how difficult this true vein connection is. Thinking so, Su Yuan sank his heart, running the Tian Yuan cultivation method, stimulating the source orifices, trying to draw out the true pulse from. The sky is white. The first rays of the morning sun spilled down. This was the first time Su Yuan had missed the sunrise after obtaining the Great Sun Observation Sutra. Suddenly, who dash? The unmoving Su Yuan. Opening his mouth, he exhaled a white gas. The white gas was like an arrow, shooting out several meters before slowly dispersing. He opened his eyes. In his eyes was a faint suspicion. No, connecting to the true chakra. That's it? Chapter 61, Innate Cultivation Saint Body. First battle comparison. Beginning. That's right. After one night, Su Yuan managed to energize a source orifice and drew out a true vein from it. It connects to the source C orifice in the lower abdomen. There was source energy flowing through this connected true vein at all times. It's a pretty amazing feeling. These source energies will voluntarily dissipate from the true chakra. The source constantly nourishes and strengthens the flesh and blood wherever the true vein goes. When the 9 true veins are through, it was equivalent to the entire physical body becoming stronger by constantly receiving nourishment from the source energy all the time. This was why the first rank was the first leaping point in the strength of a martial artist's physical body. I see that it is written in the first explanation of the martial way that the average time consumed by an ordinary martial artist to connect a true vein is a full month. It's more than 3 or 4 times more than the 7 days it takes to condense the source orifices. How did it get to me and it's barely worse? Su Yuan thought for a moment. In the end, it could only be attributed to the power of the ancient god's bloodline. After all, whether it's the awakening order or the exploration realm of the first to third order, it all boils down to exploring the wonders of the human body and stimulating its potential to become better suited to absorbing and holding source energy. And the ancient god bloodline is strong in the flesh, which is equivalent to saying that in the early stage of laying the foundation of it is the innate cultivation holy body. For breakfast, Su Anyan sat across from Su Yuan, looking at Su Yuan, who had wolfed down his food and was frantically eating the meat of the ferocious beast. Her beautiful eyes flickered. The day has finally arrived. By the time noon rolls around, the system will open the first battle comparison between the two. After a night of digestion, the power of qi and blood contained in the extreme elemental Dan had not yet been fully absorbed. However, the efficacy of cleansing the marrow and destroying the veins was solidly manifested. It's not off the charts, but it's productive. Nonetheless, whether it was the operation of the source energy in his body or the control of his own muscles, he had crossed a large step, combined with the Shadow Servant. 3. Into the subtle, Grade A ranked battle techniques. 1. Proficient, Grade S ranked battle technique, and her own battle experience and battle sense. She didn't know how she was going to lose. After breakfast and rest, the day's devilish training began again. Shangwan Ru, who had disappeared for a day yesterday, finally appeared. She looked deeply at Su Yuan. Sister Ru. Su Yuan thought that she had seen that she had managed to break through to rank 1 and asked with a smile. Well, Shangwan Ru gritted her teeth and took a deep breath while the waves on her chest surged. If she didn't know very well that Su Yuan couldn't possibly know Shangwan Meng's identity, she almost thought that Su Yuan was provoking her. What else? She almost didn't get beaten up by her oldest sister yesterday. Not good. She returned without a word of humor. Su Yuan, if memory serves, when he had condensed one source orifice a day, it had shocked Shangwan Ru for a while, provides quite a bit of shock value. How is it now not good when you break through one rank in one day? Well, it's still the same threshold that was pulled up when she got her over the top before. Gonna have to take it a little easy and control it from now on. That's all. You think about yours, I think about mine. The two men's brainwaves weren't even on the same channel. Su Yuan and Su Anyan walked into the high-pressure gravity chamber separately. After setting the appropriate gravity multiplier for Su Anyan, Shangwan Ru took a deep breath and put some intensity on Su Yuan. Sure, it's within reason. Although Su Yuan's words yesterday had caused her to be cleaned up by her old sister, angry as she was, it was impossible to really have any thoughts about Su Yuan. In her eyes, Su Yuan was still her baby, carrying her dream of recreating qi. Definitely can't be played. On reaching the original 26x gravity limit multiplier, Shangwan Ru was surprised to find that Su Yuan's ability to withstand it seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. Yesterday, when Shangwan Meng gave Su Yuan and Su Anyan both an extreme Yuan Dan each, of course she knows, but apart from that the effect of cleansing the marrow and veins is immediate. The enormous power of qi and blood contained in the extreme Yuan Dan would remain in their bodies for a long time, little by little being slowly absorbed. Therefore, the strengthening effect on the physical body could not be so fast. Well, double it? Inside the high-pressure gravity chamber, Su Yuan struggled to keep his balance. After breaking through the first rank, a martial artist's physical body will gradually become stronger, but the effect isn't as fast as it could be. It needs to be nourished with source energy over time. What really took Su Yuan's physical strength to the next level was the fact that last night, through the power of Tao Tai, he had, mobilizing the cells of his entire body, hungrily devoured the majestic power of qi and blood in the extreme Yuan Dan. But even so, after a night of devouring that, he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the medicinal power. 27 times gravity. Click. A slight bone ringing came from Su Yuan's knee joints, and his body bent slightly. It's almost at the limit of what it can take. 28 times gravity. The bending of Su Yuan's body deepened, and his entire body was already close to semi-crouching. One needs to support one's thighs with both hands to barely stand. 29 times gravity. 30 times gravity. Finally, that terrifying heavy pressure exceeded the maximum range that Su Yuan could withstand. Straight away, he was dead to the ground. Next door, Su Anyun's gravity multiplier is only 18 times gravity. Invisible and intangible, but it can act on any point of the body. Under the heavy pressure like a mountain, even Su Yuan's breathing became extremely difficult. Every cell was trying to resist the pressure. Under the weight of limits, people are often able to realize their potential beyond the limits. This was also the reason why Shangwan Ru set the gravity multiplier for both of them to the critical value of 1.2 times every time. Give me more. Keep swallowing. After last night's devouring, every cell in Su Yuan's body, all of them were filled with ample qi and blood power. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. The Taotai transformation is running wild. The remaining Taotai power in his bloodline was once again aroused, and ghostly black lines vaguely flashed above his cells. They opened their mouths once more, and began to work on absorbing the remaining medicinal power in their flesh. This was slow, as most of them had reached their limits, but no matter how slow, they didn't stop. Finally, high-pressure gravity training is over. The mountain-like weight receded, and Su Yuan slumped to the ground, panting heavily. It was like he was falling apart, sweat soaking his trainers. Even the floor of the gravity chamber was mostly wet, a tidal wave of soreness, tearing, and swelling in the muscles. Shangwan Ru excitedly came to Su Yuan's body and helped him up, not caring in the slightest that the sour-smelling sweat from Su Yuan's body was sticking all over her. She was instead full of excitement, her cheeks red and pink. Very good, very strong. That's the way it should be. You just broke the record. It lasted 1.5 times the expected time at 1.2 times the critical gravity multiplier. Su Yuan was almost paralyzed with exhaustion, and there was even the danger of being suffocated by Shangwan Ru's cleanser, but he still tried to squeeze out a big smile this time. Yes, very cool. In the meantime, Su Anyun's room. Her physical body was not as strong as Su Yuan's. Every high-pressure gravity training session, she's pushed to her limits. Then proceed to try to push your limits again and keep holding on for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and so on until coma. Then he was sent back to his room by Shangwan Ru. As a result, whenever it came to the later stages of training, Su Yuan was practically the only one who was still holding on. Su Anyun woke up leisurely. The bone-cracking pain coursing through her body made her frown involuntarily. She felt her body for a moment. It's quite a bit short. She had once obtained the inheritance of a secret method on battle qi cultivation in the Kanglan Battle Academy. Under extreme pressure, she was able to successfully cultivate battle qi through this secret method. But at the moment, it seems that at the very least, it will take another half a month to a month for that. Only then was it possible to cultivate the lowest level of one-strike battle qi. Right. What time is it? Su Anyun snapped back to her senses. At that moment, in his head, a mechanical voice slowly sounded. Ding! The first battle power comparison officially begins. Chapter 62. Lost? Has it finally started? She just woke up in a coma trying to find her cell phone to check the time. It's the fear that you'll miss the system's first battle comparison. It was just that she realized that she was slightly nervous until the comparison had begun that. But when it actually started, she was inexplicably relaxed, because the outcome is all predetermined. She, absolutely, will win. Su Anyun braced herself and leaned against the bed. Try to make your sore body feel as good as possible after an overloaded workout. At the same time, he began to think about what kind of reward he would get later on. What should be done to maximize the efficiency of the first comparison of combat power is being made. The mechanical beep in his head came slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Get me a glass of water. The shadow waiter silently went aside to bring over a glass of water. Su Anyun gently took a sip, relieving the dryness of her mouth after passing out. They say that the wait is the longest, and since her anticipation of the system's rewarding resources was strong, that's why even a second seems so long. Ding! The results of the first battle power comparison are announced. Finally, end of battle comparison. Su Anyun put her water cup aside, her expression calm, as if she had already foreseen her victory. But she didn't look much excited or happy or anything like that, because in her eyes, It was a given. Something she should do. At the same time, she wouldn't look down on Su Yuan for that, because after these days of being together, and she was willing to admit it, whether it was in terms of talent, qualification, or heart, Su Yuan's performance was demonic enough. A very different person from the mediocre one he was in his last life. Enough to be called heavenly pride. It's just a shame that he met himself. Lose to me. No shame. There are countless celestial pride in the starry sky. You can always find the right opponent and position for yourself. Good luck with your future. Wu Dao Chanlong. Ding. The results of the battle power comparison. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. It's over. Su Anyan murmured softly. The first battle comparison. A successful conclusion. The bond between her and Su Yuan disappeared, and the next thing she had to do was to utilize the resources given by the system to accelerate your own development. After all, according to the system, after winning every battle comparison, both look for more powerful opponents. She thought about it later, but the system never said that the comparisons sought were limited to Blue Star. If it binds a genius of some star power, although she was confident that she was not weak in terms of talent and qualifications, she was definitely still at a disadvantage in terms of resources. Wait. Su Anyan suddenly noticed something not quite right. Her complexion instantly stiffened. Just now the system said the loser and the winner. Who were they? Seemingly sensing the host's bewilderment and confusion, the system rather thoughtfully manifested a virtual screen with only 3 large words in Dragonfly. You've lost. Su Anyan? She had just been all up in her head about how to utilize her resources and how to defeat her next opponent. As a result, you told her that the loser of this first battle power comparison is not Su Yuan. It's her. Su Anyan? Are you kidding me? System, are you sure there's no error? Su Anyan forcibly pressed down the strong questioning within her heart and inquired in her mind. Detecting that the host is confused about the results of the comparison and is repeating the comparison a second time. Please be patient. Su Anyan was no longer as relaxed as she had been a moment ago. She was starting to get a little nervous. No matter which way you consider it, at this stage of your life against Su Yuan, it should all be more of an advantage for yourself. No, not just an advantage. It should be a 100% win. Ding. Repeat the comparison results for the second time. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Boom. When I saw that the second repetition of the comparison was actually still the same as the first one, Su Anyan was struck by lightning and her mind went blank. Himself. Lost again. Ryoko. She finally came back to her senses. Perform a third repetition of the comparison. Ding. Third repeat of comparison results. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Fourth. Fifth. Ding. 132nd repeat comparison results. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. System warm tips. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military, and failure is the mother of success. Instead of obsessing, we should make more progress. Looking at the 132nd repeat comparison result on the virtual screen, Su Anyan fell silent. From the moment she bound the system, she never thought she would lose. If the object of the first binding was a genius of some huge star power beyond the Blue Star, in the face of the unparalleled disparity in resources between Blue Star and Starry Night, if she had lost, she's okay with that and will work hard to try and catch up. But, it's on the Blue Star. From the beginning of her awakening, until now, the treatment of resources that she and Su Yuan had enjoyed, it's all exactly the same. Although she could see that, Shangwan Ru was obviously more interested in Su Yuan, who possessed a flesh-body strengthening type talent. But while she was resourcing the two and planning what to train, there was never any favoritism. Under the circumstances, one still loses. Su Anyan couldn't accept this result no matter what. System. She forced herself to calm down. How does your battle comparison work? Back to the host. Battle comparison for this system. It is a virtual entity that generates a host and a comparative object in virtual space for unlimited battles, and the winner is the one who wins in the battle. A virtual entity? Su Anyan looked thoughtful. That means this battle is similar to AI manipulation? If the host has any ideas, there's no harm in saying so. Su Anyan took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing through her beautiful eyes. I want to maneuver myself. I want to maneuver this fight myself. Ding! The host's strong will to defy defeat has been detected. Raise mode is on. Option 1, fold the raise, concede the bet, and go on a dog-licking spree, and practice well afterward, every day, to win the next comparison. Option 2, make a raise and go into I don't give a mode. The comparison results of this system can be verified by virtual hands-on. In raise mode, first scenario, the host successfully overrides the results of this system's battle power comparison, can enjoy double treatment of the original established resources, and get the same specified resources free upgrade function. Scenario 2, the host ultimately fails. I'm not convinced forces the change to I'm not convinced. The difficulty of Lick the Dog adventure will be raised accordingly. And the comparison subject will gain the right to force commands on the host once. Hint, the person to whom the comparison is being made will not be personally aware of it, and it may be a common request for a. It may come with certain tricks. That's the art of randomness. Warm reminder, raising the stakes is risky. Please think twice before you do it. Ding! May I ask the host how to choose? Chapter 63 It's Too Late to Grieve. And the Dog Licking Adventure Hall of Fame makes its debut. Add. Raise the stakes? Seeing the information on the virtual panel, Su Anyan calmed down a little. She had thought her system's functions were simple, but she hadn't realized there was additional unfolding content. After the raise, if one wins, that is, it proved that his battle power was actually stronger than Su Yuan's. Then not only will you be rewarded with twice your original share of resources, it is even possible to upgrade one of these resources. It's just that if you lose, Subuchi will be given a mandatory directive that will take effect on himself, meaning if he's going to make himself do something, he has to do it? Su Anyan pondered for a long time, although she didn't think she would lose to Su Yuan. But, it's not a good idea to be afraid of anything. She'll need to make a judgment call and win the bonus resources that come with the raise. Is it worth the risk to yourself? System, can you show me exactly what the rewards are for winning the comparison? After winning the first battle comparison, the resources available are as follows. Dragon Soul Bead 1 PC. Dragon Soul Pearl. Su Anyan's pupils narrowed violently. This Dragon Soul Pearl is an extremely rare and precious treasure. In the cosmic stars, the number of dragon genus ferocious beasts was extremely rare, and they were all quite powerful. And this Dragon Soul Bead, after killing a dragon beast of the genus, sealed its dragon soul in the Tsang Dong Jade spirit and condensed it. The holder can probe his or her spiritual power into it, and fight and struggle with that sealed dragon spirit that. It is a treasure that is endlessly useful for spiritual cultivation. If she could obtain this Dragon Soul Pearl, the speed at which she could cultivate the Hainsha prison suppressing diagrams, it will be elevated a lot. Phantom Fruit 2 pieces. Phantom Fruit. Su Anyan's breath caught in an instant. This was a spiritual object that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty back in the day. It only grows in the intersecting shadow realms of the cosmic stars. The intersecting shadow domain was an extremely special and rare region. On either side of it, on one side, a starry sky of unparalleled brilliance, and on the other, the darkness of nothingness. No star exists. Such an area was extremely rare in the cosmic stars. It, in turn, has an extremely significant strengthening effect on one's shadow talent. The foundation of her establishment, and if she could obtain these two phantom fruits, her growth rate will become even more terrifying. Further on, there was the purple extreme crystal, Tian Yuan spiritual liquid, chalcedony stone, every single one. All are quite valuable resources, a treasure not found on the blue planet. It is of great help and benefit to cultivation. But what made Su Anyan's heart flutter the most was that Dragon Soul Pearl and Phantom Fruit, because they were the resources that best fit Su Anyan's current needs. The spectral shadow fruit grows for 1,000 years in the crossing shadow realm. It can metamorphose into the shadow silence fruit with even more powerful effects. The system said that as long as I win the raise, I'll get a free resource upgrade. Su Anyan took a deep breath. She just couldn't believe it. Would he really be compared to Su Yuan? System, I choose dash. Raise the stakes. Ding. The host clearly states I'm not convinced and chooses raise the stakes. Ding. Virtual space generation. Good luck. The system's words fell. Su Anyan then felt a trance. By the time he came back to his senses again, he was already in a virtual space simulated by the system. She stabilized her stance and raised her eyes to look over. Su Yuan was standing across from her with a cold expression. Is this the virtual entity that the system replicated one-to-one? Su Anyan's gaze moved slightly as she raised her hand, and a Tang sword was already held in her hand. So far, she hadn't moved against Su Yuan, so it was not like he had seen Su Yuan's true strength. So, come on, let's see what you're based on, to win against me in 132 comparisons of battle power. With the determination to win, Su Anyan moved into the subtle level of shadow flash. Swish, her figure disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where Su Yuan originally stood. It's a virtual battle. Even if you die, it won't affect reality one bit. That's why Su Anyan wouldn't hold back. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength, and it comes up with the S-class battle technique. Infernal Blade Shadow. The speed of the Tang sword in his hand was so fast that it pulled out a trail of residual shadows. It is like the wheel of the bone-cutting knife in the infernal hell, so that one can't avoid it. and the best result is to be reborn in the ultimate bliss. At the same time, the shadow servant silently appeared behind Su Yuan. It cast the companion ability, Shadow Bind, and a large number of black shadows spread out from the ground, turning into a vine. It was about to wrap around Su Yuan and fix him in place. The sharp dagger held in his hand, glowing with a cold, chilling aura, and Su Anyun, one after the other, it came wrapped in a surefire attack, stabbing straight towards the vitals. But just then, Su Anyun's pupils shrunk violently. Boom! The scar of the sun on the back of Su Yuan's right hand lit up violently. The blazing power of the flare sun erupted from it, as if it was a round of brilliant sun, enveloping Su Yuan. The shadow tentacles summoned by that shadow binding were incinerated, and even the shadow squire was like fire and ice. It dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the dagger in his hand to fall into place with a clang. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Su Anyun to react, without the shadow servant's back pinch, Su Yuan's figure, it actually disappeared directly into place. It's perfect, level shadow flash. It was faster than Su Anyun's speed. Faster. How is this possible? Su Anyun had previously learned that Su Yuan's mastery of the 9 regicide gun had reached the perfection level. It was shocking, but it was in evidence. After all, before his awakening, in the practical combat lessons at school, Su Yuan's most skillful weapon was the lance. If he was said to be a natural seed of the gun Dao, it would indeed be able to justify itself. But, Shadow Flash, this A-ranked body combat skill, how was he able to master it to the perfection level as well? It's too late to think. The instinct to fight allowed Su Anyun to sense the sense of crisis appearing behind her. With her perfect control of her muscles, stiffly stopping the attack of the infernal blade shadow, he turned around and was confronted by the brilliant golden eyes of Su Yuan that did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. After that inexplicable palpitation, Su Anyun's movements were ultimately a step too slow. Su Yuan's mastery on Shadow Flash was stronger than hers. It was also stronger than her in several dimensions such as muscle explosiveness, absolute strength, and extreme speed, even because of the cultivation of the Great Sun Observation Sutra. In terms of spiritual reflexes, insight, the ability to seize opportunities, it's no weaker than hers. This situation, the long spear in Su Yuan's hand, without any surprise, pierced through Su Anyun's chest. Su Anyun spat out blood from her mouth. Her heart shattered, and she was picked above the tip of the gun. Instead, Su Yuan just lightly flung her to the ground. Before her consciousness gradually dissipated, Su Anyun heard a broadcast from the system. End of the 133rd comparison of strengths. Loser, Su Anyun. Winner, Su Yuan. Warning, the choice of practical exercises may bring certain psychological shadows or blows to the host. In the future, please don't be stubborn if you don't have to be. When he opened his eyes again, still in his room, Su Anyun's complex complexion, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Why did she lose? She doesn't understand. She did feel the power of the flare sun on Su Yuan back then. However, that power of the shining sun was extremely weak, and it was impossible to cause such intense damage to the shadow servant. And, besides the 9 regicide gun, why is his Shadow Flash? It had also reached perfection level mastery and was able to dodge his infernal blade shadow so easily? Then again, his reflexes, explosiveness, and ability to take chances are no weaker than his own. But she had clearly cultivated the Hinsha prison suppressing diagram, so she should be significantly higher than him in terms of spiritual power. Ding! It was too late to grieve for the host's defeat. What came next was dash. The raised lick dog dare. Dang it! Su Anyun's figure lurched. An unspeakable feeling of humiliation surged through his heart. Once upon a time. That's all. A good man is not a good man. A loss is a loss. She's not the kind of person who can't afford to play the game. Besides, the raise was her own choice because she was not convinced. Losing this time. There's a next time. Next time, she would win back everything that was hers. Thinking so, Su Anyun took a deep breath and lightly clenched her silver teeth. Say it. What do you want me to do? Chapter 64, the content of compulsory directive power. We don't seem to know each other very well. Do we? Ding. Original dog licking adventure, by / make breakfast for Su Yuan for 5 days in a row, and handed it to him with his own hands. Due to the host choosing to raise the stakes and losing in the raise, the dog licking adventure is upgraded. Upgraded as follows. Buying / making breakfast for Su Yuan for 5 consecutive days, which contains at least 1 love omelette, during which the matter is disclosed to at least 20 people. Warm tip 1. The host is not allowed to disclose any information about this system to the outside world. Otherwise the cultivation will be forfeited, turned into a wasted body, and the system will be unbound. Warm tip 2. Failure of the dog licking adventure challenge will result in the same penalties as the above regulations. Warm tip number 3, each time you fail, the dog licking adventure gets more and more aggressive. Please make more efforts. Host. Seeing a prompt crossed on the virtual panel in front of her, Su Anyun's entire body was not well. If it had been the original dog licking adventure, it would have been awkward, but it would have been okay. But, why did the lick dog dare become so exaggerated after the raise? It's okay to buy/cook breakfast for Su Yuan for 5 days in a row. It also has to include a love omelette? The implications of something like omelette with love could not be more obvious. It's almost like a naked confession. And he had spoken only a handful of words to Su Yuan over the past year. How would he feel about himself if he came out of nowhere and disclosed this to at least 20 people? Who dash? Su Anyun exhaled deeply, trying to let her mind empty, and keep convincing yourself and brainwashing yourself. Su Anyun, you can. I'm sure you can. As opposed to failing and being reduced to a wasted body. There's no hope of climbing to the top in this life. What's this little challenge? As long as you can pull your weight. That's just some frost. Ryoko. She finally got her mind right. At this point, the system again pops up the appropriate prompt box. End of first comparison. Please start your dog licking adventure. Until the next comparison arrives, you'll get fangirl status. Fanservice state, the power of the comparison object makes you adore it and fascinates you. You will receive a 20% cultivation speed bonus just so you can stand side by side with him. Su Anyun. Excuse me, though she lost this time. But she was still not convinced in her heart. The so-called fangirl status. She didn't have it at all. Of course, being able to get a 20% bonus to cultivation speed. That's a good point. Don't want it for nothing. 10 days. I'm going to surpass you in these 10 days. Su Anyun's heart was firm, and her eyes were even more incomparably resolute. The dog-licking adventure after this first failure was already too much for her. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of challenge she would encounter if she lost again afterward. So, next time, definitely win. Come back to your senses. Su Anyun suddenly realized. Compared to delivering breakfast to Su Yuan for 5 days, to get 20 people to know about it seems more difficult. Su Qingling, Shangwan Ru, add one more Shangwan Meng at most. Other than those 3, there was hardly anyone else she knew well. So, with 17 people left, where was she going to get it together? There. Su Anyun was enlightened. 17 people remain, looking for strangers they don't know. It's possible to minimize that embarrassment. Ding. Warm note. These 20 people need to be people who know you at the same time, as well as the person you're comparing them to. Su Anyun. Afternoon. It's time for another session of virtual deathmatch training. Preparation period. Su Yuan realized that Su Anyun, who was sitting across from him, seemed to be a bit fidgety. Every now and then he even glanced toward himself. The whole soulful look. It's not like her. What's going on here? Is there something on your mind? Su Yuan pondered silently. He didn't have any thoughts about Su Anyun. But he cared about Aunt Su. Auntie Su had once said that he should take care of Su Anyun while he was out there. Then surely he must keep his word. After thinking about it, Su Yuan got up and sat beside Su Anyun. If it were the Su Anyun of the past, she would definitely not have any reaction to this behavior of Su Yuan. Can't even lift an eyelid. But now she was inexplicably nervous. For she had not forgotten. After his own failed raise, Su Yuan gained the right to forced command on himself once. Su Anyun's entire body was taut in her seat. Her eyes staring straight ahead, but in her heart she was constantly praying that the Su Yuan don't say anything of the instruction variety. You, okay? Su Yuan had noticed. Really, that Su Anyun was very much out of sorts right now. The aura of indifference and detachment had completely disappeared, and the whole person had become tight and, yeah, it's like one of those early love affairs where the student meets the homeroom teacher. That's not true. This guy's an iceberg. It is known far and wide throughout the school. What could have turned her into such a nervous wreck? Just as Su Yuan was confused by this, Su Anyun gently nodded her head. Aha. I'm fine, obviously. She also realized something was wrong with her. She didn't want that either and tried hard to try and keep herself on an even keel. But when he thought about what he had to do next, and the compulsory command power in Su Yuan's hand, she wouldn't be able to calm down. It was a ticking time bomb, weighing on her chest at all times, leaving her breathless. Su Yuan thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. You know, even though there's nothing between the two of us, Auntie Su has instructed me to let me take care of you out there. If you meet anything, just talk to me. I'll help if I can. Ding. Mandatory directive detected. Tell me what you've met. Ding. Please complete this mandatory command without revealing any information about this system. Su Anyun? What the hell? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as her heart began to race and even his breathing became rapid. Su Yuan? He was a little tiny bit confused. As a first-rank martial artist, His senses were extremely sharp, so he naturally noticed the changes in Su Anyun's body. What keywords am I triggering here? But I didn't say anything? Just as he was confused, Su Anyun stammered and opened her mouth. I did meet something. She had to fulfill this mandatory order, or else it would have been a violation of the. To be punished was an outcome she could not accept. If the original Su Yuan was dumbfounded, then now he was shocked, because of what he just said. Talk to me about anything that comes up. It's really just a spectacle. A spectacle, you know? I said, take a stand. I didn't ask you to actually do it. And again, he knew very well that with Su Anyun's indifferent character, even if something did happen to her, nor is it possible to talk about it with yourself, but to bury it deep in your heart and not speak to anyone. Results. Why don't you follow the rules? We don't know each other well. Do you really want to talk to me from the heart? Chapter 65. I would like to name you the King of Contrasts. Just as Su Yuan was confused about Su Anyun's change, Su Anyun, on the other hand, was frantically thinking in her head about how she should go about it without revealing the existence of the system. Complete Su Yuan's mandatory instructions. Finally, she came up with a solution. A nearly perfect way. Not only was this approach able to fulfill Su Yuan's compulsory command, it can even make the embarrassment that follows a lot less embarrassing. She turned her head and locked eyes with Su Yuan for a few seconds before slowly opening her mouth. In love. Oh, Su Yuan nodded. I was about to say something about congratulations. It's a good thing. Does Auntie Su know? Something like that. But the next second, when Su Yuan came back to his senses, his whole body stood still for a second or two. And then, he jumped straight up from his seat, his face full of shock. Su Anyun, say she's in love. What the hell is this? Is this something that can really happen? No way. Absolutely no way. If at this time a man came running in and said to him, in a spirit of exuberance, outside, there's a sow flying in the sky, playing her guitar and singing pig, you've got 2 holes in your nose. Su Yuan wouldn't hesitate to run out to see it either. For the probability of the latter occurring, in his opinion, seems more likely than Su Anyun is in love. Su Anyun looked up faintly. What? No? Su Yuan. He tried to calm himself down and forced himself to sit back down. For a long time, he didn't look like Su Anyun was joking. No. Su Anyun wouldn't be Su Anyun if she knew how to joke around. You? Seriously? Well, seriously. You guys, how do you know each other? Cybersex. Su Yuan was confused. He looked up and down, carefully resizing Su Anyun. No, did he hear right? Su Anyun, this iceberg of a woman, living under the same roof as myself. I've said only a handful of words in a whole year. In school, apart from the words of necessity. It's more like someone who barely interacts with their teachers and classmates at all. Says she's cybersexed herself. Even if you say you just saw some cute guy on the street and fell in love at first sight. Internet dating? My grandma doesn't even play with things. How can you, Su Anyun, mess with this? Su Yuan was silent. In fact, he was well aware that there was just such a group of people in this world. They are one thing in front of people and another thing behind them. And they are not what they seem. In the eyes of outsiders is a naive and innocent elementary school girl. Sexy hot little wildcat in bed. Such a person. Call it stuffy or call it a contrast. But who can be as extreme as Su Anyun? If there is, he would call it the king of contrasts. What's that look in your eye? Su Anyun noticed the change in Su Yuan's eyes. She knew it was her words that had hit him hard, but she was going to pretend she didn't know. Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head. Though the incident had shocked him so much that, shocked to the point that he'd rather believe that his good oldest son, Young One, and Cho Il-ju are having a passionate orgy in a hotel behind his back. But, this was ultimately Su Anyun's own business. She can do whatever she likes, and it's ultimately irrelevant to herself. What he can do, at most, he can help Auntie Su to keep an eye on her. Let's see if this guy who can seduce an iceberg beauty like Su Anyun into online dating is some kind of delinquent little yellow hair. Speaking of little yellow hairs, Su Yuan still remembered that he had comforted Aunt Su back then. It said that with a character like Su Anyun, it was absolutely impossible for her to be tricked by yellow hair. I didn't expect it. I can't believe I had a slip-up? Smiling helplessly, Su Yuan suddenly asked again, by the way, does Auntie Su know? Su Anyun shook her head. Not yet. Then how? Would suddenly talk to me about this? I'd like to ask you a favor. Help? How can one help in such matters? Su Yuan didn't understand. Su Anyun thought about it. Starting tomorrow, you don't go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Su Yuan? He was filled with confusion. I'll make you breakfast. Su Yuan? The cluelessness was even worse. I intend to practice a loving breakfast, so as to so that I can use it later. Su Yuan? It's not working. He had to see if Su Anyan was sick. Su Yuan reached out and pressed the back of his hand against Su Anyan's forehead. This sudden movement made Su Anyan not react for a moment. When the cold touch came, her petite body stiffened first, and then immediately slapped Su Yuan's hand away. For never having had any physical contact with any person of the opposite sex, her entire body instantly tightened to the extreme, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and she fell into a state of extreme vigilance. No fever either? Su Yuan withdrew his hand, his eyes full of confusion. So could it be that the last few days of hellish training have been so hard that it's driving people crazy? After all, seeing as how she passes out after every high-pressure gravity training session, then she was sent back to her room by Ru. Otherwise, given her character, the mere matter of cybersex would have been enough of an exaggeration too. And now you have to practice the love breakfast in advance for the lover that you've never even met? God in heaven, this guy isn't going to be taken over, is he? Su Anyan slowly calmed down. She knew that Su Yuan's physical contact just now was not intentional. Rather, it's caused by the gap between one's before and after image being too strong. But there was nothing she could do. It was all she could think of. The way to maximize the embarrassment. Of course, there are downsides to this excuse. It can only be used to muddle through this dog-licking adventure. Otherwise, if one is once again the loser in a subsequent comparison, may be asked by the system to do something more radical, like couples hugging or kissing, or even taking it a step further. Other things. At that point, it would certainly be impossible to use this practicing ahead of time excuse. Good on. She would never lose again. The further back she went, the faster she would only grow. Not to mention that he had that 20% cultivation speed bonus. So this theoretical situation won't happen again. On its own. It's all about getting through this ordeal first. Returning to her senses, Su Anyan regained her composure. I want you to help me. Su Yuan felt that this was bull ********, but he thought about it, and since the matter of Su Anyan's online relationship had become a foregone conclusion, then he couldn't say anything. This way, it's just practicing making love breakfast anyway. You can do it for Ru. If you do it for me, it's not quite right. Words. Su Anyan fell silent, thinking that she was convinced by herself. Su Yuan stood up, intending to skim over the matter, and begin the afternoon's virtual deathmatch training. At this point, Su Anyan's voice came from behind her. You wait. Su Yuan stopped and turned his head, curious. Anything else? I have to do it for you. Su Yuan. Chapter 66. I suspect you're just an excuse. The truth won't be. It's not. Why did you have to make it for me? The goal is to practice the love breakfast anyway, so does it make a difference who you make it for? Su Yuan, who was amused by Su Anyan's statement, turned around, gazed at Su Anyan, and teased with a smile. You tell the truth. The internet date you speak of, is it a fake? Su Anyan. The good thing was that she was mentally strong enough. She frowned slightly and shook her head, dismissing Su Yuan's doubts. Of course it's true. That won't do. Su Yuan spread his hands and slowly analyzed. Unless the so-called internet date was just an excuse. In fact, you want to make me a love breakfast. To put it another way, which is what you call being in love. Not cyber love, but a crush on me. But you're too embarrassed to say it out loud, so you have to pretend it's in this name. Or else, why does it have to be me? Su Anyan lapsed into silence. She didn't know why Su Yuan was able to guess her thoughts so precisely and unerringly. Was his lie really so poorly executed? Or was it because she had absolutely no experience in this area, resulting in looking completely unlike a girl in love? Sure, and I know that's not likely to happen. After all, it's not quite right between us. I have my own ideal type, far removed from you. Likewise, you must not have thought much of me either, or we couldn't have lived together for a year without saying a few words. Saying this, Su Yuan paused and smiled brightly. Did I analyze it well? Su Anyan was silent for a moment and nodded. It's very telling. So still, please choose Sister Ru, or whatever else for your love breakfast exercise. Oh, Su Anyan responded calmly. Then under Su Yuan's confused gaze, he took out his cell phone and dialed Su Qingling's number. Mom. Yen? What's wrong? Su Yuan bullied me. A few minutes later. Good. Don't worry, Auntie Su. Yeah, she's so good at having people she likes. I'm definitely going to help her learn how to have a good relationship. Aha. Although I don't have much practical experience either, I have quite a bit of theoretical experience. A dense cold sweat oozed from Su Yuan's forehead. He hadn't expected Su Anyan to come up with such a move in any case. No. Could you please watch your crumbling persona? Aren't you the iceberg goddess? Why don't you call your parents if you can't stand up to them? The other side. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingling's beautiful eyes had a complicated look in them. At this time, her heart was half joyful and half sad. Rejoice. It's just so rare that Yan actually has a favorite. You know that she usually has a cold demeanor no matter who she treats except for herself. As for the sorrow, hey, Su Qingling let out a soft sigh. Xiao Yuan is not only sunny and handsome, but also has a good character, and such exceptional talent in martial arts, so good in every way. Why doesn't Yan have half a mind for Yuqi? It's said that proximity to water is the best way to get to the moon. How come between the two of them, it's not like that? Sister Qingling, what's on your mind? You're so mesmerized. Are you thinking about your boyfriend? A co-worker asked, smiling as she came over to the table. Su Qingling was helpless. Say what? Yay, if I were as pretty as you, I'd have a new boyfriend every day. Hang up the phone. Su Yuan took a long breath. Su Anyun, on the other hand, looked very calm from start to finish. Ever since Su Yuan was never willing to grant her request just now, she had already given up. Compared to being unable to complete the system's dog-licking adventure and being reclaimed for cultivation and reduced to a wasted body. What else can't she do? The road to the path is far and hard, and this is just a little test. And again, system requirements. There would have also been a requirement to let 20 people who know both sides know about it. Just in time. One spot has now been completed. At this point, Shangwan Ru just happened to arrive. Seeing that the two of them, Su Yuan and Su Anyun, were staring at each other without uttering a word, they curiously said, "What's wrong with you two? Why haven't you started training yet?" Su Yuan looked at Su Anyun. Originally, he wanted to help Su Anyun keep the secret. The results, who knows? Su Anyun actually talked to Shangwan Ru herself? Quota +1. You're in love? Shangwan Ru was obviously shocked for a while after hearing this news. Ever since learning about the relationship between Su Yuan and Su Anyun, she then had a vague feeling that something wasn't right between the two. Obviously, they are both adolescent boys and girls, and both of them have such a high face value. It's baffling to live under the same roof and not have a spark. Then she came in contact with the two for a long time and realized that Su Yuan was quite normal. It's just a handsome and cheerful high school brother. But it's Su Anyun who's a bit, how can I put it? Indifferent? Detached? That's pretty much it. And now all of a sudden it's come out that she's in a cyber relationship. He also said that he would use Su Yuan as a love breakfast practice. Who wouldn't be confused? Of course, clueless or not, training is still rare. Su Yuan and Su Anyun then each entered the virtual training capsule and began the afternoon's deathmatch training. While Su Yuan and Su Anyun were training in Mortal Kombat, Shangwan Ru had nothing to do, so she shared this matter with Shangwan Meng. People, no matter who they are, no matter how strong or weak they are, all have a heart that loves to gossip. Besides, isn't it the madness of the sane that most fascinates and excites? Betrayal of the faithful, debauchery of the pure. In a word, contrast. It was only when she heard that Su Anyun was going to make a loving breakfast for Su Yuan and use him as practice. Shangwan Meng seemed to mumble something, but it was a pity that Shangwan Ru didn't hear it. Sis, what did you just say? Humph. Nothing. Shangwan Meng grunted lightly. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Oh, good. The world is under control. In Villa 001, Shangwan Meng, who was originally leaning back on the big bed reading a comic book, put it away after hanging up the phone. She jumped out of bed, there presented those crystal white jade feet, and walked briskly to the kitchen. Within moments, the sound of a video playing came from the kitchen. Hello, guys and gals. Today I am presenting you the recipe for a week of no repeats full of love breakfast. Remember to click and follow if you like it. Jingle. Toward evening, virtual deathmatch training is over. Dragging his tired body and traumatized mind, Su Yuan walked out of the virtual warehouse, conducted the customary daily body data analysis with Yen Su. When she got the analysis report, Shangwan Ru froze as she looked at Su Yuan in shock. When did you break through to rank 1? Chapter 67, Lickspittle Compensation Reward. 2 bento boxes? This shock from Shangwan Ru caused Su Anyun to also turn her head violently to stare at Su Yuan. It's broken through the first rank. How is that possible? In her original expectation, Su Yuan should have taken another 2 or 3 days to break through to the first rank. The process of extending the true vein from the source orifice was not easy. It often takes a lot of effort and time. Himself were already heading towards an exaggeration to predict his rate of advancement. I didn't realize I was wrong. Su Anyun's eyes were complicated. On the one hand, since Su Yuan was already a rank 1 martial artist, her defeat was justifiable. After all, today she had only just condensed her 7th source orifice, and was still only at the 7th stage of the awakening rank. But on the other hand, this terrifying cultivation speed of Su Yuan made her feel a slight headache. This guy, is it possible that he is the legendary boundless Tao body? Borderless Taoist body. This is the darling of the universe, and there are no realm shackles in terms of cultivation. As soon as the appropriate realm is reached, the water will break through. That is, as long as it doesn't die prematurely, and with sufficient resources, always grow to be the most powerful in the universe. But let's not talk about a place like the outer universe where source energy is scarce. Even in the inner universe, this kind of rare physique is also hard to come by in 10,000 years. Right now it's just the exploration realm. If the subsequent fusion realm, limit realm, he could even make a watery breakthrough before there was a 1% chance that he was a boundless Tao body, just as Su Anyan was lost in thought. Su Yuan, on the other hand, laughed without a care in the world. I was just thinking about trying it last night, and I didn't think it would work. Look at you saying that. Shangguan Ru was shocked repeatedly, continuously providing shock value to Su Yuan while lamenting. It's only been a week since your unity awakening. 99% of your classmates are only at awakening stage 1. Those with better natural qualifications may have reached the second stage of the awakening stage, but you're fine. You're directly heading for the first stage of martial arts. I pity those geniuses who are in the same class as you. What bad luck. Guess I'll just have to live under your shadow and be crushed by you for the rest of my life. Su Anyan, feeling offended. After Shangguan Ru finished speaking, she then reacted to the fact that there was still a Su Anyan at the side and looked for a remedy. Ahem. Of course. Anyan, you're strong too. I'm optimistic about you. Maybe after a while you'll be able to surpass Su Yuan. Su Yuan interjected and flirted. Provided that you don't get too distracted by that online love interest of yours. Su Anyan. After training, Su Yuan returned to his room with a large amount of source crystals and nutritional supplements and began his daily cultivation. Good health is fearlessness. High-pressure gravity training. Virtual death match. These two screwed up. Anyone else would probably be paralyzed in bed and not want to move. But Su Yuan was different. The more extreme the physical exertion was, the more exhilarated his spirit became. Cultivating the Great Sun Observation Sutra was even more sour and refreshing, with the main focus being his self-mutilation. And Su Anyan, instead, she went into the kitchen. I'm going to make the so-called love breakfast for Su Yuan tomorrow morning, but she doesn't know anything about cooking on it, so she needs some practice first. Omelette with love. Follow the video instruction on your phone. Su Anyan clumsily opened the fire, put down the oil, and heated the pan. For a moment she was in a trance as she watched the oil sizzle in that skillet. If he hadn't lost the comparison, then he would be practicing now. Instead of fiddling with eggs and wasting time. As if detecting Su Anyan's negative attitude, a system prompt came out. Ding! While on a dog-licking adventure, depending on the satisfaction of the other persons, the host will receive different ratings, and the higher the rating, the more generous the dog-licking compensation reward they can receive. The ratings are, in descending order, D, C, B, A and S. This issue's S-class prize is Augur Soul Pearl. Su Anyan felt slightly comforted. This Jiao Soul Bead was a lower substitute for the Dragon Soul Bead, and its effect was much weaker than the Dragon Soul Bead, but it's better than nothing. Because the Blue Star martial arts world was still in a state of figuring out the cultivation of spiritual power, there was simply no way to create this kind of auxiliary treasure for exercising spiritual power. Even if Shangguan Ru was wealthy and powerful, he couldn't get this kind of thing. Su Anyan took a deep breath. Look at the eggs and sausage in front of you with determined eyes. Go for it. You can. Start by dividing the sausage into two and arranging it in the shape of a love heart. For the first time, failure. Sausage break. The second time, the egg broke and the shell fell inside. Failure. Third, the heat wasn't right and the eggs and sausage were mushy. Failure. Fourth, the shadow squire on the sidelines couldn't look away. After accompanying its owner to watch the Love Omelette instructional video several times over, it said it had become a Love Omelette master. It took the frying spatula from Su Anyan's hand and a dry demonstration of a love omelette. The resulting omelette is perfectly shaped and looks dainty and delicious. Su Anyan's eyes lit up. Ding! Please be mindful of your dog-licking status. It is a violation of the 121st dog-licking rule to have it done for you. Su Anyan. The following morning, Su Yuan turned awake from his cultivation. The condensation of the second true vein had not yet succeeded, but it was also 2/3 complete. This progress was quite divine. Su Yuan felt that given another 10 days, one should be able to extend all 9 true veins to the origin sea and begin to impact the limit bit. Passed by the kitchen as he was planning to go out to watch the sunrise. The kitchen was brightly lit, and Su Anyan was wearing an apron, guarding the stove. Although he could only see her back, Su Yuan always felt that back looked a little depressed and forlorn. What a fight! Doing an all-nighter? It's just cybersex. Is it that loving? It makes me embarrassed to eat it. He shook his head helplessly and turned away. Early morning. Shangguan Ru, who was still sleeping, received a call from Shangguan Meng. Hey, Piggy, don't sleep. Come out and get your stuff. Well, although Shangguan Ru was very sleepy, she still forced herself to sleep and came outside the arena, meeting Shangguan Meng, who was carrying a bento box in her hand. Shangguan Ru expressed his disbelief. What kind of new trick is this, sis? Here, take it. Shangguan Meng smiled and handed out the bento box in her hand. I've been learning to cook lately, and I made breakfast for all three of you. You guys try it later to see if it's good. Words. Shangguan Ru was confused, her mind not turning around. Sis, since when are you interested in cooking? What do you care? Shangguan Meng turned around and left. Just halfway there, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to blink at Shangguan Ru. By the way, don't tell either of them that I did it. Who? Ha? Why? You're silly. If it's too hard to eat, it's not my fault. Oh, Shangguan Ru nodded. But looking at Shangguan Meng's departing back, she always felt that things were not that simple. The cold morning air whooshed into her chest, sobering her up a little. React slowly. Finished. Yesterday, I talked to my oldest sister about how Su Anyan was going to make a love breakfast for her online love interest. Sis, she won't. In love too. Is this a picture of a cat? Thinking of this possibility, Shangguan Ru was instantly shocked. But you'd have to ask her to ask Shangguan Meng if that's what's going on. That's impossible. She wants to live longer. Ryoko. She looked at the bento box in her arms and took a deep breath. Something big is going on. 7:20 in the morning. Su Yuan, who had returned from observing the sunrise, looking at the two bento boxes neatly placed in front of him, it felt like things weren't simple. Chapter 68. Don't make me a part of your play, okay? That's right. Shangguan Ru babbled in a serious manner. I have a friend who wants to open a breakfast place on a recent whim. Just ask me to try her breakfast. So, Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. I swept over the bento boxes in front of herself and Su Anyan in curiosity. Then why do we have it too? Shangguan Ru's brain raced. Oh, that's right. I mentioned to her earlier that I have someone here who's just starting to learn how to make breakfast. And she said, why don't we just make a few more and compare and contrast the two with each other? Maybe we can learn and progress together. Su Yuan sniffed and said no more. First opening the bento box of Shangguan Ru's mysterious friend. After seeing the masterpiece in the bento box, he lamented. Sister Ru, your friends are really all people of great wealth. Shangguan Ru did not hear the meaning of Su Yuan's words at first and shook her head. That's not true. Shangguan Ru, never make friends based on whether or not the other person has money, because it's not as rich as me anyway. By the way, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Su Yuan pointed at the unknown object in the bento box in a dark and slimy mess. Can you really open a business when you make a breakfast like this? I feel like it's only right to come and experience life. Shangguan Ru. Her heart inexplicably tightened and she opened her bento box. The moment. The three men's gazes fell on it in unison. Their minds divided. Sabunda, well, I can see that it's from the same person. And it's a lie that you're opening a store that. It's obvious that it's purely and simply to experience life. Shangguan Ru, well, it makes sense to see that it's coming from an older sister that. She wasn't surprised at all. Su Anyan, well, I don't know who the other person is, but thanks to her for sending the control group that should make my rating a little higher. The atmosphere was slightly silent for a few seconds. In the end, it was Shangguan Ru who took the initiative to speak. So be it. My friend's skills seem like they're off the charts. I don't know if this stuff will affect your training today if you eat it, or throw dash. She really couldn't bear to let Su Yuan and Su Anyan eat this breakfast, or else. There was something on her conscience. However, just before she could say the words, throw it away. Whoa, brother Su Yuan, sister Anyan, old sister, you haven't had breakfast yet? A cute and lively little silver-haired heteropupil lowly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, was waving a hand in greeting to a few people with a smile on his face. Shangguan Ru's body stiffened, stopping the words that were about to come out stiffly, without changing his face. Composed and calm, said the man. Throw a dice to decide who's going to wash the bento tray later when we're done eating. Su Yuan? Su Anyan? Just as the two were confused by Shangguan Ru's inexplicable statement, Shangguan Meng had come to the table with small steps and a pair of good-looking heterogeneous pupils were looking at the bento box on the table. Wow! Your breakfast looks so scrumptious, it looks so delicious. Su Yuan, Su Anyan, Shangguan Ru, what's wrong? Aren't you all eating? Shangguan Meng innocently looked at the several people, and finally her gaze landed on Shangguan Ru. Shangguan Ru gently swallowed and forced a smile. Of course I eat, said, picking up a spoon and scooping up a spoonful of the black, slimy object. Trembling, he brought it to his mouth. Well, Shangguan Meng slightly tilted her little head sideways, looking at Shangguan Ru with a face full of anticipation. Also, it's okay. Shang Wanru swallowed and finally spat out 2 words, as if he had used up his entire life's strength. When Shang Wanmeng saw this, but she gently wrinkled her cute little nose. Is it just okay? Why do I feel like it's delicious? Let me try it too. With that, he was about to scoop up a spoonful and try it for himself. At this point, wait a minute. Su Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Shang Wanmeng's spoon stopped in midair. The eyes of the crowd fell on him. You can't eat this stuff. Su Yuan reached out and rubbed his hand on Shang Wanmeng's little head, removing the spoon from her hand. Your sister is very powerful and strong, and it's okay to mess around with food. You mess around with food. What if I get sick with diarrhea later? Saying that, he also glanced helplessly towards Shang Wanru. Sister Ru, you didn't stop her. What if she has problems eating later? Shang Wanru? Suan Yen? Shang Wanru was now truly in pain. Sis, you like acting, don't drag me into it, okay? I really don't want to be a part of your play, so just leave me alone, okay? Su Anyan on the side also had an odd expression on her face. She was aware of the relationship between Shang Wanmeng and Shang Wanru. Hearing Su Yuan being concerned about whether a Seal Marquee Realm powerhouse would get sick from diarrhea due to bad food, this feeling was marvelous. Shang Wanmeng also froze for a while, then her eyes fluttered and she said with some hesitation, but I really want to know what they taste like. Wouldn't it be nice to have your sister tell you? Shang Wanmeng gently skimmed her mouth. I don't trust her. Shang Wanru. Su Yuan didn't expect Shang Wanmeng to come with such a sentence, so he had to say, so do you trust me? Shang Wanmeng thought for a moment, then nodded. Faith. Okay. Su Yuan directly picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful in the bento box in front of him and put it in his mouth. He had the power of Tao Tai with him, so whatever this mess was, he could digest it. Not much of a problem. How is it? Is it good? Shang Wanmeng was slightly apprehensive, her small hands behind her back, seemingly a little nervous. Su Yuan said with amusement, what's going on in that little head of yours? Of course it's not good. Shang Wanru, 6. She silently nodded for Su Yuan in her heart. She could sort of see that in order to maintain her image in front of Su Yuan and continue to play the role of a good little girl, her old sister would definitely not get mad. That's good. It's like he's acting as his own mouthpiece and saying what he's afraid to say. Okay. Looks like it's really bad. I'm not eating. Thank you, brother Su Yuan. The loss in Shang Wanmeng's eyes flickered, and was immediately replaced by a bright smile. It was just that the Shang Wanru on the side felt that something big was not good. As expected, the next second, Shang Wanmeng came to Shang Wanru's side with a smile on her face, and took her hand. Sis, why did you lie to me and say it's not bad? Sure enough I was right not to believe you. Oh, it's still brother Su Yuan who's good. Let's go. 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 Shang Wanru. Cthulhu. The earth. Why am I the one who gets hurt every time? Shang Wanru was pulled away by Shang Wanmeng. Su Anyan thought about it, and reached out of her own accord, pushing the portion of breakfast bento he made in front of Su Yuan. There's comparison. There's contrast, and this is the perfect time for her to raise her rating. Try mine. The young girl tried to speak in a calm tone. Chapter 69, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Good. Su Yuan gently nodded, although he didn't expect much from Su Anyan's handiwork. But with that friend of Sister Ru's up front for comparison, I don't think it should be that bad. Open the bento box. The first thing that catches the eye is an ugly love omelette. The sausage that serves as the border for the love heart has something dark on it, and the omelette has some bits of eggshells faintly visible. Next to the love omelette, there's a gooey, unidentified mass of. It reeked of some kind of eerie odor. Su Yuan, do you really want to eat? He turned his head to look at Xianyan and, trying to see a hint of embarrassed or some such emotion on the other's face. Sure. Su Anyan nodded seriously. It was the most satisfying piece she had worked on for a long time. Su Yuan took a long breath. Okay. A few minutes later, Su Anyan stared at Su Yuan. Well, Su Yuan reluctantly smiled. It's okay. After saying that, he directly got up and left. There's training later, so I'll go back and get ready. Ding. Current dog licking adventure rating, D. Level D reward is, a set of love * underwear. Comment, cooking is not enough. Something else will do. Su Anyan froze for a while. Upon seeing the set of clothing displayed by the system in his mind's eye, that stunningly beautiful face was suddenly green and white, as if it had been greatly insulted. She wanted to unbind this evil system immediately if she could. Without the existence of the system, she still had the confidence to get back to the top. Instead, they wasted time practicing their breakfast making skills here just to make Su Yuan happy. Ding! This system upholds the principle of fairness and impartiality. It is the host's own skill that is inferior to that of others. Please don't stigmatize this system. May I ask the host if he wants to unbind the system? Dissipate his cultivation and be reduced to a wasted body? Su Yen. Forget it. She grits her teeth. Count me unlucky to have bound such a system as yours. Warm reminder, if you're a vegetable, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Less reasoning for yourself. Learn from others. Su Anyan was choked speechless. After all, it was indeed she who had lost to Su Yuan in the first comparison. Or else, not only does she not have to go on a dog-licking adventure, but she also gets bonus resources from the system. Thinking it over, she silently picked up her plate, stepped aside, and emptied it. It was like pouring out one's previous contempt for Su Yuan and the pride of being reborn back. Starting today, I'll treat you like a real opponent. My visualization of the killing prison is taking shape. The perception of battle chi needs to be accelerated a bit instead. Next time, I will win. Su Yuan, who had returned to his room, ruthlessly rinsed his mouth several times. Looking at the handsome but tired face in the mirror, he sighed deeply. Although he had the Taotai power in his body, he could break down and digest whatever contraption he ate. But the daily hellish training was already so hard. Why should he be subjected to this torture? That friend of Sister Ru's he didn't recognize. For now, as for Su Anyan, he can only say that if this craft doesn't improve, it's probably hard to get married in this life. The other side, having been cared for, Shangwan Ru grimaced. Shangwan Meng, on the other hand, mumbled to herself, is it really that bad? Shangwan Ru wanted to cry and was about to say something when Shangwan Meng's cell phone rang. Shangwan Meng glanced at the caller number, her eyebrows gently raised. It was actually White Burial's call? White Burial, Shangwan Meng's top boss, one of the twin kings of the Four Pillars, 2 kings and 1 supreme being of the Grand Xia Genocide Bureau, 8th rank, with the title of Blood Slaughter King. It was a man in his 40s. What is it? Shangwan Meng asked. The Blood Marquis you killed last time was a member of the Arcus family of the Eagle American Federation. The Arcus family, one of the top families in the Eagle American Federation. The family has 1 Blood Prince, 2 Blood Dukes, the equivalent of 1 Ninth Order Supreme, 2 8th Order Sealed Kings, one of the dominant forces in the Eagle America Federation. Oh, and then what? The Eagle American Federation side strongly condemned us, saying that even if he had committed any crime, according to international regulations, they should also be extradited back to be tried by them. What's more, he hasn't done anything special yet. Shangwan Meng was unconcerned and said slowly, in accordance with international practice, strong men of more than the 6th rank enter the territory of other countries. All need to be reported in advance or they will all be treated as spies. And the crime of espionage is a capital offense in the regulations of the Hereticide Bureau. Of course I know. White Burial laughed. Besides, I gave you this mission, and no matter what, the responsibility doesn't fall on your head. So, Shangwan Meng didn't know what White Burial's purpose was in saying such a thing. After a slight silence, White Burial's tone became serious. Your relationship with the Shangwan family, has it deteriorated recently? Shangwan Meng was expressionless. Never. The winds have not been blowing in the right direction in the imperial capital lately, and by taking advantage of this matter, the Shangwan family and the Morong family have joined together to submit a proposal to the council. It says that your character is too perverse to be suitable for a key position in the Heretic Slayer Bureau, and that they intend to have Morong Jin of the Morong family take your place. Morong Town. Shangwan Meng's beautiful eyes stared slightly. A hint of disdain and contempt flashed under her eyes. Is that the guy I beat half to death and nearly crippled earlier? Well, he's recently broken through to the 7th Order. 2. On principle, it does qualify for the position of 4 pillars. What's the word from the chamber? No vote has been taken yet, but according to the regulations governing the personnel of the Bureau of Alienicide, your privileges will be temporarily blocked after the chamber takes up the proposed changes in the senior staff of the Alienicide Bureau. Oh, that's just right. Shangwan Meng intentionally glanced towards the arena. I'm also thinking of taking some time off. White Burial sighed. Of the 12 seats on the council, 7 are occupied by lineages, with the Shangwan and Morong lineages leading the way. A few other major families might vote in favor of it, but your appointment as 4 pillars in the first place was handpicked by the ancient chief. If he exercises his veto, then you remain one of the 4 pillars. Whatever. Shangwan Meng shrugged. I don't care anyway. That's different. White Burial's tone was grave. You're now one of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau. The Shangwan family wouldn't dare do anything to you. To do otherwise would be to make a blatant enemy of the 12 councils. But the nature changes if you break away from the Heteroslayer Bureau. Unless, when you break through to the 8th Order Seal King, I will push for you to take my place at that time. So that you're on firmer ground. Got it. Shangwan Meng's tone remained flat. White Burial wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything else. Take care. Aha. Imperial Capital. Hatericide Bureau Headquarters. White Burial hung up the phone. This blood slaughter king, who had caused countless people to turn pale with fear, did not have half a murderous aura all over his body. It looks more like a middle-aged uncle with a vicissitude and amiability. He walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked out at the vibrant imperial capital in all its splendor under the rising sun. And, a soft sigh, Shangguan Meng, 1,000 years of Daxia, weighed down by the lineage. Chief Ancient was the first to try and break the game, and you are his most valued successor. Now that the Star Realm has appeared, it is truly a great change that has never been seen before. You were born in a family, and you wandered away from it. I hope you can be that final blade that cuts through the lineage. Sis, how can the family do this? The conversation between Shangguan Meng and Bai Burial was naturally heard by Shangguan Ru. Upon learning that the Shangguan family and the Morong family had even joined forces too, after trying to get Morong Jun to take Shangguan Meng's place in the Herbicide Bureau, she was simply angrier than Shangguan Meng, the person in question. Whatever they do, Shangguan Meng had a face that didn't care. But, Shangguan Ru wanted to say something. Like White Burial, she was worried that Shangguan Meng, after losing her identity as the four pillars of the Bureau of Hereticide, with her character, sooner or later, she would have to offend all the great families of the world. And by then, Shangguan Meng knew she was worried about herself and smiled. Unla, there's still you. Shangguan Ru was helpless. Although her hands were controlling a behemoth like the Cloverleaf Group, with countless connections, but in the absence of great strength as a parasite, at that point in time, it doesn't help substantially at all. Seeing Shangguan Ru in this state, Shangguan Meng pointed to the arena not far away again with a wide smile. Even if you can't protect me, then isn't there still little Su Yuan? He's rank 1 now, right? It's even more powerful than when I was there. Maybe he'll break through to the 9th order of Supreme Being one day. I'd like to see who else dares to mess with me then? Seeing her godly look, Shangguan Ru was even more speechless. Sister, he's only just begun to cultivate, and when he breaks through the 9th order of, I don't know how long it will take. Wait, what happened? Shangguan Meng blinked her pretty eyes. Some people are born to work miracles. Who knows if he is? Sis, you're hopeless. Chapter 70, Xinyan Morning Glory. Substantial spiritual power. The grumpy Su Anyan. With access temporarily blocked, there is no need to carry out the tasks of the Hatericide Bureau. Shangguan Meng simply moved into this hell training hall. As for the excuse, it was because he was not feeling well and needed to take a break from school for a while. With Shangguan Ru's cover, Su Yuan didn't have the slightest doubt. Even after every training session, he would try to cheer up and play with Shangguan Meng for a while. There may be times when it's simply a matter of talking. Some of the time it might be to talk to her about fun things she's encountered in the course of her practice. And some of the time, whenever Su Yuan was talking, Shangguan Meng would sit on the side with a smile on her face, hands on your chin, listening patiently. This shocked Shangguan Ru. In the imperial capital, it was the misbehaving witch that was enough to make children stop crying. In Arashur City, it was transformed into an innocent and cute little sister next door again. This character temperament. The change is simply not too outrageous. This is the 4th day of Su Anyan's dog-licking adventure. Early in the morning, she got out of bed and went to the kitchen to start preparing a loving breakfast. With only the last 2 days left, she had to keep going. The highest rating she had ever gotten in the first 3 days went from AD to AC. The reward had also changed from Love * Lingerie to Secret Technique Fox Enchantment. Same breathlessness. Phew. I hope to reach an S rating on the 5th day. Although the effect of the Augur Soul Bead was much worse than the Dragon Soul Bead, but it's still quite helpful for her at this stage. Furthermore, after the first 3 days of study and training, her level had improved a lot. She was confident that she should be able to at least reach B grade or even a grade today. By the way, and that added condition of letting 20 people know about it. The ones who know me and Su Yuan at the same time are still mainly schoolmates. Gotta get a chance to fulfill that condition in these last 2 days, as embarrassing as it's gonna be. But it's kind of a wake-up call and a spur to myself. Thinking so, Su Anyan skillfully turned on the stove and burned the fire, heating the oil on the pot. At this point, well, so sleepy, Shangguan Meng yawned and sleepily walked into the kitchen. From the day she moved into the place, she had expressed her desire to learn how to make breakfast with Su Anyan. After learning about this matter, Su Yuan felt just as outrageous. From Ru's mysterious friend who wanted to open a breakfast place, to Su Anyan who practiced love breakfast for her online love interest, to Shangguan Meng. Why is everyone starting to make breakfast? Is this some kind of new age fad program? That's fine, but what the hell is it that I have to eat it all at the end? Morning. Shangguan Meng and Su Anyan exchanged greetings. Aha. Su Anyan nodded gently. She had gotten used to Shangguan Meng's existence. And, from Shangguan Meng, Su Anyan found some confidence. Every time the two made a breakfast, Shangguan Meng's would be uglier and harder to eat. She believed that if she managed to get an S rating on her last day, then Shangguan Meng can at least take 30% of the credit. Wow! How did you make the eggs so perfect? Sister Anyan? Yours is good too. Ha! Did I add too much salt to this one? Maybe a little. Why is this paste black? While Su Anyan and Shangguan Meng were showing off their skills in the kitchen, dozens of miles away, Dongling Mountain, top of the mountain, Su Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the rising sun, which rises a little, and, as in the old days, silently keeping its image in mind. And portray it in your mind in real time. Suddenly, he was shaken. It was as if some acupuncture point had been opened. From the Feng Qi point at the back of the head to the Baihui point at the top of the head, a tingling sensation that had never been felt before. Straight to the spirit of heaven. Su Yuan gave a violent start, and then immediately understood, immediately closing his eyes and running up the Great Day Observation Sutra. When the divine thought rises, the rising sun rises, the morning glory falls all over the divine palace. The power of the flare sun from the trail of the sun converged little by little in the divine palace, condensing a round of rising sun. After all this time of constantly copying the sunrise scene every day, the rising sun that Su Yuan visualized at this time was much more similar than before. Not only that, but as the mindfulness of the Great Day Observation Sutra continued to operate, as Su Yuan's inner gaze was fixed on the rising sun in the divine palace, something magical happened. The rising sun, which had never reacted before, actually began to shed a little bit of clear light. It was like snowflakes and willow flakes that slowly drifted down. It's God's idea of morning glory. Su Yuan could only do divine thoughts rising sun before, but he didn't expect that at this moment. That inner scene of morning glory falling all over the divine palace had actually materialized as well. This is a huge step forward, and this divine thought morning glory could significantly and effectively increase the strength of spiritual power. Immediately, Su Yuan endeavored, through his intention, to, a small person who bore a slight resemblance to himself was visualized in the divine palace, and began to continuously collect these sprinkled divine thought morning glories. With each piece collected, I felt a cold, clear sensation coming from my mental intent. The feeling is quite wonderful, like biting into a chilled watermelon in the heat. The whole thing lasted almost 10 minutes. Only after all the divine numinous morning glory in the divine palace had been absorbed did Su Yuan slowly open his eyes. The scenery that you see before you is almost unchanged from before, but it can be said that it has changed everywhere. What remains unchanged is the sight of the rising sun, the morning glory spilling down and coloring the mountains. This sight had been seen by Su Yuan too many times and had been deeply imprinted in his mind. What changed was how they looked in Su Yuan's eyes. The change was as if a thin veil had covered the eyes of the former Su Yuan, and now that the veil has been lifted, and all that is seen before us, it all becomes clearer and more lucid. This is the sign of spiritual power soaring above. I didn't realize that the first significant increase in mental strength. Surprisingly, it was such an unanticipated opportunity. Su Yuan retracted his gaze and casually picked up a small stone the size of a nail cap from the ground. Placing it in his palm, he applied his spiritual energy to it. At first, the small stones didn't move at all, but later, surprisingly, it moved gently. The magnitude was slight, but it was a real move. Its spiritual power outwardly manifested. If other people saw it, they would be absolutely shocked beyond words, because there is a consensus among martial artists that the only way to break through to the fourth rank is to. It was only then that it was possible to achieve spiritual power condensed into substance and act on top of objects. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was 3 whole great realms ahead. It's time to cut the leaks again. The smile on Su Yuan's face gradually brightened. It's been a while since I've raffled off a prize and my hands are getting a little itchy. Since the last 3-shot premium raffle came out with red quality rewards, he then felt that he was definitely blessed with a heavenly destiny, and maybe this time, he would be able to burst out with a surprise. Back at the Hell Training Center, Su Anyan and Shangguan Meng both finished their masterpieces. Su Yuan looked at the love omelette that was much more refined than the first day. A thumbs up was given towards Su Anyan. The progress is obvious. Su Anyan didn't move. All the talk and stuff is fake. Ratings are everything. On the contrary, Shangguan Meng, who was quite excited, came over to Su Yuan's side and held the plate in her small hands, put it in front of Su Yuan and cheered. What about me? What about me? You're notable either. Su Yuan looked at the oddly shaped plate of unidentified objects and offered encouragement. Breakfast is over. After resting for a while, the two of them, Su Yuan and Su Anyan, began their high-pressure gravity training. Shang Wanru was surprised to find that the multiples of gravity that Su Anyan could withstand that. How come it's twice as high as yesterday? Not bad, not bad. And if someone has eyes that can see grievances, perhaps they can see that At this moment, Su Anyan in the gravity room was burning with a flame called resentment. It was clearly stated that there was a lot of progress, but it turned out to be a C rating. She clenched her teeth, itching to rush right next door and, grabbing Su Yuan by the collar and asking him what kind of food would make him give an S rating. It really pissed her off. The gravity room next door. Under the terrifying weight, Su Yuan looked at the growing resentment value on the panel and puzzled. Grievance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Who's this? Is there so much resentment against me? After high-pressure training, Su Yuan had thought about resting for a while. Instead, he found that good old young one had sent himself a message. Brother Fuchi, where have you been lately? It's almost time for the 6 cities joint exam. Are you in or out? You don't know how arrogant that coffin board and horse-faced pig were when you weren't around. One of them is at the 6th awakening stage and the other is at the 3rd awakening stage. As if they are invincible. By the way, brother Yuchi, you're supposed to be higher than awakening rank 6, right? Chapter 71, The Exempted Su Anyan. Self-exposure in campus forums. Awakening Order 6. Su Yuan thought about it and replied, it's a little bit higher. In the 4 days since the first true vein was condensed last time, he had successively managed to condense 2 more true veins, and was currently at the peak of the lower first rank. When the 4th true vein was successfully coalesced, he would be able to step into the first stage intermediate. This rate of progress had shaken Shang Wanru to the point of numbness. As for Su Anyan, after the daily training from hell, Shang Wanru would record both of their body data to use for analysis. So whether it was Su Yuan or Su Anyan, the progress in cultivation of it's actually all open and transparent. Of course, only on this hardware data, like Su Yuan's spiritual power, which had already been able to condense into substance and have an effect on external objects. It was undetectable, and no one knew about it except Su Yuan himself. Speaking of which, every time I see that I've made another billion points of progress, Su Anyan all left silently without a word, not knowing if she was struck by herself. Sure, in Su Yuan's opinion, for a guy like her who had a heart of gold, and who practiced fast on his own, it's actually kind of a good thing, because then he or she would be able to set an example for her to follow. Keeps her well motivated as she catches up behind. It's like in high school sports, if there's a leader who runs fast, then everyone else in their group will have a better average. Su Anyan should know this, and she would thank herself for it. Buzz, young one message replied to, Brother Fuchi is great. I knew that no matter how powerful that coffin face is, he definitely can't compare to you. Brother Yuchi, when the 6 cities joint exam is over, Brother Yuan, you have to help me hit them hard in the face. It was obvious that Zhang Yuan was quite excited. It was no wonder that, during this recent period of time, Zhao Rizu had fallen for the thigh of Morong Bai. He'd long ago gotten tired of looking at the school as a bully and calling the shots. Nay, although his companion talent had an A rank, it was somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of martial arts qualifications. More than 10 days had passed before he managed to condense the first source orifice, for which he had been mocked by Zhao Rizu. Don't worry, small problem. Su Yuan didn't care too much about the rankings of the 6 cities joint exam and whatnot. Even Zhao Rizu and Morong Bai? He didn't care either. It was just a clown. He didn't even bother. Brother is now fighting several second-rank ferocious beasts at once. Awakening Order 6. It's not even worthy of a shoe. What he really cared about was how much emotion value he could earn from his performance on the 6 cities joint exam. It was a perfect exposure stage with an audience of seniors from 6 cities combined. Although they are individually weaker and can provide smaller values of emotional values, but the victory is in the quantity. The accumulation of a small amount of the same can accumulate a considerable amount of emotional value. Not to mention, their parents, teachers from various schools. It's cool to think about. The other side. Arashur City First High School. Now it's time for the intermission session of the practical class. Seeing Zhang Yuan holding his cell phone and sending a message, Zhao Rizu shamelessly came over and looked at it. After glimpsing some of the contents, he laughed oddly. I said, what for? What? You think that guy Su Yuan can be better than my brother Bai? Obviously. Morong Bai's current strength of awakening rank 6 stage gave Zhao Rizu great confidence. In his opinion, a son of a great family like Morong Bai's, in the case where the talent itself is top-notch, there are also huge resources provided by the family. To other civilian pride, it is an absolute crush. As for Su Yuan, by virtue of the advantage of the flesh-strengthening class talent in the newly awakened period, which allowed him to pretend a few waves before, when he waited for the 6 cities joint exam, he wanted to see what kind of waves he could turn. Unlike Zhao Rizu, Morong Bai was aware that Su Yuan was currently funded by Shangwan Ru, so he had a premonition that Su Yuan's cultivation progress nowadays shouldn't be too much worse than his own. It was even possible that they had reached awakening stage 6 just like themselves, but he still didn't see Su Yuan as an opponent. Why? Because at lower realms, resources are able to be bought with money. You Shangwan Ru has money. Okay, you're great. You can raise him, but what? When the realm comes up, there are many resources that you can't buy with money. The Shangwan family's heritage was strong, and it wasn't even close to their Morong family. But what? With that relationship between you Shangwan Ru, Shangwan Meng and the Shangwan family, you're still thinking of taking resources from your family? Don't be funny. Unless Shangwan Meng breaks through to the 8th Order Sealed King and chooses Su Yuan as his successor, resources are allocated directly from the treasury, and from then on until the 7th rank, there are no resources to worry about. But that's clearly not possible. That which Shangwan Meng, who knows if she'll choose a successor? Even if you choose, that won't fall on your head. Su Yuan. So, the ones who could really be his Morong Bai's rivals were those monsters in the imperial capital, not the so-called humble heavenly pride that comes out of a marginalized small town like you. Su Anyan has been very irritable lately. She's trying to improve her cooking skills. On the one hand, strive to get an S-rank rating from Su Yuan and obtain the Augur Soul Pearl to accelerate your spiritual power cultivation. On the one hand, it is necessary to keep accelerating the cultivation, so as to strive for the next contrast before it comes to the gap with Su Yuan, keeping in mind that there are only 10 days between each of these comparisons. And now, it's almost 4 days past. There are only 6 days left. Who dash? Su Anyan took a deep breath. Why on earth is this guy cultivating so fast? Every time she thought that Su Yuan had already condensed 3 true veins, she felt a wave of headache. Even with that, fanservice state, s 20% increase in cultivation speed. Nowadays, she had only just condensed her first true vein, and there was still a certain distance from Su Yuan. The only way to break the game is the battle spirit. There are still 6 days to go, and as long as I can condense my battle chi during these 6 days, even 1 stripe of battle chi is enough for me to win the second comparison. The training still needs to be loaded up. Continue to squeeze the flesh to its ultimate potential. With the experience of the previous life in place, there's a high probability that it can be condensed in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Su Anyan decided to finish the other thing in the dog-licking adventure first. That is, letting at least 20 people learn that she's making breakfast for Su Yuan. It's like a thorn in the throat that won't go up until this is dealt with. Once this matter was dealt with, he himself would focus on training and condensing his battle chi. It's going to be humiliating anyway. It doesn't matter. Just wait until the second comparison and fight this back. With this in mind, Su Anyan took out her cell phone and logged into the campus forum of Lanchangno. 1 middle school, and a post was made. Record, the first time in my life I made breakfast for someone, and I felt pretty good about it. There are some accompanying pictures in the post. These photos were taken in advance by Su Anyan some days ago, to come in handy today. It contains a video of herself making breakfast and a photo of Su Yuan as she savors her breakfast. The very beginning. Anyone who thought this was just a mediocre post. After all, campus forums don't have real names, and people surf them at will. Who's going to click in and read a post like this with a title that isn't even remotely exciting? But, when the first idly bored person clicked in, that's when they realized that the things seem not simple. Chapter 72. The forum blew up. Said equal treatment, you only favor him alone? The playground of the first middle school in Arashiro. Zhang Hao sat by the flowerbed and lounged around the campus forum, and $% at hashtag. A noisy quarrel came from not far away, and Zhang Hao looked up. Turns out it's that young one guy who's squirting against Zhou Ilju. At the end of the awakening ceremony, the school was reorganized into classes that, all those who had awakened a C-rank talent or higher were divided into key classes. Brother Young, Class A talent possessor. Zhao Rizu, SS class talent possessor. Both of them are way better than him. I don't know what they're arguing about, but it had nothing to do with myself, a small C-ranked gifted person, anymore. With this thought, Zhang Hao's attention returned to his cell phone. I'm going to see if any of you kind Bodhisattva schoolgirls put up some selfies of your own. Record, the first time I made breakfast in my life. I felt pretty good. Who's a nice guy posting this? Got nothing better to do? Zhang Hao was about to row over, but then he thought about it. The tone felt like a sister. Never mind. Let's see. So he clicked into the post. A few seconds later, I chow, because it's too loud, and that the emotions contained therein are too strong. It led to a number of people casting uncomprehending glances at him. Even Zhang Yuan and Zhao Rizu, who were spraying at each other, stopped, looking over with a puzzled face. Zhang Yuan was on good terms with Zhang Hao, plus he was curious, so he left Zhao Rizu behind. walked over and got closer. Hiroko, what are you looking at? Zhang Hao's face was filled with a look of having seen a ghost, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at the screen. Zhang, help me look. I'm not mistaken, am I? Is this really our school's goddess Su? Goddess Su? Other than Su Anyun, who else in Lanchang no one is worthy of this name? Even though Zhang Yuan had long since given up his pursuit of Su Anyun nowadays, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Immediately, he picked up the phone and perused it. Making breakfast for the first time in your life? Young One was confused when he saw the title of the post. If this is Su Anyun, even if she's really learning how to make breakfast, that's no way to post it in a campus forum, is it? It doesn't fit her persona at all. But Zhang Yuan still patiently scratched and clicked into the video clip. This is a video of Su Anyun making breakfast. The camera is on the side. One could clearly see Su Anyun's stunningly beautiful side face, and could even see her shadow talent that had sensationalized the entire school, was helping out on the side. It's not. Are you serious? Young One was instantly confused. As a former suitor of Su Anyun, he had a good idea of how icy Su Anyun's character was. It is really too clear. Such an iceberg goddess is not likely to send details of his life to a campus forum anyway. Could it be someone pretending to be Su Anyun put up this video? That's not right either. Can anyone get a video of Su Anyun? Thinking so, Zhang Yuan paddled down a few more times. What came into view was a face that was too familiar to be. Was eating his breakfast with a strange expression on his face. And in the video just now, Su Anyun took a picture of the finished breakfast, a love omelette, and a blob of something that looks like it doesn't know what it is. Exactly like the breakfast in this photo. Looking at this face, Zhang Yuan first froze for a few moments, followed by a gradually complicated look. Finally, it turned into a million heartaches and wailed to the sky. Fuchi, you had me fooled so badly. Zhao Rizu, who was on the side, frowned when he heard Zhang Yuan's wailing. What the are you mad about? Said the man, glancing closer. After realizing it was a campus forum, he pulled out his own phone, swiped to the thread, and clicked in. Not a moment too soon. After reading the post, Zhao Rizu's face instantly rose into a pig liver color, and then a green burst of white. Looking at the videos and photos on his cell phone, his eyes almost spit fire. A little bit of time passed. The thread was gradually discovered by the crowd, and countless people left comments below. What's going on? What am I seeing here? Goddess Su cooking breakfast for someone? The heavens! The earth! Why did you let me see this? Brothers, I'm going to cry first. I thought Goddess Su would treat everyone equally. I felt better inside. And now you're telling me that her love is only for one person. I'm crying. I told you I haven't seen Su Yuan and Su Anyun lately. Turns out the two went on a honeymoon together. I hate it. The comments below the post pretty much look like this. After all, Su Anyun's usual image at school was that of a purely cool schoolgirl, no matter to whom. It was a cold look. Now seeing that she was actually making breakfast for Su Yuan and purposely posting it to the campus forum to show her love. The drastic contrast between this before and after directly caused the crowd to instantly explode. And for a time, ghosts cried out and countless hearts were broken all over the place. Resentment +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. What's going on? Su Yuan, who was in the middle of a deathmatch simulation in the virtual warehouse, looked at the suddenly skyrocketing emotional value. It was a bit baffling. He sidestepped the attack of a rank 2 lower level ferocious beast, and swept the lance in his hand against the trend. The power was so terrifying that it instantly cracked the bones of that second rank lower level ferocious beast. There was a fishy wind coming up behind him, and he snapped back zapping the ferocious beast behind him. Pity. It's only just killed 2 second stage lower level ferocious beasts. A few more figures of second rank middle level ferocious beasts condensed out and pounced towards Su Yuan. It was clearly the extra practice that Shang Wanru had specially prepared for him. Su Yuan opened his eyes from the virtual capsule, with sweat slightly seeping out of his forehead. This time, the method of death is to break an arm and then a leg. In the end, he was attacked from the front and back by 2 second ranked intermediate ferocious beasts, and died tragically on the spot, being gnawed away. For the others, this one deadly fight, this one tragic death, maybe it will lead to serious psychological problems, but to Su Yuan, even without the sharpening of his spiritual power by the Great Sun Observation Sutra, he won't have that problem either, because the only thing he thinks about before each death is that the next time, how about a more enjoyable and tyrannical way to get those forced ferocious beasts to die hard? After coming out of the virtual pod, Su Yuan took a good rest. Very well done. Shang Wanru cast a satisfied smile towards. Su Yuan nodded, and took the cell phone aside in his hand, only to realize that how did one get bombarded with a million messages? Almost everybody. Sent him a message. Every group chat. Both have prominent red at. What's going on here? Su Yuan was a bit confused for a moment. He casually clicked on Zhang Yuan's chat box. Inside is the bursting into tears emoji pack *99. As well. Brother Yuchi, you fooled me so badly. Say ahoo. It's clear that there can't be a relationship between the two of you. Only to turn around and eat someone's loving breakfast. Do you realize that the school forums are blowing up right now? Su Yuan. Chapter 73. I'll be honest. She's my dog licker. I was forced to. Wait a minute? What's going on? What school forum? What blew up? Su Yuan had no idea what was going on. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan told him the whole story that he realized that. What had happened during his own training in deadly combat. This guy Su Anyun. I can't believe they posted about her making breakfast for herself on the school forum? And video footage and accompanying pictures? Good. You're so vengeful, aren't you? I help you test the quality of the breakfast of love. And you turn around and sell me out? Don't you realize how many guys have crushes on you at school? Doesn't that put me in the limelight? Su Yuan felt like he would never love again in his life. He thought of a famous quote from Earth. The better looking a woman is, the better she lies. Su Yuan took a deep breath, logged on to the school forum, and was about to look at that post when, only to find that, it's been deleted? Brother Fuchi, that post seems to have been deleted. What's going on between you two? Didn't you say you weren't interested in Su Anyun? Now the school is abuzz with rumors that you two have become a couple. Zhang Yuan asked curiously. After he gave up his pursuit of Su Anyun, he had felt that Su Yuan and Su Anyun were a match made in heaven. Nay, Su Yuan told him every time that he wasn't interested in Su Anyun. As a result, now that I look at it, how come it doesn't seem to be the same thing? Su Yuan had originally thought of explaining a bit or two, but suddenly, there was a flash of light. Little Su Anyun, you like to play like this, don't you? I'll take care of it. Immediately typed. Subuchi, you saw the picture of me eating breakfast earlier, right? Young one, yeah. What? Subuchi, is my expression a little pained? A little resistant? Young one, seems like a bit? Su Yuan, I'll be honest with you. In fact, I'm really not interested in Su Anyun. Nah, she seems to have developed some thoughts about me and is now courting me. No, not courting me, but being my licking dog. Didn't you see how much I suffered when I ate her loving breakfast? It's all because of her. You've got to get your head out of your ass and think about it. Now she's making a move like this. What was the point of posting about me and her on the school forum? Young one, huh? What's it for? Su Yuan, of course it's to force the palace. I want a name and a title. She's my dog licker. Nah, I've been ignoring her and thinking of playing dirty. So I'm innocent. Young one? So that's what this is all about? This is too much of a blast, isn't it? It has to be you, Brother Yuan. How dare you take on the role of licking your dog? Su Yuan, low-key. By the way, I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it. Let's talk afterward. Put the phone down. A wide smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. The Shangwan Ru on the side saw Su Yuan's appearance and asked curiously. Just finished training. Why are you giggling here instead of getting some rest? Nothing. Su Yuan shook his head and glanced deeply in the direction of Su Anyun's room. Turned away. Auntie Su, don't blame me. It was your daughter's unkindness that tainted my innocence before. It was pure self-defense on my part. I'll admit to punishing me any way you want when we get back. In the meantime, Su Anyun's room. Every time she trained, it was shorter than Su Yuan, so she rested in her room early. The system asked for just 20 people, so it wasn't long after the post was made that she then deleted that post. I thought that would be okay, but then I realized she seemed to have somewhat underestimated her influence and the sensationalism of the event. Ding! Detected that a total of 1,031 people have learned of the host's dog-licking behavior so far. The host has exceeded the additional quests. Achievement, lick. I'm going to lick everyone. Rewarded, 1 phantom fruit. When she saw the system prompt, Su Anyun's mood was complicated. On the one hand, one's own post actually let more than 1,000 people know about one's dog-licking behavior. This time the disgrace is really big. Luckily, there shouldn't be too many interactions between myself and this group of high school friends in the future. Otherwise she wouldn't know how to face the crowd. On the other hand, she had no idea at all that the so-called dog-licking adventure. I can't believe there's such a thing as overshooting. After overshooting the system's rewards, he obtained a phantom fruit for himself. That's one of the rewards for winning the comparison. It was one of the heavenly treasures that he wanted the most and had the greatest boost to his battle power. Without any hesitation, she directly took out the phantom fruit from the system space, feeds it to the shadow squire. The shadow servant transformed into a writhing shadow, devouring the phantom fruit before slowly returning to the corner of the begin to digest the shadow power contained within. Overachieve and you get an extra reward. This additional task has. And the main mission, isn't there one too? That means there is perhaps a higher rating above the S rating? And what kind of rewards can I get if I can achieve it? Just thinking about it. Su Anyan's figure suddenly lurched, realizing that something was wrong with her thoughts. How could I even begin to think about such things? What I should be doing is winning every subsequent comparison that, thereby gaining access to better resources rather than finding compensation by overshooting after losing a comparison. Really? It's being reborn back into this body. Has it caused thinking to be subliminally altered? Su Anyan shook her head, putting the many distracting thoughts behind her, and was about to start cultivating when suddenly, buzz, a message alert came from his cell phone. Su Anyan glanced over. It was Su Yuan. She wasn't like Su Yuan, who had a lot of contacts and so received a huge bombardment of messages. In Su Anyan's cell phone, on the other hand, there were only Su Qingling, Su Yuan, and Sheng Wanru. Sabuchi, explain? Su Anyan moved out the reason she had thought of long ago and replied. Sorry, I was going to upload it to my private archive as a live photo, but I didn't realize it was uploaded to the wrong public area. Su Yuan, do you see that I believe it? That's just the way it is. Sabuchi, anyway, this behavior of yours is bothering me a lot. What am I going to do when I find a girlfriend later? Su Anyan. She typed a line, deleted it, and finally replied. I'll help you explain. Su Yuan, forget it. You'll only get worse if you explain. I've already explained it for you. Reasonable and sensible. And it no longer has any effect on my innocence. Su Anyan froze for a moment. How do you explain that? Sabuchi, how else can I explain it? I'll just say you're my lickspill. I was forced to eat your breakfast. That's pretty much it. Su Anyan's eyelids fluttered, veins rippling, knuckles clenched white. Who dash? Suck dash. Who dash? She tried to take a deep breath, trying to calm herself. It was even if she was called a licking dog by the system. She was actually called a licking dog by Su Yuan? And forced him to eat his own loving breakfast? Endure. 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 If it wasn't for the sake of the Augur Soul Pearl. She clenched her silver teeth lightly, tossing the phone aside. He stopped paying attention. Room. The corner of Su Yuan's mouth lifted a little as he looked at the tips that kept leaping up. Resentment +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. That guy, Su Anyan, is probably pissed off enough right now. But she asked for it. Wrong upload? The hell with it. But well, she's pulling the emotional weight of everyone in the school with this maneuver. Emotional value, 241 points. Come on. 2 premium draws. Ding. Consuming 400 emotion points for 2 advanced draws. Chapter 74, a shot of double gold. Dragon Soul Bead. Battle chart, addicted to acting? Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Dragon Soul Pearl. Gold color quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Battle Map. Golden quality. Double gold? Is this the premium sweepstakes? Is this my unbelievable luck? Just one word. Cool. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew wider. The worries that arose because of Su Anyan's exposure were instantly thrown to the wind. Immediately, he checked the functions of the 2 treasures. Dragon Soul Pearl, the soul of a dragon beast is detained by a powerful person. Sealed it in the Tsang Dome Jade Spirit and condensed it. The holder can probe his or her spiritual power into it, and fight and struggle with that sealed dragon spirit. It can enhance one's own spiritual power, which is endlessly useful for their cultivation. It's actually a treasure used to aid in spiritual cultivation? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Blue Star currently hadn't even given birth to a unified spiritual power cultivation method yet. Not to mention this kind of treasure that assisted in spiritual cultivation. This Dragon Soul Bead was definitely an extremely rare existence. It's sealed with the soul of a dragon genus ferocious beast. The Dragon Soul Pearl was lying peacefully in Su Yuan's palm. The texture is pale and clear, like a jewel, with a vague pale golden shadow in the center. It should be the so-called Dragon Soul. As for what the Tsang Dome Jade Spirit was, although Su Yuan wasn't clear about it, once he heard the name, it would definitely be an extremely high-end material, or else it wouldn't have been used to seal the soul. Suppressing the thought of wanting to immediately try fighting with the dragon, Su Yuan looked at another treasure. With a thought, a scroll, suspended in front of Su Yuan, slowly unfolded. It's battle chart. On the painting were endless monsters, each of which Su Yuan had never seen before. It was a far cry from the ferocious beasts of the blue planet, but the ferocity of its features, the strangeness of its breath, however, it was far superior to any of the ferocious beasts Su Yuan had seen. And in the center of the picture, it was a man with a blurry face, bare hands, something like a flame burned on his body. The man's face was not clear and he did not look well. However, for some reason, Su Yuan could feel a one-man, the majesty of the 10,000 foes, kill all the millions of enemies in front of you. And punch like a dragon with blood still fishy. Battle diagram. Inspire the battle diagram with spiritual power. You can body into the painting and seal the source energy, using only the mortal flesh against the enemy. It hammers a body of battle guts and battle spirit, and is an excellent treasure for cultivating battle chi. Battle aura. Su Yuan suddenly realized something like a flame burning on the man on this battle chart. Wasn't it the same chi that Shangguan Ru had shown himself back then? No wonder it looked so familiar when I first saw it just now. Battle aura. So that's the real name of that mysterious power? When Sister Ru resisted my attack with her battle chi, she indeed didn't use any source energy. It's an extremely unique power, and it's written on the description of the battle map that when you enter the painting with your body, it seals the source energy. Su Yuan became more and more excited. It was just that he realized that he seemed to be a little short on time right now. Originally, outside of the daily training from hell, there was also the need to cultivate the Great Sun Observation Sutra and condense the true veins to elevate the realm. Now, to add to that the fighting dragon soul, refining mental power and the painting with the body, sharpening battle guts and battle intent, accelerating the condensation of battle chi? Is this the trouble with too much treasure? Su Yuan laughed. But this happy trouble was not at all too much for him. There's no need to rush. You can slow down a bit and take your time. You can't chew too much. Focus on each step. It all makes a difference. Having just finished training in Mortal Kombat, take a break to replenish your strength and chi. Then we'll wait for the evening to try the battle chart again. The anger and murderous rage in my heart from being parted by that group of ferocious beasts has not yet been dispersed. Incidentally, we can also see how these monsters are different compared to the ferocious beasts of the Blue Star. For dinner, Su Yuan and Su Anyun sat more apart. One sits on the far left and one on the far right. What's going on with you two? Shangguan Ru looked at the two men in disbelief. At this time, Su Yuan and Su Anyun had some tacit understanding and shook their heads at the same time. Speak at the same time. Nothing. They each froze for a moment, glancing at each other before they both grunted softly and turned their heads. Eat your own dinner. By the way, have either of you seen my sister? Shangguan Ru suddenly realized that Shangguan Meng was not there. In the past, every day at mealtime, she had always appeared on time at the spot beside Su Yuan. I just saw her. She was here, but just now she seemed to take a phone call. Just go outside. Su Yuan, who was taking a big bite of a piece of ferocious beast meat, said vaguely. Shangguan Ru vaguely had some bad feelings. Twilight. The massive hellish training hall was like a giant beast hibernating there. Top of the training hall. Shangguan Meng followed up the phone call while idly looking at the distant scenery. A pair of small white legs swayed in the air, and there were no ripples in the nice and demonic pupils of the. One wondered what was going through her mind at that moment. On the phone, White Burial's helpless voice came through. In the past 2 days the chamber has been targeting the motion jointly proposed by the Shangguan family and the Morong family. A number of discussions took place, and the final result temporarily withdraw your 4 pillars status and have Morongjin of the Morong family take over. Oh, Shangguan Meng faintly answered, her tone very calm. I don't know if she expected this outcome or just didn't care. White Burial sighed. I don't know what Chief Ku was thinking when he didn't use a veto. Doesn't matter. As she spoke, Shangguan Meng reached into her pocket and, only to realize that the lemon candy in my pocket was eaten up at some point, she gently skimmed her lips, a disgruntled look appearing on that stunningly beautiful face, as if this matter was more important than having her 4 pillars status reclaimed. Without the blessing of the 4 pillars identity, you need to be more careful how you act afterward. You can't do as you please anymore. As I was before, so I will be after. On the other end of the phone, the silent White Burial shook his head with a bitter smile. Also, this is the Shangguan dream. That's all. Although Chief Ancient wondered why he hadn't opposed the Shangguan and Morong family's motions, but he was, after all, training Shangguan Meng as a successor, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Furthermore, as one of the twin kings of the Heretic Slayer Bureau himself, at the very least, during his term of office, and cover for her. Silk. I don't know when, but there was a drizzle in the sky. Shangguan Meng stretched out a hand to catch a few drops of rain and grunted. Well, it's raining, so I won't talk to you. I'm going back to dinner. Good. Even knowing Shangguan Meng's character, White Burial had to admire her indifference. Is it obviously such a big deal that it turns out to be less important than eating? Hanging up the phone, Shangguan Meng took a gentle leap and landed on the ground from the top of the pavilion. The drizzle fell on her, dampening her long silver-white hair. Hurrah! Not waiting for me. Restaurant. Shangguan Meng appeared beside Su Yuan, looking at Su Yuan, who was feasting, and crossed her arms and, pursing her lips, her cute little nose wrinkled gently. Shangguan Ru was silent on the sidelines. If I'm not mistaken, the phone call my oldest sister answered just now should be from White Burial, right? Results. How? Sorry. Su Yuan had thought about rubbing Shangwan Meng's little head, but his hands were too oily. It was halfway retracted again, and laughed. I've had a bit of a training day and I'm too hungry, so I'll be sure to wait for you afterward. That's more like it. Shangwan Meng respread her smile and sat down next to Su Yuan, and together they merrily ate their meal. Far away on the other side, Su Anyan cast her eyes towards the two men intentionally or unintentionally, and finally landed on Shangwan Meng's body. This guy, addicted to acting? 4 shifts today, ask for a little gift. Chapter 75 4 Sides and 8 Directions. There is no enemy nor God. I am the only one. I am only myself. After dinner, Su Yuan was dragged by Shangwan Meng to play the game. Su Anyan, on the other hand, returned to her room. The shadow servant was still absorbing infusing the spectral shadow fruit, and it was estimated that it would take another half a day. So instead of cultivating for the time being, she took out her cell phone, went online and started searching. How do you make a perfect breakfast of love? Tomorrow is the last day of Lick the Dog adventure. If she still couldn't get an S-rank evaluation, she was going to lose out on the Augur Soul Pearl, even with the unexpected blessing of the Phantom Fruit. However, she still had a rather strong thirst for the Augur Soul Pearl. After perusing through the various search results on the site, Su Anyan finally selected a video that had the highest number of views, likes, and favorites. Hello everyone. I'm sure all of you who clicked in. It's all about wanting to make the perfect lovey-dovey breakfast for the love of your life, right? Then start with me. In the video, the uploader is wearing an apron and greeting the viewers with a smile on his face. I'm not. Su Anyan thought silently in her heart. For the next 10 minutes, everything was normal. This video uploader's technique, fire control and all, is pretty good. Su Anyan kept some details in mind. But is that all it takes to make the perfect breakfast of love? She was a little puzzled. Finally, getting to the final stages of the video, that up owner gave a mysterious smile after bringing the loving breakfast to the table. Alright, next up is the highlight of highlights. To make the perfect love breakfast, this step is the key. Hearing this, Su Anyan's eyes lit up and she immediately perked up. Prepare to memorize this so-called secret. High energy ahead. Bullet guard. Run. A colorful bar of pop-ups crossed the screen, taking up most of the screen. Su Anyan frowned slightly and directly closed the pop-up. Then, in the video, the camera pans out. Across the table sits a man, smiling and greeting the camera. And the video uploader came and stood behind the man. And, tenderly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and looked to the camera with a smile. The true meaning of a perfect breakfast isn't really about how good or elaborate it is. The real key point is love. If you make your love strong enough and obvious enough, then this breakfast, even if it just took you a few minutes to make it off the top of your head, it's still, heaven forbid, the perfect breakfast. Having said that, what follows is a 30-second long mosaic of passionate kissing footage. Su and Yen. 30 seconds later, the passionate kissing scene ended. The video upper looked up with intent, a badass grin on his face. Of course, there's actually an even more proven method if you have a bold and open-minded baby that definitely make your boyfriend/husband a perfect impression of the breakfast you made for a lifetime. Having said that, she leaned down and got under the table. The scene comes to an abrupt end here. Su Anyan silently exited, tapped a stomp at the bottom of the video and made a comment along the way. Neuropathy. Then report it. One and done. Just as Su Anyan was racking her brain in her room, worrying over tomorrow's breakfast, the other side. Slow down. You slow down. Too fast. Don't hit me. Your banana is so annoying. Su Yuan, Shangwan Meng, and Shangwan Ru were sitting cross-legged on the sofa, one on each handle, playing Mario Kart 8 online. It's fun and laughter. When it came to training, Shangwan Ru was extremely harsh on the two, to the point of being devilish. Still, she was quite happy to relax with the two of them during their time off. Sure, it was the two guys, Su Yuan and Su Anyan, who were as good as Supermen. And under such intense training, it's still holding up fine. Put in the previous installments of training, those so-called S-rank and SS-rank gifted people, after every day's training, each one of them was as if they had wilted. Not to mention playing games to relax, even lying down they are too tired. They're crying out every day, just wishing to be able to leave hell. Under this contrast, Shangwan Ru was simply satisfied with both Su Yuan and Su Anyan. Another moment passed. Game over. Alright, I'll play with you tomorrow. I'll go back to practicing first. Su Yuan put down the handle and rubbed Shangwan Meng's small head with a smile. Well, Shangwan Meng was obviously still a bit unfulfilled. When Su Yuan saw this, he just stood up and sat down again, sighing, last inning. Yeah, Shangwan Ru, just spoil her. Shangwan Meng drifted over with a look, and only then did she hastily shut her mouth and pick up the handle again. This time, I'm definitely number one. Half an hour later, Su Yuan returned to the room. Who dash? Really? We said we'd play one last game, but we ended up playing two more. He smiled and shook his head. But honestly, Shangguan Mang and Shangguan Ru, a little silver-haired heteropupil lowly, an icy blue long-haired hot-bodied royal lady, both eye-catching to the extreme. If it were any other person, I'm afraid I would be willing to play with them for 3 days and 3 nights. But who let Su Yuan still think about trying the effect of the battle diagram, and could only stop at first? Use your body to enter the painting to hone your battle guts and battle spirit, and in doing so, gather battle chi. I'm really looking forward to it. After Su Yuan was ready, with a wave of his hand, the battle picture scroll with a vigorous battle spirit slowly unfolded in the air. According to the guidelines of the battle map, one needed to probe their spiritual energy into it in order to stimulate its effects. Any other first-rank martial artist would be stuck at this point, because their spiritual power was still very weak. They were simply unable to manipulate it on their own, let alone condense it into substance and leave their bodies. Buzz. After Su Yuan attached his spiritual power to the battle map a little bit, there was a vague buzzing in his head. Immediately after that, only a loud boom could be heard, and the entire consciousness of the man, it was then pulled into the war map. Above the scroll, the man whose face was originally blurred, his features gradually became clearer. Finally, it was definitely Su Yuan's appearance. Blood. What a strong smell of blood. Consciousness gradually awakened. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It's the world within the war map? Before his eyes, there was a vast land with a dim sky, as if it was a scene of doom. There were countless corpses and limbs all over the place, and he, himself, was standing in the middle of the biggest pile of corpses. That is, Su Yuan had experienced countless deaths in virtual death matches. There was already resistance to this kind of image, or else any other person would have come over. Probably by this time, they would have been weak in the legs and vomited. Boom boom. Suddenly, the earth beneath his feet began to shake. Su Yuan looked up and for a moment, he actually froze in place. He had thought that the number of monsters in the battle map would be large, but he hadn't expected there would be so many. In every direction, it was all black, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, making people breathless. At a rough estimate, at the very least, hundreds of thousands of monsters were surging towards them. The impact of the scene, perhaps, would have been even greater if the viewpoint in the vault of heaven had been switched. Su Yuan was like a speck of dust, a lone, flat boat, and that endless army of monsters was an annihilating tsunami that was enough to roll out heaven and earth. The maximum number of ferocious beasts he had previously fought was 8. These hundreds of thousands of monsters, the span is slightly larger. Not only that, he tried, and it was true that he was unable to mobilize the source energy, just as the battle map had said. Even his own trail of days was ineffective. One can only rely on the flesh and use the most primitive power against the enemy. Feeling the vibration becoming more and more obvious, Su Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, there was nothing else in them but the will to fight. On all sides and in all directions, there is no enemy or God, only I. Just yourself. P.S. Just send me a free gift. The results aren't great, but there are more than 4,000 people catching up on their work every day. A person can generate electricity up to 3 times. An extra chapter will be added when the number of free power for love reaches 500 per day. I see other authors starting at 200. Ha. Chapter 76. Sister, why are you in Brother Su Yuan's room? Kill. The pale, dimly lit earth was colored red with piercing blood. Su Yuan's figure drowned in the endless tide of monsters, and wherever he saw it, all of them are hideous and ugly faces. Put. A punch pierces a monster's chest. This was followed by a back elbow that blew the head off of another monster behind him. Su Yuan's surroundings had been covered with the mutilated corpses of the monsters, making that originally huge pile of corpses that it's nearly doubled in size. The monsters were not strong, but their numbers were endless, giving people a sense of despair. Having just killed 10, followed by 100 more to make up for it. Having killed 100, 1,000, 10,000 more. It's like walking down a road with no end in sight. You never know how much longer you have to keep going before you reach the other side. There's no source energy. There's no flare of the sun. There's no special power of any kind. Both Su Yuan and the monster were fighting with pure physical strength. But after such a long battle, Su Yuan's physical strength had been exhausted. The bloodstained hands were trembling. The bruised legs were weak. The rate of breathing had been disturbed. Even the vision was a little blurry. But the monster not far away was still hissing and rushing towards him. At that moment, a voice sounded in his head. Retreat? Fear? Will it end there? Su Yuan grinned and didn't reply, but instead, towards this side of the celestial dome. Slowly, he raised a middle finger, and then, he took a deep breath and looked at the swarm of monsters that were about to arrive in front of him, murmuring softly, too many people bullying too few. Sooner or later, I, alone, will surround you with 100,000. No, 1,000,000, 10,000,000. Wait and see. Having said that, he endeavored to squeeze out the last vestiges of power left in his body and rushed towards the tide of monsters. Phew! Su Yuan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes violently. The clothes on his body were wet and soaked with sweat. After losing to a ferocious beast in a virtual deathmatch, even if one dies a horrible death, after stepping out of the virtual pod, what Su Yuan should do is still what he should do. But in the world of war maps, the fierce killings, the endless despair, the loneliness of being the only one in the world, all of them are wearing down and impacting your will. Virtual deathmatch is child's play by comparison. So he braced himself and leaned back against the bed, closing his eyes for a few moments. The backlash. It's a little big, but painful enough tops, though mentally exhausted to the core. But Su Yuan had a feeling, call it intention or call it fighting spirit, or maybe it was the war guts and war spirit mentioned in the description of the battle charts, which had been sufficiently exercised. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before one would be able to condense that legendary battle chi, half of the night, due to the amount of energy expended in the world of war maps. Physically and mentally exhausted, Su Yuan then temporarily put down his cultivation, intending to have a good night's rest. But just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a soft knock on the door. Who's looking for me at this hour? Su Yuan curiously got up and opened the door. Seeing the person who came, Su Yuan was really a bit surprised. I thought it might be Shangwan Meng or Shangwan Ru, but never thought that it's actually Su and Yen? The young girl was dressed in a light-colored nightgown, and, in contrast to the cool delicacy of her old, there is something inexplicably special about the loose laziness of the moment. It's just that with her tired eyes and disheveled hair, she looks like it wasn't in very good shape. Su Yuan hadn't finished speaking. Su Anyan then went into the room on her own. Su Yuan, this guy, what's going on? He briefly pondered whether he was trying to incriminate himself by that the whole thing about her being her own dog licker is bothering her a lot. Shouldn't I? She herself knew full well what the truth really was. Besides, Su Anyan didn't seem like someone who would care about such things. Su Yuan silently closed the door. Su Anyan had sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Su Yuan. I'd like to ask you a favor. She just couldn't take it anymore. All those videos she watched on the internet. All that instruction on supposedly making the perfect breakfast. In almost every case, it ends up coming down to love. What do you expect her to do? There was no choice but to try to start from Su Yuan's side. A favor? What favor? Tomorrow is the last time I make breakfast. Su Yuan froze for a moment before laughing. Make breakfast one last time? You're just going to give up? You're not going to be a good little cook for your online date? Su and Yen. Good little cook? What the hell kind of name is that? If she hadn't been coerced by the system, she would never have done such a thing in her life. Su Anyan had already thought of a paragraph to say before she came here. That's right. Su Anyan lifted a few strands of broken hair from her forehead behind her ear. My online relationship is over. Su Yuan, are you kidding me? A few days ago, he suddenly overthrew his persona and broke the news that he'd had an online relationship and had to practice hard at cooking, just to make breakfast for an online love interest. And now he's coming to my room in the middle of the night saying that his online relationship is over. How? Do you want me to comfort you? Just like that, Su Yuan gave Su Anyan a "you keep talking, I'm listening" look, waiting for her to follow. Su Anyan knew that her next words were a bit exaggerated, but for the sake of the Jiao Soul Pearl, she was willing to endure Su Yuan's different eyes. So she spoke slowly. But I don't want the relationship to just end so quickly that my efforts are wasted. So I want you to think of me as a real girlfriend tomorrow. Judging my love breakfast from my boyfriend's point of view, it kind of puts a perfect end to this. 2. Su Yuan. Silence. It's Cambridge tonight. Su and Yen. You're playing with flowers. Excuse me. That's a favor I can't do. Su Yuan refused Su Anyan's request. Not only that, he even felt the need to talk to Auntie Su. It was because he felt as if Su Anyan's current mental state wasn't very normal. Su and Yen was directly embarrassed. But the word beg was not in her vocabulary. Being able to take the initiative to come over and ask for Su Yuan's help was already the result of her efforts in mental construction. Really? With a glimmer of hope, she asked one last time. It really doesn't work. Su Yuan was decisive. Okay. Su Anyan's expression instantly returned to its original form. That cool aura reappeared on her body. If it was the Dragon Soul Pearl, she would definitely try harder. And the augur soul beads. No. 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 Up. Su Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. Yeah, that's the flavor. Keep it up. Or is this comfortable for you to look at? Su Yen. Bye. After faintly leaving such a sentence, she intended to leave Su Yuan's room, but when she just opened the door, her petite body froze. Outside the door, Shangwan Meng blinked her pretty eyes and slightly tilted her head sideways. Sister, why are you in brother Su Yuan's room? P.S. Thanks for the power generation. Appreciate. Chapter 77, The Witch's Meddling Weapon. Little dream. How old are you? What could Su Anyan say? She could only be silent. Late night, lonely men and women, sharing a room. You can't even jump into the yellow river to wash it off. It's okay if it's a real little girl, but the problem is, this guy is Shangwan Meng, looks like a clueless little Lolita, but is actually well into her 20s, bigger than them. So, destroy it. Su Anyan chose to leave directly, because there are times when things get darker and darker. Shangwan Meng looked at Su Anyan's departing back, pondering. Just so, it was like leaving all the embarrassment to Su Yuan. He coughed softly. Dream? You're still up this late? Since becoming more familiar with Shangwan Meng, Su Yuan's name for her also gradually changed from Shangwan Sister to Little Dream Sister, and then Dream at the end, which seemed more and more intimate. Shangwan Meng retracted her gaze from Su Anyan, a beaming smile at the corner of her mouth. You two are doing something bad. I'm going to tell my sister to go. Su Yuan? He lightly knocked on Shangwan Meng's small head and pretended to slate his face. What kind of nonsense is going on in that little head of yours? So what do you think you're doing? Su Yuan's brain raced. She fell out of love and I'm comforting her. Who? Shangwan Meng had a bad smile on his face. I've heard that girls are most likely to be multiplied when they fall out of love. Did brother Su Yuan have this idea? Su Yuan was helpless. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. With that said, he was going to do a backhanded move. What about you? Are you misbehaving by staying up so late? Shangwan Meng skimmed her lips, but she did not continue to dwell on it. Whether or not anything had happened between the two just now, there was no way it could have escaped her eyes. She just sighed softly. I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Aha. Su Yuan thought about it. He was a little sleepy but looked at the window. The moonlight poured into the room on a cloudless evening after a light rain. Tell you what then? I'll take you out to count the stars and get sleepy counting. Shangwan Meng's eyes lit up. Yeah, outside the arena. Su Yuan had a bit of a headache. This is suburbia. What's the best spot to see the stars? The top of the training hall. Of course, but the problem is that he can't even get up this 10 meters or so by himself. Not to mention bringing along a Shangwan Meng. Aside. Shangwan Meng blinked. She could see what Su Yuan was thinking and thought for a moment. Summoned his weapon. We can use this. This is a handle. Huge ghostly purple scythe. It was covered with mysterious and bizarre patterns, as if it were a divine weapon that reaped death from the 9 specters. It gave off a haunting aura. Su Yuan? Shangwan Meng smiled cheekily. This is a gift from my sister, she said. It's for my self-defense. It can fly with people. Su Yuan was shocked. This thing? It doesn't need to be powered by source energy? Okay. Shangwan Ru is, after all, a director of the Cloverleaf Group. It's perfectly normal to have some kind of black technology on hand. It's just that the scythe is bigger than even he is, and it looks dangerous as hell. Shangwan Ru could actually hand something like this over to Shangwan Meng? What's wrong with that? What if something happens? Actually, this scythe is indeed dangerous, but not to Shangwan Meng, but to others who saw it. The 9 Phantoms, one of Shangwan Meng's talents, a companion spirit weapon. It's been stained with the blood of countless 7th-level Marquis realm powerhouses, known as the Witch's Plutonium and the Scythe of Regicide. It is a sight to behold. That 7th-ranked blood Marquis of the Arcus family had died under it at the beginning. As if she could penetrate Su Yuan's inner thoughts, Shangwan Meng smiled coquettishly. Don't worry, I don't even use it, so it's not dangerous. Having said this, with a flick of his toes, he leaped onto the huge scythe, and, turning around, reaching out his hand towards Su Yuan. Come on. Su Yuan could only do as he was told. The huge spectral purple scythe carried the 2 men, slowly rising to the top of the training arena. After putting the 2 down, Shangwan Meng gently waved her hand and it disappeared into nothingness. When Su Yuan saw this, he could only lament the toughness of the Cloverleaf Group. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shangwan Meng sat beside Su Yuan, her hands encircling her knees and tilting her head. The god was seriously counting the stars in the sky. A cool night breeze blew through, gently ruffling a few strands of her silver hair. The moonlight along with the soft starbursts spilling down. It reflected the flawless side of the young girl's face beautifully. An unintentional glimpse. It made Su Yuan deepen this scene in his mind. He had known of Shangguan Meng's beauty for a long time, but until this moment, just realized how stunning this beauty is. She's still young. Su Yuan did not move and withdrew his gaze. While mentally calculating the age difference between the two, it dawned on him that he himself never seemed to know exactly how old Shangguan Meng was. That dream. Shangguan Meng turned her head. Those good-looking eyes, as clear and turquoise as the sea, as gemstones of blazing flame. On this all-too-silent night, it exudes an aura of mystery that is enough to mesmerize. How old are you again? Not telling you. Naughty. Slightly. Su Yuan didn't pursue the question any further. Instead, he rested his hands on his head and just leaned back, looking up at the stars in the sky, twinkling. Could there be an earth in there? Oh, the earth isn't a star. It can't be a star. Su Yuan smiled and stopped speaking, just feeling the beauty of the night. 633, 792, 1021. As Shangguan Meng counted, she suddenly felt a little sleepy. Just as he was about to turn his head to speak to Su Yuan, he realized that he's already asleep? What the hell? The smile on Shangguan Meng's face was wide. Obviously I promised to come to count the stars with me who can't sleep, but in the end I fell asleep first. As she spoke, Shangguan Meng suddenly became playful and reached out to gently pinch on Su Yuan's face. Su Yuan's eyelashes fluttered lightly and rolled over. Early the next morning, when Su Yuan woke up from his bed, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was clueless. The last thing he remembered was lying beside Shangguan Meng looking at the stars. Did you sleep through it? It's more or less embarrassing. I guess I was too tired in the battle map world. Right. So how did I get down here? In Su Yuan's opinion, Shangguan Meng should not be able to move him. Had she called out to Sister Ru to carry herself down? Then this is even more embarrassing. There are 3 women and 1 man here, and he's embarrassed to face 3 of them. So what's the point? Su Yuan got up stiffly and went to the cafeteria, just as all 3 were there. Good morning. Good morning. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng greeted Su Yuan separately. Shangguan Meng also winked playfully towards Su Yuan. Su Anyun was sitting on the other side, silently looking at the last loving breakfast in front of her. As long as she didn't want the augur soul bead, then after today, it would be relief. Su Yuan sat beside Shangguan Meng as usual and said with some embarrassment, last night, I called my sister to come and carry you down. Without waiting for Su Yuan to finish, Shangguan Meng said with a smile, of course, this was impossible. She had sent Su Yuan back to her room by herself, but in order to avoid being discovered by Su Yuan, she had long ago conspired with Shangguan Ru to make a confession. Shangguan Ru was greatly shocked at the 2 of them watching the stars together last night, and once again, he asked his oldest sister if she had the idea of an old cow eating young grass. After being cleaned up, under the threat of the iron fist, he nodded with a sincere face. Well, I'm the one who put you back in your room. When he thought of himself being held in Shangguan Ru's arms last night, Su Yuan was so embarrassed that his scalp went numb. I'm sorry, I was too tired yesterday, so I'm sorry for troubling Sister Ru. It's okay. Shangguan Meng waved her hand and replied for Shangguan Ru. In order to divert the embarrassment, Su Yuan brought up the matter of the 6 cities joint exam in a few days. Oh, the 6 cities joint exam. Sure, you can go if you want. It's just 1 day. Anyway, it doesn't interfere with training either. Shangguan Ru immediately agreed. At this point, Su Anyun silently walked over to the trio. She placed the loving breakfast in her hand in front of Su Yuan and was about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Su Yuan called out to Su Anyun. Su Anyun turned around and looked at Su Yuan. What's wrong? So, I'd like to have a light breakfast today. Should I not count it? P.S. Didn't reach 500 power generation, but plus more. Count what you guys owe me. Ha ha. Chapter 78. I really don't hold it against you. Perfectly fitting shadow battle armor. It wasn't that Su Yuan disliked Su Anyun's breakfast for being difficult to eat. In just a few days, it went from unpalatable at the beginning to palatable at the end. Enough to prove that she still has some talent. It's just that, it's been 4 days in a row now, and I'm really getting a little tired of it and want a change of pace. What's more, yesterday Su Anyun came up with a rather perverted idea. Allow yourself to treat her like a real girlfriend and savor this loving breakfast with a loving perspective, so that makes it even more impossible to eat. Sure, in order to make Su Anyun feel better about herself, he also made a point of pointing at a plate of black unidentified objects set in front of Shangguan Meng. Look, I really don't hold it against you. I didn't eat what Dream made this morning either. Shangguan Meng nodded. Yeah. Su Anyun's gaze swept over Shangguan Meng's masterpiece and then I looked at the ones I made. No, how can they be the same? So she chopped away. No. Su Yuan froze for a moment. Look at that determined look on her face. I bet this chick really is what she said she was last night. It doesn't matter if you've lost your love or not. It doesn't matter at all. Is she just trying to put a perfect end to all the hard work she's been doing for a while? If that was true, then it seemed really cruel if he didn't do this favor, just to fantasize about Su Eunyen as his real girlfriend. It's a little difficult, isn't it? That face good looking is real good looking. The body is also perfect. A pair of long legs is even white and straight. That's right, one doesn't eat her cool schoolgirl persona at all. In contrast, he preferred the passionate and fiery one. Just as Su Yuan hesitated, Su Eunyen suddenly reacted to the dog-licking adventure that the system had released. It didn't seem like it was mandatory that Su Yuan had to eat his own breakfast. All it says in the mission requirements is, for 5 consecutive days, he made breakfast for Su Yuan, which included at least a love omelette, and handed it to him with his own hands. Right, just do it yourself and hand it over to him. It doesn't even matter if you eat it or not. In order to make sure that her idea was okay, Su Eunyen even asked the system in her head about it, lest he be counted as having failed to complete the dog-licking adventure and have his cultivation withdrawn. Ding! The host's behavior meets the mission requirements. It's just that in this way, you will lose 1 rating opportunity, and the final rating will be the highest grade of the previous 4 days, C grade, with a reward of secret technique, Fox Enchantment. Foxtrotting is foxtrotting. It's unlikely you'll use it yourself anyway. And again, she's swinging for the fences now. This dog-licking adventure is both the first and the last. When he managed to gather his battle chi and win the second comparison, then he would ruthlessly retrieve the situation. Forget it. Su Eunyen spoke faintly. Taking back his bento box from in front of Su Yuan, he turned around and left the cafeteria. Su Yuan. He would have changed his mind if she had insisted a little more. Hey. At this time, Shangwan Ru suddenly sighed a few words. I can see that Yen is a little sad. Ice-cold personality on weekdays. So hard to meet true love on the internet. As a result, this is only a few days to break up. One's laborious practice of loving breakfast for so long can only be nullified. Su Yuan. Sister Ru. Aren't you putting too much drama on her? You don't understand. It's our 6th sense as women. I can feel that she's really sad. Su Yuan, 6. Room. It's finally over. Su Eunyen was in a big position, throwing herself onto the bed with a big smile on her face. These 5 days of torment are finally over. Starting today, she no longer had to be hamstrung by the dog-licking adventure. You can devote your full attention to your practice. It's just a shame she missed out on the resource rewards of the first comparison. Only 1 phantom fruit was obtained, and originally, she can obtain Dragon Soul Pearl, Shadow Silence Fruit, Purple Extreme Crystal, Tian Yuan Spirit Liquid, Chalcedony Stone. Forget it, don't think about it, let bygones be bygones. Su Eunyen adjusted her mind and summoned the Shadow Servant. After a day of digestion, that phantom fruit had been thoroughly absorbed. It made the Shadow Servant much more solid than it was. Let's see if we can split early. Thinking so, Su Eunyen manipulated the Shadow Servant, causing it to revert into a large mass of shadows and then the shadows gradually split and became 2 smaller masses. One of the shadows, which quickly morphed into the original Shadow Squire's likeness, just a slightly lighter concentration of shadows, but another small mass of shadows. After struggling for a long time all of them only sketched out a general appearance, but were never able to materialize into form. Still a little short. After many fruitless attempts, Su Eunyen could only give up. If the Shadow Servant succeeded in splitting, then her cultivation speed would be able to increase drastically, because every Shadow Servant is capable of absorbing source crystals and feeding back source energy to aid in cultivation, and the efficiency does not decrease as the number increases. Even, she was able to make the 2 Shadow Servants cultivate and deduce different battle techniques. Then they were allowed to synchronize their perceptions and experiences of battle techniques into her mind, giving the effect of 1 mind. 3 minds. Try another ability. The 2 shadows remerged without coalescing into the shape of the Shadow Squire. Instead, it covered Su Eunyen's body under her manipulation. After a burst of deformation and illusion, it had become a shadow battle armor. The perfectly fitting shadow battle armor revealed Su Eunyen's tall figure. With a casual wave of her hand, the shadows in her palm automatically extended into a shadow whip that whipped the air into a burst of sound. Not bad. The shadowy battle armor on his body faded like a tidal wave. In the end, he reverted to the appearance of a Shadow Servant in front of Su Eunyen. Su Eunyen's face, however, was not complacent. The phantom fruit was, after all, an external object. Even if it was possible to enhance the Shadow Squire's abilities, in the final analysis, it would still require her to be strong in her own right. It's the only way to maximize the effect of your talent. There are 5 days left for the second comparison, a 6-city joint exam. Just 1 day before the second comparison. That is, 4 days from now. It's like giving me a chance to compare and examine Su Yuan's battle power in advance. I'll take the first place in this joint exam. Su Anyun was confident. In addition to the 6 cities joint examination, she was equally reminded of the great martial arts examination that would be held more than 2 months later. As I recall, the top 2 students from each administrative district in the great martial arts examination, all will be inducted into the Star World program. As for the astral world, Su Anyun looked thoughtful. She knew more about the star realm than everyone in Blue Star. Chapter 79. I don't believe it. There's no way my goddess is someone else's licking dog. In her previous life, as the first in the grand examination of martial arts in the Nanjiang administrative region, successfully selected for the Star World program. At first, she didn't know what the so-called astral realm referred to, but later on, when she left the blue planet and stepped into the starry sky, that's when she realized that the so-called star realm, it was actually the Heaven's Pride selection ground that the 9-Star Alliance had opened to Blue Star. As one of the hegemonic level forces in the Eastern Spirit region, the 9-Star Alliance is one of the few moderate civilizations. After casting the seed of evolution on Blue Star and setting a test period of 500 years, it is now the 495th year, with only 5 years left to run. After an assessment by the 9-Star Alliance, there was a great probability that Blue Star would not be able to give birth to a strong person who would break through the limit realm and step into the star realm within these last 5 years. That's why the star realm was opened, to screen out the celestial pride of each country in advance, prepare for their inclusion in the 9-Star Alliance in the future. The year Dasha totaled 11 provincial administrations and a total of 22 people were selected for the Star World program. They're all Heaven's Prides amongst Heaven's Prides, demons selected from amongst millions of people. However, there were only 5 people who ended up getting the Star Realm inheritance, excluding Dasha. Eagle American Federation. 5. Continental Union. 4. Siberian Northern Plains. 3. Cherry Blossom Country. 1 person. India. Their term, cumulatively, was 24, but 5 years down the line, that's a total of 86 people. And the population of the entire blue planet is in the billions. Out of the billions of people, less than 100 had received the 9-Star Alliance's Genius certification. In this life, Su Anyun was confident that she would break through to the Starry Sky realm within the 5-year deadline. But before that, she still needed to get her hands on the starry resources in the Star Realm, to accelerate their development. Su Yuan. Back then, the top 2 in the South River Administrative Region were Morongbai and I. This time, if nothing else, it should be me and you. The stage of the Blue Star is too small, and I've seen too many so-called celestials who, after entering the starry sky, it was so devastating that it fell apart and has been obliterated ever since. Those who entered the 9-Star Federation with me back then were able to get out of the Eastern Spirit domain. It's just me. I hope you don't fall off the wagon that early. That's right. Su Anyun slightly recognized Su Yuan now, but only some of it. And that's still looking at it from the standards of the Blue Star Celestial Pride. Compared to those monsters in the starry sky, the current Su Yuan was still far away. Arashur City First High School. Obviously, the 6 city joint exams are in a few days, but the most discussed in the school right now, instead, it was gossip between Su Yuan and Su Anyun. At the very beginning, after seeing Su Anyun's post on the campus forum, everyone was in shocked beyond words, because it clashed too much with Su Anyun's iceberg goddess and cool schoolgirl persona. It makes it hard for everyone to believe it's true, and the school forum account doesn't have a real name, so people don't know the owner of the account. Is it Su Anyun herself or not? The account owner later deleted the post and logged out of the account. More than anything else, this sudden exposure has become more and more confusing. You said that if Su Yuan and Su Anyun were still at school, things would be much better. Yes or no? The person in question came right out and clarified it. But now both Su Yuan and Su Anyun were not at school. Who knows where they went? For a while, there was a wide range of opinions. During that time, the boys were heartbroken because Su Anyun was the girl of their dreams. If she maintains her persona, equally aloof and detached from everyone, only to be seen from a distance, they were better off in their minds. Now she favored Su Yuan by showing the gentle look that she had never shown in front of outsiders. It was tantamount to dashing their dreams, and one by one, they vowed not to share the same fate as Su Yuan. And then look at the girls. Before his awakening, there were quite a few girls in the school who had a crush on Su Yuan, and when he gained his SS level talent, it is even admired and worshipped by many girls. Therefore this matter also made these girls who had a crush on Su Yuan gloomy for a long time. The turning point of the matter occurred after Zhang Yuan relayed Su Yuan's words. Hey, have you guys heard? I heard from Zhang Yuan in class 3. Su Anyan actually wasn't with Su Yuan at all. That post she made at the time was asking for a name. It's trying to get Su Yuan to recognize her as his girlfriend. She's actually just Su Yuan's dog licker. Asterisk asterisk? Are you kidding me? A goddess of Su Anyan's caliber will be someone else's licking dog? I don't believe it. I feel the same. I don't usually see Su Anyan favoring Su Yuan, right? There's not even a hair's breadth of difference between how she treats Su Yuan and how she treats us. That's right. Isn't Su Yuan usually boarding at Su Anyan's house? I have a feeling that if the two of them were going to make it, they would have done it already. Why wait until now? What the hell was that all about? Zheng Yuan didn't expect that his act of helping Su Yuan clarify the facts, instead of quelling the crowd's gossip, but instead added a fire, so that the degree of discussion of this matter, more and more hot up. Breakfast of love mystery, true or false liquors, the love-hate relationship of the SS gifted, the greatest couple or the happiest couple? Posts such as these have long dominated the popularity charts of the school's forums, all the way up to a post that came out of nowhere and instantly became the #1 hot post. Revealed. The truth. Shameless Su Yuan. Let me tell you the truth. Anyone who has read that post knows that the video and the photos in that post are separate. The video is from when Su Anyan made breakfast. The content of the photo, it's Su Yuan eating breakfast. There is no connection between the two. The only point of relevance is the breakfast that Su Yuan ate. It's the same as the last picture of breakfast taken by Su Anyan. But do you guys think there's a possibility that that video footage of Su Anyan's just documenting life? It was Su Yuan himself who imitated a copy of Su Anyan's breakfast. Then to satisfy his vanity, he got Su Anyan's video footage through unknown means and came to the school forum to post it. And finally to turn it around and say that there's no relationship between him and Su Anyan. It's Su Anyan who's licking him. I've never seen such a brazen person. Simply shameless. The claim of this post. It was instantly recognized by a number of people. After all, they really can't think of how could Su Anyan, who had maintained the image of an iceberg goddess for 3 years in front of everyone, suddenly make breakfast for Su Yuan? This was just too unreasonable. You're going to say she played? Who in their right mind can act for 3 years? 3 years of barely communicating with anyone? That's obviously not going to happen. Support the owner. I have the same opinion as the owner. Exactly. How could my goddess be someone else's dog licker? Absolutely impossible. These people are all Su Anyan's avid crushes. They are willing to believe it as long as they can find a reason that makes sense to them. Of course, there are plenty of sensible people out there. Don't be so hasty upstairs, guys. Why are you listening to the wind? I'm in the same class as Su Shin. He's not even that kind of person. Okay? Laughing my ass off. A few upstairs because Su Anyan can't see herself. So you don't believe that others can gain Su Anyan's favor either? Before was before. Now is now. Now that Su Shin and Su Shin are both SS class gifted, it's normal to appreciate each other. Dog licking and all that could also be a little joke between people's young lovers. Don't be an ostrich, brothers, thinking that once your head is buried and you can't see it, things won't exist anymore? Say, do any of you have Su Anyan's contact information? Wouldn't it be better to ask her in person? And without saying anything else, just ask if she posted this thread herself. I didn't. No. For 3 years, Su Anyan never added any of her classmates. So this trick simply wouldn't work. In a few days it will be the 6 cities joint exam. Surely the two of them will take it, right? Won't the truth come out then? Makes sense. But I want to know what the hell is going on right now. In the toilet. Zhao Rizu squatted in the pit while looking at the replies below his post with great interest. Yes, the top hot post on this list was posted by him. Those that agreed with him, he spiked them all. Those who disagreed with his views, he blacked out and deleted. Su Anyan as your licking dog? Bah! I really don't believe it. If that's true, I'd rather eat. With that, he finished getting up. It's just that due to the numbness of his legs from squatting just now, his legs accidentally went limp, and the toilet floor was slippery. A foot in the pit and a foot in the shang. Asterisk. A curse came out of the cubicle. Scared the classmate next door who was watching a little porno and jerking off so much that his hands shook. Hell's training hall. High-pressure gravity training room. Su Yuan himself was completely unaware of the growing furor in the school. Just suddenly, the gravity on his body vanished into nothingness. What's going on? Equipment failure? Or what? Su Yuan was just being surprised when Shangwan Ru came over and opened the door of the gravity room and said to the two of them, that you guys go back and rest first. There's an annoying fly here. I'll go shoo people away. Annoying flies? Su Yuan's gaze flickered, but Shangwan Ru didn't say much and turned around and left, looking a bit anxious. Su Yuan turned his head to look at Su Anyan, who had come out of the gravity room next door, and she was shaking. Walking legs are trembling. Hey, is everything okay? Aha, good enough. Su Anyan's tone was flat and forced. Seeing her like that, Su Yuan couldn't help but tease. Oh, I'm pretty good too. I used 7% of my strength in the training just now. I only used a sixth of my strength. I'm 35 times gravity. The corners of Su Anyan's mouth twitched as she glanced at her 22x gravity multiplier. Her face expressionless. Boring. After that, he turned to leave. It was just that the back of that one step at a time move looked slightly downcast. Ha ha. Su Yuan couldn't help it. But after all, he still had some strength left, so he didn't go straight to his room, but intended to check out the what is this annoying fly that Kisame was talking about? Chapter 80. Who will pick this pair of roses with thorns? Outside the Hell Training Center. Snap. The man in the black trench coat took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, took a drag and, slowly exhaling smoke rings. The man looked to be in his mid-30s, with a hawkish nose, triangular eyes, and high, raised cheekbones that makes his whole person look rather mean. Beside him, with his hands in his pockets and his earrings and nose ring, freshly replaced, shining, Morong Sha. It made the arrogance on his face grow more and more intense, very different from the wimpy look he had before in front of Shangguan Meng. Brother, the family is really something this time. I didn't expect to really glean the 4 pillars of Shangguan Meng, and now that you've become the 4 pillars, let's see how arrogant she still is. That's right. This black trenchcoat man is the first son of the Morong family in the imperial capital. Morong Xiao and Morong Bai's elder brother. Morong Jun, 7th-ranked feudal lord, Ghost Fury Marquis. He's now going to replace Shangguan Meng, after being authorized by the council, become one of the 4 pillars of the Hetericide Bureau. This time, I came over here in order to get from Shangguan Meng's hands, retrieve the pillar seals that represent the power of the 4 pillars. Holders of this seal have the right to cut off any person below the 6th rank before facing them. Swish! Just as Morong Xiao was gleefully patting his own big brother on the back, Morong Jun's brows furrowed violently, and source energy erupted from his body, instantly pushing Morong Xiao away by several meters. A gully visible to the naked eye appeared on the ground, where Morong Xiao had originally been standing. A severed finger remained, and blood was seeping out a little from the bloody break. I think I heard someone talking bad about me. Oh. Shangguan Meng's voice came out in a light, breezy tone, and it was as if that attack full of killing intent just now had nothing to do with it. Morong Xiao's face turned white as he looked at the silver-haired, heteropupilized lowly that had appeared at an unknown time. Cold sweat. The pain coming from the broken surface of his finger made him realize, profoundly and unmistakably, that if Morongjin hadn't pushed him away just now, he might have been split in half. Crazy. Morong Xiao's throat rolled gently, no longer daring to say another word, but in the bottom of those eyes along with the fear was a deep malice. Without the protection of the identity of the 4 pillars, sooner or later you will be planted. Shangguan Meng, Morong Jun, who was on the side, spoke up. He removed the cigarette he was holding in his mouth and clipped it to his fingertips, smiling slightly as there was no mention at all of Morong Xiao's near death, just the words, "It's been a long time. It's been quite a while." Shangguan Meng slightly tilted her head sideways, seemingly smiling. "The punk I beat half to death last time. I didn't realize that this turn of events. I can't believe that you've managed to seal the marquee as well." When Morongjin heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the subdued calmness on his face could barely be maintained. But he took a deep breath, inhaled heavily and exhaled slowly. "It's all in the past. I've come this time to ask you for the pillar seal. You give it to me." If it were before, Morongjin would never have dared to talk to Shangguan Meng like this. But now, he had also managed to ascend to the 7th rank of sealed marquee powerhouse, and his Rakshasa body had come to great completion. It was only one step away from the family's legendary Shura body. He was confident that even if Shangguan Meng had been promoted to the rank of marquis for almost 2 years, it wouldn't be much better than yourself. So, hearing that Morongjin had come to fetch the pillar seal, Shangguan Meng smiled, and as he wished, took out the pillar seal, but instead of handing it to him, he waved it in front of himself, pretending to be curious. "Is this it?" Morongjin frowned slightly, not knowing what this witch was up to again, but could only nod. "Aha." At this point, Shangguan Ru walked out. She came to Shangguan Meng's side and, vigilantly, he looked at the 2 uninvited guests, Morongjin and Morong Xiao, with an icy expression. "You are not welcome here." Morongjin glanced at Shangguan Ru with a faint gaze and laughed lightly. "Shangguan Ru, how come you followed your sister's example and become this rude?" Shangguan Ru gave him a disgusted look and, she had already learned that Morongjin was going to replace Shangguan Meng as the 4 pillars, which deepened her hatred for the Morong family, and at this moment, she naturally disliked them without mercy. "If it was your spirit card I was seeing right now, I might politely light an incense plant for you." Morongjin's eyes narrowed a little, but he was not moved to anger. for he knew very well that, although Shangguan-ru had not yet been crowned, but he still couldn't move himself. The sisters, Shangguan-mang and Shangguan-ru, although they were from the Shangguan family, but the source of their power has almost nothing to do with the Shangguan family. Shangguan-mang relied on her terrifying talent and her strong and unparalleled strength. Shangguan-ru's natural strength was slightly weaker, but as the chairman of the Cloverleaf Group, she had several Seal Kings in her hands, even the connections of the supreme powerhouses. That's tricky. With a pair of roses with thorns like that, there's no telling who will end up picking them. Could it be you? Morongjin sneered in his heart and extended his hand towards Shangguan-mang. Give me the pillar seal. I'm not looking for trouble today. Get the pillar seal and I'll leave. Oh, okay. Shangguan-mang's promise was so easy that Morongjin was a bit surprised, even wondered if there was some kind of fraud involved. But in the next second, Shangguan-mang threw the pillar seal in her hand to the side of the trash can. That's where food waste is used to be thrown out on weekdays, and someone comes by every day to clean up and carry it away. The pillar seal traced a graceful curve in the air. It landed accurately in the trash can with a soft tada sound, causing Morongjin's face to darken instantly. Shangguan-mang, what do you mean? Morongjin held back the anger in his heart. Shangguan-mang, however, just gently clapped her hands, as if the thing she threw away had dirted her hands. You're not either? Just go pick it up yourself. Ha! At this moment, Morongxiao wanted to go up to him and say don't you bully me too much. However, when he thought of Shangguan-mang's merciless chop just now, he instantly wimped out again and shrank beside Morongjin without making a sound. Good. Yes. Morongjin said 3 good words in a row. A seeping gaze erupted from those vulture-like triangular eyes. He raised his hand, intending to use his source energy to shatter the trash can before retrieving the pillar seal, but Shangguan-mang just glanced at it. It was as if his source energy had hit a wall, and he couldn't move an inch, couldn't even get close to the trash can. Shangguan-mang, don't you bully people too much. Morongjin gritted his teeth. Is this asking him, the titular ghost fiend Marquis, to personally rummage through a trash can to find the pillar seal? Wouldn't this be a joke if it got out? However, Shangguan-mang, was old and calm, clasping her hands to her chest and not speaking, just a look of love it or leave it. Looking at Morongjin almost spit out 3 liters of blood. Sister, if I were as strong as you, I could be even more arrogant than you. Shangguan-ru came over to Shangguan-mang's side and beeped in a low voice. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Su Yuan walked out from behind the door. He glanced at Shangguan-mang and Shangguan-ru, and then at Morongjian and Morongxiao, who were not far away. Aha! Isn't that the coffin-faced brother? And who's the trench coat guy with the hawkish nose and triangular eyes? Are they the annoying flies as Ru said? While he was planning to ask Shangguan-ru for a moment or two, Morongjin's gaze, crossing over Shangguan-mang, it landed on Su Yuan's body. Immediately after, the corner of Morongjin's mouth, who had been filled with anger just a moment ago, suddenly raised a playful smile, because he found, just as this teenager appeared, a rare wisp of fluctuation appeared in Shangguan-mang's eyes. This is really, what a surprise. Chapter 81, I will kill you in the Yellow Springs. As the saying goes, a barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. Why was Morongjin so scornful of Shangguan-mang when they were both strong at the Marquis Seal realm? But Shangguan-mang completely disregarded Morongjin? It's because of this reasoning. Aside from the surname Shangguan, Shangguan-mang and the Shangguan family had almost no connection left. Excluding his sister Shangguan-ru, it was enough to call him alone, terrifyingly strong, and acting without restraint. Coupled with Gu Qingtian's attention to her, naturally, Shangguan-mang became the witch in everyone's mouth. It's an existence to try not to mess with. But now, Murray Town thought it was a bit interesting. Big brother, Morongxiao had been warned by Shangguan-mang before, and when he saw his own big brother's gaze fall towards Su Yuan, he was a little anxious, as if trying to warn. Morongjin, however, didn't care and just grinned. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. It is said that men like to hide their daughters in golden houses, but I didn't realize that women are also. The words fell. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Obviously, he misunderstood Morongjin's meaning. He thought Morongjin was trying to discredit the relationship between himself and Shangguan-ru, but in reality, the spearhead of Morongjin's words was pointed at Shangguan-mang. Shangguan-mang certainly knew it well, so she didn't bother pretending. The pair of demonic and exotic pupils of her, whose back was turned to Su Yuan, flickered with a strange light. The corners of his mouth lifted a little. His fine lips opened and closed slightly, but his voice only fell on Morongjin's ears. I'd advise you to stay away from him. Morongjin sneered and similarly transmitted his voice into the secret. Oh, I didn't say anything about doing anything. If he had originally been uncertain, When Shangguan Meng uttered these words, he would be certain that this teenager who suddenly appeared must have some special significance to Shangguan Meng. Not sure exactly what that meaning was, but it was enough to make him, in his mind, born to kill. Sooner or later, he himself would pick the pair of thorny roses. It was a rose that no one else was allowed to touch, a rose that belonged to him alone. He was well aware that Morong Xiao beside him was interested in Shangguan Ru, so in his eyes, Morong Xiao was already a dead man, because he would be the nourishment for his own metamorphosis from the Rakshasa body to the Shura body. The Morong family has always been like this. Thinking of this, his gaze narrowed slightly, and the way he looked at Su Yuan was like looking at a dead body. But right at this moment, Shangguan Meng's voice once again sounded in his ears. This time, in the indifference, there was a killing intent that chilled him to the bone. If something happens to him, whether it's about you or not, whether authorized by you or not, up and down, who shall kill thee? Mo Youngjin froze. In this instant, all the sights before him turned into nothingness. The world around him was engulfed in darkness, and it was as if he had disappeared from this world and been pulled into the infernal underworld of the nine hells. But the next second he was back to normal, and everything before him remained the same. It was as if that moment just now was just his hallucination. Only on his neck, that a vague line of blood, was continuously seeping outward with drops of blood. Murray Town's mouth went a little dry, and he reached up and flicked his hand around his neck and, upon seeing the scarlet, piercing blood, his pupils shrunk violently. Raising his head, he met Shangguan Meng's indifferent eyes. Gollum. His throat rolled softly, and without speaking, instead, he silently walked to the trash can on the side, and after rummaging through it for a while, he found the pillar seal that had been discarded by Shangguan Meng. And then left without looking back. Morong Xiao had no idea what had just happened, but from Morong Zhen's silence, however, he could vaguely glimpse that this wave of exchange should have been a defeat for his side, so he hurriedly followed his pace and grayed out. What the hell? Su Yuan frowned as he looked at the two who had suddenly left. This guy just had a mouth on him. Why does he suddenly look like he's mute? Picked up something in the trash and turned around? Not only him, even Shangguan Ru didn't realize what had just happened. Blinking in confusion, she looked at Shangguan Meng as if she wanted to know what had just happened. But Shangguan Meng didn't say anything. She just took a brisk step, hummed a cheerful ditty, and, shoving a lemon candy into his mouth, he turned around and took Su Yuan's hand, bringing him back to the arena. Ouch, ouch. It's not a good thing to like to watch. Su Yuan was dumbfounded and was pulled along by her. Those two guys weren't just here to cause trouble? Yeah, but it was kicked out by my sister. Su Yuan? He looked to Shangguan Ru. She didn't do anything just now, did she? Or is it that a sixth-order powerhouse as terrifying as this? What had she already done just now? But she couldn't detect it? In the meantime, Morong Zhen, who had left, holding the pillar seal that he had tumbled out of the trash can in his hand, knuckles clenched white. His back was already drenched in sweat, and he had yet to detach himself from that fear. That moment just now, he was truly feeling the shroud of death, and this was from the time he had been promoted to the 7th rank of feudal lord. The pressure never felt before. Why, he roared in his mind. Back then, he was beaten half to death by the 19-year-old Shangguan Meng, almost leaving a lifelong psychological shadow. I had thought that after I broke through to the 7th rank and succeeded in being crowned a marquis, I would be able to be on par with Shangguan Meng, step out of this shadow, but that moment just now made him deeply feel what it meant to be powerless and afraid. This is Shangguan Meng. This is the witch. And, Shangguan Meng said it just now. If anything happens to that guy, whether authorized by himself or not, kill him? Wouldn't that mean that he, Morong Zhen, would still be responsible for keeping him safe? He was suffocating beyond measure and exploded 3 times in a row, wishing to tear that brat into pieces on the spot. Aside, Morong Xiao asked in disbelief. Big brother, what the hell just happened? Get out! Murray Town let out a growl. Morong Xiao instantly turned pale and was fixed in place. Morong Zhen took a deep breath at the corner of his mouth, looked deeply at this younger brother of his, and left in large strides, although there was such a minor hiccup halfway through. But afternoon training, as usual. This time, Shangguan Ru was surprised. In the virtual deathmatch, Su Yuan's performance was a whole lot better than yesterday. His combat skills, his grasp of the timing of a kill, his control of the rhythm when facing a siege of multiple ferocious beasts, every single one of them had been upgraded by a notch. This guy, what's the deal? Is it hard to believe that it's really a monster that evolves anytime, anywhere? It was no wonder that the Shangguan was as shocked as he was, because she couldn't have imagined in any way that the killing Su Yuan had experienced in that battle map world that Just how tragic. There was no source energy, only pure physical combat. In that dim and hopelessly unseen world, strong is strong, weak is dead. Evening, the end of a day of training. Su Yuan's body was exhausted to the extreme, but his mental energy was still quite abundant. So he took out the Dragon Soul Pearl, intending to try to see how effective it was. Wait until my spiritual power is stronger. I'm afraid everyone will be amazed the moment it's revealed. Looking at the Dragon Soul Pearl in his palm, Su Yuan revealed a bright smile. P.S. Chapter 4 delivered. Requesting a little power generation. Chapter 82, One Punch Man. Dragon Wick. Someone's going to be crushed mercilessly again. Returning to his senses, Su Yuan focused all his attention on the Dragon Soul Pearl. In the center of the bead body, a faint golden dragon soul shadow hovered, looking very domineering. According to the instructions of the Dragon Soul bead, what's sealed in here is the soul of a ferocious beast of the dragon genus. But what kind, exactly, is not stated. But as long as the word dragon is brought in, none of them will be weak, and it should be a tough battle. While thinking, Su Yuan probed his spiritual energy a little bit towards the Dragon Soul Pearl, sensing that his domain is being invaded. The pale golden shadow that was originally hovering peacefully and quietly suddenly seemed to come to life and violently swoop towards Su Yuan's spiritual power. Buzz! Su Yuan's consciousness was once again pulled to an independent space. It's just like being pulled into the world of battle map in the first place. In front of him was a huge open space. The ground was paved with gold and jade, and there was nothingness all around. At that moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky, enough to shake the souls of the gods. The huge figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Su Yuan. Its general image was almost no different from the dragon that Su Yuan remembered, but it has wings, scales and ridged spines, and its body is silver white. This is the Yinglong. The water viper turns into a Jiao for 500 years. The Jiao turns into a dragon for 1,000 years. The dragon turns into a horned dragon for 500 years, and the dragon turns into a Yinglong for 1,000 years. Roar! That silver-white Yinglong, just the snort spewing out of its mouth, almost toppled Su Yuan. The blazing golden dragon pupil was exuding an irresistible dragon might and ferocity. It's not. How's this for a fight? Looking at the mountain-like figure and then looking at himself, Su Yuan let out a doubt. At that moment, a golden light shot from the void and entered Su Yuan's body. And after traveling in a circle, it shot out of him again. The golden light split into a brilliant golden chain, binding the Yinglong in front of him. The latter's body shrunk a little bit, and the pressure on his body decreased a little bit. Oh, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this Dragon Soul Pearl's function so advanced? It actually has an adaptive function that can adjust the difficulty accordingly to the user's strength? Not much longer. The Yinglong that was as huge as a mountain just now had shrunk to the size of a lion and tiger. A trace of tyranny and ferocity flashed through those golden dragon pupils as they pounced straight towards Su Yuan. Good timing. Su Yuan set up his stance to meet this mini version of Yinglong. As it turned out, even with most of his power sealed by that mysterious golden chain, this little Yinglong wasn't easy to deal with either. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to have his left arm broken off by it. In the world of the battle map, Su Yuan had also been injured, and when he was injured, the pain is no different than what you feel when you are in the outside world. But here, Su Yuan didn't feel any pain at his broken arm, and he didn't even bleed at all. Instead, there was a sharp pain like a steel needle piercing into his head. By this point Su Yuan reacted that nowadays this body of his own, it's entirely a projection of one's own mental power, which is why it's a mental pain when you're injured. Enduring the stabbing pain that came from that spirit, Su Yuan's heart moved. Since it was a projected manifestation of spiritual power, it should be able to grow back. His mind prompted him to do so, and as expected, the severed left arm grew back. However, it was a bit more transparent than it was originally, which should be due to the loss of spiritual power. Sure, Su Yuan was wounded, and Yinglong was similarly hung up. A small piece of its left wing was torn apart by Su Yuan, and that small piece of flesh and blood was likewise congealed from the dragon's soul. It disappeared in Su Yuan's hand and transformed into a grain of golden light, disappearing into Su Yuan's brow and quietly suspended in the divine palace. This is his trophy? So that's the process. Su Yuan had almost figured out the function of the Dragon Soul Pearl. Taking a deep breath, his eyes likewise gradually lit up with a faint golden color. Looking at the shrunken version of Yinglong not far away, he grinned. Come on, hurt each other. As the words fell, his body was like a cannonball discharging, instantly killing towards Yinglong. Half an hour later, Su Yuan finally ended this tussle. His brain was in intense pain, but he smiled as he looked at the three small golden points of light suspended in the divine palace. These little golden dots of light, one by one, were without a doubt. The dragon soul fragments and the dragon soul pearls. It can be used to nourish and grow spiritual energy. Just so it seems that this dragon soul pearl is actually still a consumable item? I don't know if I swallowed all the souls of that Inglong. What level of mental power can it raise me to? After a small moment of longing, Su Yuan sank his heart and mind, manipulating his own spiritual power and begin to devour the first little golden speck of light. In the meantime, Royal World, Villa 002, Morong Shah and Morong Bai were silenced, and the whole atmosphere in the parlor. It's almost down to freezing. Morongjin sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette, a face full of gloom. You mean, when you got here just now, just got beat up by that guy called Su Yuan? Morong Bai's figure trembled, lowered his head, and stammered. That guy was a flesh-strengthening type talent. I was a bit gullible. What a disgrace. Morongjin twisted the cigarette out and looked at Morong Bai sorrowfully. What about that guy? Did he lose too? The guy in his mouth was naturally referring to the other personality within Morong Bai's body. In the Morong family, only those who have awakened the Rakshasa body are qualified to become the successor. Only then are they qualified to compete with each other. Therefore, guys like Morong Shao who hadn't awakened the Rakshasa body were all sustenance in Morongjin's eyes. But Morong Bai was different. He was a possessor of the Rakshasa body just like himself. They were the same kind of people. It's not your turn to instruct. Morong Bai's demeanor changed. His eyes transformed into a blood-red color, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Madness filled his eyes. I lost the last one, but the next one will show him what it means to crush. It was the manifestation of another personality, in whom the Morongjin was indeed not qualified to instruct himself, because he was confident that as long as he was given time, he would surpass Morongjin, sooner or later, become the king of the Morong family's generation, become the Shura body in the Ajura. Morongjin's eyes narrowed a little. If it weren't for the family rules that didn't allow for killing each other until the Rakshasa body was at the 7th rank, he'd have killed this no-good guy in a heartbeat. So be it. After a while, Morongjin retracted his gaze and let out a light laugh. I don't think your ghost spirit has eaten since you awakened, right? I'm now one of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau. I've got a few rights in my hand. There's a couple of guys here in Nanjiang who've been sentenced to death. I'll bring them to you. You'll help me clean up that guy called Su Yuan when the time comes. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Morong Bai's eyes. How can you say that you've also become a marquis? Why are you still so afraid of Shangguan Meng? You don't dare to make a move on that guy, and you have to rely on me to help you out? The smile on Morongjin's face was as old as ever. I'm afraid that you'll lose to him again then. Won't that be a disgrace to my Morong family? After saying that, his figure disappeared into nothingness, leaving Morong Bai in place with a cloudy expression. An hour later, Morongjin returned, carrying 2 people in his hands. Their mouths were sealed, their strength had been nullified, and their eyes were terrified. They're all criminals sentenced to death by the Hereticide Bureau, but in the normal course of events, it was delivered to the Bureau of Alienicide for execution. Morongjin threw them into a room, then took out another long black box and, throwing it to Morong Bai on the side. At this time, Morong Bai was his master frame. He gently swallowed and opened the long black box. Inside were all sorts of torture devices of all kinds. Thanks, big brother. His eyes were filled with a sickly fervor, and after thanking towards Morongjin, he excitedly ran into the room and locked the door. Morong Bai summoned his ghostly spirit and took out a meat-picking knife that, smiling, he took a step toward the 2 terrified and panicked death row inmates. A few seconds later, even with his mouth gagged, the death row inmate, who had been taken care of by Morong Bai, was still letting out a miserable whimper, his legs kicking about and twitching. At the same time, a black mysterious energy, which was drawn by a ghostly spirit of a Morong Bai also seemed to have reached great fulfillment, with a mesmerized look on his face. If there are some people in this world who just love to challenge the strong, there are also those that just like abusing and torturing the weak. Obviously, Morong Bai's 2 personalities, then, belonged to different types. The sensation of the meat picker in his hand making contact with flesh and blood mesmerized Morong Bai, and he closed his eyes and what was pictured in his mind was Su Yuan's figure. Let's start with the 6 city joint exam. Hey, when my ghost spirit is full, let's see if you can still be arrogant. Now Shangguan Meng can't even keep his position as 4 pillars. I'll see how long she can keep you safe. A few days passed quickly. Every day of Su Yuan's life could be described as incomparably fulfilling. In addition to the daily thunderous hellish training used to build up the strength of the physical body, one must also maintain source energy cultivation and condense the true veins in the body to ensure that the realm does not fall behind. Also, observe the sunrise, practice the Great Sun Observation Sutra, and gaze at the rising sun in the palace of God. Battle charts of bloody battles, the sense of death and not retreating from the temperament, sharpening the war guts and war spirit, fighting evil dragons in the soul pearl, honing and nourishing the spiritual power. Very busy, do not queue, and that's exactly why. Under this kind of self-destruction and self-pressing that could be called extreme, Su Yuan's battle power that, it's growing almost as fast as the eye can see. Nourished by the daily abundance of ferocious beasts' flesh and blood, the power of Tao Tai made the strength of his fleshly body become more and more terrifying. From the very beginning, when it was only capable of withstanding 20 times the force of gravity, to later 28x, 30x, 35x, and now nearly 40x gravity, spare a thought for Shang Wanru. However, he still felt incomparably shocked by Su Yuan's strong physical body that had changed almost one day at a time. And then look at the punching power. Before coming to Hell Training Gym, Su Yuan's limit punching power was 512 kilograms. And now, it's more than doubled. It reached a terrifying 1,132 kilograms. This number far exceeded Su Yuan's current first-order median source energy realm. Normally, a martial artist who has condensed 5 true veins, the ultimate punching power should be around 575 kilograms. Because like the awakening stage, the first stage is not the node where the physical body of a martial artist qualitatively changes. Awakening of concentration of source orifices, first-order extension of true veins, second-order gathering of Qi. It was actually all in preparation for the third stage harmonization of the weekly sky. It was only at the third rank that the strength of a martial artist's physical body would take a qualitative leap. So, at the middle of the first rank, it's possible to achieve an extreme punching power of 1,132 kilograms. Su Yuan was a humanoid ferocious beast in the true sense of the word. No, it's simply more ferocious than a ferocious beast. Now that he was facing a normal second-rank ferocious beast, Su Yuan couldn't even use his weapon at all, because most of them couldn't carry Su Yuan's punch. In a virtual death match, one punch through the heart, one punch to the head, one punch to kill in seconds and the like happened from time to time, causing Shang Wanru to give Su Yuan a nickname called One Punch Superman. Upon learning of this title, Su Yuan's mind floated back to the big bald guy on Earth in his previous life who said, "I've become bald, but I've also become stronger." Well, it's a good thing I'm not bald. I'm still as handsome as ever. Sure. As Shang Wanru watched Su Yuan getting stronger and fiercer day by day, concluding that he was absolutely capable of accomplishing his long-cherished wish of replicating the special power of Qi, the unattended corner of the Su Anyan was also getting stronger by leaps and bounds. She had previously failed in her first attempt to split the Shadow Squire, but then, she had succeeded. Having 2 shadow servants, she instantly soared by a large margin in terms of her cultivation speed. In the source energy realm, he was directly after Su Yuan, and had currently managed to extend 4 true veins, similarly stepping into the middle of the first order. On top of that, the 2 shadow sergeants jointly pushed out their battle techniques to achieve a 1+1-2 effect, directly extrapolating the S-class battle skill, Infernal Blade Shadow, to the Infernal level. Its power was incomparable. But what really gave Su Anyan the confidence to defeat Su Yuan? It was she who had successfully visualized and completed the killing prison in the Hainsha subduing prison diagram, congealing into a supreme killing heart demon. Spiritual power realized a qualitative leap. Now, her spiritual power was able to condense into substance and affect external objects. Not only that, she had also managed to master the means of spiritual attack that came with the killing prison of life. The name is Killing Heart, which can make the enemy feel like falling into the prison of killing, and be terrified, thus losing the will to fight. The secret method of disturbing the mind. So what if Su Yuan is strong enough? Once the killing heart came out, it was impossible for him to cope with it with his mental strength. At that time, even the strongest power cannot be utilized, can only be reduced to their own chopping board fishmeat. It's finally coming to an end, though still unsuccessful in condensing battle chi. However, relying on the unexpected gains from the completion of this killing prison observation is also enough to easily defeat you. So what if your physical body is incredibly strong? You who have yet to set foot in spiritual cultivation, how should I deal with my supreme killing heart demon? A rare smile appeared on Su Anyan's face. She remembered how she had spent those 5 days after the first comparison. Not only do you have to spare a lot of your daily practice time for studying, and getting up early to prepare breakfast for Su Yuan, days like that will never come again. I wonder what the resources rewarded for winning this second comparison will be. Really looking forward to it. In the meantime, the next room, Su Yuan, who had just finished the Dragon Soul Pearl grinding, was surprised to find that, after devouring that small golden point of light several times, one's own original transparent spiritual power seemed to be laced with some golden color. Even, with a hint of Faint dragon power. Is this considered an unexpected blessing? Or is it an effect that the Dragon Soul Pearl originally had? Su Yuan was curious. He had a deep understanding of the terror of the dragon's might these days. Now he possessed dragon power in his own spiritual power, though it was very sparse and thin. But it should be possible to do so when facing spiritual power of the same realm and crush it, right? 2-in-1 big chapter. 400 words. Chapter 83, what's that? Lay low. Lay low. Thinking so, Su Yuan tried to mobilize his spiritual power. Pale golden mental energy attached to the cup on the tabletop. Under the control of Su Yuan's mind. Push it slowly. Success. I still remember when spiritual power was just able to condense into substance. One can only disturb fine gravel. By now, one was able to propel a cup filled with water by virtue of one's spiritual power. This is an improvement, no less, and the reason for such remarkable results. It was entirely attributed to Su Yuan's bandit style of play that could be described as rogue. Whenever he faced that ceiling long, he always held the thought that if it hurts a little bit. The idea of not dying anyway, even if the spirit suffers great pain, even comparable to torture. He also had to grit his teeth and glean something off the other guy's body just so he could feast on it afterward. It was for this reason that whenever the Yinglong sealed and that Dragon Soul Pearl encountered Su Yuan, it all felt incredibly suffocating and claustrophobic. If it hadn't had most of its power sealed by that golden chain, what makes this guy able to pull his wool over his own eyes every day? Of course, all of this Su Yuan didn't care. In the end, he was going to swallow all of that Yinglong dragon soul anyway, though still feeble in power. The true peculiarities of spiritual power. It is that it can act directly on the spirit of the living being. In the face of the enemy, no matter if it is a human or a ferocious beast, as long as it is attacked by the mental power of the fight is then greatly weakened. It is said that those powerful possessors of spirit-like talents are even able, by virtue of their spiritual power, to directly obliterating the consciousness of a ferocious beast. I don't know when I'll be able to reach this level. Thinking so, Su Yuan withdrew his spiritual power. After a short period of practicing, he went to bed. He planned to get well and face the 6th City Joint exam tomorrow. Having been out of the public eye for so long, it's time to bring a little shock to the harvesting a wave of emotional value and restudying a few handfuls now. Day 2. After breakfast, Shangguan personally drove Su Yuan and Su Anyan back to school to take the 6th City Joint exam. Shangguan Meng had nothing to do and wanted to go along. Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng were sitting in the back row chatting, and Su Anyan was sitting in the passenger side with her eyes closed. For the chatting of several people, Su Anyan had absolutely no intention of joining in. Since her last dog-licking adventure ended, she's gone back to being the cool person she was when she shut up about the cybersex and breakfast incidents of those days as if they had never happened. Other than training and replenishing cultivation resources, every day was spent locking himself up in his room and cultivating. As for the 6th City Joint exam, it didn't matter to her at all. With the cultivation resources provided by Shangguan, ranking rewards are simply inconsequential. If he hadn't wanted to take this opportunity to see how Su Yuan's strength had risen in these days, she probably wouldn't even want to participate. And then look at Su Yuan. He's been busy training and practicing every day for the past few days. Physical body sharpening, source energy cultivation, spiritual power cultivation, one by one. In turn, in order not to be distracted, he even turned his cell phone off directly. Give it your all. If it was Aunt Su who had something, she would have called Shangguan, so he wasn't worried. It was not until today, almost at school, that he turned his cell phone on, and as a result, without looking at it, one look at it was a shock. Your own message list actually exploded again? Most of them were messages from Young One. After reading it, Su Yuan's face was filled with question marks. Someone actually said I made that post? I used unknown means to get a vlog of Xuanyan's life, and then posting under her identity just to satisfy your own vanity? He was practically powerless to spit, simply handing the phone directly to Su Anyan on the passenger side. And read the messages. Su Anyan took the phone and skimmed through it a little before returning it to Su Yuan. Fade. I'll explain when I get to school. How do you explain that? Let's just say that this is indeed a video of me documenting my life, and that I do practice making breakfast. But it wasn't made specifically for you. It was made for everyone who just happened to photograph you. No more talk about your online dating? There's no need. Su Anyan faintly said, and after a pause, added another sentence. Trouble. Su Yuan was helpless. Then you'd better explain yourself and stop making a mess. Well, I know. And Su Yuan deliberately trailed off. If you ever cybersex again, don't ask me to be your imaginary boyfriend again. Used to practice something. Su Anyan shook her head. Don't worry. This kind of thing, it won't be possible in the future. Definitely, she said firmly in her mind. This peculiar conversation between the two made Shangguan Ru shake her head straight. What a pair of enemies. On the contrary, Shangguan Meng blinked her eyes, looking at Su Yuan from time to time and Su Anyan from time to time. And I don't know what I'm thinking. Arashur City First High School. Today's Arashur City No. 1 middle school could be said to be exceptionally lively. On the one hand, it was because of the arrival of the 6 cities joint examination, which was the first unified examination after the awakening. There are a number of rewards for those who do well. Everyone is so excited and pumped up to get a good score in the JE. A hit. On the other hand, it is because they had already learned that Su Yuan and Su Anyan would both be coming to take the 6 cities joint exam. In this way, the dog-licking incident that has been making the rounds in the school will, today, be capping. Upper school. Focus classes. Zheng Yuan looked at Su Yuan's reply on his cell phone and almost cried out in excitement. My good brother, you finally answered the message. Since explaining the post a few days ago, Su Yuan had sent him a closed for cultivation. The do not disturb message was lost. This made him, who had stood out to help Su Yuan clarify the facts and preach the Su Anyan dog-licking theory, under great pressure. That's good. The two parties involved are back, so I'm sure that should put an end to things. It was just that in doing so, he instead began to wonder about Su Yuan's current strength. Brother Yuan, can you tell me something? What level are you at now? Do you have the confidence to take the first place in the 6 cities joint exam? Su Yuan's reply was simple, only sending a slap emoji. Zheng Yuan froze, confused. What does that mean? Awakening Order 5? It's not right, is it? Although Awakening Order 5 is strong. But he remembered that when he had told Brother Fuchi that Coffin Face was already at the 6th stage of the Awakening Order, Fuchs even said he was a little taller than him. Thinking about it, he typed a query. Brother Fuchi, what do you mean by that? Ha, forget about not understanding. You'll know when the time comes. By the way, the last time I told you that Su Anyan was my dog licker was a joke. I didn't know you'd be out there trying to help me. You've been getting sprayed in school, haven't you? This. Zheng Yuan wanted to cry. Brother, can you even joke about this? He could only type it down with tears in his eyes. Brother Fuchi, you fooled me so badly. I'll never trust you again. Oh, ha, it's okay. I'll probably be number 1 in the 6 city joint exam this time. In the rewards at that time, see what you need to take for yourself. I can't even use it anyway. Dad, there's nothing else I'm good at. I'm just resistant to spraying. Let me do all the dirty work from now on. I'm not afraid. Ha. Just as Zheng Yuan and Su Yuan were chatting, suddenly, Zhao Rizu's shock rang through the class. My chow, brother Bai, you're already rank 1? The shock drew the attention of a number of people in the class. Murong Bai, however, just slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, throwing Zhao Rizu a quite knowledgeable look. He pressed his hands down and acted like a big brother. So what? Low profile. Chapter 84, The Life of the Titular Reborn Empress, Tragically Contrasted. ***. He's first order? That's too much, isn't it? I'm only at the 4th stage of the awakening stage. I'm only a 3-parter. Nima, is this still human? For a while, the class cast shocked, envious gazes at Morong Bai. Granted, this is a key class, and the least of them are B-level talent possessors, but companion talent and cultivation qualifications, after all, were not equal. Like Zheng Yuan, as an A-class talent possessor. However, at the moment, he had only succeeded in condensing 3 source orifices, and was at the 3rd stage of the awakening stage. In this way, Morong Bai's strength of that first rank naturally caused an uproar, knowing that after condensing 9 source orifices, 1 true vein still needed to be successfully extended. Only then is it considered a step into the first order. This Morong Bai, how far did he throw them off? Brother Bai, you're really ruthless. This time, the first place in the 6 cities joint exam is probably yours. Zhao Rizu's face was full of smiles as he surrounded Morong Bai, constantly flattering him. Morong Bai quite ate this up, though his mouth said low key, but there was a look of acceptance on his face. His chin lifted high. Ever since Big Brother Morongjin brought him 2 death row inmates to satiate his ghostly spirits, he then took this opportunity to go all the way as fast as he could, and finally this morning, he succeeded in extending his first true vein. Officially stepping into the first rank. Morong Bai was quite satisfied with this promotion speed of his. Even if it was placed in the imperial capital, excluding that very few monsters, it could be considered second to none. And that's just the realm. In terms of battle power, that's more than enough. Themselves far beyond these so-called peers, it wasn't even in the same class of existence as them. The only thing he could muster some interest in, It was also Su Yuan and Su Anyun, who also possessed SS grade talent. And the 6 city joint exam is divided into 3 sections: physical data test, feral beasts practical combat test, and one-on-one battle session. Among them, the only participants in the one-on-one sparring session are the top 10 of the first 2 tests. This is a holdover from previous year's 6 city joint exams, and often the most hotly contested program, which will be broadcast in real time. And it will be in this session. Bring back all the face that was lost before, and ruthlessly trample on Su Yuan to make him understand that. What a huge gap there really is between that and yourself. As for Su Anyun, the word about the two of them has been spreading quite a bit around the school lately. Morongbei scoffed at this. Women never move strong. When he reveals himself at the 6 cities joint exam, this so-called iceberg goddess, bound to be attracted to him. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zheng Yuan, who was in a corner off to the side. He knew that this guy was Su Yuan's little brother. Now that I've learned about the fact that I've stepped into the first rank, he would definitely convey this message to Su Yuan. So, you, scared? He grinned, as if he could already imagine the paleness of Su Yuan's face on the other end of the phone. Just as Morongbei thought, Zheng Yuan did send this news to Su Yuan after learning that Morongbei had been promoted to rank 1. Brother Fuchi, there's been a change in intelligence. Didn't I tell you earlier that Coffin Face had awakened to the 6th stage? He hasn't come to school in the past few days, but I just found out that he's successfully condensed a true vein. Breakthrough to first order. Oh, gathering a true vein and breaking through to the first rank? Is that strong? One must know that even Su Anyun had already condensed 4 true veins. The good thing was that Su Anyun didn't know what Su Yuan was thinking and was still resting her eyes. Otherwise, if she knew that she'd worked so hard in seclusion and cultivation for so long, finally relying on the 2 shadow servants to successfully condense 4 true veins, and as a result, they still had to be used by Su Yuan as a control group to pull the stomp on others who might be so angry that they would vomit blood. After thinking about it, Su Yuan typed, got it. Tell him for me that I'm strong against first-rank martial artists. A little strange. Su Yuan was telling the truth. After all, he hadn't fought a rank 1 opponent in too long. How long can this kind of strength last in your own hands? 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds? He couldn't pinpoint it. Isn't that strange? It was just that young one didn't understand what he meant. What? Are you really going to say that? Isn't that just like killing your own morale and making him look good? Su Yuan grinned. That's the way to do it. So that when Morongbei learns the truth at that time, he will definitely be happy. Right? It's fine. Just say so. I'll be at school soon. Line it up. Put the phone down. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath and got up in front of Morongbei. Hello. When Zhao Rizu saw him approaching, he stood up with a miso and slapped the table. What do you want? Morongbei was calm and waved his hand, telling Zhao Rizu to move back a little. Himself, with a smile on his face, preempted the road. What? Su Yuan has something for you to say to me? Zheng Yuan smiled skinlessly. That's a good guess. Brother Fuchi told me to tell you that he's unfamiliar with the strength of a first-ranked martial artist. Words. Morongbei froze for a moment. Zhao Rizu also froze for a moment. Remark STH. What do you mean? Young one finished his sentence and left. He was wondering in his mind right now, what did Brother Yuchi mean when he asked him to say that? After a while, Zhao Rizu reacted, and with a sudden realization, he patted his ass. Wait. I get it. That guy Su Yuan. This is definitely an early sign of weakness to you. I guess I know you've been promoted to the first rank, thinking that I'm surely no match for you. Deliberately letting young one say such a sentence in advance. When the time comes, if we lose, it would be an excuse to say that you're not sure about the strength of a first-ranked martial artist. Morongbei's face swam, but after thinking about it, that seems to be the only argument that makes sense. So he immediately relaxed, a wider smile on his face and only one thought in his mind. Su Yuan. That's it? Erashur City No. 1 Middle School. School entrance. Shangwan Ru stopped the car. After Su Yuan and Su Anyun got out of the car, she laughed. Don't come see me if you two don't bag a first and a second. Of course, she was just saying this as a joke, because she knew very well that Su Yuan and Su Anyun, one condensing 5 true veins, a person who has condensed 4 true veins, not to mention in the Nanjiang Administrative District, even in the imperial capital, those were all definitely at the level of top demons. Taking the top 2 of the 6 city joint exams is as easy as playing with no difficulty at all. She even often lamented why Erashur City, such a small place, was. It's possible for a genius of the level of the 2 of them to appear. Su Yuan naturally wasn't needless to say. He was a monster and couldn't be measured by common sense. And Su Anyun, even though she was a bit worse than Su Yuan, for some reason, Her cultivation speed had skyrocketed recently. It's almost close to being comparable to her sister Shangguan Mang when she was a child. Pleasant +1 for the control group. Another day used for comparison. And Su Anyan knew nothing about it. Facing Shangguan Ru's flirtation, Su Yuan similarly joked. Don't worry Sister Ru. There's no first. I'll bring my head up. Su Anyan, who was on the side, glanced at him faintly. I advise you not to be so sure. First? That's her. He can only take second. Su Yuan looked at her in amusement. What? Do you want to take first place? Su Anyan shook her head. It's not a matter of wanting to. I'm number 1. Have courage. Su Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Su Anyan stopped talking. She didn't bother to say. Facts speak louder than words. We'll see. Chapter 85. It's not too much to ask for me to earn a few rounds of premium sweepstakes with this punch, is it? After the awakening, Ereshur City 1 reallocated classes, and all students with a B grade or higher that. All are uniformly classified into key classes. Su Yuan and Su Anyan were naturally members of the focus class as SS grade gifted people. Coming? School entrance. Principal Xiao Jiangwo personally came to pick up the two. The smile on his face was brighter than a chrysanthemum. Although Morong Bai, who came from behind, was an SS-ranked gifted person, he was a transfer student. Not much to do with him. But Su Yuan and Su Anyan were different. They were both students of the first middle school, and with just the two of them, Xiao Jiangwo's performance this year alone has exploded. So naturally, he should be offered as a treasure. Come on. This way. I'll take you to class. Xiao Jiangwo walked ahead with a smile on his face while leading the two towards the focus classroom, while revealing to the two men the information he had learned about the key candidates. The 6 cities joint examination. A joint examination of the 6 cities in the southern region of the South River Administrative District. The overall level was not as high as the northern region containing the provincial capital of Ningcheng, but a number of talented students emerged in this session. This year, out of our 6 sister cities, we've produced 3 SS-ranked gifted, one of which is you. One is Mr. Su, and the other is from Wencheng First Middle School. That's right, Morong, who just transferred to our school, doesn't count. I heard from my friend over in Wencheng that the classmate's surname is Zhang. The current realm is Awakening Stage 8. The talent is in the area of Thunder Element, and the strength is quite strong. Besides him, there are 3 SS-ranked gifted, 4 S-ranked gifted. They. Su Yuan listened while nodding his head every now and then. Su Anyan, on the other hand, was indifferent the entire time. Compared to Su Yuan, these people were all too weak. The small 6 cities joint examination was just that, and there was no opponent worthy of her attention yet. Rather, of the few people who were selected for the Star Realm program after the martial arts examination, there were a few guys who could make her look twice. It feels like there are still a bit more geniuses appearing this year. After listening to Principal Xiao Jiangwo's introduction, Su Yuan lamented this. Xiao Jiangwo nodded, equally feeling a bit of wonder. In previous years, it would have been great to have one SS-ranked gifted person out of our 6 sister cities. There were times when there were no S ranks, but as it turned out, not only were there 3 SS-ranked gifted people this year, but there were several SS-ranked gifted people as well. It feels a bit like heaven's pride is rising. The stars are shining brightly. Okay, here we are. You guys go in. Thanks, Principal. The two walked into the class. The class, which had just been quite lively, instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, and they realized that compared to Xian Yan, the changes in Su Yuan, much more obvious. Su Yan is still as beautiful as ever, but that air of indifference and detachment, as usual, was like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. And Su Yuan, the original Su Yuan, was a sunny and cheerful handsome boy in everyone's impression. But now, with his features made firm and hard, and his figure strong and erect, underneath that beautifully smooth muscular line was the sexual tension of endless power, which made many girls look at them in a daze. Morongbai narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yuan with a gaze like a poisonous snake. But now that he's promoted to rank 1, he can't look at Su Yuan anymore, confident that he will be stepped on hard by himself in this 6-city joint exam. So he quickly turned his gaze to Su Anyan, a flash of amazement appearing in his eyes. The mind immediately stirred. This was the first time he had seen Su Anyan in person, when he first chose to come to Lanchang No. 1 middle school. It's just that I heard there's a cool schoolgirl here who's too pretty to be true. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's true. Not only were the looks perfectly to his liking, the cool air of it was even more teasing, and he couldn't wait to show off his skills and make her reveal the other side of her that was hidden inside. Based on his past experience, he knows all too well this kind of girl with an icy exterior. It was just that he hadn't been able to meet anyone who would make them submit willingly, and he'd played with a lot of contrasting personas like that. Zhao Rizu, who was on the side, sneaked a look at Su Anyan and gently swallowed, then immediately withdrew his gaze. He knew that with Morong-bai around, Su Anyan was no longer relevant to him. Seemingly sensing the bad evil meaning in Morong-bai's eyes, Su Anyan frowned slightly. As a result, Morong-bai not only did not move his gaze away, instead, he flashed a signature smile full of confidence, his lips parting as he mouthed the words quietly. Good girl. The shadow squire appeared silently at his side, followed by the pop. A slap falls. The shadow waiter directly slapped him in the face, leaving Morong-bai directly confused. Don't give me that look. Su Anyan indifferently withdrew her gaze, leaving behind a warning that, then walked to a separate seat at the edge of the classroom and sit down. The class was silent and dead. When did Goddess Su become this? So bossy? Morong-bai came back to his senses, and his face was suddenly green and white. Nima, is this woman crazy? Even in the imperial capital, there aren't many people who dare to touch him, and you come up here and slap me around. Do you really think that I, Morong-bai, don't have a temper? That bastard Su Yuan has Shangwan Meng to protect him. Who do you have to protect you? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Morong-bai simply summoned the ghost spirit directly and the intention was to give Su Anyan a kick in the pants and teach this woman who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson. The hideous ghostly spirit appeared in the classroom, causing the temperature around it to drop a few degrees. That horribly twisted face even scared a few timid girls to the point of turning pale and avoiding them. Hey, what the hell? Su Yuan's voice came out leisurely. While I don't discriminate against transfer students, can you please behave yourself? Who the hell are you? Morong-bai turned his head and screamed, but in the next second, his pupils contracted violently. At some point, Su Yuan, who had just been at the door of the classroom, surprisingly, he had already come to his side like a ghost, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he actually didn't notice. This, what kind of speed is this? Morong-bai's back went cold, but without waiting for him to continue speaking, Su Yuan's large hand had already reached out to the hideous ghost spirit beside him. The movement looked slow, but neither Morong-bai nor the hideous ghost spirit reacted to it. Su Yuan had one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand, the palm was haunted by the blazing power of the flare sun, grabbing the ghost spirit's head, oblivious to the white smoke rising from the latter's body as well as his wailing in pain. The corners of his mouth curved up a little. Guess if I can rip his doggy head off? You. Morong-bai panicked. For some reason, Su Yuan gave him a great pressure just by standing in front of him. How is this possible? He's already a rank 1 martial artist. It's only logical that he should be able to crush Su Yuan. At this point, footsteps sounded outside the door and the teacher of the focus class came to the classroom. Su Yuan withdrew his hand and let go of the ghost spirit's head. Reaching out, he gently patted Morong-bai on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "It feels not as good as Power Pig, Power Hog, the weakest of the Awakening Order fierce beasts. Because its combat power is so weak, it's usually not even regarded as a ferocious beast, but as a meat pig. It is used to mass-produce low-grade ferocious beast meat." This was naked humiliation, causing Morong-bai's face to instantly rise to a pig's liver color. Su Yuan slowly walked over to the empty seat next to Zheng Yuan and sat down. Zheng Yuan's eyes were glowing with the appearance of a little fanboy. Asterisk. Fuchi, you're too damn handsome, aren't you? Su Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. On the day of his awakening, when Zhao Rizu was about to take a shot at himself, Su Anyan helped him out. So just now, when Morong-bai was about to take a shot at Su Anyan, he also took a hand in relieving himself. Of course, he knew very well that just with Morong-bai's level, Su Anyan could easily hang him. But, everyone in the class knew that Morong-bai had been promoted to rank 1 and thought he was awesome himself, and then make such a show of comparing and contrasting the contrasts created by the. Doesn't it provide more emotional value? Su Yuan looked at the system panel. Just a little while ago, all of them had accumulated more than 100 emotional values, and paired with the previous campus forum god posting incident, a total of more than 2,000 emotional values had been accumulated. The only shame is that even though he was great in the hellish training gym, but this guy Shangwan Ru had already been shocked too many times and was so cool that he was numb, causing her to not be surprised by her various demonic performances, so it didn't provide much emotional value. But this 6th city joint exam is different. He estimated the mood swings caused, even in an indirect way, by the end of the 6th city joint examination. There will be a discount on the emotional value gained, but it will be in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, to say the least. And the red bonus for the premium raffle, which is a guaranteed 100 rounds, or 200,000 emotion points, get at least one red quality reward. After the precautions of the 6th city joint examination had been instructed once, the crowd was led by the teachers. headed to the playground. The first test of the JCB is the physical data test. This test is administered at the candidate's own school. However, the testing instruments are issued by the 6 cities Joint Examination Coordinating Association, and the invigilators are mobilized from other cities to maximize fairness and impartiality. The possibility of cheating is circumvented. Physical data testing. It is divided into 3 events: extreme punch power, maximum speed, and extreme reactivity. The first thing that was performed was extreme fist power. Number 103443. Ultimate punching power 124 kilograms. Number 104521. Ultimate punching power 136 kilograms. No. The playground. In different blocks, one candidate was testing his or her extreme punching power, and some of them were satisfied that. Excited looks, some wilting and sighing, feeling like they didn't play well. At this point, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Ha! Really? Holy! This extreme punching power. No kidding? First rank. This kind of punching power is definitely something only a first-rank martial artist can do. What? Su Anyun has also stepped into the first rank? Are you kidding me? Not only first order. It's still the middle of the first order. The ultimate punching power of a first rank lower is usually only 300 kilograms. The crowd of onlookers looked dumbfounded one by one. Even the invigilator was shocked beyond belief. Incredulously, he looked at the indifferent young girl in the grounds. Su Anyun flicked her hands and prepared for her second punch. A total of 3 punches for the punching power test. The average is taken as the final grade. Boo! A muffled sound came out. The test fist target shook and vibrated a few times, and a red number popped up. Second test. Extreme punching power. 503 kilograms. Third test. Extreme punching power. 511 kilograms. Candidate Su Anyun. Final score. Ultimate punching power. 510 kilograms. Once the final scores came out, the crowd was once again abuzz. With an extreme punching power of over 500 kilograms, this was definitely a first-rank intermediate standard. In addition to Morong Bai, Su Anyun had unexpectedly managed to break through to the first rank as well, and it's still first-order medium. It was even stronger than Morong Bai, who had just broken through to the first rank. For a time, countless people were shocked. What kind of monster is this? 2 short weeks, and they're still struggling at Awakening Order 3. Su Anyun had actually reached the first rank intermediate? Is this a human being? Look at your test scores. Su Anyun, who had retreated from the field, looked as normal, without a single fluctuation. Her talent was not in the physical body. Besides, it was not a time for martial artists to quench their physical bodies, a sloppy achievement at a point in time when the force is soaring. Sure, she knew that Su Yuan's extreme punching power had exceeded 100 kilograms. His fleshly body talent was terrifying. He doesn't need to compete with him in terms of strength, just by offering up his own spiritual attacking means. No matter how strong his power was, he wouldn't be able to bring it into play. Next. Number 104,527. Candidate Morong Bai is up. The invigilator finally recovered from the shock and called out the name of the next candidate. Morong Bai walked into the venue with a shadowy face. At this time, his mind was in complete chaos. Su Anyun has broken through to the first rank intermediate. How is this possible? Those monsters who forced him to leave the imperial capital and had to come to Nanjing to borrow land for the college entrance exam. They don't even have to have her kind of cultivation speed, do they? How the hell does she practice? He doesn't get it, and he doesn't understand it. If she kept up this rate of cultivation after that, then on the great examination of martial arts, it will be a serious threat to himself. Don't even think about the fact that he wasn't even in the top 2 of the South River Administrative District by then. If this really happened, he didn't even dare to imagine what his family's reaction would be. Candidate Morong Bai. Final score. Extreme punching power. 33 kilograms. If placed before, Morong Bai would still be complacent about this achievement of his. But now, with a clouded look on his face and an imaginary enemy in his mind, it had switched from Su Yuan to Su Anyun. He had no previous knowledge of Su Anyun, and he hadn't expected her to hit the ground running. The next candidate. Number 104,581. Candidate Su Yuan enters. Finally, it's Su Yuan's turn in the ring. The candidates who had already finished their tests all gathered over here. 3 of the most notable skywatchers in the entire school. Su Yuan, Su Anyun, and Morong Bai must have bagged the top 3 without a doubt. Su Anyun and Morong Bai, who have already finished testing. Su Anyun breaks ahead to take the top spot. Morong Bai is in second place for the time being. Will Su Yuan be able to surpass Morong Bai and take over second? Or will he only be third? There is a wide range of opinions on this. Su Yuan's talent was a flesh-strengthening type of talent. and he definitely had the upper hand in the fist strength test. But in terms of realm, Bai should be ahead. Both sides were strong and weak, and no one could say what the final outcome would be. Bai's eyes flickered as he tried to deduce Su Yuan's strength from Su Anyan's change in expression. But nay, Su Anyan's indifferent face from start to finish prevented him from getting any useful information at all. He could only withdraw his gaze and stare at Su Yuan, thinking darkly in his heart, I really don't believe that you kids can break through the first rank as well. It's fine to have a genius like Su Anyan in a small place like Arashir City, but another one? Don't tease me. A million people are watching. Su Yuan calmly came to the fist strength test target and stood still, a faint smile on his face. Even Su Anyan's punch just now caused everyone to be so frightened. Then my punch. It's not too much to ask to earn a few rounds of premium sweepstakes, is it? With that thought, he moved his arm slightly before raising his fist. A punch is thrown. 400 words, 2 in 1. Chapter 86. He sang Yuan. Sensation. The birth of a legend. Boom. A loud bang came. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see what Su Yuan's extreme punching power would be. They're too curious. But, when that punch from Su Yuan fell, after the fist power test target shook and quaked violently back and forth for a while, instead of the results of the punching test, a big red warning alert appeared on the display. Attention! The test force exceeds the maximum measurable range of this instrument. Please replace the testing instrument. Prohibit further testing to avoid damage to the instrument. The common punch test target for Budo high schools is a beginner's style. The limit of force that can be withstood is 100 kilograms. It was expected at the beginning of the design that no one would exceed this limit value, because this was far beyond the extreme punching power that a high school student could achieve. But now what? Su Yuan lands a jab. A direct warning alert was typed. This meant that the power of Su Yuan's punch was over 100 kilograms. A whole ton of punching power. The whole place was silent. The faces of the crowd of onlookers crawled with shock a little. Their mouths were wide open and big enough to stuff an egg. Even the invigilator was staring daggers at the test screen. Even the recorder in his hand fell to the ground without even noticing it. After a short period of dead silence, a loud asterisk erupted. The crowd clammed up straight away. Asterisk. Seriously? Over a ton of punching power? This really isn't a malfunctioning machine? I can't even begin to think how good that punch would be in my head. Is this still a human being? Is anyone going to take care of it? Sajin, please don't push any harder. Dude's little pearls are coming out. With a wailing sound, the gazes of the people looking at Su Yuan were filled with so much shock and horror, even confused. It's all one head, 2 arms and 2 legs. Why is it that in Su Yuan's body, it can contain such terrifying power? The crowd. Bai stared deathly at the test screen, his knuckles clenched white, his fingertips piercing deeply into his flesh. He knew that Su Yuan possessed a SS-grade flesh body strengthening type talent. There was definitely a much greater advantage in terms of physical strength compared to himself. But the gap, how could it be so big? How could it be so different? Moreover, this level of power was by no means something that an awakened rank could possess. Su Yuan, he actually broke through the first rank as well. Disconcerted, confused, unwilling, all sorts of emotions flooded Bai's mind. Power is power. It's just a dimension of strength. The more the flesh class talent gets later, the weaker it becomes. And if we really have to compete in battle, he won't necessarily be able to surpass me. Bai took a deep breath and comforted himself so, as a way to regain a bit of confidence. In the meantime, off-site, the school leaders and teachers of Arashiro First Middle School had noticed the abnormality over here and cast their gazes. In accordance with the rules of the 6 cities joint examination, our school leaders and teachers are not allowed to enter the testing area. Avoid backdoor situations. That's the key class block, right? It seems like Su Yuan is testing it. He has awakened an SS rank talent of the flesh body strengthening class, and his extreme punching power must be far beyond normal, the vice principal said with a smile. Principal Xiao nodded approvingly. However, they can't decide how much, guessing it will probably be in the 500 to 700 kilograms range. Director of Instruction Zhao Rigu blackened his face and didn't say a word. As his son Zhao Rizu awakened his SS grade talent, it should have been the pride of the heavens in the limelight. But this year, in contrast to the 3 SS ranked gifted people, it looked like no one was watching. At this point, the invigilator was panting and running this way. Shaw, Principal Shaw, Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Xiao Jiangwo looked at him with a smirk. He's not sure exactly what's going on, though, but it was thought that the other party should have been shocked by Su Yuan, Su Anyan and the others. As a principal, watching your students act like assholes in front of teachers from outside schools, I can't tell you how good this feels. Here's the thing. This invigilator teacher sent from a foreign city still had the shock of just now lingering on his face and was overwhelmed with emotion. Your school's candidate, Su Yuan, has punched beyond the limit of the test target. Need to apply to the Board of Education for a replacement target for the intermediate fist power test. Your Ereshur city is really full of monsters this year. I was already shocked for a while by the appearance of a girl with over 500 kilograms of extreme punching power. I didn't realize that later on there was another one over 100 kilograms. If nothing else, those northern municipalities are going to be clueless this year. The first prize winner of the South River Administrative Region's Great Martial Examination. I think it's going to be wrapped up by your Ereshur city. I'm here to congratulate you in advance. Ha. Xiao Jiangwo listened and was in a good mood. Wherever, Mr. Wang, your students from Cloud City are not bad. Wasn't there an SS-ranked gifted person this year as well? It's that Jiang. Wait. Xiao Jiangwo was confused. He was an afterthought. What did you just say? Su Yuan's punching power exceeded the limit of the primary punching power test target? Isn't that over 100 kilograms? Yeah, Principal Shaw, you didn't know that before? Holy. Xiao Jiangwo was now completely confused. Or was it the vice principal who came back to his senses and rushed to call the Board of Education? Request to replace the intermediate punching power test target. Just so. The people in the Education Bureau also knew about Su Yuan's punch that blew up the primary test target, and his punching power exceeded 100 kilograms. And instantly all the major work groups, even those of the Education Bureau of the foreign city, were aware of it. The shocking news has been circulated. Shocked +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Shocked +10 +10 +10 +10 +10. Shock +20 +20 +20. Looking at the growing emotional value on the system panel, Su Yuan said that this punch, it was a great punch. However, this constant alert was more or less an eyesore. So Su Yuan temporarily turned off the alert. Planned to wait until the end of the 6th city joint exam. The education department staff acted quickly, and in less than half an hour, just send over the intermediate punching power test target. By this time, the tests in the other areas had ended, and everyone had gathered around. Wanted to see exactly what Su Yuan's exact punching power was. Zheng Yuan, as Su Yuan's loyal little brother, saw that the atmosphere was almost ready and directly led the way to start shouting. Su Shin, he shouted this. The crowd responded. Su Shin, Su Shin, Su Shin. Feeling noisy, Su Anyan backed away to the side, alone and in silence, waiting for Su Yuan's test to end. Someone in the crowd of onlookers tapped the shoulder of his best friend beside him and, secretly pointing to Su Anyan who was not far away, he whispered, "Pity our goddess Su. As the face is born, so is the abyss. If it wasn't for Su Shin, Goddess Su would have won the first prize this year. Now it's good. Everyone's looking at Su God, and she's been left out in the cold straight away. You don't say. It's true. I'm feeling a little sorry for myself. Hey." In the face of loud cheers from the crowd, Su Yuan, on the contrary, appeared calm, slightly moving his joints, and blasted out with a punch. 1,232 kilograms. Scarlet numbers popped up. It caused the surrounding crowd to suck in a breath of cool air. After a brief silence, the cheering became more violent, because everyone knew that they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Su Shin, Su Shin, Su Shin. On the bus to the outskirts of town, Su Yuan looked out the window at the scenery that crossed the road, leisurely enjoying the sunlight that poured through the car window. Zheng Yuan sat beside him, full of excitement, scratching over a news item on his cell phone. Shocked. A high school student in our city actually did this on the joint exam. Explosion. The first prize winner of this year's Nanjiang district has been booked. The greatest generation? Or red flower and green leaf? Look, brother Yuan, it's only been a short while, and now the headlines of our Ereshur city news are all about you. It's too much. I read the data report up there that said, you've broken the record for the extreme punching power of our Daxia high school students. The last record holder for extreme punching power was also an SS-ranked physical body strengthening class talent possessor, but he's only 832 kilograms. You're half as tall as him. Su Yuan helplessly rubbed his eyebrows. Lay low. Lay low. What's with the low profile? Brother Yuchi, you're a household star now. Everyone's just waiting to see how you do on the other tests. I have a feeling that you should be number one as well. Brother Yuan. Zheng Yuan was confident in Su Yuan. It was just that Su Anyan and Morong Bai, who were in the same car, frowned slightly at the same time. Both were thinking the same thing at this point. For the fist power test, they weren't as good as Su Yuan, but for this ferocious beast actual combat test. But then it's not just about who has the best power to score high. They, in turn, will pull off the upset here. Not a moment too soon. The bus slowed to a stop in front of the JCE hunting area. Chapter 87. Look at this card face. What a bunch of. The Fierce Beast practical test of the 6 cities joint examination was arranged in the desolate domain outside the city circle. by the military directly enclosing an area of wilderness and placing ferocious beasts of different realms in different areas for candidates to hunt. The division of the area was very simple and rough, directly following the setup of the National Martial Arts Examination. Level 1 base area, Awakening Order 1 stage, 3 stage ferocious beasts. Level 2 base area, Awakening Order 4 to 6 ferocious beasts. Level 3 base area, Awakening Order 7 to 9 ferocious beasts. For 99% of the candidates, the range of motion will be limited to the basic area of the. Those who were even able to hunt ferocious beasts at the level 3 base area could be considered top students. Beyond this is the progression area. Level 1 advancement area, First Order lower fierce beast. Level 2 advancement area, First Order medium fierce beast. Level 3 advancement area, First Order upper ferocious beast. By this point, 99% of candidates are going to stop. However, in order to prevent the 0.1% of demonic candidates from not having the opportunity to exert themselves outside of the progression area, there is a challenge area. The challenge area was no longer divided, and it was distributed from the lower second order to the upper second order ferocious beasts. The end of the end. It's the boss area. There's only 1/3 rank lower ferocious beast here. Since the founding of Disya, the one who could defeat a 3rd rank boss on the Great Martial Arts Exam, there were only a handful of them, and each one of them was a legend-like figure. One of the most representative names was Gu Qingtian. Back then, he pushed his way across the country with invincibility, slaughtering all the ferocious beasts he could see. In the end, he even came to the boss area and killed him strongly. And nowadays, he was already the strongest person in Disya, ranking as the chief of the court of 12. The bus pulled over and stopped. The crowd had just gotten out of the car when they saw an officer-looking man. The man looked no more than 30 or 40 years old, and his body carried a stern aura of its own. On either side of the gold-colored epaulets, which are trimmed in red, the bottom plate is decorated with a thin red bar and 2-star emblems. This is a lieutenant. Although they were still students, the crowd still had a heartfelt respect for the military. You have to know that the world today is not a peaceful place, excluding the threat of the ferocious beasts in the deserted domain. There are other foreign martial artists who are eyeing us, and the soldiers, the first line of defense for the Grand Xia. Su Yuan also saw the officer and realized that the other party's eyes happened to fall on himself. You're Su Yuan-san, right? The officer's face brought a smile as he walked towards Su Yuan. The surrounding crowd was startled, and then they consciously made way. This officer, actually waiting here specifically for Su Yuan? Awesome. Look at the deck. What a bunch of. Yes, I am. You are. Su Yuan stopped his steps, his eyes showing curiosity. My name is Zhou Ru. I'm the person in charge of the 6-city joint examination, Fierce Beast practical test. Zhou Ru's eyes surveyed Su Yuan's body, revealing a faint smile as he continued. There's still some time before the test starts, so let's borrow a step. Good. Away from the crowd in the corner. After Zhou Ru introduced himself, Su Yuan learned that he was a lieutenant in the Southeast Military Region. I heard about your physical data test. You broke the record in extreme fist power since the founding of Daxia, and your speed and nerve reactivity are also ranked in the top 3 in history, which is very good. Thanks. Su Yuan smiled politely. Talents like you don't even have to wait until the national exams. When this 6-city joint exam is over, it will surely be famous throughout the country. By then, all the major top academies will be fighting for you. And naturally, we in the military department have our hearts set on it as well. Zhou Ru's gaze was frank, not hiding his purpose in the slightest, and handed over a business card towards Su Yuan. This is not my card. This is the business card of General Li Guoxianli, the person in charge of the Transcendent Generals program in our Southeast Military Region. As soon as the news about you spread, General Li, although he was in the military region, but instead, I was told to contact you directly. Transcendent General? Su Yuan took the business card. I won't take up any of your time to describe exactly how this program is. I'll just say one thing. Chief Ku used to be in the program when he was younger, and was in their class of second. Ancient Chief, Ancient Tilting Sky. A name that everyone in Disya heard like thunder, simply by saying that he was involved in this so-called Transcendental Generals program. That gold content is pulled full circle at once. Just, Ancient Chief is only second? Su Yuan was surprised by this, knowing that in today's Great Xia, the very name Ancient Pouring Sky symbolizes absolute power. Absolutely unbeatable. Aha. Zhou Ru nodded gently. Back then, although Chief Gu was the top student in the National Martial Arts Examination, but it's true that he only came in second in that edition of the Extraordinary Generals program. Of course, he's just a hair's breadth away from first. None of this is classified information. There are not a few people who know about it. The ancient chief himself often mentions, what about number 1? Su Yuan curiously asked after him. Now that the ancient chief was the first supreme being of the Great Summer, then that person who had once pressed him head and shoulders above. And what kind of powerhouse would it be? He, after becoming the term's enlightened general, because of an intelligence failure, killed in action in a skirmish with the Eagle American Federation. Su Yuan was silent. Zhou Ru glanced at Su Yuan and suddenly shook his head, laughing to himself. I shouldn't be talking to you about this. It's not pushing you out. Su Yuan similarly shook his head. That's not going to happen. Oh, Zhou Ru pretended to be curious. Why? Su Yuan thought about it and said seriously, to die young is the shadowy destiny that hangs over genius. Only by breaking this destiny can one become truly strong. It's like a giant tree can't grow in a greenhouse. Pretty much the same thing. Zhou Ru's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Yuan with admiration in his eyes. To have that kind of realization. You're good. So you're willing to participate in the Transcendent General's selection? I didn't say that. Su Yuan blinked. The corner of Zhou Ru's mouth tugged. He thought Su Yuan would just agree to it. He took a deep breath and glanced at his wristwatch, a smile returning to his face. It's okay. You can take your time to think about this matter. You can go ahead and take the test. I won't waste your time. Aha. After looking at Su Yuan's faraway back and thinking about his declaration of a strong man that he swore by, with an unpredictable and nonsensical reply, Zhou Ru couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, elderly. I've seen that little guy. He's quite nice. Just how can I say it? Not far. Su Anyan's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhou Ru, who had turned to call away. She noticed it when she got out of the car earlier. This man is Zhou Ru? It was one of the few people she was impressed with at Blue Star. In the future, he succeeded in advancing to the Ninth Order Supreme Being and became one of the top pillars of the Great Xia military department. Calculating the time, he should be around the 6th rank nowadays. The rank could definitely not be a small lieutenant either. Moreover, although she couldn't remember who was in charge of the 6 cities joint examination in her last life, she was certain that it definitely wasn't him. So, he's here for Su Yuan? While Su Anyan was thinking, Su Yuan had already walked up to her, and when he saw her standing in place, staring blankly, reaching out, he waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, what are you gawking at? The test is about to start. Let's go. P.S. In the future, update at a fixed point in time, update at 2 p.m., 2 to 3 chapters, or more. Chapter 88, the two of us won't still have to compete and steal the boss, right? Candidates, please collect your bracelets in an orderly fashion. Next I'll explain the specific functions of the bracelet and how to use it. 10 minutes later, the preparations before the Ferocious Beast practical test are over, and the test is about to begin. Su Yuan wore the bracelet on his wrist. The function of the bracelet is simple, and as in the last wasteland training, the Shangwan Ru was almost ready for both of them. Other than the most basic map and navigation features, there are just 2 things. 1. Record points. The exams do not allow teams. All of them are solo battles. The stronger the beast you kill, the higher the corresponding points. The final summary becomes the results of the real-world test. 2. Providing security. The bracelet has a built-in energy energizer that creates a protective shield, effective in avoiding casualties, but just using this feature means the exam ends early. In addition to the bracelets, each candidate will be able to receive a weapon that is handy. In order to ensure fairness, the qualities of weapons are standardized, useful for most students, but dispensable for Su Yuan. It's not really a question of whether or not there's a problem with these weapons breaking with their own hands. It was far worse than his own Rodan gun that had been strengthened several times. Besides, this period of devilish training had caused Su Yuan's fleshly body strength to surge by a large margin. That 9 regicide fist that was shallow when beating up Morombai. This period of time had already been felt through to the root by Su Yuan. On the one hand, thanks to the fact that gun and fist are originally from the same source. On the other hand, naturally, it's the Enlightenment tea that's responsible for this. Fuchi, you don't use weapons? Zheng Yuan asked curiously as he carried a large axe on his shoulder. Don't use it. Su Yuan lazily stretched his muscles. Bull. Zheng Yuan didn't bother questioning it, but instead was quite understanding. With the terrifying power of a ton of punches, which weapon is as good as your own fist? It's a pity you can't team up, or else I'll let you experience the feeling of lying down and winning. Don't. I'm at least an A-ranked gifted. What's the point of hugging my thigh every day? Ha ha. Yes. Ambitious. I approve. Hey. The two talked and laughed. Su Anyun, who was not far away, glanced faintly at Su Yuan before withdrawing her gaze, waiting for the hunting area to open. She would get twice Su Yuan's score and pull back the body data test score. A few minutes later, hunting area open. All candidates enter it. and Su Yuan was like a swimming dragon entering the sea, starting his hunting trip. Today, have a good hunt. The entire hunting area was ring-shaped, with layers progressing, and the further in, the stronger the ferocious beasts were. The layers are separated from each other by an energized chain-link fence to prevent ferocious beasts from entering other areas and causing chaos. The door to the inner area is guarded by military personnel. Candidates will be able to pass by simply showing their bracelet. Level 1 base area. Boo! The muffled sound came. A ferocious beast of awakening stage 3 instantly exploded. It was actually crushed hard by a black shadow. Su Yuan passed through the blood mist and headed towards a deeper area. The points of the ferocious beasts in the first few areas were too low, and he was too lazy to waste time on them. That's why he decided on his goal from the start, to head to the challenge area and hunt the second-rank ferocious beasts. As for the ferocious beasts along the way, they would be handily resolved as they were just now, and they wouldn't be delayed for more than a few seconds anyway. Su Anyan and Morong Bai both upheld the same strategy as Su Yuan. Awakening Order Fierce Beast. 1 to 3 paragraphs. 1 point. 4 to 6 paragraphs. 4 points. Paragraphs 7 to 9. 10 points. First Order Beasts. Lower, 30 points. Median, 80 points. Upper, 160 points. And the second-rank ferocious beasts, just the lower ones, had 500 points. Level 1 base area. Level 2 base area. Level 3 base area. Level 1 advancement area. Level 2 progression area. Level 3 progression area. Challenge area entrance. The soldier in charge of guarding this place was named Wang Wu, a rank 3 lower level powerhouse. A figure sped from the distance and stopped in front of the entrance. Wang Wu fixed his eyes and was taken aback. I only saw that the young man had a handsome face, but his body was drenched in scarlet blood. The corners of his clothes were still covered in the shredded flesh of unknown ferocious beasts. The whole person looked as if he was a Shura coming out of hell. Chilling. The biased teenager even grinned at him. Hello, I would like to enter the challenge area. Oh, good. Wang Wu came back to his senses and looked at the time while opening the door. The exam had just started less than 20 minutes ago, and someone actually came here? You have to know that the hunting area covers a huge area, and the density of ferocious beasts is even far beyond that of the wilderness. Did none of the ferocious beasts along the way pose any obstacle to him? Without waiting for him to get back to his senses, the teenager had already gotten away from him. Only this had just gone out less than 500 meters when he was attacked by a shadow leopard that was hibernating in the grass. Wang Wu was about to voice a reminder, but thinking that this is an exam, he closed his mouth again. But the next second, his eyes snapped open, his pupils pin-sharpened and, shocked, he watched as the teenager blasted the shadow leopard into bloody slag with a single punch, and then left without looking back in a very dashing manner. Mother asterisk. Is this really a ING student? Kill the second order lower beast. Shadow leopard. Get 500 points. Ignoring the prompts ringing in his ears, Su Yuan kept moving forward. The bracelet has a heat map of the distribution of the ferocious beasts, and one of the red dots on it is where the ferocious beasts are. Su Yuan picked one of the densest of them and sped off. Kill the second rank lower beast. Silver mane bear. Get 500 points. Kill the second ranked intermediate beast, the ghost spotted tiger, and gain 100 points. Killed the second order upper level beast, the inferno python. Gain 300 points. For the current Su Yuan, killing second order lower and middle level ferocious beasts, it was almost the same as chopping and slashing, and it was only a slight effort to get to the top of the second rank, due to the low density of ferocious beasts in the challenge area. So most of the time was still spent on rushing and searching for ferocious beasts, and the time spent in real combat was almost negligible. 2 hours later, Su Yuan killed 13 second-rank ferocious beasts. There were 8 lower second order, 3 middle second order, and 2 upper second order. Accumulated 1,300 points. In exchange for killing awakening-ranked ferocious beasts, one would have to kill thousands of them. It would take a few hundred big ones to kill a first-order ferocious beast. Oh, while passing by a certain place, Su Yuan noticed a small blue dot appear on the heat map. The one who could appear in the challenge area was either Su Anyan or Morong Bai. I just don't know which one of them it is. Of course, Su Yuan didn't have the time to care about who exactly it was. He planned to kill for a little while longer. Just go to the final boss area and take the grand prize for this exam. That third-rank beast is worth 300 points, but the final boss area has a barrier to entry. You need to have accumulated 3 W points outside before you are allowed to enter. I feel like that little ninny Su Anyan is quite thoughtful. I wonder if they'll hit on this boss as well. It's not like the two of us will have to compete and steal the boss at that time, right? Chapter 3, Please Send Me to Death. Chapter 89, I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. just as Su Yuan was hunting the second-rank ferocious beasts and accumulating point tickets to the boss area. Southeast. Roar. A blood-toothed lion roared in anger, vigilantly keeping a close eye on the young girl who was speedily approaching not far away. It's a powerful existence ranked at the top of the list of strength amongst the second-rank median ferocious beasts. Its killing power was even enough to rival weaker second-rank upper-level ferocious beasts, but just as it assumed an offensive posture, ready to strike. Without even noticing the puddle of writhing shadows slowly congealing beneath it, shadows transformed into palms reached out from the ground. Like illusory, it directly penetrated the belly of the blood-toothed lion, while the latter didn't realize it in the slightest and continued to watch the prey in front of him closely. At a certain moment, after that shadow arm, which was originally still like an illusion, gripped the heart of the blood-toothed lion, suddenly it condensed into substance, followed by a firm grip. The heart breaks instantly. The blood-toothed lion's body stiffened violently. Brutal's pupils grew lax, instantly fell to the ground and convulsed. Vitality is lost at a rapid rate, while Su Anyan swept past the blood-toothed lion's gradually freezing corpse without looking back. Even his eyes didn't waver for a second. Still not skilled enough. After 10 experiments, it actually only worked once. That's right. During this time, Su Anyan once again developed one of the abilities of her shadow talent. Its name, transforming emptiness into reality. Utilizing this capacity, it was possible for the shadows that one manipulated to complete the transformation of reality into reality in a short period of time, just like what happened just now, directly destroying the enemy's vital organs. These ferocious beasts have low spiritual intelligence, and their spiritual power is even more negligible. There was no way to detect the presence of the Shadow Squire, and in the place of someone with high spiritual power, after discovering the Shadow Squire, they would only have to interfere with the source energy too. The success rate has to be reduced even more, not to mention the fact that after the fusion realm, every cell of the physical body has been quenched by source energy. The strength far exceeds that of the exploration realm, and it also carries a natural source energy barrier, unless a treasure like the phantom fruit is obtained once again, strengthening my gift of shadow. Sure, apart from these disadvantages, the advantages of transforming emptiness into reality are obvious. That is, it will not be unable to act on flesh and blood like spiritual thoughts. The spirit is born of the flesh, the manifestation of the power of the soul, of the will, When mental power was strong to a certain extent, it could be condensed into substance and turned into mental thoughts, but spiritual thoughts can only act on inanimate matter, or it may directly attack the enemy's will and spirit, but only not directly on flesh and blood. For example, stirring up the enemy's brain with mental thoughts, or just crushing the heart to death. None of this can be done. But the shadows she manipulated were different. Like just now, she had directly utilized the shadow to crush the heart of the blood-toothed lion. Su Anyan looked at her points. Apart from this time just now, which was used to experiment with transforming emptiness into reality, the two shadow servants were always hunting the ferocious beasts separately from her. Thanks to that last phantom fruit, right now the two shadow servants were able to leave her radius of up to 100 meters without causing a diminution of their strength. This made her much more efficient when facing the ferocious beast swarms. Successfully chopped nearly 15,000 points. By earning another point of the same value, she would be able to travel to the boss area. Third order lower fierce beast. Who can kill? The other side. Roar. The second rank lower ferocious beast berserker ape let out a low warning, while its pupils contracted a little bit. Even it, which didn't have much sanity, revealed a look of awe at this moment. The hideous ghostly spirit had a ghostly figure and arrived in front of the berserk ape in almost an instant. A large amount of black mist dispersed from its body, attaching itself to the berserk ape's body surface like a tarsal maggot, instantly emitting a zip sound. Corroding its flesh and blood epidermis to nothing. Roar! The berserk ape let out a painful and mournful wail, his body dripping with blood. Looking at the piercing scarlet, a trace of morbid fervor surfaced on Morong Bai's dead-like face. My ghostly spirit has gotten a little stronger. More. I want my big brother to give me more sustenance. In the meantime, in a temporary base outside the hunting grounds, the lead teachers from each school in Arashur, as well as the military personnel in charge of the test, all gathered in front of one of the monitoring screens. The smart bracelet is fitted with a camera recording function that transmits the candidate's footage back in real time. At this point, each one of them stood as if they were stone statues, not moving, not blinking their eyes. His mouth was slightly open and there was only one expression on his face. Shock. Still rocking. Who the hell are these people? They had thought that an SS-ranked gifted person would be fierce, but they hadn't expected it to be this fierce. Morong Bai, as a transfer student from out of town. Among those present, other than Zhou Ru, the others were not very clear about his identity. All they know is that, although this candidate's various abilities and methods looked shady and ugly, his strength was here, facing a second-ranked ferocious beast with ease. If he were to be placed in the past days, definitely a super heavenly pride that is enough to impact the provincial scholar. As to why it was placed in days gone by, because in front of him, there are two more outrageous guys. One Su Yuan, one Su Anyun. The way they're acting, it's outrageous to open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Let's start with Su Anyun. Aside from the strong fighting strength she showed herself, what about that mysterious and weird talent? Wasn't her shadow a materialized shadow? Why is it that when faced with a second-order medium blood-toothed lion, able to penetrate the body of a blood-toothed lion? Could it be that she was directly manipulating the shadow to penetrate the blood-toothed lion's body? And then within it, crush its heart. And that's what it took to achieve a silent, instantaneous kill? If that's true, that's pretty sick, isn't it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them shocked by Su Anyun's natural ability. Only Zhou Ru's gaze was deep in thought. He was the only one among the people present who knew Morong Bai's identity. Thus, he was not the least bit surprised by Morong Bai's display of natural ability. But Su Anyun's performance really shocked and surprised him. This mysterious side ability of hers, it's really special, more magical than even spiritual thoughts. You know, spiritual thoughts are powerful, but they can't work on flesh and blood. And this hand of Su Anyun's, which transformed emptiness into reality, was simply applauded. I really didn't realize that the tiny Ereshur city, in addition to Su Yuan, a fellow whose fleshly body was so terrifying that it was unlike anything else, there was actually a fellow whose natural ability was so special. Looks like you really didn't make the trip for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhou Ru sent an order to the garrison in the challenge area. Send someone to recover the corpse of that blood-toothed lion. Yes. After issuing the order, Zhou Ru's gaze once again fell on the monitoring screen. To Morong Bai, the son of the family, he had no half-interest. To Su Anyun, the main thing he cared about was her mysterious and weird natural ability. But for Su Yuan, the only thing he wanted to know right now was where the upper limit of this guy's battle power was. From the moment he entered the challenge area, this guy hadn't exerted his full strength from the beginning to the end. It's always been a tour de force, in favor of the ferocious style he inadvertently displays in battle. It was very different from the cheerful, gentle impression he had felt when he had previously talked to Su Yuan. He knew one more such person, and that person's name was Gu Qingtian. He'd seen the ancient chief's normally gentle and refined demeanor. He had also seen his ferocious appearance on the battlefield when he tore down a 9th-ranked beast emperor with his hands. The images of the two gradually overlapped, causing Zhou Ru to be in a trance. This guy, he's not another god of killers, is he? A few hours later, Su Yuan finally killed all 30,000 points and got the entry qualification to the boss area. Bathed in blood, he moved his muscles. When the smell of blood, which had wafted in from time to time, it puts his entire being in a state of exhilaration beyond compare. On the contrary, all of these second-ranked ferocious beasts were too weak, making it not enough for him to have fun killing them. Well, the only way to go is to slaughter that boss. Su Yuan advanced towards the boss area. It was only halfway through the march that he noticed on the radar map of his bracelet, a few kilometers away, that there was a small blue dot that was approaching the boss area as fast as he was. Kills pretty fast. Su Yuan smiled. He knew very well that this person could only be Su Anyun. As for Morong Bai, he's quite a bit weaker than Su Anyun. The two aren't even in the same league. Su Yuan thought about it. I seem to remember there was only one boss? Sorry then. That doesn't make it so. With that, the speed surged once again. Chapter 90 in that case, Auntie Su. I'm sorry. I can't believe it's all 30,000 points. This is Su Yuan and Su Anyun are both going to challenge the boss area? Even at the time of the great examination of martial arts, those who dared to challenge a third-rank boss, there hasn't been one in decades. We're just taking a practice test here. And two actually appeared all of a sudden. Our Ereshur city's results from this year's great martial arts examination are definitely going to blow the nation away. In the surveillance room, no matter which middle school teachers in Ereshur city, they were all excited. Gleefully, he watched the monitor screen. At this moment, they had long forgotten that they weren't teachers in the first grade. All of them were cheering for Su Yuan and Su Anyun because they were representing Ereshur city and they were honored with it. Although there will be a 3-step lower, middle, and upper boss set up at the great examination of martial arts. And this time, the 6 cities' joint examination only had one third-rank lower-level ferocious beast. But there were still 2 months to go before the great martial examination. It wasn't like Su Yuan and Su Anyun had stopped dead in their tracks during these 2 months. They grow too. As long as the challenge works this time, they then have the hope of challenging a stronger boss at the national Budo exam. Of course, There were sensible, steadier ones who forced down their inner excitement and said, let's not get excited. Dare to challenge is dare to challenge. It's not certain if we can succeed or not. It's not too late for us to celebrate when they succeed in their challenge. Behind the crowd, a flash of anticipation flashed in Zhou Ru's eyes. If both Su Yuan and Su Anyan wanted to challenge the boss, then a problem would arise. The Ferocious Beast's practical combat test does not allow for teaming up or cooperation, which means that the kill score of this third-rank boss could only be obtained by one person in the end. The radar map on the smart bracelet enables you to see where the rest of the candidates are. Then they'll definitely have to fight each other and finally decide where the boss belongs. Who will win? As far as it seemed, the main thing that Su Yuan had displayed was his strong physical strength. It also had to do with his flesh-strengthening type of talent. And in other areas, there wasn't much to shine. On the contrary, it was Su Anyan who, apart from that clean, fast, accurate and ruthless fighting style, and that mysterious ability from the shadow talent, at first glance, she seems to have a better chance of winning, but with her ability to transform emptiness into reality, she's either injured or killed at every turn. It was impossible to use it out on Su Yuan, right? Besides, with Su Yuan's easygoing appearance, who could be sure that he hadn't hidden any cards? Funny, really funny. The corners of Zhou Ru's mouth lifted slightly as her curiosity was aroused, very much looking forward to the collision of the two super heavenly prides, Su Yuan and Su Anyan. At this moment, a footstep sounded behind himself. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng arrived. A few teachers recognized Shangguan Ru and greeted him. Hello Chief Shangguan. Hello Chief. Shangguan Ru smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, don't be polite. I stepped down from my position as the director of the Ereshur City Education Bureau some time ago. This time, I came over to take a look at the two geniuses of our Ereshur City. Before the words were finished, her gaze landed on Zhou Ru, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Major General Zhou? Why are you here? A few teachers on the side were confused, and while they didn't understand the military establishment, but this shoulder patch is clearly a lieutenant's rank, right? How can it be a major general? But Shangguan Ru is different. The Clover Group serves as the designated armament partner of the Daxia military. As a director of the group, Shangguan Ru's connections in the military department were quite extensive. Naturally, he knew the rising star of the military department. It's only customary that the 6 city joint exams, while all of them will be assisted by the military, but apparently not so much that a major general would come over. Wait, she gets it. She's here to rob us, isn't she? Thinking of this, Shangguan Ru silently glanced at Shangguan Meng beside her, and instantly felt a sense of security. Aha! You can't rob it with your oldest sister. Zhou Ru obviously didn't expect to meet Shangguan Ru and the famous witch Shangguan Meng here either. After a slightly awkward cough, he said, you two have recognized the wrong person, haven't you? At the same time, he transmitted his voice and explained the reason for his appearance here a little. He left the military area this time. He was supposed to be on a secret mission that required him to hide his identity. Just passing through Ereshur City, the news of Su Yuan breaking the all-time record of high school students in Daxia traveled fast. It wasn't long after the morning's tests had ended that the Southeast Military Region side learned the news. That mission wasn't rushed in terms of time, so Elderly let him come over to check on Su Yuan's condition first, and threw out an olive branch to him. Zhou Ru simply took over the position of the head of the 6 cities joint examination and became the so-called Lieutenant Zhou. So it is. Sure enough, it's here to rob people. Shangguan Ru wasn't half as interested in the so-called secret mission, flipping around and only saw the word robbing between the lines. She looked meaningfully at Zhou Ru and laughed. Sorry, it's a case of mistaken identity. The two candidates are almost to the boss area. Let's watch it first. Aha! Zhou Ru nodded gently. It was just that his gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked towards Shangguan Meng a couple more times, despite being in the military district. But he had also heard about Shangguan Meng's 4 pillars identity being outlawed by the Court of 12. A motion handed in jointly by the Shangguan family and the Murong family. I'm afraid that anyone else would have gone back to the imperial capital to make a scene. But Shangguan Meng didn't react at all. It's like they don't even care. Shangguan as he could still understand. After all, I hear she's been drumming up some kind of special theory for the last few years, often concerned about education. But Shangguan Meng, she still has the heart to watch the 6 cities joint exam here? Is this something she would be interested in? What a strange man. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to Shangguan Meng, instead focusing all his attention on the screen. It showed that both Su Yuan and Su Anyan had entered the boss area. A large boss area. That fierce beast boss of the lower 3rd rank was located in the center of the area. After Su Yuan and Su Anyan entered the boss area, neither of them were charging directly towards the boss, but were moving closer to each other. because they're all well aware that this exam doesn't allow for cooperative teaming. In terms of regulations, if you want to get the boss's 30,000 points in your hands, then you have to beat your competitors. Of course, compared to the more innocent purpose of Su Yuan's, Su Anyun did have an additional idea. Tomorrow is the second comparison. Although after successfully visualizing the killing prison and condensing the supreme killing devil, she had great confidence in her victory. But with such an opportunity in front of her to compare the battle strengths of both sides in advance, she naturally wouldn't miss it. What's more, back in the virtual space, Su Yuan's indifference was incomparable. The image of rushing over and putting a bullet through her heart was still fresh in his mind, though it doesn't affect her martial arts heart, and she knew that it was just a system-simulated replica of the battlefield, but she inexplicably wanted to clean up the real-life version of him and make him suffer. A few minutes later, the two met, standing in close proximity to each other, tens of meters apart. Su Anyun looked indifferent and was about to open her mouth when Su Yuan took a step ahead of her, causing the corners of her mouth to twitch and almost didn't hang on to the expression. Su Anyun, why don't you admit defeat? There's real-time picture transmission on this smart bracelet. I don't want to bully a girl in public. Of course, mainly because I don't want Auntie Su to see me bullying you. The young man on the other side was smiling. His blood-stained clothes were blowing fiercely in the wind. Paired with that handsome, gentle face, it makes for an impactful image. Su Anyun did not respond, and when she looked again, her figure was no longer in the same place. Bullying me? In Su Yuan's ears, Su Anyun's voice came. The young girl had swept before her at some point, and with those good-looking brows lowered, the calm eyes rippled. Do you, by any chance, have that skill? Su Yuan grinned. In that case, Auntie Su, I'm sorry. Chapter 91 Morongbai's entry. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. In principle, Su Yuan doesn't hit women, unless a woman grosses him out to the point where he's willing to abandon his principles for a while. Of course this was certainly not the case in front of him. There was no way he could get real with Su Anyun. The idea was to hold her down with a cut to get her to give up on the idea of a boss. Boo! A muffled sound came. Su Yuan raised his arm to block Su Anyun's attack. That was a pretty heavy punch. Extreme punching power tests pure physical strength, and in this regard, Su Anyun was much worse than Su Yuan, but at this moment, with a layer of shadowy arm armor covering her arms, increased her power to a great extent. But that's all. It's not enough. After pulling away, Su Yuan's gaze fell on Su Anyun's body. Creeping shadows gradually covered her entire body, condensing into a black battle armor on the surface of her body. It looks mysterious and spooky. The overall image, somewhat like a mechanism from an anime production. For some people with unique XP, it will make it more exciting. Well, he's excited too, but not to Xianyan, but to her fighting ability. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth rose slightly, kind of. Speaking of which, I've never seen Su Anyun use this power in the Hell Training Center. You're good at hiding, aren't you? Just as Su Yuan was excitedly admiring Su Anyun's new skin, the latter indifferently opened her mouth. I'll stay my hand. After all, it wasn't a true enemy. Su Anyun only thought of beating Su Yuan into submission, so naturally she wouldn't lay down a deadly hand. Su Yuan shook his head and laughed. No need. You just push. I can carry it. Su Anyun said no more. The entire person transformed into a phantom and rushed towards Su Yuan. With her own talent, she was actually completely capable of not being in close physical combat with Su Yuan, but with the shadow armor disguised as an enhancement of his own power. After lowering Su Yuan's suppression of her in terms of physical body strength by a lot, she favored wanting to try and see if she could defeat Su Yuan in a physical combat. She had absolute confidence in her combat awareness and combat experience. Even if the performance of this body wasn't enough, it should be enough to use against Su Yuan. But after a period of vigorous offense, Su Anyun suddenly frowned, and sensed that something was wrong. No matter how fast one's striking movements are, how bizarre one's attack paths are, Su Yuan was all able to react in time and deal with it gently. This was simply unreasonable. Granted, virtual deathmatch can make a big difference in one's level of combat, but she had once asked Shangwan Ru to watch Su Yuan's battle videos, analyzing Su Yuan's fighting habits and using them as a blueprint, summarized certain fighting techniques against him. But the way he was acting now was completely different from his fighting habits in virtual deathmatch. There's only one possibility. That is, in the virtual deathmatch, Su Yuan didn't use his full strength at all. Weak to weak, strong on strong. Su Anyun was able to detect the change in Su Yuan's fighting level. Su Yuan naturally also saw Su Anyun's unusualness. Why is this guy so fierce? A tigress? Every punch and palm strike, the timing and angle are perfect. It embodies the three key words of fast, accurate and ruthless to the fullest. If it weren't for the fact that he had been specially trained for quite some time in the battle map world, not really a match for her. Speaking of which, Su Anyun's guess was really right. It was true that Su Yuan did not use his full strength in the virtual deathmatch, because being in the world of battle map is exhausting and desperate enough. There are evil spirits in the front, back, left and right. There are killing machines in all directions, and all he could count on was himself. It is in such situations that one's fighting instincts are most sharpened. So later in life, he even used the original brutal virtual deathmatch as a relaxation. Seeing those ferocious beasts that were originally itching to be abused over and over again, all of them felt relatable in the face. Not to mention the fact that the growth in spiritual power had caused Su Yuan's insight and reaction power to increase drastically. That's why he seemed to be at ease when facing Su Anyun's offense. Noticing Su Anyun's disorganized rhythm of attack, Su Yuan deliberately spoke out to flirt. I've been told there's no need to hold back. What are you doing now? In the face of Su Yuan's flirting, Su Anyun was expressionless. Originally, she didn't think much of it, but now she preferred Su Yuan in virtual space. At the very least it won't be so talkative. What a wonderful fight. This is too much, isn't it? Is this really the level a student can achieve? Why are the two of them so good in real life? Temporary base. The teachers of Ereshur City marveled, clearly stunned by Su Yuan and Su Anyun's performance. Not only that, even Shangwan-ru's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. These two guys, dare I say I didn't use my full strength at all in the virtual deathmatch, did I? Regardless of whether it was Su Yuan or Su Anyun, the fighting qualities displayed in this heavenly pride duel, all of them are way better than in a virtual deathmatch. Thanks to the fact that I was worried about playing them both up before. Looks like we'll have to step up our efforts in the future. Shangwan-ru thought silently in her mind and planned to add some fierce material to the two when she returned. Beside her, Jo-ru was even looking at the two silhouettes entwined in the screen as if they were babies. Eyes glowing, top-notch companion talent, pristine social background, horrific combat prowess. It would be a waste not to bring them both back to the War Department. At this point, Shangwan Meng, who had never opened her mouth since coming here, suddenly asked crisply, "You guys, the two of them, who's stronger?" Shangwan-ru's petite body gave a beat and said without hesitation, "Then it must be Su Yuan who is stronger." Jo-ru, however, shook his head. "I don't think so. I also originally thought that Su Yuan had a solid victory, but then I thought about it carefully and Su Anyun's talent was clearly more bizarre and mysterious, but she chose to fight Su Yuan in close combat, which was a way of raising her shortcomings and avoiding her strengths. It's clearly a sign of extreme confidence. Furthermore, Su Anyun has some very lethal abilities in her talent. Because the opponent was Su Yuan and not a ferocious beast, she was unable to perform. If it's a real fight to the death, it's not so easy to say whether you'll win or lose. Shangwan-ru kept giving him glances. "Brother, listen to me. The water is too deep for you to grasp." Favorably, Jo-ru was completely unaware of it, still staring at the screen, and with his own professional vision. The old gods analyze. Shangwan Meng's head tilted gently as she looked towards Shangwan-ru. "He's your friend?" Shangwan was sweating like a pig. "Count on it." "Sort of." "Oh." Shangwan Meng gently nodded, then poked Jo-ru who was on the side. "You come out here with me for a minute." "Jo-ru?" He looked at Shangwan-ru, but Shangwan-ru had her eyes on the nose and her nose on the heart, oblivious to his confused gaze. He was a little puzzled that he was better acquainted with Shangwan-ru, but there wasn't much of a connection with this famous demoness. But the other party was after all a feudal marquis powerhouse, and even if she was no longer one of the four pillars, she still had an honorable status, so he followed Shangwan Meng out. After a while, the two returned, Shangwan Meng pacing briskly and humming a little song. Jo-ru, who followed her, clenched her fists as if she had suffered some great grievance. Seeing this, Shangwan-ru asked tentatively, "Who do you think is strong now?" After a short silence, Jo-ru's eyes were firm, just like the declaration he made before enlisting in the army back then. "Then it must be Su Yuan who is strong. What's there to say?" The battle went to a white-hot stage. Su Anyun still didn't give up easily after realizing that Su Yuan's fighting qualities were far beyond imagination. Instead, he favored disbelief and continued to tangle with it for a while. As for Su Yuan, since there's still a long time until the end of the exams, he also just played along as if he were playing with his little sister and saw what he could do. In the end, Su Anyun finally determined that she couldn't win against Su Yuan in a physical fight, so she planned to stop holding back. But at that moment, a silhouette broke into the two men's field of vision. Heck, it just reached 30,000 points. Moronbai, who also wanted to come and try the boss challenge. He definitely couldn't beat a third-rank boss on his own, but the other he wasn't so sure. With a strengthened ghost spirit coupled with a Rakshasa body, there is some hope of taking the boss down. It was only when he saw Su Yuan and Su Anyan that his complexion was a little unsightly. He had thought that he had killed the ferocious beasts fast enough, but he hadn't thought that Su Yuan and Su Anyan. How can they all be faster than him? Su Anyan was fine with it. After all, her talent was somewhat similar to her own. All of them could diverge into another helper to hunt the ferocious beasts together, doubling the efficiency of the hunt. But what about Su Yuan? And on what basis? Morongbai's expression was cloudy, but when he realized that Su Yuan and Su Anyan were fighting each other for the ownership of the boss, he turned his thoughts to a sinister smile. He closed the distance between the two men and raised his voice. Student Su Yuan's score on the body data test is much higher than ours. If you want to take first place, why don't we put the ice on our relationship and join forces to defeat him after? How about deciding the ownership of the boss again? As the words fell, he didn't wait for Su Anyan to reply and directly launched an attack towards Su Yuan, because in his opinion, Su Anyan had no reason to object. But it was at this time, Su Anyan, who had already pulled away from Su Yuan, frowned slightly as the shadows wriggled in her hands. It transformed into a long shadow whip and violently lashed towards Morongbai. The sound of breaking air came. Morongbai's face changed violently, and he stopped his footsteps stiffly. Instead, the long whip of shadows landed 2 inches in front of him, whipping a deep scar into the ground. Morongbai's face turned blue with anger. What are you doing? Su Anyan only gently spat out a single word. Roll. Su Yuan revealed a playful smile as he first looked at Su Anyan. 1 minute truce. No problem? Su Anyan retrieved her long shadow whip, her expression bland, and she didn't speak. Su Yuan knew that she was acquiescing to her proposal, so the gaze fell on Morongbai. Coffin face. Have you ever heard the phrase? What are you trying to say? Morongbai's face was gloomy. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth rose a little, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. In the next second, his figure was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, and he charged towards Morongbai violently. The distance of a few meters was instantaneous, and that demonic-like whisper resounded in Morongbai's ears. The gods fight. Mortals suffer. Chapter 92, Divine Transformation. Do you know what one force breaks all laws means? Humph. Morongbai was infuriated by the words. Just now, Su Yuan said he wanted a 1 minute truce with Su Anyan. So Yuan wants to take him down in 1 minute? Don't be so crazy. With a cold snort, he summoned the ghost spirit out and blocked it in front of himself. At the same time, he opened his big hand. Seals. Almost instantly, inside the body of that hideous ghostly spirit, a writhing mass of human skin emerged, wrapping the ghostly spirit's entire appearance in a. The changes were similar to Su Anyan's shadow armor, but much uglier and more evil in comparison. I know you have a means of restraining ghosts, and now with this layer of 100 refined skin insulating, I'll see what else you can hold against me. The corners of Morongbai's mouth lifted a little, and there was triumph in his eyes. This volume of 100 refined leather was brought to him by his family some time ago, and to say that, this thing actually had to be refined on its own, and he was tantamount to taking a ready-made one. But it was still considered to be one of the ghost spirit's natural abilities. So it works in real-world testing. Sort of stuck in a bug and taken by trickery. Oh, Su Yuan looked at the ghostly spirit wrapped in a layer of human skin and raised his eyebrows. You really don't look like a nice guy. Are you sure your family doesn't have some problems? Don't get a full house by then, do you? Although Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng hadn't yet told Su Yuan about Morongbai's specific identity. But Su Yuan himself could see from Morongbai's style of behavior that this guy's identity background was definitely not simple. That's why it's such a good idea. After all, his talents do all seem to be quite dirty. Morongbai smiled sorrowfully. Don't you slander me. This is all material taken from condemned prisoners. I'm a member of an honorable family. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Yuan's fist had already smashed into the body of the sealed skin ghost spirit. It had to be said that the defense of this roll of 100 refined leather was really quite amazing. Su Yuan's fist force that exceeded a whole ton landed on it, but it only smashed out a dent. It barely did much damage to the ghost spirit itself. Ha ha! Morongbai laughed rampantly at the sight. Without the means to restrain the ghost spirit, you're out of ideas, aren't you? Su Yuan stopped his stance and looked at the ugly sealed skin ghost spirit in front of him, thinking carefully for a moment. After a long time, he sighed, shook his head, and muttered, forget it. I was thinking of giving everyone a little surprise afterward. After all, you can't get fat by eating one thing at a time. But now looking at this arrogant look of yours, you really have enough to beat. Morongbai's chin was slightly raised, his nostrils facing the sky. What the are you bleeping dash? Before the words left his mouth, the second half of his sentence suddenly caught in his throat and froze. He met Su Yuan's eyes, and the latter, not knowing from whence the eyes had transformed into a light golden color, and a sense of oppression that had no reason to be there, came to life. You, what are you pretending? Murray White was a little flustered, but he tried to look less flustered but it backfired, leading to some stumbling over words. Just when he was in a six-pack, Su Yuan moved. For some reason, his movements clearly looked like they were slowing down several times, but in reality, yet faster than before. Almost instantly, he reappeared before the seal-skinned ghostly spirit, and the pale golden eyes of the hook punch that didn't contain a bit of emotion and contained terrifying power, heavily smashed into the body of the seal. Pust, the very first punch. Su Yuan nearly made a shallow dent in the cover. However, this punch had actually directly pierced through this roll of 100 refined leather. ***. Liar. Morongbei directly stepped on the horse and looked stupid. He originally thought that with this volume of 100 refined skin given to him by his family as a base card, he would definitely be able to take down Su Yuan, and he ruthlessly slapped Su Yuan's face in the subsequent, one-on-one sparring session, live broadcast facing the 6 cities. What kind of monster did this guy turn out to be? The one that can punch out 100 refined skin? It just doesn't make sense. However, Su Yuan, didn't stop. It was as if he'd found a durable sandbag that used that sealing ghost spirit as the perfect object for practicing your punches. A fist fell as densely as rain, instantly sifting the sealed skin ghost spirit into a sieve. Finally, when Su Yuan stopped, the ghostly spirit had dissipated, and the volume's cover was even more tattered and torn as it fell to the ground. Gollum! Morongbai's throat rolled. There was panic in his eyes, confusion, shock, but more than that, fear. He looked at Su Yuan, who was walking towards him step by step, and fell backward onto the ground with a thud, hands and feet backed up. This guy is definitely not human. Help me, hurry! He suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs ruefully. Su Yuan knew who he was calling out to. It was calling out to the other personality within him. Compared to Morongbei, that guy was barely watchable. So he stopped and stared at Morongbei, who was scared less by himself, with interest, waiting for another personality to emerge within him. But after a while, that personality never showed up. What is this? Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked. He's not coming out to fight me? Morongbei was also confused. Shouldn't I? In the past, with that guy's arrogant character of I'm the best in the world, shouldn't you come out and teach Su Yuan a hard lesson? Or is it that he conceded defeat? Since it's not coming out, forget it. Su Yuan walked towards Morongbei with a look of pity. You, what are you doing? Morongbei was like a scared bird. I'm telling you, we've got a live feed on our bracelets. The people in the temporary base are watching now. You don't mess around. Don't worry, it's definitely not going to be a mess. With a smile on his lips, Su Yuan walked over to Morongbei and grabbed his feet with one hand, and then picked him up like a chicken. First, he slammed him across the floor from side to side, giving him a little gentle pawing to the head. Even the ribs were broken several times, and then it was like throwing a javelin. Go you! Morongbei was instantly thrown away, out of sight by a long shot. In the last moment before he vomited blood and passed out, Morongbei used all his strength in his life to pressed the energy saver on the bracelet. Temporary base. The crowd was silent as they watched the scene on the security camera. The other people only felt that Su Yuan was just too ferocious. Only Shangguan Ru, Shangguan Meng, and Zhou Ru, who knew the Morong family's details, were clear about how terrifying the battle power Su Yuan had just displayed was. Ghost Spirit Sealing Skin, a secret technique of the Morong family, even if the level of the cover that Morongbei is now able to harness is very low. However, when withstanding Su Yuan's initial 1-ton upward punching force, only a shallow dent was left behind, and the amazing defensive strength of the seal was thus evident. But then that state of Su Yuan, he actually hardened that roll of seal. Zhou Ru took a deep breath. If at the very beginning, he said that Su Yuan was the strongest, there was still a small external factor in it. Then, he was certain that this level of power was enough to break all laws with one force. Su Yuan against Su Anyun. If he was as serious as he was just now, it was enough to crush. Shangguan Ru was even more desperate to cry. All she wanted to do now was to hold Su Yuan down in a corner and interrogate him. Can there be a little trust between people anymore? With this level of power, you should have said so. I'll just fill you up to the fullest. Also, she found out one more thing. That's the kind of behavior that Su Yuan just threw Morong by flying out of the room. How come it's a little bit like when my oldest sister threw herself? Is this the legendary match? Shangguan Meng of course also discovered this, and on that stunningly beautiful little face, her smile was like a flower. It's finally clearing up. Su Yuan clapped his hands, and after all this time figuring out he had successfully mastered that state that originally could only erupt at the point of a life crisis. He named it Divine Transformation. which could drastically increase the strength of the physical body. The current boost is about double that. He turned his head to look at Su Anyan on the side. It wasn't more than a minute, was it? Su Anyan's face was a bit unnatural, but she still nodded. Su Yuan stretched his back, the light gold color in his eyes faded a little, and asked leisurely, are we still fighting? Chapter 93, you have the supreme life-killing demon. I have the great sun dragon suppressing soul. Hit. Still no fight. That's a problem. But to the crowd that was following the battle of the heavens pride in real time in the temporary base, the question is simple. That's definitely not a fight. The kind of strength you just displayed is simply beyond the realm of normal. Although Su Anyan is also very strong, but ultimately, she's only strong to a limited extent. And you didn't even use your full strength just now. She then fights you to the death. If I have to fight you again, I'll be humiliated. The vast majority of people think this way. But Su Anyan didn't seem to think so. She looked thoughtful and was slow to respond. The crowd was confused. How? Does she want to keep fighting? With her head? Favorably, Zhou Ru's eyes lit up, and she glanced at Shangguan Meng on the side without moving. Silent thought in his mind. Since Su Yuan was able to hide his strength, could Su Anyan have hidden certain cards as well? Although the probability of this is low. What if? Shangguan Ru also noticed something wrong with Su Anyan. After seeing the strength displayed by Su Yuan who had painfully beaten Morong Bai, Su Anyan should be able to realize that there was a big gap between the two. But she still hadn't been the first to return to Resuscitation Abyss's renewal of war inquiry. That means she's thinking about whether or not she can defeat the full power form of Su Yuan. The more outrageous things got, the more haunted Shangguan Ru's eyes became. Okay, you hit it too, right? Aha, I understand. I get it. It's good to hide some. It's good to hide. Leave me alone. I'm a big grudge. Compared to Zhou Ru and Shangguan Ru, Shangguan Meng was not at all surprised by Su Anyan's stubbornness. The first time she met Xianyan, she sensed in her eyes that this girl carries a certain special belief in her. Although Su Anyan's family background is simple, even Shangguan Meng couldn't explain where this feeling came from. But she had an inexplicable feeling in the underworld that Su Anyan and her were one of a kind. So show me what you've got. Su Yuqi. You should be able to take it, right? The wind blew across the grass. The two stood opposite each other, calmly staring at each other. From the distance came the agitated roar of the third rank boss from being imprisoned. Finally, Su Anyan spoke up. Go on. This answer was out of Su Yuan's expectation. There was a flash of confusion in his eyes, and he had thought of letting her know what to do. But why is this little girl so stubborn? A mule? Get ready. I'm going to do it. Su Anyan just said lightly. She was indeed shocked by the power displayed by Su Yuan. Is this guy's fleshly talent really SS ranked? No, definitely not. He's just like himself. Only because Blue Star's talent detection cap is only SS rank. You were just thinking about melee combat with him? It's overthinking yourself. She was willing to admit that there was no shame in it. But the physical strength is even stronger. What good is it if you can't play it? All right. Su Yuan nodded helplessly. Don't understand. But respect. And so, Xianyan moved. This time she did not hastily close the distance between her and Su Yuan. Instead, he relied on the interference of the shadow servant and the swing of the shadow whip, as well as his own flexible figure, to maintain a certain distance from Su Yuan. But that balance was quickly upset. Sis, I'm sorry. Su Yuan spoke softly towards one of the shadow servants before covering his entire body with the power of the Yao Yang. Gave her a hug as sister kill in the arms. The other shadow servant was like an enemy, while Su Anyan was expressionless. This was a break she had deliberately left for Su Yuan, and the time had come. Killing heart. This was the secret method of spiritual attack that came with the killing prison. A secret method that can make the enemy feel like falling into a killing prison, terrified, from losing the will to fight, and disorganized in mind, facing an opponent like Su Yuan, who was powerful but weak in spirituality. It's an absolute descending blow. Fruity. Su Yuan's figure visibly paused for a moment. It's now. The corners of Su Anyan's mouth sketched out a distinct arc. She, who had always kept her distance from Su Yuan, stormed up in her figure and, in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Su Yuan's body. You, lost after all. Using her left foot as a base, she raised her right leg high, intending to deliver a side whip kick that end this fight. But it was at this time. The mutation was sudden. Su Yuan, who should have been frozen in his movements, in a trance, and unable to react, somehow managed to reach out a hand at this point in time, grabbing Su Anyan's long, slender jade leg that was whipping at him. He slightly sidestepped his head with a slight confusion in his eyes. What? Su Anyan's brain briefly went blank. She was completely unable to understand why Su Yuan was even able to get under her killing heart, still able to react to her offense. That's not possible. Asshole. She tried to retract her leg in panic, but Su Yuan's hand was unbreakable like an iron clamp. It left her just frozen in place. Oh, sorry. Su Yuan let go of his hand. Just a moment ago, he was subjected to a burst of psychic attack that. It was as if he had been pulled into a hellish world full of slaughter and killing. It's a good thing that he's mentally strong enough to. It made it relatively easy for him to break free from the hell-like scene and block Su Anyan's attack. Just, when did he master the means of mental power? Su Yuan and Su Anyan looked at each other with the same thought in their hearts. Su Anyan's shock was even a little more intense, because she knew very well that Blue Star's knowledge of spiritual power was still in the barbaric and primitive stage. Excluding those martial artists who were born with an awakened talent in the area of spiritual power, the only way to reach the fusion realm. It was also after the 4th rank that a martial artist could initially perceive and manipulate his or her spiritual power. Again, spiritual power, though it is birthed from the physical body, but there is no strong correlation between the two. The cosmic stars are full of races with strong physical bodies but weak mental powers. There is no such thing as a strong physical body being strong mentally. So, why was Su Yuan able to resist his own killing heart? Does God really love him that much? On top of bestowing him with his unreasonably strong physical body talent, he also bestowed him with naturally powerful spiritual power at the same time? Who dash? Su Anyan took a deep breath, and when she looked at Su Yuan again, a hint of determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. So what if you really are God's favorite? You, still, have to lose. And so, she gazed at Su Yuan, sacrificed the supreme killing demon that he had visualized. At this moment, to the outside world, it seemed as if the two men were just standing opposite each other. No further confrontations broke out. But in Su Yuan's opinion, behind Su Anyan, a god devil had clearly appeared. That god devil was like a killing god coming out of hell, with a scarlet murderous aura lingering all over his body, chewing evil ghosts in his mouth, stepping on underworld devils under his feet, and the devil blade in his hand is even full of broken limbs and arms. Looking at the supreme life-killing demon that raised its blade towards him, Su Yuan had an odd expression. Do you have some kind of mental problem too? Su Anyan frowned slightly, not listening. Su Yuan didn't explain, but just shook his head and said softly, then let me heal you too. The words fell. A heaven-shaking dragon roar came out. Su Anyan's delicate body shook. A strong color of shock emerged from the beautiful eyes. Only behind Su Yuan, a great sun is slowly rising. A golden dragon soul silhouette emerged, with a dragon's might, and those brilliant golden dragon eyes that, looking out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the supreme life-killing demon in front of him. Chapter 94, Desperate Su Anyan. The sky is gray. Tomorrow, please don't come. Kill, kill, kill. The supreme killing demon had already arrived in front of Su Yuan, and the murderous aura that came to his face was intense to the extreme. Roar! The golden dragon soul roared to meet the attack. Whether it was a life-killing demon or a dragon soul, they were both manifestations of spiritual power that had not yet reached the point of being condensed into substance, influencing the ground of the present world. In other words, only Su Yuan and Su Anyan were able to see the materialization of each other's spiritual power, and the others, the monitoring devices, including those on the smart bracelet, were unable to capture the intense battle. So the group of teachers in the temporary base are all in a fog. They couldn't understand why just now the two had clearly begun to engage in battle, but now they were just standing in their respective places. Look at each other. What's that supposed to mean? As for Shangwan Meng and the others, if they were there they would definitely be able to detect the fluctuations in spiritual power, but now that they were across the screen, they weren't sure what was going on now, or if they didn't even think about it. After all, who would have thought that two rookie martial artists who had just been promoted to the 1st rank that, being able to achieve mental engagement? This would definitely be taken as a pipe dream if word got out. Boom! In the battle between the two, it was ultimately the golden dragon soul that had the upper hand. It tore off the two arms of the supreme slaying demon. The sharp claws in its hands even penetrated its chest. In victory, its dragon claws stepped on the supreme slaying devil's body and, in those brilliant golden dragon eyes was a sacred and inviolable majesty, staring at Su Anyan who was already in a daze, and letting out a roar up to the sky. It's a declaration of victory. Immediately after, the golden dragon soul and the supreme killing demon both dissipated and went away. This sparring match in spiritual power ended in a total victory for Su Yuan. Su Anyan's figure staggered, and when she didn't stand still, she fell to the ground. Her eyes were confused. On the one hand, the mind was full of shock and disbelief. On the one hand, there is the weakness caused by the damage to the spiritual power. She simply couldn't accept the outcome, as it was a very different plot development from what she had expected. Why did Su Yuan possess such strong spiritual power? What was that brilliant sun and that golden dragon spirit? Is it a gift? Or was it obtained through secret cultivation? Su Anyun preferred the latter, because she had seen a similar secret method, that big sun. She had once met the true disciples of the star sect, who practiced the diffractive heavenly observation sutra. Spiritual energy could manifest into the stars of the heavens, but at the initial stage, they could only diffuse a great sun. But the diffractive heavenly contemplation sutra was a secret method of spiritual cultivation that was still above the Hingsha prison suppression diagram. It was the star sect's untold secret. Not to mention Su Yuan, even in the entire outer universe there weren't many who were qualified to cultivate it. She wasn't doubting that Su Yuan was cultivating the diffractive heavenly observation scripture. She was just using it as an example, judging that Su Yuan had gotten it through the secret method of cultivation. But the question of the origin of this secret method was confusing. As for that dragon soul, Su Anyun was even more familiar. A person who hones his spiritual power with dragon soul beads, after constantly devouring dragon souls, spiritual power can carry its own dragon power, and it can also condense and manifest the corresponding dragon spirit for offense or defense. But how could Su Yuan have the dragon soul pearl? Too many questions appeared in Su Anyun's mind, causing her to be a little confused for a moment. And in the midst of this chaos, she even entertained a thought that even she found a little mind-boggling. Su Yuan, had it been reborn back from the stars, just like her? Thinking of this, she jerked her head up and looked at Su Yuan, who was walking towards her. Coldly, he asked in the universal language of the cosmic stars, "Who the hell are you?" Su Yuan blinked. "What's that bird language you're yakking about?" Su Yen. She had always observed Su Yuan's eyes just now. There was only confusion and bewilderment in it, not any of the panic that comes from having your identity revealed. So she could also be roughly certain that, "I don't think he's ever been in contact with a starry civilization." Just so, her confusion deepened. Since he hadn't come into contact with a starry sky civilization, how on earth had Su Yuan mastered the secret method of spiritual power? It's impossible to say that he realized it on his own. It's so counterintuitive. It's like someone who never studied physics built his own nuclear weapon. "Hey, are you okay?" Su Yuan walked over to Su Anyun and extended his hand towards her. Su Anyun hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she lent her hand to his and stood up. She lost. She wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. She just didn't want to lose for no reason. That just now. What the hell was that all about? She gazed at Su Yuan, trying to get an answer from him. What's going on? Great sun, dragon soul. Oh, Su Yuan thought about it and once again pushed it to talent, which was an almighty excuse, probably born with it. Su Anyun fell silent. At this time, Su Yuan asked in turn, "What about you? And where did you get that thing?" "I was born with it too." It was even more unlikely that Su Anyun would expose the fact of her own rebirth, so she followed Su Yuan's excuse. "Then you're still asking me?" Su Yuan was helpless, except that when he thought of the god devil that Su Anyun's spiritual power had manifested, couldn't help but speak again. "By the way, are you sure you don't have any mental problems? That thing doesn't look like it would go well with your beauty queen style." Su Anyun didn't say anything. She turned and walked away. She lost. It is naturally impossible to continue to rely on it. Just before she could take a few steps out, she suddenly froze in place, because she realized something very serious. Just now she was only thinking about Su Yuan, and forgot. Tomorrow is the second comparison. He himself originally had full confidence that he would win against Su Yuan in the second comparison, and the source of this confidence was that one's spiritual power was definitely enough to crush Su Yuan. It made the battle power he was able to exert 10 times less than 1. But now what? Reality slapped her starkly in the face. Su Yuan in terms of spiritual power, it's also stronger than her. Does the system care about whatever tactics he uses? Won't. So in tomorrow's comparison, what is she going to win against Su Yuan? What are her odds of winning? Keep in mind that the system's dog-licking adventure is tiered just like the resource rewards. Last time it was making a love breakfast. What will it be this time? The deepest human fear is the fear of the unknown. This phrase could not be more appropriate to describe the current Su Anyun. If you can. She hoped that tomorrow would never come. She closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the blue sky was so gray. At this particular time, Su Yuan, who had noticed her abnormality, came again with a voice from behind. "Hey, are you sure you're okay?" She took a deep breath. The light tone was the last of her stubbornness. I'm fine. With that, he took a step towards the outside of the boss area. It was just that walk that looked as if it had lost its soul. Something like a walking corpse. Chapter 95, the fox enchantment technique has not yet been collected. The way to break the situation may be within it. Strange. That's weird. A woman's heart. a needle in the bottom of the sea. Su Yuan shook his head and stopped paying attention to Su Anyan's side. She's the one who has to fight. And she's the one who loses her mind when she loses. That said, he was a little confused as to how the loss hit him so hard. Looking at that, people who didn't know better thought the sky was falling. But she can actually use spiritual power as well. Could this be the legendary genius? Su Yuan knew very well that he had reached his current achievements through diligently practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra and daily abusing each other with the Yinglong Dragon Soul. What does she have? She has nothing. To be honest, Su Yuan felt sorry for her. She could certainly make a big splash in the future if she didn't have herself. It's just a shame there are no ifs in this world. Being both open and hardworking and being this strong is what I deserve. So you'll have to be entrusted with the green leaf. Thinking so, Su Yuan cast his gaze into the depths of the boss area. The bursts of roar that came from there sounded synonymous with power and terror to the other candidates, but in Su Yuan's eyes, this was its call to itself. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. If memory serves, in the history of the 6 cities joint examination, no one has managed to kill the boss yet. You should be able to reap a lot of shock value by breaking this record yourself, right? Not long after, Su Yuan arrived at the core area. This place is guarded by a 4th-ranked powerhouse sent by the military. Hello, I want to challenge the boss. Here are my points. Su Yuan displayed the point count on his bracelet and satisfied the 30,000 point entrance requirement. Yes, the watcher's eyes gleamed. In the military, it's always been about strength. A celestial pride capable of challenging a 3rd-order boss, as long as it doesn't die prematurely. In the future, he was sure to become a powerful party, so he was also very polite to Su Yuan. Soon, the doors to the core area open. Su Yuan didn't hesitate and went straight into it. Core area. The 3rd-rank lower ferocious beast Thunderhorn Bull was going berserk, destroying large swaths of the woods. Its blood-red eyes were filled with tyranny, and the horns on top of its head even had lightning arcs flashing. It was a ferocious beast capable of transforming source energy into thunder elemental power. Suddenly, frenzied, it sensed a movement not far from the. He looked up at the figure that was approaching him. The person who came was none other than Su Yuan. He stopped 20 meters away from the Thunderhorn Bull. The ferocious beast was observed with interest. So far, he hadn't fought a 3rd-rank fierce beast yet. Rank 3 is, after all, the last stage in the exploration realm. A small leap in strength that. It was not a little bit stronger than a 2nd-rank ferocious beast. Even in a virtual deathmatch, Shangwan Ru didn't risk putting this kind of pressure on the two. Of course, when we go back this time, that's another story. Su Yuan could already imagine Shangwan Ru's grumpy face, but it can't be helped. In order to better achieve a shocking effect in this 6-city joint examination, he could only hide his hand in a small way. Roar! The Thunderhorn Bull launched an attack towards Su Yuan. The ground trembled a little with his huge body. The thunder arc between his horns had even condensed into a thunder ray, shooting at Su Yuan from a distance of more than 10 meters. Su Yuan easily dodged this thunder ray, just so that the ray landed on the tree behind him, cutting off the large tree that was the thickness of 2 people's arms. A little something. Pity. It's not enough. Su Yuan's eyes once again turned into a light golden color. The current him was able to maintain his divine transformation state for a maximum of half an hour a day. At that time KO Morong Bai. It took less than a minute. When both sides were less than 5 meters away, Su Yuan launched a mental attack on the Thunderhorn Bull. This was the maximum range that his mental power could extend at the moment. He was experimenting with the dragon might contained in one's spiritual power. Whether or not it had a deterrent effect on ferocious beasts, it proved to be more effective than he had expected. Even though the Thunder-horned Bull's sanity was not high, after feeling that dragon's might, it actually trembled all over. His legs went weak, and because he couldn't break, he actually did a knee shovel. Su Yuan steps aside sideways. That Thunderhorn Bull just kneeled and shoveled for some distance, and then immediately reared up. Ignoring the blood and flesh on his legs, he directly ran wildly, just to escape from Su Yuan. Run away? Su Yuan froze for a moment. Of course, running is not going to make it run. A whole 30,000 points. And it's a boss with extra weights added. So he started to boost his run. And when he was about to catch up with the Thunder-horned Bull, his legs snapped to the ground and did a front flip in the air. While leaping to the position of the Thunder-horned Bull's head, Su Yuan was in an inverted position in the air. Both hands gripped the 2 horns of the Thunder-horned Bull, and as soon as his feet landed on the ground, in an instant, the whole man seemed to be transformed into a hard ball. Waist, hips, arms, muscles tensed and transmitted force violently. Give me up. The Thunderhorn Bull let out a fearful wail. In the next second, it was forced to leave the ground on all 4 feet. and was actually thrown hard to the top of its head by Su Yuan. And then it hit the ground hard. Boo! A loud noise came. The ground trembled. Smoke and dust. In the midst of that flying dust, on the two horns of the thunder horn bull, the lightning arcs were bright and dark. It was like an old light bulb that had fallen into disrepair, and it, itself, had multiple broken bones and bruises. Temporary base. The crowd in front of the screen collectively turned into statues. Even if they had previously seen Su Yuan's ferocious appearance when he hunted and killed a second-rank ferocious beast, but the aesthetics of the extreme violence just now still left them in a death-like silence. What the hell kind of maneuver is that? Even Zhou Ru, who was used to seeing all kinds of demons, perverts, and monsters in the military, at this time, his face was also filled with shock. He slowly came back to his senses and looked at Shangwan Meng beside him without any trace of emotion. This guy. What a waste. That's right. That beautiful body heavy slam just now. If it were a normal third-rank martial artist, I'm afraid it's all going to break my back. And Su Yuan? He's only one rank. This kind of physical quality really deserves the words terrifying as hell. Of course, it would be extremely appropriate to replace it with rich woman extreme. Shangwan Ru gently swallowed, and a flash of fervor flashed through her beautiful eyes. This body, it's really great. Just then, Shangwan Meng's voice came leisurely. Yay, what's wrong with you? Why is your face a little red? Shangwan Ru had a jolt and hurriedly returned to his senses. No, it's nothing. I was worried that with all his rough maneuvers, it can have adverse effects on the body. Candidate Su Yuan completes the boss challenge. Successfully slayed the third-rank inferior beast, Thunderhorn Bull. Hunting area. All candidates received this message on their bracelets. ***. Su God. I'm still struggling to kill an awakening stage 4 ferocious beast. He's already killed a third-ranked ferocious beast? Whoa day. I want to play a cracked version of Gomu Life too. I'm tired of saying the word awesome. Everywhere within the hunting area, the shocked, awed cries of the crowd resounded. And yet the only thing I'm not jealous of is jealousy. Because jealousy only sprouts when you feel like I can do it. When the back of that walk in front has been out of reach. Leaving behind, only looking up and feeling. Candidate Su Yuan completes the boss challenge. Successfully slayed the third-rank inferior beast, Thunderhorn Bull. Su Anyun was indifferent to this message. There was still some time before the end of the exams, but she didn't continue to hunt the second-rank ferocious beasts. Instead, he went straight to the exit and ended his test. Final score, 31,500 points. She hadn't cared about the rankings in the 6-city joint exams, and had come to participate for the sole purpose of, it was to verify Su Yuan's battle power. Now that it's been tested, he's lost again. Boomerang to his face. At first she was indeed confused, but just now she thought long and hard. Re-energized again. We still have a full day and a half until tomorrow morning's comparison. Not until the last minute. The results would be undetermined. Besides, there is one most crucial point. It wasn't a life and death struggle just now. He himself hadn't used his full strength yet. Like the transforming void into reality. An extremely disabling killing move. She didn't use it. And when it comes to sparring in virtual space, there's nothing to be afraid of. Although, according to her estimation, the odds were still against Su Yuan. But, what if, as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, she wouldn't give up? At this point, it seemed to have sensed Su Anyun's stubbornness. The system pops up with a prompt. Ding! Warming up. The rating reward from the last dog-licking adventure, the secret method Fox Enchantment has not yet been claimed. The secret method is of high quality, and the way to break the game may lie within it. Su Yen? P.S. Additional, cumulative additional 6 chapters. In accordance with the 500 power generation 1 additional, it's 300 power generation. Currently 1200 power generation accumulated in the background and 1800 were credited. By the way, excluding power generation, gifts over $100 are also added. But people do what they can. Chapter 96, even if I die, I won't sell my sex. Foxtrot? Are you kidding me? Su Anyun didn't want to pay any attention at all. She has also faced many dangers, some of which have been perilous, even life and death. She can endure insults and humiliations. She can swallow her anger. She can bend the rules. Only this kind of sell sex, trample on the flesh of the underhanded trick, but never use. Nothing else, just principles. What's more, it wasn't like it was a life and death situation, so it was even more unlikely that she would use it. Rather, the system said that this secret method is of higher quality? How high can it be? Su Anyun was slightly curious and inquired 1 or 2 times. This secret technique is the secret technique of the Skyfox clan, among the 10,000 clans of the stars, and is of extraordinary utility. The Skyfoxes? Su Anyun was a bit surprised. This is indeed a powerful race among the stars. Only the Skyfox clan was also divided into many clans. There is the most noble and powerful nine-tailed Skyfox, whose main body appears, its 9 tails covering the starry sky, eclipsing the stars. There's also the mysterious and bizarre heavenly curse fox, which brings disaster wherever it appears, or even extinction holocaust. As for this fox charming technique, I think it should be the secret technique of the Tianmei lineage and the Skyfox clan. All the foxes in the heavenly charmed fox lineage have the most beautiful faces. It was the most beloved favorite of one of the top forces in the outer universe, the Entertainment to Death Universe Unlimited Corporation. The several heavenly charming fox actresses who debuted under its banner had caused countless powerful people to follow them. Jealousy over them. Only Su Anyan suddenly reacted. If this secret technique fox enchanting technique is really the secret technique of the Tianmei clan, then in comparison to doesn't that somewhat dwarf the resources gained from the victory system? Explain? Ding. Although the quality of the secret art is high, it requires constant cultivation and refinement, instead of achieving the effect of the heavenly enchanted fox clan as soon as it is used. Alright. Su Anyan stopped dwelling on it, yet there was no choice to receive this secret method. The primary stage of this secret method only has mental mesmerization, but not the physical mesmerization part. Please don't misunderstand the host. Su Anyan. Mental seduction? It's a lot better than physical seduction, but isn't it just as much selling out? She, Su Anyan, would die. Even if she jumped from the 10th floor, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Everything in the virtual space is simulated by the system, and only the host can perceive it. When the truth is false, it is also false. When the truth is false, it is also true. Like dreams and bubbles, they are all illusory. Needless to say, I won't consider it. I have my principles. Su Anyan waved her hand, no longer paying attention to the system, and took large strides towards the temporary base. Now that a number of candidates have already been terminated early because of the use of protective barriers, when they saw Su Anyan come out, they cast glances and whispered and exchanged words. Isn't that Su Anyan from first middle school? It seems like exam time isn't over yet. Why is she out early? Asterisk. Daring. Is Sushin's name something you can call out directly? What and what ah? Now only Sushin has my approval. The god of Su has fallen from grace. Sushin all but slaughtered a third-order boss ah. This is the proper template for the top-ranked scholar. I reckon that Sushin just came out early and didn't waste any time because he knew he had no hope of competing for first place and had enough points to be second. Isn't there another Morong Bai? He's also an SS grade talent, and it seems like he's also reached rank 1. He should be able to compete with Sushin for second place, right? How come we haven't seen him? Him? Ha! I saw him just now, before Sushin came out. It was just carried away on a stretcher by a couple of paramedics. Seemed to pass out. Looked pretty bad anyway. Ha! What's wrong with him? Unclear. The murmurs reached Su Anyan's ears, causing her pace to pause. Why couldn't she escape being used by the crowd to compare herself to Su Yuan wherever she went? It's annoying, but she also didn't take it out on those who said she was inferior to Su Yuan, because it was true as far as it went. She looked indifferent and walked away. There was still some time before the end of the test, and Su Anyan didn't waste it. Instead, he directly began to cultivate while waiting, and used the shadow servant to assist in sensing and deducing battle techniques. As she said, as long as the results of the comparisons aren't in yet, then anything is possible. She had to seize every second. Even if she could only raise her battle power by a tiny bit, it might change the final outcome. In the evening, the Fierce Beast practical test officially ended. All candidates received the message that the test was over and returned to the assembly area from the hunting area. In the crowd's discussion, besides their respective scores, what came up most frequently? It's Su Yuan's name. None of it. Only shock. Not to mention Arashur City, even the entire Nanjian district. There's never been a monster like this before. Has there? The provincial scholar of the previous years had shown far less strength than Su Yuan at this time. Speaking of which, didn't those big city guys in the North District look down on us in years past? Saying that they want to draw boundaries with us. Humph. Let's see how Sushin ruthlessly slaps them in the face in this year's Great Martial Arts examination. Don't even have to wait until the Great Martial Arts exam. That group of people in the North District can stare at our 6 cities joint exam every year. So I guess they've already known about Sushin's power by now. Sweating it out? Aren't you, old buddy? When the scores were announced, the crowd's admiration for Su Yuan was at its peak. Zheng Yuan is even more people to rap, regardless of recognition. Full of pride. Look, this is my big brother's strength. Ferocious Beasts Field Test Arashur City Region. First place, Su Yuan. Score, 94, 200, with boss scores weighted twice. Second place, Su Anyan. Score, 32, 100. Third place, Morong Bai. Score, 30,200 points. 4th place, 500 points. 5th place, 2,900 points. The top 3 finishes are unquestionably no matter what year they are placed in. But in this year, the 2nd and 3rd place scores combined, both are only 2/3 of 1st place. This has never happened before. So much so that when the staff of the Arashur City Education Bureau sent this score statement to the education bureaus of the other 5 cities, they all felt as if they were dreaming. Those news media journalists who came early and stood by to hear the news. It was more of a good interview with Su Yuan, to this crazy bunch of guys that other people might find tiresome. However, Su Yuan happened to be thinking of relying on them to expand his influence and maximize the harvesting of emotional value. So he naturally accepted their interview with a big smile. After ending all kinds of business, Su Yuan could finally take a break. The next, one-on-one dueling session, needs to be by the 6 cities to harmonize their scores. The top 10 of the Physical Data Test and Fierce Beast Practical Combat Test were selected, so they were scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In contrast to the mapping nature of the first 2 tests, this link was more to show the people of the 6 cities as well as the people of other provinces and cities the elegance of all the heavenly pride. But it was predictable that Su Yuan would be the only protagonist in this 6 cities live broadcast. After returning to the city from the desolate domain, Shangwan Ru, even though he wanted to immediately go back and ruthlessly drill the 2 of them, but still chose to send them home for a day of rest. I don't have to. Su Anyan refused Shangwan Ru's offer. I want to get back to using the training equipment. At those words, Shangwan Ru had some small shock, and looked at Su Anyan's eyes it's like looking at non-humans. Every previous training subject, each one is crying out to escape their clutches and be able to have days of rest. And once they are gone, they never want to come back. What's going on here with Su Anyan? You actually volunteered for extra practice? I don't think you've been stimulated by Su Yuan to the point of insanity, right? Su Yuan was similarly puzzled. He hadn't seen Auntie Su for such a long time. He missed her, let alone Su Anyan who was her daughter. So he took off. Are you crazy? Su Anyan was silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. Why don't you go back to my mom? I still want to go back to the gym and train. Shangwan Ru. Su Yuan. What kind of words are those? Chapter 97, those who disrupt my way of life will be put to death. Because what Su Anyan said was just too thunderous. So much so that even Shangwan Meng gave a slight sideways glance. One is a daughter. One is the son of a dear friend who passed away. In any case, it would make more sense for Su Anyan to go back to accompany Su Qingling and Su Yuan to go back to training, right? What the hell is this inverted Big Dipper? But Su Anyan didn't want to explain, and just looked out the car window, which she used to show the firmness of her thoughts. Any time should be utilized. She really didn't want to lose and go on what she called a dog-licking dare. For her, it was an ordeal. To this, Su Yuan was somewhat helpless. What's this guy doing? A tantrum? This time, Shangwan Meng suddenly came up with this sentence. Auntie Su is home alone, so it wouldn't be appropriate if only you, brother Su Yuan, went back, would it? Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Su Yuan was at first at a loss. When he reacted, he realized what Shangwan Meng was talking about. As soon as he pulled her into his arms, he reached down and rubbed her silver hair into disarray. What are you guys talking about? A little kid's family. Where do you learn this stuff from? In the driver's seat, Shangwan Ru secretly glanced toward the rearview mirror, emboldened. Yippee! Shangwan Meng pushed aside Su Yuan's hand and pointed at Shangwan Ru in front of her with an aggrieved face. All taught to me by my sister. Shangwan Ru? Su Yuan sighed. Sister Ru, your ability to bring up your sister is really worrying. Su Anyan was silent, though she knew that Su Qingling had never actually been married at all, much less had any emotional experience. But she was also certain that both Su Qingling and Su Yuan, the two of them certainly don't have any special ideas per se, much less think about avoiding suspicion. Because there's nothing to avoid at all. But other people can't be so sure. Like just now, he didn't notice, but Shangwan Meng realized that something was wrong. What about the neighbors? Who knows what the others will think? At this point, Shangwan Ru was suddenly struck by an idea, and a flash of triumph flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. How about this? I won't stop Anyan from practicing extra hard if she wants to, but I have something else to do tonight. Dream will trust you to bring it to you for one night? So that Anyan can train again and I can take care of things. You can still avoid suspicion between you and Auntie Su. 4 in 1. 3 in 1. After she finished, a brief silence fell over the car. In the end, it was Su Anyan who was the first to speak. I agree. Su Yuan was confused. So where does Dream sleep? In your room? Su Anyan nodded. Could be. In that regard, she didn't really care. All right. Since Su Anyan didn't mind, what else could Su Yuan say? He glanced aside at Shangwan Meng, who was grudgingly fixing her hair, and held out his hand and a big smile. Dream student. More tonight. Su's doorstep. Su Qingling had gotten word early to wait here. In addition to her, there were neighbors from several blocks back and forth. There was no way Su Yuan was really too famous now, to the group of news media people who reported on it, portraying Su Yuan as a one-in-a-million supreme demon. It made everyone think about coming to open their eyes. 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside surrounded the Su family. It caused Shangwan Ru's car to move like a turtle for half a day before it finally stopped in front of the house. Hey, Ruler Li, send some people slightly to handle this and maintain order. Shangwan Ru made a phone call to the Arashur city ruler. She wasn't so much worried about Su Yuan as she was worried about the people on the sidelines. Looking at her own old sister's forced smile, she was really afraid that when the time came, her old sister would start to rage and throw them all flying. That would be fatal. An Yen, you're going to continue training? Su Qingling was a bit surprised when she learned of Su Anyan's idea. Aha! Su Anyan nodded and didn't explain too much. A trace of untraceable loss flashed across the bottom of Su Qingling's eyes, but she still encouraged with a smiling face. It's okay, cheers, but be safe and don't hurt yourself. I know. It wasn't long before the Arashur city ruler sent the security bureau to maintain order. The crowd then slowly dispersed. Shangwan Ru took Su Anyan and drove towards the training center in the suburbs with a kick of the gas. Passing through a traffic light and waiting, Shangwan Ru suddenly said, actually, you don't have to compete with him. Su Anyan, you can't get past that, can you? I can actually understand you very well, because I've actually suffered what you've suffered. Su Anyan listened quietly. She knew what Shangwan Ru was talking about. Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng, the relationship between these two sisters. In a sense, there was still some resemblance to the current her and Su Yuan. There was, and is, a lot of people who keep comparing me to another person. I've been the one who's been lagging behind, and she's so bright I can't even keep up with her. Shangwan Ru said with a light smile, narrating as if she was telling a story. But then what? I figured it out. There's supposed to be a gap between people. Why does it have to be a contest? Besides, so what if you can't compete? It's not like your enemies. If you can't beat them, you're going to get what's going on with the other side, between you and Su Yuan. I don't know what your relationship is like, but I'm certain that you will be no match. You can be companions. You can be teammates fighting side by side. Or, of course, you can be lovers. But this one for now. What's wrong with him being slightly more powerful than you? There's a taller man to hold the fort when the sky falls. It's like an older sister protecting her younger sister. An older brother protecting his younger brother. As he said this, Shangwan Ru's face wore a faint smile. Although her oldest sister bullied her a lot. But right. She was the only one who could bully herself. She remembers when she was going to start the Cloverleaf group. Those old things in the family said something, and my old sister just tore the house down. No one has said anything about her since, because they know that they have their sister on top of them. What's it called? That's the hold. Thinking of this, Shangwan Ru slightly turned her head sideways. There's no need to have to compete, don't you think? Su Anyan thought about it and shook her head. Nope. Shangwan Ru froze for a moment and said helplessly, why are you so greasy? Su Anyan's gaze was calm. I have reasons why I have to win. A must-win reason? Shangwan Ru wondered, jokingly teasing. What must-win reason? It can't be that someone forced you to surpass Su Yuan. No more than having to run naked in the street, right? Su Anyan's eyes wavered. It wasn't as dramatic, but it was actually about the same in her opinion. Who knows what kind of dog-licking adventure quest that unsuspecting system will release next? The other side. Su Qingling had specially made a sumptuous to the core dinner after learning that the two were making a trip home. Su Yuan, who was tired of eating all kinds of high-level supplements in the Hell Training Hall, can't wait to binge on 10 bowls of rice when you eat this home-cooked favorite. After dinner, Su Yuan helped Su Qingling change the bed for Su Anyan's room. After changing, what Su Yuan had wanted to do was to bring Guan Meng with him on the street to sneak around. But then I thought about that magnificent sight of being mobbed just now, and finally gave up. He could only bring Shangwan Meng to play games in his room. You can't do that. You're not allowed to reach out anymore. Neither can the legs. Ha ha. The two play King of Fighters for fun. Zheng Yuan often came to play with Su Yuan and was abused every time. This time it's Shangwan Meng. She huffed and puffed as she watched the villain she was controlling on the screen get KO'd by a set of relentless combos from Su Yuan, first prohibiting him from throwing punches. But with just her legs, Su Yuan still abused him, and she screamed for Su Yuan not to be allowed to put out her legs as well. So much for a fun time with the kids. After sending Shangwan Meng to Su Anyan's room and exchanging goodnights, Su Yuan returned to his room. Originally, I said I'd wait until the 6 city joint exams were completely over before reading it. But he's a little too far gone to resist now, so he looks at emotional value 214321. Wow, the burst rate is really high. I'm sure it still has to be this kind of wide open pretentiousness that's cool. A whole 210,000 plus emotion values, at a premium draw of 200 a round. 200,000 is 100 rounds, enough for a red bonus to keep. Cool. Pump the change first to test the waters. Su Yuan took a deep breath and directly came with 7 rounds of advanced draw. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 3 days of static space. Blue quality. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blood-quenching elixir. Blue quality. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining secret method unquenchable battle spirit. Gold color quality. Out of the money? I'm just testing the waters. Should I be so forceful? Secret method unquenchable battle spirit. A secret method invented by a certain race with strong physical bodies but weak mental powers to compensate for their shortcomings. After practicing this mystic method, one can cultivate the unquenchable battle spirit in the physical body. When one's spirit and consciousness are disturbed or attacked, and one's self-consciousness is thrown into disarray, one can trigger the indestructible battle intent. Lock onto the source of the interference and the flesh automatically fights back until it is eliminated. Unquenchable battle intent will fuse the cultivator's battle experience, memories of, and strengthened in one subsequent battle after another. Oh, there's such a secret method? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Although one's spiritual power was very powerful, as the saying goes, one should not be afraid of anything. If the other party's spiritual power is stronger than your own when you're fighting against the enemy, or they bed themselves with some underhanded tactic that interferes with their consciousness, this unquenchable battle spirit would come in handy. Briefly, he who disrupts my way of life will be executed. Chapter 98 Red Reward. Heavenly Origin Bottle. The second comparison officially started. After withdrawing the rewards, Su Yuan fused the unquenchable battle intent. It was the secret method that fit him perfectly. The first and foremost condition for wanting to cultivate the unquenchable battle intent was the strength of one's physical body. This was naturally not a problem for him who possessed the ancient god bloodline. Secondly, although the unquenchable battle intent was able to fuse the cultivator's past battle memories and experiences at the very beginning, it still needed to be strengthened by battles over and over again. And Su Yuan possessed the battle map, which was the perfect training ground. There were endless monsters for him to use as targets, allowing him to strengthen his unquenchable battle intent. Like in today's situation, if Su Anyan uses her spiritual power again to try to disrupt my consciousness, my flesh will be able to fight back automatically. And the unquenchable battle intent is extremely sensitive to enemy intent and killing intent. It's even able to judge for itself what to do in response. Subdue or just physically destroy. The person who invented this secret method is truly a genius. Su Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the system's lottery screen. Advanced lucky draw, 200 emotional values per draw. Current guaranteed progress, 10 out of 100. The remaining 200,000 emotional value. Enough to come up with a bailout. Are you in or out? Just do it and be done with it. Wasn't this one time you pretended to be a big one for this wave? Ding! Consuming 180,000 emotional values for 90 premium draws. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank Battle Skill Epiphany card. Purple quality. Ding! Congratulations on 2 days in still space. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 level 4 source crystal. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Ding! Numb. It's numbing. Before, every time I drew a prize, it was hard to save up a few thousand emotional values and draw 2 or 3 rounds. This time, I smoked 90 rounds in one go. Wasn't that great? Just when a message alert came through, Su Yuan realized something was wrong. Is the Go system secretly changing the probability? How is it that the chances of a high-quality reward appearing in a single draw are so high? A wave of your own pokies, and instead most of them are only blue quality? Purple quality also appears only occasionally. The 89th drew. Still not a single gold reward has appeared. WOJ. You're giving me a hard time, aren't you? Finally, at the 90th draw, a dazzling red light bloomed. Ding! Trigger the bailout. Receive a red quality reward. Congratulations on obtaining Heavenly Source Bottle Remnant. Red quality. Su Yuan? The Heavenly Source Vase? What the hell is this? What's with the word handicapped? The mutilated version? Su Yuan looked at a small bottle with an ancient shape that appeared in his palm, his eyes showing curiosity. The material of this bottle looks extremely special. It was even more gorgeous than the Tsung Dong Jade Spirit used to make the Dragon Soul Pearl, and the bottle was emitting a burst of arcane aura. Su Yuan looked left and right. Hardly see where it cripples, but Su Yuan didn't mind at all. The crippled version of it is all red quality rewards. so if subsequent draws can make it up, how fierce a being must this be? Tian Yuan Vase Remnant. Every once in a while, it can condense 1 drop of Tian Yuan liquid. The heavenly source liquid can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants and improve their quality, as well as increase the concentration of blood veins and stimulate the power of blood veins. Seeing this, Su Yuan was violently startled. Boosting bloodline concentration? Stimulate the power of the bloodline? Isn't this a coincidence? Although he himself possessed an ancient god bloodline, he had learned from the ancient god transformation that there was also a difference between strong and weak ancient god bloodlines. The topmost ancient god bloodline was able to inspire the power of all of the ancient 10 fiends. The most trashy ancient god bloodline, perhaps a kind of 10 murderous powers, couldn't even be inspired. He himself had currently succeeded in stimulating the Taotai power, and was certainly not of the lowest level of the ancient god bloodline, but exactly what level it was, he wasn't sure. And now, through this crippled heavenly origin bottle, it was able to condense the heavenly origin liquid. It is used to enhance the concentration of the bloodline and stimulate the power of the bloodline. Comfortable. Too comfortable. It turns out that the guarantor has such a big prize waiting for him. Brother Tatsuko. Misunderstanding cleared. I just don't know how long it will take to condense 1 drop of heavenly source liquid. I also don't know how effective 1 drop is. Let's leave it for now. We'll see when it's time to try it. Thinking so, Su Yuan took back the heavenly source bottle into the system space, looking forward to the first drop of heavenly source liquid. Looked at the panel. Host, Su Yuan. Realm, Exploration Realm, First Order, Medium, 5 True Veins. Mental Strength, First Apparent Rank, 3 Hertz. Cultivation Methods, 10 Changes of the Ancient Gods, Taotai Change. Great Sun Observation Sutra. Heavenly Element Cultivation Methods. Battle Skills, Grade A Battle Skill, 9 Regicide Lance, Perfect. Grade A Battle Skill, Shadow Flash, Perfect. Emotional Value, 23212. More than 20. 000 emotes left. And the panel has an extra column, Spiritual Strength. The initial manifestation stage, which should mean that one's spiritual power has reached the realm of initial external manifestation, and 3 Hertz, should be some sort of measurement value. Right, the vision of Su Anyan's spiritual power manifesting today. It definitely feels like there's something wrong. A little girl's family, making something like that, and hell, and the devil. I have to go talk to Auntie Sue. It's not too late, Auntie Sue should still be up. Saying and doing, Su Yuan left the room and knocked on Su Qingling's room door. Auntie Sue, are you asleep? LOL. The door to the room opened quickly. During the day, Su Qingling was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked sensible. And now she's unpowdered and plain, but even more beautiful. A silk nightgown emphasized that luscious figure. Oh Buchi? What's wrong? Su Qingling was surprised as she welcomed Su Yuan into the room. In the meantime, Su Anyan's room. The tiny little mass that had been wrapped up in the quilt suddenly poked out half its little head and, put your ears up high. Regarding Su Anyan's matter, Su Yuan did not directly say it explicitly. Aunt Su wasn't a martial artist after all, and didn't know what it meant to manifest spiritual power externally. He just sidestepped the questioning of the, ask Su Anyan if she had any psychological shadows as a child, and if she likes dark, strange and heavy movies and TV shows, but the answers were all negative. Yen, besides being a little cold in character, everything else is pretty much like a normal girl. Buchi, why do you ask? Su Yuan casually made up a lie and said that it was Su Anyan who seemed to have some violent tendencies recently, obsessed with fighting and killing and all that. Su Qingling's face was filled with worry as she listened. Could training have caused this? It's possible. I'll go back and ask Sister Ru. She has a doctorate in psychology from Longxia Academy, so if it's really a training issue, stop her for a while. After exiting Su Qingling's room, Su Yuan was originally going to return to his own room, but on a whim, he turned around to Su Anyan's room, gently opened the door a crack and, softly, freeze, raid, let me see if any misbehaving little girls aren't sleeping. The room was dark, only vaguely visible on the bed, a small mass wrapped in the covers, motionless. Aha, not bad, very well behaved. Su Yuan closed the door with satisfaction. The room went dark again. After a long time, a soft mutter came. Boring. The night rushes by. Su Yuan slept soundly. Shen Yan couldn't sleep a bit. She was grasping at every second to get stronger. Finally, morning. Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng hadn't returned yet. Su Anyan returned to her room alone. A system prompt rang in his ears. Ding! The second battle power comparison officially begins. Su Anyan took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. A life and death struggle without limits. I still don't believe it. Come on. Chapter 99, System. I want to receive the Fox Enchantment Technique. Ding! Comparison number 1 in progress. With the previous comparison, Su Anyan was already quite familiar with the process. It started out with the system simulating a virtual replica of the two men in an unlimited battle. If you don't agree with the results of the comparison, you can also enter the virtual space and do the actual work yourself. But the relative. To refill. Ding. End of first comparison. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Sure enough, Su Anyan's face didn't change. She knew her chances of winning were slim. This first comparison failed, as she expected. But the chances of winning are never 0%. Make the second comparison. Her tone was firm. Ding. End of second comparison. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Ding. End of the third comparison. Ding. The 78th comparison is over. Ding. End of the 100th comparison. Ding. May I ask if the host is convinced? Do you want to turn on the raise mode? Looking at the virtual prompt that popped up in front of her, Su Anyan didn't hesitate to turn on raise bets. Though the last Lick Dog Dare upgrade due to the raise is still fresh in my mind. But, even if there's only a 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in a million chance of winning, she won't even give up. If you give up on something because there's a high probability of failure, to cower because of the price to be paid was, well, inconsistent with her beliefs. This, then, was her martial heart. Raise the stakes. Ding. Raise mode is on. Virtual space is being generated. I wish you prosperity in your martial arts endeavors. A familiar feeling came over me. When the consciousness gradually became clear, it had come to the system-generated virtual space. Standing across from her was still the expressionless Su Yuan. He held a gun in one hand, his expression indifferent and cold, very different from the reality. Who dash? Su Anyan took a deep breath. Pressure. There's so much of it. But, pressure is also motivation. She will put her best foot forward and try to take the slim chance of winning. The virtual countdown in front of me quickly ended, and the battle, on the fly. Swish. Su Yuan was the first to attack. He is extremely explosive and fast. His eyes turned into a light golden color, and he actually opened the god transformation state right away. If Su Anyan hadn't predicted his attack in advance, perhaps just for this one moment, it was pierced through the body by that thunderous shot. Next time, Su Anyan was fully focused on dodging Su Yuan's attacks, but it was clearly not as easy as she had expected. After a few rounds, her body had already suffered quite a few injuries, and this was still at full power to dodge and with her shadow flash also reaching the perfect level. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have been stabbed into a sieve by Su Yuan. This monster. Su Anyan gritted her teeth and cast Killing Heart in between Su Yuan's attacks, and sacrificed the supreme killing devil. She knew that her spiritual power was weaker than Su Yuan's, and she couldn't defeat him through spiritual attacks, but it would distract him a little. Su Yuan once again manifested the Great Sun and the Golden Dragon Soul to confront it. Su Anyan also chose to turn defense into offense at this point in time. Bulldozing forward, he slashed horizontally with his tanged sword in his hand, and maneuvered a shadow servant that attacked from behind Su Yuan. Just like last time, Su Yuan didn't even turn around to deal with that shadow servant. Instead, he exploded the power of the flare sun backwards, intending to use it to directly extinguish the threat from behind him. It's now. Su Anyan's gaze was grave. Last night she was under tremendous pressure to join forces with the two shadow servers to push through. Again, attempting to reproduce an ability, while successful, has an even lower success rate than transforming a void into a reality. Wrestle with it. Shadow leap. I don't know if it was the system's intention to maximize her battle power, or if it was a factor of luck. Anyway, this time, she succeeded, and so the magic happened. In this moment, Su Anyan and the shadow servant, surprisingly, switched places with each other. The power of the flare sun, which had been extremely restraining to the shadow servant, when facing Su Anyan, the effect was naturally diminished by a large margin. Singularity Source Shield. Su Anyan was prepared for this, and with a light tap of her fingertips, the source energy that had been compressed to the extreme erupted. It counteracted Su Yuan's power of the flare sun. Immediately following that was the infernal blade shadow that had been promoted from subtle to perfect. The shadow servant, on the other hand, was holding a dagger in front of Su Yuan and stabbing down ferociously. This was a life and death struggle. There was no need to hold back at all. Su Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He seemed to see how much lighter the shadow servant's form was after the leap that had been made. The power decayed quite a bit, so he simply stopped blocking the damage in front of him, and reversed his right hand lance and, stabbing backwards from above his own shoulder. Su Anyan's pupils contracted violently, but still, a second before that lance blew his head off. The command Transform Void and Congeal was sent to the shadow servant in front of Su Yuan, only to see the dagger fall from the shadow servant's hand, and its entire being become even more illusory. The right hand went straight into Su Yuan's chest, and then, boo! Su Anyan's head was penetrated by the lance and instantly exploded. But at the same time, the shadow that passed through Su Yuan's chest cavity also turned into substance and held Su Yuan's heart, trying to pull him down with him. However, puff, flop, puff, the heart, held by the Shadow Squire, beat strongly, as if it were a drum. The Shadow Squire. Surprisingly, I didn't manage to crush it. Under Su Yuan's icy gaze, Su Anyan's headless corpse carried unwillingness and resentment, slowly sliding down to the ground, progressively colder. Su Anyan woke up with a jolt. Surprisingly not enough power. She clenched her teeth in disbelief, having a new perception of the perversion level of Su Yuan's fleshly body. Again, a few minutes later, Su Anyan, who had failed in her sixth practical battle, finally realized that, with just her current self, it really wasn't Su Yuan's opponent. Eventually, she took a deep breath and inquired, "System, are you sure that nothing that happens in the virtual matchmaking? Everything is a simulation, and I'm the only one who can tell what's going on in there." Back to the host. Yes. Su Anyan looked hesitant and muttered as if she was making some sort of decision. If the virtual space created by the simulation is accessible only to me, that would be the spiritual equivalent of me alone. The matter, on signs regardless of heart, it's just an illusion, not something that actually happened. Besides, I'm perfectly capable of picking up the secret method after. Let the system manipulate your virtual self into battle. In this way, I am not the one who sells his sex and uses underhanded tactics. Instead, it's the system. Thinking about this, Su Anyan's thoughts gradually cleared, and she ignored the system's response and asked, "System, the secret techniques that I didn't receive before are also considered part of my battle power, right?" Back to the host, counting. "Then I will now receive the secret method, and then you will manipulate the virtual entity, and if you win the comparison, does it count that I won the raise?" Back to the host, counting. "Fine, then I'll claim the secret method." Ding! Secret technique, Fox enchantment. Claimed successfully. After successful collection, Su Anyan looked at it roughly. One could only say that it was worthy of being a secret technique of the Sky Fox clan, and its effects were extraordinarily amazing. Even if one's spiritual power was weaker than Su Yuan's, one could charm him with this secret art. Not to mention the fact that the user's appearance has an additional effect added to this secret art, and she had absolute confidence in her looks. Su Anyan finally relaxed and revealed a victorious smile. In this way, the offense and defense are different. She's finally going to win. System, make the 107th comparison. Ding! The 107th battle comparison is underway. I didn't expect to end up receiving this fox charming technique. Forget it. It's enough to win the comparison to harvest resources. Soon the results of the 107th comparison were out. P.S. There's one more chapter in the evening to add to the King of Gifts for the Cold Berber Big Guy. Chapter 100, Shamefulness. From now on, please enjoy yourself. Ding! 107th comparison. Su Anyan smiled, as if she had already seen the share of high-level resources beckoning to her. The last time there were resources like Dragon Soul Pearls and Phantom Fruits, and this second time around the comparison, the rewards must be better, right? Right. The rewards of the raise are doubled, and you're even able to designate a resource to progress to. How should one choose between them when the time comes? Comparison results. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Su Anyan. She closed her eyes, then reopened his eyes. Must have misread it myself. How is that possible? I'm sure I'll win. Lose? Don't even think about it. Think. The smile on her face froze a little and she was fixed in place like a statue, as if the system was worried that she couldn't see the results. It also enlarged the font size on the virtual panel a little bit. The color is toned down to a big red. Loser, Su Anyan. Winner, Su Yuan. Several full seconds passed. It was only then that Su Anyan finally spoke slowly. Let me in. I'll do it myself. She didn't believe the comparison at all. Su Yuan's spiritual power was indeed stronger than his own, but it was limited in strength. It was simply impossible to resist the Heavenly Fox clan's charming techniques. Ding! Warm reminder, this system is fair and impartial. Are compared with the maximum strength of the two sides. There is no favoritism. Let me in. Su Anyan repeated. She didn't want anything else right now. She only wanted to see with her own eyes how Su Yuan actually resisted the Heavenly Fox clan's enchanting art. Ding! Warm reminder, the images may be too brutal, so please be prepared. Let me in. There was a fluctuation in consciousness. Su Anyan once again came to a familiar scene. Su Yuan stood with his gun, his expression indifferent, exactly the same as before. I really don't believe it. Su Anyan stared intently at the virtual countdown floating in front of her eyes, and the moment the countdown ends, straight away, he unleashed the fox enchantment secret technique. In this moment, Su Yuan's eyes, Su Anyan's cool and absolutely beautiful face had an extra something called flirtatiousness. The body became more and more attractive. The exquisite curves were blood-curdling. The whole person exudes an unrivaled seductive power that makes one's mind wallow in it, wanting only to make love to it night after night without caring about it. Sure, Shen Yan herself did not have this change. Enchantment is, in fact, a form of illusion. Seeing Su Yuan's figure froze in place instead of immediately launching an attack like before, Su Anyan's eyebrows rose slightly. I knew it. How could he possibly resist the Heavenly Fox clan's charming technique? There has to be a limit to mental strength. In the next second, a tang sword appeared in her hand as she slowly walked towards Su Yuan. For the first time, he stabbed himself through. The second time, he popped himself in the head. This time, she would do the same to her, but immediately after, she suddenly froze, because Su Yuan, who had been standing not far away just a moment ago, had suddenly swept up to her, and because she was too confident in the fox enchantment technique, she didn't even anticipate that Su Yuan would make a move. Just stood straight up, pussed. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan's lance had come in and out 7 times, juices flying and Su Anyan stood still, 7 holes in her body, blood gushing out wildly, but as if Su Yuan had fallen into a berserk rage, he directly dropped the lance in his hand, and grabbed her head with his big hand, smashing on the ground. Su Anyan, the bed. Su Anyan, who had returned to her senses, looked stupefied. Ding! Warmly, it's been warmly reminded. After a long time, Su Anyan finally came back to her senses. What the hell is going on here? Why was Su Yuan able to continue fighting despite being hit by the Heavenly Fox enchantment technique? And that berserk look was simply more ferocious than when he was fighting normally. Why exactly? Su Anyan tried to think hard. Suddenly, she was in a state of shock. It kinda made her think of a situation. In the Xuanhe starfield of the outer universe, there was a top family power with the surname Lu. The members of that family were horribly gifted in their physical bodies, if divided according to Blue Star's standards, as long as one is a direct blood relative of that family. Starting out all have SS rank or higher flesh strengthening type talents, except that the members of that family have a drawback, which is that it is difficult to cultivate spiritual power. Often, they are targeted by their adversaries as a result. Later on, a supreme genius of that family, with the idea of endowing the flesh with the will of the, created a secret method called unquenchable battle intent, which allowed the physical body to automatically face the enemy without the need to think. It's just that the Lu family is also considered to be a great clan in the stars. This unquenchable battle intent was even an unspoken secret of his family, with only the direct descendants being able to cultivate it. So how could Su Yuan possibly master it? One had tentatively concluded that he had not been in contact with the star civilization. Had he made a mistake in judgment? Su Anyan was puzzled, but just at this time, a system prompt came. Ding! Intent on a surefire win. A regrettable loss after a shocking reversal of fortune. The next thing to meet is the raised version of Dare 2.0. Su Anyan. Honestly, she hadn't even expected it to come to this. Originally, it was said that they would not receive the Skyfox Winks in any case, and then to receive the Skyfox Winks, but let the system manipulate it, and in the end, it's your own disbelief and initiative to cast. Obviously he had made it this far. Why did he still lose? Or is it going to be a dog-licking adventure? Calmed down a bit, Su Anyan regained her composure. Say it. What is it this time? Ding! Original dog-licking adventure, 1 soothing massage per day for Su Yuan. The contact area shall not be less than 10 square centimeters and the duration shall not be less than 20 minutes for 3 days. Due to the host choosing to raise the stakes and losing in the raise, the dog-licking adventure is upgraded. Upgraded as follows. Add the following conditions to the original dare. 1. Before you start, say, enjoy yourself. I'm going to start. 2. Keep a smile on your face throughout the whole process. 3. At the end of each session, ask, was it comfortable? Su Anyan? Even with the original dog-licking adventure, she can't take it anymore. Not to mention this upgraded version with an explosion of shame. It would be better to let her do that than to just kill her. Warm tips, raising the stakes is risky. Be cautious with confidence. Su Anyan's face was covered in frost. In favor of her, she couldn't help but carry it out. Eventually, all she could do was grit her teeth. System. Ding. How may I help you? Next time I want to raise my bet. Stop me. Ding. Copy that. But the system can only persuade. It can't force interception. It's alright. When the time comes, you'll show me today's dog-licking adventure. I'll be sober. Ding. Copy that. It's happening right now. Buzz dash. There's a phone ringing. Shen-yan looked away. The number says it's Su Yuan. The corner of her mouth tugged and she simply hung up. She didn't want to see the name Su Yuan anywhere. Now, much less want to hear his voice. Ding. End of second comparison. Please start your dog-licking adventure. Detecting a large gap in growth rates between the two sides, and in order to avoid total despair on the part of the host, obtained, Fangirl Status Plus version. Comparison time extended from 10 days to 1 month. Please make more effort, host. Fangirl Status Plus version. If we don't work hard, we won't even be able to see his back. So work hard. Work hard. Work harder. Cultivation speed plus 30%. Enlightenment and qualification increased by 20%. Suen Yen? Her own generation of empresses. Is this being despised by the system? P.S. Extra for the cold Berber big brother. Bowen thanks. Chapter 101, Suanyan, come to my room later. Forget it. Don't bother with it anymore. After all, this, Fanboy Status Plus, is a bit of a tough name. Except for that, the effect is still powerful. A plus 30% increase in cultivation speed would have been exaggerated enough. It turns out that the qualification and enlightenment also increased by plus 20%, which is even more outrageous. Knowing that one's qualifications and enlightenment were already among the top group, and now strengthened on strengthened on strengthened. Plus the development time has changed from 10 days to 1 month. If she doesn't hammer Su Yuan to death next time, she won't be surnamed Su. Who? Calm down. Calm down. Su Anyan forced herself to take several deep breaths, while also admonishing herself again in her mind. Next time, absolutely no raises. I swear. She had felt the deep malice of the system. The regular version of Dare pulls a face and can still carry it off, but the enjoy it, please, and comfortable? She was genuinely at a loss for words. Home. Hang up on me? Just now. Auntie Su asked him to call Su Anyan and ask her if there was anything she wanted to eat. He asked him to help bring him to the training center, but for some reason, Su Anyan actually hung up on him. Still sulking about being your underdog? It's just a boss, isn't it? It shouldn't, should it? It's not like it's a big deal. Besides, Su Anyan wasn't that petty. Is it training? That's not true. She never gets enough practice time. At this point it should have been too much to handle to take a break. Buzz. The cell phone suddenly rang again, and Su Anyan called. What the? Su Yuan picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, came Su Anyan's voice, which she tried to restrain. Beneath that calm tone lay a volcano about to erupt. What is it? Oh, it's nothing really. It's just that Auntie Su asked me to ask you if there's anything you want to eat. I'll bring it to you when she's done. If it had been before, she might not have wanted anything, but at this time of year, she has a lot of fire and needs to cool it down badly. Chilled green bean soup it is. Oh, the chilled green bean soup made by Aunt Su was delicious, and Su Yuan loved it. Only after he responded, he asked, half jokingly, is it still a gamble if you didn't answer my call just now? How about I let you have it in tomorrow's 1v1 matchup? Pop. Su Anyan hung up the phone directly. Asshole. Bastard. Su Anyan's beautiful eyes looked like they were spitting fire. Grabbing the pillow directly beside his hand, he slammed it hard against the wall. She came up with the writer keep smiling during service. Smile? How she smiles. The dog-licking adventure is 3 days in a row. Starting today. She's going crazy. The two shadow servants were trembling on the sidelines. They didn't know what their master was angry about. In the meantime, Villa 002 of the Royal World. The private doctor came out of Morongbai's room. Young master's injuries aren't very serious, although they may affect the 6 cities joint exam tomorrow. But the follow-up is not a big problem. Morongjian's face was gloomy. Yesterday, he used his connections to get the video footage of the ferocious beast's actual combat test. The image of Su Yuan fighting Morongbai was seen. That kind of warfare, far beyond the realm of what a normal genius should be. It had already reached the level of an unearthly demon. Normally, with Morongbai's talent, in previous years, it's not a problem at all to be in the top 10 of the National Budo exam. But this year, the Court of 12 introduced the Star World program. Only the top 2 in each administrative district can qualify. Several horrible monsters have appeared in the imperial capital. The family is trying to stabilize Morongbai's place. That's what sent him to the South River Borough, which had a weak track record in the past. As a result, who knew that there was now a Su Yuan, whose strength crushed Morongbai? Even that Su Anyan looked a few points stronger than Morongbai, but she's okay with that, and if another personality is in control of the body, it should be able to defeat her. What's going on with that kid named Su Yuan? Although the 100 refined skin isn't considered strong, but it's not like it's going to be punched through by a rank 1 guy, is it? Morongsha was similarly shocked by Su Yuan's performance. Watching the footage of that battle, he brought himself into Morongbai's point of view. Both can feel a strong sense of oppression. although his talent was not as good as Morong Bai's. But anyhow, it was also the top 10 of the National Martial Arts examination in their session. And there was no monster like Su Yuan in his term, because he'd fought the top student of their session of the Great Martial Arts Examination. 37-1. But Morong Bai vs Su Yuan is a 10-0 opening. Morong Bai 0, Su Yuan 10. Morongjin was silent for a moment before opening his mouth, his voice hoarse. As long as we can secure the top 2 spots in this year's martial arts exam and get a spot in the Star Realm program, none of the problems are too big. Morong Xiao nodded, but he still couldn't swallow that breath and raised his eyebrows. That Su Yuan kid is relying on Shangwan Meng to back him up. I've been beaten like a dog a few times. When the top student of my class entered the university, at first he was cowhidey as hell. Then every time he saw me, isn't it still polite to call out Brother Xiao? Talent is of no use. Have you become a supreme lord or a king? It's all about background. Speaking of forces, Morongjin glanced faintly at Morong Xiao with some amusement in his heart. He thought that he was born in the Morong family and became a direct bloodline even if he had a background in power? In reality, it's still not the sustenance of the Rakshasa body? Only still in the dark. Of course, there was no way he could just let Su Yuan off the hook. He could see that the relationship between Shangwan Meng and Su Yuan was not simple. If any other feudal marquis powerhouse looked at first-rank trash, that's not possible. But in the place of Shangwan Meng, it really wasn't. This guy's got no inhibitions. He's always been spontaneous. No one could figure out what she was really thinking. Because of that alone, he had to find a way to get Su Yuan killed. He withdrew his gaze and spoke languidly. Wait a little longer. In a short while, without Shangwan Meng's backing, a civilian genius is just a civilian genius. Gone is gone. Can't make much of a dent. After all, our beloved ancient chief can't afford to have one hand in Dacia, a country that, after all, it's our lineage that counts. Morong Xiao nodded, but suddenly remembered something else. By the way, I've heard that people from the military department are already contacting Su Yuan. What if he gets into the military? I can't wait for him to go to the war office. The place that, you have to go to war yourself no matter what your status is, and as long as you go to war, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Even transcendent generals. There are quite a few that have fallen. A meaningful smile flashed across Morongjin's eyes. Afternoon. Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng returned to the training hall. So, how was last night? Shangwan Ru took the initiative to claim credit, scowling towards Shangwan Meng. Shangwan Meng's gaze drifted. Well, not bad. Shangwan Ru turned to Su Yuan again with an eating face. What about you? How does it feel to bring up a baby? Su Yuan casually rubbed Shangwan Meng's small head and laughed. I always wanted a sister when I was a kid, but unfortunately it didn't happen. In the future, when you're busy, Sister Ru, just feel free to entrust little Dream to my care. I'm definitely more reliable than you. Shangwan Ru froze for a moment. It's over. It's over. It's too damaging. My sister's not really going to fall, is she? She stole a glance at her oldest sister, but Shangwan Meng was looking down at her toes, unable to see the expression on her face, and I don't know what she was thinking, but Shangwan Ru could be sure that sooner or later in the future, Su Yuan would know the identity of his oldest sister. What will he think then? Treating a madwoman who is a feudal lord, nay, soon to be a king, as a sister herself? And you said you'd take care of her? Think about it all scratching your head. Forget it, forget it, forget it, it's too outrageous to get involved in. Shangwan Ru instantly withdrew his gaze and coughed gently. Okay, then I'll trouble you from now on. Right, you can train today without going on too hard in terms of intensity. You have a game tomorrow. Doesn't matter. Su Yuan shook his head. Nothing worth my full strength anyway. Shangwan Ru, so arrogant. But what he said seemed to be true. Before the start of afternoon training, Su Anyan arrived in front of Su Yuan after she had done sufficient mental construction. Anything? Su Yuan saw that she looked like she was about to speak, so he took the initiative to ask. Su Anyan went out on a limb, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Come to my room after training later. Ha? Why? Su Yuan took a sip of the nutrient solution, a necessary supplement before training. I'll give you a relaxing massage. Put. Hear that? Su Yuan didn't hold back one bit. The nutrient solution sprayed Su Anyan's face. The two just stared at each other wide-eyed, and time seemed to stand still for several seconds. Chapter 102 Put it outside. You're a key target in the fight against pornography. Ryoko. Su Anyan reached up and wiped the nutrient solution off her face with her sleeve. Calm as could be. What? Did I say something funny? Su Anyan. Su Yuan's expression gradually became serious. He looked up and down at the man who had lived with him for a year. But the cool schoolgirl and iceberg goddess, who hadn't even said a few words, said word for word, "You're not really craving my body, are you?" Su Anyan's face barely managed to keep her expression taut. Tighter. Fists tightened. I crave your body? Who do you think you are? She had never met a man who had made her heart flutter. The guy who used to be a fellow ten yakuza confessed his love for her, proclaiming the universe that a passionate pursuit of her resulted in her beating the crap out of her. If it wasn't for the mission issued by this dog system, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Ding. Please don't shirk your responsibility if you're not as skilled as you are. Take a deep breath. Su Anyan. You can do it. Su Anyan struggled to control her expression. Don't you think too much? I'm just Dash. You just had another internet crush and want to practice your massage technique on your internet lover ahead of time? Speak the words of others and leave them speechless. Su Yuan now strongly suspected that Su Anyan really had thoughts about him. Last time, he believed Su Anyan's words, naively thinking that she was really in an online relationship, practicing the love breakfast routine on an online date. But when I think about it later, that excuse is just full of holes. The most outrageous part, it's the one that uploaded a video of her making breakfast and a picture of herself eating breakfast to the school forum and said it was uploaded by mistake. Su Anyan, you're surprisingly like this Su Anyan. Internet dating is a lie for you. Su Anyan was convinced. She said helplessly, can you stop being so imaginative? Besides, what the hell is with that look of being an enemy? Not to mention that he actually didn't have a single thought about him at all. Even if there were, shouldn't you? Forget it. There's no way there is. And it's not okay to assume. Speak for yourself then. Su Yuan pulled a small bench over and sat down. So much for the love breakfast. This massage relaxes. It's all about physical contact. Putting it outside the store is a priority for pornography control. If you can come up with a crowning glory, I'll oblige you. Su Anyan. It's hard enough for her to put this request out there. Can't you just say yes? And to give a grandiose reason. If he wasn't unable to beat Su Yuan, she really wanted to kick this guy's ass. Ha! What are you guys talking about? Don't you want to start training yet? Shangguan Ru saw that the two hadn't started training yet, and curiously came over to take a look at them. After seeing Su Anyan's face, clothes, and everywhere wet, she was surprised. Why are you wet? And Yan? I got it. Ha! Shangguan Ru turned her gaze to Su Yuan with a confused look. She just told a joke. I'm drinking my nutrient solution. I didn't hold back for a second. Shangguan Ru was helpless. Su Yuan stood up and gave Su Anyan a wink. Stop telling jokes and train first. Su Anyan nodded in silence. She was still somewhat thankful to Su Yuan for not saying what she had just requested. At least it didn't embarrass itself more. At the same time, she's thankful that the dog system isn't completely inhuman. There wasn't a condition of how many people had to know about it, or watch it, or anything like last time, or she couldn't even imagine what it would have been like. The training ended in the afternoon. Su Yuan walked out of the virtual battle capsule with a sore body. It's a virtual battle, but because the experience is so immersive, the mental and muscular tension is high at all times. The key, of course, is that Ru exerted herself too hard, and said herself that she didn't need to lower the difficulty of her training. Little pretentious, but also did not let you directly come up to be surrounded by several third-order middle-level ferocious beasts. The third order is supposed to be the qualitative stage in the exploration realm. There is a great deal of strength in each of the lower, middle, and upper sub-realms. He could kill a third-rank lower ferocious beast by himself, but against several third-rank middle ferocious beasts, then it's all about being abused. Right. It just so happens that Su Anyan was talking about helping me relax with a massage, although her motives are unknown. But I really needed now. In the past, it was Su Yuan who did all the stretching and relaxing on his own, but moving on his own, definitely not as comfortable as someone else moving. As usual, Su Anyan still ended her training one step ahead of him. By now, he was probably waiting for himself in his room. That's all. Just go. Anyway, it's unlikely to be the one who loses out anyway. Just as Su Yuan expected, Su Anyan was indeed waiting for him in the room. Only while she waited, she wondered, when the third comparison had been made, how was he going to retrieve himself from Su Yuan? Previously, each comparison was too rushed and only lasted 10 days, but now a full month of, plus the fangirl system plus version, S enchantment. It was enough for her to achieve a flying leap in battle power, or even to regain control of her battle chi, battle aura. It's immensely powerful. It was a high-end power that countless celestials and the cosmic stars could only dream of. A cultivation system that was very different from source energy. Only those who have gone through countless trials and tribulations without giving up. Only those whose minds are tough and superb and whose wills never wear out. It is only the power that can be gained. It's a sign of strength, a certification of honor. Even though Su Yuan's physical body was strong, but it still couldn't match the battle chi, unless he owns it too. But is that possible? No way. In the previous life of Blue Star, other than Shangguan Ru himself, there was no one else who had mastered battle chi. Her theories have never been recognized, and her battle aura has been viewed by others as her concomitant talent. Instead, it was a system of power that could be reproduced, and she had a premonition that she was close to regaining her mastery of the battle aura. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Anyun's body jolted. No matter how much she resisted this happening, the moment had come after all, and there was no escaping it. But she was still trying to convince herself that it was all just a test for the strong. There were 7 top academies in the outer universe, and one of them was called the Wunshan Academy. The rankings were on par with the Kenglin Battle Academy she was once in, and Wunshan CO1 has such a motto, which is said to have been left by its founder. The heavens must first be made to suffer and labor. How many supreme celestials in distress and at a low ebb have been inspired by these words? She believes that she, nowadays, is in this same link. Just get over the hump. The future will be bright. Definitely. At this thought, her face took on rather a sad look of generosity, and rising, opened the door to the room. P.S. Ask for some free power-ups, 500 power-ups, and I'll add more. I still owe Big Brother Cold Blood 2 more shifts. I'll make it up in 3 days. Chapter 103, Becoming a Maid Behind My Back? Metamorphosed into a sickly girl? The door to the room opened. Su Yuan and Su Anyun stared at each other for a few seconds. Come in. Su Anyun moved her gaze away in waves and paused. Remember to lock the door. Su Yuan. Click. After entering, Su Yuan unlocked the door. It's just that. What's with the special feeling? It's as if the two are going to do something nasty next. Okay. It's true that you don't see a lot of people. The 2 shadow servants self-consciously drew the curtain shut, leaving the room in total darkness. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Yuan opened his mouth to tease. If you turn on a purple pink light at this time of year, it will be extinction. Su Yen. Snap. She turned on the lights. Cold white lights. But she was thinking, since it had become inevitable that he was going to do the whole dog-licking adventure thing, so what can you do? It was to see if they could glean a little bit of high-level rewards from Su Yuan as compensation. If you can, try to get as high a rating as you can stand. So she glanced faintly at Su Yuan. Would it be a bit more of an experience for you if you switched to purple and pink lights? Her tone was detached and indifferent, but the words came out quite differently. That's just weird, you know? Su Yuan wasn't even sure if she was asking seriously or joking. He also realized that he couldn't understand Su Anyun as a person more and more. At first he really thought she was born with a cool disposition. After all, the two hadn't spoken much in the entire year they'd been together, but now it looks like, combined with a series of recent behaviors, that she's either a psychopath. Either it's a legendary arrogance similar to that of a psychopath, or a special version of it. Which one will it be? Fear. JPG. Not noticing Su Yuan's strange look, Su Anyun opened a side cabinet. She carried out a stack of pre-prepared towels from inside and laid them in layers on the bed. She didn't care that Shangguan Meng slept in her bed. 1. Because Shangguan Meng is a girl. Secondly, because I would go back and wash and change the sheets and covers and stuff myself. But Su Yuan was different. She was really disgusted. While Su Anyun was laying the mat, Su Yuan casually surveyed the room's arrangement. Whether it was at home or here, this was the first time he had come to Su Anyun's room. Everything was so well organized, with all sorts of things laid out extremely neatly. There's still a faintly girlish aroma in the air. It's pretty much as imagined. Okay, you can lie down now. Oh, Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and lay down on the bed. Right. He spoke suddenly. Have you thought of a reason? Su Yen. She moved a chair over to sit next to the bed and faded. I'm going to give my mom a revitalizing massage when I get home. But she's just a normal person after all, so she's practicing with you ahead of time. You guys didn't even come home yesterday for training. Auntie Su didn't say anything though, but surely I still miss you. And then you turn around and say, you're not schizophrenic, are you? Please be quiet. Su Anyun lazily ignored it. She didn't volunteer anyway, believe it or not. Right, gloves. Su Anyun would manipulate the shadows and condense them into a thin pair of gloves on her hands, but the system's prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! A minimum contact area of 10 square centimeters is required. There will be no contact area in the way gloves are worn. Su Yen. All right. She melted the shadows away. Before we start, need to shout that shameful statement. It was a really tough challenge for her. And keep smiling throughout the service. Come on Su Yen. You can do it. It's just a little frost. I think I said this last time, but why do I have to go through so much frost? Filled with doubts and reflections on life, Su Frosty, ready for the final psychological construction. And said the opening words of the dare. Please start enjoying yourself. I'm going to start. Su Yuan's body stiffened violently, his scalp tingled, and his hairs stood on end. Originally, what he was thinking was that excuses were excuses, and he wasn't going to poke holes in the. After all, one's body was really sore and in need of a relaxation session. But what the hell is that opening line? Su Yen, you're playing a game? No, it's not right. Wait, why did he feel so familiar with that slogan? Memories are becoming clear. Come to think of it, when Zhang Yuan failed to confess to Su Anyan for the 104th time, he completely gave up and sealed his heart in cement from then on. Dragged him to a maid escort store the day after school. The maids in that store are all pretty and have nice voices. Zhang Yuan gave him a set of his signature good maid knocking shoulders and pounding back great experience. At that time, before that maid sister started, she recited the same opening line as Su Anyan. What a coincidence. This isn't supposed to be some kind of staff training, is it? Su Yuan sat up directly, startling Su Anyan, who was about to start. She was about to frown and question, but suddenly realized that the himself. Why is your expression out of control? It's not. That keep a smile on your face service in the writer. Does it help you keep a smile on your face? Su Anyan felt a little bit crushed. In Su Yuan's perspective, Su Anyan was looking at him with a smile on her face. It's as if the Earth's signature painting, Mona Lisa. Though, barring that, this expression appearing on Su Anyan's face could be said to be living for a long time. And truth be told, in terms of face value alone, it's so overwhelmingly beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it and want to wallow in it. But it didn't look that way to Su Yuan, because that smile was familiar to him too. That made Sam laugh the same way back then. Although the face value is far less than Xuanyan's, the style is the same. Against the day. It's so anticlimactic. Su Yuan just looked at Su Anyan, hardened and didn't say anything. He wanted to ask Su Anyan directly if she was thinking of going to be a maid escort. That's why you practice your massage techniques ahead of time. But the question is, what is she going to be a maid escort? For money? No way. It's not like the family is in bad shape. Besides, with Sister Ru, a super rich woman, underwriting her, money is of no use at all. So it's not a lack of money. Is it lack of love? Why the lack of love? Could it be a psychological distortion caused by being high-strung for so long and barely interacting with people? And then like Morong Bai, another personality was born? Is this personality one of those love-starved puppy personas that is lonely and desperate for company? This ed-up world. But it's ing magical. Because he promised Auntie Su to take care of Su Anyan outside. Su Yuan has to save the young girl who was about to lose her footing from the fire. Su Anyan, you don't actually lack love. Su Anyan? What are you talking about? She felt insulted, and if it had been any other day, she would have crossed her eyes. But now she's the smiling angel, with a smile on her face that's so bright, and so splendid. Are you sick? Su Yuan's face was filled with sympathy. As she said this, she kept a smile on her face that had a morbidly eerie feel to it. At this rate, let's not talk about arrogance. This is going to develop towards a monstrous sickness. Su Yuan took the initiative to hold Su Anyan's hand for the first time. Gazing at her, full of seriousness, he said, word for word, it's not me that's sick. It's you. Su Anyan? Chapter 104 Running in both directions? No. Two-way torture. Caught by Shangguan Meng again. Su Anyan's hands were soft, cool to the touch and delicate as fat. But Su Yuan's attention wasn't focused on that at all. All he could think about now was how to stop Su Anyan's sickly trend. No wonder Su Anyan's spiritual manifestation was so bizarre at that time. So it turned out that the roots of the disease had been there for a long time. I'm really going to have to ask Sister Ru to do this. As a doctor of psychology from Lona University, she should be able to give Su Anyan a great deal of help in this regard. What are you doing? Su Yuan's sudden move caused Su Anyan's entire body to crack open. No man had ever held her hand before that. She jerked her hand back from Su Yuan's. I wanted to ask a stern question, but because of the keep smiling writer, the corners of her mouth were always slightly upturned. So that what are you doing? Limited by the shape of his mouth. It comes out as what are you doing? A similar feeling. With that creepy smile. How does it look like one of those kill everyone else because the protagonist doesn't love him, her, so that she is the only one left to love dark, sick and petulant text heroines? Su Anyan realized this herself, and she felt like she was going crazy. Calm down. Calm down. She forced herself to calm down and quickly figured out how to respond, since his own opening statement just now signaled the beginning of this great adventure. Then by completing the 20-minute massage relaxation task, and say the closing words and everything will go back to the way it was. Destroy it. She's tired. You lie down first. Anything until afterward. Su Yuan was silent for a while. Then promise me something first. You say, when this place is over, you'll go see Ru for a counseling session. Good. Seeing Su Anyan agree, Su Yuan then lay down again. but no longer relaxed as before, but tense and on high alert. He had read a number of comics and novels with similar themes. A vivid image flashed through his mind, such as, the heroine is holding a whip in her hand, while the hero is naked and tied up on the bed. Waiting for the unique favor of the sickly heroine. The heroine, holding the heart of the second female in her hand, looked at the hero with a smile on her face. Saying something like, I don't think you can fall in love with your heart. Blah, blah, blah. Su Anyan of course didn't know that she had already been labeled as a sickly petite in Su Yuan's eyes. All she wants now is to hurry up and end this ordeal. Then spell out everything you have to achieve every subsequent victory. Leaving the dog system dry-eyed and never again able to post such inhuman dares, she forced herself to put her hand on Su Yuan's arm. Only service with a smile is fixed. Everything else is up to her. The sensation of contact from her fingertips caused her eyelashes to flutter gently, and the tightness of her body too, no less than Su Yuan in the slightest. Because this contact is completely different from touching in combat. My hands. Although it wasn't to the point of being dirty, Su Anyan was still quite resistant mentally. Only, Su Anyan put a little more force into it. It's been ramped up a bit more. She felt like she wasn't massaging a person. She was massaging a rock. He felt like he wasn't being massaged. He was being poked and prodded with iron chopsticks. A two-way run? No. Proper two-way torture. Finally, 20 minutes passed. Su Anyan was relieved. What had seemed so shameful and humiliating as a closing statement, now it looked as if she was bathed in holy light and had come to save her from hell. She withdrew her hand and smiled as she uttered her last words. Comfortable? Su Yuan, it's really professional training, isn't it? When the maid sister in the maid store had finished, she had asked him so smilingly. Too. It's almost as if they were cut from the same mold. He sat up and looked at the red, swollen arm, but, by massage and relaxation, you mean rubbing my arms vigorously for 20 minutes? Su Anyan changed her face at light speed. How brightly and brilliantly she had smiled a moment ago. How thick the frost was on her face now. Now, please, immediately, leave my room. Su Yuan? Switching personalities? He stared at Su Anyan for a long time. Su Anyan also did not budge from her gaze. The eyes were cold to the extreme, and even the anger that was trying to be suppressed was faintly visible. Though she's much smoother this way, and at least she won't trigger her own Valley of Horrors effect. But that doesn't mean it's over. If the she from earlier was not cured, sooner or later it would become a hidden danger. You haven't forgotten what you just promised me, have you? Su Yuan asked. Su Anyan's expression eased slightly, because she knew very well that just now, when Su Yuan held her hand, there was no taking advantage or anything like that in it, but the main reason was his concern for his own, though the source of that concern was Su Qingling and not herself. Besides, the great adventure is 2 days away. If one's attitude was too bad, on what basis would Su Yuan cooperate with him to complete the dare? And most importantly, schizophrenia? That's kind of a barely passable excuse. At that thought, she pressed her inner emotions, and the frost faded a little from her face. No longer cold and stern, but merely indifferent and detached, as if everything just now had not happened. Didn't forget. But the one just now, it wasn't me. You're right. I'm sick. Su Yuan suddenly laughed. It's not easy to hear that from you. I thought you were going to be a tough talker. It's really okay. It's not a big deal if you have a disease. As for Auntie Sue's side, I'll keep your secret for now. With that, he paused to think of something, and then raised his hand and laughed. Of course, I'm willing to cooperate with follow-up treatments, if that's what's needed, but you might want to rub your hands together differently. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Su Anyan silently watched Su Yuan leave. Still, she spoke faintly about his willingness to help her with the follow-up dare. Thanks. It's okay. Su Yuan waved his hand in a dashing manner, leaving behind only a handsome back. When he was new to the country and still under the shadow of his parents' shipwreck, it was the gentle and warm Auntie Su who reached out to him and pulled him out of that sad memory. He'll never forget it. As long as Su Anyan was still Aunt Su's daughter, he had the obligation and responsibility to help take care of her. But when Su Yuan opened the door, the whole thing went bad. Shangguan Meng seemed to be just passing by. Seeing Su Yuan come out of Su Anyan's room, she first froze for a moment, and then those good-looking heterogeneous pupils blinked gently at Su Yuan. Holding out one hand in a yeah gesture, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Caught by me. Second time around. Chapter 105. Good girl. I'm here. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's really the second time. Only the last time was when Su Anyan came out of his room. This time it was him coming out of Su Anyan's room. It just so happened that they were all bumped into by Shangguan Meng. It's not. What a coincidence. And, how better to explain yourself? No, it's not right. Why do you have to explain yourself? Walk the walk and sit the talk. He and Su Anyan are innocent. Besides, how old is Dream? She doesn't know anything. Pity. Shangwan Meng doesn't seem to think so. She glanced towards the room behind Su Yuan, a hint of cunning flashing through her good-looking eyes. Smilingly, she extended her hand towards Su Yuan. Just please me or I'll tell my sister to go ahead and tell her that you two are in love. Su Yuan? What the hell? Him and Su Anyan? Not in this lifetime. You misunderstand. It's not what you think. Su Anyan also walked out of the room. Whether it's this life or the last, she won't be burdened by love. Getting stronger. Revenge was her only goal at the moment. So what are you guys doing in there? Shangwan Meng slightly tilted her head sideways, as if she was incomparably curious. Su Anyan had a bit of a headache. She knew very well that Shangwan Meng, as a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse, had strong spiritual power, not to mention the fact that it's through a door, and that an ant in the training hall is doing whatever she wants to. She could perceive it all. The reason she asks is partly the demands of the role she currently plays. As for the other side, Su Anyan is neither blind nor a cutie. It was natural to be able to tell that Shangwan Meng had some good feelings towards Su Yuan, though the source and reason for this good feeling was not understandable and strange to Xianyan. But it's an established fact. So, could it be that Shangwan Meng just wanted to see if Su Yuan would answer honestly? So what if Su Yuan lied? She had heard of Shangwan Meng's many deeds and her various names. To summarize, 8 words sum it up. All things are false. All things are permitted. You can't imagine what's going on in her head. There was also no way of knowing what she would do next, even if it's something so counterintuitive, so outrageous, so mind-boggling. As long as it appears to be Shangwan Meng, then everyone will think, isn't that how she is? Such people. It's pure insanity. That's where things get bad. If she mistakenly thought that she really had some unspoken relationship with Su Yuan, will she take any action? Don't look at her now with a big smile on her face. Who knows what's going on in her mind? Just as Su Anyan was troubled by this, Su Yuan added rather helplessly, Dream, I'm really not going to lie to you. The probability that your sister and I will fall in love, it's all more probable than me being in a relationship with Su Anyan. Su Anyan. Meanwhile, a certain pretty girl who was out purchasing resources felt inexplicably a bit cold. Shangwan Ru tightened the clothes on her body and glanced at the weather forecast on her phone in confusion. No, the temperature hasn't dropped either? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Shangwan Meng was first stunned. Then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly and her eyebrows curved. Wow, you're still thinking about my sister. I'm going to tell my sister to guard against you too. Su Yuan held his forehead. I'm just giving an example of the impossibility of a relationship between Su Anyan and me. Saying that, he passed Su Anyan a look to hurry back to her room. Then he pulled on Shangwan Meng's hand and led her outside. I'll explain it to you later while we eat. Su Anyan hesitated for a moment and finally spoke at Su Yuan's back. Just be honest. I'm fine. Su Yuan's footsteps paused and finally gave an okay gesture. After the two of them left, Su Anyan was about to go back to her room when suddenly, a system prompt rang in her ears. Ding! Current dog licking adventure rating, E. Level E reward, 32 styles of lustful SPA. Comment, oh, it was a terrible experience. Su Anyan? I thought the minimum rating was a D? Ding! Satisfaction is graded from DS. With E being a special grade, extremely dissatisfied. Please note that if you get an E rating on 3 consecutive dog-licking adventure challenges, the love compensation challenge will be triggered. Su Anyan? Alright. You're strong and you're right. There's no way she's going to watch or learn this lustful spa 32 styles, or watch some serious massage instructional videos, trying to get a D rating at the very least next time. By the way, what's the S-class prize for this issue? Su Anyan didn't even bother to ask for a reward for winning the second comparison, because she had already lost. It's better not to know. So at the very least it won't hurt too much. But the S rating in Lick Dog Adventure, if there's enough quality, make a small bid for it. Ding! This issue's S-class prize is 5 pounds of glazed star marrow. Seeing this, Su Anyan's beautiful eyes snapped open, and her breath caught quite a bit. Glazed star marrow? This was a necessary resource to cultivate the glazed indestructible body. The various high-level body refining techniques in the starry sky. The most lacking thing was the heavenly materials and treasures that corresponded to them. Otherwise it would have been a coquette, like she is now. The biggest gap between me and Su Yuan lies in the physical body. Comprehending the battle chi, it can even out the gap. But if I'm practicing the glazed indestructible body, along with the battle spirit, it'll be 1 + 1 2. At that point, erasing the gap? Nah, it's crushing. 5 pounds of glazed star marrow, plus a month of. It was enough for her to cultivate into the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Su Anyan's chest rose and fell. I could tell she was excited. She has been bitter towards Su Yuan for a long time. In order to be able to defeat Su Yuan once and for all, and to completely defeat him the next time, she decided to observe a little bit or two of that so-called lustful SPA 32 styles. S rating, one must take it. In the meantime, Grill, you mean, Sister In Yen has a mental illness and split into another personality. This personality is very unloved and wants to go to a maid store to be a maid and to feel loved by someone. That's why you were dragged to your room ahead of time to train in massage techniques? Shangwan Meng wailed and bit off a large chunk of roasted meat, asking absently. It's more plausible because the reason is so outrageous that it's impossible to make it up. Yes, it's outrageous. I've sent her to your sister for therapy. Hopefully the follow-up will be cured. Su Yuan was grilling the meat for Shangwan Meng as he, while thinking about when he should expose the fact that his spiritual power had been able to condense into substance and harvest another wave of emotional value. After the ferocious beast practical combat test, no one noticed this. Maybe it was because it was across the screen and the invigilator didn't even think about it that way. After all, since the founding of the martial arts, aside from those geniuses who had gained the gift of mental power at the time of awakening, the rest of the martial artists had never seen an example of their mental power being condensed into substance before the 4th rank. This should cause quite a stir, and it would be cool to harvest another 100,000 or so emotes. The last 100 consecutive draws directly got him high, and a red was bound to come out, which is how hard it is to have a guarantee. The only thing he was curious about was why Su Anyan was also able to possess spiritual power that had condensed into substance. Could it be that at the time she actually possessed a dual gift, in addition to the ability to manipulate shadows, and a talent for mental energy? But why didn't she say so then? If it was said, it would certainly get more attention. It's not like she has to harvest emotional values in waves like she does. Or is it? Is she one of those king of the world personalities who has to hide everything? Just love that feeling of having a billion more dots on the bottom of the deck? Unfortunately, even if she had more cards, could she outnumber herself? Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, there was a sudden commotion outside, followed by a chorus of shouts and wails. What's wrong? Su Yuan came back to his senses, turned his head to look, and saw a somewhat shocking scene, only to see that a black spatial crack that kept distorting had appeared in the center of the street at an unknown time. Out of it crawled a bizarre and hideous monster. They're so ugly, they're not even close to the demons in movies and TV shows. Even Su Yuan, who had never seen such contraptions before, knew that they were by no means the same thing as the ferocious beasts that had evolved from the native creatures of the Blue Star. Across from him, a trace of gravity flashed through Shangwan Meng's alien pupils. It's an abyssal rift? She was, after all, once one of the 4 pillars of the Hetericide Bureau. It's the group of people with the highest authority over Daxia's information. Naturally, knowing that similar spatial rifts had appeared on the blue planet since several years ago, the demons that emerged from them were very different from the ferocious beasts, and were a different kind of creature altogether. Only this kind of abyssal rift appears extremely infrequently, and the time and place of its appearance are completely randomized. In 10 years, in the entire territory of Daxia, there have only been 3 cases, but they were all suppressed by the top brass. I didn't expect to meet here, but not a big problem. Looking at the energy fluctuations of these abyssal demons, they're probably equivalent to around 3rd order fierce beasts. She could easily town. Shangwan Meng suddenly had a lightness in her body, turned her head, and what came into her eyes was Su Yuan's tense expression. She froze. The moment he saw the abyssal rift, Su Yuan realized that something was wrong, so he directly picked up Shangwan Meng and rushed outside. Feeling Shangwan Meng's body and his arms stiffen a bit, Su Yuan thought that she was scared after seeing these demons, so he reached out a hand to cover her eyes and tried to say in a calm tone, "Be a good little dreamer. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's fine." Chapter 106, Watch Out. Next, I'll be cool. The palms of the hands covering the eyes were warm. Feel the wind on your cheeks. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. Oh, I'm not afraid. Su Yuan, however, had no time to pay much attention, because in that outer space rift, the number of demons that crawled out was too high. He wasn't sure exactly how strong they were, but to be on the safe side, if he could, it was best not to fight them head-on. After all, he still had Shangwan Meng with him. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, Su Yuan was already leaning to the side as much as he could, but 2 demons had their eyes on him, coming at him in a siege. The 2 demons had very different forms. A bat-like creature with broad and hair-covered feathers whistled and swooped towards Su Yuan. A head that looked like a vicious dog, but was born with 4 eyes and 6 legs, looked a bit dropsan. Su Yuan held Shangwan Meng in his left hand and raised his right hand to aim at the bat demon in the sky. The scar of the sun lit up, and the power of the flare of the sun shot out like a sharp arrow. The blazing aura contained therein seemed to make the other party somewhat fearful, sidestepping the attack, without the interference from the air. Looking at the four-eyed demonic dog that was lunging towards him, Su Yuan opened his divine transformation at the first time. His eyes transformed into pale gold, and he slammed his fist over. Boo! Su Yuan used the principle of the 9-deicide gun in this punch. The terrifying force blew half of the four-eyed devil dog's head off. The latter flew backward for several meters, and I'm afraid that if it were a normal ferocious beast, it would have already gone into a state of hysteria, but it staggered back to its feet, shook its head and, as if oblivious to his puzzling situation, he once again ran with all 6 legs towards Su Yuan. The bat demons in the sky also took advantage of this opportunity to make a comeback. Oh, yeah, what the hell is this thing? The head is half gone, and it continues to move? Su Yuan spat in his heart. Shangguan Meng, however, was not surprised by this. There had been 3 previous incidents of abyssal rift appearances in Daxia, one of which she had dealt with. The abyssal demons that pour out of it are too tenacious for life. Most of them needed to be blasted to slag in a physical sense before they would stop, and they were many times more difficult to deal with than ferocious beasts. Sure, even if the number of abyssal demons here were 100 times more, nothing will happen to Su Yuan, because she'll kill them all. The reason for not making a move right now, it was because she could see that these 2 demons didn't pose much of a threat to Su Yuan. Since that was the case, let him fight for a little while longer. Just as practice your ability to fight with weights. One more thing. She was actually curious. What would he do if it really came to the point where taking her on as a liability would kill him? In the meantime, Arashur City Executive. Ruling Office. What? A crack in space? Pouring out demons? Arashur City Consul Li Yunfei stood up violently, a flash of shock in his eyes. As the ruler of a city, he is a 6th-ranked powerhouse, yet still not qualified to learn about the abyssal rift. Therefore, when he heard the report of his subordinates, he felt bad and sensed that something big had happened. Immediately dispatched manpower to the location where the crack appeared, and immediately went to the scene in person after reporting the matter. Due to holding Shangguan Meng unable to utilize his full strength, after successfully blasting that 4-eyed demon dog with some effort, the remaining bat demon was a bit difficult for Su Yuan to handle. After all, it had air control and was extremely sensitive, and after its own flare of the sun fell short a few times, near the bottom. But that's not the worst news. In the course of the tangle, a few more demons spotted the 2 on this side and surrounded them. Now, excluding that bat demon, Su Yuan had to face 3 other demons. 4 demons, each with strength comparable to that of a 3rd-rank ferocious beast, and with even more tenacious vitality. With Su Yuan's current strength, he was simply unable to deal with it. There's no way out. Su Yuan took a deep breath and opened the system's static space for the first time. So far, he's gotten a total of 61 days and 21 hours of still space through the lottery. It's a separate space that the system has created for him. For him too. The outside world is currently in stasis. Having thought that this resource of static time is quite precious and might work wonders in the future, so it wasn't used, and I didn't expect it to come in handy now. On top of that, the last 100 draws didn't have purple rewards, though, but the green and blue qualities are quite rich in bonus resources and accumulate quite a bit. Source crystals, potions. The only pity is that there's no food, only a very few nutritional potions. The current Su Yuan could be far from eating to live on source energy alone, so although he had a 61-day time quota, the time he could really use to improve his strength was relatively limited. He did the math, and by the nutrient solution and some of the elixirs, even if he used his Tao Tai power to absorb them all, he would only be able to last 10 days at most. Try to gain some strength in these 10 days. Besides himself, Dream could depend on him. With that, Su Yuan extracted source crystals, pills and nutritional potions from the system space. Started practicing. The 6th true chakra, the 7th true chakra, the 8th true chakra, the 9th true chakra. 10 days passed, and the remaining 4 true veins were coalesced, allowing Su Yuan to successfully move from the 1st-rank intermediate, a step into the upper 1st order. During this period, Su Yuan's flesh was constantly being strengthened, and according to his own estimation, without using the divine transformation, the limit strength should have risen from 1,232 kilograms to almost 2 tons. That should be enough, right? But at the same time, Su Yuan also felt a hunger that had never been called a hunger. These past 10 days have been as long as he could hold out. Every potion, every tube of nutrient potion, all have been fully utilized by him. If it weren't for the fact that these demons just can't get off their asses and don't know if they're poisoned or not, I would absolutely eat them all alive. Also, last time, I obtained an S-ranked battle skill epiphany card. If only there were S-ranked battle skills. Pity. Su Yuan shook his head and cancelled the static space after making preparations. Shasta. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing that had changed was Su Yuan. Facing the siege of 4 third-rank demons, he stopped and placed Shangguan Meng on the ground. Shangguan Meng still obediently covered her eyes with her hands. She could tell what was going on in the outside world without having to look at it with her eyes. She knew very well that Su Yuan, no matter how strong he was, he would surely die if he faced a siege of 4 third-rank demons head-on. The only possibility of survival is to use yourself as flesh and blood bait. Let's see if we can attract a third-order demon or two and then run away with all our might. So, is that what he's going to do? In fact, considering it from Su Yuan's perspective, it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, they haven't even known each other for a month, and in order for them to survive, who would carry a liability? It's simply beyond reproach, isn't it? Even if Shangguan Ru asks about it, she can say that she got lost, or failing to protect it or something like that, right? Just as Shangguan Meng was lost in thought, Su Yuan's voice suddenly came. Dream, there's no need to cover your eyes now. Shangguan Meng froze for a moment, but put her hand down. At this moment, Su Yuan didn't use her as a bait to escape by himself, but stood in front of her and, facing 4 third-order demons alone. Why? Shangguan Meng suddenly spoke. Su Yuan thought she was asking why she didn't let her cover her eyes anymore, so he turned back to her, a big smile on his face, and gave her a little wink. Because you have to watch. Next, I'll be cool. P.S. Sorry, it's a bit late for a shift today. Take a bow. Chapter 107. Suanyan was confused. 9 true veins? You're not kidding, are you? The words fell. Su Yuan cast a perfect grade shadow flash, stormed up and charged the 4 demons in front of him. Shangguan Meng did not expect Su Yuan to say such a sentence. And, what's so cool? That's 4 third-order demons. It was a lot stronger than the 4 third-rank ferocious beasts. You're going to die if you go straight on like that. She was about to strike, but she suddenly stopped again, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. Su Yuan, how come it seems to have gotten stronger? What just happened? Die. Previously, being unable to exert his full strength and being chased and crushed by this group of demons made Su Yuan's heart depressed beyond measure. Now after advancing to the upper rank of the first order, and after his physical qualities had skyrocketed by a full double, he only wanted to release the killing intent in his heart. Boo! He leapt up on the way, his leg muscles expanding as the ground shattered with the terrifying recoil of the. It also allowed him to successfully come to the bat demon. The bat demon didn't realize that the humanoid creature's explosive power would be so terrifying. It was about to spread its wings to dodge, but the quick-eyed Su Yuan firmly grabbed one of the wings. Boom! Su Yuan used the impact of his descent to yank the bat demon straight down from the sky. Heavily slammed on the ground, and then rode on its body, and continuously violently bombarded it with several punches, directly smashing it into mush. If it was a ferocious beast, when it saw such a ferocious scene, I'm afraid it would have fled long ago. But after the remaining 3 demons reacted, they actually charged towards Su Yuan in a brazen manner. The hissing continued. Good timing. Su Yuan gradually became excited. His chi and blood surged within his body like a great river, and he took the initiative to meet the attack. Relying on his perfect grade stance and punching techniques, he fought fiercely with the 3 third-rank demons. In this kind of killing, injuries were unavoidable, but Su Yuan seemed to have shielded himself from the pain. He seized the opportunity to tackle the arms of a humanoid demon, and with a sharp yank, it actually tore it apart hard. Strength! This kind of fist-to-flesh killing made Su Yuan feel incomparable. Finally, 5 minutes later, Su Yuan knelt down on one knee. His blood-soaked body was bruised and battered, and the pale gold color in his eyes gradually faded. And in front of him were limbs in pieces, a mash of red and white mixed together. He won, taking on 4 third-order demons with first order up. This is a battle that no ordinary person can even imagine. A deed that is enough to make anyone proud. But he had no time to catch his breath, no time to spare, and he staggered to his feet and, the divine transformation had already consumed an enormous amount of energy, plus he had cultivated for 10 whole days within the static space. With only a few elixirs and nutritional potions to maintain his energy, he was now at the end of his rope. The intense hunger that he had never felt before came over him, making him almost faint. But he can't go down yet. Help hasn't arrived yet. Demons are still roaming the streets. The shrill hissing continued while Shangguan Meng was still standing. He took a step towards Shangguan Meng, not doing too well. Su Yuan tried to smile and flirt, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. I thought I was fierce enough, but this group of demonic creatures were so much stronger than the ferocious beasts in battle. Handsome or not, he didn't know. Wolfish was quite wolfish. No way. Shangguan Meng blinked, thought about it, and said seriously, "I think it's pretty cool." Su Yuan laughed. "Quite comforting. By the way, it's a bit dirty, so bear with me." His body was stained with blood, and even some bloody scraps of flesh and blood, making him look dirty. Little girls love to be clean, and he's afraid she'll resent it. To his surprise, Shangwan Meng took the initiative to open her hands towards him. Su Yuan froze for a moment as the hiss of an approaching demon came from behind him, and without further hesitation, stepping forward, he picked her up and mobilized the last of his strength to run towards the outside. Shangwan Meng seemed to see the exhaustion on Su Yuan's face. She suddenly put her hand to her pocket and, touching out a lemon candy, he tore the candy paper wrapping open and gently stuffed it into Su Yuan's mouth. It was a bit sour, but sweet enough, and it could also replenish Su Yuan's energy, which was the most lacking right now. In the meantime, the rescue unit from Arashur City finally arrived. Su Yuan carried Shangwan Meng out of the danger zone. It was only after encountering the arriving rescue unit that this finally became too much to hold on to and fainted. The accompanying medical personnel gave Su Yuan an impromptu checkup and found him to be in no serious condition. It was only weakness caused by excessive consumption, which led to Shangwan Meng inquiring about the identity of the two. "We are brother and sister." Shangwan Meng didn't say much. She called Shangwan Ru and told her the general story of what happened, and told her to come over and pick up Su Yuan. And then, her figure disappeared into thin air. Where's that little sister from earlier? Didn't see it? Where did she go? Several rescuers were in disarray. Arashur City ruler Li Yunfei has arrived. He looked at the twisted spatial crack in the center of the street with a grave expression. There are still tons of demons pouring out from inside, even a fifth-order humanoid demon. Hands peeled back the spatial rift from which he came into the real world. This humanoid demon has a two-horned head and demonic wings on its back. In his hand was a steel fork made of unknown material. It breathes greedily of the sweet air of the outside world. A pair of dark green vertical pupils stared ferociously at the surrounding crowd, as if they had seen a delicious blood meal. Li Yunfei frowned and was about to strike, but suddenly, there was a pause in the movements of all the demons present. Including that fifth-order humanoid demon that just came to the real world. Immediately afterward, as if an invisible blade had swept through every demon was instantly turned into slices, scattered on the ground, and that's not all. More, directly burst into a blood mist. Not even the dregs left. It was as if someone was venting their anger and the demons were reduced to lambs to the slaughter to bear it. The rescuers all froze, and then erupted into roars of excitement. "Ruler Li is awesome. Consul Li is divine. Ruler Li." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Yunfei was filled with confusion. It's not. How come he didn't know he was so good? It's none of his business, is it? So hungry. So hungry. Su Yuan sat up violently from the bed. "You're awake?" Beside the bed, Shangwan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Where's Dream?" Su Yuan remembers that he ended up handing Shangwan Meng over to the rescuers. "I'm here." Shangwan Meng appeared in the doorway, holding a large pot of fragrant roasted ferocious beast meat in her hand. Looking at Su Yuan, his eyes glazed over. "Goo goo." Su Yuan's stomach growled directly. "It's just too hungry." Aside, Su Anyan's face could not be seen, but she did ask, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Yuan shook his head. He had suffered a number of injuries, but they were all superficial and not much of a problem. Not caring about his image, he directly took a large pot of roasted meat and ate it fiercely. Su Anyan was silent. She had been informed of what was going on. Abyssal Rift, let alone Blue Star, the Nine-Star Alliance, the Ancient Origin Frontier, and even the entire cosmic starry sky, all suffered greatly. There are many huge forces in the stars that have even been destroyed because of this. The largest abyssal rift she's ever encountered, tens of thousands of miles in diameter. Countless demon lords and apostles of original sin poured out from it, completely reducing that part of the starry sky to a forbidden zone of life. The most bizarre thing is that the place and time of the appearance of these abyssal cracks are completely randomized. It was simply impossible to predict. At the very least, in the last Arashur City, there had never been an abyssal rift. According to the speculation of the Starry Sky civilization, this abyssal rift connects to perhaps another dark universe. That is an area that no one has yet reached and is outside the division of the knowable universe. Just as Su Anyan was pondering, Shangwan Ru looked at Su Yuan, who was wolfing down his food, and said with emotion, "Taking on 4 third-order demons at the same time with a first-order body. It's truly remarkable. While you were in a coma, I had you physically tested. I remember you only had 5 veins, right? Now it's actually condensed into 9. I've never encountered such a situation before. What is this? A miracle? Anyway, it's beyond my comprehension. I can't even explain it." Su Anyan's delicate body shook as her pupils contracted violently. The beautiful eyes were filled with intense shock and incredulity. What the hell? 9 true veins? Against 4 third-order demons at the same time? This guy's on a roll, isn't he? Chapter 108. The biggest gap between the two. Is it comfortable to touch your head? Changes to Su Yuan. It would be a lie to say it wasn't shocking. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen the existence of a single epiphany. But the thing is, this is Blue Star. Scarcity of resources. Low cultivation system. There is no such thing as a single epiphany that leads straight to the Great Tao. Even she is limited by a variety of resource issues. For the time being, you have to practice what you preach. And Su Yuan? Previously, it was still only a first-rank intermediate that had condensed 5 true veins. Now it turned around and became a first-order upper that had condensed 9 true veins and was just waiting for a breakthrough? How can you be so outrageous? Plus, going by his previous performance, Su Yuan had used only one night's time to break through from the awakening stage to the first rank. Then it certainly wouldn't take him long to break through from rank 1 to rank 2. And yourself? The 5th true vein had yet to coalesce successfully. This was the largest gap in realm since the two had awakened. Su Anyan withdrew her gaze without moving and made some adjustments to her mind. Take it easy. Not much of a problem. There is a full month of development left before the next comparison. As long as one could get that 5 pounds of glazed star marrow and practice the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Incidentally, he will master the battle aura. She's still bagging wins. Speaking of which, she spent some time today. Looked at that lust for SPA 32. Throw in the part in the middle where you don't even have eyes for secrets of private care. The book still has some redeeming qualities elsewhere. Although she was 100 times reluctant, in order to be able to take the glazed star marrow, she was willing to make a small sacrifice. Take a step back. It wasn't her who did this. It was her other sick personality. Speaking of systems, when are you going to give A? You're supposed to be hanging too, right? Ding. Why are there no reward resources? Is it because you don't want to? Is it too many resources? Alright, shut up. Regarding the matter of his strength skyrocketing, Su Yuan did not intend to explain, nor did he need to, because still space is a force beyond the world. It is impossible for anyone to know. Even, he said as if half joking, maybe that's the power of guardianship. Guardian? Shangwan Ru didn't react at first. Instead, Shangwan Meng's eyelashes fluttered lightly. Su Yuan said as he took a big bite of meat, but Dream was there, and if I'd gotten killed by those demons, then she'll have to die with me. So, maybe it sparked some kind of power in my fleshly gift? And then it exploded. Shangwan Ru said with some amusement. What kind of teenage hot-blooded comic do you think it is? And the power of guardianship. When you meet a stronger opponent in the future, do you still have to scream about friendship and bonding and rush up to kill the boss in a couple of blows? Su Yuan said in a serious manner. That's what I thought. Ha ha. Shangwan Ru couldn't help it. The room was instantly cheerful. Su Yuan is still resting. Su Anyan also went back to her room. Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng then came to another room. They've just gotten word that the abyssal rift has disappeared. The demons that poured out of it were also destroyed as much as possible. Compared to the previous 3 abyssal rift events, this one didn't cause too many casualties. Of course, the main reason was that this abyssal crack brushed up against Shangwan Meng's face. First the star realm and then the abyssal rift. It always feels like there's a storm coming to Blue Star. Shangwan Ru sighed, looking a little downcast, and frozen lost in thought as she looked out the window at the sky. In front of Su Yuan and Su Anyan, she had to act as a mature and reliable adult, so always remain calm and smile. But now, in front of her own oldest sister, who of course preferred to be the sister who confided her troubles, spit out sorrow over the uncertainty of the future. Just get stronger. Become strong enough that no matter what happens, you'll be able to fix it. Shangwan Meng was sitting by the window, her hands propped up on the edge of the window, her pair of small white legs swaying in midair. No expression could be seen on that stunningly beautiful side face. At this time, she suddenly turned back towards Shangwan Ru with a beaming smile. Reaching up, he rubbed a hand through her ice blue hair. Why haven't you broken through to the 7th rank yet? Shangwan Ru helplessly slapped her hand away. Do you think everyone is you? Breaking through when you say so. There's more. Look at the bad habits you learned with Xiao Yuan. You won't grow taller by touching people's heads every day. Shangwan Meng blinked. I just wanted to see if it was comfortable to touch someone's head. Why else would he keep touching me? Because you're short and cute. Who wouldn't touch you? I'd like to touch it, but I don't dare. Shangwan Ru spat in his mind. After a while, Shangwan Ru suddenly mentioned the road. By the way, the contract I signed with Yasuyan Kabuchi before was for 3 months. It lasts until the start of their great examination of martial arts. There are only 2 months left now, and after those 2 months, I won't be able to keep them. Floof. Shangwan Meng did not speak, but hummed a cheerful tune. She knew it was bound to happen. But so what? There are things that were never meant to be forced. Just go with the flow. Right. Shangwan Meng suddenly turned her head and stared at Shangwan Ru. What? What's wrong? Shangwan Ru instantly tensed up. A big smile appeared on Shangwan Meng's face. Su Anyan needs counseling. Don't you have a doctorate in psychology from Longxia Academy? You go and help me see if she really has a mental problem. Ha? Shangwan Ru was surprised for a moment. Psychological problems? She doesn't know about it at the moment. Right. Shangwan Meng nodded. I heard from Xiao Yuan that Su Anyan seems to be splitting into another personality. Just like Morong Bai. This personality is very love-starved and is planning to go to a maid store to become a maid. Shangwan Ru? Even though she had seen many unusual cases in the course of her studies in psychology. But this is still a bit of a blow-up. What's the main thing? Su Anyan did have a cool personality on weekdays. And this was there for all to see. So you ended up saying that her mental illness was to become a maid in a maid store. To feel loved and cared for. Isn't that pure bull ********? Who did you hear that from? And Yen told you herself? No. I heard it from Yuchi. They were sharing a room and I saw them. Twice. Last time they said it was comfort for a lost love. This time they said it was psychotherapy. Shangwan Ru wanted to ask, how do you know he's not lying to you? But she held back and right. How can there be a relationship between Su Yuan and Su Yen? It's not like she doesn't know both of them. Really? Su Yuan's probability of falling in love with his older sister is greater than that of falling in love with Su Anyan, right? Oh yeah. One more thing. Almost forgot. What is it? Shangwan Ru asked curiously. But before she could react, a huge force came and helped her break the window. Looking at the shooting star that crossed the sky, Shangwan Meng gently clapped her hands with a bright smile. Things like probability. I really hate them. P.S. We'll add more today. Wait for me. Chapter 109, she's really sick. And the focus of the disease lies in Su Yuan. Sister, you don't mind? Knock knock. Shangwan Ru, who had returned to the nest in a state of distress, knocked on Su Anyan's room door after a little tidying up. Whether compelled by his oldest sister's lechery or out of a sense of duty to the subject of his experiments, she all but came to find out what Su Anyan's so-called maid paranoia was all about. LOL. The door to the room opened. Seeing Shangwan Ru standing outside the door, Su Anyan probably knew in her heart what she had come to do. If you're free now, let's talk? Aha. Su Anyan nodded gently and welcomed Shangwan Ru into the room. After entering Su Anyan's room, Shangwan Ru's gaze swept around and the room was orderly and cleanly furnished. And on the table was a book. What 32 styles? The book on the table reveals only the second half of the title. The rest of it was covered by a shirt. It looks like it's a temporary cover? Was Su Yen reading this book just now? Just as Shangwan Ru was thinking, a shadow came out from under the tabletop and, wrapping the book completely in his shirt, he slowly retreated with it. Su Anyan walked over to the table and sat down, looking calm as if nothing had happened. Shangwan Ru withdrew her gaze and sat down as well. Looking at Su Anyan, started his own psychiatric clinic. Do you usually feel lonely? If it was before, Su Anyan would have answered no without hesitation. Alone? The strong are never alone. But this time, she hesitated and said against her will. There are times. Maybe. I'm not sure. Who in the world do you think really cares about you? My mom. Except for her? Nothing. What kind of purpose did you have for your online relationship a while back? Shangwan Ru's question managed to cause Su Anyan's painful memories. She wouldn't have come up with such an excuse if it wasn't for the sake of completing the dog-licking adventure. And Shangwan Ru smoothly noticed the pain in Su Anyan's eyes. I'm sure it's suffering. Is there really a lack of love? Good grief. Have you ever passed by a maid escort store? Did you see the laughter inside? Isn't it? 30 minutes later, Shangwan Ru left from Su Anyan's room. In her professional opinion, Su Anyan is currently insecure and lacks the ability to perceive love. Being in self-imposed isolation. Anesthetizing myself. So many factors have been blended together. It's what led to that thunderous, unbelievable maid paranoia. If it had been a few years ago, she could have written a 30,000 word dissertation on the matter high and low. But it's different now. She has to help Su Anyan psychologically detach. Unringing the bell. Why would Su Anyan seek help from Su Yuan when she had such mental problems? Doesn't it mean that in her heart, Su Yuan is a reliable and trustworthy object? But when one asks her who in the world really cares for her, Su Anyan's answer only contains Su Qingling, not Su Yuan's name. It's a contradiction. The contradiction is the very crux of the matter. Shangwan Ru felt that he had grasped the core of the problem. Su Anyan's heart had a dependence on Su Yuan, but her long-established high and cold persona prevented her from getting along with Su Yuan normally. It is even possible that it was this that inspired her other personality. And wanted to use this as an excuse to get close to Su Yuan because she knew that Su Yuan would always help her. This way, she doesn't have to be responsible for herself, but she's also able to get close to Su Yuan. Sensing warmth from Su Yuan's body. Sensing the lack of love. I'm a genius. Always so spot on. A faint smile appeared on Shang Wanru's face, but immediately afterward, she began to have a headache because there was a key issue involved. Su Anyan's mind probably had some sort of thoughts about Su Yuan that even she didn't dare to admit to herself. What about Su Yuan? Was it true that he didn't have any feelings between a man and a woman for Su Anyan as he himself had said? If so, it's for the best. It's perfectly fine to let him help with the treatment. If not, then it's over. Sister Will. Well, the sudden sound made Shang Wanru startled. Shang Wanmeng appeared with a smile, blinking her eyes, her face filled with curiosity. Sis, could you please preview the next time you show up? Shang Wanru was just now thinking about her own old sister's killing spree. This popped up right on the edge and almost gave her a heart attack. Wow. Shang Wanmeng nodded casually, not looking like she was taking it seriously at all. All she wanted to know now was whether Su Anyan really had some kind of psychological problem or not. With that, Shang Wanru eased his analysis out. Among the various psychological terms and logical reasoning, Shang Wanmeng skipped all of them. She only heard the results. That is, Su Anyan is indeed sick, and the lesion seems to lie with Su Yuan. If you want to heal, then you need to let Su Yuan help. Then let him go. Shang Wanmeng's reaction was beyond Shang Wanru's expectations. Sis, you don't mind? Aren't you afraid that the two of them will take this opportunity to do that? What about? That is, to untie the knot, to release the old enmity, and then to love each other and grow old together. Born early and living a happy life without shame. Shang Wanru said while observing the change in her own elder sister's expression, and planned to bolt at the first sign of trouble. As to whether or not they could slip away, who knew that Shang Wanmeng, however, seemed to be completely indifferent as if she was just rambling. Am I being petty? Shang Wanru froze for a moment before asking. Sister, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Truth. Then promise me you won't throw me again later. I'm a pain in the ass to fix my hair. Well, I promise. When Shang Wanru saw Shang Wanmeng agree, she said with a serious expression. Sis, you're not cheap though, but no one has ever robbed you of what you want. Oh, Shang Wanmeng nodded gently, thinking carefully and reviewing the past. Seems like whoops, but immediately afterward she added. Who are you calling a thing? A dash. Shang Wanru's tiger's body shook as she felt herself being hurt. I'm your sister and I've never seen you so protective. Elbowing your way out. I'll give you an example. I would say, sis, you are confident. So confident that even if Xianyan correctly recognizes her heart, launching an attack on Su Yuan, I'm sure I can't rob you either. Shang Wanmeng was silent for a moment and shook her head. Nope. No? Aha. Shang Wanmeng gently nodded and suddenly tilted her face up, full of seriousness. Ru. There are things that can't be forced, right? Shang Wanru paused slightly before nodding. Right. So Shang Wanmeng's tone suddenly became lighter. The red and blue pupils were filled with a full smile. It was as if she were an innocent and romantic young girl of 12 or 13 years of age, with a coquettish smile. It's like a bright flower blooming in early spring. I grab everything. But in favor of this, I don't rob. He can choose for himself. It's happening right now. The opposite side of the hallway. Su Yuan's figure appeared. Dream? Sister Ru? What are you guys talking about, robbing or not robbing? And, what's the pick? Extra shifts are over. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 110, understood. You want to ruthlessly leave Su Anyan behind, right? Su Yuan walked up to the two, his gaze curious. He was pretty much rested. He was just hungry after all. After consuming large quantities of food, nutritional supplements, and stimulating the power of the Tao Tai to digest them. It has been brought back to life. The purpose of coming over this time was also to find Shang Wanru. On one hand, it was about Su Anyan's made paranoia, and on the other hand, it was to ask for advice on the true vein expansion method at the limit of the first rank. In the first explanation of the martial way, there was no record of the cultivation method for the limit levels, because this was simply not something that the average martial artist needed to consider. And to the appearance of this topic protagonist, both Shang Wanmeng and Shang Wanru, both acted as if nothing had happened. As if the conversation the two had just had didn't exist at all. I just found a couple of beautiful dresses online, and since they're limited edition, they're hard to grab. I'll just let Dream choose and see which one she likes best and focus on grabbing one. Oh, Su Yuan nodded and smiled. If it's a little Dream, it looks good no matter what it's wearing, right? It's mushy. Shang Wanru silently spat in her heart while inquiring about the purpose of Su Yuan's coming over. and upon learning that, without moving, he glanced at Shangwan Meng on the side. Sis, you were the one who said just now that it didn't matter if you let Su Yuan help Su Anyan with her treatment. If you dare to beat me up, I'll tell Su Yuan. No, I can't. Threaten your sister? How dare you even think about this? Shangwan Ru silently retracted his gaze. The main fight was won from the heart. I just talked to Anyan. She does have certain psychological problems. According to my judgment, she may have a dependence on you that she doesn't even notice herself. Ha? Su Yuan was confused. You two lived together for an entire year, but had no more than 3 valid conversations relationship. Call it dependence? Seeing the confusion on Su Yuan's face, Shangwan Ru shrugged and spread his hands. I know it's hard to understand. How else do you call it a mental illness? The vast majority of mental illnesses are really the result of emotional distortions. To put it vulgarly, it's called being stubborn yourself. If she can express her inner feelings normally, naturally, then there would be no psychological problems. Su Yuan was silent for a while before asking, what should I do? The treatment plan I've given so far is, you're in contact with her. For example, if she comes back to you for help afterward, you can try to cooperate. Saying that, Shangwan Ru gently glanced at Shangwan Meng's face. I don't find anything wrong for now. Could it be that old sister is really that atmospheric? No. With her own understanding of her, it's very likely that her previous remark was just the opposite of what she said. All right. Su Yuan reluctantly agreed. It was just that he felt that he might not be able to look at Su Anyan squarely in the future. When I think of how cold she usually looks, the mind was actually likely to hold certain thoughts about himself, and he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Maybe some people just liked the contrast, but that certainly didn't include him. What's the matter? You look like you're not very willing? Shangwan Ru noticed Su Yuan's micro-expression and suddenly asked this. Su Yuan shook his head, not quite reluctantly. If the dependence is akin to that of a brother and sister, I'll definitely try to help. But if it's a male/female emotional attachment, I'd feel a little bad about it. Shangwan Ru gently nodded and cast an approving glance. Boy, the road is wide open. Right, she interjected again, ready to give an assist to her oldest sister's happiness. For now, I can only judge that Su Anyan may have some sort of dependence on you, but it's impossible to determine whether it's a brother-sister type, or a lover type. But if you can show strength far beyond hers in the future, creating a sense of security for her might steer that dependence more toward the older brother type. After all, an elder brother is like a father. An elder brother, a father. In the relation of man to man, both symbolize power, majesty, protection. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. There's more of that? Shangwan Ru nodded. At least psychologically, there is a basis for this. Okay. Su Yuan was relieved. If you want to say anything else, he might not be able to. But when it comes to getting stronger, he's serious. Wait for it, Su Anyan. I'll leave you far behind. Next time, Shangwan Ru began to explain the true vein expansion method of the first order limit rank to Su Yuan. She herself was the one who had broken through to the second rank with the first rank limit, so she naturally had a lot of experience. In fact, she was also undoubtedly a martial arts genius, only set off by Shangwan Meng's. That's what makes it seem like there's just not a lot of presence. But if she was singled out, she would still be a 1 in a million absolute demon. An hour later, Su Yuan memorized the true vein expansion method in his heart and went back to his room. He planned to start trying from tonight and try to break through the second rank as soon as possible. After Su Yuan left, Sis, it looks like Xiao Yuan really doesn't have anything in mind for Yan. Shangwan Ru lamented. It's rare. What makes a saying is that it's universally true, and the probability of it happening is high. Close to the water, you get the moon first. Living together for a whole year, with an appearance like Su Anyan's, it's amazing that Su Yuan hasn't even moved his heart. Whether it was Su Yuan or Su Anyan, both were amazing enough. Wow. Shangwan Meng gently nodded her head, the corner of her mouth slightly raised, a little smile in her eyes. At that moment, buzzing, a message came from Shangwan Meng's cell phone. When she saw that the sender was White Burial, the smile on her face faded a little and she regained her composure. Tap the message to view it. Chief Ku asked me to ask you, within half a year, are you sure you can break through to the 8th rank? If you can't, you may be forcibly conscripted back to the imperial capital. The pressure from the Shangwan and Morong family's side is a bit strong. Chief Ancient is already trying to buy you as much time as he can. Boo. The phone went to smithereens. Shangwan Meng's eyes were calm, but at the bottom of them, a palpitating coldness emanated. Sis. Shangwan Ru also saw the message, but felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They do have the ability to say no to the family in some cases, but if the family really wants to get tough, their power is still too small. The lineages were deeply rooted and had countless depths. Not to mention the joint efforts of the Shangguan family and the Morong family, even ancient Qing Tian, the strongest supreme being of the Great Xia. As long as he wasn't powerful enough to suppress the rest of the Ninth Order supreme beings with his own strength, he would still be subject to the constraints of the lineage. But if we return to the imperial capital, Sister Shi, just when the atmosphere seemed a bit hushed, Shangguan Meng suddenly unfolded her smile and smiled at the worried Shangguan Ru. In the joke-like tone, there was a firmness that no one could shake. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll get stronger. Now I've got one more thing on my mind. Chapter 11 One Emperor. 3 Kings, Su Yuan as Emperor. Half of the night, Su Yuan opened his eyes. He expanded the first true vein, following the experience imparted by Shangguan Ru. However, the difficulty of this step was quite a bit more difficult than condensing a true vein. By analogy, it's like getting 80 out of 100 on a paper that's not that hard. But if you want to add another 10 or 20 points to it, it gets harder all of a sudden. It's hard, but it can't be undone. All orders 1 to 3 belong to the exploration realm, which is the exploration and building of the human body itself. The source orifices, true veins, and sea of qi were all part of the source energy circulation system in the body in the future. If the true vein could be widened, the efficiency of the source energy operation in the body would be greatly increased in the future. The battle power would naturally be much stronger. Extrapolating at the current rate, 2 days or so should be able to complete the expansion of a true vein. A strong flesh body is that good. It's hard, but it can be done. After finishing the cultivation on the physical body, the next step was the cultivation of spiritual power. Su Yuan took out the dragon soul pearl and began a love affair with Ying Long's dragon soul. In the meantime, the next room, Su Anyan sat cross-legged on the bed and was fighting with the supreme life-killing demon in her sea of consciousness. Visualizing the supreme killing devil is only the first step in practicing the prison of killing, and to go further, he will kill him and achieve his own title, transforming into a god of killing, and forever suppressing the prison of killing. 2 shadow servants were sitting beside her, each holding a source crystal in their hands. It is being absorbed and fed back continuously. Su Yuan had caused her quite a lot of pressure, especially this time when he had inexplicably and marvelously exploded his seed. Ryoko, she slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. If only that dragon soul pearl could have gotten its hands on that time. Although the effect of me fighting the supreme slaying demon is similar, its effect of nourishing the spiritual power with dragon soul fragments is the key. Pity. She shook her head. Even though she had a million secret methods in her head, she didn't have enough resources to. After all, it's a tricky thing to do. After missing out on the dragon soul pearl, I must take the glazed star marrow this time. With that in mind, she reverted to the book, Lust for SPA 32 Styles. Study it carefully. After a while, you come over here and get down. Shadowpaw obediently flopped down on the bed. She was thinking of having her transform into Su Yuan's form, but suddenly realized that he himself knew nothing about Su Yuan's body, and the shadow servant was fashioned into various shapes. First she had to have a clear and distinct idea of something like that in her mind. Like usual, the shadow squire's form was just similar to her own. Forget it. Su Anyan gave up on the idea, while explaining to the book, practicing on the shadow squire. The next day, early morning, Su Yuan returned from his outing. During this time, his practice of the Great Day Contemplation Sutra did not fall behind, and with the help of the Dragon Soul Pearl, his spiritual power grew very quickly. From 10 minutes at the very beginning, to now being able to look directly at the Divine Palace Rising Sun for an hour, successfully crossed the introductory stage of first glimpse of the rising sun. Next, it's Rising Sun Meets Me. At this stage, in addition to visualizing the rising sun, he also has to visualize a self in the Divine Palace, thus drawing daylight into his body, which is seeing me in the rising sun. No hurry, take your time. Su Yuan very much enjoyed this feeling of slowly becoming stronger. Sure, the thrill of pumping out some treasure and getting to the top in one step. He loved that too. Eating breakfast. Seeing Su Anyan's 2 large dark circles under her eyes, Su Yuan remembered what Ru's sister had explained yesterday, saying that he wanted more contact with Su Anyan. He took the initiative to ask, "Didn't sleep well yesterday?" Su Anyan didn't say anything, just nodded and walked away in silence. Between practicing again and studying how to obtain an S-rank evaluation, she indeed hadn't slept well. The effect was there, though. She and the Shadow Mistress were able to share 5 senses, so she turned the intersense on while she was massaging the Shadow Squire, and experienced the sensation herself, and it felt good. She wasn't sure if there were any S-classes, but she certainly couldn't run away from A-classes. It's that confident. As for when to start today's dog-licking adventure, in the evening, I had to take a bus to Winchester for the final 1v1 showdown during the day, just enough of a boat ride to maximize the effect of my massage. After breakfast, Shang Wanru drove the crowd to Wenchang, the 6 southern cities of the Nanjiang Administrative District. Led by Wenchang, the venue for the one-on-one showdown was naturally arranged here. It was only a pity that there was not a single demonic genius in Wenchang this year, which was a bit of a minor embarrassment. Erishur City has Su Yuan, Su Anyun, and Morong Bai, 3 SS class gifted people. There's also a Zhao Rizu, SS class. There was a Zhang Zhengqing in Cloud City, SS rank, Elemental System Lightning System talent possessor. These were all prides that had broken the highest talent records of previous years. In previous years, it was rare for the 6 southern cities to produce even one S-class. As a result, this year, excluding Morong Bai, who borrowed the land for his high school entrance exams, 3 SS levels popped up at once. Shangguan Ru, through the rearview mirror, gently glanced at the video that was being swiped with Shangguan Meng. Su Yuan, who couldn't stop laughing, felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Could it be that the so-called world of great controversy really exists? The emergence of an ultimate demon will always increase the emergence rate of other geniuses in the underworld? Is it a stepping stone, a whetstone that God has arranged for him? Because not only in the South River administrative region, but I heard that several monster level ones have appeared in the imperial capital this year as well. Otherwise, Morong Bai wouldn't have been sent to Nanjiang by the Morong family. It's just a pity that their move was considered a wrong one. Su Yuan, needless to say, had been violently beaten several times after the Morong Bai shouldn't even be able to raise his voice in front of him. Su Anyun's words, looking at the current situation, should have a good chance of taking second. Now it's time to see just how monstrous those monsters in the imperial capital can be. Soon, Winchester has arrived. The venue for the 1v1 dueling session was located outdoors, with a huge ring erected, aimed to maximize the effect and showcase the talent of the 6 cities. In previous years, there wasn't much difference between the top 10 in the 6-city JEE. The sparring between each other was indeed splendid, and it often appeared that the top-ranked geniuses lost because of the difference of a single move. But what about this year? Everyone had already defaulted to this being 1 king and 3 kings. For SS class gifted, 3 from Erishur City, Su Yuan, Su Anyun, and Morong Bai. There's also a Zhang Zhengqing from Yunchang. Other than that, it's all paddling. 1 emperor, 3 kings, Su Yuan as the emperor. Proper number 1. Score break leading the pack. Strength doesn't even need to be questioned. Su Anyun, Morong Bai, and Zhang Zhengqing were very close to each other in terms of points. It should be a great showdown between the 3 of them. Sure, if I had to pick the most excited, the most jumpy person out of the 10 who participated in the contest, that must be Su Yuan, though it was slightly awkward after realizing the title of the so-called 1 king and 3 kings, but it doesn't stop him from being enthusiastic about the event. 6 City Link. There's also all sorts of OBs. How much emotional value must this harvest? While there are pearls of achievement from the first 2 tests, having the crowd's threshold of expectations raised may not be as effective, but it's definitely less so. Hopefully there will be another bailout. Red reward. Awesome. Chapter 112. The first generation of demoness Shangguan Meng hasn't even been subdued, and the second generation has come out, imperial capital, as the most prosperous core of Daxia. Compared to a certain mansion and a certain garden of major prominent families that often cover tens of thousands of square meters, such a small, unassuming, 4-story building looks particularly conspicuous. But anyone who knows the identity of the owner of this house will immediately stand in awe. Ancient tilting sky. As the chief of the Great Xia's court of 12, the Great Xia's strongest supreme being, his eminent and incomparable position, with his simple habits of life, it can be a huge contrast. There was nothing else in his life but cultivation, official business, and, every day, he traveled between his residence and the Daxia mansion. 2 points in 1 line. In the beginning, when Gu Qingtian came to the imperial capital, those powerful families laughed at this, because they know what it's like to be pinned down by glory and riches. What are you pretending? Later, they were confused as to whether this person, Gu Qingtian, had not a little desire for something else. No one had ever seen him at a reception, a party. In the end, they were afraid. Such an out-of-place, otherworldly person, on the contrary, is the strongest person in Great Xia. Favoritism became the chief of the 12-member tribunal. A man without desire cannot be mastered. But after a period of worry, the powerful members of the world's families put down their hearts, and this was because Gu Qingtian seemed to merely be strict with himself, while never setting any requirements on them. Sure, the simplicity of his life in no way meant that he was a curmudgeon. Quite the contrary. Being able to mediate in the centers of power, controlling the balance of the giant ship Great Xia, the means of his skill is absolutely beyond the reach of any other person. As the saying goes, the father of the tiger has no son. This time, in that little 4-story building, a thin, quiet-looking teenager with black-framed glasses, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, his back straight as a soldier's. He took the remote control and turned on the television in front of him, and switched to the channel of the South River Administrative Region. The host is introducing the one-on-one dueling session that is going to kick off next. Su Yuan broke the record for extreme punching power for high school students in Daxia. It's a shame Dad didn't let me go to high school, or I could have broken the record. Hey, it's a shame there shouldn't be enough people in here for you to fight and see much. A trace of loss flashed in the teenager's eyes, and he actually brought himself into Su Yuan's perspective, saddened by the inability to meet a comparable opponent. And he's no other than the one who forced Morongbai to go far away from home, one of the monsters of the empire who temporarily shunned Gu Qingtian's son, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex who is now fiercely famous in the imperial capital, Gu Weiwei. The Qin family. There were a total of 9 great families in Grand Xia, and the Qin family was one of them. Truly speaking, its heritage was even a bit deeper than the Shangguan family and the Morong family. The previous chief of the 12-person deliberation court was the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhan. This year, the Qin family had similarly produced 2 supreme demons. This was a pair of siblings, the younger brother named Qin Rulong, and the older sister formerly known as Qin Ruwang. As for why it was the original name, later Qin Ruwang changed her name to Qin Rumeng. It was her own request, for which she turned the Qin family upside down. But no one could argue with this little ant, and in the end, they could only do as she wished. As for why, I want to be like sister Shangguan Meng. This is the reason why Qin Ruohuang changed her name, as well as her slogan and dream. And who is Shangguan Meng? Although she was currently recognized as the one heavenly pride of Great Xia, what was her relationship with the Shangguan family? Do you want to break up with the Qin family too? It's a good thing that Qin Ruohuang doesn't have this kind of idea and has a pretty good relationship with her family. But if anyone were to call her by the wrong name, calling Qin Rumeng is Qin Ruohuang, she always had to learn from Shangguan Meng and throw people flying. At this point, Qin Rumeng and Qin Rulong similarly stayed in front of the TV. Like Gu Weiai, they had also heard about that absolute heavenly pride who had risen to fame far away from Nanzhang, and intend to see how he really is. I wonder who is stronger between him and big brother Gu, Qin Rulong muttered. Unlike his domineering name, Qin Rulong was boyish looking and not very tall, only 1 meter 6, but he's not to be underestimated. And he's on good terms with Gu Weiwei. There is a vague tendency to develop into a minion. Qin Rumeng and Gu Weiwei were also on good terms, but it wasn't because of Gu Weiwei himself. Rather, it's because of his father, Gu Tian. As a loyal fan of Shangguan Meng, she liked whoever was on good terms with Shangguan Meng. She hated anyone who had a poor relationship with Shangguan Meng. It was for this reason that she beat up the peers of the Shangguan and Morong families once when she saw them. Not a drop in the bucket. We'll always meet after the great martial arts exam anyway, so let the 2 of them fight then and we'll see. Qin Rumeng was 18 years old this year, with a stunningly beautiful face and an even more heroic look between her eyebrows. If it was placed in ancient times, it would simply be a template for a female general of a tilted country. Speaking of which, I wonder where sister Shangguan Meng is now. It feels like she hasn't appeared in the imperial capital in a while. Sis, can you stop talking about Shangguan Meng in 3 sentences? She's a witch. A witch. Qin Rulong wanted to say this, but he didn't, because he knew that if he did, it could be broken. This crazy is so mean. At that time, the second uncle said that Shangguan Meng had a problem with her character, and the house was torn down by her old sister on the same day. Turns out Uncle 2 is also bullheaded. Another "you're just a poor imitation of Shangguan Meng," which resulted in the oldest sister turning her head to complain to her grandfather. And then the second uncle was hung up and beaten by his grandfather the next day. Which two? A proper witch second generation. When the first generation which hadn't even been subdued yet. This second generation which was about to come out of nowhere. What can we do about this? The Shangguan family. Some time ago, the Shangguan family joined forces with the Morong family. The matter of proposing to the Court of 12 to outlaw Shangguan Mengslayer's identity as the 4 pillars of the Heterocide Bureau was making a lot of noise in the circle of lineages. It's reasonable to say that with Shangguan Meng, the number 1 heavenly pride of the Grand Xia, the Shangguan family should take advantage of the situation to rise. In one fell swoop, he became the head of the lineage. But nay, the poor relationship between Shangguan Meng and the Shangguan family is so bad that in the upper circles of Daxia, it can be said to be well known. Little is known about the exact reasons for this, and they don't care. All they know is that the Shangguan family can't overpower the other families without Shangguan Meng. That's enough. But lately, with the younger generation awakening in droves, there have been an endless stream of demons in the imperial capital. The Shangguan family. Once again, A heavenly pride that can be called a demon has appeared. It's just that the Shangguan family hid him very well. It made him the most mysterious existence among the young prides of this generation. And according to the Shangguan family head himself, this son's talent was not the least bit weaker than that year's Shangguan Meng. No one knows for sure whether this statement is true or not. The only thing they know is this. His name, Shangguan Wake. P.S. Third shift delivered. Why do other authors generate so much power on 2 shifts? How did I not? Crying. Chapter 113 Black Emperor. Mysterious Race. Ancient God Race. One Punch Explode Star. Shangguan Mansion. The ancient garden-style building is about 20,000 square meters or so, and in this imperial capital where every inch of land is expensive. It can be trenchant. The house is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes according to the region. The core area is only accessible to the important figures of the Shangguan family, and anyone else who dares to trespass will be killed. There is an elegant courtyard in this core area, and at this time, in the courtyard, a young man with the appearance of a near demon, with a faint smile on his lips, he looked at the peach blossom in front of him, plucked it and held it in his palm. A dream of yellow sorghum must wake up. A dream of Nank is all floating life. Shangguan Meng, you can't escape. The peach blossoms turned into bits of debris falling and floating all over the ground. Winnipeg. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the heavenly prides from each city that participated in this 1v1 dueling session had all arrived. There were a total of 10 participants, including 4 SS-ranked gifted and 1 SS-ranked gifted. There is 1 S-class gifted person and 4 A-class gifted people. The square was dark and crowded with people. The crowd all looked towards the huge ring in the center of the square with excitement, anticipating the appearance of the 10 proud sons of heaven. Backstage, a few celestial pride who knew each other well were gathering together, whispering and chatting. Every now and then, his eyes glanced towards a teenager not far away. Due to the overwhelming disparity of power in this session, the tense atmosphere of the previous year was gone, and everyone accepted the fact that they had come to paddle in the water. All that was left was curiosity about monsters like Su Yuan. He's Su Yuan? A little handsome looking. That seems to be him. I hope I don't draw him later, or I'll have to admit defeat. It's embarrassing with so many people watching. Hey, you can also not admit defeat. And by the way, help Buddy me experience how hard and stiff he is. Get lost. Dead. In the meantime, the other corner. A boy in casual short sleeves sat alone. The boy, with a clean-cut face and long hair, tied up with a wooden pin, was yawning and, talk to yourself. Phew, so sleepy. I don't know when it's going to end. I hope I drew Su Yuan. This way you can just admit defeat without wasting time. This clean-cut boy was no other than an SS-ranked gifted person from Cloud City, Zhang Zhengqing, who possessed the elemental thunder talent. Before his awakening, he didn't even study, but was a son of a father who, guarding a dilapidated Taoist temple as a Taoist priest, he ended up being caught by his own aunt in a school awakening, and it ended up getting a SS-ranked talent that rocked the house. And from then on, he became a household name in Cloud City as a juvenile heavenly pride, and was even flirted with the idea that he could become a generation of heavenly masters with this talent. Unfortunately, he himself doesn't seem to have much of an idea about it, and that has to do with his character. The whole person is very lazy and casual. Upon hearing his words, an exasperated voice sounded in his head. Asterisk. How did this honored one have the bad luck of 8 lifetimes? Tied up with a guy like you with no semblance of ambition? Hurry up and stub me up. We're on a journey to the stars. First you have to get out of this hole of a ghost planet. How are you going to get the resources if you don't beat them? How can you get stronger if you don't get resources? How can you pretend to be a bully if you don't get stronger? If people didn't live to pretend, then everything would be meaningless. To a voice suddenly popping into his head. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid I would panic. But Zhang Zhengqing acted as if he didn't notice. A few days ago, he was practicing his lightning technique, when a thunderbolt struck down and space suddenly cracked open, and just as he was confused, a wretched black dog covered in blood drilled out from it. Without waiting for Zhang Zhengqing to react, that black dog's body directly annihilated. Immediately after that was a small ball of light swept into his brow. And then, that's how he got such an uninvited guest in his head. According to its own words, it is unrivaled in the universe, and has traveled across the 4 universes and the 8 wastelands. A terrifying powerhouse honored by trillions of people as the Black Emperor. But Zhang Zhengqing believed in his first impression and only called it a black dog. Geez, if you're up for it, I'm self-aware. Anyway, just him standing in place and giving me a lightning strike. I can't even strike it. Zhang Zhengqing shook his head. He knew in his heart what level of flesh a monster that could punch with a ton of force was. It's impossible to fight, so I can only admit defeat to make things easier. You kid is really uneducated. You've never seen what a real genius with a strong physical body looks like, right? Your grandpa Black opens your eyes. There's an ancient god clan in the depths of the universe, and the bloodline of the ancient gods runs through them. Each one is fierce beyond words, the holy son of the ancient gods. At his age, a random punch could blow up your planet. Oh, Zhang Zhengqing just nodded lightly and then said, you remember it so well. You wouldn't have been blown up by this what's-his-name ancient god clan, would you? Black Dog froze for a moment, then cracked up. You damn asterisk at you and hashtag at. The cursing was very unpleasant, but Zhang Zhengqing just laughed as if he couldn't hear it. After a while, as if the Black Dog was tired of cursing, it shifted its thoughts and egged on. Look at that guy, surrounded by 1, 2, 3, he's surrounded by beautiful women. Aren't you the least bit impressed? I'm a Taoist priest. Dao your mom's Dao. Your father was a Taoist too. How did he give birth to you? Black Dog was bound to Zhang Zhengqing's soul, so he naturally knew what he remembered. My dad doesn't follow the rules. It was an accident. Asterisk at hashtag Yuan. After a while, the drawing of lots began. Su Yuan bid farewell to Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng and went over with Su Anyun to draw lots. Originally, Su Yuan didn't want to be drawn together with Su Anyun, but after Shangwan Ru's spotting last night, he came to his realization. He himself just wanted to show Su Anyun his strongest side, and then crush her, making her feel weak, leading her to think of herself as an older brother who can protect her and give her something to fall back on, cut her off from any other thoughts about herself. It's a shame, didn't draw together. He drew number 3 and Su Anyun drew number 4. Those who didn't draw number 3 were relieved, especially Morong Bai. He was really beaten out of his mind. As for Zhao Rizu, that's even more needless to say. As early as 800 years ago, he wouldn't dare to breathe loudly in front of Su Yuan. Only Zhang Zhengqing was full of smiles, because he drew number 3, and no one else wanted to draw Su Yuan, because they feel humiliated to admit defeat and beaten if they don't. But he was different. Admitting defeat didn't have the slightest psychological burden for him. How does it feel? There's a familiar smell? Suddenly, confusion emanated from the Black Dog in his head. A familiar smell? Although they say dogs have good noses, you're all out of noses and, what else can I smell? Zhang Zhengqing laughed in his heart. I don't care to get into it with you. This is my father's innate divine ability. Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Black Dog's voice grew serious. After a moment, it said for the first time in a serious and unmistakable tone, you get a little physical with this guy? Who? This guy named Su Yuan. Hurry up. All right. Although Zhang Zhengqing did not know what kind of airplane the Black Dog was working on, the always immodest one was so nervous, must have found something unusual, so he extended his hand towards Su Yuan. Brother Su Yuan, get acquainted. My humble self Zhang Zhengqing, a native of Cloud City. Well, hello. Su Yuan similarly extended his hand. It turned out that this fresh-faced boy was Cloud City's SS-ranked gifted. Zhang Zhengqing? I heard that it's a SS-ranked lightning talent. It should be pretty strong. For the others. Well, is it good? Zhang Zhengqing shook hands with Su Yuan while inquiring in his mind, but he was answered by a tone of alarm he had never seen in a Black Dog before, and a series of ***. Chapter 114, Ancestral Blood. What do you know? The ancient gods have to recognize their ancestors when they see him. Zhang Zhengqing was confused by such a series of *** from it. What the? It's incoherent. This. Are you ing down or stuck? Zhang Zhengqing was helpless in his heart and could only withdraw his hand first, lest he hold it for too long. Let the others, brother Su Yuan, think of himself as a dead with a bad heart. Still, the Black Dog kept muttering to himself in his head. Saying things like impossible. This is ing really fake. Against all odds. Too much against all odds. All the time he was sitting back in his original position, waiting for the third game to start later on. It was only then that Black Dog finally calmed down. What the hell? Zhang Zhengqing was truly appetized. He's a man who can settle for anything else, mainlining a no contest. And, the only downside might be the curiosity to try everything and know everything. Black Dog's tone was extremely serious. From now on, you will listen carefully to every word I say. Go ahead. I'm listening. 1. Don't ever mess with that guy. Don't worry. I never provoke people. We are all friends. And peace and harmony is the way to go. 2. Hug your thighs. Hug your thighs hard. 3. Whatever happens to him in the future, as long as it can't kill him, you try to carry it for him. If you can't carry it, try to take his side. Zhang Zhengqing was confused. Didn't you say you're the best in the universe? Is the terrifying powerhouse that roams across the 4 universes and 8 wastelands and is honored as the Black Emperor by trillions of people? What's the point of rushing yourself up there to be their little brother now? The black dog seemed to have quite a bit more to say, but in the end it just said, 1,000 words come together in one sentence, make good karma. Zhang Zhengqing asked, for what? The black dog was silent for a moment, but finally said, remember the ancient god race I just told you about? Remember. The difference between the ancient god race and the ancient god one race. Understand? Let me give you an example. A dragon begets 9 sons, and these 9 sons possess the bloodline of a dragon. The dragon race. But there's a difference from a real dragon, and it's a pretty big difference. See? Understood. That's pretty much what the ancient gods are. To put it simply and crudely, they are inferior. By all rights, there should be no ancient gods in existence in this era. But from him I smelled the ancient god's ancestral blood. It's very, very, very weak. So weak that I didn't even notice it at first. But whatever. It's Nima's ancestral blood. Even if it's only 1 drop. When the people of the ancient god clan see him, putting aside their battle prowess, they are in principle going to recognize their ancestors. Asterisk asterisk? It was Zhang Jingqing's turn to asterisk asterisk. I heard Black Dog say that the holy sons of the ancient god clan could all blow up planets with 1 punch. How fierce must Su Yuan, who had ancient god ancestral blood flowing in his body, develop? Though I don't know why he has ancestral blood in him, and I don't know why he's on this whole planet. But anyway, you'll be right to follow him. So what? Who's strong and who's weak compared to the ancient god in you? Aren't you the Black Emperor? Wave all over the universe. Drive 19. You're that strong? No, it's the ancient gods 9 times a second. I crack. Zhang Zhengqing was silent. At the very least, though, Black Dog was honest. I'm not gonna lie. I've had my eyes open today. To actually meet a living ancient god ancestral blood possessor. Black Dog's tone was tinged with a bit of emotion, and it was evident that it was genuinely shocked by Su Yuan's existence. At this time, Zhang Zhengqing suddenly realized something. By the way, since you said that there are no more ancient gods in this era, then how did you know what flavor the ancient god's ancestral blood tasted like? It's a long story. Don't ask so many questions. It's not even something you should know right now. Your first step now is to try to hug this guy's leg and get off this planet. That's right. When you get out of here, don't ever mention the honorable name of Black Emperor. What? This honorable name is unseemly? Ahem. A little too many enemies. Su Yuan realized something. Zhang Zhengqing, who had just met him, glanced towards him from time to time. This guy. It looked quiet and clean looking, so why did she keep staring at herself? Don't be right? Noticing the look in Su Yuan's eyes. Zhang Zhengqing thought of what Black Dog said about hugging the thigh and making good karma, so he amicably flashed a bright smile at Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Aside. Su Anyan noticed the gaze meeting between the two and slightly glanced at Zhang Zhengqing. She didn't have much of an impression of this person. She only remembered that year's South River Administrative Region Martial Arts examination. I think he was 3rd, having been snatched away from the Star World program by Morong Bai, who managed to get 2nd place in the Borrowed Land High School. As for how it went back there, she had even less of an impression. It's the name. I think there was one of the 10 most wanted criminals in the United Inner and Outer Universes back then that clashed with his name. That person was also called Zhang Zhengqing, and was called Black Emperor too by countless people. As for who the Black Emperor is, this is a veteran powerhouse of the cosmic stars. As she ascended to the top of the heap, these older cosmic powers fell to their deaths. The ones who had disappeared, and the rest were crushed by the rising young powerhouses. And in the end, all the elegance went to the Tenyu. Only although the person is gone, there are still many legends of it circulating in the universe and stars. It is said to have been cultivated by a black dog. No one knows where it came from. No one knows the history of its origins. No one knows its true strength. Only that it damages the heavens and the earth, pits people to death, and has countless enemies. That Zhang Zhengqing, since he was called the Black Emperor too, was probably one of the same. Back then, she had long forgotten that there was also a Zhang Zhengqing in Blue Star, and now that she met, dusty memories are only becoming clearer. Although he didn't know much about the Zhang Zhengqing in front of him, when just now he looked at his speech, behavior and temperament style, it bears no resemblance to the Black Emperor too from back in the day, so I can only say it's quite a coincidence. The first two comparisons ended quickly. The winner of one was Morong Bai, and the winner of one was that Seoul S-class genius. Next, it was the third match, and it was Su Yuan's turn to take the ring. Brother Su Yuan. Zhang Zhengqing walked towards Su Yuan with a smile. Su Yuan lightly glanced at him and his pace quickened. Zhang Zhengqing froze. What about him? I don't know. The Black Emperor was similarly confused. After this great catastrophe of life and death, it has completely reformed itself, and has vowed never to harm anyone again. It has to be a wide range of friends and good karma or it's a dog born and bred. Therefore, Such a mysterious genius who possessed the ancestral blood of an ancient god in his body had to be grasped. After all, the ancient god's ancestral blood can't be extracted, fused, or refined, and either innately have. Either that or don't think about it for the rest of your life. It couldn't pit it if it wanted to. Besides, most of the people's eyesight is failing them, and they don't recognize any ancient god's ancestral blood at all. Unlike myself, who has a dog's nose and sniffs it out at once. What is this? It's called being close to the water and getting the moon first. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after them. Talk more about what men do to each other. Like you can compete to see who has the bigger one and promote bonding, the Black Emperor urged. And Zhang Zhengqing could only follow with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 115. If Shangguan Meng is taken down. I don't dare to think about that image. Finally, before the upcoming debut, Zhang Zhengqing chased after Su Yuan. Su, brother Su, what are you doing walking so fast? Su Yuan paused in his steps, turned his head to look at him, and asked, ever been in love? Ha? Zhang Zhengqing was confused, although he didn't know why Su Yuan asked that, but still, he shook his head instinctively. No. Once again, Su Yuan twisted his head and walked away. Obviously it's only the first time you've met with yourself, but the intent to approach is so obvious. And shaking hands, peeking at him again. This kid, the chances of it being are high. No contact if you can. Black dog. What's wrong? Zhang Zhengqing looked at Su Yuan's back as he left in large strides, puzzled. The Black Emperor pondered for a moment or two and analyzed. As a fellow with the ancient god's ancestral blood, it's normal to have a strange personality, but it looks like he shouldn't know his identity yet. It's okay, take your time. There's plenty of time anyway. Okay, I'll try. Effort doesn't work. It takes desperation. Although the ancient god ancestral blood cannot be plundered, it can be bestowed. Grandma's leg. I've never tasted the flavor of ancient god's ancestral blood in my life. You kid must give it a go. Hiss, I don't feel so good about this. Actually, I'm not much for making friends with people with an agenda. Zhang Zhengqing scratched his head and finally spoke his mind. Stupid. 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 What with a purpose? You are to be a true brother to him. If someone cuts him 10 times, you have to take 9 for him. If he likes your wife, you have to say, brothers are like brothers. Women are like clothes. It's a little too much, isn't it? You can't live without going crazy. You are the man who will inherit the name of the Black Emperor. I'm instilling the Black Emperor spirit in you. That doesn't sound like a good name. Can I say no? The arena cheered like a tsunami when Su Yuan made his entrance. Even though Su Yuan was from Lanchang instead of Wenchang, but no one would begrudge a true genius his applause. Similarly, the crowd's applause continued to be enthusiastic as Zhang Zhengqing appeared on the stage, not in the least attenuated by his certain defeat. Just when Zhang Zhengqing was about to admit defeat, the Black Emperor's voice rang out. Stop. Definitely can't admit defeat. Generally speaking, the strong will only recognize the strongest. I don't know if he'll think less of you if you give up, but he doesn't like weaklings, but definitely does not see him as his partner. Zhang Zhengqing became bitter. I'll get my ass kicked. Won't I? I'll teach you one more trick. You can lay down a couple more times. Act like you're doing your best every time you get up. Don't overact. And be careful of the scale. That's how you've traveled the universe? Why do I get the feeling you've been whisked all over the universe? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Okay, here we go. First impressions count. With a start from the referee. After the two of them saluted each other, Su Yuan moved. Zhang Zhengqing similarly moved. He knew that he couldn't beat Su Yuan, but if he really wanted to fight, it's better to be a little more serious, right? Ray, boo. A huge force came from his chest. Zhang Zhengqing's figure flew backwards. Whoops! There were exclamations of surprise from the stage. The audience's eyes widened and their mouths fell open into an O shape. Seconds are so fast. Is this the strength of the first fault line? Even SS-ranked gifted people were so unbeatable in front of him? Bull! Zhang Zhengqing. He struggled to get up from the ground. Again! The second time. Third. Fourth. Fifth. I can still. Boom! Zhang Zhengqing fainted. Although Su Yuan had stayed his hand every time, Zhang Zhengqing could not hold on in the end. Looking at his opponent who was lying on all fours on the ground, Su Yuan pondered. This guy, it's a bit of perseverance. Doesn't look like a dead. Pretty manly. Had he misunderstood him? Su Yuan thought for a moment and went over to help Zhang Zhengqing up. Together they exited the stage to rapturous applause from the audience. Imperial capital. Lonely? You must be lonely too? Gu Wei. I watched Su Yuan, who was easily victorious on the TV, tilted his head back and leaned on the sofa. Closing his eyes, he brought himself into Su Yuan's perspective. How sad it is to be strong, but have no opponent. Come on then, come to the empire. I'll wait for you. The Qin family. So boring. Qin Rulong gently shook his head. This fight is so tedious. That guy called Zheng Zhengcheng, although he was also an SS grade talent possessor, but he was too weak, akin to a glass cannon. In the presence of a true genius, he simply couldn't even release his own thunder spell to be defeated, and simply had no chance of winning. Aside, Qin Rumon was similarly uninterested in watching the game. As she was surfing the internet on her cell phone to purchase contacts, Sister Shangwan Meng's eyes are the most beautiful eyes in the world, as pure and flawless as a flaming gem, like a clear and mysterious turquoise blue ocean. Whoever meets those eyes will sink, right? As a loyal little fan of Shangwan Meng, she often wears contacts to imitate. It's just a shame that every time I've bought one, I've been dissatisfied with the color. Wearing it looks nowhere near as good as Sister Shangwan Meng. Sis. Qin Rulong glanced at Qin Rumon helplessly and said helplessly, you really don't want to go off the deep end one day. Your face just doesn't quite match the red and blue alien pupils and silver hair. The corner of Qin Ruming's mouth tugged. Her face full of black lines. Itchy skin, isn't it? Qin Rulong was silenced and immediately wimped out. With this insane adoration of Shangwan Meng by her own oldest sister, what would happen to her if one day the news came that Shangwan Meng had been taken down by some man? It's exciting to think about it. Want to see it. Love it. I just don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime. Shangwan Mansion. In the elegant garden, Shangwan Shang looked calm. After learning that Shangwan Meng and Su Yuan were together, Morongjin spread the news back to the Morong family, and the Morong and Shangwan families, as allied family friends, shared most of their information with each other. Thus Shangwan Wake knew that there was some sort of not-so-shallow relationship between Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng, even to the point of the words that Shangwan Meng said to Morongjin. In reality, is not it using Morongjin as a bridge between the sending a message to the Shangwan and Morong families? Up and down. I shall kill you? Sounds pretty good, but why to an outsider? The corners of Shangwan Chang's mouth lifted up in a smirk. However, there was a flash of bone-chilling killing intent in those slender eyes, as if they were toying with the feelings contained in those two words. The reason why the Shangwan family hadn't made a move on Su Yuan yet was because they were afraid that Shangwan Meng would come and break the net with a fish. It's fine if the net is broken, but if the fish is dead, it's a lost cause. Also, Su Yuan is now a demonic genius with a great reputation. Even Gu Qingtian had some concerns about him, and if he really got killed, those people who were not dealing with the Shangwan and Morong families, it will be used as an excuse to take advantage of the situation. We have to think long and hard about this, but no matter how long, you're always going to die, aren't you? And you, Shangwan Meng, you were born into the Shangwan family. Even if you die, you'll be the ghost of the Shangwan family. All men have a destiny. This is your destiny. Shangwan woke up and smiled so brightly. P.S. Third shift again. This time it's an unsolicited extra shift. Asking for some small gifts. Chapter 116, My Stupid Sister Yo, you won't even call me brother. Backfield. When Su Yuan handed Zhang Zhengqing over to the paramedics, Zhang Zhengqing, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes with great effort. Pulling on Su Yuan's coat, he said breathlessly, Brother Su, I'm not weak, right? Su Yuan? He thought about it and decided to make up a well-intentioned lie. Well, you're not weak, quite strong. That's good. Zhang Zhengqing's hand hung down feebly. With that little hand fling, those who didn't know would have thought they were in some kind of sadistic idol drama. The paramedics couldn't even look away. Helpless. Young man, your injuries are not that serious. You're making it sound like you'll be eating a seat tomorrow. And in Zhang Jingqing's mind, the Black Emperor's voice was incredibly excited. Asterisk. I could tell you kid had potential. This nifty acting is no better than I was back in the day. Su Yuan strangely looked at Zhang Zhengqing who was being carried on a stretcher. He remembered that Principal Xiao Jiangwo had said that this Zhang Jingqing's character was rather lazy and casual. Is there a problem with the intel? Never mind. Whatever. He feels like a nice, goofy, silly guy, as long as he's not a dead. It's good to make friends. Back to the rest area. The next one up is Su Anyan. Even though she knew it must have been a crushing victory with her strength, she still said cheers. Aha. Su Anyan nodded indifferently, brushing past Su Yuan and walking towards the ring. After the match started, Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng were both outside the arena, and Su Yuan was left alone and bored. Just tap on the system panel and look at it. 113,124. Over 100,000. There's still over 20,000 emotes left after the last draw of the guarantee. It's earned a little bit of sentimentality sporadically over that time, but the main bulk of it, it must have still been earned by showing up and hanging Zhang Zhengqing himself just now. As an SS-class gifted person, Zhang Zhengqing was already synonymous with super genius in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of himself he could only be passively beaten. The gap in strength was too great. Although there had been all sorts of news flying around beforehand, blowing their own strengths well out of the water. But witnessing it with your own eyes certainly packs a much bigger punch for viewers than hearing about it. It seems that at the end of the 6-city joint exam, you should be able to accumulate enough emotional values needed for the next round of guarantees. The only pity is that the emotional value collected by the system is determined by the strength and emotional intensity of the emotion generator. As my strength increases, none of the ordinary people, who make up the vast majority of the population, can provide me with emotional values anymore. But it's not a big problem. Now there are 2 more trump cards. One is my mental power. The second is the battle chi that will successfully coalesce sooner or later, both of which will allow me to earn another big wave. But it has to be revealed at the right time. There's another advantage to doing this dash. Everyone thinks I'm running out of cards, but by exposing them, I'm able to draw again, accumulating new undercurrents. Always a billion more points to the bottom than you think I am. The corners of Su Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he finished his plan and closed the system panel. Incidentally, he glanced at the heavenly origin bottle in the system space. This little bottle, of ancient and esoteric shape. It should be the existence of the highest grade that one has come into contact with so far. Mere mutilated state can be certified by the system as a red quality reward. It made Su Yuan couldn't help but look forward to what kind of changes the heavenly origin liquid it had condensed would bring to himself. But unfortunately, the heavenly origin bottle was empty, with not a single trace of heavenly origin liquid in sight. The first round of matchups ended quickly. After eliminating 5 players, one of the 5 remaining players will need to take a turn. In accordance with the rules of previous editions, the candidates for the round are selected by live and online voting. One contestant who is considered the strongest by the audience gets a spot in the rotation. In past years, several contestants have had a 50-50 split in the vote, because everyone was neck and neck. But this year was different. The votes were lopsided in favor of Su Yuan. Live vote, 98.1% chose Su Yuan. Internet voting, 94.2% chose Su Yuan. Such an exaggerated vote advantage showed the strength of Su Yuan's strength in the minds of the crowd. With that, Su Yuan was smoothly wheeled out for the next 2 fights. Su Anyan versus that S-class Heavenly Pride. Morongbei versus Zhao Rizu. The final result was unsurprising. Su Anyan and Morongbei won. Next, it was the duel between Su Anyan and Morongbei. Aside from the hastily ended duel between Su Yuan and Zhang Zhengqing, this one is considered to be of the highest quality, and as such was met with tons of anticipation. Morongbei had absolute confidence in himself, and excluding Su Yuan, other people were to him. It's all garbage. Although the Su Anyan had achieved about the same score as him at that time, but that was because he had been injured in the battle with Su Yuan, and had no subsequent chance to hunt the second-rank ferocious beasts again. Or else, the second position was definitely not her turn. Furthermore, the final bottom line the family gave themselves was to hold on to second place. Otherwise, it would be a problem if they didn't qualify for the Star World program. However, the facts once again hit Morongbei's face hard. He was lying outside the ring, nose to nose. In the 3rd minute of the match, a few teeth were chipped as well. Looking at the azure sky, his mind was filled with nothing but a series of question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? There was a silence in the arena as people were shocked and looked at the calm and collected stunningly beautiful young lady in the ring. Couldn't believe my eyes. Before this, they only knew that Arashur City had produced a Su Yuan, demonic to the extreme. The other heavenly prides were not worth mentioning in front of him. And this Su Anyan, if memory serves, in terms of scores, it doesn't seem to be too far off from Morongbei, who was ranked 3rd. But why did the duel between the two end in such an overwhelming victory? The Morong family is probably furious right now. Audience. Shangwan Ru was refreshed. The reason why the Morong family sent Morongbei to Nanjiang was to avoid the group of monsters in the imperial capital. As a result, who knew that Nanjiang had produced 2 supreme demons this year? Su Yuan and Su Anyan. This is kind of a kick in the teeth. The Star Realm program was being implemented by the Court of 12, and the Morong family was able to use their connections to, allowing Morongbei to take the entrance exam on borrowed land once is already the result of the above turning a blind eye. And if it happens again, the above will not agree. As long as Su Anyan can maintain this growth rate, defeating Morongbei again to take the 2nd place during the Great Martial Arts examination, then the Morong family would be considered a big loss. When the Morong family was defeated, Shangwan Ru was naturally happy, and she looked at Morong Xiao, who was not far away. That face that had risen to the color of pig's liver was so funny. Just then, Shangwan Ru's words changed, but Morongbei is only 2nd tier after all, even if the other fellow inside him that. It's still a lot worse than those monsters in the imperial capital. I've asked around a little bit in the past 2 days, and there are a lot of monsters in the imperial capital this term. The one in the ancient chief's family was currently the strongest, having convinced most of them, and the pair of dragon and phoenix children from the Qin family were close behind. There's also the Lu family, the Wang family, the Lu family. There are all demons out there. As for that Shangwan Wake, back when he was still young, I just thought he was a bad seed, and his information was kept tightly hidden at home and not given away. To compete with these first-tier monsters, Anyan might have to work a little harder. On the contrary, Xiao Yuan's sister, do you think he can take this year's Danglong martial scholarship? I do. And if he can replicate my chi before the big martial arts exam, I think it should be 9 out of 10. And if it doesn't work out, it might be less probable, don't you think? Well, Shangwan dreamed about it. She wasn't sure what kind of monster had appeared in the imperial capital this term, but if it was little Su Yuan, I believe him. After Morongbai lost, the next step was the Demon King Challenge, meaning, as the victor, Su Anyan, going to challenge Su Yuan, the great Demon King who had been rotated out because he was too strong. Challenge? Su Anyan didn't like that word, because the weak against the strong is what is called a challenge. But you have to keep it in for now. It's a pain in the ass, but there's nothing you can do about it. Who made it impossible for her to be the so-called demon? Of course, she knew very well that Su Yuan didn't know what kind of madness he was smoking. With all 4 remaining true veins condensed, she would have no chance of winning. Her real battleground today lies in that which she prefers not to mention. But a dare that had to be taken. But, admit defeat? Never. There is only one battle. Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. Looking at Su Anyan, who was standing across from him, Su Yuan thought silently in his heart. This time, he wouldn't hold back. He would let Su Anyan witness his own power, so that she would not be able to have a mind for a contest. For her to come to terms with the gap between the two. For her to see herself as the majestic and unbridgeable older brother. Express that dependence openly. My stupid sister you won't even call me a brother. Then let's fight. Chapter 117, Once Upon a Time. I was in the room and you were out of the room. With much anticipation, the battle was fought. The host was even excited to broadcast the report. Against Su Yuan, the deserved number 1 heavenly pride of our class. There's not much time left for student Su Anyan. The words had not yet fallen. The 2 silhouettes in the field had already intertwined. So fast. Su Anyan's pupils snapped. After his physique skyrocketed, Su Yuan's explosive power increased to twice its original level. The speed was naturally much faster than before. She didn't even have time to execute other means before Su Yuan had already arrived in front of her. The shadows covered her body in an instant, condensing into a battle armor. But, boo! Su Yuan knocked her back with a punch. Su Anyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, and even though she had the shadow battle armor to unload some of the force, but the remaining residual force still caused her to stifle a grunt. Before she had time to do any thinking, Su Yuan's figure appeared behind her again. Lifting her leg and kicking her back into the center of the ring, but only flew out less than half a meter. Su Yuan dashed to her face again. One hand grabbed her collar and threw her violently upwards. The moment the weightlessness came, Su Anyan realized that it was not good, but Su Yuan had already used the recoil of the ground to leap high. Raising his right leg high, he slammed it down, straight into Su Anyan's abdomen. Boo! Su Anyan landed heavily. 1 set in a row. Not to mention Su Anyan, even the audience under the stage was confused. What the hell is this? Do you play fighting games? Floating combo? It's so smooth, so handsome. Next, another set. The crowd only saw Su Anyan being moved around by Su Yuan. Finally, the fight is over. Su Anyan collapsed with the pride of a strong man and a strong sense of unwillingness. The presenter was shocked, but as a professional he quickly reacted to just a tone of regret and shock. Our student Su Anyan hasn't been able to cross the big mountain of Su Yuan after all. I hope she won't be discouraged by this. After all, failure is the mother of success, and life is not as good as it should be. After a short silence, the arena cheered, applauding Su Yuan's victory. Strong. It's too strong. Su Anyan easily defeated Morongbai. Su Yuan easily defeated Su Anyan again. Stronger than strong. More than a genius. Understand this gold-containing mouth and teeth. Audience. Hiss. Shangwan Ru sucked in a breath of cool air. Yuchi is hitting a little hard today. It's a good thing it didn't hit me in the face, or else it wouldn't be good for a girl to break her face. And Yen is really something, too. Knowing that he can't beat Xiao Yuan, he still wants to go on. That temper is truly more stubborn than a donkey. Shangwan Meng blinked. What was this inexplicable feeling of a hint of pleasure? She's supposed to be generous. Imperial capital. The ancient family. Gu Weiwei stood up with a miso sound, walked over to the TV and grabbed the sides of it with both hands. looking excited. Strong indeed. I recognize you. And you, Su Watan. Although you're a bit weak, your will to fight shows. Gu Wei's eyes glowed, feeling pleased with Su Yuan's strength. One more worthy opponent to honor. As for Su Anyun, he didn't even remember the full name. But her fighting spirit, that fights to the last minute and doesn't admit defeat. It was much more sublime than a coward like Morongbai who cowed before the battle and thus fled the imperial capital. When the great martial arts exam is over, they're all meant to come to the imperial capital, and on that day, he was bound to take on this good brother, whom he had never met. The Qin family. ***. This Su Yuan, there's something. Qin Rulong blinked and gave a thumbs up. Morongbai is weak, I guess, but he's not the type that everyone can ride. This girl called Su Anyun was able to defeat him. Although the one who defeated was not the other fellow in Morongbai's body, it was still enough to qualify for the word heavenly pride. And the fact that Su Yuan had defeated Su Anyun with what seemed like such ease was enough to show that Su Yuan was a genius capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with them. It was pretty good. Qin Rumung nodded approvingly. Suddenly, she shuddered and her eyes snapped open. Turns out the live announcer gave the crowd a couple of close-ups after the game. Although the guide didn't know the identities of Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng, still, the sisters, with such bright and outstanding facial features, were immediately noticed by him, and were therefore recorded. Sister Shangguan Meng, and Sister Shangguan Ru, obviously a young girl who's too beautiful for her own good. But at this time Qin Rumung was like a stingy man who saw the beautiful girl of his heart. Excited beyond measure, immediately took out his cell phone and clicked and clicked and clicked. Qin Rulong, however, was curious. Why are they there? Oh, I think I've heard that from home before. Shangguan Ru's sister is the director of education in some city over in Nanjing. It wouldn't happen to be this Arisher city where Su Yuan is, would it? It should be. Qin Rumung nodded, but just at this time, the guide cut the camera. It was aimed at Su Yuan again, giving Qin Rumung a good scolding. But cursing aside, she had made up her mind. Sister Shangguan Meng should have gone to find Sister Shangguan Ru. No, it's not easy for my sister to show up. I have to go find her. With that, he directly ran out in a windy manner. Qin Rulong has long been accustomed to this kind of situation, and did not even go out to chase after him. Instead, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Dad, Sis is running away from home again." To the cheers of the crowd, the 1v1 dueling session of the 6 cities joint exam came to a close. With absolute crushing strength, Su Yuan, he became the deserved Demon King of this session of the 6 cities joint exam and was awarded a Demon King medal made of pure gold. And those heavenly prides who in days gone by should have shown each. All of them became the companions of the strongest Demon King ever. No one noticed them, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Yuan's body. It's a bad taste, but most people are convinced that after all, the difference in strength was there. Even Morongbai, at this time, did not have the arrogance of the past. It's like a wilted vegetable seedling. Of course, it's mostly because his biggest bottom line, the other personality within him fell into an eerie silence. Since the last time, Ferocious Beast actual combat test, Su Yuan showed his strength, and after the guy didn't choose to take over the body, he didn't react. So far, Morongbai doesn't even know what he's up to, but he didn't dare to tell his family about it either, because he knew that his status and position were largely dependent on that guy, regardless of whether it was the ghost spirit transforming soldier or the Rakshasa body, which he was unable to perform on his own. The only one with the ability to move is that guy. Oh, it's not rigorous anymore. In fact, there's a defiantly stubborn ass. Only she, like Zhang Zhengqing, had already been carried away on a stretcher by the paramedics. Evening. Hospitals. Shangguan Ru guarded Su Anyun's bedside. Su Yuan took Shangguan Meng out for dinner. In the final battle, Su Anyun was hardened, so when she was carried down from the ring, it had fallen into a coma. It's so strong. Shangguan Ru shook his head helplessly, but she also finally understood when her oldest sister met Su Anyun for the first time. Why would you say that Su Anyun and her are in the same category? Now that I look at it, I can really see in her the shadow of my oldest sister when she was a child. Also strong and stubborn. Abyss. Shangguan Ru froze. Good guy. He's in a coma, and he's still thinking about other people's Xiao Yuan? Sure enough, her own psychoanalysis had not been wrong, and she had relied on Su Yuan deep down. It's deep. Only, how come you still have the habit of grinding your teeth? Looking at Su Anyun, who was gritting her teeth and making click 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 sounds, Shangguan Ru was confused. Later, Su Anyun finally woke up. No major injuries, quite a few minor ones, but none of them are in the way. Su Yuan's heavy hand was heavy, but he was still measured and didn't let Su Anyun break her bones. so after observing for a while and doing some basic testing, the Su Anyun was then picked up by Shangguan Ru and returned to the hotel. Tomorrow the representatives of the 6 cities are going to present awards to the congregation. That's why most people choose to stay overnight in Winnipeg today. Hotel. Su Yuan and Su Yen. 1 room each. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng shared a room. Restrooms. Look at yourself in the mirror. Su Anyun took a deep breath while brainwashing herself. Cheer up. You can do it. The glazed star marrow must be yours. When we cultivate the glazed indestructible body, everything today will be doubled. After being mentally prepared, she left the room and knocked on Su Yuan's door. It's a good thing that I don't have any injuries on my own hands today, or else the massage might have been compromised. So angry. The thought of being beaten up solidly by this guy in the ring today. He also has to be given relaxing massages at night, and even has to think about whether it will affect the results. It's okay. I'm strong. Just as Su Anyun was holding back for the sake of the glazed star marrow. Who is it? The door to the room opened. Su Anyun didn't see anyone, but only heard a clear and pleasant voice. She lowered her head and saw Shangguan Meng, who was tilting her head to look at herself. Su Anyun froze for a moment, then tried to squeeze out a smile. What a coincidence. Chapter 118, Vibe pulling full circle. Props for pulling full stop. Your cos. Room. Su Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding the gamepad in his hand, staring daggers at the screen in front of him, operating frantically. He asked without looking back. Who? Sister Anyun. Shangguan Meng answered obediently. Su Yuan paused, pressed pause on the game, turned his head, walked around Shangguan Meng Zhao's body and, looking toward the door, Su Anyun. Why? Is something wrong? Su Anyun didn't respond at first, only looking into the room. It's the hotel's gaming room. Oversized display. There were all kinds of game cassettes and peripherals, and the colorful lights of a disco. So Shangguan Meng came here to play games? Does the witch who has turned countless people's heads actually like playing games? What an inscrutable character. Su Anyun withdrew her gaze and was about to open her mouth to make her intentions known. However, Shangguan Meng took a step ahead and waved his hand with Su Yuan. Bye. Next up is the psychotherapy session with Sister Yen. Right. I'll leave you guys alone. Hearing this, Su Yuan froze for a moment. Right-o. If Shangguan Meng hadn't reminded him, he'd almost forgotten there was such a thing. But he had thought that Su Anyun wouldn't come to him today. After all, he didn't hold back in the ring today, punching Su Anyun to the point of passing out. Seeing that she still had a lot of bandages and plasters wrapped around her body. Forget it, it's all like this. Let's just satisfy her. After Shangguan Meng left, Su Anyun silently walked into the room and locked the door. Still the same as before, right? Su Yuan asked. Su Anyun nodded gently. Okay. Su Yuan left the couch and plopped down on the bed, then extended a hand. Come on, Su Yen. She walked over to Su Yuan. Silently, he pushed Su Yuan's hand back. Su Yuan froze for a moment. What do you mean? Su Anyun took a deep breath. Today, it's a full body massage. Su Yuan's tiger's body shook. Last time, Su Anyun also said that she would give him a massage to relax, but when she said she was relaxing, she couldn't actually relax a bit. Simply poking herself in the arm with her chopstick-like iron hand so hard that her arm was swollen from rubbing it. Now that it's turned into a full body massage, wouldn't that mean poking yourself all over? This kind of thing is better left alone. As if she could see Su Yuan's hesitation, Su Anyun put her heart on the line. Don't worry, it's not like last time. I'll believe you for a second. Only after getting ready. Su Yuan realized that Su Anyun was late to start. When she raised her head, she realized that Su Anyun had sat in front of the computer at an unknown time. Are picking songs on music software? Spa's songbook? What the hell? So professional? Not a moment too soon. That soothing music began to play, just as the lights in the gaming room were dimmer again. Let the vibe come up all at once. It's just that if there's an impromptu inspection by the sheriff's department, it might be a bit of a hassle. A few minutes later. Not starting yet? There's one thing missing. Su Anyun's expression was calm. Now that you've decided to do it, you have to do it to the best of your ability. One thing missing? What's the difference? Su Yuan wasn't sure, but didn't ask. He himself was helping Yen with her psychotherapy, and as long as it wasn't something too much, she can come and go as she pleases. Soon, someone rang the room bell. Su Anyun got up and went to open the door, returned with a takeout bag in hand. She took out the contents, an aromatherapy set, light it and put it next to the bed. Su Yuan. If Su Anyun hadn't always stayed with him, he really had to wonder if she had been pulled into some den for color training. This little set of configurations. Really want to have a 100% real-life reproduction. Okay. Su Anyun was finally ready for anything. Even though the opening line had been said once before, that line to her. It's still so hard, so humiliating, but she remained unshaken, for she knew very well that it was just the darkness before the dawn, and she would get through it. After doing the psychological construction, please start enjoying yourself. I'm going to start with the first experience. Su Yuan wasn't as shocked as he was last time when he heard those words, but he still felt Su Anyan's sickness from it. Even the opening line had to be exactly the same, and he wouldn't believe it if it wasn't psychologically twisted. Su Anyan finally reached out her hand. People who are good-looking tend to have good-looking hands. Those white jade-like 10 fingers were like the most perfect work of art. It landed on Su Yuan's right arm. Starting from the first acupoint and gently kneading, the cool touch came from his arm, much softer than the first time. Su Yuan was uncomfortable at first, his body instinctively tensing up, but in that perfect atmosphere baked with, as well as under Su Anyan's really two-timing maneuver, he slowly relaxed. You really know how to do that, don't you? He suddenly came to this. Su Anyan's petite body gave a start, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She'd never have done such a thing in her life, if she hadn't been forced to. It will be a shame and a stain on her life. When the arms on both sides are relaxed, the neck, torso and legs come next. Since the human body is center symmetric, if you stand on one side for a massage, it can lead to uneven forces and make the experience much less effective. This was what Su Anyan experienced when she shared a feeling with the shadow servant at that time. It's also what's highlighted in that book, Lust for SPA 32 Styles. The best way to do this is to have the client's thighs spread apart, with the masseur in a kneeling position. Sit in the center of your legs for an upper body massage for the best results. But there was no way Su Anyan would do that. Beating to death is not an option, so she remained standing by the bed. It was only when she had finished massaging and relaxing Su Yuan's head and neck area that her gaze shifted downward and a very serious problem was discovered. Su Yuan is wearing clothes, and in the DARE rules, it states that through clothing does not count as effective contact area. Why did you stop? Su Yuanfa wondered. You can't tell. Just a few strokes of this, and it's getting so good. He almost fell asleep from the comfort of it all. This sudden stop made him recoil. Su Anyan was silent again for a long time. Quickly, she thought of a solution. She would manipulate the shadows, transforming them into a black ribbon with which she blindfolded herself. On the first dare, she tried to use the shadow to turn into a glove to isolate the contact between herself and Su Yuan, and was reminded by the system that it was not in accordance with the rules. So it's not against the rules to blindfold yourself, is it? Seeing Su Anyan's move, Su Yuan froze at first, then cracked. Once Young One sent him a few little seaside videos of pretty young ladies. Inside there's this decoration of blindfolds with ribbons, which is said to poke some people's XP. Or is it? Su Anyan is cosplaying blind massage? Well, Su Yuan was more willing to believe the latter. At that moment, Su Anyan spoke softly. You take your clothes off. Su Yuan. Oh, so it is. A full body massage does involve undressing, which is normal. It seemed that he had overthought things and Su Anyan was just trying to avoid suspicion. It's a good sign that she doesn't have any intention of coveting herself, at all. Just slightly awkward. But Su Yuan didn't think much of it, and after removing his top, revealing the perfect body with great beauty and strength, like an ancient Greek sculpture, it was pleasing to the eyes. He lay back down and continued with this particular psychotherapy. Just this time of year, the cell phone placed aside suddenly rang. Su Yuan looked at it, and the caller ID was Aunt Su. He hesitated and was thinking about whether or not to answer it when Su Anyan asked, Who? Your mom. Her hand froze in midair. Chapter 119 Lies don't hurt people. Truth is the fastest knife. Su Anyan who breaks the defense. Pick up. Still not picking up. That's a problem. Su Qingling didn't come to watch the game today, because she said that she was worried that her presence would affect Su Yuan and Su Anyan's play. She watched this Heavenly Pride event via live streaming at home. She called Su Yuan when the match was over, concerned about Xuanyan's condition. And now this. Is it something important? Su Yuan thought about it, gesturing that Su Anyan was about to answer the phone herself. He told her to keep quiet. Su Anyan nodded silently. Phone call connected. Su Yuan turned on the speakerphone. Oh Buchi? On the other end of the phone, Su Qingling's gentle voice came. Auntie Su, what's wrong? Is something wrong? It's nothing really. I called Yin a few times just now. She never answered. Do you know where she went? Su Anyan's hand movement was a beat. She had left her cell phone in her room and hadn't brought it with her. Su Yuan looked at Su Anyan on the side. He couldn't say that Su Anyan was massaging him in his room. Could he? What must Auntie Su think? So he made a random excuse. She went out with Ru. Probably out shopping. Forgot her cell phone I think. I'll have her call you back when she gets back later. As Su Yuan spoke, Su Anyan's movements did not stop. Just this while enjoying the coziness brought about by Su Anyan, while talking to Aunt Su on the phone. What's with the constant feeling of weakness? Oh, okay, well, you remind her of that later. As Su Qingling spoke, Su Yuan thought that she was going to hang up the phone, but she suddenly opened her mouth again. Right, actually, there's absolutely no need for you to blame yourself. Oh Buchi, when you spoke to me like that today, Su Yuan had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, and with a quick eye in hand, he turned off the speakerphone button. Su Anyan stopped her hand movements and smiled as she took the phone and put the speakerphone button back on. When you said that to me today, I was actually thinking about the fact that I was talking to you about. Is it giving you too much pressure to take care of Xiaoyan more outside? Su Anyan, care? What care? I don't need his care. I know you martial artists are all about the word competition. I also know that you're definitely stronger than Yen, and I was originally worried today that you would intentionally lose to Yen. Pust. Su Anyan stuck an arrow in his chest. I also know that even though Xiaoyan is indifferent to you, you've always cared for her, treating her like a sister, giving in to her in every way. Pust. Another arrow. But it's a good thing you didn't. You took Yen as a real opponent. Showed your strength. I think even though Xiaoyan lost, she must have been convinced and could understand that you did it out of respect for her. On the blue star, the only person Su Anyan cared about was Su Qingling, and how cruel Su Qingling's words were to her. All men are made to grow through blows, and without setbacks they never grow up. I thank you for Yen. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Su Yuan sneaked a look at Su Anyan on the side. Well, the smile on her face was still as bright as ever. But why do you feel a little sweaty yourself? Alright, more words Auntie Su won't say anymore. You go to bed early and get more rest. Well, Su Yuan grunted in pain on his back. What's wrong with you? Oh Buchi? No, nothing. Su Yuan took a deep breath and calmed down. Just got bitten by a bug. Oh Buchi, you're still getting bitten by bugs now that you're so physically strong? I thought normal bugs couldn't sting you. Ha ha. Su Qingling's voice covering her mouth and laughing lightly came from the other end of the cell phone. Su Yuan. Su Anyan. Su Anyan's force was a bit greater, but Su Qingling on the other end of the phone was blissfully unaware of everything over here and simply said, well, I'll hang up now, so get some rest. Okay, bye Auntie Su. The phone finally hung up. Only then did Su Yuan suck in a breath of cool air. Why are you pinching me all of a sudden? I almost got caught, don't you know? Su Anyan still wore that signature Mona Lisa-style smile. What did you mean when you told my mom you were blaming yourself? Su Yuan was helpless. It's just that I came down on you a little hard today. It felt a little inappropriate. Su Anyan, however, said bluntly, there is no inappropriateness. As much strength as you have, use it all. Are you sure? Su Yuan's hand was indeed a little bit heavier today, but the heaviness was limited. Otherwise, with his current strength, whoever he hits, his family eats the seat. Okay, Su Anyan could accept her own failure, but she could only not accept Su Yuan's pity for herself. Su Yuan could only agree with his mouth as if he was coaxing a child, but in his heart, he could only sigh. Silly Ro dear, the two of us will never become life and death enemies. How can we use our full strength? If you really want to use your full strength, oh yeah, you can fight in a virtual battle, but I'm afraid you'll be left with a psychological shadow. Next, Su Anyan did not leave, because her time for dares is not over yet. Go on. She regained her composure. Lines. There's something about this little ninny's maneuver that's not cool for nothing. Finally, dare time is over. Su Anyan's hand left Su Yuan's body. For the sake of today's ratings, she just spent the second half of her maneuver without a hint of emotion. Still playing at the highest level. What she pressed was not Su Yuan. What she pressed was her own glazed star marrow. Comfortable? Who dash? Su Yuan sat up, stretching a great deal. He felt lighter throughout. Of course it's comfortable. He was just thinking of complimenting Su Anyan. But before he could finish his words, only to find that she had walked out of the room with a cold face. What the hell? Su Anyan, who had returned to her room, went to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water a few times. That's when it finally calmed down. Calm down. Calm down. After all, it's true that you're not acting as strong as him right now, and it's normal to be misunderstood. System. Su Anyan gritted her teeth and pulled up the system panel. She wanted to see what kind of rating she got today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving an A-rank rating in today's dog-licking adventure. Grade A. Su Anyan was finally relieved. The next level up from a grade is S grade. As long as one could obtain the glazed star marrow, all of this that one had given was worthwhile. Just She felt like she'd done enough for the day, and wanted to go one step further and achieve an S rating. What can be done to improve it? She thought about searching the web, but the dead memories started attacking her and it brought back memories of the so-called most perfect love breakfast she'd been swindled out of, and the woman who'd burrowed under the table. Ugh! At this point, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an A-rated reward for this round's great adventure. Acquired, Love Enemy Detector 1 unit. Love Enemy Detector. When a member of the opposite sex with a favorability, specifically male-female love, of more than 60% towards the bound object appears within a radius of 5 meters, it will emit a ticking sound. Don't panic. The drops are only audible to you. Su and Yen? What the hell? I worked so hard to get an A rating and what the hell are you doing giving me this piece of? What do I want this %UN hashtag it for? It was obvious that Su Anyan was really breaking some defenses. Even if you gave her a level 1 source crystal, it would be much more useful than this thing. Fraud. This is proper fraud. Just as Su Anyan was cursing in her mind without any regard for her image. Drip. Su and Yen? P.S. Haha. Chapter 120, a licking dog is not extreme. It's an extreme non-licking dog. The sudden drop that sounded in her head confused Su Anyan. In the meantime, Shangwan Ru's voice came through the door. Yen, do you want to go out and have some late-night snacks together? One city has a lot of specialty snacks. Oh. Su and Yen? What the hell? She was shocked. Shangwan Ru's favorability towards Su Yuan is at 60% upwards? How is that possible? You should know that this favorability is exclusively in terms of male-female love. The kind of fondness a sister feels for her brother, or pure admiration, is not part of this. Besides, what's so attractive about that guy Su Yuan? Although he's good-looking, pretty talented, and has an okay personality, but, okay, although he didn't have much charisma for himself, after all, he had seen countless starry heavenly pride, and Su Yuan wasn't even close to them, but objectively evaluated. For those who have not yet set foot in the stars, he does count as quite a charmer. But it was still a little hard for her to accept. After all, Shangwan Ru did not show any special favoritism towards Su Yuan on a regular basis. In contrast, Shangwan Meng's favorable impression of Su Yuan was something he could see for himself. Outside the door, Shangwan Ru was knocking on the door. Su Yuan half squatted to the side, maintaining this position. It was so that Shangwan Meng could see his cell phone. The two were browsing together on the food review app on their phones for Winchester's specialty delicacies. Decide what you want to eat later. I'm going to eat this later. Could be. And this, as well. This one too. Can you eat it? Su Yuan favorably reached out and gently scraped on her small delicate nose. Another smooth, amused pat on her little tummy. Can you fit so much in here? Shangwan Ru shuddered. She felt that Su Yuan's movements had become more and more excessive recently. I don't know how long my sister will be able to endure this. If only we had a video camera now. We could record this scene and use it as a talisman for her. LOL. The door to the room opened. Su Anyan walked out. All three looked up at her. Su Anyan's gaze swept over Shangwan Ru first. Then it landed on Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng who were squatting together and swiping their cell phones. Oh, I gradually understood everything. It turned out to be a false alarm. Go. Shangwan Ru swept her over. Su Yuan then held Shangwan Meng. The picture looked harmonious, but only Su Anyan's mind was dripping. It's just annoying. Can you turn it off? Ding. Think in peace. Think in preparation. 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 Me. Let. You. Off. Turn it off. It's a certain barbecue stand. Xianyan was tired. She's worked hard to learn massage techniques, pulling faces and showing determination. It's so hard to get an A rating. But the reward is this kind of stuff. She should have predicted that before that. What love Q underwear. What fox charming secret technique. Now it seems. Any evaluation other than the S-rank evaluation, the rewards are a mess and not useful at all. Ding. General program of the rules of dog licking. Dog licking without extremes is extreme without dog licking. Su and Yen. Are you a dog licking system or a comparison system? Ding. This system is a comparison system when the host is strong enough, and when the host is too weak. This system will only turn on the dog licking mode. Look out for it. Su and Yen. Yen, aren't you going to eat? Shangwan Ru touched Su Anyan with her elbow, holding a skewer in her other hand. One bite of juicy cumin roasted lamb bursting with flavor. During the previous training period, not only were Su Yuan and Su Anyan tired, but she analyzed data every day and researching nutritional ratios, developing training programs, and monitoring in real time is equally exhausting. Take advantage of the 6-city joint exam to have a good rest. Combine work and rest. It was in preparation for the next training when she got back, but she could see that the Su Anyan seemed to be preoccupied all the time. Could it be that her mental problems are expanding? Thanks. I'm not hungry. Su Anyan shook her head. She was now full of thoughts about how she should get an S rating tomorrow. If you couldn't get the glazed star marrow, everything was all for naught. She could have given it away for absolutely nothing. Things like making a love breakfast, helping someone relax with a massage. These things, who would have thought it would happen to her? In the old days, if she made a meal, who would dare to eat it? Even if it was thrown on the ground, those starry sky giants that destroyed galaxies at every turn wouldn't dare to come looking for food. She's going to give a relaxing massage. Who dares to come? I'm afraid the entire starry sky will be destroyed by my own pressure. With that in mind, Su Anyan's gaze landed on Su Yuan, who was having a kebab eating contest with Shangwan Meng across the room, and she was furious. Phew, take your time. Don't let him affect your mind. Taking a step back, even if we really didn't get the glazed star marrow this time, I also still have battle chi as a guarantee. As long as you succeed in condensing battle chi, you'll be invincible at the same level. What's the use of having a strong physical body? The strength of battle chi is not something you can imagine. In the meantime, far away, a middle-aged looking man looked over at the side from a distance. His hand in his pocket held a blood-red, sharp-toothed pendant, rubbing it over and over, and, eyes wild, a flash of scarlet underneath, murmuring softly, "The Blood Lord lives forever." He withdrew his gaze and turned away to a crowded bar not far away. After ordering a cocktail at the front desk, he picked up his glass and took a drink that. A long exhale, he pulled a small, thumb-sized bottle from his pocket. The bottle was transparent and covered with a black runic mark. It was filled with a scarlet and viscous liquid. The bartender lady at the front desk smiled and flirted as she looked at the small bottle in his hand. "Uncle, what are you filling this with? It's not human blood, is it? Do you play with subculture?" "Pretty hip." The man smiled. "It does contain blood, but not the blood of an ordinary human being. Instead, it's the blood of a Blood Duke's blood. Blood Duke, 8th rank strength. In Daxia, against the Seal King realm. Yeah, it's blood." When the man finished, he uncapped the small bottle and poured the blood inside onto the table. The bartending lady froze for a moment, then said helplessly, "Ajushi, you're going to get the countertop dirty." She reached for a paper towel that was on the side and was about to wipe the blood off the table, but just the next second, boo! The bartending lady instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Immediately after that, boom, 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 boom. Each man and woman in the bar who were writhing and enjoying their passion all exploded into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, the previously lively bar had become a sea of blood. The scent of hormones is masked by the smell of blood, and all that's left is the manic music of the middle-aged men full of excitement. The man took the pendant of blood-colored fangs out of his pocket and held it against his forehead. Kneeled in reverence. Countless amounts of blood converging under the guidance of some unknown force. It condensed into an inverted pentagram pattern on the ground, as if it were some sort of magical ritual to summon an evil being. The little pool of sticky blood on the countertop of the wine table. It slowly squirmed, grew larger, and eventually transformed into a pale, handsome blonde white man. The man was naked. His fingertips flicked, and blood coalesced into a scarlet robe that, on the cuffs of the robe was the blood-colored fangs of the Arcus family crest. Flori Arcus, one of the 8th order dukes of House Arcus. It has the name Pale Death because it tends to leave a pale, beautiful moonflower behind after a killing. He moved his muscles a little, his eyelids lifting slightly. Although the demons in the abyss are disgustingly ugly, but their stuff is still pretty good. Daxia is extremely strict in its regulation of the outside world. If he didn't have the hidden seal bottle given by the Blood Apostle, which was able to shield him from detection, it would have been almost impossible for him to come to Daxia silently. There will be revenge and blood will be paid. He whispered softly, "That's the motto of the Arcus family. If it were not for that, Shangwan Meng, known as the witch from the underworld, unfortunately, I cannot grant you the first embrace." He shook his head rather regretfully. He had seen pictures of Shangwan Meng's. It was a young girl who was beautiful to the core, and he has always had a penchant for collecting beautiful young girls. So if he could have such a collection of, what a delightfully wonderful treat. Lead the way. He withdrew his gaze and spoke softly. Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man rose wildly. As soon as he completes this mission, he can be transformed into a noble blood. 2. Enjoy a long life. So full. Shangwan Meng curled up like a kitten on the wide chair and stool with a contented face. Su Yuan shook his head in amusement and withdrew his gaze from this little greedy cat. Resting his hands behind his head, lean back in your chair and look up at the sky. From time to time there is a warm breeze blowing, cool and comfortable, but also with the aroma of various snacks along the street. It's a beautiful day. There were no clouds in the sky, and the moon shone brightly at night with brilliant stars. Ah, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Speaking of which, how about 100 straight draws for such a wonderful evening? Chapter 121 Young man, do you know what it means to be a background king? Being able to accumulate enough for a guaranteed round so quickly was honestly thanks to Su Anyan. Either that or how to say that a red flower must be complemented by green leaves. After easily defeating Morong Bai, who was also an SS-ranked gifted person, Su Anyan had created a considerable wave of momentum for herself, and everyone was waiting to see her and Su Yuan face off at the top. The result was a fancy hanging by Su Yuan on stage. The effect is awesome. Straight away, the mood value went up to 200,000 again. Looked at the panel, 21344. Then smoke it. Ding. Consume 200,000 emotional values for 100 rounds of premium raffle. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a great True Intent card. Purple quality. True Intent card enables you to upgrade one battle skill below S rank to the True Intent stage. Purple out of the first shot? Looks like we got lucky this time. The last 100 draw didn't have such a high pop rate. Let's use this True Intent card on the 9 Regicide gun. This battle skill had stayed at the perfection stage for quite a while. Of course, this long time is relative. For a normal martial artist, an A-ranked battle technique it was very likely that one would not be able to reach perfection even after practicing for more than 10 years, not to mention True Intent, which was a height that how many martial artists could not reach in their entire lives. But Su Yuan was different. The enlightenment tea obtained last time after drinking he could clearly feel that his enlightenment had improved a lot. By practicing and sensing on your own, it wouldn't take long to raise a few battle skills to the True Intent stage as well. It's just that he's too busy now. There are too many treasures to use, more or less. In addition to the daily physical strength training and source energy cultivation, one must also practice the Great Day Observation Sutra, challenging dragon soul pearls and battle diagrams. How can you have time to practice your battle skills when you can't spend your time in half? Of course, if Su Yuan was willing, he could still use static space. However, non-essential. Su Yuan preferred to save the amount of static space for a rainy day. Like the last time the abyssal rift burst out. If he hadn't boosted his strength by relying on static space, the consequences are unimaginable. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 space ring. Purple quality. Space ring, primary space ring, containing 3 by 3 by 3 meters of space. Inanimate objects can be stored. Ha! Second draw or purple. Really? Have you had a stroke of luck today? And it's actually something like a space ring. The making of a spatial ring involves the power of space. With the current level of Blue Star it was simply impossible to manufacture it, and the system space could only store system items, which made it difficult for Su Yuan. Like last time, Su Yuan could actually continue to cultivate in the still space, because there were still enough cultivation resources like source crystals, but they were forced to leave due to the lack of life-sustaining food. They ended up only cultivating for 10 days. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation speed was fast enough that he managed to condense the remaining 4 true veins within 10 days, maybe he's going to be a starving man. It's good now. Save some food in your space ring later. Perfect solution. Facts. Popping champagne at halftime is a rather unwise choice. After the first 2 rounds of purple quality rewards, subsequent draws almost all of them are green and blue quality. No more purple quality, let alone gold quality. Just when Su Yuan was speechless. Hello? A greeting came from behind. Zhang Zhengqing wore a black duck-tongue cap and a white t-shirt and pants. Leaning on his crutches, he limped toward the men with a wide smile on his face. Half an hour ago, Zhang Zhengqing sent a text message to Su Yuan. He said that he wanted to invite him to have a midnight snack in the evening to get acquainted and make friends, and incidentally ask him for advice on cultivation. Of course, it was mainly because the Black Emperor had been urged and instigated to come. In response, Su Yuan originally wanted to refuse. After all, Zhang Jingqing's orientation is still pending at the moment. But then, come to think of it, I kicked his ass pretty hard today. Plus his defiant personality was pretty much to his liking. So after asking a few people if they minded, they agreed to do so, and sent an address to Zhang Zhengqing. I didn't expect to be here so soon. On crutches. Aha. It's a good friendship. I just hope it's not a friend on top of a friend. Cloud City native. Zhang Zhengqing. Everyone just call me Qing. Zhang Zhengqing introduced himself. Su and Yen. Changguan Meng. Neither one responded, not bothering with him at all. Su Anyan was frowning as she contemplated tomorrow's big S-class plan, while Shangguan Meng was curled up in her chair, eyes closed, as if taking a nap. This made Zhang Zhengqing a little embarrassed, but fortunately Shangguan Ru saved the day in time. Smiling, he handed over the menu. A friend of Yuchi's is a friend of ours. Here, see what you want to eat. Just order yourself. By the way, my name is Shangwan Ru. You just call me Sister Ru like Xiao Yuan. Xiaoyan is with you today. You should know her, so I won't introduce her to you. This is my sister. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sister Ru. Zhang Zhengqing took the menu. Su Yuan asked the boss to add a stool for Zhang Zhengqing. Zhang Zhengqing took the stool and sat between Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng. At this time, Shangwan Meng suddenly jumped off the chair and moved it to the other side of Su Yuan and sat down again. Su Yuan froze for a moment before explaining with a smile towards the uncertain Zhang Zhengqing. Dream might be a little scared of life. Saying this, and seeing that she seemed a little sleepy, she simply pulled their chairs closer together and leaned in, so that she could take a nap against her shoulder, and incidentally draped her jacket over her. Drip! The sudden loud noise caused Su Anyan's body to tremble. A warning will be issued when the love rival's favoritism towards the bound object rises. Please pay attention. Su Anyan. In the meantime, in Zhang Jingqing's mind, the Black Emperor's voice rang out. These two, they're not simple. Ha? Who? Zhang Zhengqing was confused. The one called Shangwan Ru, and that little dot. One of them is in the fusion realm. One is in the limit realm. Zhang Zhengqing? If Shangwan Ru was a fusion realm powerhouse, he could still accept it. That little bitty thing that the Black Emperor said. He swept his gaze around. Who else was the little bit here besides this unknown silver-haired lowly? But, Extreme Realm? Order 1 to 3, is the Exploration Realm. Order 4 to 6, is the Fusion Realm. It is the 7th to 9th order that is the Limit Realm. You're telling me that this silver-haired lowly is the Limit Realm? That is, at least 7th order? What an international joke. Don't you have to be 18 to perceive source energy and start cultivating? How old does she look? Black Emperor, that's because the cultivation civilization of your whole planet started too slowly. But since she's also a blue star, she should have started cultivating at the age of 18 as well. Maybe there's something wrong with her body. The actual age is not as young as it looks. That's scary too. Okay? A 7th ranked powerhouse was enough to be a marquis in Daxia. You've got a fusion realm and a limit realm with you. Is this the background of Brother Su? But it's too hard. Oof. You call this a hard background? As long as word gets out that he has the ancestral blood of an ancient god, it's only then that you'll know what it means to be hard. Those guys from the ancient gods can treat him like an ancestor. It's easy to destroy a galaxy at random. Of course, the ancient god race also has its nemesis. Just as Zhang Zhengqing was shocked by the strength of Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng, Su Yuan, who was on the side, also finally waited for the last guaranteed draw. That's right. Except for the first 2 rounds of purple quality rewards. No more rare rewards appeared after that, and it was just a matter of bailing out and mixing things up. Ding! The 100th draw of the premium raffle, triggering the guarantee. Red quality reward obtained. P.S. There's an update tonight. By the way, this is the most the author has ever been at the top of the gift list. I want to try and hit the top 20. Please send more power generation. Bow. JPG. Support other gifts in a small way if you can. If it does make it to the top 20, 4 times a day, keep it up for half a month. Never go back on your word. Chapter 122, Forbidden Technique. Divine Blood Prison. When I return, I'm going to reward myself with something. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Forbidden Art Divine Blood Prison. Red quality. God's Blood Prison, ancient god clan's secret method of killing and destroying. God's blood transforms into a prison. The power depends on the amount of ancient god's blood sacrificed. Since unleashing this secret technique requires the blood of one's own ancient god as the price, non-life and death situations, it is generally not easily utilized and is regarded as a forbidden technique. Ha! At the cost of sacrificing the blood of an ancient god? That is to say, if you were to use it yourself, you would have to consume the ancient god's bloodline in your body? That's too big a price to pay, isn't it? Wait, he himself had a heavenly origin bottle, so as long as he could successfully condense the heavenly origin liquid, he would be able to raise the concentration of his own bloodline. That is to say, as long as when one uses this so-called divine blood prison, without sacrificing one's own ancient god's blood cleanly, one could make up for it through the heavenly origin bottle. Since it's at the cost of the ancient god's blood, that power should be quite terrifying. It's considered a true bottom of the barrel card. When will the heavenly source liquid be able to condense one drop at all has not even been shadowed yet, and the root of my current strength lies in the ancient god's blood, so I absolutely cannot use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Floriarchus walked out of the bar. In the distance, the streets are lit up with lights and no one even knew that this little bar had been transformed into a bloody hell. My lord, the middle-aged man suddenly mentioned carefully. Are we just going over to Shangwan Meng openly and honestly? She's a famous witch. No one knows exactly what means she has. And with your lordship's strength, it's entirely possible to kill her unknowingly. isn't it? Florey's footsteps paused. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man. This man was transformed by Luca and hidden in the interstices of Dasha. And Luca. It was that 7th Order Marquis who was killed by Shangwan Meng. Florey laughed. And his handsome, pale face, with its turquoise eyes, and a brilliant head of blonde hair that was so glamorous. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a playful manner. Unable to convert such a beautiful maiden into my blood slave. It's already a regrettable thing. If one could no longer enjoy the beauty of her dying struggle, such a night as this, it would lose a lot of color, don't you think? Words. The middle-aged man wanted to say something else, but he finally closed his mouth. Also, even though Shangwan Meng's ferocious reputation was no longer strong, she was ultimately only a 7th Order sealed Marquis, versus an 8th Order sealed king. There is a qualitative difference. They're already lambs to the slaughter. What more can they do? But just as he was about to continue leading the way, Florey sighed. It would have been kind of useful to keep you around, but why are you teaching me things? The words fell. The middle-aged man's figure lurched, and a horrified expression instantly appeared on his face. But before he had time to open his mouth and beg for mercy, the whole thing swelled rapidly and then, like those in the bar, it exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. Scarlet blood flowed out on the steps of the bar, wrapped in the blood of the middle-aged man. Spreading out in all directions. It was like a scarlet curtain, circling the stage for the good show that was to follow. Ma, there's a foreigner here. His hair is blonde, and his eyes are green. Amazing. A young girl holding her mother's hand, blinking her big, bright eyes and pointing to a blonde man on the street. He said, "Good little round. It's not polite to point at others." The woman put the little girl's fingers down and smiled apologetically toward the man. The man smiled in response, but as he brushed past the mother and daughter, boom, bam, here and there, screams rang out, but they couldn't spread. One by one, the people along the road burst into a bloody mist, and the expression on Florey's face grew more and more pleasurable. It was like listening to an elegant symphonic piece. Finally, as the streets fell into a dead silence, he arrives at a flower store whose owner has lost the ability to speak out of fear. Cowering in the corner and shivering, Florey, oblivious, came up to a clump of white moonflowers, sniffed gently, and then the most beautiful one was selected from it. "That's you." He picked the white moonflower with a big smile. The fairest of maidens should be matched with the fairest of white moonshine. Shangwan Meng, who was leaning on her shoulder, suddenly moved gently. Awake? Su Yuan turned his head and handed a skewer to her. Shaking it. "Want some?" The tantalizing aroma came, causing Shangwan Meng's nose to twitch gently. Still, she reached out and pushed the skewer away, hopping gently out of her chair. "You can't eat anymore. You're going to get fat. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go with you." "No need." Shangwan Meng shook her head and rejected Su Yuan. Instead, she came to Shangwan Ru's side and pulled her up. The smile on Shangwan Ru's face looked a little forced, but she still maintained her composure. "Xiao Yuan, you guys eat first. I also have some stomach pains. I'll go to the restroom with Xiao Meng." "Okay." Su Yuan did not notice the abnormality and continued to jerk and chat with Zhang Zhengqing. Somewhere in the distance. "Sis, are you sure it's an 8th Order blood?" Shangwan Ru tried to maintain her composure, but the tremor in her tone still revealed her heart. She tried to contact the outside world just now, but it didn't work. Some kind of presence affects the transmission of information, making this area an isolated island from the rest of the world. Not to mention the fact that it will take some time for the Alienicide Bureau to realize the anomalies here and send support to arrive. Even if the support does arrive, what's the point? 8th Order Seal King. That strength is beyond the basic scope of what the Hereticide Bureau can handle. Even the 4 pillars level couldn't handle it, and the only way to quell it was to have the Twin Kings take action. But, 8th Order, how did such a strong person cross the border check and come to Great Xia? It simply doesn't make sense. Compared to Shangwan Ru, Shangwan Meng was much calmer. She looked in the direction where the smell of blood was strongest and nodded softly, mercilessly pinching away Shangwan Ru's last glimmer of hope. "Well, okay, about the same flavor as the last bedbug I killed." And this bedbug was confident enough to announce his arrival to me, even though he had been mentally prepared. After learning that the other party was really an 8th Order blood duke, Shangwan Ru still had trouble accepting this fact. Because, something big is going to happen. It seemed to have seen Shangwan Ru's nervousness. Shangwan Meng smiled at her. "It's okay. How can it be fine? That's the 8th rank. The southeastern region is under the control of the Blood Slaughter King, right? Even if Morong Zhen was he would definitely still notify him when he found out about this place. With the strength of the Blood Slaughter King, it shouldn't take long to rush over." Shangwan Meng just shook her head. You go and take Fuchi and the others and go in the other direction. Sis, don't make me say it twice. Shangguan was silent, because she knew that this was a fight she could not intervene in. Even if she was invincible in the 6th rank, the 6th rank was only the 6th rank after all, and it was far from even the 7th rank, not to mention the 8th order. If she stayed here, it would only backfire, and she would become a drag and a burden to Shangguan. But, if I don't come back later, you can tell Abuchi that I got lost. Shangguan suddenly said so, and then muttered to herself. In Daxia, there are so many people who go missing every year. Losing one or two should be normal, right? Shangguan's body stiffened. Sis, you, wait, I'm not done yet. Shangguan interrupted her, a hint of anticipation appearing in those good-looking alien pupils. If I come back, I'm going to reward myself for doing something. Shangguan froze and asked instinctively, what is it? Shangguan shook her head, smiling coquettishly. Not telling you. P.S. Clunk. Sorry for being a little late. Chapter 123, Black Emperor, Hill Divine Blood Prison. I'll take his ing last name. Shangguan was silent. She didn't really know what Shangguan was referring to, even though she said things to do when she comes back. But she knew that it was the psychological anchor point. There are anchor points in. It's got to come back, right? Thinking of this, Shangguan's tone was firm. Sis, we'll wait for you. Aha. Shangguan gently nodded her head. Before leaving, she reached into her pocket out of habit and fished out a lemon candy. He was about to peel off the candy paper, but then he stopped abruptly, and then took Shangguan's hand and shoved it into her hand. Under Shangguan's dismayed gaze, Shangguan stood on her tiptoes and, smiling, he pinched her lightly on the cheek. Half for you and half for Fuchi. Having said that, leave a big smile, turned and disappeared around the corner. Shangguan and Shangguan had just left not long ago. Su Yuan was drinking and jerking off with Zhang Zhengqing and kibitzing. After the initial awkwardness, the two gradually became acquainted. Apart from the fact that the two men have similar personalities, the main thing is that Zhang Zhengqing recounted a past story of his own relationship that ended without any problems, making Su Yuan greatly relieved. As long as it is not a dead, everything is fine. Of course, this topic was also suggested by the Black Emperor, and in its words, men talking to men. The fastest way to improve your relationship would have to be to talk about emotional experiences, preferably sad ones. Suddenly, the Black Emperor's voice rang out. Boy, something seems to have happened. Zhang Zhengqing froze. What is it? A boundary has been placed around this area. There's a murderous aura. Just now that little bitty guy said he was going to the toilet. Pure bull ********. Probably dealing with trouble. Ha? Zhang Zhengqing was confused. He asked, ignoring the Black Emperor's habit of referring to bathroom as outhouse. Didn't you say she's a 7th order powerhouse? Who dares to make a move against her? Are you stupid? Of course it's an 8th order one. Zhang Zhengqing? 8th degree? A Seal King level powerhouse? Really? How could such a powerful man appear here? And how could one make a move on that legal Lolita of who knows how many years old? There are laws in Daxia, and law and order is strict on weekdays. Forget it. He realized that this was no longer a topic he could engage in. What then? Don't panic. It's not a big problem. This honored one is considering something. What is it? What do you think? How is the relationship between that little bitty guy and Su Yuan? I think they have a good relationship. It's just that brother Su doesn't seem to know her strength yet, right? She might be a personal bodyguard sent by the state to protect brother Su? I see that's how it's written in general novels. Zhang Zhengqing had a good brainstorm. It's not really his fault. Whoever else. Seeing Su Yuan take care of a 7th-ranked powerhouse like a little sister, it would be abnormal not to brainstorm some plot, right? That's right. This father can also see it. That little dot is probably Su Yuan's protector of the way. I just don't know if it's voluntary or if I've been sent here. Throughout history, there have been a few people who protected the way to bed, and she's the one who protected him? Or did he give her the protection of the Tao? How many loves and hates? How many destinies? Stop. Zhang Zhengqing was really speechless. What goes on in this Black Emperor's head all day long? Surely not a good man. No, not a good dog. It was a good thing that the Black Emperor didn't continue to voice his theory of protecting the path, but instead commanded, tell you what, you find an excuse to drag Su Yuan on, and we'll go watch the battle. Watching the battle? Are you crazy? That's the 8th rank against the 7th rank. Let's go over there. They could pop us with a fart, couldn't they? What's the point of panicking? Nothing can go wrong with my honors, although I am greatly disabled. But it's still more than enough to get a tiny limit realm killed. That is, just to sleep for a while? What the hell am I supposed to say when you've taken my words? That's what they say in the novels. Even if you could that 8th rank right now, and definitely not something more than enough. but something to use up the last bit of your strength and fall into a deep sleep until I can collect something for you that. Let's let you recover slowly. The Black Emperor was silent for some time, then said, "Is everyone in this day and age as bad at fooling as you are?" Zhang Zhengqing grinned. Times have changed. The Black Emperor stopped dwelling on the issue and got back to the point. In fact, when that guy set up this boundary, he didn't intend to let the people inside get out alive. If I don't kill him, I'll have to die with you. But just in time. Take this opportunity. We can take a big step closer to that kid. What do you mean? When the time comes, you pull Su Yuan and we unintentionally break into the battle area. That little bitty guy sure couldn't beat that 8th order guy. And when she couldn't hold on much longer. I'll go out and kill him. But in their eyes it looks like it was you who made the move. So Su Yuan owes you a huge favor. As for how to explain it later, you think of a way to muddle through yourself. Whether or not you can completely embrace this thigh can depend on this fight. Zhang Zhengqing felt difficult. He, a person who had just awakened not long ago, getting an 8th order Seal King realm powerhouse killed? Wouldn't he be arrested and sliced up for study? Hurry up. Any later and I'm afraid that little bitty won't last. Alright. Zhang Zhengqing gritted his teeth and agreed. He looked to Su Yuan. Brother Su, I know that there is a very famous snack bar not far away. Let's go over and buy some. By the time Ru and the girls come back, we can have some together. Could be. Su Yuan immediately responded. Even though Dream had eaten a lot tonight, to a little glutton, something like a food, you can't get enough of it, can you? The big deal is to bring it back to the hotel and enjoy it. The two of them got up and left the table, leaving Su Anyun alone. She was oblivious to this. After all, unlike the Black Emperor's physical body that didn't survive and soul that was retained, her rebirth only had memories. Neither her body nor her soul was any different from her last life as a student. Besides, the trigger for this incident was Shangwan Meng's acceptance of a mission at the time to go and behead Luca. And this matter was originally started because of Su Yuan. It was her fear that the budding Su Yuan would be targeted by Luca and thus die young. So she struck first. That means that in the last life, today's events never happened. The butterfly's wings, a small flutter. The gears of destiny are thus turned. With the Black Emperor leading the way, Zhang Zhengqing brought Su Yuan to avoid Shangwan Ru. As he got closer to Flori's position, the Black Emperor sked. I thought it was something, but it turns out it's a little yakuza. Ha! On your planet, can a blood slave even be arrogant? Blood slaves? It's just a bunch of sword-fighting cultivators, giving up their physical bodies, their souls. Guys who specialize in blood refining are considered crooked, even if their ancestor, the blood demon ancestor, meets this father. You'll have to give me 2 days of grinding before you leave. Blood demon elder. It sounds like an awesome existence. Zhang Zhengqing kinda liked listening to the Black Emperor blowing up his power, even though he didn't know if it was true or not. But it sounds like fun. But speaking of which, when it really comes to dealing with blood slaves, it's still their ancient god clan. Ha! Blood slaves have been refining blood all their lives, and as powerful as they are, let them try touching the ancient god's blood? Back then, the blood demon old ancestor licked the toes of a guy from the ancient god race just so he could be granted a drop of ancient god's blood, and it turned out to be so hard to lick it. So guess what? So gross. He's gotten stronger? No. That blood demon old ancestor is still thinking of melting the ancient god's blood into his body. The result was directly backfired to the point of almost dying. Damn it, the ancient gods are real dogs too. Knowing that their bloodline is powerful, created a forbidden art called Divine Blood Prison that specializes in playing with one's own blood. You know so much. You wouldn't have been dealt with by this forbidden art, would you? Asterisk hashtag at you and hashtag at. Cursed for a while. The Black Emperor got tired of cursing and changed the topic again, lamenting. It's a pity. If that kid knew the Divine Blood Prison, there would be no need for my father to make a move. It made me have to slumber for a while. Zhang Zhengqing. What if he does? Black Emperor. He'll be a hammer. I'll take his name. Divine Blood Prison was a forbidden technique. Not many of the ancient gods know it. This kid didn't even know that he was so powerful. He probably didn't even know what the ancient god race was, and he definitely didn't know anything. Besides, the reason why forbidden techniques are forbidden is because they will never be used in a non-life and death situation. After all, the ancient god's blood is a little bit less. Take a step back. Even if he did, even if that little girl was as close to him as she could be, there's no way he'd even use this forbidden art, because to the ancient god race, apart from their own lives, there is nothing more important than ancient god blood. In the end it's up to me. It's already been fought. Stop grinding and hurry up. Empty streets. Flori walked slowly. Blood domain is capable of shielding external senses and preventing the transmission of messages that he had all the time in the world to enjoy a good kill. Besides, Even if one of the twin kings of the Great Summer's Exoticide Bureau were to be present, he also has a way to get out of it. Speaking of which, the abyss could be a treasure trove of all sorts of treasures and knowledge not found on the blue planet. Without the help of that blood apostle, where could he walk so recklessly on the land of Disya? Suddenly, he stopped his pace. A little smile surfaced on that handsome and pale face. He held the white moonflower in his mouth, and toward the silver-haired, hetero-patterned girl who appeared before him. A gentleman's salute was given. Nice to meet you, MS. Shangguan. I'm. Swish. A bone-chilling cold aura chopped through. A leaf from a white moonflower slowly falls to the ground. On Flory's cheek, a gash was visible, slowly oozing tiny beads of blood. He straightened up slowly, unconcerned, and kept his smile. Grumpiness is not the character of a fair maiden, because it tends to come with a price. This drop of blood. His fingertips lightly traced his cheeks, his smile playful. Just pay for it with the blood of everyone in this area. After saying this, Flory suddenly froze. It was because he seemed to sense that the killing intent on Shangguan Meng's body was insanely skyrocketing. Oh, seems. It's kind of fun. Is it someone who cares in this area? Flory's gaze narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted a little. If that's the case, then the drama, no doubt, will be far more interesting. P.S. Brothers are awesome. Went from 47th to 37th. Thanks to Chapter 124. What kind of person is actually tugging at your heart? Is it angry? The beautiful MS. Shangguan. Flory smiled and looked up, the cut on her cheek having healed itself. But Shangguan Meng's figure had long disappeared at some point. He froze slightly. The next second. Boo! Smoke and dust were scattered. The spot where Flory had originally stood dissolved into a deep pit. A few meters away, he gently stroked his chin with one hand, and with the other, negatively back, he cupped the white moonflower. The petite figure in the deep pit was watched with interest and admiration. TSK. Worthy of being called a witch. There's no grace in a word. Deep in the pit, Shangguan Meng's expression was calm. The Nine Spectres scythe was held in her hand, and the ethereal coldness emanating from its palpitating. Flory's gaze fell on the Nine Spectres scythe and he laughed. Is this the scythe that Luca died on? Shangguan Meng remained silent, but when she attacked again, Flory had already stuck the white moonflower in her chest, as if a reaper out of the underworld. The Scarlet Duke who manipulates weird blood. The figures of the two men crisscrossed together, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch them at all. Every moment is filled with deadly killing intent, and every action comes from 1,000 kills honed. Boo! 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 This street was reduced to dead silence before the battle began. Everyone has been killed by Flory, to serve as energy for the blood domain. That's why Shangguan Meng didn't hold back in the slightest. The ground cracked in all directions, buildings collapsed, and the aftermath of the battle nearly leveled the entire street. In the face of Shangguan Meng's overpowering and incomparable offense, Flory, however, appeared to be at ease from beginning to end. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. With the corners of his mouth always slightly raised, he was admiring the beauty of Shangguan Meng in her fighting state. For when the battle was over, the white moonflower will bloom over her corpse, and then only the beauty of death will remain. Swish! A huge ghostly blue blade chopped down, cutting a building in half. Flory dodged it in a desultory manner and laughed calmly. I have to admit, you are indeed strong. In the 7th rank, you might be invincible. No wonder it was able to kill Luca. But it wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. The limit realm. Each elevated realm is an evolution and qualitative change of life. In your Disya, the 7th rank is a Ho. The 8th rank is a king. A king is a king because he is powerful. How are you going to fight against the king's power? Flory smiled and raised his right hand. A cloud of blood emerged and it transformed into a blood-red longbow and a scarlet arrow. He snapped his fingers, and the blood-red longbow hovering beside him was automatically fitted with blood arrows. The bowstring was drawn to full strength, and the blood arrow whistled out, wrapped in terrifying source energy, and shot towards Shangguan Meng. Shangguan Meng didn't dodge or avoid the blood arrow, and met it against the trend. The moment the two are about to touch, Hades swallow. The cool voice fell. Space squirmed, and an underworld serpent composed of ghostly purple source energy swept out from it, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the bloody arrow down. But the next second, the Stygian serpent was instantly penetrated. The source energy strength of an 8th order second break limit was simply not comparable to a 7th order first break limit. After penetrating the Stygian serpent, the might of the bloody arrow did not diminish in the least, and the terrifying fluctuations of the energy of the still haunting Shangguan Meng's eyes were clear and cold, and the mysterious patterns on the Nine Spectres scythe emitted a burst of ghostly light as it chopped horizontally upwards. Cut that bloody arrow off. But instead of stopping, the broken blood arrow completely split in two. Shooting toward her at the same time. The two bloody arrows were like maggots attached to the bone. In order to get rid of them, Shangguan Meng could only give up her attack for the time being, pulling back and use the two surrounding buildings and flash forward. Boom! Boom! After hitting the two buildings, the two bloody arrows finally dispersed, but immediately afterward, a dozen bloody arrows surfaced behind Flory once again. They were aimed in unison at Shangguan Meng, who was not far away, instantly pulling the sense of oppression full. Flory faked a look down at his watch and gave a surprised expression. I can't believe it lasted 30 seconds. And then, he looked playfully at the slightly distressed Shangguan Meng. 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes. It's your last dance in the world. Come on, try to behave better in order to make my pleasures more enjoyable. It's just a few blocks away. Silence and death over there. And the lights are still on over here. The kebabs on the stalls were steaming. And people were still talking and laughing. The aftermath of the battle didn't even disturb this side. This was a deliberate blockade by Flory, and had nothing to do with the blood domain boundary. To Shangguan Meng, a beautiful to the core prey, he would hunt alone and quietly. Take your time and enjoy. With a heavy heart, Shangguan Ru returned as fast as he could. She knew very well that if Shangguan Meng lost, an 8th-ranked blood duke could kill everyone in this area in just a few minutes. Soon, Shangguan Ru returned to the barbecue stand where the crowd was originally located. She froze for a moment as she looked at the empty spot, and then looked anxiously at Su Anyan. The tone was a little shaky. Yen, where's Xiao Yuan and the others? He's being dragged west by that guy to do some shopping. Su Anyan replied calmly, but she quickly noticed something strange. Shangguan Ru's mood and expression weren't quite right. What happened? Yen, you're here. No, you help evacuate the crowd right now. There's been a terrorist attack in the west. You tell everyone to lean to the east. I'm going to find Yuchi and the others now. With that, and without waiting for Su Anyan to respond, he immediately turned back. A terrorist attack? Su Anyan's pupils narrowed slightly. Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng, one of them is of the 6th rank and the other is of the 7th rank. No matter where they are placed, all of them can be considered absolutely strong. Now only Shangguan Ru showed up and was in such a flustered mood. That means Shangguan Meng has already traveled to face the enemy. With Shangguan Meng's strength, she should be able to easily handle even if she meets 2 7th ranks. That is to say, it's the 8th order? An attack led by a Seal King realm powerhouse? It was big enough to shake the whole country. There was no way she wouldn't remember something like this if it had happened in her last life. So what the hell is going on here? In the midst of the chaos, Su Anyan forced herself to calm down while carrying out the evacuation of the crowd. A side thought. As things stood, the only hope rested on Shangguan Meng, but if she was strong, she was strong. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy against the 8th rank. Moreover, the attack took place in the west, and just now, Su Yuan and Zhang Zhengqing were heading in that direction. The aftermath of the battle of an extreme realm powerhouse was able to easily kill both of them. No, it's not just the two of them. If Shangguan Meng lost, I'm afraid everyone in here would die, including myself. When that was figured out, a sense of powerlessness came over me. Her rebirth retained only the memories of, both his body and soul were still the same 18-year-old self, and all kinds of secret arts and spells that were beyond his current stage could not be performed. Is this a joke of fate? She is allowed to be reborn. But everything after rebirth is on a different trajectory from the original, whether it was Su Yuan, or the attack of the 8th rank powerhouse that was happening now. In this life, is it possible that he's going to fall here if he can't even get out of the blue star? Not willingly. Hasn't it arrived yet? Su Yuan followed Zhang Zhengqing as he trotted along. It soon came to the source energy blockade set up by Flory. With the strength of the two men it was certainly impossible to break through, but with the help of the Black Emperors, the two didn't notice a thing and passed through without incident. Just this crossing. Boom! 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 The loud, deafening sound of the source energy exploding. The tremor of the collapsed building was mind-blowing. The difference between the inside and the outside caused both Su Yuan and Zhang Zhengqing to freeze in place. That was until Zhang Zhengqing feigned surprise at the Black Emperor's reminder. Brother Su, I seem to remember that the public restroom is just over there. Sister Ru and that little sister, they won't be over there, will they? Words. Su Yuan was stunned at first, and then without hesitation, he rushed towards the front. Asterisk. What an iron-headed waif. He didn't see if this movement is something he can meddle with, but this is good. This kid is sentimental and righteous. If you embrace this thigh, your future days will be absolutely beautiful. The Black Emperor's excited voice sounded in his head. Zhang Zhengqing didn't have time to respond and immediately chased after him. Flory, who was teasing Shangguan Meng, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He could feel that the source energy barrier he had set up not far away was broken. Who was so ungrateful as to come and ruin the world of two that he had purposely created? Just when he felt a hint of displeasure, a voice came from the distance. Sister Ru, Dream, where are you? Shangwan Meng's movements were still so clean, and no expression could be seen on her face. It was as if the person shouting wasn't himself, but the rhythm of her heart's beating changed for a moment, and Flory caught it keenly, and then as if she understood something, a smile appeared on his pale face, and he no longer teased Shangwan Meng, but instead, he held his 5 fingers in a false grip and, combining the 12 blood arrows with each other, it turned into a blood cage that fell and trapped Shangwan Meng inside. His gaze crossed over the trapped Shangwan Meng and looked in the direction the voice came from. According to our traditional Western etiquette, it's always a good idea to have a little appetizer before enjoying the main course. Let me see just what kind of person is tugging at your heart. Chapter 125, I'll let you. Let go of him. Dream. Sister Ru. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, Su Yuan's mood became heavier and heavier, because all around, it's a little too quiet. It's not a dense residential area, but there are still a number of scattered residential buildings. Lights are still on in some of these residential buildings that have not yet been affected, but no one can be seen, nor could any sound be heard, as if they were oblivious to what was happening in the distance. This is clearly unreasonable. The only explanation, everyone here, I'm afraid, has met an untimely end. Thinking of this, Su Yuan's heart tightened. Although the time spent together was not long, but both Ru and Dream had become the people he intended. Like Sister Ru, although the two met in the beginning because of that special training contract, but in the later days and nights, Shangwan Ru's concern and care for him was real. Su Yuan believed that even after the end of the contract, the two would still be able to maintain a good relationship. As for Dream, if there's still a special training contract as a medium between him and Sister Ru, then there was nothing at all between him and Dream. Just as he and Su Anyun were linked by Aunt Su. Hard to say. Dream would just have to hook up with herself through Ru. But he wasn't cutie. The intimacy and dependence that Dream had on him, so different from the others. He could totally feel it. And he had quite a crush on the quirky little sister himself. He'd wondered where this good feeling came from. After all, the two had been through so little and so little together that he couldn't think of a reason at all. But that's the way the world works. Some people just get on each other's good side. Some say that the genes are the same. And some may even push for so-called past life predestination. Sister Ru is strong, should be able to protect herself and Dream, right? Surely they're okay? Su Yuan kept comforting himself in his mind. But what if, in case Rusan's strength can't handle it, how could he himself, a weakling at the upper level of the first rank, be of any help? He suddenly felt that the so-called super genius, absolute demon and other titles were a bit ridiculous. It's very uninteresting. Are you strong? Strong in a sense. Among his peers, he was confident that he could be the strongest. The so-called SS-ranked gifted people were simply unbeatable in front of themselves. But what? He was able to cross the ranks against his enemies. He was able to defeat third-rank ferocious beasts and defeat third-rank demons. But what about further up? What about the 4th degree? What about the 5th degree? What about the 6th degree? The world doesn't exist where you're a fledgling genius. Your enemies would have to be the new generation. Such a rule. All sorts of images of being envied, admired, marveled at, and it kept going away in Su Yuan's mind. He no longer aspires to be a genius. He aspires to be a strong man. If it's a trouble that even Sister Ru can't handle, then the only undercard I can use at the moment, it's the forbidden divine blood prison. That would require a sacrifice of my ancient god's blood as the price. If it's really used, before the heavenly source bottle condenses the heavenly source liquid, my strength could be in tatters. And exactly how long it will take to condense one drop is still unknown. As a traveler, he's not soul-crossing. Rather, it is true that it comes into the world from infancy. After that period of grief following the loss of his parents, anyone he cared about was doubly precious to him. Auntie Su, Xiao Meng, Sister Ru, good old son Zhang Yuan. Barely add one more Su and Yen. The blood of the ancient gods is very precious? No doubt about it. It's precious. A large portion of his current achievements were due to the ancient god's blood. But Su Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he had finally arrived where the battlefield was. Here he saw a white man with blonde hair and a handsome face. Dressed in a blood-red robe. He was smiling at him. Not far away was a bizarre blood-red cage, and the figure in that cage, which was Dream? Su Yuan's pupils contracted violently. Why is Dream here alone? Where's Sister Ru? This place has been reduced to rubble. Is it the aftermath of the fight between Ru and this white man? If that's the case, then isn't Sister Ru? Is she dead? Who? Zhang Zhengqing also finally caught up with Su Yuan. He gulped softly as he looked at the large ruins in front of him. This is the destructive power of an 8th-rate powerhouse. This scene isn't even where he's supposed to be. Black Dog, are you sure we'll be okay? Asterisk asterisk. You're the Black Dog. Your whole family is Black Dogs. I'm the Black Emperor. I'm afraid that if I shouted you Black Emperor smoothly, I would accidentally shout that name in the outside world in the future as well. Forget it, you'd better not shout then. Don't panic, there's not much of a problem with my honors, but the scene isn't intense enough right now for me to be that effective right now. Hey, can't you make a move now? I hate the kind of plot where you have to get to the point of life and death before you explode. That's just a pain in the ass. %you and hashtag @ asterisk. After cursing for a while, the Black Emperor added, I'm not doing it for your own good. Look at that little bitty thing now. It's not even hurt. Su Yuan's emotions haven't reached critical mass yet. Besides, if you look at that guy's face, he's definitely not going to kill right off the bat. It's probably going to be a long grind. Zhang Zhengqing understands it very well. Is this what they call villains dying of talking too much? Black Emperor. It's understandable. Ha! The Black Emperor suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Not far. That blood cage. Shangwan Meng just stood motionless. At this moment, her back was turned to Su Yuan and Zhang Zhengqing, and it was impossible to see her face. But she neither opened her mouth, nor attempted to break through the blood cage. Instead, it was uncharacteristically calm. It was just that the Black Emperor seemed to have sensed something and fell into thought. As for Flory, he completely ignored Shangwan Meng. His blood cage was unbreakable for a 7th rank. He gazed playfully at the two recently arrived. Griffin. That's right. To him, whether it was Su Yuan or Zhang Zhengqing, who hadn't even broken through the exploration realm, it is indeed a molehill. Flory was also a little curious though. How did they break through their source energy blockade? Forget it, don't bother thinking about it. Flory smiled slightly, gently raising their hands. The two source energy chains seemed as if they had penetrated through space. It instantly penetrated Su Yuan's shoulder. Put. It's said to penetrate space, but in reality it's because of the speed of with Su Yuan's current dynamic vision, he couldn't see it at all, which was why he created the illusion of being instantaneous and traveling through space, and the reason for not using blood arrows, for such a weak body, touching its own blood. I'm afraid it'll go up in smoke in an instant. Flory gently hooked his hand. Those two chains that ran through Su Yuan's shoulders then pulled Su Yuan's entire body in front of him, hanging in mid-air, because of the gravity. The sharp tearing pain that came from the wound every now and then caused Su Yuan's veins to ripple. Flory cupped one hand to her chin in a thoughtful gesture, curiously surveying the teenager in front of her. It doesn't look like anything special. In front of an 8th-order King Realm powerhouse, even if Su Yuan's talent was even more demonic, nor could there be the slightest resistance. The formerly strong physique was brittle as paper in front of this white man. So, be strong. Sure. Su Yuan also saw the interest the white man showed in himself. There didn't seem to be any intention of killing him right away. This guy is very strong, but exactly what realm strength Su Yuan is not clear. He also didn't know exactly how powerful his divine blood prison was, and wasn't sure if he could kill this white man in one fell swoop. Only one chance. Should we fight now? Just as Su Yuan was entangled. Suddenly, not far from the blood cage, Shangwan Meng's calm voice rang out. Let go him. Flory turned her head, was about to taunt his captors with a few words, but when he met Shangwan Meng's line of sight, he suddenly froze. I don't know when it started, but there seemed to be some kind of strange change in Shangwan Meng's body. Her long, silver-white hair had transformed into an ethereal purple color at some point. An engraved mark in front of his forehead, also in a ghostly purple color, faintly emerged. Mysterious runes that did not belong to this world flowed in her alien pupils. It made Flory feel a pang of fear for no reason. In the meantime, soy sauce boy Zhang Zhengqing, who had remained unattended on the side, suddenly had a jolt, because the Black Emperor, who had just been silent for some time, didn't know what kind of madness he was having. Suddenly excited. Asterisk. I remembered. Yet. Where the hell have I gotten to? I thought it said Good Birdie Fringe Planet. P.S. That's 28th place. Do you guys really want me to do 4 shifts a day? I'm sorry. No flash. Chapter 126. Whoever you are, whatever your status is, I will kill you. Zhang Zhengqing? The last time I heard such a string of S***T was last time. What's going on now? Also, why do you make such a fuss when you say you're going to travel across the 4 universes and wave all over the universe? The Black Emperor simply ignored Zhang Zhengqing's tirade, because it has only one question on its mind right now. Nima, how did a guy with the bloodline of the underworld clan appear here? Isn't that pure bull? What the hell? Seeing that the Black Emperor never spoke, Zhang Zhengqing took the initiative to ask. The Black Emperor took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Remember the ancient god race I told you about before? These pussies are not afraid of the sky or the earth. He is so powerful that he fights with people every day. Most people couldn't beat them and became subordinate to the ancient gods. But one time, the ancient god race had been deflated. And the race that had deflated them was called the underworld race. The ancient god race's individual combat power was fierce beyond words. But they were few. But the underworld clan is different. The underworld clan has a large number of thieves. And the kings among them, the underworld king clan. Individual battle power was enough to rival the ancient god race. Only, the underworld basically stays in the underworld and has almost no involvement with the outside world. If it was still possible for the ancient god race to stray, it was almost impossible for the underworld race. Not to mention the underworld race. But look at that guy, with the long purple hair, that runic mark emerging from the forehead. These are all signs of the Hades bloodline. What? Why do you ask me why I know? I was once courted by a princess of the underworld. Zhang Zhengqing. Unbelievable. Besides, who asked you? Say, if this underworld clan is so powerful, does that mean they can just casually that guy up? Isn't that crap? It's just that. I feel like having fun. Don't you know that the ancient god clan and the underworld clan are now mortal enemies? TSK, but I can see that little girl's feelings for Su Yuan are definitely not simple. You know she was able to stimulate the bloodline in her body thanks to that guy capturing Su Yuan. Ha? Still? Zhang Zhengqing was confused. This is too classic, isn't it? People who love each other and their families are deadly rivals? TV shows didn't shoot like this 10 years ago, did they? No, it's not right. Now it looked as if only Shangguan Meng liked Su Yuan. It's not certain whether Su Yuan likes Shangguan Meng or not. No, I should say that putting aside that kind of caring for his sister, it's not certain if there are any feelings between a man and a woman. Wait, Zhang Zhengqing suddenly reacted again. He found a blind spot. Black dog, didn't you say that the ancient god ancestral blood flows in brother Su's body? And to say that group of ancient god race will recognize their ancestors when they see him? Then at his command, the ancient god race can still be the nemesis of the underworld race? Asterisk? Seems to make some sense. The Black Emperor was dumbfounded. Look again at the field. Flory looked at Shangguan Meng in the blood cage in disbelief. At that instant just now, he felt a palpitating power in Shangguan Meng's body. Although this fear only lasted for a moment, it still caused him to feel an overwhelming sense of shame and humiliation. Even if Shangguan Meng was stronger, the 7th rank was still the 7th rank. And there was a qualitative difference between him and the 8th rank, the power of the king. Flory's pupils narrowed violently. See only, that blood cage, which was originally unbreakable to the 7th rank, under Shangguan Meng's chopping attack, instantly falling apart. I said, let go of him. The ghostly voice rang in Flory's ears. Unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Meng had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Flory was horrified. He hastily dodged and retreated. While Shangguan Meng did not chase after him at the first opportunity, but instead made a backhanded chop that cut off those two source energy chains. Su Yuan fell from mid-air, staring blankly at Shangguan Meng in front of him. From the first time we met, Su Yuan then instinctively treated her as an innocent, romantic and lively little sister. But now she's the long hair that had turned from silver white to ghostly purple, the ghostly purple runic mark on that brow, that haunting sickle blade, none of which suggests that he seems to never really knew her. Seemingly sensing Su Yuan's gaze, Shangguan Meng's eyes lowered as she gripped the hand of the Nine-Spectre scythe. Shiver lightly, where Su Yuan couldn't see. A trace of loss flashed through those good-looking eyes. The day she had feared had finally come. When Su Yuan knew her true colors, when he knew her strength, when he heard those titles, rumors about her, he'll be in awe of her, as the others revered her. She knows, from this day on, she would no longer be little dream to him. As for whether it's Shangguan Meng, or the underworld marquis, or the scandalous witch, it doesn't matter. You wait here, I'll go first. Shangguan Meng spoke in a calm tone. He was planning to ask Su Yuan to wait here and go forward to cut down that blood duke himself. But before her words were out of her mouth, she suddenly paused, for a hand that somehow had landed on her head, rubbing it gently as it always did. She jerked her head up in shock, and what she met was Su Yuan's brightly smiling face. As usual, it hasn't changed in the slightest. Dream. That's pretty handsome. The pain coming from his shoulder was still so intense, but Su Yuan still maintained his smile. Go on, taking out bosses handsomely, like we did in the game. And then, celebrate properly. Shangguan Meng froze. Immediately afterward, her eyes brightened a little, the corners of her mouth lifted a little, And a final heavy nod. Aha! The words fell. She had disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared behind Flory, the huge scythe in his hand slashing horizontally. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Feeling the terrifying killing machine coming from behind him, Flory instantly he had no idea what was wrong with this Shangguan Meng. It was clearly 7th rank, but why had it suddenly become so terrifying? But he really didn't believe it. 7th order can resist the power of 8th order? Blood binding. He let out a low growl. The figure dispersed, actively turning into a mist of blood. Not only did he avoid this chopping blow from Shangguan Meng, he even wrapped her up in turn. 10,000 spells blood needle. This is one of Flory's strongest killing techniques. In an instant, countless blood mists transformed into hundreds of blood needles that, 360 degrees without a dead angle stabbed towards Shangguan Meng. In any other case, any 7th rank Seal Marquee Realm powerhouse would not be able to defend against this terrifying attack. It will be pierced by countless bloody needles. But Shangguan Meng seemed so calm. She just spoke softly. Underkill. Boom. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Endless darkness came in like a tidal wave, enveloping the area. Within the realm of darkness, a ghost emerged and blocked that single blood needle. Flory was forced to regather his form, his face pale as he looked around in horror but he didn't realize that a ghostly hand that seemed to come from the underworld was entangling and immobilizing him from all sides. A death god silhouette holding a giant scythe emerged, and the scythe in his hand chopped through chopping Flory's head and body into countless small pieces, while a faceless ghostly face emerged from the ground, devouring the falling bits of flesh and blood down. When the darkness fades, only the figure of Shangguan Meng remained. The 8th rank duke who was known as Pale Death had completely disappeared above the world. The long, ethereal purple hair turned back to silver and white, and the purple engraving on his brow was hidden from view. The mysterious runes in her eyes faded as she turned around, and before she could show a smile towards Su Yuan, she staggered and collapsed. Dream. Not far. This isn't the underworld. There's a price to pay for using underworld power. War correspondent Black Emperor sighed and broadcast the report. Zhang Zhengqing instinctively asked, "Costly?" "Great," the Black Emperor replied without hesitation. Although she has the bloodline of the underworld clan, she's still a little different from Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan's bloodline concentration was also very low, it was better than stable, but she was not stable at all, and it was still the kind that was forcibly inspired. Furthermore, after this battle, the remaining meditative power in her bloodline was almost depleted, unless one finds a treasure with the power of the underworld. Otherwise, or what? This was never meant to be a place for the underworld. Originally relying on the residual underworld power in their bloodline too, she was still able to stay normal. But now, the underworld bloodline would backfire a little bit, and first, she would fall off her realm, and then most likely, die. Zhang Zhengqing sighed, brewing sadness. That's not so much. The Black Emperor bristled. It gets ugly. It gets ugly. Stygian maidens are, in general, of high color, but once you lose your meditative powers, the whole person decays rapidly. It's even possible to take on the appearance of an underworld demon. The time has come to test their feelings. Zhang Zhengqing? I was all set to comfort people. What the hell are you talking to me about? But, realm falling and getting ugly does seem pretty serious. Brother Su, can you hold out? Outside, the moment the blood domain boundary disappeared, in the night, a figure appeared. It was Morongjin. He kept moving closer towards the center of the battlefield, a sickly smile on his face. Live ones are not available. Corpses are not bad. You can still enjoy them while they're hot. Shangguan Meng, I can finally have you after all. Obviously, his presence here was no accident. At one time, he did want to possess Shangguan Meng, but just a while ago, he received a secret message from the Arcus family that they had acquired a device capable of shielding probes a means of sending an 8th order powerhouse into Daxia in secrecy. The Arcus family has a motto of blood for blood. Shangguan Meng had already been designated by them as someone who must die. So, Mulberry Town and the Arcus family made a deal. He provides the Arcus family with information on Shangguan Meng's location. In return, he'll get Shangguan Meng's corpse, as well as 2 Daxia gaps that have been successfully converted by the Arcus family, all of which are 6 ranks and are used to improve their feats. Soon, Morongjin then came to the center of the battlefield. The battle was over very quickly, in but 3 minutes back and forth, so that, arriving with him, and Shangguan Ru, the moment the two met, each realized something was wrong. In Mulberry Town's point of view, if all goes well, after the blood domain boundary disappeared, there will be no more living people in this area. The only ones one can meet, it's that 8th order duke from the Arcus family. At first he did not notice anything strange, for indeed there were no figures in the direction in which he had traveled to the battlefield. Everyone had been evacuated to the other end, which he had not met. But, he met Shangguanru here. That's just not right. And in the perspective of Shangguanru, in such a short period of time, it would be impossible for the Hereticide Bureau to detect any movement here. How could Morongjun, one of the new 4 pillars, appear here? Unless, he learned in advance that this was happening. In other words, he's a rebel. Boo! Murraytown moves quickly. Even if Shangguanru realized in an instant that something was wrong with him, the difference between the 6th and 7th ranks is difficult to erase. At the 6th rank, it was still the fusion realm after all, while at the 7th rank, it was already the limit realm. There is a whole great realm of difference between the two. He struck first and directly injured Shangguanru seriously. Shangguanru flew heavily backwards and landed in the center of the ruins of the battlefield with a muffled grunt. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Morongjun came here. His gaze narrowed slightly, first sweeping over Su Yuan. Then when his gaze fell on Shangguanmeng in his arms. Alive? Morongjun froze at first, and then the look immediately became cloudy. What about that 8th degree Duke of House Arcus? Where is he? Even if Shangguanmeng was stronger, she would never be able to fight against the 8th rank with her 7th rank body. So what just happened here? He looked around, but there was nothing around him but a rank 1 piece of garbage standing not far away and glowering. There was no one else. Morongjun suddenly laughed. Whatever just happened here? Now Shangguanmeng was clearly incapacitated. Then he's the strongest here. Even if we don't know why Shangguanmeng didn't die, it's better to be alive than dead. Don't even need to get it while it's hot. Plus Shangguanru, this sisterhood has come together. Thinking of this, his gaze narrowed slightly as he looked toward Su Yuan. If he remembers correctly, at that time, Shangguanmeng said that if anything happened to him, he would have to kill himself? Gee, that's an unusual sentiment. So, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he raised his chin towards Su Yuan, his tone teasing. Boy, when I enjoy these sisters later, I'll let you see the end of it from the sidelines. How about I kill you when you're done with the eye candy? Shangguanru's face suddenly paled and she gritted her teeth. Morongtown. I didn't think you'd actually commit treason. Morongjun shook his head and laughed. No, I love Daxia very much. I've never been a traitor to my country. I just made a little deal with the others. When he finished speaking, he said no more. He was in a hurry, and he wanted to enjoy himself a lot more, so he walked towards Shangguanmeng. But just then, Su Yuan, who was holding Shangguanmeng, raised his head violently, and those eyes had long since changed to a brilliant gold color. Under his eyes was skyrocketing killing intent. He was regretting why he hadn't used the divine blood prison earlier just now. So now, no matter who you are, no matter what your status is, no matter what your strength is, no matter if you can kill, he's going to kill them all before he does. Oh, Morongjun's pace paused slightly, somewhat amused. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared. What for? You want to kill me? I'm a 7th degree marquis, and you, although you are indeed a 1 in a million supreme demon, but, in front of me, it's still a mole. You, of all people, should understand, right? P.S. 400 word 2-in-1 delivered. Updates are a bit late tonight. To apologize. At least 3 shifts tomorrow. Possibly 4 shifts. Chapter 127, Divine Blood Prison. Whoever touches my divine might will be given 3 punishments. It was 18 years old and stood like a minion. Edge of the battlefield. Zhang Zhengqing, who no one ever cared about, didn't figure out the situation in front of him. That 8th order guy was just killed by Shangguanmeng forcibly stimulating the underworld clan's bloodline. Shouldn't the officials come and clean up the battlefield next? But what about that guy? Zhang Zhengqing certainly could not have known Morongjun, much less his identity. But the scene where Morongjun made a move on Shangguanru, he still sees it clearly. It should be a villainous role, right? This guy's a rank 7. Luckily, I don't have to sleep for too long to kill him. It's a whole lot less energy consumed than getting that 8th rank. The Black Emperor's voice came in his head. Zhang Zhengqing is helpless. Has he come to this point after all? He was used to having a voice talking in his head that. It's kinda hard to get used to it if it's gone for a while. Forget it. It's time for me to come out and pretend to be a real man. It's now. Kid, charge. Let Su Yuan remember our favor well. Okay. Zhang Zhengqing directly took a step towards the center of the battlefield. But the next second. Stop. Stop. The Black Emperor suddenly gave a sharp and anxious command to break. Zhang Zhengqing barely stumbled and fell to the ground. This strange demeanor caught Morongjun's attention. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhengqing with a furrowed brow. This kid, is there something wrong with your brain? Or are you mentally ill? Can't you see what's going on? Forget it. Let's kill him first. He's not much use anyway. But just as Morongjin was planning to make a move against Zhang Zhengqing, however, was filled with shock as he pointed behind Morongjin. Morongjin raised his eyebrows slightly. What's the age for this kind of carving? What can be behind yourself? Seriously injured Shangguan Ru? The unconscious and incapacitated Shangguan Meng? Or the one who's about to watch himself enjoy his sisters without being able to do anything about it? An ant that can only wait in humiliation and anger for death to come. Morongjin suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He jerked around. Kabuchi? Aside. Seriously injured Shangguan Ru. The same pupil needle shrinkage. With a face full of shock, he looked at Su Yuan, who slowly stood up while holding Shangguan Meng. At this moment, the temperament of his body had completely changed. And if before this, the impression Su Yuan gave Shangguan Ru was genius, kind and sunny and cheerful, so now, all that remains is a feeling of oppression from the depths of the soul. It was as if what stood up before her was not a man, but a god. The brilliant golden flame was burning deep within Su Yuan's eyes. He looked indifferently at the startled Morongjin in front of him and spat lightly from his mouth. God, blood, jail. The words fell. Su Yuan's body, endless chi and blood churned and condensed in this instant. Finally, a drop of brilliant golden blood containing majestic greatness was condensed. In this moment, aside from the sliver of ancient god blood seed that had been preserved to be revived by waiting for the heavenly source liquid, the remaining ancient god ancestor blood was burned to the fullest extent. We can't let him go on. The thought surged madly through Morongjin's mind. Although he didn't know where a rank 1 mole cricket like Su Yuan had erupted such a terrifying power from, but he was well aware that this level of oppression is enough to kill himself. He must be broken. Rakshasa body. Shasta. Morongjin then completed the transformation of the Rakshasa body. A bizarre black pattern emerged on his face. Sharp fangs, horns on the top of the head, sharp bone spurs on the arms and lower legs. The black wings were even born at his shoulder blades, and the muscles on his body instantly skyrocketed, causing his figure to expand by more than several times. A black mist surrounded his body, and a hideous bronze ghostly face covered the huge jagged bone blade that had come through the ghost spirit transformation soldier was held in his hand, and one would be struck with boundless fear just by looking at it. It was different from Morongbai's newly awakened Rakshasa body. Murray Town. It is the body of a great Rakshasa. It's all just one step away from the Shura body. Asterisk. That guy really knows God's blood prison. The Black Emperor screamed as if he had seen a ghost. It sensed the aura of divine blood burning in Su Yuan's body. Not only was this guy really damned good at divine blood prison, but he was actually willing to use it. What a waste. What a waste. That was the ancient god's ancestral blood. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll help you kill him. So should I call you Su Blackie now? Zhang Zhengqing is obviously more concerned about this. The Black Emperor stopped talking for a moment. The hell knows why this guy born on a fringe planet in a fringe frontier of a fringe starfield would know a forbidden art like divine blood prison that not even a few of the ancient god race themselves know? And that guy, is this Rakshasa? Sure enough, the Stygian bloodline in that little dot was no accident. One must know that in the underworld, the Rakshasa clan was one of the servant clans of the underworld, both appearing on this planet at the same time. There's definitely something big going on here. What exactly was going on? It couldn't tell for the moment, but something was properly fishy. After instantly transforming into a Rakshasa body, Morongjin was terrifyingly strong. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to take over Shangguan Meng and become the position of the 4 pillars of the Herbicide Bureau. 4 pillars. Only an invincible person in the 7th order can be in charge. Die for me. Murraytown hissed, blocked Su Yuan's movements with source energy. The wings on his back vibrated, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Su Yuan. The black mist wrapped around the using jagged bone blade and chopped down towards Su Yuan's head. This slash was enough to kill an ordinary 7th rank powerhouse in seconds. Shangguan Ru's pupils shrunk slightly as she exclaimed, "Look out!" But the next second, a scene that shocked her appeared. See only, Su Yuan was still holding Shangguan Meng and was indifferent to Morongjin's attack, didn't even raise an eyelid, and from within his body, several brilliant golden chains extended out, and the divine blood pressure contained in them, even from a distance, it still made Shangguan Ru tremble with fear. Splendid golden chains intertwined with each other, transforming into a party of divine prisons, suppressing towards Morongjin. Imprison him instantly. Boo! Morongjin's ghost soldiers chopped down on top of the divine prison and almost instantly recoiled and annihilated. Morongjin was violently startled, as if he had seen some incredible image, and then let out a mournful scream. Ghost spirits were originally the bloodline talent of the Morong family, and this ghost soldier was a ghost spirit. It was tantamount to his bloodline being seared dry the moment it touched the divine hell. He who touches my divine authority, grant you 3 punishments. Su Yuan's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he looked at Morongjun, who had a fearful expression in that divine prison, speaking softly, as if in a trial. The first penalty, the flesh and blood penalty. The words fell. Under the power of the strong divine blood, Morongjun was instantly dismembered. That Rakshasa body, which he was usually most proud of, was directly crushed into pieces by the divine blood prison. And he didn't die. After the extreme agony of blood and flesh, an illusory soul floated in midair. A brief moment of confusion crossed his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It is the instinctive disorientation of the soul when it is separated from the physical body. But soon he reacted that he was Morongjun himself. What is this? Spiritual body. But without waiting for Morongjun to react, Su Yuan's cold voice sounded once again. The second penalty, the divine soul penalty. P.S. Brothers are too hard. It's really going to be 4 shifts. That said, how about the brothers discuss a regular update schedule? Chapter 128 Endless Painful Torture. Cosmic Sea. Emperor cannot be crossed. Divine soul penalty. When Su Yuan's words fell, several brilliant golden rays of light landed on the body of Morongjun's vapid soul body. Just then, the mutation was sudden. Only a ghostly face emerged on the surface of Morongjun's soul. Sure enough, it's the Rakshasa. TSK. The Black Emperor watched the scene with interest. People in the underworld carry the underworld brand in their souls. It's a shame. It's a shame. Not to mention a tiny servant clan like you. Even if you were to replace the underworld brand of the Hades clan, under the divine blood prison unleashed by this ancient god's ancestral blood, it would be a death sentence. It was just as the Black Emperor had predicted. The ghostly faces floating around Morongjun's soul had no resistance at all. It was instantly engulfed in brilliant golden light. And Morongjun's face, too, twisted rapidly. Agony. Endless pain. It's like a million worms eating your heart out. It's like a million needles through the bone. But it's a million times more intense than these figurative pains, because it's pain that works directly on the soul, far beyond the limits of what the physical body can withstand. Besides, in his soul state, he couldn't make any sound at all. In times of extreme pain, a person tends to give vent to the pain by wailing and hissing. Make the pain a little less painful. But all of this was simply not doable for Morongjun. He struggled, frantically tearing at his soul with his hands. Attempting to alleviate the pain of the divine soul punishment through another kind of pain did not have the slightest effect. Looking at the struggling, twisted and deformed spirit body in the divine blood prison, Su Yuan's gaze remained calm. He, who was going to kill himself. He, who was going to defile Shangguan Mang and Shangguan Ru in front of himself. Such a person, no matter how he died, he would not have the slightest bit of compassion. Finally, under endless torture, Morongjun's spirit body had become transparent and was dying. Saliva dripped from his twisted face, and after realizing that the ordeal was finally over, with endless remorse, he knelt down towards Su Yuan in the divine prison, kowtowing frantically and crying bitterly for forgiveness. But his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't make any sound at all. Su Yuan's eyes didn't fluctuate half a bit. The final judgment fell into Morongjun's ears like rolling thunder in the sky. The third penalty, the true spirit penalty. Morongjun's figure trembled. Although he didn't know what was going to happen next, the premonition of a meditating, letting him know what was going to happen next could be more terrifying than any of the previous ones. Unprecedented fear flooded the mind. But the next moment, the expression on Morongjun's face disappeared. Everything in front of him disappeared, and in his point of view he was thrown into a void that had lasted for ages. There is no existence here. There is no concept of time or space. And he's in it for all time and eternity. The road that can't be seen to end is the road that no one can ever go down. The nothingness of not being able to see the end of time is the cruelest torture to any will. I don't know how long it's been. It could be a minute. It could be a year. It could be 10,000 years. A door appeared in front of Morongjun. His soul, tormented by the void and withered by near death, suddenly quivered. Slowly, he awoke, and immediately afterward, as if grasping at the last straw of, desperately trying to move forward, he had a hunch. By rushing through this door, he would be able to get out of here. Even if you die at that time, even if he has to suffer even more pain, he is also willing. LOL. Finally, with great joy, the door was opened. He stepped inside, and after, he's back to square one, the exact same nothingness. It's a joke. It's giving hope in the midst of despair, but that hope itself was despair. Morongjun stood still, his face demented. In the divine blood prison, Morongjun's soul suddenly trembled violently. The soul's ability to endure is limited, and after exceeding this upper limit of endurance, the soul will gradually disintegrate and dissipate. At the same time, the divine blood prison was shrinking rapidly, eventually transforming into a red and a white ball of light. The red light mass did not enter Su Yuan's body, and the white light mass did not enter Su Yuan's brow. That's tough. In Zhang Jingqing's mind, the Black Emperor's heartfelt lamentation sounded. The three punishments of the divine prison. The punishment of the physical body, the punishment of the divine soul, and the punishment of the true spirit. The first two are fine. The final true spirit punishment. Do you understand what that means? Don't get it. The true spirit is what determines the very essence of what makes you who you are. To put it simply, it's the soul. The souls of your world are not revealed, but they are illuminated and manifested in the prison of divine blood. After the true spirit's punishment, that guy will never be allowed to live, and there will be no more of him in the world, and his collapsed flesh, blood, and soul will have to become food for the lord of the divine prison. Asterisk. So bullish? Then isn't Su Yuan invincible? Whoever he meets in the future, just use that trick and show up for seconds. The ancient god's ancestral blood uses a little less. Moreover, the ancient god ancestral blood in his body was originally extremely thin, less than 1 part in a trillion. According to my estimation, the god blood prison unleashed by his little ancient god ancestral blood can kill 7th order. It's hard enough to kill the 8th order. What's the key? It was that the concentration of ancient god ancestral blood in his body was now almost close to 0. What a waste! What a waste! Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhengqing thoughtfully asked again, then wouldn't a true ancient god be invincible according to you? The ancient gods themselves unleashed the divine blood prison. How awesome must it be? But then you said something about there being no more ancient gods in this era. Who can beat them? It's certainly considered invincible in your universe. Our universe? There's more than one universe? Zhang Zhengqing felt his perception collapse, but it's not really right to say that. I should say that from the moment the Black Emperor arrived, and his perception collapsed. That's for sure. The ancient god race and the underworld race that I'm talking about, as powerful races in the universe, not referring to your universe. Otherwise you think that I, the Black Emperor, wave all over the 4 universes and 8 wastelands is blowing awesome with you? You are only one of the 4 universes, and the youngest of the fledgling universes, though there is a distinction between inner and outer universes, and the other realms. There is the cosmic sea that separates them, and the cosmic sea, Emperor cannot be crossed. Emperor? This realm sounds awesome. It's awesome. Limited by the rules of this fledgling universe, the Emperor is already the most powerful being. However, Emperor can't do anything like reversing the river of light and darkness, but there are people in other universes who can do it. Wait a minute. You said you've been waving all over the 4 universes and the 8 wastelands, and you said something about the cosmic sea the Emperor cannot be crossed. So how did you get to the other universe? Or, you weren't hunted down and fled to our universe, were you? And %% yuan at hashtag. Amidst the Black Emperor's unpleasant curses, Zhang Zhengqing shook his head to himself and sighed. Other than that, this map is really big. I read a metaphysical novel earlier. It's called The Sheep-Seeking Imperial Hegemony. That author opens a stinky and long map. I didn't realize that the reality is the same. And, he glanced at Su Yuan, who was not far away, and muttered as if he was talking to himself. Normally killing the enemy by crossing the ranks is considered the standard for geniuses. But Brother Su killed the 7th rank at the 1st rank. Does it count as a battle collapse? The Black Emperor despised it. You kid will read less talkative novels in the future. Novels have to be logical. Reality who is logical with you. After killing Morong Jun, the brilliant gold color in Su Yuan's eyes faded a little. An unprecedented feeling of weakness came over him. Divine blood prison had depleted his already thin blood of the ancient gods. Now that there was only a tiny bit of seed left, it wouldn't even be able to support the release of the 2nd divine blood prison, so it could only wait for the heavenly source liquid to be poured in. Aside, Shangwan Ru had not yet recovered from the shock. Her throat rolled gently as she looked at Su Yuan in front of her. Have no idea what just happened. Murray Town. Just die? You died so easily? He's a 7th degree. And Su Yuan? First order. First order reverse felling 7th order. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it at all. Even now, it was as if she was in a dream. If this gets out, it will definitely cause a stir in the country. No, it will cause a stir in the world. But now, not the time to think about that. There are more important things to deal with right now. There are so many mysteries hanging over tonight's attack. How did that 8th-ranked Blood Duke evade Disya's probes and enter the territory? Was Morong Jin's treason his personal behavior or was it related to the Morong family? And the Morong family and the Shangwan family are family friends. Behind this, is there any involvement with the Shangwan family? And, the death of Muronzin, the death of that 8th-ranked Blood Duke, everything that's going on here. How should this be explained to the court of 12? Shangwan Ru is trying to clear his head. And Su Yuan. He looked down at Shangwan Meng in his arms, quietly thinking, if there's one biggest takeaway from today, it was never the forbidden art, divine blood prison that was drawn from that 100 consecutive draws, nor was it the 2 sustenance that was obtained after killing Morongzhen. Instead, a shift in his mindset. He was unwilling to be a genius anymore. He wants to be strong, be the strong man who can protect those he wants to protect. So, before, he was throwing his cards out the door, just as slowly, gain emotional value by harvesting the shock of the crowd. But now, he decided to be a little more proactive. Originally, he should have been able to cause a world sensation by killing a 7th rank powerhouse with his 1st rank body. But the only witnesses at the scene were Shangwan Ru and Zhang Zhengqing. And even if word got out that no one should believe it either. After all, it's too much of a stretch. Well, one could probably start with that first. Today's Blue Star didn't have any real spiritual cultivation method. So, could he have spread the first small portion of the Great Day Observation Sutra Rising Sun chapter? Preach the world, thus having the effect of harvesting emotional value? You know, besides shock, worship, admiration, can all be emotional values as well. Even after the heavenly origin liquid had coalesced successfully and replenished his ancient god's blood back, he could have been bolder and more extreme. For example, use this world as a stage to orchestrate a lie that will be seen by all and shock the world. Similar to announcing one's ancient god bloodline and packaging oneself as someone from the upper realm who has come to the lower realm for training. Lying to the world. If there are those who don't believe me, I myself will demonstrate the blood god prison in public and kill a 7th rank, or a stronger death row inmate. Once successful, one would reap an unimaginably huge amount of emotional value. Sure, these are just preliminary scribbled ideas. A more detailed and rational plan is needed if it is really going to happen. And most crucially, it needs a backer who is strong and powerful enough to deter the crowd. As strong as Dream is, it's not enough to really support such ambitions as your own. There was an extremely suitable candidate, and that was the strongest supreme being of the great Xia, ancient Qing Tian, only before determining whether the other party is reliable. This snubbing the globe. The program of making up myths can only remain in conception. Thousands of thoughts flowed, all of which were temporarily pressed down by Su Yuan. The first thing we need to do now is to deal with Dream. Although she didn't appear to be injured, the kind of state she was in, how similar was it to himself who had sacrificed the blood of an ancient god to use the divine blood prison? It might leave some kind of dark wound. Can she help her herself? Boom! Su Yuan's eyes went black and he fell to the ground. At the last moment of losing consciousness, he instinctively shielded Shangwan Meng in his arms. Seems to have completely forgotten that her physical body, the fact that it was probably more than 100 times stronger than him. Southeastern Hereticide Bureau Headquarters. Room. Su Yuan and Shangwan Meng were lying on a separate bed. After being examined by the medical staff, both men had no injuries. Totally unconscious due to energy overload. The Blood Slaughter King, White Burial, who was one of the double kings of the Heretic Slayer Bureau, stood by the bedside with a frown on his face. You mean, Duke of the 8th degree of the House of Arcus of the Eagle American Federation. Relying on some unknown means, he entered Daxia and launched an attack on Shangwan Meng. And Morongzhen had long since learned of this news, and the moment the boundary disappeared. Then he came to the battlefield and lusted after you and Shangwan Meng, and then, killed by this student named Su Yuan through some secret method? Shangwan Ru knew this was hard to believe. Whether it's a sister killing an 8th rank with a 7th rank, or Su Yuan killing a 7th rank with a 1st rank. In comparison, the latter was even more outrageous, almost heavenly, but she nodded anyway. I'm sure, White Burial was one of the few people Shangwan Meng was willing to trust in this world. So after the incident, Shangwan Ru contacted him at the first opportunity. White Burial fell into a long silence. The first 2 of the 3 things Shangwan Ru revealed to him. That is to say, the Arcus family's concealment from the world and attack and revenge on Shangwan Meng and Morongzhen's treason are extremely bad in nature and concern national security. The other, using the body of a 1st rank to subdue a 7th rank was completely beyond his cognizance. It might even shake up Blue Star's current power system. Even with White Burial's mental quality, it was still difficult to remain calm. He took a deep breath and rubbed his brow, trying to relax himself a bit. You take care of 2 people here. I'll go discuss this matter with Chief Ancient. Put Su Yuan's matter on the back burner first. This kind of thing is surely something that Chief Gu, like me, has no way of understanding. But what happened in Morong Town? It's all right if it's himself, but if there's a Murray family behind it, Daxia needs a cleansing. Right. White Burial paused, somewhat hesitantly. You know better than I do. The Shangwan family and the Morong family have a great relationship. Shangwan Ru shook her head, her eyes firm. Business as usual. White Burial suddenly laughed. In a sense, you and Shangwan Meng are quite similar. With that, he turned and left. In the other room, Su Anyun was silent. She was almost completely uninvolved in everything that happened tonight. I had thought that I would be able to follow the same steps as in my previous life. Step by step, to the top. But now she realized that she seemed to be thinking too simply. After being reborn, what was the difference between her and an ordinary person? Excluding that memory? In the face of a life and death crisis, one could not even come up with any means to resist. Can only trust their lives and deaths to others, as they did tonight. This feeling, it made her think clearly and understand a lot. But at the same time, she is also facing a problem. She had learned from Shangwan Ru that although Su Yuan had not suffered any harm, but there was a big anomaly on his body test data. Various statistical indicators indicate his fitness level has fallen dramatically. And the reason why Shangwan Ru told her about it was just in case, afraid that when Su Yuan was sober and devastated, so that Su Anyun could comfort him. Of course, what exactly happened was that Su Yuan used a secret method to kill Morongjin. Shangwan Ru did not inform Su Anyun. Has physical fitness been drastically reduced? A hint of hesitation flashed through Su Anyun's beautiful eyes. This was certainly a good thing for her, after all. It was the third comparison in a month. And Su Yuan's biggest advantage over her lay in the fleshly body that was so strong that it didn't make sense. Finally, she couldn't get over the hurdle inside her. If I may, the one I want to defeat is you at full strength. Su Anyun took a deep breath. A query was made towards the system. System, the interval between the third comparison. Can it be lengthened? I'll always win over him. But, not by this way. Su Anyun's question was like triggering some kind of special keyword. The system's slightly surprised beep came. Ding. P.S. 500 words. 2 in 1. 3 shifts done for the day. 1 chapter left. Chapter 129, with such a you, there's no point for me to win. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the love is stronger than gold trial of no one is allowed to drag their feet. Contents of the trial, starting tomorrow. Say to the comparison person every day I'm sure you'll be able to catch up. I'll be waiting for you up front. At the end of each check-in, you can get a random resource reward, and apply a lucky +1 buff to the comparison subject to help him recover early. Continuous signing to the third comparison. There are additional surprises to give away. Su and Yen? Let's not get started on what the hell kind of name this so-called love is stronger than gold is. For her to say such words to Su Yuan, compared to encouraging and cheering him up, how come it feels more like rubbing salt into his wounds? And, one could get a random resource reward for saying such a sentence every day. That doesn't really fit with the system's style, does it? The reward was so easy to take that it caused her to feel a little unreliable. And the last thing is, lucky +1 buff? How much use can this be? She wasn't sure what caused Su Yuan's strength decline at the moment. But if it's just a bit of luck, could it be recovered? In thought, Su Anyun asked. So this third comparison is not extended. It's still a month, right? Ding. Yes. The development cycle is autonomously regulated by this system which detects the development rate of both parties. Changes cannot be made en route. All right. Su Anyun stopped dwelling on it. After the first 2 failures, she had already slightly recognized Su Yuan as an opponent. She'd still prefer to beat him fair and square, if she could, instead of taking advantage of the period of his weakening and falling on his sword. But since the system can't change developmental time, then she could only hope that Su Yuan would try to recover his strength before the next comparison. Otherwise, with him like this, even if she won, she didn't feel like there was much point. The next room, as a witness, an observer, to a series of events tonight, Zhang Zhengqing naturally followed Shangwan Ru to the herbicide bureau, and he didn't have to leave until it was over. At this point, he looked to be lying in bed staring at the ceiling in disbelief, but in reality, it was debating with the Black Emperor about whether or not he should continue to enhance his friendship with Su Yuan. The Black Emperor laughed strangely. Kid, I told you to hug his thigh properly before because he has ancient god ancestral blood in his body. But now that he had used the divine blood prison and depleted the ancient god's ancestral blood in his body, though I don't know why he's in God's blood prison, but whatever. He wasn't much different from an ordinary person now, and this guy's head is in the clouds. Even if that little guy is close to him, it's also simply not worth it for him to use the ancient god ancestral blood. Zhang Zhengqing shook his head and said with a straight face, I only went to make friends with Brother Su before because I listened to you, but now I am fighting the urge to be friends with him. Regardless of whether he still has ancient god ancestral blood or not, his behavior is admirable to me, and if it were me, definitely going to be hesitating for a while yet. But he didn't hesitate at all to save people, and he would use the divine blood prison. Surely you know that the ancient god's ancestral blood is a very powerful thing, right? That makes it even more rare. The Black Emperor persuaded further. That's true, but with this father guiding you, even if you don't hug his thigh, in fact, you can also make waves. Let's get away with the universe together. Wouldn't that be fun? Zhang Jingqing still maintained his attitude. This is a matter of one size fits all. Speaking of which, you're such a snob. Is that why you were chased and whisked away? You're the one who's Su Xiaohei. Your whole family is Su Xiaohei. Your ancestors have been Su Xiaohei for 18 generations. Percented #*U and #@. It took a while of cursing before the Black Emperor finally stopped, but if it's still got its dog's head at this time of year, you can just see his signature doggy grin that goes to the back of his ears. In fact, its words just now were nothing more than a test of Zhang Jingqing's character. After being hunted down and losing its flesh, it had taken a dog's oath that, you can't be a loner in this life. You have to find like-minded and reliable brothers. Now it seems, this kid is reliable enough. Like it. It is of good character, old-fashioned, and loves love. It is the best candidate for the second generation of the Black Emperor. Come on, listen to me. The ancient god's ancestral blood in our good brother Su Yuan's body is gone. Let's put him aside for now. But the cat's out of the bag about this underworld and Rakshasa clan showing up at Blue Star. I reckon there must be some kind of treasure involved inside. When we get there, Zhang Zhengqing. In the meantime, thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, the small, mediocre building with the balcony, a middle-aged man with a sturdy, ordinary-looking body, nodded lightly. I know. During this time Shangwan Meng will first recuperate at your place. Whether it's about the Arcus family or Morong town, keep it quiet for now, and you can just pretend that nothing happened and I'll take care of it. As for the student called Su Yuan, in the face of the infiltration of the Arcus family, and in the face of the potential for treason by the Morong family, none of Gu Qingtian's emotions fluctuated for a single moment. As rumored, he's like a sensible machine without feelings, but when it comes to the unthinkable matter of first rank killing seventh rank, instead, he fell silent in a rare moment. For contention, betrayal, assassination, revenge, these are all within his knowledge. He has the means to cope. However, everything that happened to Su Yuan was outside of his knowledge. Ryoko, he is also recuperating at your place for the time being. After a while, I'll take the time to come over and see him. I have some things I want to say to him. Well, that's it. Hang up the phone. Gu Tiantian pondered for a long time. As the first person of Daxia, he certainly knew that Blue Star was not the only civilization in this universe. Outside, he's already been approached. That so-called Star Realm program was exactly why it was launched. Only that he had already heard it from the other side. Blue Star has now been judged to be an under-potential planet. And in the future, only a very small number of Celestials who had passed the screening of the Star Realm project, as well as those like them who had reached the 9th rank, were able to join the other side's civilization. The rest of us, who can only be subordinate to that civilization, reduced to the lowest level of labor in the industrial planet. It wasn't something he wanted to see. He had a deep love for the land and the people of the land. The reason he's been working for so many years to eradicate the Sayat is to avenge him. For one thing. On the other hand, it is to make life better for the people in this land. But now, with so little time left for him, less than 5 years, he didn't have the confidence to break through that threshold, and he knew he had come to the end of his rope, so he turned to cultivating those who came after him. Shangwan Meng, the seed of his choice. But now, killing a 7th rank with a 1st rank, it's a miracle. I have never understood miracles and I have never relied on them. But what if you can make the fate of Blue Star perform a miracle? I'll wait and see. Sure, before that, there needs to be a reckoning, but it probably won't be too smooth. Half of the night, the room was dark. The only light was the faint moonlight spilling through the window. Su Yuan woke up in the darkness, weak, drained, and with a dry mouth. But the monitoring instrument that was supposed to alert him when he woke up didn't go off. It seems to be disturbed by some kind of energy. Instead, a very soft voice came from the bed on the side. Awake? It was Shangwan Meng's voice. P.S. 4th shift complete. Chapter 130. The night is so quiet, you can only hear the sound of your heartbeat. Aha! Su Yuan gently nodded. After the blood of the ancient gods burned out, in addition to that not-so-adaptable feeling of weakness, it didn't leave much of an aftermath. And, inside him, a red ball of light was continuously releasing chi and blood power. It looked like it should be the trophies obtained after the Divine Blood Prison killed Morongjun. It's a bit of knocking the bones and eating the marrow. But think about the object being someone like Morongjun. Su Yuan was happy to see it. It's just that times are different now. In the past, by relying on the Taotai power inspired by the ancient god bloodline, absorption can definitely be much faster than it is now. But now, the massive chi and blood essence of a 7th-ranked Seal Marquee Realm powerhouse who had completed one limit break, with this current turtle speed of absorption, God knows how long it would take. At that time, I remember it was a red and a white ball of light. Su Yuan's heart moved as he looked inward into the sea of consciousness of the Divine Palace. Sure enough, there was a white light ball quietly suspended here as well. This is the pure spiritual power that Morong Zhen transformed into after his soul collapsed. Count on the best spiritual food. Although the quality is a world away from the Dragon Soul fragments in Dragon Soul Pearl, the good thing is that the quantity is large and filling. After all, even if Blue Star's spiritual power cultivation level was on the low side, so to speak, he was still a limit realm powerhouse. After reviewing his trophies, Su Yuan struggled to sit up and leaned against the bed. By the pale moonlight, he looked to one side of the bed. Still that tiny little ball, curled up in the covers, but with his back to him. He thought for a moment and spoke. Are you okay? Are you okay? Two voices appeared at the same time. Obviously both men froze for a moment. Su Yuan was the first to speak. I'm fine. He's really okay. Even if the ancient god's bloodline temporarily disappeared, with the heavenly origin bottle, it could always come back. Take a step back. Even if the heavenly origin liquid could not be congealed in a short period of time, he could still harvest the emotional value by do a sweepstakes to get the rest of the rewards. Something better than an ancient god's bloodline might not necessarily not appear amongst this reward. Besides, the last time I drew an ancient god's bloodline that was of a golden quality level, who knew if he would just draw a red quality ancient god bloodline out one day? Instead, dream. What about her? Is she okay? What the hell is wrong with her in that state? Will there be any after effects left? Too many questions to ask. Su Yuan pondered how to speak. Suddenly, Shangguan Meng spoke softly. Will you think I'm weird? Strange? Su Yuan thought about it and shook his head seriously. Though I don't know why you're asking. Dream. But if I may say so, I get the feeling that not only are you not weird at all, it's cool. Shangguan Meng lapsed into silence, obviously not expecting Su Yuan to answer like this. It's cool? No one has ever said that about her. Those who knew her, who knew of her, saw her as a witch who could turn the tables at any moment. Who would think such a person is cool? Dream. Have you ever watched an anime called Magical Girls Circle? No. Shangguan Meng paused for a moment, and she who had been turning her back to Su Yuan suddenly turned around, wrapped up in a quilt, revealing only a stunningly beautiful face. She blinked in curiosity. What was the talk about? In all the world, there is a group of beautiful and lovely maidens. They have powers that ordinary people don't have. What might normally look like an ordinary little girl. Everyone around them thought they were just normal, but in the event of a disaster, or if someone needs help, they then transform into magical girls with magical powers and use their powers to protect everyone. One speaks slowly. One listens carefully. One time, Kotaru there were no after effects, but the physical exhaustion was real. After a full 3 hours of telling the story of the magical miniature circle, Su Yuan finally didn't hold out and, sleeping. Shangguan Meng blinked. Then what? I was just hearing the climax. How come it was suddenly gone? She raised her head, only to find that Su Yuan had already entered dreamland. Why does this scene feel like it looks familiar? Oh, the last time he said he would count the stars with himself. He was the one who ended up falling asleep first. The Shangguan dreamed about it. And, with her bare, crystalline little feet, she carefully jumped off the bed and, gently moving Su Yuan, who was sleeping against the head of the bed, down. Then pulling the covers on him, she stood beside the bed, quietly looking at Su Yuan. She was awake long before Su Yuan woke up. Shangguan ruined by burial and the others were driven away by her, saying that they needed to get some rest. Sure, she also heard from Shangguan Ru about what happened after she fainted. After she killed that 8th-ranked blood duke, Morongjin came and Muyongjin was planning to do something very bad to them. Although she loathed Morongjin, she also knew that that guy was even less powerful than herself. However, it was enough to be considered at the top among the 7th-ranked feudal lords. The man who killed him. It's Obuchi. She remembered what Obuchi had just said about magical girls, though she knew he was talking about himself. He, himself, seemed to fit the bill. Shangguan Meng suddenly thought of the parting words at that time. Said he was going to reward himself for doing something if he managed to come back. Her hands were behind her back. Her 10 fingers kept stirring, and it was obvious that she was somewhat torn and hesitant. She got a little bit closer to Su Yuan's face, but she stopped in the middle when she reached the halfway point. Retracted back. No, it doesn't count this time. She pursed her lips, as if looking for a reason to convince himself. A magical girl is meant to set everything right all by herself. Having Yuchi help me wrap up this time wasn't perfect at all. Next time for sure. She ran back to the bed and wrapped her entire body in the covers. Since she woke up this time, she always felt cold. The kind of cold that comes from deep inside her body. But now she's a little better. And hopefully tomorrow she'll get to continue hearing the story of magical girl Kodomo. Good night. The night was quiet. It was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of a heartbeat. Early the next morning, when Su Yuan woke up, he found that Shangguan Meng had already disappeared, and only himself was left in the room. He sat up. Himself last night. Seems like he fell asleep again just like last time. Moving his body, after a night's rest, together with the chi and blood essences in his body that nourished him at times, the exhaustion had dissipated for the most part. You're awake. Someone pushed the door in. Not Shangguan Ru nor Shangguan Meng, but a middle-aged man he didn't recognize. Appears to be in his mid-40s, with mild features and stubble. The visitor walked to Su Yuan's bedside and smiled. My name is White Burial, Deputy Director of the Dashat Exoticide Bureau. You can call me Uncle White. Deputy Director of Hetericide? Su Yuan was shaken. He was not unfamiliar with the Great Summer Herbicide Bureau, which was an extremely special organization, specializing in dealing with all types of heretics, which include national traitors, foreign spies, high-ranking ferocious beasts. Even the last Abyssal Rift incident was handled by people from the Hereticide Bureau. Deputy Director. This one is definitely a proper bigot. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Uncle Bai, is it for me to cooperate in the investigation of what happened last night? Don't worry, I know absolutely everything. As for the God's Blood Prison or whatever, I'm not familiar with it. I don't know. I'm inexplicably bursting at the seams. Just as Su Yuan was thinking about how to make up excuses about the Divine Blood Prison, White Burial waved his hand helplessly. Rather than this matter, I'm asking for your help in persuading Shangguan Meng. We can't be persuaded anyway. Oh yeah, it was Shangguan Ru who said for me to come to you for help. Chapter 131, Go to the Western Heaven and invite my old ancestor Su Yuan. That's right. White Burial pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and gestured towards Su Yuan. Mind? Don't mind. Snap. White Burial lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly, his eyes tired. Because of what happened to Morongjun. Morongjun, the guy you killed yesterday. He was also originally from our Hereticide Bureau, and has just replaced Shangguan Meng as one of the 4 pillars, a 7th order seal. When Shangguan Ru questioned why Morongjun had committed treason, Su Yuan learned that fellow's name. But what he didn't know was that that guy was actually a member of the Hereticide Bureau, and he's a 7th ranked marquis? This is a well-deserved top-tier powerhouse. It's a top-notch combatant that you simply don't even see on a normal day. It seems that the power of the Divine Blood Prison is much stronger than one could have imagined. Killing a 7th rank powerhouse was actually so easy. As for what the 4 pillars were, he wasn't sure about the organizational structure of the Hetericide Bureau. But thought it would be an important position. No, wait. He jerked his head up, shock in his eyes. What you're saying is that the guy named Morongjin, who took Dream's place in the, become one of the 4 pillars? Doesn't that mean? Exactly. White Burial nodded. Dream? What a special name. Both he and the ancient chief used to call her that, not because of intimacy, but simply because she was viewed by both as a junior who could take over. High hopes. But even so, Shangguan Meng continued to ask them to call them by their first names. That's unusual. This teenager. White Burial withdrew his gaze and continued. Shangguan Meng isn't as young as you seem to be. In fact, she's because of her health that. So there's something special about the outward appearance of. As for strength, she was similarly a 7th ranked feudal lord, but the strongest 7th rank. Once the head of the 4 pillars, and the foreigner she killed yesterday was an 8th rank powerhouse. Of course, Su Yuan didn't know that the white man would actually be an 8th rank Seal King powerhouse. At the Seal King realm, a single person can easily slaughter an entire city. It was a powerhouse that was completely beyond his current imagination. And such a strong person was actually decimated by Little Dream. Even though I was prepared for it, the shot was still great. And, does Dream just look so small because of her body? So she's actually, how old is she? As if he had sensed Su Yuan's distress, White Burial smiled gently. There's no need to think too much. Shangguan Meng isn't actually much older than you. It seems like she's only 24, right? Still as young as you are. 24 years old. 7th degree? Explosive seed can kill an 8th order Seal King? Only one thought surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Dare I say that I'm not the only one who's open in this world, right? Well, other things will come later. The reason I came over to see you is that I want you to do me a favor. Go and persuade Shangguan Meng. Her killing intent is very heavy right now. I hope you can convince her to look at the big picture. in the office of White Burial. Sis, you really can't be impulsive. Uncle Bai has already talked to Chief Ku on the phone. What Chief Ku is saying is for us to hold our ground for now. He'll have a way of dealing with it. Sis, Shangguan Ru Zhang stopped in front of Shangguan Meng. The latter had a blood-red source energy chain wrapped around his body. This was done by White Burial. Otherwise Shangguan Ru would not be able to stop it even if he had the hardness and courage to do so. Early this morning, Shangguan Meng left the herbicide bureau alone, without telling anyone, even purposely avoided the crowd. Luckily, it was White Burial, who was familiar with her nature, who was waiting for her outside early, without saying a word, tied her straight back up. Where are we going? Going to do what? White Burial didn't even ask, because he knew it with his toes. Go to the Empire. Go kill someone. But right. Chief Ancient said it. There is something special about the situation now, and when it all comes out, there won't be a single one of them left to die. None of the forces that should be purged can escape. But, not now. But Shangguan Meng's temperament White Burial also knew. If she made up her mind to do something, no one could stop her. It was good that Shangguan Ru offered him a suggestion. Go to the Western Paradise and invite my old man Su Yuan. Of course, Shangguan Ru's original words were not like this. She only said that she suggested to try to find Su Yuan. To the mysterious young man who was able to kill the 7th rank with his first rank body, White Burial itself was extremely interested. There's nothing wrong with Su Yuan's file. His life is completely clean. Was even able to trace his birth record back to the hospital. But it was a teenager who did something that had never been done before at Blue Star. Even the ancient chief was planning to take the time to come over and meet him in person. Just try it. So that's how the White Burial went forward to seek help from Su Yuan. Why isn't Uncle Bai back yet? Shangguan Ru fretted and watched as her oldest sister's face was expressionless. But the source energy chains on his body are getting looser. LOL. The office door was opened and Su Yuan followed by Burial to the office. Like a savior descending into the world. Shangguan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief. My brother, you're finally here. White Burial beckoned towards Shangguan Ru, signaling her to come out first. Shangguan Ru immediately ran away. If she didn't run away she felt that she might not be able to get out of bed today. Now only Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng were left in the room. And the source energy chains on the ladder had already been unlocked by White Burial. Dream. On the way over, Su Yuan thought for a long time. In the end he decided to keep his original title, regardless of Shangguan Meng's identity, background, and strength. One size does not fit all. Their relationship remains the same and is not subject to any outside interference. I know you're angry right now, but, Shangguan Meng's eyes lowered. Morongjin almost killed Xiaoru, and almost killed you too, so I have to make a claim for you guys. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. Of course we have to ask for an explanation, but don't you see that we're fine now? And remember what I told you last night about Magical Girls Circle? Shangguan Meng raised her eyes to look at him. She had only heard the 3rd episode last night, and she hadn't even listened to the later episodes yet. Although magical girls fight solo most of the time, there are times when especially when facing powerful opponents, it is also the case that they will join forces with other people and will fight alongside other people. Su Yuan said in a serious manner, then pointed at himself. For example, me. You want to make a case for me and Sister Ru. I want to make a case for you too. I want to be part of the liquidation. So can you wait for me? Don't worry. I'll get stronger. Very soon. Shangguan Meng pursed her lips. She didn't hear anything else. All she heard was that he said he wanted to make a case for himself. Okay. She finally let go. But she remembers one more thing. So tilting his head, a beaming smile was on his face. You promised me that you'd celebrate after you finish off the boss. Sure. Say, what do you want? Tonight. I want to listen to 10 episodes. Upon seeing that Shangguan Meng was really no longer thinking of going to the imperial capital to go on a killing spree, White Burial was overwhelmed with emotion. This world was really marvelous. I can't believe it's true that one thing leads to another. Right, Uncle White? Su Yuan suddenly asked. In our great summer, is the power of the Association of Spiritual Thinkers strong? Since he wanted justice for himself and Little Dream and Sister Ru, he had to get stronger quickly. After much deliberation, promoting the Dhammapada Sutra, not only could he allow himself to harvest a large amount of emotional value, he was even able to ride on the relationship network of the Spiritual Luminaries Association, which could be said to be 2 birds with 1 stone. Although he didn't know why Su Yuan asked, White Burial nodded. Strong, very strong. The Great Xia's Spiritual Luminaries Association has 2 Ninth Order Supreme Beings sitting around. Right, what are you asking for? Chapter 132, I'll pass on the Tao that the Ninth Order can't pass on. Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru also cast curious glances at Su Yuan. Su Yuan directly picked it out. I'd like to join the Association of Psychic Readers. Words. The crowd was stunned. As White Burial gazed at Su Yuan, his heart stirred and he seemed to have thought of something. The starting threshold for joining the Association of Psychic Readers is the 4th order. Unless you have a spiritual gift? Su Yuan nodded and didn't hide it, directly manifesting his spiritual power. A golden great sun shadow rose from behind him. As for why there's no dragon soul vapors, the Great Sun Observation Sutra could not cultivate the dragon soul out of him. And if he were to display the dragon soul void, it will not be able to justify itself. White Burial was slightly stunned at the sight before nodding his head. To be able to manifest spiritual power outwardly at only 1st rank? Indeed, it's a spirit-type talent. Shangwan Ru. She was already used to Su Yuan's hiding her clumsiness. Hide. Keep hiding. It's an attitude. Aha, I can understand. Don't care about me. As for Shangwan Meng, she looked over at Su Yuan, slightly tilting her little head sideways and, is Obuchi trying to get the Psychic Association to back him up? It's true that I'm still not strong enough. It's important to become stronger. However, to their surprise, Su Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not there for backing or background. The trio froze again. You're not looking for support or background? Then what are you doing? In the face of the crowd's confusion, Su Yuan took out the middle-aged lines he had prepared long ago. I am going to lead them to a new way. In short, I'm going to preach. White Burial, Shangwan Ru, Shangwan Meng, all three fell silent at the same time. Finally, it was White Burial who broke the silence. While mental gifts are rare when placed in a crowd, but it's not uncommon in the Association of Psychic Readers. I don't quite understand what you mean by preaching, but there's a good chance it's going to hit a wall. As if to add credibility to what he was saying, White Burial displayed his spiritual power. The surroundings suddenly transformed into a picture of a blood-colored ancient battlefield, and the extremely strong smell of blood poured out on his face. Endless piles of corpses. The degree of misery was almost comparable to what Su Yuan had seen in the battle map world, but the image lasted only a split second before it faded like a tidal wave. And White Burial's voice came. I used to be the vice president of the Daxia Spiritual Luminaries Association. I've seen all kinds of spiritually gifted people, and one thing they all have in common is that they think they can penetrate the nature of spirituality. But in the end, they could still only rely on their talent and passively improve, with extremely limited growth. This is a group of people who end up either disillusioned or willingly eating their gifts. In the face of White Burial's words, Su Yuan was indifferent as he only shook his head. To be honest, I don't actually have a spiritual gift. White Burial is confused, looking towards the great sun shadow behind Su Yuan. And this is? I practiced to get here. Su Yuan calmly said. Calm, an expression that must be mastered when pretending. As expected, White Burial froze in place for several seconds before speaking. Cultivated? You mean, did you go through some kind of spiritual power cultivation method? Gradually raising your spiritual power to the point of being able to manifest? Su Yuan nodded. Yes. White Burial shook his head. That's impossible. Shangwan Ru was also shocked. Yuchi, are you sure you're not joking? Currently, there had never been a method of spiritual cultivation in Blue Star. Whether it's us, Daxia, or the spiritualist associations of other countries. What it actually does is to bring together various people with spiritual gifts in the hope that they can explore a path of spiritual cultivation as a research-based organization. But so far, no one had ever succeeded. Even a Ninth Order Supreme Being, they likewise did not create a spiritual power cultivation method. If you really have the method for spiritual power cultivation, do you know how much of a stir it would cause? Su Yuan knew that a strong proof was needed at this time, so he laughed. If it hadn't been for last night, no one would have believed that. A rank 1 junior martial artist is able to kill a rank 7 Seal Marquis realm powerhouse, isn't it? The words fell. The crowd was silent. Facts speak louder than words. What happened to Su Yuan last night? Indeed, it was a miracle that had never been seen before in the history of the Blue Star. An extra discursive thing that transcended their perceptions. So, in comparison, Su Yuan, even if he did master a spiritual power cultivation method, it seemed as if, maybe, it's not that far off the mark. So, how did you acquire the spiritual power cultivation method? In the long silence, White Burial suddenly opened his mouth and asked, his tone fluctuating, if Su Yuan really had mastered some sort of spiritual power cultivation method, then he does deserve the word preach. And for Su Yuan, since he was going to pretend to be a pussy, it was definitely a case of pretending all the way to the end. So to that question, his answer is simple. Born to know. This is a claim that simply cannot be disproved. Once again, White Burial fell silent. At this point, on the side, Shangwan Meng suddenly blinked at Su Yuan. Cool. Su Yuan froze for a moment before returning a heartfelt smile and speaking at the same time. It's a pity that my current spiritual power cultivation method is only effective for low-ranked martial artists. It's not very useful for high-ranking martial artists. But, he turned his words around, maybe I'll be able to sense something further afterward. And then, Blue Star's level of spiritual cultivation will be taken to the next level. Aha! It's definitely not that I haven't smoked the subsequent chapters of the Dhammapada by now. It's not even a question. White Burial shook his head. As long as your born to know spiritual power cultivation method can be proven to work on low-ranked martial artists, then all the strongest members of the Spiritual Luminaries Association will be willing to pin their hopes on you, because you have shown them hope. No matter how long we wait, no matter what it takes, they will all be willing. What White Burial said was by no means false. He could already foresee that when Su Yuan's spiritual power cultivation method was confirmed, what a stir it would cause. By then, if anyone dares to touch him again, it was to be an enemy of all the spiritual luminaries in the world. The Spiritual Luminaries Association was originally a research-based organization with little cohesion. But now, I'm afraid that because of Su Yuan, it would reach a point of unprecedented unity. Thinking of this, White Burial opened his mouth. In that case, I'll introduce you to the president of the Daxia Psychic Luminaries Association. He is one of those two Ninth Order Supreme Beings I mentioned earlier. Good. Su Yuan acted cloudy. This is a Ninth Order Supreme Being, a ceiling-level combatant standing at the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. So, he will create the law that the Ninth Order cannot create. What the Ninth Order cannot preach, he will preach. To snub a character of this caliber. It's damn exciting. Chapter 133, Luck Plus 1. Today's Great Luck. Suitable for lucky draws. White Burial is contacting the president of the Association of Spiritual Readers. Su Yuan, on the other hand, waited in the corridor outside, getting some air in the meantime. Period. Su Anyan happened to pass by. Hello, she cried out softly. Su Yuan, who was looking at the scenery, turned his head back. What's wrong? Su Anyan was silent for a moment before saying, I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with me, and I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Su Yuan froze for a moment. He quickly responded that it should be that Su Anyan knew about the drastic decline in her physical fitness. It's rare. People like her. Would you even come to encourage yourself? Thinking of this, Su Yuan's face smiled broadly. Actually, you don't have to wait for me. Just go ahead and I'll always catch up. Su Anyan gave him a deep look. Only the virtual logo of Luck Plus 1 appeared on his head, and he or she received a daily punch reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one Soul Nourishing Pill. Soul Nourishing Pill, an elixir that nourishes the spiritual energy with good results. Looks like the system isn't such a dog. By the way, last night, what the hell happened? So far, Su Anyan still didn't know what happened last night. Even more so, he didn't know about Su Yuan killing Morongzhen with the Divine Blood Prison. Or else, I'm afraid that he would have completely shattered his Tao. Sorry, can't say. Su Yuan shook his head. Uncle Bai had reminded him many times that what happened last night should never be revealed to anyone. Since she wasn't willing to say, Su Anyan naturally couldn't pursue the matter. But according to her guess, the probability was that it was related to Shangguan Meng. Su Anyan silently withdrew her gaze. One more day of his own dog-licking adventure. After a change in environment, people are generally in a state of unconscious tension. In this state, could he still get an S-rank evaluation from Su Yuan? Forget it, let's go and purchase the props for the Lick Dog adventure first. After Su Anyan left, Su Yuan opened the system panel. It's a shame I can't reveal the fact that I killed a 7th rank. How much emotional value could be harvested otherwise? Su Yuan shook his head with some regret. Now, there's only Dream, Sister Ru and Uncle Bai. There was also that ancient chief as well as Zhang Zhengqing who knew about it. However, it was also fortunate that, excluding Zhang Zhengqing, the average strength of those in the know was frighteningly high. Oh, yes, at the time, during the battle, Murraytown also provided itself with a number of emotion value rewards. Emotional value, 41345. Over 40, 000, equals 20 draws. It said that if you can't die in a great disaster, you'll be blessed later. It somehow feels like I should be lucky today. Then we won't wait. We'll smoke away first. Ding. Consume 40, 000 emotion points for 20 advanced draws. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 pound of glazed star marrow. Purple quality. Wow. The first shot is purple quality. One is really lucky. Glazed star marrow, a rare treasure in the starry sky. One of the best substances used to temper the physical body. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank battle skill Shaking Dragon Fist. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on getting. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 spectral stone, purple quality. Underworld stone, spirit stone from the underworld, which contains a certain amount of underworld power. The rewards are all pretty good for this 20 straight draw. Almost all of them are blue quality rewards, and there are even 2 purple quality rewards among them. One of them, the glazed star marrow, is an excellent substance for tempering the physical body. However, his current body was weak and he was unable to quench his flesh for the time being, so he needed to wait. As for the other, underworld stone, Su Yuan doesn't know what this thing is, nor do I know what the meditative force refers to. However, he remembered that Uncle Bai had said that Xiao Meng, as a 7th-ranked feudal lord, her title seemed to be Marquis of the Underworld. So this thing, will it help her? Su Yuan fell into deep thought. From start to finish, he had never exhibited the system's rewards in front of outsiders. The first step taken today is to popularize the Dainichi Canon Sutra. But that can be excused as an epiphany. But what about giving something else? Forget it. What the hell? Just say you picked it up. Who's not allowed to pick up anything anymore? After deciding, Su Yuan took the spectral stone in his hand and looked at it. It looks like a clear blue gemstone. It's not a good idea to give away a stone like that. Why don't you find a chance to make it into a pendant and give it away? It should be pretty. By the way, I haven't finished the enlightenment tea I drew last time, so I'll share some of that too. Why does it feel a bit like I'm playing a parenting game? Good things are trying to tuck some of it away for her. Aha! It must be that Dream is so cute. That must be it. Nowadays, the person who was the president of the Great Summer Spiritual Luminaries Association was the previous generation head of the Qin family, Qin Tian. Among the 9 great families of Daxia, the Qin family is one of the few with excellent family customs. A family that does not covet worldly power and wealth, which may have something to do with the fact that the Qin family has been in the military for generations. It is for this reason that the Qin family is not a favorite amongst the families. There was even a vague tendency to be targeted by the remaining few great families, but the Qin family had always not cared. At this point, Qin family, backyard, an old man in big pants and a sweatshirt was sitting in a rocking chair and a fan in one hand, cell phone in the other. What? The old man sat up suddenly, his face full of shock. Spiritual power cultivation method? You brat can't be swindling me, otherwise I'll definitely hang you up and beat you. On the other end of the phone, White Burial said helplessly, I'm not sure if it's real or not, but you can come over and take a look first. Then you wait. I'm coming. The old man stood up excitedly. Spiritual cultivation method? If it's true, that's going to be a worldwide sensation. At this point, a teenage girl's yell came from the front yard. Master, Uncle Tu is talking about me again. You'll help me hang and beat him up again. The old man didn't care about that and ran straight out the door. Good granddaughter, wait for me to come back before hanging. Master, I have something to do now. I'm busy first. See you later. Sheen Rumung, who had just arrived at the backyard, only felt a gust of wind blowing by, and the backyard was already devoid of silhouettes. Why don't you go back and get some rest? I've contacted the one who said he'd be coming over to see you today. White Burial said to Su Yuan. Okay, thanks Uncle White. It's alright, as long as you really master the spiritual power cultivation method. From now on, you'll be the spiritualist associations. In the words of you young people, it's group favorites. I can't say about others, but this chairman will surely cover you. Don't worry, he can be protective. Good. Su Yuan had just left not long ago. Shangguan Meng then came here and found White Burial. There may not be a way for me to reprise my role as 4 pillars. Previously, White Burial had spoken to her, and he had proposed to the ancient chief that she be reinstated as the 4 pillars. What do you mean? White Burial said in disbelief. Shangguan Meng hesitated, raised her hand, and rolled up her sleeve. On that white wrist, a ghostly purple meridian snaked up from the palm. My strength. It seems to be falling. I'm not sure of the exact reason for now. What? P.S. 4 shifts complete. Chapter 134. If it were him, could one person be the only one to suppress all the people? White Burial snapped to his feet. The eyes fell firmly on Shangguan Meng's arm. A spider web-like vein pattern of ghostly purple was so blinding. It was a stark contrast to that pale skin, spreading upward from the center of the palm and stopping at the middle of the lower arm. Shangguan Meng pulled her sleeves back up to cover her arms. Her eyes lowered. I didn't feel any changes in my body myself, and I couldn't find out why. She knew the root of the matter must be the kind of power she had used at the time. At that time, somehow, that power suddenly appeared within her. She didn't know the source, but she doesn't regret it, because if it wasn't for this sudden appearance of power, Xiao Ru and Xiao Yuan both would have already died. Xiao Yuan can kill the 7th rank, but the 8th rank is much stronger than the 7th rank. White Burial paced, his brow furrowed. Shangguan Meng has defeated the 8th ranked king with the 7th ranked marquis. He had been worried about whether it would leave any after effects. Until yesterday, When the test report came out and showed that all the data were normal, he dropped his heart at that. But what changed today? The most troubling thing is, with a 7th rank powerhouse's control over himself, if anything really goes wrong with his body, one can certainly know this for oneself. But Shangwan Meng said she wasn't sure of the reason herself, so that would be a big problem. This way. White Burial stopped. I'll get Mr. Wood for you. The machine is dead after all. Some things may not be analyzed. Mr. Mu, surname Mu Ji, Daxia Divine Doctor, Seal King Powerful, Dean of the Medical School of Longxia University. Shangwan Ru had studied under his name for a while. The bottom line is that Muzi is quite at odds with the world's families. It was on the side of the change faction such as Ancient Tilting Sky and White Burial. The White Burial was assured by his diagnosis and treatment. Thanks. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. She certainly didn't want to watch her strength fall, little by little, because she has reasons to be stronger all the time. In the meantime, outside, the number of dead and injured in last night's attack was extremely high. Of these, 86 were martial artists and 387 were ordinary residents, totaling 473. It was definitely impossible to conceal such a tragic sacrifice, and the Heriticide Bureau had no intention of doing so. The instructions Gu Qingtian gave to Bai Burial was not to reveal any information about Morongjun, Shangwan Meng and that 8th-ranked Blood Duke from this attack. Thus, the official announcement given on the plain face of it simply shows that it was an attack by terrorist forces from outside the country. The purpose was to assassinate the Great Summer Pride, who had come to Wincheng to participate in the 1v1 dueling session. The perpetrators of the attack have been brought under control and are being investigated for their identity. The news immediately caused a nationwide uproar. In today's world, there is constant competition among nations, both to consolidate their respective sovereignty. It was also about competing for various cultivation resources, so there would be all kinds of friction from time to time. But the nature of this one was far worse than before, and it set off a nationwide outcry. Imperial capital, Morong family, council hall. Morong Yun, the contemporary head of the Morong family, had a gloomy gaze. Gu Qingtian, who was sitting beside him, had a light gaze and a calm tone. Morong family master, Morongjun has already confessed his treasonous crimes, but he never would name the remaining cohorts. Here's a list. Look at the people in here who have close ties with Morong town on a regular basis, or with unusual behavior. With that, Gu Tiantian handed over a list of names. With the proliferation of false information about the attack, the Morong family had no knowledge of Morongjun's death, and the charge of treason, even for the usually arrogant and domineering lineage, and never want to dip. Morong Yuan was, after all, a strong man of his generation and was very composed. He reached out and took the list, just scanning it, his pupils pin-shrinking and a whiff of something unusual. The list was full of key members of the Morong family in various fields, holding important positions. Is what Gu Qingtian said true or false? Zhuner, is it really under control? The one sent by the Arcus family to attack and kill Shangwan Meng was an 8th-ranked duke. It was equivalent to a Seal King realm powerhouse. How could it miss? Morong Yun's face was cloudy. But he didn't dare to gamble, because since last night, he had indeed been unable to contact Morongjun. Ancient Qingtian, who was on the side, spoke calmly. Morong family head, think about it. I don't want the Morong family to be charged with such a crime, either. As long as we find the guilty party, your Morong family will still be a pillar of Great Xia. Gu Qingtian's tone of voice was never this flat, not containing a single ounce of emotion. But that's also why you have no way of knowing what he's thinking. But the question is, Gu Qingtian said that Morongjun didn't give up information about his accomplices. Is it true that he didn't say anything? Or maybe it has been said that this list is just a test of itself? No. If that were true, then Gu Qingtian would have already made a move on himself a long time ago. So, Townie didn't give herself up at the very least. Morong Yun took a deep breath. To be on the safe side, he could only sacrifice some of his people for the time being. He took a pen and ticked off a couple of names on the list. Hesitated. A few more were added. And then that list was pushed in front of Gu Tiantian. Chief Ancient. These are the people who usually have a better personal relationship with Zhuner. No, with that sinful animal. Close contacts. I usually get the feeling that there's something wrong with them, but I don't know exactly what it is that they're doing. I didn't expect to do such a treacherous thing. It really chills the old man's heart. Gu Tiantian glanced at the list and tapped his fingers on the desktop without saying anything. Morong Yun's gaze grew more and more somber, but his face had a dazed look on it. Wait. I remember a few others said, drawing a few more names on the list. Every time he drew one, his heart was dripping blood. These could be the elite backbone members of the Muyong family. But in order to protect themselves, they had to be pushed out to take the fall first. Gu Tian nodded. Morong Yun sighed in relief, just wanting this bogeyman to hurry up and leave. But instead of leaving, Gu Qingtian took out another list to compare with it. Morong Yun couldn't see the names on the other list without looking at them. However, he was cursing Gu Qingtian's cunningness in his heart. This guy was really digging a hole for himself to jump into. After a while, Gu Tian collected the two lists. Thank you for your help, Morong family head. The list you provided is almost identical to the accomplices Morong Jin confessed to. This kind of eyesight is really clear-sighted. I'll have the chamber's forbidden guards take them away for investigation next. Is that okay with you? Morong Yun's skin smiled. As it should be, there's no harm in killing these treasonous sins, Gu Tian suddenly said. Morong family master, I actually have a doubt. Chief Ancient, but there's no harm in saying so. Morong Jin's proposal to replace Shangguan Meng is one of the 4 pillars. It was your Morong family and the Shangguan family who came up with it together. And although the relationship between the Shangguan family and Shangguan Meng is stiff, as far as I know, they were extremely concerned about Shangguan Meng's safety. The Arcus family had a reason for wanting to kill Shangguan Meng. But why did the town of Murray give them aid? For what purpose and reason? Do you have a clue? Morong Yun was silent for a little while and shook his head. I'm not sure about this point, but our Morong family and the Shangguan family have been friends for 100 years. I'm ashamed to face my old friend after this incident. Even if Morong Jin falls into my hands, I must also kill this unfilial son with my own hands. Speaking of which, Chief Gu, that Shangguan Meng, is she really missing? The disappearance of Shangguan Meng. This was the strange strategy of Gu Tian. For one thing, it was able to put more pressure on the Morong family. Secondly, it was able to provoke the relationship between the Shangguan family and the Morong family. Thirdly, it just cut off the Shangguan family's intention of forcibly conscripting Shangguan Meng back to the imperial capital. Aha! Gu Tian nodded without a trace. When White Burial arrived, he saw only Morong Jin and that blood duke of the Arcus family. Shangguan Meng had already disappeared, and in the aftermath, Morong Jin was controlled, and that blood duke was seriously injured and fled. What's going on? Family Master Morong is concerned about Shangguan Meng's whereabouts? After all, it's our Disya's #1 heavenly pride. It would be a shame if something really happened. Morong Yun made a sigh. Gu Qingtian didn't answer, but took out a list of compensation. Morong Yun almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood after seeing that so-called compensation. All the assets under the name of Mu Youngjin, plus 10 billion dacha dollars, 2 grade 5 source crystal veins, and 20 pieces of 7th order husband weapons, 5 pieces of 8th order king weapons, and 1 set of 9th order supreme equipment? Chief Ancient. Morong Yun's face was ugly, but before he could open his mouth, Gu Qingtian seriously said, these are damages to Shangguan Meng and the rest of those implicated in this terrorist attack. Shangguan Meng's temporary whereabouts are unknown, with her sister Shangguan Ru taking over for her. On top of that, Morong Jin colluded with forces outside the country, seriously jeopardizing national security. The current border defense investigation needs to be overhauled and revolutionized, so the Morong family will also need to make additional state compensation. A mouthful of old blood surged up Morong Yun's throat. This horse is going to make the Morong family hemorrhage money. Not just people but money? In his heart, he greeted Gu Qingtian's ancestors all over the place, but in the end, they had to hold their noses and admit it. Morong Yun nodded with a forced smile. It should. Walking out of the Morong mansion, Gu Qingtian's face was calm. The family is so powerful and intertwined that if you want to take it down in one fell swoop, unless you have the power to reach the heavens, being able to suppress many supreme beings with his own body, leaving the crowd with no struggle to resist. But this, one can't do on one's own. Or rather, any of the 9th order supreme beings of Blue Star couldn't do it. He could fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3, but against more, there was nothing he could do. That little guy called Su Yuan, 1st rank, can kill 7th rank. If it were him, can one person be the only one to suppress all the people? Gu Qingtian thought about it, and then felt that this matter was too far away. After all, he was only at rank 1 right now. Growing up still takes too much time. So with the current situation, it's just a matter of eradicating the forces of the world's families, little by little, within the rules, clipping their wings. Otherwise, it's unlikely that the Saya would have folded their arms, and their dying counterattacks that. It will only lead to an even more disastrous bloodbath. Take your time. He shook his head and headed to the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family. What? Shangguan Hong, the head of the Shangguan family, slammed the table. The tabletop cracked in all directions. Dust shavings flew. And Shangguan Hong was shocked and furious. Where did he, Morong Jun, get the dog guts to dare to take a shot at Menger? Just now, he had already learned from Gu Qingtian's mouth that Morong Jin had colluded with the Arcus family's 8th-ranked blood duke to attack and kill Shangguan Meng. causing the latter's whereabouts to be unknown and her life and death to be uncertain. Ancient Qingtian's gaze was calm. The exact reason was not stated by Murray Town, and if he had loosened his tongue, I will inform the Shangguan family lord myself. Shangguan Hong gritted his teeth. Where is this son of a? I'll pry his mouth open with my own hands. Gu Tiantian glanced at him faintly. Lord Shangguan, the trial for treason, as stipulated in the laws of the Grand Xia, it should have been the responsibility of the Hereticide Bureau. However, if there is a change within the Bureau of Alienicide and the emergency plan is activated, the Chief of the Court of 12 will intervene to supervise. The rest of you may not intervene. Or do you not trust me? Shangguan Hong calmed down. It was me who was reckless. I naturally trust Chief Ancient. Gu Tiantian nodded. The implications of this matter are so great that, in order to avoid panic, the information released so far does not mention Morongjin or Shangguan Meng, so I hope that the Shangguan family master will not make any noise. Good. In the meantime, the backyard of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wake slowly opened his eyes, and a bone-chilling coldness flashed through those demonic pupils. Murray Town. Since when can a dog bite its master? If Shangguan Meng were to die, and my plan were to be foiled, your Morong family will all be buried with you. Noon. Qin Tian then rushed from the imperial capital to the Hereticide Bureau. He couldn't wait to meet the little friend who was born knowing. Well, it's a little friend now. If it's fooling him, he absolutely hangs this kid with White Burial. Under White Burial's introduction, Qin Tian and Su Yuan met, looking at the bald old Mediterranean man in front of him in his big pants, sweatshirt and flip-flops. A question mark slowly rose above Su Yuan's head. It's not. This guy is the president of the Daxia Spiritualist Association? The legendary Ninth Order Supreme? Shouldn't it be oppressive? How different does this look from a rural boss? Okay, maybe the strong are so casually alternative. Su Yuan put away the doubts in his heart and politely asked hello. Good day, President Qin. Aha, well, Qin Tian casually responded, coming up and going straight to the point. You said you mastered the spiritual power cultivation method? Right. Su Yuan nodded. However, the dharma that I've deduced from my current perceptions only applies to lower-ranked martial artists. President Qin can find a few low-ranked martial artists to verify this, but whether or not it will work, and how quickly the results will come out, that's related to their talent. That's natural. Come on, tell me about this spell first. Let me see what's so special. Good. Su Yuan began his flim-flam, while changing the name of the Great Sun Observation Sutra. This spiritual power cultivation method that I have perceived, I call it the Sunwatch method. The specific method is, the more Qin Tian listened, the more shocked he was. The so-called sun viewing method that this kid said was really something like that. Other things are fine, but that mindfulness when visualizing the great day, that's the point. But even he felt mystified when he heard it. How did this guy realize it? Is it really what is known as being born knowing? That's ing bull too. But, he had a feeling it was still in play. Immediately, he directly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. Qin Tian yelled with a trumpet-like voice. Good granddaughter, your grandfather I have a favor to ask. P.S. 2-in-1. For more continues today. Please beg for gifts. So much less than the other day. Crying oh. Chapter 135. As long as it was something Shangguan Meng had done, she was going to do it. Ha! Qin Rumeng spoke in a helpless tone. Another spiritual power cultivation method? How many times has this happened? That's right. As the president of the Daxia Spiritual Luminaries Association, Qin Tian's lifelong wish, it was to be able to penetrate the essence of spiritual power and figure out a spiritual power cultivation method. It was only that every time he tried to create a method and then experimented with the juniors in the family, unfortunately none of them succeeded. Therefore, Qin Rumeng had long since become accustomed to it. Qin Tian's tone was incomparably excited. This time is different. This time there's a real possibility of success. Qin Rumeng said helplessly. Every time you don't say that, but agreed to do it anyway. Say, how do you want to practice this mental power cultivation method? After obtaining Su Yuan's consent, Qin Tian relayed the contents of the Great Sun Contemplation Sutra to Qin Rumeng. Listen to me. This Sunwatch method is going to hold it. Getting up at 4 or 5 every day to observe the sunrise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't do it. Qin Rumeng shook her head repeatedly. Are you kidding? Sleep is the true meaning of life. You can skip meals. You can skip water. But it's sleep. Not a penny less. Why is your daughter so disobedient? This way, you just have to hold out for a month. I'll help you hang whoever you want me to hang in the future. No way. You'll help me hang people even if I don't practice. You. Qin Tian was momentarily speechless. Grandma's leg. This little ninny is spoiled by herself. But on second thought, he suddenly said. Nah, that girl Shangguan Meng also practiced this sun viewing method. You didn't know? I don't believe it. Don't believe me. Then you swear. I swear. That's fine. Qin Rumon was instantly interested. As long as it was something Sister Shangguan Meng had done, she would do it too. Qin Tian hung up the phone with satisfaction. Su Yuan, why are you suddenly talking about Dream? The point is that Little Dream hasn't practiced this Great Day Visualization Sutra either, right? And you're a 9th ranked supreme being, and you're so casual about swearing? You're not afraid of a little karma? After all, it was the first 9th order supreme being that Su Yuan had ever seen. He felt as if his impression of these peak powerhouses had collapsed somewhat. Ahem. It's fine. It's fine. I'm snubbing my granddaughter. Qin Tian heatedly laughed and reached out to pat heavily on Su Yuan's shoulder. As long as that granddaughter of mine can really manifest her spiritual power into the same great sun's shadow as yours, from now on, you'll be my Qin Tian's lifelong brother. Su Yuan smiled brightly. Yes, you snub your granddaughter. I snub you. Perfect. After obtaining the Sunwatch method, Qin Tian returned to the imperial capital. He would supervise his own granddaughter's proper cultivation and strive to confirm this spiritual cultivation method at an early date. Before leaving, Qin Tian made it clear that, once confirmed, he would then inform the Global Association of Psychic Readers of this information. From now on, spiritual luminaries around the world will treat Su Yuan as a treasure, and if anyone dares to touch him at that time, just take the wrath of the spiritual readers from around the globe. Doesn't the relationship network get hitched? That's comforting. In a good mood, Su Yuan planned to take a trip out and find a jewelry store. Make that phantom stone into a pendant and give it to Dream. I don't know if it will work for her, but it's always good to try. In the aftermath of last night's attack, as a party to the, Su Yuan and the others would have to stay at the Hereticide Bureau for a while, but there was no problem going out. They just needed to be accompanied by security personnel. Since it was going to be a surprise, Su Yuan didn't ask Shangguan Meng to join him, and Shangguan Ru was using her connections to cooperate with White Burial in various investigations. So naturally she didn't have time. So of the remaining options, it was also Su Anyan and Zhang Zhengqing. Aha! Su Yuan's first choice is Su Anyan, because girls should know better what kind of styles girls like. So Su Yuan went to find Su Anyan. Room. Su Anyan had already taken the soul-nourishing pill, and her mental strength had improved a lot. Spiritual power of 1 to 10 Hz is the primordial apparent order. Spiritual power of 10 to 100 Hz is the imperial order. Originally, her spiritual power was not even close to 2.5 Hz, but after taking the soul-nourishing pill, it was successfully raised to 5 Hz, and when it was fully digested, it could even be raised to 7 Hz. At that time, the strength of spiritual power that Su Yuan displayed should be around 3 Hz, and this time, he's too far behind me. Pity. She shook her head. She has looked away. If there's no way for Su Yuan to recover, then she'll just have to win him over and take the bonus resources for comparing victories. If you can't stand shoulder to shoulder with her, then just accept her shelter at ease. After the events of last night, she had made up her mind to change. You can't go on developing in this step-by-step manner. She needs to be a little more aggressive. Wait until the comparison is won. She would then find a way to get in touch with the current Dixia chief, Gu Qingtian. At this point in time, the astral plane should be open by now. The people from the 9-Star Alliance must have started contacting the heads of state as well. She's going to use Gu Qingtian as a bridge to reach out to the 9-Star Alliance. Then he would make up his prophetic talent through his memories of his last life and enter the 9-Star Alliance early. It's not as if there haven't been wizards with the gift of prophecy in the stars. And without exception, these people have. All of them were favored and recruited by the major powers. Although the 9-Stars Alliance was only one of the several major forces in the Eastern Spirit region, it was a starry sky civilization after all. The cultivation environment and cultivation resources were completely different from Blue Star. Own up. Acceleration. Although it would be risky, but instead of depending your life and death on other people, as you did last night, you should take your own destiny into your own hands. As long as I prove my prophetic talent, the 9-Stars Alliance will hold me in high regard. At that time, even if I wanted to violate the evolutionary trial rules, carry a few family members into the 9-Star Alliance, and they will surely agree. But there will definitely be a limit to the number of people. So who should I bring? Mom, Su Yuan, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru? Su Anyan pondered. Foster mom Su Qingling is definitely a must-have. And as long as she was brought, so was Su Yuan for sure. As for Shangguan Meng, she's the only person at Blue Star who's ever surprised herself with her talent. What's more, she should have been the one to save herself last night. Without her, her life might have ended prematurely. There was also Shangguan Ru. although she was slightly weaker in terms of cultivation, but in other aspects of. She's an unabashed genius. As she pondered her future plans, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She went to open the door, and outside the door stood Su Yuan. What's wrong? Su Anyan's tone was flat. Would you like to go out for some air together? Incidentally, I'd like to ask you something. Su Yuan extends the invitation. Su Anyan frowned slightly. What is it? I want a necklace for Dream, but I might not be too sure what styles girls like, so I thought I'd ask for your help in reviewing them. Su Anyan. She had wanted to refuse, but then she thought about the dog-licking adventure at the end of the day. In this new environment, it would have been much harder to get an S rating on your own. Well, isn't it time to seize this opportunity to build up a trust with Su Yuan that increase the likelihood that you'll get an S rating today? Okay, wait for me. I'll change. Su Anyan agreed. Su Yuan was just trying, but he didn't expect Su Anyan to actually agree, which was quite rare. Could it be that after last night, her attitude towards herself had changed? That's not right either. It's not like she knows she killed Morongjun. Forget it, don't think about it. A few minutes later, the two went out together. Fourth floor corridor. Shangguan Meng slumped over the railing. Peacefully, he looked down at the two men traveling together. Footsteps came and White Burial came to her side. Mr. Wood will be here soon, so get ready. Shangguan Meng, however, acted as if she hadn't heard. White Burial said it again. She turned her head then. Oh, what did you just say? White Burial. P.S. Chapter 3 delivered. One more chapter to go. Cheer up and code. Chapter 136, The Witch is Temperamental. The Witch is most kind to the heart of man. The Legend of the Chosen One. White Burial glanced in the direction that Shangguan Meng had just looked. Su Yuan and Su Anyan had already turned the corner, and he didn't see anything. So she was just wandering off? Was she worried about her condition? Or are you thinking about the Morong family's treason? He withdrew his gaze. Mr. Wood will be here soon. Don't worry. With him there shouldn't be any problems. Aha. Shangguan Meng nodded gently, but she wasn't thinking about her condition right now. Instead, what are Abuchi and the others doing out there? I won't be able to run into them this time. Not a moment too soon. Muzi then arrived. As a titanic figure in the Daxia medical world, he was able to earn the title of Divine Doctor. Never a false name. Except for things like living dead, flesh and bones. What kind of difficult cases? He was able to give the appropriate treatment plan for all of them. The white-haired, emaciated old man, with one hand on Shangguan Meng's wrist and his eyes closed, a frown creased his brow. After a long time, he finally withdrew his hand and opened his eyes. Mr. Wood, how's it going? White Burial asked a little nervously. Muji shook his head. This situation of Miss Shangguan, the old immortal has never seen it before. Obviously, there are no visible or hidden injuries on the body, and the body functions are in perfect condition, but it's just losing life force. In short, as time passes, not only will the realm fall, it's even possible to age extremely quickly. And, with a complex expression, he pointed to the ghostly purple vein lines on Shangguan Meng's wrist that resembled a spider's web. This thing can be seen but not perceived. It's really strange. When it's really strange. Words. White Burial was silent. If even Mu Ji, the great summer divine doctor, was unable to do anything, then who else could help Shangguan Meng? On the contrary, Shangguan Meng himself. She looked calm, as if she had expected this. She pulled her sleeve back down and spoke softly. That's it. Mu Ji sighed. I'm sorry, there's really nothing I can do for the old man. After sending Muzi away, White Burial refound Shangguan Meng, who was in her room writing something with a paper and pen. When White Burial came in, she put her things away. What's wrong? She asked without looking up. White Burial is hesitating. He treated Shangguan Meng as if she were his own. Not only is she being groomed as a successor, but even to a certain extent, playing the role of father. So he absolutely couldn't stand by and watch Shangguan Meng go on like this. But he also knew that what he was going to say next might cause Shangguan Meng to directly flip out with him. Thanks. No, I won't ask them. Obviously. Shangguan Meng guessed in advance what White Burial was going to say. That would be for her to ask the Shangguan family what this is all about. After all, it's the Shangguan family's blood that runs through her veins. If anyone in this world really knew what was wrong with her, it was probably only the Shangguan family. Besides, I'm in a state of disappearance. White Burial sighed. The only people who knew about it so far were her and him. But if Chief Ancient also knew that, even if he gave up this chance to cut off the wings of the Morong family, it would also make Shangguan Meng show up and go to the Shangguan family to find a solution. But he knew her temperament. As long as it's something she decides. Wait a minute. Suddenly he thought of the teenager who If he had been the one to persuade, would it have made a difference? Don't tell anyone about me, including Ru and Xiao Yuan. It was always said that the witch was temperamental and vicious, with no regard for the feelings of others. Yet no one knew that she was often the one who had the most insight into the thoughts of others. Like right now, White Burial remains silent. Other side, Su Yuan and Su Anyan arrived at a luxury jewelry store. Hello, are you picking out jewelry for your girlfriend? The receptionist lady entertained the two with a smile. When her gaze landed on Su Anyan, it was a stunned look that she couldn't hide. Sighing with emotion. Little brother, your girlfriend is so pretty. Su Yuan, Su Anyan. In order to avoid making this hospitality young lady say something else, Su Yuan directly spoke. Gagged her. You misunderstand. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. We're just plain friends. The receptionist lady blinked with a look of disbelief. Su Yuan had no choice but to take out the spectral stone. It's like this. I want to use this gem to make a pendant for my sister. Does your store have this service? If so, is there a recommended style? Gems? The reception young lady's eyes widened as she looked at the spectral stone in Su Yuan's hand. What a beautiful gem. A mysterious ethereal purple color? Crystal clear, with a distinctive fluorescent flocculent cloud in the center. Like a nebula in a starry sky. The young lady nodded back with envy written all over her face. We do have this service in our store as far as styles. The ones in these cabinets can be built. Okay, I'll look at it first then. Su Yuan was about to start picking, but at this time he realized that he didn't know from whence the Su Anyan just kept staring at the spectral stone in his hand. That look of shock was something he had never seen on Su Anyan's face before. He was somewhat helpless. You can't have this one. It's for Dream. Finally, Su Anyan came back to her senses. Her mind surged, but outwardly she remained calm and asked a seemingly random question. Such a nice-looking gem. Where did you get it? Su Yuan smiled. What? You want it too? Su Anyan was silent for a moment. If she wasn't mistaken, what Su Yuan was holding in his hand was a piece of underworld crystal. This thing, she knew of only one place that could produce. That was the underworld domain, one of the 10 forbidden places in the inner universe. Like the abyss, no one knows where the underworld connects to. I only know that the underworld domain is filled with all sorts of underworld demons, and that they are incredibly strong. And in addition to source energy, they use another special kind of energy, the kind of energy known as meditation. Although the major chambers of commerce in the universe also sell this underworld crystal, there are quite a few people who would buy it for their collection, but it shouldn't be on Blue Star anyway. So, what the hell is going on? Seeing Su Anyan's silence, Su Yuan mistakenly thought that she really wanted it, and could only say with slight regret, unfortunately there's only one of these. I picked it up walking down the road earlier, so I'm sorry I can't give it to you. Su Anyan, walking on the road, picked up a Stygian crystal? Are you treating me like a cutie, or do you think I'm a cutie? Still to say, a certain powerful man was on an interstellar journey when he passed by the blue planet. You accidentally dropped a plutonium crystal and then you just happened to pick it up? No, that's not possible either. If that were true, the plutonic crystals would have been incinerated long ago as they passed through the atmosphere. Unless that person who possessed the plutonium crystal was visiting Blue Star in person and dropped such a piece on the ground. But how small must the odds be? Suddenly, Su Anyan suddenly thought of something. Among the stars, there is a legend that circulates. When you see certain unfathomable things happen to certain people, then that person could very well be the legendary chosen one. Regarding the chosen ones, there are thousands of sayings in the stars. Some say that they are born to carry the mandate of heaven. Some say they are born different. Others say, for the chosen one, not even one would necessarily appear in an epoch. And in her last life, by chance, she was given the remnants of the diary of a suspected chosen one. It was labeled with a mysterious text of unknown significance, in the universal language of the universe. According to the diary owner, it can be used to determine if the other person is one of a kind. Well, combined with the various unexplainable things that had happened to Su Yuan, she decided to give it a try. And so, Su Anyan gazed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan was a little uncomfortable by her stare. What's wrong with you? Su Anyan didn't answer, but only spoke softly. Odd change even change. Inaudible and indistinct Chinese. Su Yuan? P.S. Fourth shift. Today's 800 words are complete in begging for gifts. Chapter 137, Confessions Bureau. Empress? Just you? I don't believe it. What the hell? What Su Anyan said just now? It's Chinese. Su Yuan was directly a shock. He had never heard Chinese anywhere since he was born in Blue Star. But the words Su Anyan said just now, even though they were somewhat substandard, it was spoken a little crookedly, but he could hear the familiarity. That sentence translated into Blue Star means, Odd change even stay the same. You can still play like that? He surveyed Su Anyan in shock. Pressing back the shock, he slowly gave the second half of his counterpart symbols to see the quadrant. In clear, unambiguous Chinese, Su Anyan's pupil snapped, although she didn't even realize she had just said that, and the exact meaning of the phrase Su Yuan responded to, but based on the pronunciation, it clearly matched the second half of the sentence in his memory. Su Yuan, he is truly the chosen one. The shock hit her like a tsunami, making her mind go blank. She had ascended to the summit of this starry sky, and was therefore acquainted with the ancient legends of the. There is quite a certain degree of understanding of the mysteries of those cosmic stars. It is said that, in a different epoch, there have been several chosen ones. No one knows where they came from. No one knows how they rose to prominence. All that is known is that at some point they awakened the mandate of heaven and that most of them have some sort of special ability. Their talent, strength, and growth rate, none of them far exceeded the pride of the same generation. The inner and outer universes have all left their legends behind. For example, the one who left the message, heaven will send down a great task, but it must first be hard on the mind. The founder of the Wunshan Academy, which is famous for the saying laboring their muscles and bones, is one of them. But in the end, those chosen ones often entered the cosmic sea and disappeared from the scene. Cosmic sea. The emperor is not to be crossed. After she became an emperor, she had tried many times to see what was on the other side of the cosmic sea, but in the end, they all end up failing. So, did those chosen ones successfully cross the cosmic sea? Or did they fall and get buried in it? No one knows at all. But as time passes, rumors of the cosmic sea being the burial place and legacy place for the chosen one were growing. It even attracted a large number of powerful people to take a look. If it weren't for the fact that the power of prohibition in the cosmic sea was so strong that a non-emperor wouldn't even be able to set foot in it, I'm afraid it's long since been turned upside down. The universe is vast. The stars are brilliant and prosperous. And there are thousands of races. The number of living beings is infinitely small. Why? Why was it him? Who became the chosen one? Su Anyan's heart turned over. In her lifetime, there were no rumors of any chosen one in this starry sky. It was as if the chosen one had stopped appearing since the end of the last era. But now, not only did it appear, it also appeared on the blue planet. Even, one is still bound to him. Su Anyan thought of her two previous failures. Each time, she couldn't figure out why. By definition one is clearly in a must-win situation. But something unexpected always appeared in Su Yuan. But if Su Yuan was the chosen one, then everything seemed to be able to make sense. For in the lore of the stars, the chosen one is supposed to be beyond comprehension. An existence that cannot be recognized by common sense. Then, will I keep losing? In Su Anyan's mind, such a sentence suddenly surfaced. No, never. Su Anyan snuffed out the thought violently. If the chosen one was the favorite of heaven, an existence destined to rise to the top in an era, then she will go farther than the chosen one. Stand taller than the chosen one. Let the universe and the stars understand that the chosen one is not the only one who can carry the mandate of heaven. In her last life, she hadn't been able to go further after becoming an emperor, and hadn't managed to cross that cosmic sea. In this life, after getting her revenge, she would give it a try. God didn't pick me. Then I will be the new heaven. Just as Su Anyan was resting on her own, pouring herself with chicken soup and blood, Su Yuan was similarly deep in thought. This guy, he's not really from Earth, is he? What kind of coincidence is that? Crossing over and meeting your teammates? What's the key? The key is that this teammate is actually Su Anyan? In ancient times, there was Hua Mulan in the army. Not knowing that Mulan was a girl. I've been living with you for a whole year, and I didn't know that Yen was from my hometown? How about some bull asterisk. Su Yen didn't show her little chicken feet on a regular basis, either. He could only continue to ask tentatively in Chinese. You, which town do you live in? Speaking Chinese, Su Yen. In total, she only knows one or two mystical languages. What Su Yuan said, she couldn't understand at all. Well, at this time, the clueless jewelry store lady interjected. Shall we look at the styles first? Su Yuan looked deeply at Su Anyan. More on that later. If it was someone else suspected to be a traveler, then Su Yuan's reaction would never be so calm. But if it's Su Yen, Su Yuan still trusted her. Besides, she's the one who stuck her face open wide and took the initiative to shake this thing up. Then one is naturally in a favorable position. Don't panic. I'll take her easy later. Okay, just a moment. The style that Su Yuan picked was the inlay type, which meant that it didn't need to be cut and polished to polish the spectral stone. It is able to maintain its natural beauty, but the process takes a couple hours of waiting time. And while that's happening, Su Yuan intended to properly interrogate this fellow who was suspected to be his fellow traveler. Su Yuan took Su Anyan to get a room. A bell room. Room. Say it. Su Yuan sat on the bed and looked at Su Anyan. What the hell is wrong with you? Explain? Su Anyan looked calm. And on the way over, she'd figured out where to go next. If Su Yuan is really the chosen one, she's going to work with it. Sure, cooperation is cooperation. When the contrast came, she should beat him, or she would beat him. It was after learning that Su Yuan was the chosen one that she inexplicably felt a third time of comparison. Doesn't your own victory seem so assured anymore? Well, it can't be taken lightly anymore. It needs to be full steam ahead. But all this will wait until afterward. Returning to her senses, Su Anyan looked at Su Yuan and calmly said, "Would you believe me if I said I was born again?" Su Yuan. He hadn't expected Su Anyan to come up with such a sentence. Really just stick it in your face and open it up for a pure confessional? No, I've never seen you play like this before. Ryoko. Su Yuan opened his mouth. Evidence. I recognize the gem you were just holding. That wasn't even something you picked up, was it? Su Yuan pondered a little. So what do you think? Then, Su Anyan looked straight at Su Yuan and said softly, "Plutonic crystals. Plutonium crystals? Sounds similar to the phantom stone. So she really knows?" Su Yuan thought about it. "I think I asked if you were a reborn before? By the way, it was during that wilderness training. Why didn't you say you were a reborn then?" Su Yen. "I was lying. So why are you showing your cards now?" "Because I found out that you are the chosen one and I intend to work with you. Since we are going to cooperate, we must show our sincerity." Su Anyan put together what the chosen one was. As well as a slight explanation of how he learned a secret Chinese phrase. This caused Su Yuan to once again fall into deep thought. The world. There are actually other traveler seniors? I'm a born again. And I have the eyes and insight to know the general direction of the future. You are the chosen one. You have luck and chance. And maybe some kind of special ability. The two of us working together can go to the stars faster. Su Anyan faintly said. She believed that Su Yuan would not refuse her offer. Su Yuan pondered for a while, then carefully resized Su Anyan. Asked one of the things he was most curious about at the moment. If you really are a reborn, what realm did you end up in? In your last life? Even if you really want to find a teammate, then you have to find a stronger teammate. You can't play with a weak chicken, right? Words. Su Anyan's eyelids lifted slightly, her tone carrying a faint hint of pride and arrogance. In my last life, I managed to become an emperor and was one of the 10 strongest people under this starry sky. Having said that, she waited for Su Yuan's shock and adoration, but after a while, Su Yuan just looked at her like a little cutie, looked at her as if she was a cutie, shook his head and sent out a soulful strike. Just you, Empress? Unbelievable. Chapter 138 Shangwan Meng's Fate of Death. I will be the one to change my fate. No, don't believe it. Su Anyan took a deep breath and tried to press down the anger in her heart. She was an empress of her generation, but she was being questioned? Even if you're the chosen one, you can't. Have you ever seen an empress cybersex? Suddenly the words drifted in. It made Su Anyan instantly petrified. Su Yuan sighed. If you were really an empress in your last life, then even if you've been reborn, you still have to have the minimum amount of compulsion, right? It's not even enough to have an online relationship. You have to make a love breakfast for your online lover. You call that empress? Calm down. Calm down. Always be calm. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid that the current Su Yuan would have already been torn to shreds by Su Anyan. That online dating memory is just unbearable. And, if you're an empress, how come the heart of the Tao has to be firm and unshakable? So how could you possibly? I'll be blunt, if you don't mind. How is it possible to have psychological problems, to lack love, to play the maid, give me a massage? That's not something an empress would do by any stretch of the imagination, is it? Sentence by sentence, the knife is deadly. Su Anyan's fists clenched tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yuan's physical quality had now dropped drastically, she didn't want to get a reputation as a bully, and she definitely had done it. So Su Yuan looked at Su Anyan with a smile. If just you can become a generation of empresses, what about me? Have I become a generation of immortal emperors? Su Anyan snorted coldly. Those who do not know have no fear. The emperor is already the apex of the stars of this universe. There's no such thing as an immortal emperor. And as for you, at that, she suddenly froze. Yeah, Su Yuan's situation. She can't even explain it. Previously, Su Yuan's talent was mediocre, and he was admitted to an ordinary martial arts university in the back, and died tragically during an adventure. It was his destiny, by definition, but in this life, even he had to admit to himself that, just so far, he's been dazzling. So what the hell is going on here? Does it mean One's rebirth is not a rebirth into the original world that. Instead, he was reborn into something like a parallel world. And in this life, Su Yuan awakened to the mandate of heaven and became the chosen one? That seems to be the only explanation. But whether or not that was the case exactly, Su Anyan wasn't sure, because even emperors can't touch the power of cause and effect and space and time. You. Su Anyan paused and finally decided to be honest. You're in a unique situation. In your last life, you had ordinary talent. He was admitted to an ordinary martial arts university, and then died in one of the desolate domain trials. But apparently, something has changed in this life for you. As to why this change has occurred, I can't explain it. Himself. Dead? Su Yuan froze. A long contemplation ensued. If Su Anyan said something else, he might still not believe it. But when she said that, the credibility backfired and lifted all at once. As for the reason for the change in one's destiny, it's because I've awakened the memories of my past life, and bound to the system? That's the only explanation. Actually, Shen Yan was able to speak that Chinese, recognized the Phantom Stone, his identity as a reborn person to her. Already believed a few things. Of course, the empresses and so on, just listen to them, it's not a crime to blow them up. Whoever believes that is a foolder. So, he was more inclined to think that Su Anyan might really be a reborn person. After all, if something like crossing over can happen, wouldn't being born again be even more likely? As for the specifics of her accomplishments in her last life, if she didn't say, no one else could guess. It doesn't matter. The important thing is, Su Yuan was suddenly a little curious about the fateful trajectory of the rest of the people. There were only a handful of people he cared about, not many in total, and the first one to ask, naturally, was Aunt Su, our esteemed and subdued fellow empress of the world. I want to ask about the last life. How was Auntie Su's life? Words. Su Anyan's heart was slightly touched. She didn't expect Su Yuan to be the first to ask. It would actually be about Su Qingling, but nay, Su Yuan had angered her just now, so she remained cold. Mom is doing fine with me. Oh, Auntie Su is doing well. That's good. Su Yuan nodded and then asked, last life, without me, would you not have participated in Ru's experimental special training? Wouldn't that mean that you wouldn't know Ru and dream at all? Su Anyan pursed her lips. Recognize? Su Yuan's eyes lit up, but then he thought about it and it made sense. Little dream. Uncle Bai said she's only 24 years old. It would already be a 7th order sealed marquee powerhouse. Then he must be even stronger in the future, right? Maybe he's already one of the 9th order supreme beings? So it was only normal that Su Anyan knew her. He asked with a smile at the thought. Then Little Dream and Sister Ru, how are they doing? Did they become top-tier Xia powerhouses? Su Anyan fell silent. At first, Su Yuan thought that she was reminiscing, thinking, and waited patiently. But slowly, he sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Su Anyan hesitated. Do you want the truth or the lie? When Su Anyan said those words, Su Yuan knew that things might be a little different from what he expected. His heart tightened and his brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Shangwan Meng caused a certain degree of sensation throughout the country after she broke through the 8th rank and was crowned king. Became the youngest Seal King realm powerhouse in Great Xia. The latter even broke with the Shangwan family openly. She even killed 2 of the Shangwan clan's 8th order Seal Kings. But at some point after that, she disappeared for a while, and when the name reappeared in the public eye, it was in the obituary that the Shangwan family sent out in her honor. The exact cause of death, unknown. As for Shangwan Ru, she disappeared at the same time. The Cloverleaf group under its name was taken over by the Shangwan family. Boom! Hear this. Su Yuan's brain instantly turned into a blank. Dream. Dead? Sister Ru is missing too? What the hell is going on here? Su Anyan was silent for a moment. She could see that Su Yuan cared about the two, especially Shangwan Meng, so she slowly opened her mouth. I don't know exactly why, and I wasn't familiar with either of them at the time. Just heard about it. Su Yuan was silent. If Su Anyan is really a reborn, then what she says about the fate of each is a fact that has happened before. Own death. After awakening the memories of his past life and binding the system, he was already destined to change. So the fate of Dream and Ru. How much longer? Su Yuan suddenly asked. What? How much time is left until, as you said, Dream and Ru disappeared? The point in time when Shangwan Meng breaks through the 8th rank is around half a year or so. But her disappearance, it was about 3 years later. 3 years. Su Yuan took a deep breath. His eyes filled with perseverance. Blue Star's current peak combat power was 9th rank, and as long as he was within 3 years' time, beyond this realm, it should be able to change the trajectory of Dream and Ru's destiny, right? Chapter 139, Your existence, itself, is a help to me. looking at the resolute Su Yuan in front of her. Su Anyan's beautiful eyes flickered. Prior to that, she had already considered utilizing her rebirth memories, the plan to fabricate a prophetic gift to get in touch with the 9-Star Alliance ahead of time so as to step into the stars as early as possible. But it was a backhanded move of necessity, because once you go down that road, you'll be taken seriously, though, but equally, one can be controlled and become a canary in a cage. In fact, those in the stars who possess the gift of prophecy could not escape such a destiny. They are either honorable or sought after, but they are not free. This is never what one wants if one has a choice. Now, one really has a choice. It is said that the chosen ones are all people who are blessed with good fortune and continuous opportunities. By keeping him by his side, his own path back to the top might be much better. Sure, it's a fair and square deal. She's providing Su Yuan with a general idea of where the future is headed. Su Yuan provided her with the chosen one chi enhancement. Aha! It's absolutely fair and equitable, with absolutely no dependence on anyone. At that thought, she spoke slowly. If you want to get stronger quickly, the next thing you need to watch out for is that astral realm that's going to open up next. The astral realm? Su Yuan raised his head, his gaze confused. In order for Su Yuan to better understand their current situation, Su Anyan described the general situation of the Eastern Spirit region. This starry region we're currently in is called the Eastern Spirit region. There are a total of 3 major forces that stand on top of each other, namely the 9-Star Alliance, the Long Yu Empire, and the Upper Spirit Sect. Blue Star, just the most marginal planet in the jurisdiction of the 9-Star Alliance. 495 years ago, the advance party of the 9-Star Alliance found us and dropped a seed of evolution for us. After this, the creatures of the blue planet began to mutate, and ferocious beasts and magical plants appeared. Humans were also able to start utilizing source energy to cultivate. A few minutes later, Su Anyan finished introducing the general situation of the Eastern Spirit region. In accordance with the line of development of the last life, since there is only a 5-year period left in the planetary evolutionary trial, the 9-Star Alliance's evaluation committee designated Blue Star as an under-potential planet after their assessment, and opened the star realm in advance to screen the celestial pride of each country. There are a limited number of places in each country, and in our dashya, the top 2 from each administrative region in this year's Great Martial Arts Examination will only be able to qualify to travel to the Star Realm, a place in the South River Administrative Region. She looked at Su Yuan and then said, "If it was the old you, we'd both be wrapped up, but you've fallen off dramatically physically now. I'm not sure if you can compare to Moronbai." Su Yuan shook his head. "Don't worry, it's stable, is very stable. It takes at most half a month to validate the Great Day Observation Sutra, and the Great Martial Arts Examination is still 2 months away. In other words, before the Great Examination of Martial Arts, one still had one more chance to get rich. Even if the ancient god bloodline couldn't be restored, it was definitely enough for himself to hang Moronbai. And Su Anyan, he had that confidence." Su Anyan looked deeply at Su Yuan. Most of the chosen people have their own special abilities. Since he dared to say that, it meant that he was confident that he could recover before the Great Examination of Martial Arts. As for what exactly this particular ability was, she wouldn't ask, because she knew that it was everyone's secret, just as she had not informed Su Yuan that she possessed a comparison system. Aha! The system also stipulates that it cannot be disclosed outside. Thinking of this, Su Anyan faintly said, "Then your first priority at the moment is to regain your strength and try to take a place in the Star Realm program. I'll talk to you about the aftermath when the time comes." Su Yuan nodded, but he was a little curious. "Since you said it was a collaboration dash, you've provided me with so much information, so what do you need me to do for you?" Su Anyan shook her head. "Your very existence is a help to me." The phrase has 2 meanings. First, as the chosen one, his or her chi is enhanced, and he or she is often able to influence the people around him or her. Second, as the system's chosen comparator, he will be the instrumental person to swipe his own rewards. Su Yuan was speechless for a moment. He thought again of what Ru's sister had said about Su Anyan's deep psychological dependence on himself. That's all. It's not bad to have a little sister who's a reborn. At the very least, you can be your own Baidu encyclopedia. It's still some time before the pendant is built. And Su Yuan then took this opportunity to ask Su Anyan a few more questions. What is the division of cultivation levels among the stars like? How strong is the strongest person in the 9-Star Alliance? Checking out, the receptionist and looked at the backs of the 2 departing men and shook her head with emotion. It's good to be young. It can go on for hours. The first couple checked out in less than 20 minutes. Jewelry store. Su Yuan got the pendant. Honestly, it's beautiful. The ethereal purple jewel shimmering with a mysterious, evocative light. But when he thought of Little Dream's future fate, his heart was a little heavy again. But luckily, there's still time. Taking a step back, after the Dhammapada has been proven, he could even utilize the power of the Spiritual Luminaries Association to put pressure on the Shangguan family. Only any external thing is no match for one's own greatness. Listening to what Su Anyan said, Blue Star's battle power ceiling Ninth Order Supreme, although strong, but it can only be considered a ticket to the stage that is the stars. Exploration Realm, Fusion Realm, Limit Realm, all of them are Beginning Realm. Further up, there is the Star Realm. If one could become a Star Realm powerhouse, one would be able to gain a place in all of the 9-star alliance. Getting a small Shangguan family is no big deal at all. Sure, being the chosen one of the openers, cross-ranking battle power and all that must be a family affair. So it's not really necessary to reach the Astral Realm. His power that should be able to protect the people you want to protect too. Deicide is a different game. Room. Zhang Zhengqing was lying on the sofa with his hands resting behind his head. Su Xiaohei, how do you think we should remind Brother Su of that Miss Shangguan's physical problems? ***, you're a big man. Call me Black Emperor. Hey, don't play down. A man's word is a bond. You all said that Brother Su would take his surname if he would God blood prison. The Black Emperor cursed again. In the end, though, it was helpless. It's no use reminding you. Unless you can find treasures with the power of the underworld. But how could this whole of a planet have that kind of stuff? Even if it did, it would be a cure. Now that her bloodline has been stimulated, even if they didn't utilize the power of the underworld clan, they were still consuming underworld power from time to time. But really, is there an abyssal rift on your planet? The abyssal crystals could be used as a substitute. After all, the abyss was once part of the underworld. An abyssal rift? What's this? Zhang Zhengqing was filled with confusion. Currently the abyssal rift was not announced to the public, so he naturally did not know about it. Forget it, it's nothing, even if it's Ninth Order. There's also no way to enter the abyssal rift and then take out the abyssal crystals to come out. So it's not that this emperor won't save her, it's really because she has a bad fate. Zhang Zhengqing sighed, that's so sad. In the meantime, Su Yuan and Su Anyan returned to the Hereticide Bureau. Su Yuan took the pendant and knocked on Shangguan Meng's door. Dream. P.S. Third shift. Something came up today, so I owe one shift. Chapter 140, a precious pendant necklace. I owe you twice. LOL. The door to the room opened. A small head poked out from behind the door, and after seeing that it was Su Yuan, Shangguan Meng blinked lightly. Oh Buqi? Since the identity was revealed. Naturally, she didn't refer to Su Yuan as Brother Su Yuan as usual, because that was no longer appropriate. So much for the once playable game. As for what would happen after that, Shangguan Meng hadn't thought about it yet, because she knew that she might not have an after. She did no Muji. If even this miracle doctor can't do anything about her after effects, then I'm afraid there's really no one in this world who can stop the flow of one's vitality, right? The fall of the realm may be secondary, but once the life force is lost for the most part, it's going to get old and ugly, right? She couldn't accept that fate. I have a gift for you. Su Yuan walked into the room with a smile. This is the room that truly belongs to Shangguan Meng. Prior to traveling to Arashur City, minus the mission of, she stays here most of the time, but this room seemed to be a little too monotonous, so much so that Su Yuan was a little slightly stunned. He had also been to Su Anyan's room, and if Su Anyan's room was well organized, orderly, then Shangguan Meng's room was simple to the extreme. A bed, a closet, a table, a chair. Other than that, nothing. Blank seems a little over the top. It's hard to imagine staying in a room like this. What does she do on a regular basis? Yet Shangguan Meng seemed as if she didn't realize anything was wrong. Or maybe she'd gotten used to the monotony a long time ago, and those joyous times in the training gym were just an unexpected surprise. But after hearing the word gift, her eyes lit up slightly. Gifts? Aha! Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, his eyes complex. It was fine when he didn't know anything before, but now that he knew Shangguan Meng's identity, knowing about her broken family relationship with the Shangguan family, her life of carrying out high-risk missions and licking blood at the tip of a knife for years, so even though Shangguan Meng remained in front of him as she was at the beginning of her original acquaintance, it was still the same coquettish smile, but underneath that sweet smile, he saw a shadow called loneliness. He also learned of her fated end of death. I won't let that happen. I will keep the smile on her face forever. Su Yuan came back to his senses and took out the jewelry box that held the spectral stone pendant necklace. It was handed to Shangguan Meng and softly said, I bought you a necklace. You open it and see if you like it. Shangguan Meng's breathing paused extremely briefly for a moment. Those good-looking alien pupils looked at the jewelry box in Su Yuan's hand and froze. It was only after a while that she responded, her eyes suddenly a little bemused. Turning his head slightly, he said absently, "You can't give something like this away easily, can you?" Su Yuan first froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted to Shangguan Meng's meaning. Somewhat awkwardly, he explained, I didn't mean it like that. I just feel like this necklace suits you, so just buy it." "Sorry, Shangguan Meng hummed softly, a smile reappeared on her face, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. As if the trick was successful, he snatched the jewelry box from Su Yuan's hands. "You'll be easy to fool in the future." I guess not." Alright, you go out first. I want to see it for myself." "Don't you need me to put it on for you?" "Of course not." Shangguan Meng pushed Su Yuan out of the room. Su Yuan was a bit helpless, but he had no choice but to let her be. But before leaving, he casually asked, "It's so stuffy in your room and you're wearing long sleeves, isn't it hot?" At those words, Shangguan Meng subconsciously tugged at her cuffs, panic flashing across her face. "No way." After Su Yuan left, the room became quiet again. Shangguan Meng had her back against the door, looking down at the jewelry box in her hand. Puff, puff, puff. The heartbeat is so clear. Her breathing became slow. Her eyes became complicated. She bit her lip gently and, several times he tried to open it, but as if he didn't have the courage, he retracted just as his hand touched it. She took a deep breath. As if thinking things through, he went to the desk, pulled open the drawer and, in the drawer was a bag of lemon candy, a few of her favorite comic books, and a few tiny pieces of letterhead. Shangguan Meng carefully put the jewelry box into the drawer and was about to lock it. Suddenly, she froze. She seemed to felt something different. She hesitated, but finally took it back out and placed it on the tabletop after a long time, and it was only then that I made up my mind to open it up. Click! The jewelry box was opened. What came into view was the mesmerizingly beautiful, ethereal purple jewel. The central fluorescent flocculent cloud is like the Milky Way in a starry sky. Compared to all the crushed diamonds set around it have lost their luster. So beautiful. But, beyond mere beauty, on this gemstone, it seemed to have some kind of irresistible attraction to her, making her instinctively pick it up and place it in the palm of her hand. The magic happens. Only a lavender shimmering light, precipitated from the jewel as beautiful as a river of stars. It didn't go into her. That netherworldly familiarity. Shangguan Meng suddenly seemed to think of something and fiercely dropped her gaze to her left hand. She held her breath and pulled her sleeve up a little. See only, the original purple vein lines spreading up from the center of the palm, as hideous as a spider's web. It's fading a little bit. This is. Shangguan Meng's pupils needle shrunk. She stared blankly at the jewel that slowly glowed with a purple ethereal light. After a long time, she then came back to her senses and clutched the pendant a little tighter. After another moment, she got up and went to the mirror and, it was like a young girl fiddling with her favorite hairpin for a long time before she was finally satisfied. She looked at herself in the mirror, carefully tucked the pendant into her shirt, against her chest, and, feeling the sensation of being connected to his physical and mental blood, he murmured softly, "It was the first time since I met the Abyssal Rift and met those 4 abyssal demons, until I kill that blood stinker and you kill Morongjun. We're even. Now, you gave me the necklace for the second time. I owe you twice. What to do? It feels like it's a little off." After returning to his room, Su Yuan thought carefully about the fact that he had given Xiao Meng the necklace. It seems to be out of place. After all, in what capacity did he or she give it away? Such things are inherently ambiguous. From the point of view of a brother to his sister, it's easy to misunderstand, isn't it? Forget it, we're giving it away anyway, so there's no need to dwell on it. Su Yuan shook his head, no longer thinking about this matter, but began to try to cultivate. Only after some time he stopped. The ancient god's bloodline burned out, making it drastically more difficult for him to cultivate. The original source energy absorption that was as simple as drinking water had now become obscure. Even the mass of chi and blood essence in his body could only be absorbed passively, at an extremely slow speed. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to simplicity. Su Yuan shook his head, but if this path did not work, he would take another path. Spiritual power was something he had painstakingly cultivated bit by bit on his own, and it had nothing to do with his physical body. So he turned his head and started absorbing Morongjun's soul fragment, a little bit of nourishing and uplifting one's spirituality. And then later on, knock knock, the door to the room knocked. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the system panel, and his mental strength had gone from the original 3 hours, upgraded to 4 Hz. This progress is very welcome. With this constant source of nourishment, in conjunction with the Great Sun Observation Sutra and the Dragon Soul Pearl, the next period of mental power cultivation would be like riding a rocket, skyrocketing. Closing the system panel, Su Yuan got up and went to open the door, on seeing no one else standing outside the door. Instead, it was after Su Anyun, the League of Crossing and Reborn People teammate. He thought briefly, if I'm not mistaken time for an empress massage? Su Anyun? Chapter 141 Unprecedented S-Rank Evaluation. It's finally time for you to lose. Su Anyun's room. It's the last time. Absolutely the last time. Su Anyun coldly grimaced, constantly repeating such a sentence in her mind. Corresponding. Ever since reaching an alliance with Su Anyun, Su Yuan felt that the relationship between the two had drawn a big step closer. Crossing. Rebirth. It's definitely the biggest secret of each of the two. And there is a saying that goes something like this. Sharing each other's secrets is the first step to a strong relationship. And, ever since Su Anyun had threatened that she had once been a generation of female emperors, Su Yuan especially liked to tease her with this matter. Perhaps because what she did contrasted too much with the image of the so-called empress. It made him feel particularly amused. Honorable Comrade Empress, your expertise in the field of massage is recognized by me. Emperor Yuan Tian. Su Yuan, who was lying on the bed, laughed and flirted. The ambient lighting in the room, that nice aroma, that cozy, slow-paced light music. Who would have thought that Su Anyun could actually create a massage room with a great sense of ambience in this temporary home of the Hereticide Bureau? If that's not professionalism, what is? No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Su Anyun said coldly. That's an unprofessional attitude, haha. Su Anyun, calm down. Calm down. After a few deep breaths, Su Anyun did a good job of mentally building up. I'm going to start. So shut up. Oh, the words fell. The picture has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Su Anyun's face reappeared with her signature Mona Lisa-esque smile. Read the iconic opening line. Please start enjoying yourself. I'm going to start. Put. Su Anyun. Sorry, I'm a professional and don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Su Anyun, did you witness your last life with a massage? There are 360 professions, and all of them are good at what they do. It's a bit outrageous, but it's not impossible. What the world calls massage emperor? Su Anyun, why don't we just forget about it? She's so tired. She thought so. Trying to transform his 10 fingers into chopsticks of steel once again, he poked the mouthy guy to death. Sure, under the lure of the glazed star marrow, she eventually gave up on the idea. A little bit of time passed. After the first few flirtations, Su Yuan was still quiet, slowly enjoying Su Anyun's service. After all, it's really quite comfortable. Add to that the fact that so much has happened in the last few days. So much is known about. It exhausted his mind and body. Relaxing myself for a short while now, in order to try better to get stronger afterwards. So, it shouldn't be too much. Comfortable? The words that symbolized the complete end of this round of Lick the Dog adventure rang out. The smile on Su Anyun's face instantly disappeared, changing back into that cold look. And Su Yuan. Su Anyun frowned. What's this guy up to? Are you asleep? Hey, she shouted coldly. Su Yuan, however, did not respond. During this time, the desire to become stronger grew stronger and stronger, making him always tense himself. And having just gone through another spiritual cultivation, once the tired nerves relax, he tended to sleep deeply, so he didn't hear Su Anyun's voice. Su Anyun frowned, and was about to reach out to shake Su Yuan awake, but the outstretched hand stopped in midair. In her mind's eye, Su Yuan, after learning that Su Qingling's future life would be peaceful and smooth, appeared. That solid happy surfaced when he learned of the future encounters of the sisters Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru, the determined expression when he resolved to keep getting stronger and change the fate of both of them. Speechless. Is it comfortable to sleep in someone else's bed as your own? She threw down a cold shoulder and turned to leave the room. The sound of the door closing wasn't heavy. Since Su Yuan had seized the room, Su Anyun could only hang out outside first. Of course, when you say you're hanging out, you're actually thinking about future plans. Star Realm was opened up by the 9-Star Alliance, which is a double-edged sword that the Blue Star Celestial Pride was able to obtain the resources that were only available in the stars in the Star Realm. But at the same time, they also had to face challenges. And that challenge, a matter of life and death. For example, prisoners from the 9-Star Alliance. The realms of these prisoners were equal to the realms of the Celestials who had entered the Star Realm. But the cultivation level of the 9-Star Alliance was much more developed than Blue Star. And at the same realm, the 9-Star Alliance cultivators were purely crushing against the Blue Star cultivators. By killing the Blue Star Celestial Pride, those prisoners will receive a commensurate reduction in their sentences. And the Blue Star Celestial Pride will likewise be able to obtain additional resources for killing these prisoners. The number of people who died at that time, it was not a small number. There was a time when I almost missed, but it's a good thing that in this life, I've gotten stronger and being able to get much more resources than in the last life. Just as Su Anyun was pondering, the system's prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning an S-rank rating in this round of dog-licking adventure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 pounds of glazed star marrow. Su Anyun's footsteps lurched, first with excitement, and then, immediately afterward, a touch of relief appeared in her eyes. He finally got an S rating himself. She instantly felt that what she had given was worth it. It wasn't in vain that I had committed myself to being pissed off by that guy so many times. Oof. Count your blessings. 5 pounds of glazed star marrow. Enough for me to practice the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Starting from the Denglong Martial Scholar of this year's Martial Dao examination to the first place in the Star Realm's Heaven's Pride ranking, and then to the Chief of the Battle Academy of the 9-Star Alliance. This is the path I'm going to take in the short term. Su Anyun was satisfied. Further, cultivate the first layer of the glazed indestructible body, plus the battle chi that would be condensed in a short while more. There's also the bonus resources one can earn by checking in and clocking in every day until the third comparison. Su Yuan? Even if he is the chosen one, at the very least, it's going to be reduced to a third comparison. No, not just the third comparison. One will always keep surpassing the comparisons that the system picks for them and keep getting stronger. Speaking of which, as the chosen one, it is logical that the qualifications and talents should be top-notch. It may even come with some unexplained special ability. Such a him. How could he be chosen by the system as the first comparison? After all, according to the system, after defeating a comparator, the next round of comparisons chosen will be even stronger. I see. Su Anyun suddenly figured it out. It should be that at the moment the system selects the comparison object, he has not yet awakened his heavenly destiny, so it's treated as a newbie benefit by the system. Well, sure, dog system, almost got screwed over by you. System. But, you actually can't even detect the chosen one? It's not as good as me. System, yes. Director's office. White Burial looked at Shangwan Meng incredulously. What? You say you're suddenly well again? Aha. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly, pulled up his sleeve and proved what he said. Seeing the ghostly purple vein pattern that had clearly faded a lot, White Burial was shocked. What the hell is going on? Even Mr. Wood can't do anything about it. How did it heal on its own? I'm not sure. Shangwan Meng shook her head. Anyway, it's on the mend now, so don't worry about it anymore. She didn't know if the jewel that Obuchi had given her, whether it was by chance or for another reason, but no matter what, she's not going to reveal this to anyone, because it would definitely lead to unnecessary trouble for Obuchi. It's like, he could still excuse himself by using talent or something like that when he killed a 7th rank secret technique with a 1st rank, but how can he conjure out of thin air this thing that actually exists? There's no way to explain it, is there? Everyone has their secrets. So, she's going to help keep Obuchi's secret. As for what that secret was, she wasn't the least bit curious. After leaving the White Burial office, Shangwan Meng's hand gently pressed on her chest, as if she was feeling the warmth coming from the pendant. What she didn't notice, however, was the color of the spectral stone, which, compared to the very beginning, it has dulled a bit. It's not obvious, but it means that sooner or later it's going to dry up. Shangwan Meng, Chapter 142, Just a little sleep? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Su Anyun wandered outside for a while, but when she returned to her room, she ended up realizing that not only was Su Yuan still lying on her bed, and even pulled the covers over himself, and when he covered himself, "You, give me up, come on," sitting up in shock on the way to a refreshing sleep, and Yan's face hangs in frost. 4 eyes. The atmosphere grew awkward. Get out. Oh, wait. Su Anyun tucked the quilt on the bed into Su Yuan's hands. You take it with you. Finally, it's gone. Su Anyun faintly withdrew her gaze. According to her original plan, she had thought that she would drift away from Su Yuan. It's like 2 parallel lines that never intersect. As a result, I didn't realize that I was looking at a third comparison coming up, and that my own victory was close at hand, and he himself would actually be bound to him. The chosen one, in a different way, through his identity as a reborn person. Man's plan is not as good as God's plan. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it and, instead, he extracted the glazed star marrow from the system space and began the cultivation of the glazed indestructible body. 2 quilts were piled on the bed. The faint fragrance emanating from one of the beds made Su Yuan slightly uncomfortable. It's just a little sleep. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? But it's not right to throw it away. It will have to sit like that for now. Su Yuan glanced at the heavenly source bottle. Aha! It's still empty inside. There was not the slightest sign of condensing that heavenly origin liquid. Brother bottle, give it a shot. if you don't condense that heavenly source liquid again. When the time comes for the Great Sun Observation Sutra to be confirmed and the emotional value arrives, maybe we won't be able to use you anymore. Ah. Su Yuan laughed and flirted, putting the heavenly origin bottle away, taking out that S-ranked battle skill, the Dragon Shaking Fist, as well as the S-ranked battle skill epiphany card that he had obtained earlier. Battle skill epiphany cards that are not specifically labeled as such are capable of raising a battle skill to the perfect level. Ding! Use the S-rank battle skill epiphany card. One moment. Su Yuan's mastery of the battle skill, Dragon Shaking Fist, was then raised to the perfect level. The True Intent, Grade 9 Regicide Gun. Perfect level Shaking Dragon Fist. Even if only a sliver of the ancient god's bloodline remained, Su Yuan's current battle power was extremely strong. Dragon Shaking Fist. Dragon Shaking Fist. How can it be considered a Dragon Shaking Fist if it doesn't punch a dragon? Su Yuan took out the Dragon Soul Pearl. Sink into the mind. Beginning his journey to beat the dragon. Time passes day by day. With the Bizicide Bureau running at high speed, the aftermath of that assault fiasco was handled as follows. For the average person, this incident was declared as an attack by forces outside of the country targeting the Great Summer Pride. Those victims who were implicated were compensated by the state and were properly resettled. To the Daxia hierarchy, after learning that Morongjin colluded with, due to the presence of the traitor within the Bureau of Alienicide and the activation of the emergency plan in accordance with the laws of Daxia, the chief of the Court of 12, Gu Qingtian, intervened with full authority to monitor the situation. Those who have had contact with Morong Town, all those who have been in contact with the Alienicide Bureau have been put under temporary control. The rest of the group began an incredibly detailed reconnaissance of Mulberry Town's past. Morong Yun, the head of the Morong family, threatened to purge the family of its evils and pay for his sins. Actively cooperate with the investigation and take the initiative to participate in it. And then a chance discovery of concrete evidence of collusion between Myungzhen and the Arcus family, as well as evidence of Morongjin's various morbid adoration for Shangguan Meng. He took the initiative to submit it. From this, Gu Tian ordered. Morongjin was secretly executed and the rest of the Morong family members who confessed to the crime were similarly executed. The corresponding compensation is limited to the Morong family to complete the delivery within 3 months. As for the missing former 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau, Shangguan Meng, it is still under investigation. The atmosphere in the imperial capital was somewhat subtle. The matter of Morongjin colluding with the Arcus family to try to attack and kill Shangguan Meng spread in the high-level circles. Such words as a single piece of mouse spoils a pot of kanji did not hold true for a cornerstone of Daxia like the Morong family. Under the operation of Morong Yun, the head of the Morong family, the purged the additions and where the guilt seemed so righteous that they even won the admiration of many. It's just that after this battle, the Morong family lost a lot of their elite backbone members, and it's also greatly out of blood, so to speak. But what the crowd was really concerned about was the direction of the relationship between the Morong family and the Shangguan family. As centuries-old friends, how will the two families get along next? The final result was unexpected. Shangguan Hong, the head of the Shangguan family, took the initiative to come forward and show that the Morong family and Morong Town were two different things. The friendship between the two families wasn't going to be shattered because of one Morongjin. It was imperative to find Shangguan Meng's whereabouts. Gu Qingtian smelled certain unusual flavors from the reaction of the Shangguan family. These two families have been friends for generations. What the hell is going on? I had thought of relying on this incident to turn the Shangguan and Morong families against each other. Or at the very least, it's also important to get them to target each other in an effort to dismantle the alliance between the two families. As a result, I didn't expect that the Shangguan family would be able to tolerate this. Are worldly relationships really that strong? Or is it? Is there something else going on behind the scenes? The Qin family. Boo, boo, boo. Backyard. Qin Rumun was frantically beating the training dummy in front of her. On the head of the training dummy, a portrait of Morongjin was attached. Qin Rulong, who was sitting on the side, was somewhat helpless. Sister, Shangguan Meng is missing. Not dead. You can't make a mistake. Shut up. A strong wind came. Qin Rulong straightened up with a palpitating heart, looking at a deep kick mark that appeared on the wall behind him. If I hadn't dodged fast just now, I wouldn't have turned into it if this kick hadn't come down. He directly made a run for it, leaving Qin Rumung alone to release her anger. That said, lately Sis has been understandably grumpy. For one thing, Shangguan Meng is missing. Secondly, my own grandfather got a spiritual power cultivation method from somewhere. Caught my oldest sister getting up at 4 or 5 every day to go watch some sunrise. Luckily, he had little talent in mental power and didn't have to suffer this kind of pain. Boo! Qin Rulong suddenly hit a wall. That broad pectoral muscle. That familiar smell. Big brother? As luck would have it, he looked up and saw the familiar face of the Kuwei with black-rimmed glasses was grinning towards him. Aaron, practice with me. Yes. As Gu Weiwei's little fan brother, Qin Rulong's admiration for this big brother was overflowing. Surprised, I agreed. A few minutes later, Qin Rulong fell backwards onto the ground. I shook my head regretfully, and with my hands open, looking into the vault of heaven in my eyes. It's deeply lonely. Ru, I have a feeling you might not be as good as Abuchi. Qin Rulong broke free. Abuchi? What the hell? It's that famous Su Yuan. Even if I haven't fought him yet, even through the screen, but I still see that he is the one who will be my opponent. At this point, a silhouette came at him. Kuwei, fight the old lady. I've got itchy hands now. Chapter 143, The Great Day Contemplation Sutra was confirmed. Detonation. Upon learning that Shangwan Meng's condition had suddenly improved, Muzi had a fresh session for her. The result was naturally the discovery that the vitality within Shangwan Meng's body had indeed stopped flowing. Shocked beyond belief, Muji rushed to ask what had happened. To this, Shangwan Meng replied, well, I don't know, maybe a miracle? At this answer, Muji and Biberial both looked at each other in dismay. It was surprisingly hard to know what to say for a moment, except for Shangwan Meng. Muji similarly examined Su Yuan individually, but the results of the examination, again without any clue, again without any cure. Su Yuan's body is completely normal. I'm sorry kid, but this Daxia divine healer of mine is really a false name. Can't see your problem at all. Two people in a row. Their own hands are helpless. The healer, Would Ji on the spot, then bitterly smiled and shook his head towards Su Yuan. He said he was sorry. In response, Su Yuan naturally smiled and thanked him back. Divine blood prison as a forbidden technique of the ancient god race, using the burning of the bloodline as a guide. Where could an outsider see it? A few days later, the dust of the attack fiasco has settled. During this time, White Burial inquired about Su Yuan killing a 7th rank with a 1st rank, and Su Yuan bites the bullet. Uncle White, I'm honestly not sure what's going on. Myself, all I could think of at the time was that if I let that guy get his hands on me, both Ru and Xiao Meng would die. Loving the house, Biberial was already quite fond of Su Yuan, adding to the fact that Gu Qingtian had signaled that there was no need for him to pursue this matter further. So this shocking counter-killing that might have shaken the entire blue planet had been rumored. And so it goes. Let them go back first. I'm a little tied up right now. Wait till later and I will travel to Ereshur City to meet him in person. Ancient Qingtian authorized as such. Thus, Su Yuan and the others were finally ready to move back towards Ereshur City. One of the key points is the Shangwan dream. She was supposed to stay in the Hereticide Bureau as the key player. However, since she had recovered from the aftermath and the reinstatement of the 4 pillars had been put on hold due to her missing status, White Burial then agreed to her request to return to Ereshur City with Su Yuan and the others. He'll leave even if he doesn't promise Shangwan Meng. Who can stop this guy? Just be careful not to show your face in the outside world on weekdays, even if you have to go out. Also bring a special leather face to conceal your appearance. As far as safety is concerned, there is no need to worry. After the last attack, Daxia directly blocked the country's borders. No matter if it was martial artists or no ordinary people or foreigners are allowed to enter. Meanwhile, under the auspices of ancient Tilth, the Hereticide Bureau began a round of the largest and most rigorous secret investigations, uncovering many foreign spies hidden in Daxia. As for the Arcus family, Daxia has sent the highest level of pressure to the Eagle American Federation, but the other side has remained silent for the time being. No response yet. Brother Su, after this, we are also considered friends in life and death. See you later. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Zhang Zhengqing said goodbye to Su Yuan in a serious manner. Su Yuan's ancestral blood of the ancient gods had already been consumed. This thigh is now broken. So the Black Emperor stopped flirting with the idea of sticking it to Su Yuan. Legacy and all that, it gives it all. It's the resources that are an issue, but it's not a big issue. So it intends to bring Zhang Zhengqing through some experience first, so that he can learn to pitfalls and abductions. Blah blah blah. Learn the art of self-reliance. And then after that, it intends to slowly contact the Shangwan family and the Murong family, the one underworld family that, a Rakshasa clan, definitely has a big secret. According to its sense of smell, there are definitely treasures hidden on this planet. You have a treasure and you don't take it? That's stupid. Well, I'll see you afterward. Su Yuan smiled and said goodbye to Zhang Zhengqing. Not to mention, this guy's pretty funny, and the whole life and death thing kind of holds true. The two can be friends later. Watching Su Yuan and the others' car gradually move away. In Zhang Jingqing's mind, the Black Emperor muttered, the fleeting ancestor blood of the ancient gods, the chronic death of the Stygian bloodline. On this planet, Now you're the only kid who's been the luckiest to get my inheritance. You have a great heritage? It's even more powerful than the ancient god race and the underworld race. But aren't you open with the ancient god 19? Ancient gods are ancient gods, and the ancient god race is the ancient god race. How can it be the same? Seems like back to Erishur City. After returning home to report their safety to Su Qingling, Su Yuan and Su Anyun, it was back to the familiar training hall. Most things are the same, but some things are different. That would be Su Yuan. His fitness level has dropped dramatically. Originally, his training standards were far higher than Su Anyun's, but now, needing to fall to the same level as Su Anyun. No, it was even a bit lower than Su Anyun. This was because in the last few days, Su Anyun had always been cultivating the glazed indestructible body, and the first results have already been achieved. According to her estimation, in another 20 days, she would be able to successfully cultivate the first layer, and then, her physical quality was not to say that it was comparable to the level Su Yuan had once been at, but it was at least comparable. If he had followed the special training contract signed at the time, Su Yuan would definitely have had to leave. But Shangwan Ru didn't do that. It's okay, Abuchi. Take your time. It's best if you can recover. It doesn't matter if you can't. You did this to save us, and from now on, as long as I, Shangwan Ru, am around for a day, you're guaranteed to eat and drink. Shangwan Ru pretended to be relaxed and comforted in a humorous tone. Shangwan Meng stood aside without saying anything, but there were some things that didn't need to be said. Well, it's fine. Maybe it'll come back someday. Su Yuan acted optimistic and had a big smile on his face. No matter how long it takes, the heavenly source liquid will always be able to condense out of the. There was still a remnant of the ancient god's bloodline in his body, and he was always able to recover. Furthermore, counting the time, until he taught that Master Qin the Great Sun Observation Sutra, 5 days have passed. His own cultivation of the Great Sun Observation Sutra was assisted by the Trail of the Sun, and he quickly got the hang of it. But if that good granddaughter of his has a certain talent for mental power, in a few days' time, it should also be able to successfully verify that its own cultivation method is practically feasible. When the time comes, you must smoke a good one yourself. Okay, so you'll lower your training standards for the time being. Maybe you'll be able to rekindle your talent during training. Good. In addition to the encouragement of Shangwan Ru, Su Yuan had received encouragement from Su Anyun every day for the past few days. The encouragement was all the exact same words. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with me, and I'll be waiting for you up ahead. If it was before, Su Yuan might have been surprised that, with Su Anyun's nature, it's reasonable to say that she wouldn't do this. But it's different now. He and she have reached an alliance of crossing reborns as teammates. Naturally, she hoped she would recover soon. Only, he suspected that this massage empress might be the reincarnation of a repeater, a penchant for saying the same thing. For example, please start enjoying yourself, which makes my scalp numb every time I hear it. I'm going to start. And this tireless daily encouragement day after day. Well, the fetish is unique. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, the sleepy Qin Rumung, as usual, he was yanked out from under the covers by his own grandfather, Qin Tian. Incredibly excited, Qin Tian carried her in 3 steps and flew to the top of a mountain next to his home. Good granddaughter, begin. Qin Rumung was devastated. These days she had been inquiring here and there every day because of the matter of Shangwan Meng's sister, and she had not been able to sleep well every day. As a result, I have to wake up at 4 o'clock every day to practice this damn spiritual power cultivation method. A little bit of time passed. Qin Rumung watched the sunrise, then followed the mindfulness method of the Great Sun Observation Sutra. Visualize a rising sun on your own in the sea of consciousness of the Divine Palace. In the past, every time at this time, the sea of consciousness in the Divine Palace was empty. Nothing. But today, suddenly, Qin Rumung's body trembled violently when she finally saw the vague silhouette of the rising sun in the sea of consciousness of the Divine Palace. Master, I seem to have made it. P.S. Still 4 more shifts. Ask for some small gifts. A free one for love will do. Woohoo! 4 shifts a day. But the amount of gifts has plummeted. And the one I owe hasn't been forgotten. I'll make it up sometime. Chapter 144, Lao Deng. You hit on me? The smile gradually let loose. What? Really? Really? After hearing Qin Rumung's it's done, Qin Tian's eyes widened with shock. That red-faced look it was simply even more exciting than when he was promoted from an 8th Order Seal King to a 9th Order Supreme back then. Why? It was because on this path of source energy cultivation, there were numerous 9th Order Supreme beings. But in terms of spiritual cultivation, it's a desperate path. From the beginning of time, no one has ever been able to walk the blue star through it. Are psychic readers strong? Strong. Under the 6th rank, It was considered invincible at the same rank. But what? Starting from the 6th order fusion realm, when a martial artist completes the first breaking of the limit and steps into the limit realm, the myth that spiritual luminaries were invincible at the same level was shattered, because from this moment onwards, the advancement of spiritual power could no longer keep up with the advancement of the physical realm. Spiritual thoughts couldn't even break through the defenses of a limit realm powerhouse. But now, the emergence of the spiritual power cultivation method, it gave him hope to continue on this path. If spiritual thoughts can continue to be cultivated, completing the same limit breaking as the physical body's limit breaking to complete one limit metamorphosis, the myth of the mental mentalist being invincible at the same level would reappear. Jie, Qin Tian, looking up to the sky, laughed wildly. It makes a strong visual impact with his image of big pants, big undershirt, and big toe kids. He was so happy, so excited. Sage Su, truly a world-class talent. That so-called born knowing is actually the truth. Even though it was only applicable to low-ranked martial artists now, this was a precedent for the spiritual power cultivation method. As long as he was given time, he might be able to create a higher-order dharma at some point. Don't laugh now. Qin Rumon clenched her teeth. Her face was pale, and dense beads of sweat oozed from her white forehead. Ever since that rising sun void had been successfully visualized, she had merely glanced at it and then he suffered endless pain, as if there were countless needles stabbing him violently. It hurts her. At this point, wow! A cry came out. A phoenix bird silhouette with a lingering fiery flame appeared in the divine palace, shedding bits of red ons. It relieved her of a lot of pain. Red flame phoenix bird, the SS grade spirit type talent awakened by Qin Rumon. Not only does it make her naturally stronger mentally than others by a mile, even more so, her source energy carries the attribute of flame, but most of all, it was its terrifying healing ability. Among the 9 great families, the Qin family was considered to be the one with the deepest heritage, and the root of it is that every few generations, the Qin clan would then see the emergence of a supreme genius who possessed the SS grade physical body class talent 10,000 battle body. This is an extremely special physique. Not only is the physique exceptionally strong, more than that, it is in the ability to use war to feed war, and quickly become stronger in the constant fighting. The Qin family had been in the military for generations, and every 10,000 battle body possessor was able to become a generation of god of killers. The most famous one was Qin War, the contemporary head of the Qin family, the red flame phoenix bird that has an extremely strong recovery and healing ability. The more one fights, the more courageous one is, the more one feeds on the 10,000 battles body, the perfect combination of both. It made Qin Rumon become the second demon of the imperial capital, second only to Gu Weiwei. Phew. Finally, after a while, the pain fades a little. Qin Rumon completed her first rising sun visualization. This meant that she had successfully initiated the Great Day Observation Sutra. Her face was pale as she reached out and wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, turning her head to the side to look at Qin Tian. Master, you actually did figure out a spiritual power cultivation method. Now our Qin family is really going to be famous all over the world. She was genuinely happy and proud of her grandfather. She had expected this time, like countless others, to end in failure. It turns out that I didn't expect. I can't believe it actually happened. There is no doubt that this will shake the world. Who knew that? Qin Tian shook his head. I didn't get this from your master. I don't have that. Qin Rumon froze. Grandpa didn't figure it out? Then who? Who could be better than him in the whole of Dacia in terms of spiritual power research? Just as Qin Rumon was confused, Qin Tian was looking at his granddaughter with a smile on his face. Eyes lifted and a bold idea sprang to mind. Had ha. It's a beautiful woman. It's a beautiful woman. Ever since breaking the all-time record of high school students' punching power with a single punch in the 6 cities joint exam, Su Yuan had become famous. Qin Tian had naturally heard about it. Although at this time he wasn't aware of Su Yuan's drastic drop in physical quality. But even if we knew, so what? Tronfa. That alone. He's just dazzling enough. Of course, he certainly wasn't going to make a mess of things, but it was always okay to get acquainted, right? Maybe they'll see eye to eye? What's that look in your eyes, master? Qin Rumon sensed that something was wrong. Ahem. He coughed gently. Good granddaughter, have you heard of the name Su Yuan? Su Yuan? Qin Rumon nodded. I've heard of it. It's quite strong. Putting it in the imperial capital, it should also be a monster that ranks in the top. Qin Tian added. This spiritual power cultivation method was created by him. Oh. Qin Rumon nodded in a cloudy manner. But the next moment, she froze in place, and it was several seconds before she managed to come back to her senses and the look on his face was one of "You're kidding me. Hey, How about that? Is it not believable? Of course, he knew how unbelievable this matter was. What many powerful men have failed to come up with over the centuries, created by a newly awakened first-rank martial artist? Anyone else would probably not believe it. But now the facts are in front of us. Not believing it won't work. Then look at Qin Rumung. She was in deep confusion, because she couldn't even think of a reason for her grandfather to joke with her like that. Since I can't think of one, this has to be really, 1,000 words that finally come together in one word. Awesome. What's the matter? Has there been a hint of interest in this virtuous brother of mine? Su, Qin Tian came closer and asked. Qin Rumung was helpless. This is just where it's at, directly calling out Su Xiandi? But she knew her grandfather's temperament was so jumpy. There was nothing at all like a ninth-order supreme being, and she nodded. I'm certainly interested in someone who can create a spiritual power cultivation method. Wait a minute. She raised her eyebrows, as if realizing something, and glared angrily. Old Den, you hit me. The first thing he did was to look hurt. Who are you calling Old Den? Just tell me if it is. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I ever hit on my precious granddaughter? Humph. Qin Rumung snorted coldly. Don't bother with this guy. Whether he thinks that way or not, it doesn't affect him. She wants to become a dashing woman like Sister Shangguan Meng. What's a man? I don't know. Aside, Qin Tian glanced sheepishly at his granddaughter. Well, this is such a big deal that we have to think long and hard about it. And there's no rush. Right. The first order of business is to say hello to Sage So first, and when he agrees, make this public yourself. It's a real spiritual cultivation method. It will definitely send shockwaves through the world. Buzz, buzz. Su Yuan, who was still sleeping, was woken up by a ringing cell phone. Unlike the introductory period, he who has passed through the first glimpse of the rising sun and reached the stage of the rising sun sees me. Long ago, I didn't have to watch the sunrise every day in misery. He reached for his cell phone, looked at the caller. Master Qin. The original hazy sleepiness woke up instantly. There was only one possibility that Master Qin would call at this time. That's, the Dainichi Canon Sutra has been verified as successful. Thinking of this, the smile on Su Yuan's face gradually let loose. Chapter 145, Creation of the Law is Transmission of the Law. 500 draws to start. 5 consecutive Jedi. Fruity. As soon as the call is connected, even if it's thousands of miles away, even if it's through a screen, Su Yuan could feel Qin Tian's overwhelming excitement. Sage Brother Su, it's done! It's done! Ha ha! Ha ha! After reporting his joy, he blew Su Yuan out of the water, saying that he was the pioneer who started the Blue Planet's spiritual power cultivation and unheard of. The unparalleled genius of the unseen. In response, Su Yuan could only say, I was able to come here and reach today's achievement, all on my own. The luck of the hand. Su Xiandi, what are your plans for the next step? When are you going to announce this matter to the public? Here comes the main event. Su Yuan had plotted to create the law this time in order to harvest this large wave of emotional value. But there's something to be said for that. According to the system, mood value fluctuations caused by himself are gained in full, whereas fluctuations in emotional values caused by indirect transmission through various media, there will be a percentage of attenuation. The more iterations of propagation there are, the greater the percentage of decay, and at the end of the day, it is not even possible to get a sentiment value. So, he's going to come and announce this in person, and in-person bigwigs. The more the merrier. Ahem. Start flubbing. Master Qin. Harm. Why are you being so formal? Just call me Brother Qin from now on. Ahem. Brother Qin. You know, a man of my age. Generally, they like to be in the limelight. So I was thinking if I could make the announcement about it myself? Ha ha. Qin Tian's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone. Of course there's no problem. He truly didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Yuan's request at all. Instead, as a result, find him honest. Thinks he's cute. Thinks he's in tune with his temperament. I have another small request. Brother Qin, you should have a wide range of contacts, right? That's for sure. Then, apart from the bigwigs of the Association of Psychic Readers, can you call out some more bigwigs to help me calm down? No problem. Can we call out some more reporters? No problem. Okay, then I'll take a flight this afternoon to come over to the Imperial City. No, I'll pick you up myself now. Hang up the phone. Su Yuan had a huge smile on his face. This wave is coming down. 1,000,000 to start. 500 pumps to hit the bottom. This meant that one could get at least 5 red quality rewards. 5 straight Jedi. Cool. After breakfast, Su Yuan found Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng directly, explained to them that he was traveling to the imperial capital to hold a launch party. What? The verification was successful. Shang Wanru was shocked beyond belief. She was aware of Su Yuan's attempt to create the Dharma and preach the Tao, but she hadn't expected that the spiritual cultivation method created by Su Yuan would actually be confirmed so quickly. As for Shang Wanmeng, there was only a surfeit of smiles on her face. It's true that Obuchi is synonymous with miracle. What other surprises will he bring to the table in the future? Airport. Hyunji. Brother Chin. Two brothers several rounds apart in age meet. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Tian looked at Shang Wanru, who had sent Su Yuan to the airport. So what? Ru, don't worry about your sister, either. Chief Ancient will surely investigate with all his might. The tired-faced Shang Wanru pretended to nod and reluctantly smiled. Thank you for Elder Qin's concern. Xiao Yuan is in your hands. Shang Wanru changed the topic in time. Su Yuan's eyes were watching. Sister Ru was also quite good at acting. Aha. Qin Tian didn't say much. He couldn't do anything about Shang Wanmeng's matter. Taking Su Yuan with him, he boarded the Qin family's private airplane and headed straight to the imperial capital. On the airplane, Qin Tian and Su Yuan on how this cultivation method should be passed on after the announcement of the spiritual power cultivation method. There was some discussion about who to pass it to. Sage brother, you created this mental power cultivation method. The decision is yours. Su Yuan pondered a little. You can start by selecting some low-ranked martial artists in the Spiritual Luminaries Association who are more gifted in spirituality and whose hearts and morals are over the top, and pass down this Sunwatch method for secondary verification. To follow up, a threshold could be established. For example, by reaching a certain contribution value, or if you do something that is meritorious to Xia, you can obtain the cultivation method. As for how the specific details work, Brother Qin, you just watch the arrangements yourself. The decision was made with several considerations as follows. First, the only part of the Great Sun Observation Sutra that he has revealed so far is the first glimpse of the rising sun section. Getting the word out is not a big problem. Secondly, if there aren't many people who can practice it, then it could reap a huge wave of shock at first, but the follow-through will be relatively lackluster. And if, as he says, a threshold is set, allowing those contributing spiritual reciters to access and acquire the Dainichi Canon Sutra, to keep that recitation, that longing, that's the equivalent of a long-term meal ticket. Thirdly, to benefit Daxia and to raise the average level of the spiritual readers of Daxia. It's kind of his contribution to his country. That's why Su Yuan added with a smile at the end. The creation of the Dharma is meant to transmit the Dharma. So what is the point of creating the Dharma if it is treasured? Yes. Qin Tian's eyes lit up with emotion as he listened. What a creation of the Dharma as transmission of the Dharma. To have such foresight at such a young age. Sage brother is truly a young hero. Su Yuan laughed. Brother Qin is too kind. A few hours later, Su Yuan successfully arrived at the imperial capital. Before that, Qin Tian had already chartered the largest hotel in the imperial capital, and he ordered all the tables in the hall to be removed and used as a venue for the launch to be held. Since Xin Chang likes to be lively, let's make it as lively as possible. People stand for me all over the place. Sure. Those sub-presidents and sub-vice presidents of the spiritualist associations of the various administrative districts who are on their way here, as well as the out-of-town buddies who had been dragged in by Qin Tian with Give Me Face. They were definitely unaware of this matter. If they came here and realized that there were no chairs to sit on and they had to stand, they would probably have to stare. Honestly, this thing seems to have been done so casually that it has a scribbly beauty to it. Actually, and it did get done very sloppily. But, what kind of status is he? Elder Qin? Even if it's scribbled, that's the unique taste of a bigot. 1:15 p.m. 15 minutes until the launch. The biggest hotel in the imperial capital, the Longhua Hotel. Crowds arrive in droves, and after meeting in front of the hotel, most of them ask each other a question or two. I wonder what Elder Qin called everyone here to do. If only the branch presidents and vice presidents of the Psychic Readers Associations of the boroughs. That's presumably in the association. But the problem is that there are a lot of non-psychic readers out there. In addition to these people, there was a large group of journalists, but none of the frozen people knew exactly what was going on. It's just weird. Finally, by 1:30, Qin Tian showed up. On stage, he was still in his big pants, big undershirt and flip-flops, very grounded. Off stage, a crowd of people stood densely packed. There were a total of 321 7th Order feudal lords in Dixia, 8th Order sealed king, 76, excluding those who were unavailable and couldn't make it. A total of 42 Seal Marquis realm powerhouses had arrived, 8 Seal King realm powerhouses. The rest, at the very least, are of the 5th and 6th orders. The group, standing together, was confused. It's not. What exactly did Elder Qin call him over for? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they naturally kept quiet as Qin Tian had yet to speak. Of course, there are exceptions. In front of the crowd, there stood an old woman with white hair. Her name is Lu Mei. She comes from the Lu family, and as the vice president of the Daxia Spiritualist Association. Like Qin Tian, she was a ninth-order supreme being. Old man Qin, what the hell are you doing? Lu Mei asked with a frown. Hey, you'll find out later. He looked like an old man and refused to let go of his mouth in the slightest. Lu Mei shook her head helplessly at the sight. This old immortal was exactly the same as when she was young. Bitchy. Backstage, Su Yuan felt. The pressure was so billion points high. This brother Qin of his own. Why did he feel so scribbly when he did things? There's a whole bunch of people standing around on this stage. There wasn't even one to sit on. He finally realized what it meant to say the world is a giant straw tableau. Hi Unji, how was it? Is it hot? Qin Tian transmitted his voice in an excited tone. Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. Are you ready to go on stage? He took a deep breath. Ready. And so, Qin Tian, who was in front of the stage, cleared his throat and finally spoke. Gentlemen, I've called you all here today because I actually have an announcement I want to make. But this matter, it is not for me to say, but for my good brother Qin. Speaking of which, he grinned at Su Yuan in the background. Sage, come. The words fell. The crowd on the stage was curious. Elder Qin's brother? Who is it? What's the announcement? Su Yuan, you ninth order supreme beings. Are you all like this? He walked stiffly onto the stage. See Su Yuan. Off stage. Lu Mei. Sealed king powerful. Feudal powers. Sixth order power. Fifth order power. Journalists. P.S. There are 2 more tonight. I have to code them without sleeping. It's just that it'll probably be after 12 o'clock. Tonight, definitely smoke a good one. I, Su Yuan, am back on top. Believe me, give me power for love. Chapter 146, Shock. Ancient Vivo was on to me? Let's smoke 2 rounds to calm our nerves. If they are not mistaken. It's a young man. No, it's a student. Looks 18 at best. Xin Lao. What did you call him? Hi Unji? Crowd. The silence was deafening. Lu Mei tugged at the corner of her mouth and looked towards Qin Tian who was standing beside Su Yuan. Alzheimer's? Crowd. They had this suspicion. But they didn't dare to say anything. It was good that it was old man Lu who was there to help them say what they didn't dare to say. But then again, you really can't hold back the words. The corner of Qin Tian's mouth was twisted. Just listen. Seeing him do so, the crowd had no choice but to turn their attention to Su Yuan once again. Soon, someone recognized him. Ha, isn't this that Nanjiang Tianjiao? It seems to be true. What's the situation? The crowd suddenly murmured. After the 6 cities joint examination, Su Yuan had already gained fame. And the Murraytown incident that happened earlier. What was announced to the outside world was foreign forces attacked and killed Heaven's Pride, adding even more to his attention. It's normal to be recognized now. Ahem. Qin Tian coughed and the crowd quieted down again. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Qin created such an opportunity for him. He's got to make the most of it. So he opened his mouth. Straight to the point. Right to the point. Seniors, I have created a spiritual power cultivation discipline. Crowd. However, at the moment, this mental power cultivation method is only applicable to low-ranked martial artists. But I am confident that, being able to refine and complete it in the future. Crowd. Well, I'm done. Crowd. Qin Tian seemed to have anticipated this scene and threw Su Yuan their old brother in the "Don't panic old man" smile. Then a wave towards the backstage. Come on, upper granddaughter. A few seconds passed. Qin Rumam walked up with a dark face. Su Yuan? What the hell? What's this link? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Qin Tian hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Only giving it don't worry. It's under my control look. Compared to Su Yuan, the crowd under the field knew much more about Qin Rumang. This is the Qin family's daughter. Elder Qin's own granddaughter. One of the 3 monsters of the imperial capital. Even if Su Yuan's reputation was booming lately, if you really wanted to compare it to Qin Rumang, that's certainly far worse. Qin Tian was so bold that he waved his hand. Granddaughter, speak. Qin Rumang's head was filled with black lines. Uncles, aunts, grandmothers. I've been practicing the spiritual power cultivation method created by Su Yuan's classmates during this recent period of time, and I've succeeded. Crowd. Silence this time. Somewhat different. If anything, Su Yuan himself said earlier, the crowd didn't take it seriously at all. So now Qin Rumang came on stage to prove that. Then things are of a different nature. Ryoko. Lu Mei slowly looked at Qin Tian. Her voice had a slight tremor. Old immortal. You're not making fun of us? Qin Tian suddenly became full of seriousness. Gentlemen, I, Qin Tian, swear on my honor that what Shin Bisu said just now, as well as what this granddaughter of mine said. It's all the truth. The words fell. There was still silence in the room. But there are times. Shocked. There are no words to express it. A few short seconds passed. Click, click, click. There was a flash of white light, and those reporters who had come back to their senses had begun to frantically shoot. In the silence, the crowd's eyes returned to Su Yuan once more. But this time, it was different from the previous disbelief and confusion. This time, there is only one look. The name of that look is called shock. Su Yuan silently opened the system panel and looked at his emotional value balance. 10,000, 30k, 50k, 90k. Emotional values were skyrocketing wildly at an unprecedented rate. Seems like a very funny, nonsensical launch. After it was over, it brought a storm. The news that Su Yuan had created a spiritual power cultivation method and that it had been confirmed. With great speed, it instantly spread throughout the Grand Xia. Even if this mental power cultivation method was currently only suitable for low-ranked martial artists, it was an introduction, a lead-in that has never been seen in centuries. Over the centuries, how many powerful people had tried to create a spiritual power cultivation method, all of which had ended in failure. And now, a rank 1 martial artist who had just awakened not long ago had succeeded. The circle of martial artists spread the word in a big way. News Frenzy Podcast. The magnitude of its momentum was even swifter than the annual publicity for the Denglong Wushu Scholarship. In the meantime, Su Yuan, the person involved in the incident, was a guest in the Qin family. Little dream. Come, a formal introduction. Su Yuan, your grandfather, my good brother. Xian Di, this is my granddaughter. She's in your class. Her first name is Qin Rumeng, and her nickname is Xiaomeng. We're each in our own class. Just make up your own terms of endearment between the two of you. Qin Tian smilingly introduced the two of them. Su Yuan, Qin Rumeng. Upon hearing the title Little Dream, Su Yuan instinctively reacted. Is dream a common word in names? Of course, it was only for a moment. He politely nodded his head in greeting toward Qin Rumeng. Hello, Mr. Qin. Well, hello. Qin Rumeng responded with the same politeness. To Su Yuan, she was really interested, but this interest was not directed against his person. Rather, he was interested in the fact that he was able to create a spiritual power cultivation method, and in exactly how strong he was. You two talk first. I'll go make you some tea. Having said that, Qin Tian then disappeared, incidentally carrying away Qin Rulong, who was peeping not far away. Master, what are you doing? Qin Rulong lowered his voice and struggled. Don't add to the mess. You kid, I didn't. I'm just checking out what it is about that guy that attracts Big Brother Goo. Room. The atmosphere was quiet. Su Yuan was the first to break the awkwardness. Brother Qin. No, your grandfather he. Always like this? Qin Rumeng sighed and leaned back in her chair. Isn't it a bit different from the imagined Ninth Order Supreme? It was a bit. Mostly because I didn't expect it to be so down to earth. Qin Rumeng shook her head. In fact, he's the only one like him in the entire empire. The other Ninth Order Supreme beings should be similar to what you think. Aha. Su Yuan nodded. He feels it too. If all the Ninth Order Supreme beings in Xia were like Brother Qin, it feels more or less unreliable. Just so, the two are out of words again. This time it became Qin Rumeng who took the initiative to speak. Want to fight me? Su Yuan slowly snapped out a question mark. What the hell? The young girl in front of me was beautiful to look at, but not in that girlish, feminine way that. Rather, it's that heroic, valiant beauty, like a female general in ancient times. But even so, that shouldn't be a reason to invite someone to a fight when you have nothing to say, either, should it? No way. Su Yuan shook his head and refused. Okay. Qin Rumeng didn't force the issue, but she thought about it and spoke again. You stay in the empire today? Or go back? Su Yuan helplessly laughed. I was planning to go back, but Brother Qin insisted that I stay for the night. Qin Rumeng nodded her head and did not have any special expression, but only said softly, it's okay, we have plenty of room at home. But if you're going to spend a day in the imperial capital, you'll want to watch out for a guy named Gao Wu. Ancient Vivo? Su Yuan repeated the name, inexplicably feeling a little joyful. What? Qin Rumeng didn't understand what Su Yuan was saying and didn't know what he was laughing at. Nothing. Which way? Which wa? The only me of only me. Isn't that a crazy name? It's pretty wild, but he has the right to be mad. Can you guess who his father is? Surname Gu, and such a wild name. Chief Gu? Aha. Qin Rumeng nodded. I've heard from my brother that he seems to have his eye on you. If he's going to fight you, it's not like I'm so good at saying no. Su Yuan, he's a busty pervert with black-rimmed glasses. Not that kind of pervert. It's his desire to fight that's a bit perverted. Su Yuan, why doesn't it feel good? just to be on the safe side. Take a look. How long has this been going on? 500,000 emotions already? That's enough for a 2-shot guarantee? Comfortable. Smoke it later, lest this ancient Vivo come looking for trouble. P.S. One more chapter to go. Punch it. Chapter 147, Luck Enhancement. Opening the door. The ancient god bloodline returns. Arashur City. In the training gym. Lobby. On the couch. Shangguan Mang leaned back on the sofa with her legs crossed, clutching a large bag of potato chips. On the television, news about Su Yuan's creation of the law was being broadcast. According to reports, this talented young man named Su Yuan is only 18 years old this year. It was one of the parties involved in the attack on Winqing some time ago. The Blue Star martial arts have been developing for centuries, and no one has ever been able to create a spiritual power cultivation method. But now that barrier has been broken. This is the teenager who made the miracle. This is Xin Tian, president of the Daxia Spiritual Luminaries Association, stated. Student Su Yuan will be the first ever honorary member of the association. Shangguan Ru reached over and stole a slice from her bag of chips. Sis, Xiao Yuan is really on fire now. Well, it looks like it. Shangguan Meng nodded and reached out only to find the bag empty. Shangguan Ru lamented. Now that Elder Qin treats him like a treasure, I guess no one dares to touch him. Shangguan Meng's eyelashes fluttered lightly and she didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shangguan Ru looked curiously and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the necklace around her neck. Eyes lit up. Sis, when did you buy a necklace? With that said, he lunged with interest to find out what was going on. Shangguan Meng? Shangguan Ru's movement stopped hard and skimmed. Cheapskate. Shangguan Meng reached out and gently pressed her hand to her chest. Her eyes lowered, and she said in an undeniable tone, no one can see it but me. Shangguan Ru's eyes lit up, instantly smelling the sweet melon flavor. Did someone else give it to you? Boo. The sound of a broken window. Talkative. Su Anyun's room. Who dash? She opened her eyes slowly. That already fair skin looked more and more crystalline. The first level of cultivation of the undying glazed body has 3 small levels, and today we're going to hit the first level. That's why she had asked Shangguan Ru for a vacation yesterday, and the latter had agreed to it painfully. Finally, this level breaks through, leaving 2 smaller levels that she would be able to successfully cultivate the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Counting the time, there were still about 20 days to go before the third comparison. That's enough. She gathered her strength and stood up, getting ready to go find Sabuchi to clock in and sign in with a word of encouragement. Get today's daily reward. She headed to the training area. At this hour, Su Yuan should still be training. Aha? No? She frowned slightly and looked around again, but she still didn't find Su Yuan's figure. What the hell? She took out her cell phone and was about to send a message to ask, but as soon as she turned on the screen, then there are tons of news pop-ups. She had wanted to clear out of habit, but after seeing Su Yuan's name, there was a hard pause. It's just that the more you look at it, the more it doesn't look right. Su Yuan? Genius lawmaking boy? Honorary member of the Daxia Spiritualist Association? The first creator of the Blue Star's mental power cultivation method? A beautiful boy who blossoms in both flesh and spirit? What's all this? Su Anyun's frown grew tighter and tighter. She was aware that Su Yuan possessed materialized spiritual power, but she'd always thought it was Su Yuan's innate talent. As a result, you turned around and told her, this is the spiritual practice he created? Unbelievable. Such a thing as creating a law is not for ordinary people. She didn't believe that Su Yuan could create a spiritual power cultivation method. She preferred this cultivation method that he had gotten through the special ability of the Chosen One. It was just like the underworld crystal he got last time. The law of the sun? Well, it fit with the outward spiritual power he was displaying at the time. But, what was he thinking? Why did you reveal and publicize the spiritual power cultivation method? A backer in order to get on the big boat of the Association of Psychic Readers? Forget it, it's his choice anyway, and it has nothing to do with him. What she wanted to know more than anything else right now was if he was coming back today. So she sent a message to Su Yuan. Will you be back today? After a while, Su Yuan's reply arrived. I don't think I'm coming back. Su Yen. System, does me saying that to him via message count as signing in? Ding. Doesn't count. The only way to feel genuine encouragement is face-to-face. Su Yen. If it's just the daily check-in bonus, so be it, it's gone. The point is that the system says that consecutive check-ins up to the day before the third comparison, there's an extra super bonus. She could only go to Shangguan Ru, but in the end, even she wasn't found. Only Shangguan Meng, who was watching the newscast on the couch, was found. The last attack. Su Anyun was the only one who hadn't participated and hadn't seen the battle with her own eyes. From Shangguan Ru's and Shangguan Meng's perspectives, she didn't know anything. As a matter of fact, Su Anyan did not know about Su Yuan's backstabbing Morongjun, but other than that, she knows everything, but she had to act like she didn't know. Spy within a spy within a spy. Where's Sister Ru? She asked towards Shangwan Meng. I don't know. Shangwan Meng shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Su Yen. She had to leave. Then call Shangwan Ru. Good thing it was Shangwan Ru who was swiping her cell phone before she was thrown flying out of the room, so managed to get a call from Su Yen. At this point, she was on her way back in a state of disarray. Sister Ru, I'm going to make a trip to the imperial capital. Oh, what are you doing in the imperial city? Su Anyan didn't know how to explain, and finally could only say, something's up. You're being honest with me. It's to look for Fuchi? No, I'll believe the hell out of you. Of course, as Su Anyan's attending psychiatrist, Shangwan Ru forgave her for her stubbornness and preserved decency for her. Okay, be safe. When Su Anyan boarded the plane to the imperial capital, Su Yuan, who had ended his awkward chat with Qin Rumeng, returned to the room Qin Tian had arranged for him. Sage brother, treat this as your own home, and if there's anything you need, just look for me. Okay, Qin, go about your business. Finally, there's time for a raffle. Su Yuan called up the system panel. Emotional value, 62W. There's enough for 300 rounds already, and the list goes on and on. It's really cool this time. Su Yuan's smile was wide. It feels like I've been pretty lucky lately, and I just picked up money on the way. The head of this chi +1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1 of Su Yuan started his own Pokies journey. System, let's start with 100 rounds of advanced draw. Ding. Consume 20 W points of emotional value. Conduct 100 rounds of advanced draw. As the system beep sounded, Su Yuan leaned back on the bed in the most comfortable position, preparing for the arrival of various rewards. Results. The first round of the lottery. A dazzling red light lit up, directly blinding his eyes. It made him sit up violently. ***. Open the door. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 starburst. Red quality. Starburst, the essence of the power of the stars. The hints for this item are simple though, but Su Yuan felt it was very uncomplicated. Because, the moment the thing appeared, he felt the heavenly origin bottle and a fluctuation appeared. Shouldn't this thing can recharge the heavenly source bottle, right? He took out the heavenly origin bottle. It was as he expected. As he approached the crystal core that was as bright as a star, a breathless, ethereal light shimmered on the heavenly source bottle. Really? Su Yuan's breath hitched violently. He knew that he would be able to regain his ancient god bloodline sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be this soon. So without hesitation, he threw that starburst into the heavenly source vase. Almost instantly, the starburst disappeared. Following, a crystalline droplet visible to the naked eye coalesced. No, wait, more than a drop. P.S. Chapter 4. Good job to the brothers who waited until now. Whispering Pussy, these 4 chapters are over 10,000 words, which equals 5 chapters. Chapter 148, even more than before. Suppress all enemies before you. Blood Apostle. After the initial drop of crystalline liquid condensed, surprisingly, another drop slowly precipitated out. 2 drops. Su Yuan's eyes slowly brightened. It's finally back. This time, it's a really bad time. What's the key? The key this is to open the door. The first shot came out with a red quality bonus. Do you know how hard it is to be a bondsman? However, Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry to take the heavenly origin liquid. There were still 99 rounds left here. If no red quality rewards show up in those 99 rounds, then make up one more round. Make it 100 draws and another red quality bonus. Metso. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the soul nourishing elixir. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Shen liquid. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the purple Spirit Harmony crystal. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 3 days of static space. Ding. Congratulations on getting. Ding. Congratulations on getting. A prompt came. A large number of generous resource rewards dazzled Su Yuan. It was a good thing that the rewards drawn by the system were able to be stored in the system space, otherwise, with such a large pile of rewards, his 3x3x3 primordial space ring couldn't even be stacked. I think I remember Su Anyan saying that chosen ones all have special abilities? Though she didn't ask what my specific powers were. Why don't we fool her later and say that my ability is Polyjuice? Being able to access a wide variety of resource items? If she needs it, she can come to me and beg. No, come to me for a deal? I have more resources than I can use anyway, so she should be pretty short on them, right? Or, generally speaking, There are superpowers in the stars that engage in the trading industry, right? Packaging myself as an heir to such a superpower walking around outside? Well, +1 to the lulz program. Su Yuan's smile grew wider and wider as he continued to put in one round, rounding up 99 rounds to 100. Meet your own guaranteed rewards. Ding! 100th premium draw. Trigger the guaranteed reward. Congratulations on obtaining the key to the abyss. Red quality. Key to the abyss. The holder can use this as a medium to the demon abyss. Recharge the demonic core obtained by killing demons to go back and forth between the two realms. Current number of recharges, 1. Su Yuan? It's not. Why did you give yourself such a thing? The demon abyss. Is it related to the abyssal rift you encountered? Those third-level demons almost made themselves cold. Nope. Couldn't cool off a bit. Dead memories began to attack him. When he first met the abyssal demon, he hugged Dream and ran. In the end, to go along with his own popping, he even came up with the line "Watch out for the it's going to be cool next." And at that time, little Dream was already a 7th order Seal Marquee realm powerhouse. What was it like for her to watch herself pretend? You should be embarrassed by yourself, right? The only way to clear my shame now is for me to become stronger than Dream. And then, do it again. No, that's not right either. As opposed to letting Dream wade in and then me popping seeds and playing hard to get, I'm leaning more towards her never being in danger. Pretending and all that, just pretend with outsiders. Su Yuan shook his head, putting these unbearable past events behind him. As for this, key to the abyss, what was he doing in the abyss with nothing to do? Put it away. He returned his gaze to the sky source bottle. The process of taking the heaven's origin liquid to regain the ancient god's bloodline would take an unknown amount of time. In order not to be disturbed, Su Yuan planned to finish it within the still space. After these 100 pumps, the duration of the still space, from the original 50-odd days, it grew directly to 92 days, almost 3 months, and behind that, even more hundreds of draws await you, so it doesn't hurt to use it. Open the still space. All is still in the outside world, and Su Yuan also came to that mysterious space once again. After mentally preparing himself, he took out 1 drop of heavenly origin liquid from the heavenly origin bottle and tilted his head to swallow it. Boom! The moment the heavenly source liquid entered the stomach, Su Yuan then felt as if his entire body was about to explode. The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow was more intense than any other time in the past. It was as if something was tearing through his flesh a little, drilling through his bones a little. But, endure. Don't you want to get stronger? If you can't stand this pain, what else can you do? A little bit of time passed. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Beneath his eyes, a brilliant golden light flashed, more prevalent than before. 3 days. 3 full days. Every second of it was agonizing. But it all pays off. After using the divine blood prison, the ancient god's blood in his body burned out, like a candle in the wind. Only the last vestigial remnants of the seed remain. But nowadays, the blood of the ancient god revived within him, even more so than before. This familiar sense of power. That's nice. Su Yuan was very emotional and nostalgic. Although now that the ancient god bloodline had been revived, it gave him the ability to utilize the divine blood prison once again. But this kind of all-consuming undercurrent, if it's not really compelling, he was never going to want to move again. Besides, if one could kill a 7th rank using divine blood prison, what about an 8th rank, a 9th rank, or stronger? Star realm, strong? So, self-strength is the guarantee. What he wanted to do was not to have all sorts of undercurrents to kill the enemy by crossing the ranks. What he wanted to do was to grow to a height where he could use his supreme greatness to subdue and kill all enemies in front of him. The heavenly source liquid cannot be used continuously. Keep this remaining 1 drop for now. Su Yuan closed the stasis space and returned to reality. He did not continue the lottery for the time being, for the lottery could be done any time. Now that he had more important things to do. He looked towards the huge and rich chi and blood power within his body, and this was Morongjin's legacy as a 7th order Seal Marquee realm powerhouse. He's going to start. Eroded bones and sucked marrow. Enjoy the blood of this sinner who tried to desecrate Ruin Dream. He himself had been stuck in his current realm for too long, and he needed to get stronger quickly. The power of Tao Tai is energized by the bloodline. It was as if the savage hissing of this ancient giant monster came from within Su Yuan's body, and he began to devour, digest, and impact the limits little by little. Beyond the heavy oceans, Eagle American Commonwealth, Galilee, Suburbia. A luxurious manor that covered an extremely vast area and resembled a royal palace. This is the seat of the illustrious Arcus family. The Arcus family, one of the 4 great families of the Eagle American Federation, with a bloodline heritage. The family is immensely powerful, with political, business and military, everything. As for strength, No one knows how deep the Arcus family really goes. However, there were 3 prince-level powerhouses that had been publicly revealed. At this point, on the topmost floor of the estate, in the room of extreme luxury, a handsome white man, who bore a passing resemblance to Flory, was grimacing and fingertips tapped on the desktop as if waiting for something. The man's name is Andrew Arcus, one of the 3 explicit prince-level powerhouses of the Arcus family, and at the same time, he was also Flory Arcus' uncle. How the hell did Flory miss? Andrew's eyes twinkled. It was reasonable to say that even if the other party was a top genius of the Grand Xia with the name of Witch, with Flory's 8th rank strength, in conjunction with 7th rank Morongjun, it would still be easy to kill her. But nowadays, Flory has lost contact with the family and his life is uncertain. Da Xia also pressured the house, and their arch-rivals in the Arcus family took advantage of this. Suddenly, in front of him, spatial fluctuations came. Immediately afterward, a tiny spatial crack unfolded, and blood-red mist emanated from it. The blood-red mist formed a man with wings on his back and horns on his head. A demonic silhouette with goat-like linear pupils, a blood-red body, and a shriveled, skinny figure. The cloud on the man's face instantly disappeared, dissolving into awe and, rising to his feet, he bowed and curtsied toward the demon. Honorable Lord Blood Apostle. The demon known as Blood Apostle had a hoarse voice. Andrew, except for the blood sacrifice ceremony of those 1,000,000 people, I also need you to help me find someone, or something. A compass appeared in its palm. The needle on the compass was wobbling, pointing vaguely in a specific direction. If the late Flory Arcus had been here, he might have recognized that the runes on it were so similar to those that flowed from the pupils of the witch that killed him. It's prioritized. Still on top of the blood sacrifice. Andrew's eyes flickered slightly as he took the compass. Lord Apostle, this is. His words had not yet left his mouth. The blood-red demon's sharp index finger had been pressed against his brow, and a little blood oozed out of the uncomfortable demonic horizontal pupils were close at hand, with only cruelty and bloodlust. A gust of fishy wind accompanied the raspy voice. Don't ask. Chapter 149. In order to make you, G-Luck +1, I ran for thousands of miles. Imperial capital. That ordinary little 4-story building. Dad, why don't you let me go and spar with Abuchi? Kuwei looked at my father in front of me in confusion. He had already seen the news and knew that Su Yuan had come to the imperial capital, and he also received a text message from Qin Rulong, learning that Su Yuan would stay over at the Qin family tonight. What a great opportunity this is. His fists are hungry. His legs had been hard to bear. He wanted to see if this man, in fact, could be his opponent. Not now. Gu Tiantian shook his head. He had learned about Su Yuan's drastic drop in physical quality from White Burial. At this time, Su Yuan, not to mention Gu Weiwei, perhaps even Morong Bai, whom he had once easily defeated, might not be able to beat it. Why is it inappropriate? Ku Wei, I pursued. Ancient Qing Tian did not reply, but only faintly said, why don't I practice with you? Ku Wei, I was silent for a moment, then reached out violently and tore off the clothes on his body as the eyes grew excited. Come on, Shangwan family. Backyard. Shangwan Shang looked at the news that was broadcasting Su Yuan's deeds, his narrow eyes narrowing a little. Create the law? It's just a little carving. The corners of his mouth lifted in a disdainful arc. Ever since learning that Shangwan Meng had once threatened Morongjun in order to protect Su Yuan, he then put Su Yuan on his must-kill list. Only now, Su Yuan had stepped into the vision of the Dixia's senior management because of this matter of creating the law, trying to move him. It's not that easy for now, or it'll lead to unnecessary trouble. Besides, his mind was now on Shangwan Meng's whereabouts. Shangwan Wakes raises his right hand. In the palm of his right hand, bursts of runes flowed, and a ghostly purple seed-like light cluster alternated between light and dark. The second meditation seed hasn't condensed yet. It's making it difficult for me. The first underworld seed, which he planted in the Shangwan family's head of household. That is, on his nominal grandfather, Shangwan Hong. With this, he was able to use Shangwan Hong as his eyes and ears to see what he saw. Hear what he hears. But it's not enough to be manipulative. However, he still had time. Take your time. What's his will always be his. None of it will escape. The Qin family. Room. Su Yuan opened his eyes. Before the 6 cities joint examination, he had already connected all 9 true veins, and had begun to work on widening them. Intend to ascend to the 2nd rank with the ultimate realm. Unfortunately, then there was an attack, and the ancient god's bloodline burned to the ground. It causes one's cultivation speed to drop dramatically. That's a lot of time to fall behind on your own in almost 10 days. Even Su Anyan had surpassed himself in the realm in reverse. And besides her, there were many remaining heavenly prides. For example, the Qin Rumming he had just met. For from what she hears about the fighting muscle-bullying maniac Guvivo. Sure, Su Yuan had confidence in his battle prowess. Even if the realm had fallen a bit, there was not much of a problem in hanging them. What's more, his current cultivation speed was much faster than the original. Just now, he had run the Taotai transformation with all his might, frantically devouring that huge mass of qi and blood in his body, re-impacting the true veins in his body. He completed the widening of a true vein in just 2 hours, and put in the original. It takes 2 whole days. Suffice it to say that until the express sent by Murray Town is consumed, his cultivation speed would all soar like a rocket. That's exactly what he wants. Because you have experienced loss, you know how to cherish it better. You can't keep thinking about using undercards and killing moves to fight over the ranks. Not only did he want to raise his battle power, he also wanted to raise his realm. What does it mean to suppress all enemies in front of you? The only way to do that is to crush it all. Only then can it be called suppression. In order to make his suppression journey more secure. System, I still have to draw the lottery. Buzz. The cell phone on the side suddenly vibrated a few times, causing Su Yuan's raffle to pause. I'm in the Imperial City. Where are you? The information came from Su Yen. The question is, what are you doing in the Imperial City? Confused, Su Yuan sent a reply to Su Yen. It's not enough to come and ask where you are and what you're doing. It was important to realize that these days, Su Yen had stopped chasing after him for massages like before. And I don't know if it's the psychological issues that have eased a bit, or does she not want to carry the title of Massage Emperor any longer? Anyway, she resumed her usual coldness and indifference. Something's wrong. I'm at Chin's. You want to come over? I'm already at Chin's door. Then why did you ask before? Confirmation. Su Yuan had no choice but to put away his cell phone and walk towards the outside. Let's see what kind of crazy the Su Anyan guy is up to. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of people who wanted to meet Su Yuan after that conference. But Qin Tian spoke, indicating that this sage brother of his said he was going to take a good rest and no one was to be disturbed. The Ninth Order Supreme Being has spoken. Who dares to be in trouble? Wouldn't that be purely self-inflicted? So, upon hearing that someone had come over and asked for Su Yuan by name, Qin Tian was surprised. No, who's so arrogant? If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you think I'm a sick cat? He came out in his big slippers. When he came out, he saw Su Anyan standing outside. What a handsome daughter. Qin Tian's eyes lit up, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. This isn't So's original wife, is it? That's not good. He was still counting on Little Dream to take down Hyunji Su. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to probe for information first, only to see him come over to Su Anyan's side. Little girl, I'm the gatekeeper of this house. You're here to find that Su Yuan, right? Su Yen. Of course she recognized the old man in front of her, who looked like a chartered house and claimed to be the gatekeeper, the previous head of the Qin family, the president of the Great Xia Spiritual Luminaries Association, and one of the Great Xia's 9 ranks of supreme beings. Qin Tian, a Ninth Order Supreme Being with no proper form like him was, to be honest, unique. Yes, Su Anyan nodded gently. What are you here to see him for? Say a word. What's that? Su Anyan closed her eyes and didn't speak. Look at this thing hole. To Qin Tian heart a prick scratch. In the end what words but seeing that Su Yuan was about to arrive, he could only find a random excuse to dodge first. A few seconds later, Su Yuan came to the door. Seeing Su Anyan standing outside the door. You really came to the imperial capital. Say, what is it that you want from me? Su Anyan shot a glance at Su Yuan. Well, it felt as if he had changed somewhere, but then again, it didn't feel like it. Wait, could it be that his body has recovered? To this day, she wasn't even sure what Su Yuan's weakening body was due to. Just think of it as being injured in that attack. That's all. Whether he recovers or not is irrelevant. He himself has a glazed indestructible body and a battle chi, so he will win in a packet. So she intended to make quick work of it and withdrew her gaze, saying faintly, I watched the news. I hope you don't indulge in false fame. Strength is fundamental. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with me, and I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Ding! Daily clocking is complete. Receive daily resource rewards. A system beep was heard coming. Su Anyan turned around and walked away. No hesitation at all. As for Su Yuan, his head popped up with +1 chi. Bubbled up on his face. What the hell? Inexplicably following yourself all the way to the imperial capital, thousands of miles, just to say such a thing? Don't get it and are greatly shocked. He shook his head, just about to turn around and leave. Not far away, a car drove by, and its wheels rolled over a small stone that, it caused it to burst forth violently, brushing against Su Yuan's face at a distance of less than 1 millimeter. Of course, even if the stone hit it couldn't break Su Yuan's skin. But luck of the draw? Aha! Hurry back to the raffle. Chapter 150 Gold and Red All Out. Returning Gun Intent. 5 Saints Body Refining Technique. After Su Yuan left, the figure of Qin Tian reappeared in front of the door. At this moment, he was puzzled and muttered as he looked in the direction Su Anyan had left. Finished, and really say a word and leave? Why does that look like a bet? It's just like my back in the day. Don't really be Hyunji's little girlfriend. Back in the room, Su Yuan looked at the system panel. Emotional value, 67W. Counting the 100 rounds that he had just made, it amounted to the matter of creating the law and preaching the word. Already racked up 87W emotion points for himself. The growth rate has slowed down significantly, but it's cool enough. Again, 100 more rounds. Tonight, he's going to smoke a lot. Ding. Consume 20W of emotional value for 100 advanced draws. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1-star crystal. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank battle technique Sunset Gun. Blue quality. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 20 pounds of glazed star marrow. Purple quality. Oh, finally a purple bonus shot. Glazed star marrow? Seems like I've gained 1 pound before. It was said to be good for hardening the flesh, but I didn't expect it to come straight to 20 pounds now. Well, throw it in the corner for now and wait for an opportunity to use it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the returning gun intent. Gold color quality. Out of the money? Good. Sure got lucky. Returning to the gun intent, any gun technique that has been cultivated to the true intent can be integrated into it. Summarizing all the thousands, all changes will come back to the same place, until we create a supreme spear technique of our own. Cool. Su Yuan's favorite weapon was the lance. Only very few of his current enemies are able to get him to use his weapon. Now with such a returning gun intent added, one's own gun technique in the definitely capable of going far. Ding. Congratulations on getting. Ding. A total of 100 advanced draws have been made, triggering the guarantee. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the 5 Sacred Body Refining Method Vermilion Bird Method. Red quality. The 5 Saints Body Refining Method, a secret body refining technique created with reference to the 5 Saints of the Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Qilin, which protects the body from invasion by the 5 Saints after it is completed. 5 Saints Body Refining Method, Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Zhenbu, White Tiger, Karen. Su Yuan's gaze perked up. These 5 parties and 5 saints. The Blue Star civilization doesn't have them, but Earth does. From the time he first obtained the 10 changes of the ancient gods, Taodai change, he had vaguely sensed that the Earth may still exist in this world. Later he learned from Su Anyan that there had been several chosen ones, or travelers, similar to himself in this part of the starry sky. So thoroughly affirmative. The Earth not only exists, but definitely not simple. I wonder if I'll have a chance to return to Earth in the future. After a little longing, Su Yuan began to check up on the 5 Sacred Body Refining Methods Vermilion Bird Method. The ancient god bloodline had already brought him a strong and incomparable physical body. If we add this 5 Sacred Body Refining Method, how strong would it be? A little bit of time passed. As Su Yuan gained a deeper understanding of this body refining method, he felt awesome big time. Compared to other body refining methods, this 5 Sacred Body Refining Method was somewhat special, because in addition to quenching the physical body, it also taps into the divine reserves of the 5 viscera and condenses the 5 sacred true spirits. This leads to different special abilities. For example, this Vermilion Bird Law. Vermilion Bird is the master of fire. Among the 5 human organs, the heart corresponds to the 5 elements of fire. This Vermilion Bird Law then contained the secret method of cultivating heart fire. Once cultivated, the heart is indestructible, not to mention that the heart flame could even evolve into the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, which was infinitely powerful. This Vermilion Bird Law has 10 layers, and the difficulty of each layer is exponentially multiplied. The 10th level even requires real Vermilion Bird Essence blood? This is a bit too high-end. Su Yuan was a bit emotional, but the more difficult it was to cultivate. It likewise symbolizes the more powerful it is after successful cultivation. The ancient 10 murderers correspond to the 10 changes of the ancient gods. The 5 saints of the 5 directions correspond to the 5 saints body refining method. It feels as if my growth qualifications are a bit too terrifying. The smile on Su Yuan's face gradually let loose. It just so happened that there were quite a few resources containing the element of fire in the previous raffle rewards. He directly began his research on the first layer of the 5 Sacred Body Refining Methods Vermilion Bird Method. In the meantime, Qin Rulong, who was practicing in his room, suddenly received a text message from Gu Weiwei. Lung, help me try a butchie's color. I, for one, am unable to come over right now. Photo, selfie of Gao Wu with a swollen nose, black eyes, and blood seeping from my lips. JPG, asterisk asterisk. Qin Rulong sat up violently, hastily snapping the word. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a few tips from my dad." Cow. Sound breaking, worthy of being Big Brother Gu. How dare you fight with your father? While Qin Rulong's admiration was as continuous as a mighty river. He also agreed to Gu Weiwei's request to try out Abuchi's color. He was still relatively confident in his strength. And, as long as he defeats Su Yuan, then Brother Ku, there's no need to fight him, right? And so, he put down his cell phone, ran straight to Su Yuan's room. Knock knock. He knocked on the door of Su Yuan's room. After a while, Su Yuan opened the door. He was a little curious to see a 1'6" white boy standing outside the door. "You are?" At that time, Qin Tian only introduced Qin Rumong to Su Yuan to get to know him and took Qin Rulong away. Qin Rumong herself didn't say that she had a younger brother, so naturally Su Yuan didn't recognize Qin Rulong. "Hello, my name is Qin Rulong." Qin Rulong grinned towards Su Yuan and introduced himself. Just as he heard this name, Su Yuan's fist moved slightly. I'm used to beating up dragons with the dragon shaking fist in the Dragon Soul Pearl these days. When I hear the word dragon I can't help but react with itchy hands. Qin Rumong is my sister." Without waiting for Su Yuan to speak, Qin Rulong added. This time, Su Yuan was really a bit curious. "Your siblings? Right. Then why are you called Qin Rulong and she is called Qin Rumong? Not Qin Rufeng, or Qin Ruohuang?" Words. Qin Rulong's body shivered violently, after a half-dozen thieving glances left and right, and a careful look around. After making sure his oldest sister wasn't around, he breathed a sigh of relief and heartfelt relief. This is a matter that can't be explained in the heat of the moment, but in the future, you must never, ever say this in front of my sister. I'll keep that in mind. Although he didn't know why, as the saying goes, the guest follows the host, and Su Yuan was a guest. It's normal for guests to go along with the host family's rules. Okay, down to business. Qin Rulong brought the topic back as he looked at Su Yuan. The eyes burned with a burning intent to fight. "I've heard of you before. I've also seen your combat performance during the joint examination of the 6 cities in South River. I never had the chance before, but now I want to spar with you." Su Yuan. It's really a sibling. Previously, Qin Rumong had initiated a fight invitation to himself. Now Qin Rulong, who was his younger brother, had also come to find himself sparring. Or forget it. Su Yuan politely refused. After all, he was here as a guest. How could a guest beat up his host? Besides, you can't call yourself anything else but Qin Rulong. He's afraid that when the time comes to cut up, his own self, who was used to using the dragon shaking fist, punched him senseless. "No." Qin Rulong shook his head. "I have reasons why I have to fight." Su Yuan? P.S. Chapter 3. One more chapter to go. Chapter 151, fighting a single punch to avoid 100 punches. "But I'm going to fight Gu Weimi." With Qin Rulong pestering him 3 times, Su Yuan finally agreed. "But he has a request." "Then call your grandfather here, and ask his old man to keep an eye on him, or I'm afraid I'll hit him too hard and it hurts you." Qin Rulong felt like he was being despised. Since Su Yuan was so much taller than him, he could only raise his head 45 degrees. "Yes, but I expect you to give it your all later." Su Yuan. Why does that sound so familiar? He coughed softly. "Well, definitely give it your all. Don't worry. Yes, that's all." Qin Rulong went and got his own grandfather. Qin Tian was a bit surprised after hearing that the two were going to engage in some sparring. To be honest, he didn't really care much about how strong Su Yuan was. After all, the person who was able to create the law of the on what? It's in the head. As long as the head is good, that's all that matters. As for fighting, just tell me who you want to beat up. I'll help you hang him and beat him up. Sure. Su Yuan himself had agreed, so he definitely had nothing to say. And although he didn't care how strong Su Yuan was, if the strength was good, that would be the icing on the cake. Soon, the news that Su Yuan wanted to spar with Qin Rulong spread throughout the Qin family. Qin Rumong was the first to stand up and object. This valiant female general came directly in front of Su Yuan. "Why don't you want to fight me to fight my brother? He's pretty good." Qin Rulong. Truth be told, it was true that he couldn't beat his oldest sister, but that's not the same, okay? The entire young generation of the imperial capital, with the exception of Shang Guanshang who had never shown his face, the only one who could steadily be stronger than her was Big Brother Guo, so he can't beat her and doesn't even call it a dish, okay? Su Yuan was thinking about how to reply. Qin Tian coughed softly and came up to drag Qin Rumong right back. "Xian Di, don't mind me. This granddaughter of mine isn't usually like this. She's usually quite gentle." Qin Rumong was full of questions. Whatever. In the end, Qin Rumong still didn't choose to dwell on it. Since Su Yuan was going to choose to fight Qin Rulong, so be it. She could first see how strong Su Yuan really was before making plans on whether or not to fight him. That's all. In the midst of many Qin family members watching, the duel between Su Yuan and Qin Rulong was about to begin. Before starting, Qin Tian stood aside and said with a smile, "Sage brother, feel free to do it with all your might. With me keeping an eye on it, nothing can go wrong." After saying that, he looked at Qin Rulong again with a stern face. "So what, grandson? You behave yourself too. Since you're the one who took the initiative to ask people to spar with you, don't make a joke out of it." Both of them nodded, saying that they would do their best. And so, the battle has begun. Qin Rulong looked like a small, white man, only 1 meter 6, but in reality, his strength was also extremely terrifying. In Gu Wei I beat the entire imperial capital this year's geniuses, after earning the title of human Tyrannosaurus Rex. As his little follower and fanboy, Qin Rulong was called Mini Tyrannosaurus Rex. Never mind what's going on with the mini. Just tell me if it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then look at Su Yuan. Looking at Qin Rulong who was charging towards him, he was in the midst of distracted thoughts. Since Qin is watching and nothing will happen, why don't you use some force yourself? Otherwise, what if anyone wants to come and spar with him in the future? One couldn't fight them all, could one? That would be too much trouble. So-called, if you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. But the problem is that there has to be something to be said about how that punch is thrown. Is Qin treating himself well? Good. So if you really want to make an example of me, then you can't take Qin's grandson and kill him. Counting the generations, then the other Xiaolong still has to call himself uncle. So, he decided, if you're going to fight, you have to fight the elite. Let's just take Goemi. He heard Qin Rumong say it. Govei, I'm a psychopathic fighting maniac. Anyone who was a famous genius, he had to fight himself. So, sooner or later, he's going to come looking to himself. When the time comes, he'll just give him seconds himself. What? You asked me why I beat Qin Rulong 50-50, but when I beat Gu Wei I was instant seconds? I'm sorry, I was trying to give my brother Qin a face. Then why reveal the lie later? Oh, it's not because you, Gu Wei, had to come and fight with me. Haven't met though, but Vivo bro, I fulfill your desire to fight. You take the fall for me. Aha, perfect. Think it through. Su Yuan then used his strength, which was comparable to Qin Rulong's, to tangle up with him. The process. Su Yuan realized that compared to Morong Bai, this Qin Rulong was indeed a lot stronger. Even if Morong Bai awakens the second personality in his body, it was estimated that it wouldn't last long under Qin Rulong. Is this the Imperial City? It's a bit of fun. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan won in plain sight, winning the chess match and defeating Qin Rulong. But even that was enough to shock the people present. No one knew Qin Rulong's talent and strength better than them. Looking at the entire imperial capital, it was a top-ranked heavenly pride. And now, he's defeated. Although it looked like his loss to Su Yuan was just a bad move, a defeat was a defeat. Su Yuan, this Nanjiang heavenly pride from an ordinary background. Not only is he a genius capable of creating law, but in terms of combat talent, it was even stronger than what they had known before. Damn. Qin Rulong wanted to cry. He hadn't expected to actually lose, but he was unconvinced because he felt that the difference in strength between the two was not that great. If it's 2 out of 3, it's not certain who will lose or win. It's just that he's too thin-skinned to ask for an extra match. If he wins me, Big Brother Gu will definitely be more curious about him. Hey, a long sigh. With a maturity that didn't match his boyish face, the other side. Qin Rumong came to Su Yuan. She patted Su Yuan's shoulder approvingly. You're pretty good if you can beat my brother. Su Yuan nodded with a light smile. Just a fluke win. By the way, are we both still going to spar? No need. Qin Rumong shook her head. She beat Qin Rulong. Not to mention hanging up and beating him, at least 82 open. So with Qin Rulong at best 5/4. 5 open, Su Yuan could not be her opponent. It's not that she's proud. It's just that she doesn't want to waste her time. It was just a matter of not wanting to drain Su Yuan and himself for no reason. Okay. Su Yuan still smiled. In his heart, he silently expressed his gratitude to Qin Rumong for making him perform one less scene. At the same time, he looked around at the crowd. Uncles and aunts. This is a duel, not a victory or a defeat. It's practically 50-50. Qin Tian looked at Su Yuan with a smile. That look was a vivid portrayal of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looks at him, the better she looks at him. Grandma's legs, handsome, super understanding, strength and talent, emotional intelligence is really high. This sage brother of his own is a proper template for a million people. No, gotta get a head start. Night. It's deep. Lying in bed, Gu Wei tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The light from his cell phone illuminated his snotty face. Brother Ku. I'm still defeated. Sorry to disappoint you. It was a text message Qin Rulong had sent him a few hours ago. In that one sentence alone, he was able to imagine. That must have been quite a punch for Su Yuan. No way. He couldn't help it. Rising silently and glancing at the closed door of his own dad's room, he carefully rolled out the window. Ah Buchi. Wait for me. This is destined to be a two-way run. PS1, Su, never pretended to be a pig. I'm just giving Qin a face. I'm generating power for love. Watch me kill Gu Wei tomorrow. PS2, 4th shift. So tired and begging for some swag. I roll other authors. You roll other readers. The first roll drives the second roll. Punch. Chapter 152, It's okay to lose. No one loses all the time. Shortly after Ku Wei left, in the darkness, Gu Tian opened his eyes. As the saying goes, knowing the son is like knowing the father. He couldn't know better what kind of character temperament his own seed had. As long as he didn't fight Su Yuan, Gu Wei would never give up. And although the news of Su Yuan and Qin Rulong's 50-50 duel had not yet spread, yet he had been informed long ago. Did you recover so quickly? Good. Let's let you guys compete then. The Star Realm is open. The future belongs to you. And it might be beneficial to make acquaintances early on. He closed his eyes again. As for winning or losing, Su Yuan's body was shrouded in a mist that he couldn't see either. That secret method of killing a 7th rank with a 1st rank was beyond his knowledge. If it's a life and death fight, Gu Wei has no half hope. But if it's just a sparring match, in the event that Su Yuan did not utilize that secret technique, who would lose and who would win is yet to be seen. The Qin family. A silhouette. Sneaking over the wall. Guvid I landed cleanly and lowered my voice. Aaron? A response came from the darkness. Brother Ku? The two managed to meet up. Under Qin Rulong's leadership, the two of them managed to bypass the Qin family's various posts. Go to the room where Su Yuan lives. All the way. Qin Rulong's emotions were all mixed. He was still feeling guilty about his defeat, believing that he had failed Gu Wei. Big brother Gu. Here it is. It's the house in front. Good. Ku Wei nodded. You just wait here for me. Aha. Qin Rulong nodded in defeat. Suddenly, a broad, strong palm landed on his shoulder. He froze for a moment and looked up, and by the pale moonlight I can vaguely see Gu Wei's black-rimmed glasses that are broken in half. Two big dark circles under my eyes, the black and blue on my face, and the determined eyes. Aaron. It's okay to lose. No one loses all the time. Qin Rulong froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up a bit before he nodded heavily. I know. Big brother Gu. Go for it. Well, I'll go too. Ku Wei walked towards Su Yuan's room. Su Yuan was attempting to mobilize the heart flame according to the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Law's heart method. Suddenly, he heard a footstep. The point is, who is it? But this is the Qin family. No need to worry about being in danger. He was just curious as to who would come looking for him at this late hour. Knock knock. The knock on the door was soft, and it seemed to be a rather polite fellow. Who? Me. If you don't say who you are, how the hell am I supposed to know who you are? With a bit of breathlessness, Su Yuan opened the door. By the light in the room, he got a good look at the man standing outside. Half-broken black-rimmed glasses, bangs that cover the eyebrows, two large, dark circles under his eyes, bruises and purple auburn, and wide pecs. Even if he had only heard a mere description of this head of the imperial capital monsters, humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, and psychopathic battle maniac from Qin Ruming's mouth, but he still immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. None of it. The elements are too obvious. Su Yuan suddenly laughed. There you are. I'm coming. I knew you were coming. You knew I was coming? You were always coming. I'm always coming. Few words. There is nothing superfluous. Ku Wei I just decided that Abuchi. He understands himself. So, fight. Between the opening of the ancient only me. Su Yuan then took the initiative to offer an invitation. Gu Wei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt an indescribable feeling from Su Yuan's body, but he didn't immediately respond. Instead he thought for a moment and stared into Su Yuan's eyes. Stayed? Su Yuan knew that he was referring to the battle between himself and Qin Rulong. So he nodded. Stay your hand. Yes. Gu Wei's battle spirit grew higher and higher. In the dark, the two walked out of the house, one after the other, came outside into the clearing. Ku Wei I raised my head, hands spread wide, and looked up at the brilliant stars in the sky. Then he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He was reveling in the wonderful battle that was about to begin later. Finally, he's ready. Reaching down, he tore the clothes off his body in one swift motion, revealing the magnificent, Perfect body. The smooth and extreme muscle lines were as perfect as if they were carved, as if they contained infinite power. Abuchi. Su Yuan? What the hell kind of name is that? You ready? Su Yuan felt his scalp go a little numb. He nodded, indicating that he was ready. And so, darkness. This summit showdown. Finally the curtain has been pulled back. Not far. Qin Rulong's gaze fell on Gu Weiwei's body obsessively. How he wished that one day, he could be like Big Brother Gu, with such a perfect body. That's pretty cool. Sun Thief. Who do you think will win? Then of course it's Big Brother Gu. That's still with. Ha! Qin Rulong was startled, almost jumped up. He craned his head to look. I don't know when. My own grandfather had already moved a small matzah and sat aside, holding a handful of melon seeds, and Zin looked at the two men who were about to start cutting not too far away. Master, you almost scared me to death. Qin Rulong covered his chest, his heart palpitating, and lowered his voice to complain. Qin Tian grinned. I don't think so. Ha! Qin Rulong's brows furrowed. Even though Su Yuan is stronger than me, he's only a little bit stronger than me. He can't even beat his oldest sister. How can you beat Brother Ku? If it wasn't for Brother Ku's habit of fighting everyone who's stronger, there's no need for two people to do anything at all. The first thing he did was to laugh. You brat, really? Do you think my wise brother is only a little bit better than you? Your grandfather. I could tell a long time ago that Xin Di was giving me face. He stayed his hand. Qin Rulong was shocked. Su Yuan stayed his hand. But even so, even as he accepted this with difficulty, but in his mind, Gu Weiwei was invincible. So he mumbled, that, then, even if he stays his hand, I'll assume that he can be as strong as old sis. That still can't beat Big Brother Gu. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. He did see that Su Yuan had stayed back in his sparring session with Qin Rulong, but exactly how much had he stayed back? He couldn't quite pinpoint it. So in terms of inclination, he felt that Gu Weiwei had a better chance of winning. After all, it was ancient Tiantian seed, and among the monsters in this session of the imperial capital, it was considered a unique class. Only my own granddaughter, and the one from the Lu family, can break bread with him, although Su Xiandi is strong, but it should be comparable to your own granddaughter? That's good. It's a better match. Just as Qin Tian was old-fashionedly pondering over his bridge-building masterpiece, Qin Rulong's excited voice came out. Master, look, there's a fight. Chapter 153, it's my fault for not letting Lord Su Yuan try his best. Darkness. Guvat I was like a loaded cannonball, with a powerful wind that was incomparably strong. It attacked fiercely towards Su Yuan. What is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? That is to break all laws with one force, with the simplest, crudest, most direct violence, with desperate might, defeat the opponent. Abuchi, I don't know exactly how strong you are, but, only just a few words. I then felt it in your smile, in your tone of voice. You're just like me. It's the man who sprints with the goal of being the strongest. Then I will exert my full power, even though you may be all over the place after this showdown. But I'm sure you'll never blame me. After all the scars, it is the best honor for the strong. Right. Govetti I had a wild look on my face. In a flash of lightning, he had arrived in front of Su Yuan. The right fist contained a terrifying power, falling straight down like a heavy hammer. Boo! A heavy, muffled thud came. See only, in the dark, Su Yuan's eyes, at some point, had turned into a brilliant golden color. His left hand, raised to mid-air, lightly caught Gu Weiwei's right fist. The latter's terrifyingly huge strength that he was proud of was as if it was as light as a feather in front of Su Yuan. Gu Weiwei was still shocked as to why Su Yuan was able to take his punch so lightly. If it was Aaron instead, this punch of his own could have just ate him over. At this point, Su Yuan's left hand pulled violently. Gu Weiwei's body instantly lost its balance. Su Yuan turned smoothly, using his left shoulder as a pivot point, and pushed against Gu Weiwei's chest. His right hand gripped Gu Weiwei's arm, and he yanked his hands downward violently. Straight away, Gu Weiwei came to a heavy backdrop. Bang! The ground shook. Smoke and dust. Is that a hard move? Not hard, but the question is to see, who is the one being dropped? Not far. Qin Tian nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. This level of power of Sage Brother is really something. Qin Rulong skimmed his lips. Che, Big Brother Gu hasn't turned on berserk mode yet. Gu Weiwei lay down on all fours, looking at the brilliant stars in the sky and fuming for a while. Suddenly, he grinned. He slowly rose from the ground and pulled a leather strap from his pants pocket. Choosing a small handful of her own bangs, which covered her eyebrows, she tied them up and a punchy pigtail was formed. Not far away, Qin Rulong laughed. The braid is up. Life and death are hard to predict. Brother Gu was going into berserk mode here. Someone's going to be out of luck. After Gu Wei tied up my braid, I shook my hand and smiled towards Su Yuan. Buqi, if I lose, I'll cut this handful of hair. What a unique fetish. Su Yuan nodded in silence. The battle intent in Gu Weiwei's eyes surged more and more. So, I'm going to get serious. You watch out. Su Yuan nodded again. Turn on berserk. Ancient Wei, who had set up the great wish of cutting hair, once again rushed towards Su Yuan. The highest courtesy that can be offered to one's respected adversary. It's just going all out. Not far away. Qin Rulong's eyes were excited. Can't wait to see Guvet's victory. But, boo! There was a loud bang. Gu Wei flew backwards. Immediately afterward, a figure came to his side as fast as lightning. Boo! 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 With a quick punch. Put! 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 Gu Wei was like a sandbag, being beaten by Su Yuan expressionlessly. At a later stage, Su Yuan even started to brush up on all sorts of combos. It ended with a floating combo and a heavy dropkick that sent Gu Wei crashing to the ground in a V-shape. Black-rimmed glasses completely shattered. The little leather band that was used to tie her hair fell aside. With a swollen nose and a swollen face, Gu Wei, once again, lay on all fours on the ground. But what he sees is no longer the brilliant stars in the sky, but the memories of his own childhood. It's a walkabout? Not far. Qin Rulong was dumbfounded. The melon seeds that Qin Tian was knocking in his hand also stopped, and his eyes stared in disbelief, looking at the field with a face full of shock. No. What the hell is going on here? They were right? Guvelai, being brutally beaten by Su Yuan unilaterally. Gollum. Qin Rulong's throat rolled gently. His lips trembled. His eyes filled with tears. In his perception, Brother Guer is just invincible. How come he's now being pressed by Big Brother Su and blasted and hammered? Look at Qin Tian again. His old face was full of asterisk. He could tell before that Su Yuan had left a few moves behind in his sparring session with Qin Rulong, so the strength of Su Yuan was guessed in a higher direction. But even if he guessed high, that also didn't expect this virtuous brother of his to be able to violently beat up Gu Wei. Bull. It's so awesome. Sage Brother's future prospects are absolutely unlimited. His foot stepped on his son Qin Zhan, and his fist punched Gu Qingtian. It's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. Brother Gu, are you alright? Su Yuan came in front of Gu Weiwei and extended his hand towards him. Gu Weiwei, I raised my hand tremblingly, pulled Su Yuan, and by the force of, it was only with extreme reluctance that he stood up. Su Yuan began to wonder if he had laid down his hand too heavily. After all, it's the legendary one monster of the imperial capital, and by doing so himself, will it psych him out? Buqi. Guvetai's voice was as shaky as his hands. You, so, strong. Su Yuan nodded. It was okay. I'm sorry, Buqi. I didn't let you, to use your full strength. Bang! Didn't finish the whole sentence. Gu Wei directly blacked out and planted myself on the ground. Su Yuan. What now? Should I go and find Qin to help with the aftermath of Gu Weiwei's death? No. What about me? Just as he was thinking, Qin Tian and Qin Rulong had already walked over from the side. Hyunji. The corners of his mouth could not be suppressed now. It's an absolute treasure. Not only did he create Blue Star's first mental power cultivation method, now the strength is actually able to crush Gu Wei, one demon of the imperial capital. Right. It's just crushing. The thrashing kind. Brother Su. Qin Rulong's eyes were red. He was both heartily saddened by the shattering of the myth of undefeatability of the ancient second brother. I am also genuinely happy for Big Brother Su's recreation of the myth brilliance. Qin, Xiaolong, you guys did you see it? The first thing he did was to laugh. Sage brother, in fact, I've long seen that you were just teasing the kids when you fought Xiaolong. I'm glad you're willing to give me face. I've seen it. This kid is fine. Just go back and recuperate. Su Yuan sighed in relief. It's okay. In the meantime, imperial capital, a hotel. Su Anyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. She had just used up the resources from today's signing in and punching in, and her strength had risen a bit again. She was satisfied. In my last life, before entering the 9-Star Alliance, there weren't many opponents who could match me. In Daxia, the only one is that guy called Gu Wei. In this life, I've grown much faster than I did in the last one, and now I'm against the ancient only me. It should be 64 open, and by the time I cultivate the glazed indestructible body, I'll be able to crush it even more easily. Make it 10-0 open. She paused, shaking her head softly in self-deprecation. It's all because of the influence of the system. Comparing me to Su Yuan every day. I would actually start comparing strengths and weaknesses with the Blue Star Heavenly Pride now? It really shouldn't be. She no longer thought about this matter, but instead took out the glazed star marrow again and began to quench her fleshly body. There's less than 3 pounds left, and we've got to save it, and if we waste a single penny, it's all possible that they won't be able to complete the first layer of quenching. Without resources, it's really hard to move an inch. It's hard. Chapter 154. Sister Shangwan Meng would definitely like a man like Big Brother Su. Day 2. The matter of Gu Weiwei's failed challenge to Su Yuan spread throughout the entire imperial capital. After losing to Su Yuan, Ku Wei went and shaved off all my hair. Those bangs are gone, and in their place, it was a big shiny bald head. He would use it as a wake-up call for himself, to warn himself at all times that he, being far from Su Yuan, there's still a long way to go. He pulled out his cell phone. Buchi, I've sent messages to everyone in this session. As promised, you can't be disturbed until they defeat me. Soon. Su Yuan's reply arrived. Good. I'll accept your second challenge after the martial arts exam. Aha! After the reply, Ku Wei threw down my cell phone. He took a deep breath, put an 800 kilograms weight directly on his back and started doing push-ups, getting bald and getting strong. After the great examination of martial arts, he's going to challenge again. As he said to Aaron last night, no one loses all the time. In the hotel, Su Anyan's eyelids fluttered slightly as she looked at the news alert that popped up on her phone. Explosion. The imperial capital's pride, Gu Weiwei, has even blown himself up and lost to Su Yuan in a sparring match. Shocked. How could a law creation teenager do such a thing? Su Yen. Su Yuan. He beat Gu Weiwei? How is that possible? Unless he's recovered. Su Anyan took a deep breath. Yes, in addition to that reason, she couldn't think of any way that Su Yuan could defeat Gu Weiwei. Just so, her beautiful eyes twinkled slightly. Is this the chosen one's chi? Surprisingly, it really can be restored. No, she suddenly thought, it probably has its own share of credit. After all, the system issues a daily check-in task that, in addition to being able to receive daily resource rewards for yourself, you can also add the +1 chi luck buff to Su Yuan. It's okay. She didn't care. It even feels better that way, because then, on the third comparison, one would be able to beat him, in name only. Instead of taking advantage of his weakening, he fell on his face and won. Almost there. The third comparison is just a few days away. It's only about 10 days away. The heavenly destiny you carry has restored your strength, and I, for one, will defeat you squarely. This life, I will go farther. I will surpass the mandate of heaven. Su Anyan's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Arashur City, Shangwan Meng's room. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her long, silver-white hair transformed into an ethereal purple that, there were runes welling up in her eyes. The ghostly purple color faded. The runes disappeared, and it was as if nothing had happened. Sure enough, a trace of struggle flashed in Shangwan Meng's eyes. Since the last time she had used this mysterious power to decapitate Flory, she had realized that even if one no longer uses this power, it still exists within one's body. It's like Pandora's box. Once opened, it can never be closed again. But, she gently unfolded her hand, and clutched in her palm was the necklace that Obuchi had given her. Only the ethereal purple stone set in the center of the pendant was more than the first. It has thinned out a lot. She seemed to have foreseen that when the mysterious energies in the jewel had been exhausted, one might go back to that life-draining state again. What to do about it? This kind of thing, surely it's not something you can get easily and casually, is it? If my future self has to rely on something like this all the time to stay sane, that's going to cause a lot of trouble for Yuchi, isn't it? If it was before, she could still convince herself that with her own strength, she could protect Xiao Yuan. In exchange, it's okay to drag him down a little bit yourself, right? But now, the very powerful Kabuchi created a spiritual cultivation method. With the Qin family and the Spiritual Luminaries Association, her protection became dispensable. So, wouldn't it be better to disappear from his world, having become a mere liability? She bit her lip gently, choosing between hard and torn choices. At this point, a knock came at the door. Sis, are you there? Shangwan Meng froze for a moment, putting the necklace away carefully. He then went and opened the door to his room. Sis, Shangwan Ru looked incredibly excited. She handed her cell phone to Shangwan Meng, her tone agitated. Look, Little Abyss defeated Gu Weiwei. That's Chief Gu's son. I heard Elder Qin say that. It's the strongest genius in the imperial capital this term. This means that Obuchi's body has recovered. Ever since the last assault case, when Su Yuan used a secret technique to kill Morongjin, after causing his own strength to decay drastically, out of guilt and gratitude, Shangwan Ru had been searching for a way to help him recover. But all this time, no matter how much she researched, consulted and experimented, None of them were able to figure out a way to restore Su Yuan's strength. Results now. Su Yuan has managed to recover, while she wasn't able to help. It was definitely good news. First, he created the law, and now his strength has been restored, surpassing the ancient only me, becoming the strongest heavenly pride of this term. Little Yuan's future is absolutely limitless. Shangguan Ru sounded emotional when she signed the special training contract with Su Yuan at the Arashur City Education Bureau. It was not expected at all that he would become so dazzling that it caused the entire Grand Xia to discuss his name. Shangguan Meng's stunningly beautiful face also overflowed with a bright smile. It's awesome. She has surpassed her former self. So, she gently pulled the corner of Shangguan Ru's coat and asked seriously, Ru, such a bright future should never be allowed to get in the way, right? That's for sure. The Qin family. Qin Rumon was doubting life. Qin Rulong, on the other hand, was beside her with interest and recounting how Big Brother Su violently beat up second brother Gu. Sis, you don't know. Big Brother Su is just too fierce. He's got a straight up boom boom. Beat the crap out of Guji. That's awesome. Qin Rumong. If Guvi I hadn't put that, before he beat me. The message, no challenging Su Yuan, was sent to her cell phone of its own accord, and she couldn't possibly believe that this matter could be true no matter what. That guy, Ku Wei Mi. He's really strong. Even though she was confident in her strength, every time she challenged Gu Weiwei, she would end up failing. And now you're telling her that the only person who can hold her down is me. In front of Su Yuan, he is a small dish, only to be beaten up? Can't accept it at all. Sis, I feel it dash. Qin Rulong's eyes rolled. He had already been severely convinced by the strength shown by Big Brother Su last night. A united front with Grandpa. What do you think? Qin Rumong frowned slightly. Qin Rulong grinned and used the divine technique that his grandfather had taught him. I think, if Sister Shangguan Meng had been born a few years later, she would have definitely fallen for a man like Big Brother Su. P.S. Chapter 3. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 155. It's a pity he can't get past her. Boo! A man-sized ragged hole appeared directly in the door of the room. Qin Rumong raised her eyebrows crossly and coldly. Dream on. Sister Shangguan Meng would never fall for a man. Outside the door, Qin Rulong, who had fallen backwards into the grass, pulled himself out and spat out the mud in his mouth. If you don't like men, do you have to like women? It doesn't make sense. Before he could finish, Qin Rumong had already darted from the room to the front. Bing bong bong bang bang. Caught his own brother in the act and beat him up. Another small courtyard. What's the commotion? Su Yuan seemed to have heard something and stood up, wanting to watch and observe. The first thing he did was heave a smile and pulled him back down to sit down. Nothing. By the way, virtuous brother, are you really not staying here for a few more days? Ever since Su Yuan brutally beat up Gu Wei yesterday, he'd made an alliance with his own grandson, who wanted a granddaughter-in-law that. Xiao Long wants a good brother-in-law. A grandparent and grandson working together. It just doesn't seem like it's going well. No. Thanks Qin. Su Yuan smiled and refused. Originally, he had planned to leave the imperial capital this morning to return to Arashur City. Although the imperial capital was prosperous and the Qin family was hospitable, he was not used to living there. It's more comfortable to come with Ru and Meng, and every now and then I can go home and try Auntie Sue's flavor. The reason why he had stayed until now was because he had just learned that Chief Ancient was coming to meet him at the Qin family. As for why the ancient chief wanted to see himself, Su Yuan already had some speculations. First of all, of course it couldn't be because he beat the crap out of Ku Wei Mi. People's ancient chiefs aren't that idle or narrow-minded. Secondly, it's also unlikely that it's about him creating the law and preaching. What makes this event sensational is that it is the first of its kind, that it sets a precedent for 100 years. But the real impact, it wouldn't be too big before he created his own spiritual power cultivation method that could allow high-ranked martial artists to practice. And it wasn't so big that the hall chief would come to see him. So, it could only be about himself using that divine blood prison to kill a 7th rank Seal Marquis realm powerhouse. At 1st rank, this is something that will really shake the whole country. No, the whole world. Because of this, it was beyond Blue Star's cognizance, beyond the reasonable realm of the battle power system. Hey, okay, Qin Tian was really a bit reluctant, but it's not a big problem. It wasn't long now, just a month and a half before the Great Martial Arts Examination. After the Great Examination of Martial Arts, there were only 2 choices for the average person. Either to take the Martial Arts Academy, either that or join the War Department. If you take the Martial Arts Academy, then you definitely need to come to the Imperial Capital. And it would be even better to join the War Department. When the time comes, we'll send our granddaughter to the Military Department too. And the 2 of them will be born and die together, fighting side by side. This relationship must be heating up fast. Su Yuan was not aware of the fact that he was being thought of by this Qin family's old and young. While waiting, he glanced at the system panel. His own defeat of Gu Weiwei caused a certain amount of shock in the imperial capital. Combined with the still-growing Tronfa meal ticket, the emotion value had once again skyrocketed to 71W from the 47W it was yesterday after drawing the 5 sacred body refining method. When you have money in your pocket, one walks with the wind in one's sails. How am I going to lose with 70W of emotion in my hand? Only he shocked the crowd back and forth like this several times. Their thresholds are raised by themselves. Going forward, the difficulty of trying to obtain emotional values through shock is elevated. Right now, he had enough resources in his hand, so he didn't rush to smoke it for now, keeping it as a backup hidden energy source. Not a moment too soon, Gu Tian then arrived. He greeted them and left on his own accord, leaving Su Yuan face to face with this chief of the Court of 12. Are you under pressure? Of course there is. Any Daxia person, to the name Gu Tian, there is an instinctive awe in all of them. Coming from an ordinary background, he first rose to prominence on the great martial arts examination with extremely demonic talent. And then he refused the offer from the top martial arts academy and resolutely joined the military department. From the hundreds and thousands of battles of extermination of ferocious beasts and foreign resistance, become the youngest admiral in the history of Great Xia, then the youngest Seal King realm powerhouse, the youngest supreme realm powerhouse, and then, later, from being one of the members of the Court of 12, to being the chief of the Court of 12, checking the power of the lineage, balancing the ministries, and pushing for reforms. Under his control, the giant ship of Xia drove more and more steadily, and the country's power flourished. To such a person, Su Yuan admired him from the bottom of his heart. But what he didn't expect was this. The first thing this ancient chief said when he saw him was, "Hard work." Ha! Shangguan Meng is the most fiendishly talented genius the Great Xia has ever seen, even more so than me. She has an extremely important meaning to Xia. White Burial reported the situation to me, and I'm afraid she would have died if it wasn't for you. Gu Qingtian's expression was calm as usual when he said this. This had already become his habit. No emotion will show on the outside. But he paused when he said this and changed his tone. No, from now on, you're the #1 demon in the history of Great Xia. Chief Ancient is too kind. Su Yuan didn't have any interest in the so-called first demon title. It was because he knew that the name of genius had no meaning until he had grown up. It was just that he had thought that Gu Qingtian would start asking him about the divine blood prison next. But once again, the result was out of his expectation. Ancient Qingtian's words were strange. You have a great deal of affection for Daxia. How much affection do you have? Su Yuan did not answer this question easily. He thought about it for a long time. Although he himself was an Earth traveler, he was literally born on the blue planet and originated from Daxia. So he gave the answer. Daxia is my homeland. It's a simple statement, but powerful enough. Gu Qingtian gazed at Su Yuan for a long time and nodded. Shangguan Meng has always had a special talent. A talent that has nothing to do with strength. And yet, she can see into the hearts of people. It's really not for nothing that she's willing to engage with you. Dream still has this ability? Su Yuan was confused. Next, Gu Qingtian talked to him about some other things, mainly inquiring about his future intentions and plans. As for the divine blood prison and the restoration of his strength, it was not even mentioned from beginning to end. This caused Su Yuan to feel slightly confused. This conversation ended quickly. Before leaving, Gu Tian left behind this sentence. I think very highly of you. In the years to come, I want you to take every opportunity you can to try to get stronger. These words made Su Yuan think of what Su Anyan had once said to him, a starry sky civilization, beyond the blue star. It's that huge power called the Nine-Star Alliance. Failure to complete the ordeal reduces Blue Star to an industrial vassal planet. Ancient Chief, is that what you mean? Pressure. It's a little bit too much. However, there is pressure to be motivated. What's more, there are people he cares about in the world, a responsibility he's willing to take on. After noon, Su Yuan took the Qin family's private jet back to Erishur City. He piggybacked on Su Anyan in passing. Only so far, he still didn't know the reason why Su Anyan had come to the imperial capital. Of course, he didn't ask. She had her own ideas, her own things to do. Couldn't be more normal. The two had formed an alliance, but not to the point where they had to report to each other on everything. And Su Anyan, she leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. If she hadn't come to the imperial capital, she indeed wouldn't have been able to witness Su Yuan's recent brilliant windfall. Watch him rise high, watching his building collapse. Everyone thinks he'll be this year's Denglong scholar, right? It's a shame he couldn't get past her. P.S. Chapter 4. Chapter 156. Sorry, I cultivated battle spirit before you. The short one-day trip to the imperial capital had made Su Yuan famous in the circle of martial artists, the heavenly pride of Dharma creation, old family Master Qin's virtuous brother, the only honorary member of the Great Xia Spiritualist Association, the demon king of the South River who defeated the one heavenly pride of the imperial capital, Gu Weiwei. The teenager who came out of nowhere and almost took all the limelight would be a short-lived shooting star, or perhaps the rising sun? No one knows. The Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Education, the major families, the major powers, all cast a glance at him. The gaze was complex, with excitement, surprise, admiration, scorn, and, there is scheming. The circle of bigots is complicated, but those below, think much simpler. Release goodwill and befriend them first, and we'll talk about other things later. Su Yuan doesn't need them to worry about his own affairs? Then they could have looked the other way entirely. For example, the Ereshur City Chamber of Commerce gave away several top-notch villas to Su Qingling without compensation. For example, the Ereshur City ruler sent people to stand guard near Su Qingling's new home day and night. For example, there are certainly higher-level bigwigs doing these things. For example, Su Qingling's safety was actually not something that needed to be arranged by the Ereshur City ruler at all. This was because under the authorization of ancient Qing Tian, there were strong individuals from the Herbicide Bureau who were specifically tasked with guarding it. But yeah, it's one thing if they need it, it's another if they do it or not. Even if it's just to make a statement, they're still incredibly happy to do it. The same. Using the last attack case of the Heaven's Pride as an excuse. White burial. Under the instructions of Gu Qing Tian, some people from the Hereticide Bureau were arranged to be in charge of shielding the various forces from probing and spying on Su Yuan. This will both create an undisturbed environment for Su Yuan. It could also better cover up the fact that Shangguan Meng had not disappeared. On the evening of the day he returned to Ereshur City, Su Yuan received a call from Su Qingling. Oh Buqi, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Ereshur City's ruler Li even paid me a personal visit today. Well, you just need to cultivate well. I don't lack anything. You don't need to worry about me. Answer the phone. Su Yuan's face was filled with a smile. What's so great about being famous? That's what's good about it. Being able to have the kindness of others who are related to you, to be respected by others. Right now, he just hoped that he would be able to draw some qualification-enhancing elixirs and potions that could be used by ordinary people in the future, so that Auntie Su, who had no talent for cultivation, could also embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, martial artists have a long lifespan, while ordinary people have a limited lifespan. Although this was something Su Anyan would definitely worry about as well. It always felt like she wasn't very reliable. Tian said she's the rebirth of a generation of female emperors, but so far it doesn't look like a good idea. So let's do it ourselves. Su Anyan's room. Yen, I know you have a strong character, but really, you really don't have to fight with Xiao Yuan all the time. Everyone has everyone's path. You just have to be good to yourself. Su and Yen. Maybe Su Yuan looks scenic now, but in reality, it's just a matter of not revealing yourself to the outside world. However, she didn't try to explain anything too much, and only responded to Su Qingling's words. Aha, then I'll leave you alone. You two cheer up. Though I don't know anything about cultivation, but I know it's a hard road, and in the future you two will have to take care of each other and walk side by side together. After the call, Su Anyan's expression was very calm. When the great martial arts examination is over, who is the #1 pride of Xia today? The world will know. By then, you two will be proud of me, not of him. As for walking side by side, that's a real possibility, because she and Su Yuan might be working together for a long time in the future. Later that night, in order to celebrate Su Yuan's successful creation of the Dharma and restoration of strength, brought up by Shangguan Ru, with Shangguan Meng at the helm, a sumptuous dinner was born. Dinner. Shangguan Ru, Su and Yen, Su Yuan, looking at a large table of unidentified objects. Shangguan Ru felt cheated of her emotions. My oldest sister clearly says she's gotten so much better at cooking that she won't even let her in the kitchen. The entire time he cooked 100% himself and said he wanted to surprise a few people. Aha! It was quite a surprise. It's actually okay. Su Yuan, who possessed the Taodai power and could digest all bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods without fear, offered to speak up. Under the silent gaze of Shangguan Ru and Su Anyan, he took the initiative to take a bite, then nodded and, the tone was firm. Well, this is definitely a dish. Shangguan Ru, Su and Yen. After the dinner, when Su Yuan and Su Anyan went to their respective rooms to rest, Shangguan Ru was in pain. Sis, why are you cheating on my feelings? You can't cook at all. If we'd known we'd have ordered takeout. Shangguan Meng, however, seemed as if she couldn't hear her words, thinking about something to herself. After Shangwan Ru yelled a few more times, she dropped the noisy mosquito with her hand. "The," muttered softly, "the book says that to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. If you cook well, there's a good chance he'll like you. If your cooking is awful, there's a good chance he hates you. I feel like I've made it hard enough to eat. How can Obuchi still eat it? The world is under control." In Villa 002, Morongbai's face was ugly. Just a moment ago, he received a message from home. After the attack, the Morong family lost a Seal Marquis realm powerhouse and a large amount of assets. Ben's metabolism is broken. If it's no longer possible to get a place on the Star World program, then the next Morong family will fall behind step by step. So, after Su Yuan defeated Gu Weiwei, the family no longer had the luxury of expecting him to take first place in the South River Administrative Region's Great Martial Arts Examination. Now that his family had given him the task of using every means at his disposal to become stronger before the Great Martial Arts Exam, at the very least, try to take second place. How can he actually managed to defeat Gu Weiwei? Morongbei was completely unable to accept such a fact. His face grew paler and paler, and his form faltered. But soon, he slowly came back to his senses, and in the eyes that were nearly broken from the shattered heart of the word, and gradually there was light, because he figured it out. Since he was able to defeat Gu Weiwei, it's justifiable for me to lose to him. It doesn't mean I'm weak, but he's too strong. So, he's number one. I'm totally going for number two. That guy called Su Anyan, although he's also very strong, but it should be far worse than Su Yuan. This second, I have to take it. Days after returning to Arashur City, Su Yuan lives a very regular life. Training, practicing, all that progress that was left behind by the previous fall in strength. He's going to make it all up. It only took a day. The 9 true veins were then widened to twice their original size by all means. In 3 days, he managed to condense his Qi and stepped into the second stage. At the same time, thanks to his terrifying source energy absorption speed, on the second stage, Sea of Gathering Qi, his progress has been nothing short of miraculous. The essence of gathering the Sea of Qi is to compress and condense a large amount of source energy in the Sea of Qi point. The more source energy that was compressed and condensed, the larger the Sea of Qi was, and the higher the degree of completion of the second stage. Take the source energy holding capacity of a second-order lower martial artist's Qi as 1 unit. The source energy condensed by the second-order median compression is 2. The top of the second order is 4. The second-order limit is 6. And Su Yuan, at the awakening rank, the amount of source energy he could hold in each source orifice was 5 times that of the rest. At this second stage, the amount of source energy that could be carried in his Qi was likewise 5 times that of a normal person. But that didn't hinder his cultivation speed. Even more so than before with his ancient god bloodline, it made his source energy absorption speed more and more terrifying. On the 10th day after returning to Arashur City from the imperial capital, he managed to step into the upper second rank, start hitting the second order limit again. At the same time, in these 10 days, for the first time, he took the initiative to use static space to aid in his cultivation. Other people cultivate for 1 day, he cultivates for 2 days. This extra day, absorbing Morong Jun's Qi and soul power, practicing the Great Sun Observation Sutra, wrestling the Yinglong Dragon Soul and the Dragon Soul Pearl, refining his battle intent in the world of battle diagrams, as well as practicing the 5 sacred body refining techniques, Vermilion Bird Technique by using the fire attribute resources he drew, under the desire to become stronger. Every single day, Su Yuan was squeezing himself as much as possible. Tired? Feel good? Cool. Watching yourself get something for every point you put in. This feeling of constantly getting stronger was really cool. Sure, in addition to constantly improving yourself, he also found an opportunity to share some of the enlightenment tea, giving it to Little Dream. Sister Ru, there's even a bit of Su and Yan's water in it. Gautama tea is colorless and tasteless, instantly dissolves in water, and no one will notice. It was given to Dream and Ru to make them stronger. As for Su Anyan, it's so she doesn't hold herself back. Speaking of which, it's clear that he's all recovered. Why did Su Anyan even have to come over every day to say a daily encouragement to him? Doesn't she realize that if she doesn't try harder, could she possibly not even see the exhaust of her own car? I hope my own enlightenment tea doesn't go to waste. This evening, after finishing the day's training, Su Anyan returned to her room. She calculated that there were only 5 days left until the third comparison. During this period of time, relying on the rewards gained from signing in and punching in with Su Yuan every day, as well as the Jufan Girl Status Plus version that she had maintained from the beginning to the end, her cultivation was horrifying, and like Su Yuan, she had reached the upper level of the second rank. At the same time, she was attempting to break through the final barrier of the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. In 2 more days, she would be able to successfully cultivate the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Furthermore, she had a nagging sense of foreboding. It was very, very close to condensing his own battle chi. Less than a day or 2, more than 3 or 4, and at the very least, before the third comparison, he would definitely be able to condense his own battle chi. When the time comes, she didn't know how she was going to lose. Never again will there be a dog-licking adventure or anything like that. Phew, her whole body relaxed. It was as if a heavy yoke had been thrown off. She began to sink her teeth into her cultivation. Later, knock knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Su Anyan got up and opened the door, realizing that it was Su Yuan standing outside. What did he come to see himself for? Su Anyan gazed calmly at Su Yuan, waiting for him to speak. Su Yuan, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. I became. What came true? Su Anyan frowned slightly. What's the point of talking without being clear? Of course it's this. Su Yuan grinned. Reach out. In the center of his palm, a white chi slowly appeared. Su Yen? Chapter 157, Empress? I'm sorry. It's real fun to tease her. Su Anyan's pupils shrunk, staring tightly at the battle chi entwined on Su Yuan's palm. That's right. This was battle chi. Him, gathered the battle aura before himself. How is this possible? Su Anyan felt incomparably ridiculous. In his previous life, he had once mastered the 9 stripes battle chi. That's what gave him the certainty to regather his battle chi in just a month or so. But what about Su Yuan? What's he got to do with it? What made him condense his battle chi before himself? Why on earth? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I didn't think it would coalesce so quickly. I had thought that I wouldn't even be able to make it before the great martial arts exam. Su Yuan lamented as he admired the battle chi in his hand. Su Yen? Just a moment ago, Su Yuan was fighting endless monsters in the battle map world. In an instant, his body and mind were clear. His thoughts were enlightened, and his battle intent surged like never before. Immediately afterward, a force that had never been seen before appeared in his body. A force that was different from source energy. It was also different from the power of mere fleshly body chi and blood. When his mind moved, this white chi wrapped around his fist and let him crush the monster in front of him with one punch. That said, since you're a reborn and have also entered a starry civilization, and do you have any idea what this thing actually is? Su Yuan curiously looked at Su Anyan. He knew that Shangguan didn't know exactly what this thing was, but only named it chi. That's why he thought of coming to ask Su Anyan first. What's wrong with your face? Not feeling well? Su Anyan finally accepted the fact that she was one step behind Su Yuan in condensing her battle chi. But it's okay. He still had his glazed indestructible body. This was one of the top secret methods of body refining. With the same possession of battle chi, her glazed indestructible body was definitely stronger than Su Yuan's physical body. Further, during this time, of the daily resources she was given, and the enhancement of his shadow talent, you'll never lose, will you? A flicker of hesitation suddenly appeared in her mind, but it was quickly extinguished and she regained her firmness. She won't lose. She wouldn't allow herself to lose either. The last dog-licking adventure had advanced to giving Subuchi a massage. Who knows what kind of dare rules that unflattering system will enact next? So, definitely can't lose. She gradually calmed down. It's a battle aura. A special kind of power in the cosmic stars. Different from source energy. Different from spiritual power. It is a unique and mysterious power that comes from the very essence of man. Everyone has the opportunity to master the battle chi, but only a very few are tough-minded and those with superior will, after constant sharpening, are able to stimulate their own battle chi, thus stepping into the ranks of the strong. Battle chi is the sign of a strong person. Cowards never master battle chi. Su Yuan, I'd be embarrassed if you complimented me like that. Su Yen, ha, just kidding. By the way, you know so well. Did you also master the battle aura in your last life? Su Yuan looked at Su Anyan curiously. Su Anyan hummed lightly. Not only did I master battle chi in my last life, the one I mastered was the highest ranked 9 stripes battle chi. And what you've grasped is merely the embryonic form of battle chi. It's not even a 1-strike battle chi. Su Yuan nodded. Oh, it's a simple word. Then he gave Su Anyan a thumbs up. Awesome. Su Yen. She felt provoked. The awesome was so harsh that it fell on her ears and became, really? Then why haven't you mastered it yet when I have? Are you born again or am I born again? Just this? Just this? Sure. Su Yuan had no such thoughts. He just sensed cheers for the Empress out of habit. Right. I'll probably tell Sister Ru that I've succeeded in condensing first. It wasn't that Su Yuan wanted to pretend alone. Simply if one waited for Su Anyan to announce it along with himself, the harvested emotional value would probably be quite a bit less. Oh, whatever. Su Anyun didn't care. She just thought, is Su Yuan a little too immersed in the thrill of making a big splash to get out? What is this? A little boy's vanity? Then I'll go find Sister Ru to report the good news first. And you cheer up and try to dash. Su Yuan had wanted to say that he would strive for early condensation success, but he suddenly lurched, smiled, and then toward Su Anyun, he uttered the words that he had all grown tired of hearing. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with me, and I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Su Anyun? Looking at Su Anyun's messy appearance, Su Yuan felt amused. You really don't have to say. Ever since Su Anyun installed herself with the name Empress, it's real fun to tease her. What? You made it. After hearing Su Yuan say that he had successfully condensed qi, Shangguan Ru's voice was so loud that it could almost lift the roof off the ground. On the side, Shangguan Meng, who was leaning back on the sofa and reading the manga, had her cheeks puffed out and threw a disgruntled look at her. Hurry! Show me! After countless experiments since she had mastered qi herself, were unable to reproduce this power, and had gradually begun to wonder if she had not been wrong in the direction she had insisted upon. As a result, Obuchi actually succeeded. Su Yuan extended his hand with a smile. White battle qi appeared. What a gas! Shangguan Ru stared blankly at the battle qi on Su Yuan's hand, the rise and fall of his chest gradually becoming violent. The eyes were also a little bit red. One has really succeeded. There is no error in your own theory. His own persistence was not wasted. All those years of being questioned and ridiculed myself are a thing of the past. Thank you, Obuchi. A scented breeze hit the room, puffs of warmth and softness. It made Su Yuan freeze in place. Shangguan Ru hugged Su Yuan tightly. Speaking as a scholar who aspires to theorize, there is nothing more exciting than having one's theories confirmed. In contrast, she even felt that even if one day she succeeded in advancing to the ninth order of supremacy, none of them will be as ecstatic as this moment. Click. Shangguan Meng was looking at the comic book in her hand with a serious eye. An innocent lemon candy completely shattered in his bulging cheeks. Shangguan Ru immediately let go of Su Yuan as if she was electrocuted. Her cheeks slightly red and her eyes flustered. The language is incoherent. Hugs. I'm sorry, Obuchi. I was just so excited. It's okay, I can understand. Su Yuan could indeed understand. Unfortunately, what Shangguan Ru wanted was not for him to understand. So, you go to your room. I need to organize the information right now. Immediately. Sent to the Ministry of Education. Yeah. After Su Yuan left, only Shangguan Ru and Shangguan Meng remained in the room. Shangguan Ru was ready to close her eyes, intending to meet the darkest moment of her life. But after a while, when she saw that nothing had happened to her yet, she quietly opened one eye. Where's sis? The couch was gone. She lowered her head in a heartbeat, only to realize that her oldest sister was already standing in front of her. Good hug? Shangguan Meng tilted her head and blinked lightly. Hey, this calm look is really scary. Shangguan Ru gulped softly and withdrew her gaze, her eyes averted. Sis, I didn't mean to. Having said that, her heart fluttered, closed his eyes again, waiting for the judgment to come. But what awaited her, instead of a drubbing from her sister, was big hugs. Shangguan Ru froze. Shangguan Meng's soft voice rang in her ears. Ru dash. Congratulations on realizing your wish in life. Chapter 158. 99% sweat and 1% luck made me strong. Sis. Shangguan Ru suddenly choked a little, gently biting her lips. This way over the. She's endured too much skepticism. When she was an outstanding graduate of the Longxia Academy, instead of choosing to continue on the path of source energy cultivation, he turned his head to study human biology under Muji and continued to research his theories. Her mentor raged at her for not thinking ahead. Her best friend thought she was whimsical. Her opponents laughed at her for being out of her mind. Only her sister has been there for her, helping her beat up her mentor, beat up her friends, and beat up her opponents. But she didn't want to hear about them coming around after being beaten up. In order to support his research, and also to get himself and his sister out of the family's hands, she founded the Clover Group and single-handedly built it into Dacia's top equipment company. But she always kept the dream in her heart, wanting to prove that qi is not a gift of its own, but a power that can be reproduced. For those who can't do source energy cultivation, blaze a new trail. Now she's finally made it. Be good. Ru, don't cry. Shangguan Meng stood on her tiptoes and spoke softly, gently patting and caressing Shangguan Ru's back. This was the final blow to break down her psychological defense. Shangguan Ru's tears finally broke the bank. But these are tears of joy, mixed with happiness. Joy. Ooh-hoo. Finally, Shangguan Ru's emotions calmed down. After her sister's soothing words, she was recharged and ready to start organizing her materials. Send the results of your research to the Ministry of Education. The results of her research will shake the world. Tell everyone that outside of source energy, there is another unique power that humans can wield. And it's not the end, it's the beginning. Since it is proven that chi is real, the next step, then, is how to boost its strength. Punch! It was when Shangwan-ru was full of excitement and eager to try. Wait! The voice from behind her made her step, and the smile on her face froze a little. The next second, her toes were off the ground, out of gravity, and completing the takeoff again after the dream took off. Air. Shangwan as in thinking. At the very least, I got a hug from my sister today. Well, no loss. What a crybaby. Shangwan Meng clapped her hands, withdrew her gaze, and reclined on the sofa. Picking up a book titled If I and You Who Love Me Both Have Mouths Maybe We Won't Regret It? A Sakura Nation light novel, and read it with great interest. After watching for a while, the chips in Shangwan Meng's hand were crushed with a click. Why don't you talk to him? What an idiot. So annoying. What's the commotion? Su Yuan, who was concentrating on cultivating the vermilion bird law and attempting to condense the heart flame, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked out the window, always feeling as if he'd just heard something like but there's no sign of anyone. Forget it. There's not much of a problem around here with the Alienicide Bureau personnel sent by Uncle White to keep an eye on it. He refocused his mind on the vermilion bird law. Second half of the night. Sizzle. A rattling sound from the underworld. Su Yuan snapped his eyes open. It's done. Condensing battle chi and condensing heartfire were surprisingly completed on the same day. There's really no one else's luck. Yourself. No, it's not right. This cannot be attributed purely to luck, but mainly to your own tireless efforts. Well, 99% sweat and 1% luck I guess. But condensing heartfire is only the first step. The next step is refining the heart with fire. A little bit of quenching the heart. The heart is the engine of the body. A strong heart improves all aspects of one's health. By the time the first layer has been cultivated, one is able to obtain the burning heart effect. It's the same as having an additional layer of explosive effects stacked on top of my divine transformation state. Well, can't be proud. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. Day 2. Imperial Capital. Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education. Full name, Ministry of Culture and Martial Arts Education. In addition to cultural instruction, the Ministry of Education is also responsible for the teaching of martial arts, and the martial arts academies throughout Daxia, all are under its jurisdiction, and the Academy of Martial Arts, in turn, is one of the top martial arts forces in every country. The principal and vice principal of every martial arts academy were all top-tier powerhouses. Therefore, among the tribes of the Great Xia, in terms of the number of strong men, in terms of the strength of strong men, perhaps the only one who can equal it is the War Department. At this point, the Minister of Education, Mr. Zhang, is paddling gracefully. Suddenly, an alert popped up in his mailbox. From Ru Shangwan, subject, Minister Zhang. My chi theory has been proven. Zhang Yang? He pushed the old glasses on the bridge of his nose, sensing that things were not simple. He was naturally familiar with Shangwan Ru, optimal graduate of the Longxia Academy, human biology expert, equipment development genius, stock market predator, director of the Clover Group, and a daydreamer. That's right. Long time ago, he had then heard Shangwan Ru recount her chi theory. That's an extremely special power. Indeed, it was very different from the source energy and spiritual power of the power systems currently known to Blue Star. But, this is clearly her gift. But she had to say it was a unique power that was reproducible and cultivable. In the beginning, a number of people were indeed attracted to her theories. After all, if a new cultivation system could really be developed, it would definitely be of great merit to the world. But the question is, after long hours of research, discussion, analysis, experimentation, everyone has given up. She's the only one still holding on tirelessly. Every time he thought of it, he had to lament, this little girl is really persistent and at the same time, also really rich. Research, but it's a lot of money. Confirmed? Really? Zhang Zheng clicked on Shangwan Ru's email. The emails summarize a wide variety of data statements, theoretical proofs that, and finally, direct evidence. It's a video of someone. If it isn't that Su Yuan. Zhang Zheng was immediately energized. After the last Imperial Capital tour, Su Yuan had officially entered the sights of a group of bigwigs. This includes Zhang Zheng, the Minister of Education. He was so fond of Su Yuan. Such a talent, such a heavenly pride, properly cultivated. It would definitely be the top pillar of Great Xia. He stared unblinkingly at Su Yuan, only to see his fist clench and a white chiaroscopic energy wound up. Asterisk. Zhang Zheng directly jumped up. He had seen the chi that Shangguan Ru had shown him. It was exactly the same as what Su Yuan was displaying now. She's not really going to make it, is she? No way. You'll have to see for yourself to go. Erasure City. I don't know if I was irritated by Su Yuan. Su Anyan managed to condense her battle chi ahead of schedule this morning. And now, 4 days away from the comparison, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the white battle chi entwined in her hands. So what if it's a bit slower? After condensing my battle chi, I've half the win. P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 4 may be late. Brothers can go to bed first and read it tomorrow. Chapter 159, ask her yourself. She won't lie to you. Ha! You've also condensed chi. When Su Anyan found Shangguan Ru and displayed his battle chi, Shangguan Ru was in a state of complete shock. When the two had just awakened their talents, she was the only one who wanted to sign a special training contract with Obuchi. After all, the content was grueling and could not be sustained by non-top-tier flesh-strengthening class talents. This, of course, is her divisive theoretical strategy. First, the experimental subjects with top physical talent were used as forerunners and tested with extreme conditions. When it succeeds, then it will slowly optimize and bring down the conditions for condensing chi. Strive for more people exposed to this power. So, at that time, when she was confronted with Su Anyan's request to participate in the totally with a buy one get one free mentality, there was no expectation that Su Anyan would succeed. Later on, Su Anyan demonstrated the resilience of, although the standard of each training session was much lower than Su Yuan's, he still persisted. To be honest, the admiration was genuine, but Shangguan Ru was not optimistic in terms of whether she could succeed. I didn't realize that now. Su Anyan actually gave her a big surprise as well. Yen, you're great too. Shangguan Ru likewise embraced her and was heartily happy for her. You don't have a flesh-strengthening type of talent, and it's mostly harder for you to condense chi than Xiao Yuan, but you succeeded only 1 day after him. In a sense, your success is even more shocking. Su Anyan had a faint smile on her face. Finally a sentence that sounds good. She hadn't been wrong about anyone, compared to Shangguan Meng, that witch with her inscrutable character. Shangguan Ru, the scientific financial biological triple genius, was clearly more to her liking. It just so happens that she'll need an assistant in the future. She can't do everything herself, after all. For example, the management of the forces under your command. For example, the investment and distribution of the huge property. Then take Shangguan Ru with you. Congratulations. Su Yuan similarly laughed. Su Anyan. She looked deeply at Su Yuan. If the third comparison, 4 days later, it would be nice to put Su Yuan in a position to feel despair. He himself will definitely let him know ruthlessly why he was able to ascend to the peak of the stars in his last life. To be able to become an empress of a generation, it was because both of them had managed to condense their battle chi. So naturally the training of the past days is no longer needed. And Shangguan Ru had already learned the information that Minister Zhang Zhang of the Ministry of Education was on his way to Erasure City. The entire person was incomparably excited. So he let Su Yuan and Su Anyan arrange their own time to go cultivate. Room. Su Yuan wasn't cultivating. He was thinking about something critical. 10 days had passed since the last time he used the Heavenly Origin liquid. One could already use the remaining 1 drop of Heavenly Source liquid again. In this way, the concentration of one's ancient god bloodline could be taken to another level. But, he'd actually always had a suspicion. That was that the aftermath of one's use of the divine blood prison could be considered extremely severe. Without the Heavenly Source liquid, one's ancient divine blood burned out, and one's strength fell to the ground. It was possible that from then on, he would only be able to rely on that remaining trace of ancient god's blood and become an ordinary genius. What about Dream? She used some kind of special ability at that time and decimated an 8th rank with a 7th rank. It was clearly beyond her original power. Didn't she have any after effects? But no matter if it was Sister Ru, Uncle Bai or Chief Ancient, no one had ever mentioned her problem. That would be very unusual. He believed that their concern for Shangguan Meng would never be lower than his. It was his own unfounded worry. Or is it that they're keeping it all from him, not telling him? No, if it was hidden from him, then there was no way that Rusan hadn't shown any signs at all. If Dream did have after effects after that experience, and Ru had knowledge of it, then even if he and Su Anyan successfully condensed chi and fulfilled Sister Ru's long-cherished wish, he believed that Sister Ru would definitely not be happy, unless Sister Ru doesn't know either. Su Yuan decided. He planned to ask Uncle White and Chief Ancient first. He'd left the two men's contact information earlier. Although one of the two was the deputy director of the Alienicide Bureau, one is the chief of the Court of 12. Surely he has a lot of work to do day in and day out. I don't know if he has the time to reply to him, but ask and say, they will always return when they see it. If Dream really does have after effects, The spectral stone pendant necklace he gave her last time was just as a good luck charm. The one that was truly effective had to be the heavenly source liquid. Assuming, of course, that the power she uses when she bursts into flames comes from a bloodline talent. Deicide is a different game. Buzz. White Burial received a message. Uncle White. I'd like to ask, after Dream's last fight, after using that special power to behead an 8th rank Seal King realm powerhouse, didn't it leave any after effects behind? White Burial was a little silent when he saw this message. This little guy. How long has this been going on? And why is it suddenly coming back to me? Still, however much time had passed, he thought of it, and it showed that he still cared about Shangwan Meng. He thought briefly and did not reply at first. During this time, he would ask Shangwan Meng every few days if her after effects had returned. After all, her after effects had once left even Muji at his wit's end. And then again, as if by some miracle, it was suppressed. Although Muji said that the flow of her vitality had stopped, he wasn't completely relieved about it. But every time he asked Shangwan Meng about this, the answer he got was, "I've been better." Is that true? Or is it fake? He shall not know. Because with Shangwan Meng, no one can say for sure. Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Last time, Shangwan Ru asked him to ask Su Yuan to persuade Shangwan Meng not to be impulsive. And it worked out in the end. This was the first time the witch had changed her mind for someone else. This kind of thing, he and Chief Ancient couldn't do. Of this thing alone he was certain. Shangwan Meng had a special feeling for the teenager called Su Yuan. As to what exactly that feeling is, he doesn't know, and he's not going to interfere with it. But he wasn't worried about that, because Shangwan Meng's innate talent for reading people made him believe in Su Yuan's character. So, if he wanted to confirm whether Shangwan Meng had really been cured, maybe just the right place to start with Su Yuan. It might work wonders. He thought about it. Replied, "Ask her yourself. She won't lie to you. Don't say I let you. Ask her yourself. She won't lie to you. Don't say I let you." Su Yuan didn't expect Uncle Bai to return the message so quickly. Just, let me ask myself. She wouldn't lie to me? What's that supposed to mean? That said, Dream, she'd lie to someone? And, what's with this note after the parentheses? P.S. Chapter 4. There aren't many authors as dedicated as me. Oh, begging for power. Ask for gifts. Chapter 160. Companions are meant to rely on each other. Shangwan Meng's true identity? Think about it for a moment. Su Yuan decided to take Uncle Bai's advice and just hit straight balls. If Shangwan Meng really retained her after effects and the Tianyuan liquid was able to help her, then Su Yuan would not hesitate to give her the remaining 1 drop of celestial origin liquid. Relying on the divine blood prison himself, he was able to kill the 7th ranked Morongjin. But whether or not it could kill an 8th order Seal King realm powerhouse was still unknown. The odds are no. So without Dream, he'd be dead. When a person dies, everything is empty. Say it and do it. A few minutes later, Su Yuan directly found Shangwan Meng and made his intentions known. Aftermath? Shangwan Meng blinked. Yes, the aftermath. Su Yuan looked straight into Shangwan Meng's eyes. It's like my strength fell after I killed Morongjin. Are you not affected in any way? Dream? Well, Shangwan Meng was hesitating. During this time, the gemstone pendant that Obuchi had given her had once again dulled a lot. She made a rough estimate that it should last another 4 or 5 days or so. The energy in it may be about to run out. Dream. Su Yuan rarely flooring his face. What is our relationship now? Shangwan Meng was startled. She'd seen that kind of line in a lot of comics, but never thought it would happen to him one day. But, that's a puzzling question. From her point of view, she was the older sister the big sister who had to take care of and protect Ru and Obuchi. But not only did Obuchi not change his tone to call her sister after he learned of her identity, to think he's still calling her Little Dream as before, but he can call her whatever he wants. But what kind of relationship is this? She doesn't know, so she shook her head honestly. I don't know. No. Su Yuan expressed his hurt. We've been through life and death together once, right? Well, Shangwan Meng gently nodded, but quickly shook her head again, her face full of seriousness. Twice. Ha? Su Yuan froze for a moment. When he refers to having experienced life and death together, he's talking about the last attack. Where did this extra one come from? Wait, she couldn't be referring to the last time she encountered the Abyssal Rift. That's black history. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times. We're both determined to protect each other anyway, aren't we? Otherwise, either Dream or me, neither would use that kind of power outside of their grasp, right? Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. Then I'm doing it now out of a desire to protect you, so you can never lie to me about it. No what? Is there such a thing? Shangwan Meng froze for a moment. Shouldn't there be good lies? Her eyes unconsciously glanced toward the light novel she had been reading yesterday. when she was a reader. She would have loved for the hero and heroine to have explained everything to each other, but once this actually happened to her, she'll just always throw in the towel like the people in the book. Besides, it's not like she and Kabuchi are boyfriend and girlfriend. Follow Shangwan Meng's gaze. Su Yuan also caught a glimpse of the various doggedly sadistic light novels and manga on the bookshelf to the side. Ah, it's these things that cripple teenagers. He withdrew his gaze, his expression grew serious, and he said in a serious manner, "Dream. That old story of hiding your misfortunes for the sake of others and cheating because you don't want to be a burden is a thing of the past. That's all backward writing that has been abandoned by the market. It's all the rage right now. A new genre of honesty and solidarity among peers in the face of adversity. So, please do tell me the truth. The power of the mouth is infinitely greater, as long as it is performed by the right person." Shangwan Meng lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering gently as if she was thinking about the correctness of Su Yuan's words. She was never one to be easily persuaded. She never changes what she decides. She raised her head and looked at Su Yuan. And what if it's something that would be very disturbing? Su Yuan's smile was wide. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Besides, companions are meant to rely on each other. Shangwan Meng nodded. Anyway, I already owe Obuchi twice, so it shouldn't be a problem to add another one, right? I'll definitely pay him back later. Convince yourself after. She rolled up her sleeve gently, and at that white wrist the ghostly purple spiderweb-like veins had faded a lot, but they were still visible. Su Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, he knew something was wrong. Everything in this world has a clear price. You use powers that are out of range, and there's always a price to pay. And this necklace you gave me earlier. Oh Buchi. Shangwan Meng took the necklace off, her tone a little down. I made it ugly. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the netherworld stone, the beautiful and mysterious purple stone, now no longer glowing, significantly dimmer. That Mr. Wood treated me before, and he said, I'm losing my life force, but no source or reason can be found, but it seems to have certain energies in it that I can absorb, temporarily suppressing the flow of life force. Words. Su Yuan was a bit thankful. I'm glad I gave away the phantom stone in the first place. At the very least it has had a dampening effect. But beyond the celebration is intense concern. The loss of life force. Such an aftermath was much more serious than he had imagined. He burned the blood of the ancient god and merely weakened in strength. Everything else was normal. So why is it so costly for Dream to use her power? Mr. Wood couldn't find the source of the lesion either? Could that come from the same bloodline as yourself? If it's really a problem with the bloodline, that Heaven's Origin liquid should be able to salvage and make up for it? He thought for a moment, and carefully asked Shangwan Meng how he felt when he used that power. Comparing her description to how she felt when she used the Divine Blood Prison, there were many similarities between the two. This power, I don't know where it comes from. It's like it's been hiding inside me all this time. Only after that time, it woke up. Shangwan Meng followed up this statement with, it also made Su Yuan more inclined to think that this was a problem caused by bloodline talent. But, it's not trivial. For the time being, we can't jump to conclusions so easily. Right. Since Su Anyan was able to recognize the underworld stone, maybe she'll know something about it. You can ask her yourself. Shangwan Meng could see the worry in Su Yuan's eyes. She was beginning to wonder a little if she had made the right choice in bringing this out or not. She spoke softly. Isn't that hard for you? No. Su Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. Give me a moment. He glanced at the much-dimmed phantom stone and made up his mind. I'll find a solution before it's completely useless. Holding a heavy heart, Su Yuan found Su Anyan. You recognize the spectral stone I gave to Dream, don't you? Su Anyan nodded with a calm expression. Right, but the stars generally refer to it as a plutonic crystal. Whatever it's called. What exactly is this thing used for? Su Anyan gently glanced at Su Yuan. The stuff is yours. Don't you know what it's for? And where did you get it? Su Yuan did not reply. Su Anyan shook her head, not pursuing the question. Because it involved the special abilities of the chosen one, she had a sense of proportion and didn't bother to ask. Underworld crystals are generally produced in the underworld domain. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. All you need to know is that it's a special area in the stars where a large number of demons exist, called underworld demons. Haven't you come into contact with an abyssal rift before? There are also abyssal rifts in the stars. On a much larger scale, the underworld is similar to the abyss, and the underworld demons are not far from the abyssal demons. The underworld crystals contain a special power known as underworld power, and most underworld demons use underworld power. Stygian crystals relative to them is similar to source crystals relative to us. Except for the underworld demon, normal cultivators cannot absorb the underworld power in the underworld crystal. At best, they collect it as jewelry and gems. Su Yuan froze. Is the underworld crystal to underworld demons similar to the source crystal to humans? Except for the underworld demon, normal cultivators can't absorb the energy in it? That little dream she can absorb the power in the underworld crystal. Su Anyan noticed Su Yuan's difference and glanced at him. If you're worried about something happening to Shangguan Meng, you don't have to. Unlike source crystals, the meditative power in them doesn't escape and doesn't harm people. That's why it can be a collector's item. Su Yuan was silent for a long while and slowly opened his mouth. No one has ever been able to utilize the underworld crystal to cultivate? Never. Su Anyan shook her head, her tone sure. Except for the underdog. Chapter 161, Give It Up. This may be her life. Are there any humanoid medieval demons? Hearing Su Yuan's question, Su Anyan's gaze took on a bit of surprise. Just as there are humanoid demons in the abyss, there are humanoid Stygian demons but it's still very different from a human being and instantly recognizable. So, can underworld demons and humans produce offspring? Su Anyan. She stared at Su Yuan. What the hell is this guy doing? Why did you come to ask yourself about the underworld demon all of a sudden? In fact, although she had some knowledge of the underworld domain, she didn't know much about it, because the underworld isn't the same as a demon. Abyssal demons appear randomly in the stars through the abyssal rift and are widely distributed. But the underworld devils will only stay in the underworld, because once they're gone, soon enough, the lack of meditative power in the external environment would lead to a fall in strength, loss of vitality, and finally death. There are some people in the stars with unique proclivities that maybe collect some humanoid demons and humanoid underworld demons to use for pleasure. But demons and underworld devils are fundamentally different from humans, and it is simply impossible for the two to produce offspring. After learning that this situation didn't exist either, Su Yuan was truly confused. If we go by what Su Anyan said, Shangguan Meng was able to absorb the power in the underworld stone, so she was the so-called underworld demon. But Su Anyan also said that even if it's a humanoid underworld demon, there was still an instantly recognizable difference from normal humans. But Dream was clearly no different from a normal person. The only special point, maybe it's the fact that her form is relatively young. He had been thinking, could it be because Shangguan Meng has half underworld demon and half human blood flowing in her body? That's what led to this. But Su Anyan added that it was impossible for underworld demons and humans to produce offspring. Then all this and what happened to Shangguan Meng is a contradiction. Could it be that you've seen too little? The only thing Su Yuan could think of was this possibility. Su Anyan? She has little insight? Then there might not be anyone in this starry sky who could claim to be well informed. Except for the cosmic ocean. Any forbidden place in this starry sky had once had her footprints. Forget it. A blindfolded eye does not see MT. Tai. She didn't bother to say much. Su Yuan hesitated and took his cell phone out, giving Su Anyan a look at the photos he had taken. The photo was of a ghostly purple vein pattern on Shangguan Meng's small arm. I have a friend. It's not just Shangguan Meng. Su Anyan was helpless. With such tiny arms, who else but Shangguan Meng? But then she looked at the ghostly purple veins on the photo. What is this? It was affected by the meditation crystal you gave her? That doesn't make sense. It's reasonable to say that the underworld power wouldn't have escaped. It is impossible to affect the holder. No. Su Yuan shook his head and explained the whole story to Su Anyan. At the moment, he and Su Anyan are the most solid allies. And this kind of thing, aside from Su Anyan, someone who had once lived in the stars, he didn't know anyone else who could answer it. After listening to Su Yuan's description, Su Anyan's brows furrowed a little. You mean, after she exploded in power last time and decapitated that 8th-ranked powerhouse, there was a side effect of loss of vitality, and there was this vein pattern dash, and then she temporarily stopped the loss of her life force by absorbing the power in the plutonic crystal, and the vein lines have been suppressed and faded a lot? Su Yuan nodded. Su Anyan fell into a long thought. It was clearly against her perception. Underworld. That was one of the top 10 forbidden places in the inner universe, and it was not even close to Blue Star. There was also no way that the underworld demon could have crossed such a distant starfield to come to such a marginal planet. Then why would Shangguan Meng have a suspected underworld demon bloodline flowing in her body? It was clear that both Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Ru were no different from normal people. The Shangguan family is also able to marry and have children normally. There was no bloodline separation between underworld devils and humans. What the hell is going on here? And, in the last world, the death of Officer Meng, could it have something to do with this too? Thinking about it, she started digging into her memories about the Shangguan family, but her memories of the blue planet as a whole are vague. The Shangguan family had even fewer points that she could remember. By the way, the Shangguan family seems to have a guy called Shangguan Waking. It seems that he also passed the Star Realm trial in the beginning and was selected by the 9-Star Alliance. But then, right, Then not long after entering the 9-star alliance, he seemed to have disappeared. This guy's always been a loner and mysterious. From the blue star to the 9-star alliance, rarely throws his weight around, so he doesn't remember much about him at all on his own. Unable to find any clues from her memories, she could only look at Su Yuan and said helplessly, "I'm not sure why Shangwan Meng is acting like the underworld demon, but since this has already happened, if you want to help her, you can only find more spectral stones to renew her life." Su Yuan was silent. Where is the spectral stone so easy to obtain? After these hundreds of rounds of draws, he had only obtained a single phantom stone. Should we hope for the rest of the raffle? It's certainly nice to be drawn, but what if I don't get the phantom stone? Furthermore, it was fortunate that he hadn't given Shangwan Meng the heavenly origin liquid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The heavenly origin liquid was able to enhance the power of the bloodline, but Shangwan Meng's bloodline would consume meditative power at all times. In other words, if one used the heavenly origin liquid on her, the strength of her bloodline would indeed increase, but accordingly, the speed at which she consumed her meditative power would also become faster, until more psionic stones can be found to replenish her meditative powers. It was tantamount to speeding up the flow of her vitality and was accelerating her death. Su Anyun glanced faintly at Su Yuan. Trying to get plutonium crystals in Blue Star on a reasonable and consistent basis is nearly impossible, let alone the Blue Star, even the 9-star alliance, or even the entire Eastern Spirit region. There may not even be plutonium crystals for sale. And Su Yuan, as the chosen one, even if there was a special ability that could give him access to that plutonium crystal at the time. But looking at him now, I guess this matter is beyond his power. As for Shangwan Meng, can't you change the fate of death in 2 lifetimes? Su Anyun gently shook her head, feeling sorry for the tragic fate of this genius. There was nothing she could do about it. Wait a minute, she suddenly remembered something. Compared to the Plague Lands, the Abyssal Rift was much more widely distributed in the stars. If memory serves, those who spent a lot of money, guys who have purchased humanoid plutonium demons to use for fun tend to go through cheaper and more convenient access to abyssal crystals. To keep them alive. This has been proven to work. It is for this reason that a number of starry-eyed forces have concluded that there may be some commonalities between the abyss and the underworld. Some have even put forward the underworld abyss co-origin theory, threatening that there is a great possibility that the underworld and the abyss has the same source. Blue Star has an abyssal rift. The abyss can be accessed through the abyssal rift. Abyssal crystals similar to the underworld crystal exist in the abyss. It's a lower substitute for the underworld crystal. But when she said this, Su Anyun shook her head again. It's easy to enter the abyssal rift, but to come back not even a 9th Order Supreme can do that. Give it up. Maybe that's her life. Chapter 162, sorry. This life, I've really changed it. Abyssal crystals? Su Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. One of the red rewards you drew for yourself last time. The key to the abyss. Ability to go back and forth between the present world and the abyss via demonic core recharge. At the time, I thought it shouldn't even be used anytime soon, but I didn't realize that it actually served that purpose now. As for Su Anyun's words, give up? Is this her life? What a demoralizing thing to say. Su Anyun looked over at Su Yuan, and the bright, determined smile on the latter's face made her freeze. This life, I'm really going to change it. Su Anyun felt strange. The chosen one, who carries the mandate of heaven, actually turned around and said that he wanted to change his destiny against heaven? You're not only going to steal my lines, you're going to steal my awareness? But, whether he's talking big or not, whether he can do it or not, he was willing to do it for Shangwan Meng. There aren't many people like that in the stars. He'll be good company. Su Anyun's tone calmed down slightly. What are you going to do? Do you have a way to get the abyssal crystals? Su Yuan nodded, though a substitute. But for now it will have to be relied upon for now. After that I will find a way to eradicate this condition. So you're going to the abyss? Su Anyun's brows furrowed. She could see that Su Yuan seemed to have a way of being able to enter and exit the abyss. But even if that difficulty was solved, could he get his hands on the abyssal crystals? With your current strength, at best, they can operate in the shallowest layer of the abyss. Abyssal crystals also have different qualities. The surface layer of the abyss only has the lowest grade of abyssal crystals. 1 or 2 of them is simply a drop in the bucket. There's no problem with this one. He has his own space ring, and as soon as he discovers the abyssal crystals, it can be brought back by the bucket load. But he suddenly had a bold idea and asked Su Anyun for confirmation. If the abyssal crystals can be used as a substitute for the plutonic crystals, so does that mean that the environment of the abyss is similar to the underworld as you call it? At the very least the two places must share some kind of common energy. So if I can send Dream to the abyss, Is it true that not only will she not be troubled by the depletion of her meditative power, but she can also borrow the environment of the abyss to accelerate her cultivation? Su Anyan shook her head. Absolutely not. Why? Abyssal demons and underworld demons are two races that are absolute opposites. Every so often, the abyssal demons would form an army to storm the underworld. It might be okay if you went into the abyss alone, because you're so weak that the powerful beings in the abyss will not notice your presence. But Shangwan Meng has the bloodline of a suspected underworld demon in her body. The powerhouses in the abyss definitely have the ability to sense the underworld demon bloodline. So if you send her in, you're just sending her to her death. Not to mention the 7th-ranked feudal lord she is. If she really meets a strong person in the abyss, even 9th-rank supreme beings are nothing more than ants. Okay, looks like it's still up to you. Su Yuan was planning to leave. Wait a minute. Su Anyan called out to Su Yuan, and she hesitated for a moment. If you really want to enter the abyss, I'll teach you a secret technique. It allows one to take on the aura of an abyssal demon, and can keep you from being detected by the demons around you for a short time. Big help. Su Yuan was elated. This secret method could definitely come in handy in the abyss. Su Anyan hummed lightly. Just don't die in the abyss. Su Yuan froze for a moment and lamented. Rarely, too rarely, do you actually care about me? I just don't want to upset my mom. And incidentally don't want to lose a chosen one ally. Don't worry. You said I'm the chosen one. I won't die that easily. It better be. For the next hour, Su Yuan had learned the secret method of how to fake the aura of an abyssal demon from Su Anyan. Thanks to the efficacy of the enlightenment tea, he quickly mastered it. Thanks. Su Yuan sincerely thanked him, and at the same time, he was once again convinced of Su Anyan's identity as a reborn person. At the same time, for the rare initiative of goodwill released by this high-cooled empress and ally of the reborn, he chose to do some thanking. That, you know, chosen ones have some special abilities. My special ability is actually the ability to get occasional resource rewards. At Su Yuan's sudden confession, Su Anyan was a bit surprised, because she knew that, for the chosen people, this is their biggest secret. She raised an eyebrow. Unconditional? Well, unconditionally. Similar to the polygon? Since you're a reborn, then it must have seen similar treasures, right? Or maybe some foreign beasts are born with the ability to gobble up treasures? I should be similar to it. Truly, the chosen one is fed from heaven. There are indeed such treasures and exotic beasts in the stars. After all, the universe is so vast that all sorts of strange things are possible. For example, one of the top forces in the universe, the Four Directions Wealth Chamber of Commerce, is said to be at its headquarters. There's just a treasure bowl that produces treasures at regular intervals. Another example was the giant beast Starfield, where there was a heaven-defying beast called the heaven-swallowing toad. Its abdomen was born with a mysterious space that, it's rumored to be able to vomit all sorts of treasures out of its stomach. Just so, when Su Anyan thought about how she wanted to get some rewards, either by relying on the dog system's charity, either that or he relied on accomplishing all sorts of perverted quests, whereas Su Yuan felt a pang of anger come over him when he was in no condition to do so. That's all. But it's just a little bit of frost. But it's just some test. But it's just a few trials and tribulations. To get back to the top. To challenge the mandate of heaven. She carried it off. Do you have any resources you need right now? If I have any, perhaps you can be financed a little. Su Anyan didn't expect Su Yuan to be able to come up with anything much better at all. For example, the glazed star marrow. She's in short supply. Very short supply. Right now. But this thing was the system's S-rank rating reward. So Su Yuan could have it? Impossible. So she waved her hand with disinterest. I appreciate the thought. Let's talk about it later. That's not a particularly precious secret method. Alright. Su Yuan had originally planned whether or not to share out a bit of that glazed star marrow to Su Anyan. After all, it felt like she was a bit weak. Now that she said that. Next time, go back to your room. Su Yuan didn't directly use the key of the abyss. This thing only had one chance to recharge at the moment, which meant he could only go back and forth once. He had asked Little Dream, and the meditative power in that underworld stone should still be able to support him for 4 or 5 more days. In these few days, he was going to maximize his strength, add a little security to this trip to the abyss. Then, keep practicing hard. Su Yuan opened the stasis space. Celestial source liquid is harmful to Little Dream for the time being. So this second drop, he came to use it. He wanted more blazing ancient god blood. Stronger power. Take it all. Into your own hands. PS1, Chapter 3. PS2, it's been 16 days of 4 shifts this month, and it looks like the promised 4 shifts and a half are about to expire. PS3, ask for some gifts. Recharge the author's 4 shifts. Chapter 163, third comparison. I hope you can last longer under me. Still space. Su Yuan took out the heavenly origin bottle. The second drop of heavenly source liquid was taken out and swallowed. Familiar pain. Familiar torture. A familiar ordeal. As long as the pain doesn't kill me, sooner or later, I'll directly fill my body with ancient god blood. God's blood prison, just throw it around. Asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, the heavenly origin liquid was once again digested. The ancient god's blood in Su Yuan's body once again increased a bit, and the strength of his fleshly body once again increased. The strong aura on his body also became thicker and thicker. He didn't leave directly, but took out a large amount of source crystals that start trying to hit the second order limit. The strong physical body wails away the source energy, being compressed little by little within the body, and the sea of chi continues to expand. 5 days later, Su Yuan opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In 5 days' time, it had managed to rise from the upper second rank to the second rank limit. Extreme realm. Only a very small number of people can reach it. Most martial artists can only reach the upper second rank, not to mention that his limit realm was more than several times stronger than an ordinary limit realm. Now that the battle chi has coalesced, there is no need for daily training, and no need for daily body data analysis. Again, attempt to impact the third order. After suffering a loss last time, Su Yuan had stored some food in his storage ring, enough for him to continue his cultivation in the still space. I didn't feel much of it before, but now the more I use the still space, the better I feel. It is, perhaps, the real bug in itself. Sync your mind before practicing. Su Yuan glanced at the system panel. It grew again from 71W to 94W. The big part of this is still, surely, the residual heat of one's own creation of the law. Small head, on the other hand, is the one who defeated Gao Wu by himself. Truth be told, he felt that the battle-hungry, black-rimmed glasses big muscle brother was quite interesting. Promising myself to send defeat texts and actually doing it, not caring at all about his face as the one demon of the imperial capital. He belonged to the type of person who could afford to lose. Speaking of which, he's been meeting some interesting people lately. Xin, Go Vivo, Xiaolong, Two Dreams, yes. There is also a Zhang Zhengqing, and I don't know where this kid has run off to and what he's doing. Forget it, don't think about it, cultivate first. Improving your strength is the most important thing. To have an ally as strong as me, Su Anyun, you can just steal a smile. Su Yuan grinned and opened his cultivation time. This breakthrough took 3 days. Awakening order condensation of source orifices. First order condensation of true veins. Second gathering of chi seas. It's all about building a source energy circulatory system within the body. Therefore, when the source energy had successfully circulated through the source orifices, true veins, and sea of chi, running around the circumference of the sky, it would symbolize that one had stepped into the last stage of the exploration realm, which was the third order. It finally worked. Su Yuan opened his eyes, very satisfied with this cultivation. The long hours of cultivation had made the physical body become exhausted, and it was time to rest and take a break. He closed the static space, and this period of cultivation, to the outside world, was but a split second. Take a day or two off. When the body recovers, continue. In the afternoon, Zhang Zheng arrived at Erishur City and went straight to the training hall to meet Shang Wanru. As the Minister of Education, Zhang Zheng was one of the 12 members of the Daxia Council, and his status was honorable. It was still above the average ninth order supreme being, and he came in person. One could then see how much he valued the new power system theory confirmed by Shang Wanru. Miss Ru, it's not easy. I heard about your sister's disappearance. Too. Your sister would be proud of you for turning your grief into strength. Zhang Zheng first expressed his condolences to Shang Wanru. After all, he had heard about Shang Wanmeng's disappearance. He really loved and hated Shang Wanmeng, the famous witch. The love was her horrible and overwhelming natural qualifications. It was her disregard for rules and her fierce, misbehaving personality that was hated. I'm sure my sister is fine. Shang Wanru directly opened up her acting skills. Her red eyes were more real than real. What about those 2 students? I'm going to call them both soon. Zhang Zheng then met that famous Dharma creating heavenly pride and demon king of the southern river, as well as classmate Su. This is Minister Zhang from our Daxia Ministry of Education. He came over in person this time. It's to verify your chi. Shang Wanru introduced himself to the 2. Hello Minister Zhang. Hello Minister Zhang. Both men said hello at the same time. Su Yuan sized up this Minister Zhang, compared to Brother Qin. He had often seen this Minister of Education on TV. The reform of the system of martial arts academies, the change of martial arts teaching materials, it's all from him. This is a real pillar of Daxia, a national weapon that does real things. Hello, 2 students. Zhang Zhang's gaze swept over Su Yuan, his eyes filled with admiration. When he swept over Su Anyun, he also glowed slightly. He didn't say much more than that, though, and got right to the point. Please also show me the chi you have gathered. Both of them cast their battle chi out at the same time. Zhang Zhang's eyes lit up, and his complexion suddenly became excited. It began to scrutinize the two men's battle auras. After meticulous observation and multiple contact perceptions, he confirmed that it was indeed a power distinct from source energy and spiritual power. He took a step back with a solemn expression and bowed towards Shangguan Ru. Miss Ru, you have done great service to your country. This is not an exaggeration. A whole new system of power. This was a stone-breaking move. A way to open up one more path for Xia martial artists. Even if the conditions for reproduction are a bit harsh at the moment, it may not be impossible to expand it with subsequent in-depth research. Take a step back. The difficulty of mastering it has been too high to incorporate it into a textbook for students to master. That's being promoted in the War Department. Can it be mastered by those soldiers and warriors who have fought hundreds of battles and have been born to die? Although the Martial Arts Academy under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of the Army, although they are robbing people every year, it may seem like tit for tat, for a good seedling to be able to fight in red face, but in the end, it's all for the sake of Daxia. Shangguan Ru certainly knew how significant the theory he had created was. She was well-deserved and frankly faced Zhang Zhang's courtesy, because there were no important matters in the ministry. Zhang Zhang directly stayed behind. He wasted his sleep and food on all of Shangguan Ru's research materials, analyzed data, theoretical basis, and read them all carefully, except for Shangguan Ru, who remained here to study and refine his theories with one of them. Because of the successful conclusion of the experimental special training, Su Yuan, Su Anyun and Shangguan Meng all moved to the villa that Su Qingling had been given. Shangguan Meng still appeared as little dream sister, pestering Su Qingling to learn how to cook. Obuchi had said that companions were meant to trust each other. That's why she can't make any more difficult dishes. She's going to make some of his favorite dishes. As for Su Yuan and Su Anyun, while accompanying Su Qingling, they were also working hard on their own cultivation. Su Yuan was there to maximize his strength before the trip to the abyss. Dream always had a happy smile on her face when she and Auntie Su were learning to cook, but he knew that the underworld stone's meditative power would soon be depleted. He promised, it will keep the smile on her face. As for Su Anyun, it's all about getting a win on the third comparison. Get rid of the failures that have been going on, reinvent the word, and start your own journey of cross-pollination. Third day back home. Night. Su Anyun's body seemed to have undergone some sort of strange change. A burst of crystalline light came out from the surface of the skin, carrying a burst of arcane, mysterious aura. She sat on the bed as if she were a glazed pagoda that never wore out. The first layer of the glazed indestructible body. Success! Su Anyun slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm. Tomorrow, it's the day when the third comparison arrives. She looked at her palms, gently clenching them, feeling the powerful force of her fleshly body and muttering softly under his breath. South River Demon King? But, tomorrow, I hope you can last longer under me. P.S. Fourth shift. P.S. Also, you really can't raise a book. Raising a book is the beginning of a cool book. Cry. You can hoard it and not read it first, but hopefully a little hyping will come as well. Chapter 164, I want the bottom to be deeper. Double red. 10,000 devouring spirit soldier. Original devil's egg. Right. Su Anyun suddenly thought again. Since tomorrow is the day of the third comparison, is there an extra prize when I finish that conversation with that guy tomorrow? System, yes. The resource rewards for winning, plus this additional prize. It should be able to skyrocket my strength by his own. Su Anyun revealed a victor's smile. For a reborn person like her, the pre-cultivation stage was slow to start, but as the realm rises, the rate of growth will only get faster, and by the time it returns to its peak, it may only take half as long as the last one, or even less. I'm looking forward to it. I hope I don't disappoint. System, strength rises fiercely. Resources are sent quickly. Please, look forward to it. In the meantime, in Su Yuan's room, he slowly opened his eyes. That rich power of chi and blood, it made him look as if he was a savage beast that had just woken up from hibernation. His fleshly body was incomparably strong. His chi and blood were abundant, and the source energy in his body circulated endlessly. Third order, combined circumference. Lower third order. Source energy in the body is able to circulate 3 times per day. Third order medium, the source energy in the body is able to circulate 6 times per day. At the upper third rank, the source energy in the body is able to circulate 9 times per day. At the third order limit, the source energy in the body is able to circulate 12 times per day. A powerful physical body. The perfect foundation created by the awakening order. The first order, and the second order, both in one. It allowed Su Yuan to have the number of source energy cycles in his body. Within just 3 days after he reached the third rank, reach 8 times, it was just a little bit short of reaching the upper third order. This rate of improvement was horrifying. Almost. After these 2 days of recuperation, his physical body and spirit had also returned to their optimal state once again, allowing him to activate the static space once again. He looked down during the day, and the spectral stone, which had been so brilliant in days of old, it is now dull and dusty, and according to estimates, in 2 more days, it will lose its effectiveness completely, though it will just start to bleed life a little bit after the psionic stone fails. There is no immediate threat of death, but if he could, Su Yuan still wanted to set aside a little more time for a rainy day. He opened the still space again and looked at the system panel. Host, Su Yuan. Realm, 3rd order medium 8 cycles. Mental strength, Gashi rank 11 Hz. Cultivation method, the 5 sacred body refining methods, Vermilion bird method, 1st level. The Great Day Sutra, the rising sun sees me. Tian Yuan cultivation method. Secret method, the 10 changes of the ancient gods, Tao Dai change. The unquenchable spirit of war. Returning to the gun's will. Forbidden technique, divine blood prison. Battle techniques, S-grade dragon shaking fist, perfection. A grade 9 regicide lance, true intent. A grade shadow flash, perfection. Emotional value, 103W. During this recent period of time, Su Yuan had been upgrading his realm. There was simply no time to cultivate battle techniques, so the S-ranked battle technique sunset gun that he had obtained last time had yet to be learned. On the contrary, the spiritual power was nourished by Morongjin's soul fragments, directly from the primordial apparent order -4 Hz, upgraded to Gashi rank 11H. The accumulation of emotional value also increased again from 94W to 103W. In the last few days the creation of the law has lost its fervor and the rate of growth has been very comparatively slow. However, Su Yuan wasn't worried. When Minister Zhang returned to the imperial capital afterward and announced the battle chi theory to the public, it should still go up, even if by then the main focus of the crowd should be on Sister Ru, the inventor. You can only be considered secondary yourself, but going up a couple 100,000 shouldn't be a problem. The bottom isn't enough to draw another wave. If you're lucky enough to draw a spectral stone or something similar, you can solve your immediate problem. The time is much wider. Even if you can't, it's a little more security for the trip to the abyss. System, come on 200 draws. If that was known to outsiders, I'm afraid they would just spit out blood. Any single technique or secret method in Su Yuan's body was enough to shake the world when taken out individually. If such a bottom is not rich enough, I am afraid that there is no bottom under the sky. Ding! Consuming 40W of emotional value for 200 rounds of premium raffle. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Thunder Extinction Explosion Bomb, blue quality. A detonation bomb? Sounds like a disposable prop? Mine extinguishing projectile, detonation time can be set, and after detonation, it's as powerful as a 7th ranked warrior's blow. Good. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. This thing, it's an absolute must for getting things done. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Ding! Various kinds of resource rewards stuffed the system space. Ding! A total of 100 advanced draws have been made, triggering the guarantee. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 Devouring Spirit Soldier. Red quality. 10,000 Devouring Spirit Soldier. The essence is 10,000 Devouring Divine Iron, which can devour metals, minerals, and special substances. Perform fusion, constantly getting stronger and stronger. Growth weapon. Can be transformed to be the shape of any weapon. Growing weapons. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, though he didn't use a weapon himself most of the time. A weapon to a strongman. It's an extremely important presence. A good weapon can gain a considerable degree of advantage for the bearer against the enemy. Mindfulness. The 10,000 Devouring Spirit Soldier appeared in Su Yuan's hand. It was a black liquid, and as Su Yuan's mind flowed, it successively changed into the appearance of various weapons such as swords, knives, rods and hammers. It's extraordinary. In the end, this 10,000 Devouring Spirit Soldier transformed into the shape of a long spear. Road End Gun 2.0, online. However, at present, it had not yet begun its devouring evolution and was still in its initial state. Not strong enough. Su Yuan thought about it and directly extracted 2 pounds of glazed star marrow from the system space and fed it. Use it to test the water. A good weapon is a companion that can last a lifetime. Anyway, there are still about 20 pounds of glazed star marrow in the system space. It doesn't hurt to give 2 pounds of it a taste. See only. The Pathfinder Gun 2.0 once again transformed into a small mass of liquid, the so-called 10,000 Devouring Divine Iron. Attached to the top of the glazed star marrow, it began to devour and fuse a little bit. But by the looks of it, it might consume some time. Take advantage of this time. Su Yuan looked at the next 100 rounds of draws again. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the instant transmission talisman. Blue quality. Transient charms. This was also obtained in the previous raffle. So Yuan has accumulated 6 so far. Each instant charm enables the user to teleport to a random area within a 3-kilometer radius. This randomized drop was so unreliable that Su Yuan didn't even think of using it on weekdays. But this time into the abyss, I might be able to use it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining S-rank battle skill epiphany card. Okay. It's not like you have to learn battle techniques on your own. It's very comfortable. Ding! Congratulations on getting. Ding! A total of 100 advanced draws have been made, triggering the guarantee. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the original demon's egg. Red quality. Original demon's egg. After accelerated incubation by absorbing the demon's crystal core, an original demon can be hatched. Proto-demons can devour demons to become stronger, and proto-demons can recognize their masters. Su Yuan? A proto-demon? What is this? Pets? And devouring demons to become stronger? Sounds like it's not very friendly to the demons. Hiss. Why did it feel as if he was going to turn the abyss upside down this time he entered it? Chapter 165, Strength Surge. Killing the 3rd rank was like slaughtering a chicken. Killing the 4th rank was like butchering a dog. The oval black round egg lay peacefully in the palm of his hand, about the size of an egg. This is the so-called original devil's egg, also absorbing demonic crystals to hatch. It's the same as the abyssal key. However, the key to the abyss has a higher recharge priority. So we'll see if there are any extra demon crystals for you after we satisfy one recharge. Thinking so, Su Yuan put it away. After smoking the 200 rounds, he decided to stop for a while. A whole 200 rounds went down, and not a single shadow of the phantom stone was seen. Instead of hoping for the vain hope of luck, I'd rather go off into the deep end on my own, and get a fixed feed. In this way, before one finds a way to eradicate the problem of Xiao Meng's bloodline, at the very least, there's no need to worry about the disruptions from her aftermath. After reviewing the resources for this reward, Su Yuan directly used the S-rank epiphany card, raising the S-rank battle skill Sunset Gun to the perfection realm as well. This is the kind of instant combat power that can be patched up. Returning gun intent. It's a pity that I only have one of the 9 regicide guns that has reached the true intent right now. I wonder what kind of effect it will be when the Sunset Gun reaches true intent as well, and the 2 gun techniques are fused together. The Enlightenment Tea had indeed raised his enlightenment by a great deal, but it was still unrealistic to want to raise an S-ranked battle skill from perfection to true intent in a short period of time by oneself. The 10,000 devouring spirit soldier was still absorbing the glazed star marrow, and Su Yuan began to concentrate on cultivation. The next time, he had 2 pursuits. One is to see if you can try to raise your realm to the 3rd order limit. The second was to see if he could succeed in thoroughly mastering the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Law. Gain the Burning Heart ability. Time rushes. Apart from practicing Su Yuan, it was to feed the 10,000 devouring spirit soldiers with all kinds of metals, minerals, and special substances. A full 10 pounds of glazed star marrow, 10 pounds of purple spirit alloy, 8 pounds of secret silver iron, and 12 pounds of Shin Cloud crystal. After devouring and fusing various high-grade metals, the strength of the 10,000 devouring spirit soldier was already quite terrifying. Day 18. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The source energy in his body circulated crazily, and his chi and blood bulged like a roaring river. After these 18 days of cultivation, he had not only reached his limit, but had even gone further. The standard for the 3rd order limit bit is that the source energy circulates 12 times per day, and he can be cycled 15 times. Flesh, 3rd order limit bit, 15 cycles. Spirit, Imperial Order 17H. Mindfulness. Buzz. The 10,000 devouring spirit soldier transformed into a long spear, which he held in his hand. Canry. Su Yuan throws out a jab. It was clearly the second killing move in the Sunset Gun. The body of the gun roared like a dragon, and the source energy attached to it as if it could penetrate the great sun. The terror of the power is difficult to measure. The 4th and 3rd orders, which seem to differ by only 1 order, but in reality, it is the division between the exploration realm and the fusion realm. A whole big realm. Fusion realm, with source energy into flesh. Order 4, grind the skin and refine the flesh. Order 5, forge bones, shape tendons. 6th rank, blood quenching, marrow replacement. It's the first critical node for the qualitative change of a martial artist's strength. Normally, a 3rd-ranked martial artist against a 4th-ranked martial artist has a 0% chance of winning. A 4th-rank martial artist's skin is as hard as iron. and his flesh is as solid as a wall. Exploration realm martial artists. They can't break through the defense at all. But I can kill a 4th rank in a second with a single shot now. Su Yuan had full confidence in his own strength. If memory serves, the all-time high for the Great Summer Martial Arts exam, it's killing a 3rd order upper fierce beast boss. There are very few people in history who can do this, and the ancient chief of that year was one of them. But even the ancient chief, it also couldn't do anything to kill a 4th rank beast. It was because the 4th rank ferocious beasts were more than several times stronger than the 3rd rank ferocious beasts, and now killing 3rd order is like slaughtering a chicken. Killing 4th order is like butchering a dog. About time. This time it was the longest he had ever spent in still space, a full 18 days. These 18 days, in spite of the food he had previously prepared, he found that as a little bit of time passes, not the physical body, not the spirit, but one's own soul, there is an instinctive resistance to still space. That's right, it's the soul. Once upon a time, Su Yuan had always thought that the soul and spiritual power were the same thing. It wasn't until he used the Divine Blood Prison that he realized that the last 2 punishments of the Divine Blood Prison, the Divine Soul Punishment and the True Spirit Punishment, it's different. Divine Soul Penalty, for mental powers. It is the True Spirit Punishment that targets the soul. This experience in the still space was more than enough to convince him that there was definitely a difference between the two. Estimate: 20 days. It should be the current limit of what I can withstand in still space. My soul must be soothed in the real world before I can re-enter still space. The exact reason involves the laws of time, which I can't figure out right now. Su Yuan no longer dwelled on this issue. One session for 20 days is perfectly adequate for now. When he touches the secrets of the soul later, and his soul strengthens, this time limit will definitely increase. Su Yuan exited the static space. The next step from the 3rd order to the 4th order takes too long. There was no time left for him to break through slowly. It's time to head for the abyss. But before that, he needed some preparation. Su Yuan left the room, tiptoed to Shangwan Meng's room, and gently knocked. The door of the room quietly opened, and Su Yuan dashed into the room. Speaking of a fast, accurate, and stable room, Shangwan Meng was wearing a black nightgown, sitting on the edge of the bed with her hands propped up at her sides. A pair of small white legs swayed and swayed, gazing at Su Yuan with unblinking eyes. During the day Abuchi had told her that he had a secret to tell her at night. What could it be? Dream. I have a favor to ask of you. Su Yuan's expression was serious. Later, when I go to my room, and until I come out of it, you can't let anyone in. After using the key to the abyss, he'll disappear in this side of the world. For how long? Exactly. Whether it's a few hours, a day or 2, it's uncertain. So disappearing into thin air or something, if you don't say something ahead of time, if you get caught, it can cause a lot of trouble. Shangwan Meng scrutinized him for a while and nodded gently. Good. Su Yuan did not expect her to agree so dryly, froze for a moment and asked, aren't you curious about what I'm going to do? Shangwan Meng jumped out of bed, went to a drawer, and took a lemon candy out of it, and, turning around, he walked over to Su Yuan, pulled his hand over, broke it, and placed the candy in his palm. Not curious. With that, she paused and added, but don't anything happen to you. It feels like she knows everything. It's nice not to have to explain. Su Yuan laughed. Aha. Absolutely nothing will happen. Back to the room. Su Yuan let out a deep breath. Truth be told, that end of the abyss is a completely unknown world. Scared? Maybe a little bit. But whether now, or later, there will always be things more difficult and unknown than this. Since he had decided to become strong and guard the people he cared about, a life of smooth sailing was only found in fairy tales. Be prepared. He took out the key to the abyss, and used it. A mysterious vortex appeared, and Su Yuan's figure instantly disappeared into the room. Clearly 2 different worlds, but just for a moment, Su Yuan could smell an eerie, damp, and putrid odor. When I opened my eyes, the sky was blood red and surrounded by black ruins. Wait, is he or she in the air? The feeling of free fall came, causing Su Yuan's heart to tighten. The good thing is that it's not that high, just a few meters, no harm done. Just, boo. Su Yuan felt as if he had smashed into something. Fleshy. Is it a demon? He got up in a hurry. A humanoid demon? A contraption not too far removed from a human being lying on the ground. The face was sunk deep into the unknown black humus. It's just that this figure feels familiar? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and summoned the road-ended lance, which was transformed from the 10,000 devouring spirit soldiers, turned the guy he'd slammed into the dirt over. The next second, Zhang Yongcheng, Chapter 166, Clueless Black Emperor. He's either the reincarnation of an ancient god or, that's right, This guy who had his ass in the dirt was Zhang Zhengqing, but the question is, how did he get here? Wait, could it be a spy planted in the real world by the abyssal demons? Now it's back to deliver intel? No, absolutely not. This thought was snuffed out by Su Yuan just as soon as it appeared. After the last attack, Zhang Zhengqing was able to leave the Hetericide Bureau. It would prove that Uncle Bai had already investigated his life clearly and made sure that there was no problem. Besides, why would the abyssal demon need a little weakling like him as a spy? It's not possible. Su Yuan was thinking about what to say. Zhang Zhengqing on the ground suddenly convulsed. Su Yuan? This guy's not. He smashed his head in, didn't he? Actually, from Zhang Zhengqing's perspective, just now, he was dumbfounded by a heavenly object and ate a mouthful of dirt. This was in the midst of being bleary-eyed, old and confused, and intending to get up when there was another sudden blast of thunder in his head. Asterisk asterisk. It was the asterisk 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 song that caught him off guard that was responsible for him just twitching. Su Xiao, hey, can you be quiet? Zhang Zhengqing stood up with difficulty and staggered to see the person standing in front of him. And then, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. Su Yuan, it's not. I'm not even this excited to see you. What are you excited about? Su Yuan had just observed the surroundings and did not see any sign of demons, so he temporarily put his heart down. Asked, is everything okay? Zhang Zhengqing blinked his eyes and scratched his head as he carefully sized up Su Yuan. Could it be that I'm dying? And that's why I'm dreaming of you, brother Su? Su Yuan was helpless. What the hell are you dreaming about me for before you die? Do you know where this is? Are you for real? After a while, even if the Black Emperor in his head was still going asterisk 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 all the time, Zhang Zhengqing, however, grinned as he realized that the Su Yuan in front of him seemed to have truly come to the same abyss as him. Brother Su. What a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Su Yuan nodded, but he was now more curious about how Zhang Zhengqing came here. But after learning the answer, it was directly filled with questions. Still, that's right. According to Zhang Zhengqing, he practiced peacefully at home after leaving the Hereticide Bureau. Suddenly, one day, Blessed Spirit felt that there was a treasure waiting for him somewhere. Just took a shovel and went up a hill. He was digging for treasures, but then suddenly an abyssal crack brushed his face, and he didn't even react to it. It was sucked right in. A man sits on a mountain, but the sowing comes from the sky. Zhang Zhengqing was overwhelmed with emotion. Su Yuan also felt that it was just a bit too coincidental after hearing it, but he quickly thought of a problem. He was able to go back through the key to the abyss. So how would Zhang Zhengqing have to go back? The key to the abyss can't take people with it. It only allows the holder to go back and forth between the two realms. In the middle of his thoughts, he glanced at Zhang Zhengqing. The guy is spitting mud out of his mouth. But by the looks of it, how come he doesn't seem to be panicking at all? Forget it. We'll talk about all this later. First things first, it's to scout out the surroundings. Aha! Just now, because of Zhang Zhengqing's matter, Su Yuan didn't have time to take care of other things, and now that his mind was certain, suddenly, I realized that the key to the abyss seemed to have other uses besides bringing myself back and forth between the two realms. Abyss surface #89321 Demon's Lair. Lair information, not energized. Abyssal crystal in vein detection, uncharged. Abyssal leader detection, uncharged. To be opened. Hanging. This, key of the abyss. Besides the key function of traveling to and from the two realms, there are actually so many extra features? Awesome. Su Yuan felt that this wave was stable. At the very least, it's not like being an open eye in this abyss. Just as Su Yuan perceived the effects of the abyssal key, in Zhang Zhengqing's mind, the Black Emperor finally subsided. It was howling. It was roaring. I didn't expect that. What an unexpected. I, the Black Emperor, have a lifetime of fame. I can't believe I'm looking away. What do you mean? Can't remembering the last time this kid used the ancient god clan's forbidden art, divine blood prison. The thing that burned up the ancient god's blood inside you? Remember. Guess what now? He came to the abyss? Zhang Zhengqing swept his eyes at Su Yuan. Somehow, though Su Yuan's outward appearance remained almost unchanged, but it always gave him a feeling of being fiercer, stronger, more powerful. It's simply 4 words, unknown. The Black Emperor, however, did not wait for Zhang Zhengqing to speak again, and directly slid his knee at the speed of light. The flavor of the ancient god's ancestral blood is back on him. I smelled it just now when he sat his ass on you. Not only is it back, but it's damn near stronger. Hugs. Keep giving me hard hugs. This leg is thicker than you can imagine. Zhang Zhengqing blinked. For what? Black Emperor. I have 2 guesses now. The first, he is the reincarnation of an ancient god, only he hasn't awakened yet. The ancient god's blood is intermittent, And that's what made it possible for another cut to come after the last burn. Asterisk asterisk. Zhang Zhengqing was confused. He remembered that the Black Emperor had said that it was open with the ancient god's 1-9. The ancient god punched it 9 times and it cracked. If Brother Su is really the reincarnation of an ancient god, how awesome would that be? What about the other guess? Another guess. The Black Emperor's tone suddenly became somewhat mysterious. Ryoga. It hemmed and hawed. I'll spare you the other guess, anyway, if it's the latter. That's a contraption that's even more powerful than the ancient gods. Hug your thighs hard and you'll definitely be famous in history in the future. Ha! Zhang Zhengqing didn't expect the Black Emperor to still sell out, but he wasn't annoyed. If he didn't say it, he didn't say it. He'll always know when the time is right. Just, if you put it that way, you've taken his last name, won't you have to make a name for yourself in history later on? Black Emperor, and #Yuan added #Yuan%, since the various functions of the Key to the Abyss are currently inactivated. An activation required the use of a demon core, so the first priority at the moment was to hunt demons. Su Yuan and Zhang Zhengqing cautiously explored all the way forward, and this barren, ruined black soil, there was never any sign of the demon. Finally, after advancing for an hour, the two finally met the 2 fallen demons. The 2 demons looked about the same as vicious dogs, and they didn't look strong. One of them was moving around on top of the other. Food, color, and sex. Are demons no exception? Su Yuan lightly murmured this, after he looked around and found no sign of the rest of the demons. Raising his hand, the Road End Gun 2.0 Infinite Growth Edition appeared in his hand. Get cool and hit the road. You guys don't lose out. The words fell. A shot to the body is thrown. The rich power of chi and blood, carrying source energy, instantly penetrated through the bodies of the 2 demons. Pinned them dead to the ground. One hit kills. So strong. Zhang Zhengqing's eyes lit up, and the Black Emperor in his head muttered, "Food and color? Why does that phrase sound so familiar?" P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 167, Shangguan Meng, no O. Su Yuan swept out from behind the boulder. Come to the 2 demons. Dryly, he pulled the demonic cores out of their torsos and pocketed them into his spatial ring. The Key to the Abyss has the function of abyssal crystal vein detection. This was what Su Yuan needed most at the moment. As for the corpses of the 2 demons, they're useless for now. Nope. That original demon's egg seems to be able to devour demons to become stronger after it hatches successfully. So let's keep it for now. Zhang Zhengqing, who had come to Su Yuan's side, froze for a moment when he saw the 2 demon corpses disappear out of thin air. The Black Emperor despised it. It's just a storage ring. You kid is really uneducated. As for Su Yuan, he pondered how to explain this to Zhang Zhengqing. Brother Su, there's no need to say more. Zhang Zhengqing shook his head righteously. To be able to meet you here, I know you are by no means a very human being. Be a brother. In your heart. Fly onward as you will, and I'll be behind you forever. Su Yuan. He looked deeply at Zhang Zhengqing. This guy, somehow, gets better and better. In that case, forget it. He stood up and patted Zhang Zhengqing on the shoulder. Come on, carry on. Let's hunt more demons and do a big job. Asterisk asterisk. Yes, the voice wasn't made by Zhang Zhengqing. Instead, it came from the Black Emperor in his head. It's as if it's like some keyword has been triggered. Straight to the point of giving it a whole orgasm. If people don't live in this world to do something big, they might as well die. Zhang Zhengqing was also infected by the Black Emperor's emotions and nodded heavily. Yes, that's all. 2 men, half dog, embark on a journey to hunt demons. The sky of the abyssal world was blood-red and had a strong sense of oppression. The blood-red sun hung high in a corner of the sky, writhing at all times. It was as if a large mass of flesh and blood was so large that one could look at it and become physically ill. Maybe it's because this is the outskirts of the Devil's Lair, and as far as the eye can see, it's all barren. Only the occasional sporadic appearance of a few demons signaled that this was a world that belonged to demons after all. Put. Another demon was killed by Su Yuan in seconds. He glanced at the wristwatch he had purposely brought with him to the demon's deep. 3 hours have passed. That's in 3 hours. He and Zhang Zhengqing kept going deeper and deeper, killing all the demons they saw. It had also only hunted about 40 or so scattered demons. Most of these demons are of first and second order. In Su Yuan's eyes it was the Devil's Core ATM. For every batch of demons he hunted, Su Yuan would use the demon core to recharge the Key of Abyss. But perhaps because these demons were too weak, the energy contained in the demon cores was too scarce. The result was that the recharge of the Key of the Abyss was still extremely limited. Abyss surface #89321 Demon's Lair. Nest information, charging 26%. Abyssal crystal and vein detection, uncharged. Abyssal leader detection, uncharged. To be opened. Continue. After continuing on for 2 hours, Su Yuan suddenly stopped. Not far away. Something different at last. It was one huge, oasis-shaped giant, scattered sporadically in a circular area with a radius of 300 meters. These egg sacs are like breathing, slowly expanding and slowly contracting. Every 10 minutes, a spider-shaped demon crawled out of each egg sac. That's a total of 8 egg sacs, which means 8 spider demons will spawn every 10 minutes. As if guided by something, these spider demons left their egg sacs and, moving in one direction in unison, batch by batch, very regularly. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. It was immediately decided to block the spring. Brush up on the monsters. He first took advantage of the previous group of spider demons leaving. Then it came to the front of the egg sac area before the next batch of spider demons were born. When the next 10 minutes passed, a spider demon crawls out of it. Put, put, put. Lightning 8 whips. These 8 spider demons died instantly. These spider demons had just been born with second rank strength, which was actually considered quite not bad. Unfortunately, in front of Su Yuan, he was just being chopped up. Their only use was to offer their lives to accelerate the energization of the key to the abyss. Finally, after almost 2 hours, as Su Yuan killed the 12th batch of spider demons, the first charge of Key of the Abyss had finally reached 100%. Abyss surface #hashtag 89321 Demon's Lair. Lair information. 9th Order Demon Expeditionary Corps, 3. 8th Order Demon Expeditionary Corps, 10. 7th Order Demon Expeditionary Corps, 30. 3rd Order Demon Expeditionary Corps, 100. Lair map, slightly. Abyssal Crystal and Vein Detection, uncharged. Abyssal Leader Detection, uncharged. To be opened. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. 9th Order Demon Expeditionary Legion. Means that the Legion is composed of members of the 9th Order. Or is the Legion Chief a 9th degree? It's fine if it's the latter. If it's the former, the demonic power contained in this demonic lair, I'm afraid it's beyond his imagination. No. Even if there's only one 9th Order demon and one 9th Order Demon Expeditionary Corps, that's not good enough anymore either. Because what one is in is simply the demonic lair numbered number 89321. So, how many demonic lairs are there in total in the abyss? And that's just the surface of the abyss? Even though he had already learned the meaning of the abyss from Su Anyan in advance. Learned that it was a cancer that caused headaches to countless starry civilizations and starry forces. But it was only when he felt the shock for himself that he realized that how small the blue star is. How small one's own strength is. The abyss has been so. Then how would the underworld, which was even more terrifying than the abyss, be? What shall I do to save you? After a short trance, Su Yuan regained his composure. This time, it was Su Anyan's humor that gave him strength. If she can even be an empress, then one's identity as the abyssal heavenly emperor was absolutely unchallenged. When the time comes, the abyss? The underworld? Humph. Eat my heavenly emperor fist. Achoo! Su Anyan inexplicably sneezed. Because today is the day of the third comparison. She hadn't slept well all night, so she was up early. She was going to go to Su Yuan first to clock in and sign in for the daily resource rewards. As well as the additional prize of consecutive check-ins to take down. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. At this time on a normal day, Su Yuan had already gotten up. Well, get your rewards early, and maybe even bump up the combat power a bit more. Think of it this way. Su Anyan left the room. But when she arrived at the door of Su Yuan's room, she realized that there was someone who had arrived earlier than herself. Shangguan Meng? What's she doing here? Forget it. Whatever the two of them do, it's none of their business. Thinking so, Su Anyan silently withdrew her gaze and was about to knock on the door. But just then, Shangguan Meng's voice came faintly. No. Oh, P.S., huh? Who else is more dedicated than me? Justified. Ask for a gift. Chapter 168. Try to be as realistic as possible, so that I can feel relieved when I abuse you. Su Yen? She looked at Shangguan Meng for a while. In the beginning, she was the only one who knew Shangguan Meng's identity, but after the attack, she was the only one who was kept in the dark. It was estimated that even What's-Her-Name Qing had realized that Shangguan Meng wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. How can I put this feeling? It was as if a black cloth had been taken, which was meant to be put over her eyes. And it ended up tied to her mouth? Visible, but unspeakable. Is she the only outsider? Forget it. She doesn't care. Ignoring the annoying sound of the pitiful, love enemy detector, dropping nonstop in my head, Su Anyan asked casually, is he doing anything in there? I don't know. Shangguan Meng gently shook her head. Although it was said that she wasn't known for her mental power, with the basic mental perception of a 7th-ranked feudal lord, she could tell what was going on in there if she wanted to. But she didn't. Because she didn't need to use her eyes or her mental power to see what Obuchi was doing. She knew it in her heart. Of course, she needed to find some reasonable excuse for Obuchi. Brother Su Yuan said that he's making a breakthrough in seclusion and asked others not to disturb him. Su Anyan guessed about it. A breakthrough? It's not possible. Definitely going off the deep end. From the time she taught Su Yuan the secret method of disguising his demonic aura, she then determined that he held some method of traveling to the abyss. If it wasn't unexpected, it should have been him who took the initiative to let Shangguan Meng help him with the gatekeeping. After all, something like disappearing out of thin air would definitely cause unnecessary trouble if discovered. Does he trust Shangguan Meng that much? It was his choice and she would not interfere. She just hoped that if Su Yuan trusted the wrong person, and the secret leaked out, don't get yourself involved. Well, he shouldn't. Wait, why do you trust him so much for some reason? Her gaze once again fell on Shangguan Meng. Perhaps the answer is at hand. There's not much else to like about this guy. On the point of reliability, well, indeed, it's not bad. And did he say to you about how soon the breakthrough will be over? Su Anyan asked. Shangguan Meng shook her head. No, but immediately afterward, she added with an innocent and cute smile, but I guess it shouldn't take long, right? After all, Brother Su Yuan is very powerful. Su Yen, it better not be long. System, if that guy isn't in this world, can the comparison continue? System, yes, as long as it's within today, the host can open the comparison at any time. Well, how am I supposed to find him to sign in if he's not here? This is the last day. Where's my added bonus? System, what do you mean you're not talking? Just as Su Anyan was about to storm out. Sister Yen, are you looking for Brother Su Yuan for something urgent? Shangguan Meng saw the change in Su Anyan's expression and asked curiously. Su Anyan took a deep breath, and her gaze, as sharp as a sword, seemed to pierce through the door of the room. It penetrated the world and landed on Su Yuan in the abyss. Ryoko, she said calmly. Nothing. With that, he turned and walked away. Just the moment when she turned around, her pretty face was already covered in frost and she gritted her teeth. Don't you die in there for me, if I don't come back today. Achoo. Su Yuan, who was guarding the spring and brushing the spider monsters to continue recharging the abyssal key, sneezed. It can't be who's thinking about me, can it? Su Yuan shook his head. After the Yi key to the abyss' lair information was recharged, the map data was opened. Map, it's rather crude, with only information on nest terrain, zoning, and so on. Specific information on the location of resource points, distribution of core, etc., is not included. According to the map information, the demon's lair that the two were in was divided into two areas, east and west, the barren land to the west, the devil's nest city to the east. Where the two of them were currently, was the barren land to the west. According to Su Yuan's speculation, those powerful high-ranking demonic expeditionary corps that they should all be stationed near the devil's nest city to the east. So as long as the two don't make a fool of themselves and run over there to pick on a high-ranking demon, there shouldn't be any security issues. Put. Su Yuan sharply flung the spider demon corpse off the tip of his gun. He glanced at it, and the charge of the abyssal crystal vein detection function was only at 11%. No, it's too slow to paint demons like this, even though it's peaceful. Moreover, the breathing of those 8 giant egg sacs was already much slower than it was originally, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to support it for much longer. He thought briefly and had a plan. He led Zhang Zhengqing to retreat outside of this area. After a while, as the last of the spider demons crawled out of the giant egg sac, the egg sac was completely motionless, and the spider demons were still crawling in one direction as before. Follow them, I reckon. There should be a matrix. Yes, the two men trailed the group of spider demons all the way, and after advancing for about an hour, suddenly, he realized that the ground was vaguely trembling. The two stopped their pace and looked out. Not far away, at an immense black shadow that, it was constantly moving, and it was clearly a giant arachnid that was 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Asterisk. Zhang Zhengqing looked at the giant spider demon in front of him in shock. The Black Emperor's voice rang in his head. This thing is about 4th order or so. 4th order? Wouldn't that just stomp him to death? It's too dangerous. Don't look at the fact that there is only a difference of 1 order between 3rd and 4th, but in reality it is a world of difference. In Daxia, a 4th-ranked martial artist could already be considered the ceiling among ordinary martial artists. A highly respected presence everywhere you go. Brother Su. Zhang Zhengqing was about to open his mouth, but he realized that Su Yuan, who was beside him, had already disappeared. He was straight up stupid. Ken turned his head, only to see that Su Yuan had already carried his spear in his hand and arrived beside the giant spider demon. Immediately after, swish, he couldn't even see Su Yuan's striking movements. The arachnid had then fallen to the ground with a bang. Boom! Smoke and dust. The ground trembled slightly. Zhang Zhengqing looked at the silhouette in the smoke and dust and was nothing but confused. No, man. It's only been half a month since the 6th city joint exam. How come it's so easy for you to kill 4th level demons? Do you call that a little increase in strength? It's not just him. Even the Black Emperor was slightly surprised. Because this growth curve of Su Yuan's strength, it seems to be a bit heaven-defying. But after thinking about it, even the ancient god's ancestral blood in his body could be resurrected from the dead. Killing a 4th order doesn't really seem like a big deal. After killing that 4th order arachnid, Su Yuan took out the demonic core inside it. As with human practitioners, between a 4th order demon and a 3rd order demon, again, there is a qualitative difference. The demon cores of those low-level demons before were all gray. The demonic core of this present-day arachnid, on the other hand, was a dark green color. Abyssal crystalline vein detection, charge increased from 11% to 32%, a full 21% boost. Comfortable. I'm sure I'll have to find a more powerful demon like this to kill. Continue. Wait until abyssal crystalline vein detection recharges to 100%. Just go blow up the pit. Grab the crystals. Feed the proto-demons. Raise dream. Punch. It was different from Su Yuan's vigor. Today's Su Anyun can be said to be unable to sit still, unable to eat, such as the back of a man. Feel obliged to speak out candidly. If it breaks on the last day of clocking in and signing out, she really will. Calm down. That's an extra surprise prize. It's okay. There's still time. She believed that Su Yuan would come back within the day. For sure. But if he doesn't come back today, the system, when comparing, can you make the Su Yuan in the virtual space more expressive and closer to how he is in his normal life? It better be realistic enough to make me forget he's virtual. That way I'm relieved when I abuse it. Su Anyun tried to maintain a calm tone and said calmly, Chapter 169, The pleasures of the world are not connected. Breaking the great defense. Boom. When another wandering 4th rank demon was killed by Su Yuan, the recharge of abyssal crystalline vein detection had finally reached 100%. On the original map, several marked points had suddenly appeared. These markers vary in color and size. The color represents the quality of the abyssal crystals according to the corresponding description. From gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold and red, it gradually improves. The size of the marker points, in turn, represents the amount of ore. Su Yuan looked away. This demonic lair that you are in, the highest grade abyssal crystalline vein that, it's only blue. 2. In total, there were 3 blue mines, the 2 largest of which were located on the Devil's Nest City side. But there are legions of demons of the 9th, 8th and 7th orders stationed there. Go over there yourself. That's a pure giveaway. So, he set his sights on the remaining blue mining site. This mine is in the Barren Lands, and according to the map, it was about 120 kilometers away from his current location. It's just that, this mining site was a bit too miniature, and if Su Yuan hadn't taken a closer look, can't even notice. However, the good news was that there was a green mine about 10 kilometers away from this blue mine. Looking at the size of the marker points, the amount of ore should not be small. Blue before green. Go for it. Run all the way to where the mine site is. On the way, Su Yuan asked Zhang Zhengqing for the first time about his plans afterward. I have a way out of the abyss, but I don't have the means to take anyone with me. So what are you going to do? Brother Su doesn't have to worry about me. I have my own plans. Zhang Zhengqing didn't care about that. In fact, he had really been in a theft. He was sucked in by the abyssal rift that was brushed onto his face during a treasure dig, rather than coming to the abyss of his own accord like Su Yuan. So this question had already occurred to him long before Su Yuan arrived. He learned from the Black Emperor that, once a demon lair opens a rift in space to a planet, it can't be changed from then on. That is, some sort of connection has already been established between this demon lair and Blue Star. Since you can get here from Blue Star, you can get back to Blue Star from here. And the Black Emperor had spoken to him. Where to hang out is not hanging out. Where can I surf? I, the Black Emperor, who has wandered all over the 4 worlds back then, has never been afraid. Don't worry, I won't die, and I have a black sky devouring demon technique that's cool to cultivate in the abyss. By then you'll be running rampant around the place, and have some fun with the whole chimera thing. Hearing Zhang Zhengqing say that, Su Yuan also put his heart down. He knew that Zhang Zhengqing must have his own secrets to survive in the abyss as well. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for what the secret was, just as Zhang Zhengqing never asked about his own secrets, one doesn't pursue it on one's own. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water. A good brother, in the heart, needs no words. Finally, through the trek, the 2 men arrived at the site of the mine. There's no sign of demons around here. Apparently the abyssal crystals here hadn't been discovered by the demons yet. This made Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, blue-level abyssal crystals. There's bound to be high-level demons stationed there. It's not easy to get it yourself. Right here. Dig down. Su Yuan split the 10,000 devouring spirit soldier into two, transformed it into a hoe-like shape, and handed it to Zhang Zhengqing. Zhang Zhengqing took the hoe, which had not yet started digging, and suddenly his body was violently shaken again. Asterisk asterisk. This can't be that thing. The Black Emperor F asterisk asterisk cat up again. What is it? Zhang Zhengqing was confused. He only felt that this weapon of Su Yuan's was amazing. Originally in the shape of a lance, it turned out to actually be able to transform into something else, but other than that, it was nothing special. Wait, let me take a look. It's really the god-eating iron. The Black Emperor shouted in Zhang Zhengqing's mind, his tone excited and agitated. After a while, Zhang Zhengqing heard a sound of sucking and shivering saliva. His sha, how many goodies does this kid have on him? No, the addiction's kicking in. I want it so bad Zhang Zhengqing was helpless. I thought you said you were reformed. This is someone else's stuff. That's because your brat doesn't know what the 10,000 devouring divine iron really is. Forget it. It's useless to talk to you. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. No, 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 no. Robbing no one but this kid. Hissa, hissa. Zhang Zhengqing. He directly blocked out the hissing and drooling sounds of the Black Emperor. He usually says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at it. It's no good. When there is a goal, there is motivation. Su Yuan directly transformed into a humanoid excavator and dug down for more than 4 hours. The pit is over 100 meters deep. As for Zhang Zhengqing, he didn't dig for long before he collapsed from exhaustion. It was justifiable. After all, he was only first rank. A good seed. A really good seed. The Black Emperor's eyes glowed. So good at digging. This is definitely digging up other people's ancestors. This is definitely a first-rate treasure digger. Finally, clang. A crisp sound of clashing gold and stone came out. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Dig in. He slammed a couple shovels down. If it were an ordinary hoe, I'm afraid it would have shattered long ago. But this is the 10,000 devouring divine iron that. It was easy to scoop up several large chunks of abyssal crystals. These abyssal crystals looked rather different from source crystals. Rather like spectral stones. The colors are all darker. Su Yuan began to chisel hard. It's only been chiseled for a short time. And it's gone? Su Yuan was confused. He'd been thinking about throwing a bit of the demon corpses in his spatial ring away. Make some room. As a result, the total amount of abyssal crystals dug up was only about 1 ton? Don't think that 1 ton seems like a lot, but it's actually less than 0.5 cubic meters. Though the marked spot on the map was just small enough that he was prepared for it. Still, this vein of ore was miniature beyond his expectations. Forget it. Over a ton of abyssal crystals. Even if it's not as good as the underworld stone, it should be enough to last for a while, right? Besides, there's the green mine next door, where the abyssal crystals are of a lower quality, though, but the number is certainly quite a bit more. Walk up, in front of a mountain. Clank, 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 pop. A whip was viciously thrown at a demon miner who was mining abyssal crystals. Kaku. The demonic overseer cursed in some unknown language. Far away, 2 figures were secretly watching the situation over here. The abyssal crystals here have indeed been mined. Supervisor? It's actually an intelligent abyssal demon. Su Yuan pondered in his mind how to do it. At that moment, a shadow suddenly covered the two. Su Yuan froze, then looked up sharply. See only. A massive demon with wings on its back flew just directly above the two. It gave Su Yuan a rather powerful sense of oppression. Definitely a 5th order or higher demon. And at that moment, it apparently discovered the two. Its pupils shrinking slightly as well, and then swooped down towards the two. Not good. Su Yuan's heart sank. Directly pulling out 2 instantaneous transmission talismans, he shoved one of them into Zhang Zhengqing's hand and roared. Immediately invoke it with source energy. Hurry! Zhang Zhengqing was confused for that brief moment, but he quickly came back to his senses when he felt the oppressive feeling coming from above him and, although he didn't know what was in his hand, he still followed Su Yuan's words and triggered the instantaneous talisman with his source energy, disappearing in a flash. Instead, Su Yuan didn't use the instantaneous transmission talisman right away, but instead, he made a vigorous leap and came to the center of that vein mining site, where he was originally located. The mountains and rocks erupted. That high-ranking demon crouched and stared at Su Yuan, who had fallen into the center of the mining vein. A flash of tyrannical killing intent flashed in his eyes. Humans. A human actually showed up here. It once again attacked towards Su Yuan, but its attack once again fell short, because there was no longer any figure of Su Yuan. In its place, a round contraption. The high-ranking demon's eyes twinkled and he touched it lightly with his fingertips. Immediately after, boom, terrifying energy fluctuations came. That high-ranking demon, as well as the surrounding demons, were blown up on the spot. Along with a violent mining operation, large swaths of abyssal crystals were exposed. Somewhere in a location 2 kilometers outside the mine site. It should all blow up, right? Su Yuan's eyes flickered. Anyway, there was still the instantaneous transmission talisman, so he wasn't afraid. He directly followed the map navigation of the abyssal key and returned the same way. Soon, Su Yuan returned to the mining site. Sure enough, it's a mess here. Dead and wounded. Those that didn't die through were mostly second and third order demons that were far away from the explosion point. Su Yuan made up for it, taking out their demonic cores one by one. Prioritize recharging the round-trip function of the key to the abyss. Finally, there was that high-ranked demon. Su Yuan didn't know its exact rank, but since it was killed by the ray extinction blast, it was estimated to be around 6th rank. Pulled out its demon core, which was blue in color. After absorbing this core, abyssal key, round-trip function, recharges +1. Okay, now that the abyssal crystals are available, so are the tickets for the next time. Next, there's still more than a day to go. Feel free to wave. The remaining few functions of Key to the Abyss are not in a hurry for now. He wanted to fight to see if he could hatch the original demon's egg. Original demon. Devouring demons to become stronger. It's as awesome as it sounds. Thinking so, Su Yuan came to the large abyssal crystal vein that was exposed because of the explosion. Taking out the 10,000 devouring spirit soldier, he clicked and chiseled. The demon corpses were also not wanted, and they directly filled the space ring to the brim. After loading, straight up flash, lest another high-level demon come by then. Next, he doesn't need to worry about the abyssal crystals anymore. He just needs to disguise himself as a demon hunter and gather demonic cores for your own original demon egg. As for Zhang Zhengqing, Su Yuan searched around in a big circle and never saw any silhouettes, so he could only give up. Brother, take care. I hope to see you the next time I come to stock up. The pleasures of the world are not connected. When Su Yuan completed the task of stocking up on abyssal crystals for Shangguan Meng and began to let himself go, while hunting demons in the abyss and trying to hatch the original demon's egg, Su Anyun, who has been suffering all day, watching the hands of the clock on the wall slowly point to 11:59 in the middle of the night, she smiled and summoned the system. Remember my request to make it realistic. Chapter 170. Can't stop things like liking to raise the stakes. After Su Anyun opened her mouth, the system is online. Ding. The third comparison has officially begun. Ding. About to start the first simulation. No need. You don't have to simulate it this time. I'll go straight on myself. The smile on Su Anyun's face was still as bright as ever. If Su Yuan appeared in front of her now, she felt like she might do something different. It would have been better if you'd cut me off in the middle of it. But it's on the last day of signing up. Oh. Ha. 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 Ding. You can only maneuver on your own if you select the raise mode. Then I'll raise the bet. Su Anyun said with a smile. Ding. The host previously had this system remind on the third comparison. Make a vow never to raise the bet again. Raise the stakes. Su Anyun was still smiling. Ding. Please watch the annotated consequences VCR and yen massage diagram. Movie picture. Raise the stakes. Ding. Dash. Me. Say. Me. 2. Plus. Note. When a woman puts her anger on her face, it's not really scary. She just wants you to coax her. But when she smiles at you all the time, you might have to weigh up whether it's better to disappear now or not. Can't you understand human language? Ding. Ding. For the record, this system can only persuade, but has no mandatory interception function. Ding. Persuasion failed. Ding. The host has chosen to turn on the raise mode. Ding. Wishing you Wu Dao prosperity. As the last system prompt fell, Su Anyun took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Her fists went from loose to tight, from tight to loose, and back again. So Yuan. I really #@ hashtag at asterisk hashtag at hashtag virtual space. Su Anyun slowly opened her eyes. She saw Su Yuan standing across the room. It's good to see you. She laughed. System. I told you to be the most anthropomorphic. Give me his usual tone of voice. His usual expression. Ding. Copy that. If you could you put another setting on him? Make him act exactly like he really is. Just make it seem like he's here himself. Ding. Copy that. Soon, the Su Yuan on the opposite side changed. His performance was extremely good, only to see him freeze. Where is this place? Su Anyan? Why are you here? Su Anyan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Looks like the dog system is somewhat useful and smart. That way, you can smooth things out a little yourself. In this virtual space, he must be beaten up properly, lest he couldn't help but want to do it when he saw him in real life. With that in mind, she took a deep breath, her skin glowing a little bit with a glazed glow. It was as if it contained infinite wonders and carried an endless sense of power. This is a glazed indestructible body, one of the top body refining techniques in the universe. She used the 5 pounds of glazed star marrow in a careful and prudent manner, without wasting a single penny of it. Only then did he manage to complete the first layer of cultivation through it. For that matter, this is the time. Being able to make a clean break. Incidentally, to assuage my own anger at breaking the sign. No more words. Her figure stormed up, attacking towards Su Yuan. Boo! The ground was smashed out of a large crater. Su Yuan dodged smoothly, only he was looking at Su Anyan with a face full of puzzlement. What are you doing? That's good. That's good. That's how it's going to be. The most realistic recreation of the experience of violently beating up Su Yuan himself. Su Anyan violently turned around and swept out with a whip leg, inducing the air to explode. Swish! Su Yuan dodged once more. Shocked. Su Anyan, are you crazy? Without saying a word, Su Anyan attacked fiercely towards Su Yuan again and again, even using her battle chi. During this time, through the daily resource rewards obtained from signing in and punching in with Su Yuan, plus, fangirl status plus, that cultivation speed plus 30%, a horrible 20% increase in qualification. Her realm had risen like a rocket like mad, and now she had risen to the second rank limit. It's a lot faster than it was in my previous life. Now she can easily defeat a third-ranked martial artist. He can even cross the realm and touch a 4th-level fusion realm martial artist. Still hiding. You're still hiding. The more Su Anyan fought, the more fire she got. Gnashing of teeth. System. Don't let him hide anymore. Ding. This is to fulfill the requirement of maximum realism. I don't care. Find a way to get him to fight me directly. Tinkles. Suggestion: if the host wants to experience an original, more realistic and hearty battle, set the following conditions for the virtual Su Yuan. You are not Su Anyan, just a demon with shapeshifting abilities. Before that, you kidnap Su Qingling, Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru, and the real Su Anyan, and let slip that you'd kill them right away. Although it feels like this condition is a little less than stellar, but Su Anyan really wanted Su Yuan to stop continuing to hide now. Instead, he wrestled hard with himself, so she agreed. Just set the conditions like that. Ding. Copy that. After the system has set the appropriate conditions for the virtual replica, the situation suddenly changed. That Su Yuan, who was originally dodging continuously, suddenly stopped and the aura on him changed a little. Su Anyan let out a cold snort, knowing that he was definitely going to storm off next. But that's just what she wants. Let's go for the kill. Ha! She suddenly felt something was wrong, and her pupils snapped together. I don't know when. Su Yuan had unexpectedly appeared in front of her. So fast. What kind of speed is this? Not only that, in those brilliant golden eyes that were cold to the extreme, there was utter madness and tyranny. I'm not going to make your death too easy. Not waiting for Su Anyan to respond, Su Yuan's hands had taken hold of her arms. Immediately after that, his hands snapped. Divine transformation. Burning heart. Boom. A terrifying and incomparably huge force erupted. Click. A sound. Intense pain came. Su Anyan's pupils contracted violently. His own arm. Crushed. How is this possible? He himself had cultivated the first layer of the glazed indestructible body. It was reasonable to say that the strength of the physical body was already enough to rival Su Yuan's physical body. But before she could return to her senses, Su Yuan had gone completely berserk. One grabbed her and slammed her down hard. Then punch by punch, Xuanyan's hands, arms, feet, legs, a little bit of it all smashed to smithereens. This is because, for this man who kidnapped Shangguan Meng, Su Qingling and Su Anyan, and threatened to kill their false shapeshifting demon, Su Anyan, who Su Yuan had said would not be allowed to die too easily. System. Su Anyan. A trance. Su Anyan returned to reality. The look of numbness. Eyes dulled. Ding. May I ask, is the host convinced? Chapter 171. I told you to stop me, right? Su Anyan didn't respond. Her memory was still stuck on that moment just now. Ding. May I ask if the host is convinced and agrees with the results of this comparison? Su Anyan. She finally came back to her senses. What the hell is going on? She spoke with difficulty. She didn't know why Su Yuan had erupted with such a terrifying power. Even his own successfully cultivated glazed indestructible body. I can't even withstand it? Could it be the reason for the conditions you set for the avatar? No. The system compares extreme combat power. If it's the power that emotional mobilization can wield, that would mean that his ultimate power was supposed to be like that. But the problem was, she had clearly determined it, resisting Su Yuan's original physical body power. The first layer of the glazed indestructible body was more than enough. Unless, after his strength fell last time, he didn't regain his strength. But, further, this speed, this strength, this explosiveness, compared to the original him, what a step up. One time, Su Anyan lapsed into silence. She suddenly remembered the kind of thoughts she had when Su Yuan's strength had fallen. Her condescension, her principles. I'm not going to fall on my sword. I'm not going to take advantage of the fire. I'm going to beat you fair and square. Beating you like this is no fun at all. Even asked the system, as a result, if it could actively push back the comparison time. Although the final system did not extend the comparison time. But instead, it gave itself the task of checking in and clocking in daily, as well as chakra +1. Su Anyan's pupil snapped, as if realizing something was wrong. He was originally the chosen one, the lucky one who carried the destiny of heaven. Himself, these days, clocking in and out with him every day, saying so much. How many +1 chi luck buffs were applied to him? Chi luck ++ of the chosen one. No wonder he's recovering his strength so quickly. No wonder he's further along than he was originally. Turns out everything was self-inflicted. After figuring this out, Su Anyan hated that she couldn't travel back and give herself 2 hits. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? There were some subtle changes in the heart of the Tao. No. And so on. Just now, she had only used pure physical combat, but her spiritual power, in this period of time, had improved a lot. There are quite a few resources for warming up your mental faculties in the resources you get from the daily clock check-ins. Her spiritual power, from 7 Hz after the last time she took the soul-nourishing pill, had risen to 11 Hz, crossed the threshold of the first appearance order of 10 Hz and stepped into the imperial order. And in the second comparison, the mental strength Su Yuan displayed was only 3 Hz. Even if his spiritual power had also improved a lot during this period of time, could it still exceed the imperial rank? This time, he or she would start with the mental power aspect. System. I want to continue. System. Hurry. Ding. The second comparison begins. Another trance. Once again, he appeared in virtual space. This time, the Su Yuan standing across from Su Anyan was as cold as the previous contrast. Ding. Do you need to continue setting the previous conditions? Su Anyan's eyes were cold. Last time, she was careless. This time, she directly used her spiritual power to crush him. Continue. System. Again. The look on Su Yuan's face changed again. But this time, Su Anyan had time to react. She offered up her own spiritual power almost instantly. Compared to the last time, this month, her mental power had improved a lot. It was not only in the strength of her mental powers, but what made her more certain of her victory was that she took the second step in the Hangsha Jinjian jail map of the prison of killing. That is to say, to kill the supreme life-killing devils that one has visualized, and to achieve one's own honorific status. Incarnated as a god of killing, he will forever be in the prison of killing. So, for a moment, no longer manifesting as a supreme life-killing demon with her spiritual power, but herself, transformed into a killing god. Her entire body was covered by an endless murderous aura. She was like a ferocious god who dominated life and death, with just one sound. Kill. Boom. Endless killing intent suppressed towards Su Yuan. Anyone whose mental power was weaker than hers. Just this kill. It would be able to cut off their life thoughts. Let them freeze in place, falling into the fear of death, falling into the fear of the god of murder. However, the terrifyingly huge force coming from her abdomen almost knocked Su Anyan into a shape. She violently spat out a mouthful of blood violently. If not for the fact that Su Yuan did not mean to kill him with a single blow. This punch, maybe it's going to pierce the small of her back. How is this possible? In this instant, Su Anyan's brain paused in thought. Su Yuan, actually not affected by her spiritual power? His spiritual power, it was improving faster than his own. Click. The familiar sound of crushing bones rang out. The familiar pain came. Familiar. System. Reality. No way. Su Anyan woke up with a jolt. The lights in several rooms of the house instantly came on. A short while later, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Someone gently knocked on the door, and Su Qingling's gentle voice rang out. Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Did you have a nightmare? Su and Yan. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. No, nothing. Is it really okay? I'm fine. Shaky tone. Outside the door, There was some worry in Su Qingling's eyes. What did Yen just shout? Impossible? What impossible does it mean? She looked at Su Yuan's room not far away, listening to Xiao Meng. Xiao Yuan seems to be making a breakthrough. Is that what's going on? Become Yan's demon? She knew it. Xiao Yan's character was rather strong. Although on the surface, she didn't say that. But there is actually always a defiant streak in your heart. He himself had repeatedly counseled Xiao Yan on this matter, telling her not to compare herself with Xiao Yuan. It's not like they're in a deadly relationship. They can obviously support and help each other. Hey, she sighed. All of the above were her guesses. If one is thinking out of the box and wrong, then of course it's best. But if that's the case, she knew that no matter how much she asked, Yen would definitely not reveal her heart, and it was impossible for her to persuade Xiao Yuan to stop and wait for Xiao Yan. How unfair it would be to Xiao Yuan. Just hope she can get past this on her own. Room. Su Anyan's ears echoed with the system's voice. Ding. May I ask if the host is convinced? If the result of failure is accepted, the next one to appear is the raised big. Su Yen. She was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I told you to stop me, didn't I? System? P.S. Fourth shift. Late but arriving. Ask for a little gift. Chapter 172. If I could, I'd like to restart on a different planet. Facing the system's doubts, Su Anyan spoke slowly. You said so. To lick a dog incompletely is to not lick a dog at all. In that case, the interception is incomplete, which means it is not complete. System. Please watch the recording. Smiling Su Anyan, I want to add a note. Su Anyan snorted coldly and looked away. Just kidding, since I chose my own path. I'm willing to bet. Wait. Ding. No reason needed. You can just open the third attempt. Su Yen. Flesh can't work. Spirit power can't work. So, she has another method. There are daily resource rewards that enhance the talent of shadows, and one's mastery of the gift is growing by the day. The more skillful the ability to transform reality into reality becomes. Perhaps, one could start with that. With the protection of the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness of the divine palace, the transformation of reality and void could not act on the brain for the time being. But it can act on the heart. The heart is the weakest part of a martial artist, and for a long time, no martial artist can quench to the heart. Right. One still has a chance to win. I'm going to try again. 1 minute later, Su Anyan returned to reality with a dull gaze once again. Just now, she tried using the transformation of reality and void to penetrate Su Yuan's physical body with her shadow, trying to attack the heart directly. Yield STH. What makes his heart so strong? Why did he already have heartfire in his heart? She was naturally more than familiar with the 5 Viscera Divine Collection. It was only that martial artists at this stage were, by definition, far from discovering the 5 visceral divine deposits. He clearly said, his special ability is to be able to obtain a little resource occasionally. Can it be that this resource also includes a cultivation method? Also, that heartfire of his is very arcane. It's definitely not something that ordinary 5 viscera divine hidden cultivation methods can coalesce. What a chosen one. What a way to carry the mandate of heaven. Ding. May I ask if the host is convinced? Do you agree with the results of the third comparison? I'm not convinced. Su Anyan gritted her teeth. She has not been weak in her life. As a result, he lost to Su Yuan again and again. She was naturally unconvinced, even if he was the chosen one. So what? Is destiny everything? Is destiny irreplaceable? If she loses this time, next time, even if she loses next time too, she won't keep losing. No one loses all the time. One day, she will win. Say it. What do you want me to do this time? Disconcerting as it was her disconcerting of the divine order, rather than being disconcerted by the results of this comparison. A loss is a loss. Big deal next time. Her Taoist heart remained incomparably firm, even if it is against the will of heaven, even if the trials and tribulations are many. She, Su Anyan, was just as confident and invincible in the world. Ding. Su Anyan? She seemed to have caught a whiff of something not so good. You better not be messing around. Su Anyan's tone had so little confidence. Or else wait until the day I transcend the Emperor realm and, but when you hold the avenue in your hand, absolutely demolish you. Ding. Check out the next dog-licking adventure. Original Lickspittle Dare. Write a 4-line hidden love poem to the person you're comparing it to, with the words I like you as the hidden head. Due to the host choosing to raise the stakes and losing in the raise, the dog-licking adventure is upgraded. Upgraded as follows. Add the following conditions to the original dare. 1. Please recite it in public at the Great Martial Arts exam in the near future. 2. After the recitation, look deeply at the object of comparison for 30 seconds. 3. The first 3 conversations with the comparison subject after completing the above steps. It is only permitted to say, time will tell. Su Yen? If you can. She wants to reopen on a different planet. Ding. Please ask if you need to include the mood of the moment that played for the host before the fourth contrasting refill? For a moment, Su Yen thought that it might be quite good to be an ordinary person in life. It's not just unbinding the system. It's not just not being able to practice from now on. It's not just about being an ordinary guy. Past all that. That horizontal push of invincible style. That ranks in the 10U esteem. The windy hair of that ascent to the top of the universe. Might as well all go away with the wind. Ryoko. Su Yen suddenly laughed. A little forcefully. It's just a little bit of weather. Just a little bit of vicissitude. If you can't pass this little test, how can you talk about returning to the top? How can you talk about changing your destiny against the heavens? Shame. It's only disgrace in front of a small group of people. How many people in the whole of Dacia will pay attention to this? How many people in the whole of Blue Star will be following this? The Blue Star was but a drop in the ocean of the Eastern Spirit region. The Eastern Spirit region was again just a remote corner of the Ancient Origin Star region. Even the Ancient Origin starfield was only one of the 10 starfields in the outer universe. This thing that one is about to do, that no one will actually pay any attention to, at all. No one will even remember. When she reigns over the stars and suppresses the sky again. Everything I've ever done. I have my own great scholar to argue my case. Even if someone remembers it, it can be completely shrugged off as nothing more than youthful ignorance. Her real stage is in the stars. How vast is the starry sky? Even the destruction of planets and the demise of civilizations is not a big deal in the vastness of the universe. How can you lose face and go to the stars? No way. Ding. Please prepare your hosts for this round of great adventure rating judgment criteria. 1. Number of audience members at the recitation of the quatrain must not be less than 500. 2. The effect of the recitation, i.e., how much of the audience can be empathized with the host's courage and sincerity. 3. The number of lovers present. The higher the number, the higher the rating score. Su Yen. She can't sleep. She didn't know when Su Yuan would return. She also didn't know what kind of things she would do to Su Yuan when he returned. All she knew was that if she didn't find a way to vent her emotions, she would more than likely go insane. Ding. End of third comparison. Please start your dog-licking adventure. Detecting a large disparity in growth rates between the two parties, and in order to prevent the host from becoming self-absorbed, receive the following enchantment. 1. Crisis in the air. Love Detector is upgraded to Love Detector Plus version. Retain the original base functionality while adding. If it detects when the bonded object's favoritism towards him her exceeds 60%, specifically male/female love, true love enemy. Atada. The alert sound. For every one true love enemy that exists, you will receive 1 daily resource bonus. 2. Rising to the occasion. Your power fascinates me, and I must try to keep up and be alongside you. Cultivation speed plus 40%. Qualification. Enlightenment plus 30%. The comparison cycle has been extended from 1 month to 6 months. Good luck. Looking at the system's prompts, Su Yen lapsed into silence. There is a big gap? Her cultivation speed was clearly much faster than even in her last life. It was just a matter of not thinking about it. This time, it's a new beginning. The description and cultivation bonus of rise to the occasion is left aside for now. The key point, it's that crisis burst. If one true love enemy is detected, it will solidify the daily resource bonus. You get 1 resource bonus every day. Lasts 6 months. In this way, one is invincible. And as the number of true love enemies increases, this number of bonus shares can be increased. So, Su Yen suddenly wished that Su Yuan could like a few more people. That way she'll get more daily resource rewards. As to whether this behavior was philandering or promiscuous, she cared nothing. Anyway, it was impossible for her to be involved with Su Yuan in this regard in her life. Only, now I should get at least 1 daily resource bonus, right? Su Yen wasn't actually very sure. Although she had already determined that Shangwan Meng's favorability towards Su Yuan was above 60%, but she wasn't sure if Su Yuan's favorable feelings towards Shangwan Meng was that kind of male and female love. Well, go detect it in the morning. Chapter 173, Su Yen, I'll fight for a name for her. The Abyss, the Barren Lands. Zhang Zhengqing, who had wandered off after being separated from Su Yuan, was hiding from various demons. When he had Su Yuan around, he could walk sideways all the way, but now that he was the only one left, that's really something to wimp out on. Brother Su, miss, speaking of which, that talisman Brother Su gave me was truly miraculous. To actually be able to do spatial teleportation. Zhang Zhengqing was overwhelmed with emotion. Also make a note in a little book in your mind. A certain year, a certain month, a certain day, the Abyss owes Brother Su a life. Although the Black Emperor should be able to take care of that demon, But once the Black Emperor fell into a deep sleep due to too much power consumption, when Su Yuan left, he was all alone in this abyss, completely and purely waiting to die. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this life of his now was given by Su Yuan. Che, what is this? Your grandfather I used to be able to cross 1,000 miles with a casual step of my foot. Tearing through space to travel through all walks of life is even easier. The Black Emperor was very disdainful. Well, I don't believe in anything else, but I will never doubt your ability to escape. Black Emperor at % and hashtag at hashtag at hashtag. Not long after, Zhang Zhengqing found a cave to hide in. Alright, right here. I'll pass on the black sky devouring demon technique to you. I'm telling you, this technique is something. It was created with reference to the legendary ancient original demon. Zhang Zhengqing was uncertain. A proto-demon? What's that? It sounds like it's powerful. The Black Emperor hemmed and hawed. That's not true. The original demon is a powerful being born from birth, both as the source of the demon, and also the end of the devil. The original demon can devour all the demons in the world and return them to itself. And at the extreme, it can even return to the great Tao, return to the heavenly devil. Zhang Zhengqing scratched his head. You talk so deep. You're done when you refine. And by then, all the demons in this abyss will be your cultivation consumables. Jia, completely opposite in the other direction. Su Yuan just discovered a demon stronghold. There were about 36 demons, the strongest of which was of the 4th order, and the rest were of the 1st to 3rd order. He kills straight through alone, feeding all of the demon cores to the original demon's egg. This way of hunting and feeding down the original devil's egg had already changed quite a bit. Originally motionless as a dead thing, it would now squirm slightly every so often. Su Yuan looked at the time. A full day and a little more had passed since he had come to the abyss, and in half a day more, he then planned to return to the real world. One was because the Phantom Stone on Dream was about to expire. Secondly, even with the excuse of a breakthrough, there's been no movement for 2 full days. It doesn't make much sense for martial artists in this realm at the moment. Speaking of which, with my current strength, when I take the great examination of martial arts, it's going to cause quite a stir, isn't it? Really looking forward to it. If Su Anyan and I can take the top 2 places in the National Grand Entrance exam, Aunt Su should be very happy. I'm confident in taking the Denglong Martial Scholarship. I just don't know how strong Su Anyan is right now. Can you get past Gu Weimi? He thought about it and felt that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At least he was a reborn. It would be too humiliating if he couldn't compare to the native celestial pride. Go on. In the meantime, Devil's Den City. A grand, dark, massive palace was situated here. This is the palace of the great blood apostle Saras. Inside the palace, that powerful demon with the title of apostle sat on top of the throne. A terrifying aura filled the blood-red body, a power that surpassed that of a 9th-ranked supreme. It is the owner of this demonic lair, also the commander-in-chief of the many demonic expeditionary corps here. The world it was charged with conquering was a weak world called Blue Star. Only, the world, which has brought it unexpected surprises. Though I don't know why, on such a weak planet, a force capable of pulling the holy plate would appear, but it would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the current spatial passageway wasn't still unstable enough to support its true form descending to the blue star, it has long pressed on. The conquest of the blue planet, by comparison, is inconsequential. Alitos. A hint of tyranny flashed through its soul-warpingly fearful pupils. When I return to the endless dark abyss, it will be the day of your death. The endless dark abyss was the holy land of the abyss. Alitos, on the other hand, was one of the 72 pillared demon gods in charge of the endless dark abyss. That was a truly terrifying existence. That was a supreme being second only to the abyssal monarch. It's the shadow of a battle that could wipe out a galaxy. It didn't seem to have anything to do with a low-ranking apostle like it. However, the violence in its eyes was so strong. That desire to kill was so high. I'll be the ghost of your claim to life. Wait for me. The palace fell back into silence. Half a day passed quickly. Su Yuan looked at his watch, counting the time. It should be 7 o'clock in the morning. It's almost time to go back. The only thing that's unfortunate is that the original devil's egg has changed quite a bit, though, but there wasn't any imminent hatching yet, and the number of demonic cores it would need was more than one could imagine. Let's talk about it the next time we come in to stock up. Su Yuan took out the abyssal key and used the return function. As a spatial ripple spread, Su Yuan's figure disappeared in place. 7 o'clock in the morning. Shangguan Meng was learning to make breakfast with Su Qingling while her spiritual power enveloped Su Yuan's room. Avoid any interruptions by anyone. At this time, Su Anyan similarly came to the kitchen. Yen? Su Qingling glanced at Su Anyan, a hint of hidden worry flashing through her eyes as she cared. Did you sleep well last night? Well, sleep well. Su Anyan. who had been tossing and turning all night because she had to recite a confessional love poem in public at the martial arts examination, smiled. Breakfast will be ready in a little while, so go ahead and wash up. Good. Su Anyan turned to leave. A slight frown creased her brow as she left. She actually didn't hear the detection beep on Shangwan Meng's body? What's going on here? It was because Su Yuan, even after knowing Shangwan Meng's true identity, had still treating and caring for her like a sister? But this is too weird. People are famous magical girls. It's the scandalous marquis of the underworld. It's one of the 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau with blood on his hands. What about you? You're just a... Su Anyan suddenly ran out of words, because she couldn't beat Su Yuan right now. Belittling Su Yuan was tantamount to cursing herself. Of course, it was also possible that Su Yuan had feelings for Shangwan Meng between a man and a woman, but not more than 60%? Don't get it. She had never been interested in love affairs. All she knew was that she wanted access to her daily resources. So, she's going to help Shangwan Meng ask for a name. While thinking about it, he headed to the bathroom to do some washing up. When he passed by Su Yuan's room, it happened that the door of the room was pushed open and Su Yuan walked out from it. Su Anyan. Su Yuan. 4 eyes. Quiet and speechless. You're back. Su Anyan was the first to speak. Her voice was calm. And there was a storm brewing beneath the calm. Got blasted and hammered 3 times in a row last night. Pulverized. Well, I'm back. Su Yuan did not notice Su Anyan's abnormality and smiled brightly. Thought this ally of his was blessing his safe return. Xian Yan took a few deep breaths and, forcing down the inner desire to beat Su Yuan up severely. What she needed more right now was to fight for her daily resources. You come with me for a minute. I need to talk to you. Su Yuan didn't know why, but still followed. Kitchen. Shangwan Meng intentionally glanced in the direction the two had left. Chapter 174, I am the matchmaker emperor. When I summarize all the enemies before me? Restrooms. Su Yuan and Su Anyan were in a double row, brushing their teeth. Guz. Su Yuan brushed his teeth while sizing up Su Anyan. Strange. Very strange. This Su Anyan inexplicably called herself over and didn't say anything for half a day. What exactly did she intend to do? What do you think of Shangwan Meng? Su Anyan spoke coldly. Su Yuan? Do you like her? Su Yuan? You know she's not a child and you still think of her as a sister? Su Yuan? A sudden trifecta of questions. It directly confused Su Yuan. But Su Anyan was very calm as she cleanly put her toothbrush and cup back in their original places. Take the washcloth. While wetting the washcloth, he continued. Love has to be said out loud. Su Yuan? It's not. You guys are toxic, aren't you? Su Yuan looked at Su Anyan with a very complicated look. How is it that after returning from a trip to the abyss himself, this guy seems to have gotten water in his brain? Su Anyan, however, completely ignored Su Yuan's gaze, and somehow even, she felt a vague hint of pleasure in her heart. Forced to break the sign, the comparison fails. She's holding her breath. Since she can't beat him, it would be nice to torture him in some other way. You don't want to face this. I'm going to make you think about it. Incidentally, it gives me +1 to my daily resources. So she wiped her face slowly and methodically, and said, in a very calm tone, that it was as if he was genuinely thinking about Su Yuan. Even if Shangwan Meng, because of her appearance, her body type, makes you more inclined to care for her as a sister, what about Shangwan Ru? Although she's a bit worse than Shangwan Meng in terms of cultivation talent, in other aspects of, she's unquestionably talented, and she's also beautiful and has an exceptional body. Su Yuan. He put down his toothbrush, rinsed his mouth, and looked Su Anyan up and down with the eyes of a concerned retard. What the hell is wrong with you? Su Anyan gently shook her head. It's nothing. It's just that I'm afraid you'll keep your feelings to yourself. Words. Su Yuan nodded. So it is. Having said that, his eyes suddenly became serious for a moment, gazing at Su Anyan. Then I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. I like you. Su Anyan. Su Yuan shook his head. Boring. Su Anyan. Instead of being a massage empress, are you going to be a matchmaker empress? I am the matchmaker emperor. When I set up all the enemies before me? Su Anyan. Su Yuan didn't say anything else after he finished. Wash your face and go straight. He felt that Su Anyan was more than likely out of sorts today. Could it be that her period was coming? Looking at Su Yuan's departing back, Su Anyan gritted her teeth. What was that? How dare this guy molest her? If it had been before, she would have slapped him into the void. No way. There has to be a way to make the true love enemy appearance. Gotta get Su Yuan's favorability towards them to move up a bit. Otherwise one's daily resource rewards can go down the drain. The pain of her resources disappearing was not something she wanted to experience a second time. Back to the living room. Breakfast is ready. Su Qingling saw Su Yuan and smiled gently. Little abyss. The breakthrough was successful? She didn't know anything about cultivation. She had only heard that Su Yuan was breaking through a certain realm in the past 2 days. And now it looked like that. It should have worked. That's so nice. It's just that Yen might get hit again. Well, it worked. Su Yuan smiled and nodded, taking a seat in the position. Shangwan Meng ran around, bringing a breakfast to the table. Then he pointed to a few of the dishes, smiling in a rather cute way. This, I did all of this. Su Qingling laughed. Dream has a talent for cooking, even though she's only so young. She's a quick learner. At this point, Su Anyan also came to the living room. She took the initiative to pull out a chair beside Su Yuan, then whispered to Shangwan Meng, "You sit here." When he finished, he sat down across from the two men. "Su Yuan? It's not. Sis, are you still here?" Su Qingling was completely unaware of it. After all, as far as she remembered, Dream was still Dream. The quirky, cute little girl that. It was no wonder that he liked to stick to Xiao Yuan. After all, Xiao Yuan had always been like that, with a good personality, a good temper, and a very nice persona. Pity, there doesn't seem to be much in common between Yen and Yuqi, or else. That's all. A breakfast with a delicate atmosphere ended. As for Shangwan Ru, she rushed to the training hall early in the morning to continue her research and discussion with Zhang Zheng on the battle chi theory. After breakfast, after Su Yuan gave Su Anyan a don't mess around look, letting Shangwan Meng wait for herself in her room, she then went back to her room and took her school bag and filled it with abyssal crystals. With a book bag of abyssal crystals, Su Yuan came to Shangwan Meng's room. From inside, he took out an abyssal crystal and handed it to Shangwan Meng's hand. "Dream, you try it and see if it works." The moment he saw the abyssal crystallization, Shangwan Meng's pupils contracted slightly. She, seen this thing. As one of the former 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau, she has dealt with several abyssal rift incidents. There have been seizures of similar things, but in very, very small quantities, and it wasn't at all like the one Obuchi had given her, which was about 1/10 as big. She knew that it was similar to what source crystals were to humans for abyssal demons. If this stuff is helping the problem in her, then what is she? She would have never cared about other people acquiring titles for themselves. But this time, the word which gripped her heart for no reason. Devil. Woman. For Shangwan Meng's disorientation, Su Yuan didn't think what was going on at first, but soon he reacted. Dream used to be one of the 4 pillars of the Hereticide Bureau. The last time the abyssal rift appeared, it was the people from the Hereticide Bureau who handled it. So, could it be that an abyssal demon brought the abyssal crystals to the real world before, and then she just happened to see it? Spectral stones are very different from abyssal crystals, so when using spectral stones, she didn't notice anything wrong, but now that she saw the abyssal crystals, she definitely realized something. He thought again of the underworld demon that Su Anyan had once spoken of. Whether it's an abyssal demon, or a Stygian demon, it's inhuman. This is probably not an easy thing for any person to accept. He realized he had to say something. He thought for a moment and finally spoke. Dream. But before he could speak, Shangwan Meng then took the abyssal crystal from his hands. Those good-looking eyes looked at the crystallized abyss in the palm of her hand, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, though using it would lead to a collapse of her perception of who she is. Still, she looked up, and the smile on her face was so bright and beautiful. "It looks like Obuchi went to a very dangerous place for me. Thanks. I'll take it." At this point, an unknown pretty girl passed by the door of the room. Drip. P.S. Third shift. I'm a little tired. I'll take a break. I owe you a shift. Why do I feel so desolate today? Has everyone stopped reading? Chapter 175, There are feelings, but not much. Can you pick up where you left off? Su Anyan was directly shaken by the alarm sound from Love Enemy Detector Plus. What are you doing? That loud all of a sudden? Ding. Normally the volume can be lowered to the minimum. However, an emergency alert will be sent out when a rise in favorability of the love rival is detected. Su and Yen. She didn't even have to think about it to know what those two were doing in the house. It's nothing more than Su Yuan giving the abyssal crystals to Shangwan Meng. Shangwan Meng's favorability towards him thus skyrocketed. The question is, can we please stop dropping there all the time and have some da-da-da? And you're not asking for more. At the very least, let her collect a LVP and get a daily resource bonus? Is that too much to ask? No way. A word about resources. She then remembered the pain she felt when she was forced to break her contract. When she thought of the pain of being forced to break the sign, she wanted to violently beat up Su Yuan. Wanting to thump Su Yuan, he thought of his defeat in the 3rd comparison. Aha! Faith is stronger. From now until the 4th comparison, one's goals are clear. Towards a larger number of daily resources. Second, use these resources to maximize your strengths. Thirdly, To recover in the fourth comparison. To avenge the shame of the past. Sure, there is also a short-term goal. That was how to get through the death moment that would come along with the great martial arts exam in a month's time. At least 5,000. At least. 2. Suanyan took a deep breath and calmed down again. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's a hidden poem anyway. The dog system doesn't dictate specifics either. Just write yourself outrageously enough so that it's not at all obvious that it's a confessional poem. Just as Suanyan was planning to pass through the door and return to her room, suddenly, the love interest detector plus went off again. But this time it wasn't a drip or a da-da-da but just a slight da-da. What's going on here? Ding. This is not yet at the level of love interest. However, this slight warning is given when the bonded object's favoritism towards other members of the opposite sex grows. Minor warning? Meaning, Su Yuan now actually still had that tiny bit of good feeling towards Shangwan Meng that was different from protecting his sister? That's normal. He's not a block of wood. Only, the system said, only if Su Yuan's favorability towards Shangwan Meng in terms of men and women reached 60% or more, allowing the true love enemy to appear, would he himself be able to receive the daily resource rewards? Feeling. It seems to be a little short of that. Why are you so protective? Why can't you think of something else? To build on it? Room. Seeing that Shangwan Meng overcame her mental obstacles before she could speak her words of persuasion, Su Yuan's mood was a bit complicated. He didn't realize that Shangwan Meng, because she didn't care at all about her potentially inhuman status, or did he force a smile because he didn't want his efforts to be in vain? Of course it's great if it's the former, but if it's the latter, it's really heartbreaking. But anything said now would be hollow and boring. The only way to fix the bloodline problem in her, truly making her not have to think about these human and demon issues, that would be useful. Thinking of this, Su Yuan no longer dwelled on it. Dream. You can use these abyssal crystals for now. They're of high enough quality. It should be enough to last you for a while. Come back to me when you're almost out. I have plenty more here. Aha. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. These abyssal crystals that Obuchi had given her were very different from those seized by the Hereticide Bureau before. A quick glance reveals the extraordinary. If she could absorb the special power in it to stabilize herself and avoid the loss of her life force, then perhaps one might also be able to use this to cultivate and rapidly increase one's strength. But she won't do it. She knew that Little Abyss must have paid a great price in order to retrieve these abyssal crystals, maybe even in unimaginable danger. One will maintain a minimum standard rate of consumption, just enough to keep the vitality from flowing away. As for cultivation matters, she didn't need to take this shortcut to break through the 8th rank soon. Even though they now had the shelter of the Psychic Numinaries Association and the Qin family, Kabuchi probably didn't need a 7th rank like her for protection. But if she waited until she advanced to the 9th rank, she was confident that she would become the strongest in Blue Star. By then, it's her turn to cover Obuchi again. After leaving from Shangwan Meng's room, Su Yuan returned to his room. Now that Shangwan Meng's bloodline problem had been temporarily alleviated, he could focus on cultivation for the time being. Attempt to break through to the 4th rank, which is the fusion realm, in the next few moments. This is a key point in the strength enhancement process, and if one can successfully break through to the 4th rank, strength would definitely skyrocket, so that the next time he went to the abyss to get his goods would be a lot easier. Order 4, grind the skin, refine the flesh. The circulation of source energy in the body, constantly running the circumference, is supposed to silently nourish the physical body. But to become a fusion realm martial artist, you need to actively channel source energy, constantly hardening the skin, hardening the muscles. Let the cells of the skin, let the cells of the muscles, under the action of the source energy, accomplish a qualitative change. Do it, skin hard as iron, flesh as solid as a wall. This process, cultivators with rich heritage and sufficient resources are able to assist with special treasures that make the quenching process more perfect. The 10,000 devouring spirit soldiers can be fed with other drawn alloys and minerals for the time being. Then the remaining glazed star pith. Use it to quench my skin and refine my flesh first. Whether it was hardening the skin or refining the flesh, it was a slow process, because it needs to be quenched down to every cell. So it tends to take a lot of time, a lot of source energy. Most of all, the first quenching of the skin and muscles of the entire body was not the end, but the beginning. 1 quenching completed. 4th order lower. The 2nd quenching is complete. 4th order medium. 3 quenches complete. 4th order upper. Anyone who has been quenched more than 3 times is at the limit of the 4th order. It's just that the vast majority of martial artists' physical bodies don't support continued quenching for 3 times. It's already the maximum the human body can handle. Of course, there were a very small number of people with exceptional talent and superb will who were able to undergo additional quenching. With each quenching, not only will strength be enhanced, and the subsequent path of martial arts that it will go smoother. According to the first explanation of the martial way on the currently, the one who had the most number of times quenching at the 4th rank in the history of the Great Xiao was ancient Qingtian. It reached a terrifying 7 quench. I wonder how many times my fleshly body can support quenching. Su Yuan was looking forward to it. On that day, Su Yuan began to temper his skin and muscles. He's got a good handle on his source energy. This is evidenced by the fact that his 3rd order limit is able to perform 15 cycles in a single day, which is higher than the 3rd order limit of 12. It's just the powerful physical qualities brought about by the ancient god's bloodline. It makes quenching the skin and muscles instantly more difficult. But Su Yuan didn't panic at all. Resources? He has. Time? He's got it too. When the time comes, the entire 9-hardened golden body will directly punch out all mouths and teeth. However, when the whole day passed, Su Yuan realized that things didn't seem simple. He estimated that this whole day had passed, and, after consuming 100 grams of glazed star marrow and a large amount of source crystals, he had completed about 1% of the quenching. That means it'll take about 100 days, or a little over 3 months, for the plus a whole 20 pounds of glazed star marrow and a massive amount of source crystals to complete the first quenching. Fast is fast. After all, ordinary martial artists often needed to spend years to complete a tempering. Many people couldn't even quench it successfully and couldn't get over the hurdle for the rest of their lives. Sure, if you use still space for an additional 20 days of practice each time, and then let your soul relax for another 2 days, continue for another 20 days, hardened in this extreme high-pressure state, then the time for him to break through to the 4th order fusion realm would be compressed into just 2 weeks, before the great martial examination, but at the cost of using up almost 90 days of still space, and it requires total dedication and can't take care of anything else, such as spiritual power, battle techniques, battle chi, the 5 sacred body refining method, all need to be put aside for the time being. Currently one has 116 days of static space credit left. The emotional value reserve was upside down with more than $1 million left. Then, let's finish the first quenching and break through to the 4th rank first. This is the qualitative change note of the war power. How can we have to step through it first? The big deal is to take your time with the hardening later. Wait, no, before we start quenching, why don't you go ask our clever doggy master Su Yen? Maybe she had some way of speeding up the quenching? One doesn't take her for nothing. The big deal is to trade resources with her. Su Anyan's room. Matchmaker Emperor, do you have any methods that can speed up quenching? Su Yen. Her fists tightened, trying to him up with one punch, but she held her tongue. No. Realm breakthroughs have to be done step by step. It had to be honestly quenched little by little with source energy, which was the process of qualitative change of life. The rest of the various body refining techniques and secret arts can only assist, can't help you with this metamorphosis. For example, the first layer of the glazed indestructible body that she practiced, merely using a secret method to allow the physical body to temporarily absorb the glazed star marrow, allowing the quality of the physical body to temporarily increase drastically. But this is merely absorption, and the corporeal cell body is unable to digest it. Because the cellular body was too weak to incorporate the glazed star pith into it, before it had been quenched by the source energy many times. Become a part of yourself. Oh, okay. Su Yuan nodded with some regret. Su Anyan frowned slightly. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Su Yuan casually said. Because I'm going to start trying to break through the 4th rank. Su Anyan let out an "oh." But the next second, she was petrified in place. It's not. How many steps? 300-word large chapter. Chapter 176, Su Anyan's cluelessness. I hope you only have me in your eyes. In virtual matchmaking, Su Anyan had actually felt Su Yuan's terrifying strength though. A martial artist of the explorable realm, be it 1st or 2nd or 3rd rank, you can't even tell the difference on the outside. Only when you reach the 4th rank, having completed the hardening of your skin and muscles, it is only then that the very obvious outward differences are presented. Therefore, Su Anyan only thought that it was Su Yuan's fleshly body talent that had broken down after that assault case, stronger than the original, but definitely never thought about. He's actually rank 3 already? He himself is only at the 2nd order limit. No, listening to the tone of his voice that he's going to try to make a quenching breakthrough to the 4th rank. He's supposed to be upper 3rd order? Even the 3rd order limit? How is this possible? Su Yan's pupils quaked. Instead, Su Yuan just talked to himself. Since there's no shortcut, I'll just take my own time. By the way, you go for it too. Su Yan. Refueling? How do I refuel? I am a former empress reborn. I am one of the 10 you that once suppressed the vault of heaven. It's only just past 2 months since the awakening, and I'm already at the 2nd order limit. It's about to hit the 3rd rank. My cultivation speed is already horrible as it is. And it turns out you're telling me that not only are you already at rank 3, even in the midst of being ready to break through to the 4th rank, you should be rank 3 by now too, right? According to you, you're a reborn empress, so you should be able to pull others a long way, right? Su Yen. She forced down the shock in her heart and pretended not to care. Pretty much, she did pull a big one on the others, but it was also pulled by Su Yuan by a large margin. Can she stand it? Can't stand a little. Su Yuan laughed. Then when the Star Realm after the Great Martial Examination, the two of us will kill indiscriminately. A little blue star shock for the 9-star alliance. Su Anyan nodded her head stiffly. That's what I thought. Su Yuan was about to leave. Suddenly, wait a minute. Su Anyan opened her mouth and called out to him. What's wrong? Su Yuan looked at her in confusion. Last time, did you say you were going to send me some resources? Su Anyan hesitated a little before finally speaking, because she had a hunch that Su Yuan's supposed occasional access to a little bit of resources may not be true. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine why his cultivation speed would be exaggerated to such an extent. So, while it's a little out of her wheelhouse, but she really didn't want to lose next time. She can't win. Mosquito legs are legs too. Oh, you mean that? Su Yuan nodded, indicating that he remembered this matter. At that time, he had originally wanted to share a bit of Su Anyan's glazed star marrow, but now that he's realized how well it works, not only could it greatly enhance the strength of the universal devouring spirit soldier, but it was also an excellent auxiliary substance for breaking through the 4th stage and tempering his own body. So sadly, it's not going to be available to her for a while. Su Yuan rummaged through the system space and found a resource that was slightly inferior. This is the system's blue quality reward, named Green Jade Chalcedony. There's a 30 or so kilograms of it. Casually separating out 10 pounds and handing it to Su Anyan. Su Anyan's beautiful eyes stared when she saw it. It's Chalcedony? Although it was not as good as starry sky treasures such as the glazed star marrow, it was still considered a fairly good resource. At the very least, there were few treasures on the blue planet that could be compared to this. He can take out 10 pounds at a time. There's no harm without comparison. Su Anyan felt the deep malice from the system. And Su Yuan, in order to maintain his persona of occasionally only being able to obtain a little amount of resources, laughing softly. These are the better quality resources I've acquired in this period of time. You take them first. It should come in handy when you plan to break through the 4th rank for tempering your flesh. Su Anyan was silent for a moment, then shook her head and calmly said, just give me half of it, and keep the rest for yourself. Since you're trying to break through the 4th rank, then you can use it too, said the man, pausing. By the way, I didn't ask you for this. I don't need you to fund it. It's sort of, I borrowed it from you, and I'll return it several times over later. Su Yuan froze for a moment. He was actually tempted to say that he wouldn't be able to use it himself for a while, and that he had quite a bit of it in stock. As far as borrowing, paying back, or whatever, it's also really unnecessary. It wasn't anything of value either. Not to mention that the two are now allies. Even if it's for Auntie Sue's sake, it's fine to give you a few pounds of glazed star marrow. It's just that I do have to use it myself right now and can't even it out. However, he considered Su Anyan's faceless character. Still, he nodded along with her words. Okay, then count it as a loan for you. 5 pounds to start with, and then ask for it when you need it later. Aha! After Su Yuan left, Su Anyan looked at the 5 pounds of green jade chalcedony with mixed emotions. Ryoga sighed. Luckily, at least it didn't start by taking out the glazed star marrow, or else I'd really. The latter half of the sentence was too demoralizing, and would have so shaken her moral heart that, so she didn't go on. But even the green chalcedony is already quite okay. It's a bit better than even the system's daily resource rewards. It made her feel a great deal of pressure. 6 months. I'm going to have to pull something out of the bag if I'm going to overtake him in these 6 months. Just one daily resource reward is not enough. Definitely not enough. At the very least, 2. It's what's going to bring up my cultivation speed. But only, true love enemy, can give +1 to daily resources. Which means that, it's useless to unilaterally like Su Yuan's, fake, love interest. For the time being, it looks like there's only one Shangguan Mang that can be used as an alternative. So who should we get for the remaining one? Su Anyan suddenly fell silent. Though she had never been attracted to anyone, and did not care much for love affairs and the like, but she had always despised that kind of promiscuous person. As a result, it didn't occur to me that now I actually, for the sake of resources, trying to turn Su Yuan into a promiscuous person? That's never a good sign. She mumbled in her mind. One wrong step. One wrong step. If this can change, will the other principles one holds to change in the future? But without resource support, how could one defeat Su Yuan? Unable to defeat Su Yuan, he'll have to do the dog-licking adventure once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And this dog system is getting over the top. Contradiction. Very contradictory. Ding. The host's strong rejection of the appearance of true love enemies has been detected. Triggered dog-licking trait of wishing you only had me in your eyes. Su and Yen? Want me to be the only one in your eyes? It's not. She just doesn't want her principles to change. Over and over again. End up being the kind of person you despise the most. Since when does that mean anything? Ding. From now on, every once in a while, there will be a random refreshing of dog-licking mini-quests. The little dog-licking tasks will automatically disappear if not claimed for more than 24 hours from the time they appear. If the assignment is received and completed successfully. 1. Applicable to the current stage, designated resource reward can be obtained. Licking dog small tasks, taskbar. 1. At a dinner. When the bound subject finishes eating a bowl of rice, the offered to get up and make another bowl for him with the comment, you sit back and eat. I'll do it. Time limit for collection, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 2. Unrefreshed. 3. Unrefreshed. Su and Yen? Chapter 177, What can I do with a little wind and frost? A real disgrace. Dinner time. A family of people with a lot of fun. Shangwan Ru was giddy, because her theories have been brought back to the imperial capital by Zhang Jiang, and an expert seminar will be held soon, and the initial pilot experiment of small, smart, and sharp at the War Department. Shangwan Meng smiled coquettishly, because the abyssal crystals that Obuchi brought back really stopped the flow of her vitality, so that she doesn't have to leave quietly. At the same time the sister fulfills her life's desires, and she rejoices because she rejoices. Su Yuan smiled brightly. He gathered his battle chi and helped Sister Ru confirm her theory. He brought back the abyssal crystals and helped Dream stabilize the aftermath. He proved his worth and made Auntie Su highly respected. Governments, units, organizations, treat her with courtesy. He himself is even breaking toward the 4th rank, striving to become stronger, as he is now. Being able to guard those you care about on your own. Su Qingling smiled gently and lightly. After this period of time together, she had long since accepted Shangwan Ru and Shangwan Meng. I am also proud of the growth of Yuqi and Yen. There is a bright future for all. In addition to, Su Anyun was staring intently at the bowl in front of Su Yuan. Pick up. Still not picking up. That's a problem. The time limit for the mission is only 24 hours, and once it exceeds that, the mission will disappear. And to complete the task, you can get a copy of the designated resources applicable to the current stage. That's a designated resource. That is, you can ask the system for what you lack. But the question is, now everyone is eating their meals. Would it seem too odd to do that yourself? Shangwan is okay. Mom's okay, too. As for Shangwan Meng, could she have misunderstood something? You listen to me. Don't get me wrong. Me and him are not what you think. I was actually trying to set you two up, so that I can have a steady daily reward of resources for myself. As for Su Yuan, he shouldn't misunderstand. He would only be confused. So humiliating. But how much more humiliating? Is it as humiliating as the martial arts exam? There's gonna be at least 500 people there, and now there's only a few. Think of it as rehearsal. Believe in yourself. You'll be fine. What's a little frost got to do with me? Su Yuan had just finished the last bite of rice in his bowl. Su Anyun suddenly jolted to her feet. Shangwan Ru? Shangwan Meng? Su Qingling? Su Yuan? Xian Yan sat down again. The crowd, though puzzled, began to talk and laugh again with great merriment. Su Yuan was just about to get up to serve a bowl of rice. Xian Yan stood up again. Shangwan Ru? Shangwan Meng? Su Qingling? Su Yuan? This time she really went out on a limb. She stiffened her head and met the confused gazes of the crowd and came to Su Yuan's side. Taking his bowl, he turned and went to the rice cooker on the side to make a bowl of rice. Shangwan Ru? Shangwan Meng? Su Qingling? Su Yuan? Su Anyun finished typing her meal. He came to Su Yuan's side and pushed the rice in front of him. You sit back and eat. I'll do it. Having said that, as if no one else was there, he sat back down in his seat and buried his head in his food. Shangwan Ru, I secretly glancing at Shangwan Meng, not daring to speak. JPG, Shangwan Meng, blinking lightly, as if thinking, Su Qingling, mom is not unseen, but this still shocks me for 500 years. Su Yuan, black question mark face. JPG, no sound is better than sound at this time. After a while, Su Anyun put down her chopsticks. She stood up as if nothing had just happened. I'm full. You guys go on. Having said that, calmly and gracefully fall away. When Su Anyun's figure disappeared around the corner, Su Yuan looked at the rice bowl in front of him as he pondered. This meal, should we eat it or not? Shangwan Ru didn't dare to breathe, sneaking a glance at his oldest sister and then at the place where Su Anyun had disappeared. This girl, is this a provocation? Brave, too brave. I respect you as a man. Su Qingling hadn't yet realized what had happened. She was undoubtedly the one who understood Su Anyan's character the most out of everyone present. That's why the shock Su Anyan's behavior just now gave her was most intense. Yen, she's, why did you suddenly do this to Obuchi? A hint of curiosity flashed in Shangwan Meng's eyes. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Qingling with an innocent face. Auntie Su, does sister and Yen like brothers Su Yuan? Shangwan Ru, 6. Su Yuan. Su Qingling surprisingly didn't know how to answer for a moment. If it had been before, she wouldn't have even thought about it. But now, she was lost. This, room. Calm down. Su Anyan washed her face with cold water. Just a little rehearsal. Who dash, suck dash, who dash, suck dash. Finally, she calmed down. In any case, the mission had been completed and the resource rewards had arrived. As for the rest, she believed there was little problem. Ding! Congratulations on completing the little dog licking quest. Obtain 1 copy of the designated resource applicable to the current stage. I want the Shadow Silence Fruit. Su Anyan did not hesitate. Therein lies the reason she is willing to go out on a limb and truly disgrace herself. The biggest fundamental that she could currently rely on was actually still her own talent. This Shadow Silence Fruit was an upgraded version of the Phantom Shadow Fruit, and it had an extremely strong enhancement effect on her talent. Ding! Obtained a Shadow Silence Fruit. As a mysterious and bizarre fruit covered in black lines appeared in his palm, Su Anyan's eyes grew firmer. Worth it. It's all worth it. The ocean passes, the stars change, time wears out everything. Nothing stays with a lifetime. It had been her creed, she murmured in her mind, and gave her strength to, enabling her to make that move tonight. It also allows her to face the dog-licking adventure on the martial arts exam soon with a normal mind. Aha! She can do it. She summoned the Shadow Servant and devoured the Shadow Silence Fruit and began to continuously digest it. After Su Anyan left, the atmosphere of the dinner became subtle, except for the Letso man who stayed out of it. Shangwan Ru, whether it was Su Yuan, Shangwan Meng, or Su Qingling, because of Su Anyan's actions, into their own musings. But after dinner, this only lazy man who stayed out of it was arrested in the room by Shangwan Meng. Shangwan Meng sat cross-legged on the bed, slightly tilting her head sideways, rushing to face the hand-wringing Shangwan Ru. Speak softly, Ru, you help me analyze her psychology. Why? P.S. When today and tomorrow are over, it really will be 4 shifts and a half. But, if I can hit the top 5 on the gift list in the next 2 days, I'll go straight to 5 on May 1st. Of course, that shouldn't be possible. So odds are I'll be able to take a break and rest on May 1st as well. Ha ha. Chapter 178 Rushin, I've seen through everything long ago. Sis, I'm a professional. Let me analyze it? How dare I analyze? I've been walking on thin ice my whole life. This kind of topic is so highbrow that I just want to be a silent eater. Shangwan Meng blinked lightly. Can't you analyze it? Ru, if that's the case, how is that possible? Shangwan Ru was righteous. Sis, you can question me as a person, but never question my professionalism. Wasn't I the one who analyzed Xiaoyan's psychological problems last time? Don't worry, sis. I promise to help you analyze her to the bone. Shangwan Meng nodded lightly. Gives a go ahead. I'm listening. Look. Shangwan Ru sat down at the table, took out paper and pen. It was shown towards Shangwan Meng. Sis, I'm a professional. Let me think about thinking dash. Having said that, turn around. Ambush began to swish and write something. First, he wrote down the names Su Anyan and Su Yuan respectively. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back. So silently, he wrote Shangwan Meng again after Su Yuan. But the chill hasn't gone away yet. Aha! She turned the paper over. It was written separately, Shangwan Meng, Su Yuan, and Su Anyan. The chill has abated a little. The corner of Shangwan Ru's mouth hooked. Women. And something about I don't rob. Women's mouths. Lying ghosts. Watch me just take you one straight up. Shangwan Ru directly crumpled the paper in front of him into a ball and threw it into the trash can in a dashing manner. Taking a new piece of paper, he wrote down, Su Yuan, Shangwan Meng, Su Anyan. Now Yuchi and Yen aren't next to each other, are they? Sure enough, the chill disappeared. Shangwan Ru snorted in his heart. Sis, I could eat you for the rest of my life. Shangwan Ru was startled. Shangwan Meng, who had just been in bed, had instantly moved to the table at some point, elbows propped up on the tabletop, hands resting on his chin. He looked at her with a smirk. Keep writing. Shangwan Ru was in a cold sweat. Started to keep writing it up. Known, Su Anyan and Su Yuan, living together for a year. Stress. The pressure of the sky. Shangwan Ru's hands were shaking. Trembling, he continued to write. According to known intelligence, The two men barely crossed paths during the year. It's been confirmed that confirmed by Su Yuan himself, Su Anyun himself, Su Qingling, immediately after. She wrote again. Important points in timeline. Awakening experimental special training attack case end of special training now. Then, she marked a transformation node under experimental special and wrote, the first signs of a cyber sex affair? True, false, internet dating partner. Love breakfast? Practice or on purpose? Closer, psychological problems? True, false, psychological dependency? Imitating a maid? Psychological distortion or XP sniffing? Shang Wanru was writing furiously. Her demeanor grew serious and earnest, her mind working frantically to draw out her thoughts, because she got into the groove. What she said, she's very professional. It's not a joke, it's the truth. Just suddenly, Shang Wanmeng opened her mouth. Ru, what do you mean when you write X in P? Shang Wanru froze. She thought for a moment. She hesitated. Well, it's psychological jargon. Sis, you don't understand it. Just take it as, like means well. Shang Wanmeng nodded lightly. Oh, Shang Wanru had just breathed a sigh of relief. And in the next second, Shang Wanmeng took out her cell phone and opened the search engine and typed in, what does XP mean? Shang Wanru, cool. After a while, Shang Wanmeng finished browsing, winking at Shang Wanru. Her smile was wide. Go on, what are you looking at me for? Sis, I'm a professional. I know. Or, right, Gollum. Shang Wanru's hand holding the pen was trembling. It's okay. Smiles can be transferred. Danger can also be transferred. Yen, I'm sorry. Shang Wanru continued to write. Massage incident. Psychological pressure release or attempt at physical contact? Special note, point in time after the attack. One was also conducted during the stay at the Hatericide Bureau. Point in time now. Rice incident. Small gestures, big words. Special conditions, parent, Su Qingling, present. Right here. Shang Wanru had almost finished analyzing the whole process. Immediately afterward she began circling various events and nodes and connecting the dots in various ways. Then sometimes he frowned in contemplation. Sometimes he came to a realization. And sometimes he muttered something to himself. Shang Wanmeng did not interrupt, but simply waited quietly for a result. An answer. Suddenly, Shang Wanru stood up, pacing around the room, as if in final thought. Finally, she let out a long breath. Turning his head to look at Shang Wanmeng, he revealed that everything is under control. Smile. Sis, I get it. I really get it. Shang Wanmeng looked at the transformation node on the paper and nodded absently. Say it. Shang Wanru smiled. First the analysis, then the results. Yen, it's true that she wasn't interested in Xiao Yuan at first, but later on, after the awakening, during their special training together at the training gym, she found a sparkle in Obuchi. The willpower, talent, and strength that Kabuchi has shown is captivating her. But her original character was one of indifference and detachment, no matter to whom. So there was a violent cognitive conflict within her, and with the change in her attitude towards Obuchi. On the one hand, she doesn't want to admit that she's attracted to Kabuchi, trying to keep the original way of getting along with Obuchi, adopting a cold, aloof attitude. But on the other hand, it's impossible to resist your heart. So, it's only then that you get a fake online date, for an excuse to be able to make a loving breakfast for Obuchi. And then, again through the excuse of psychological problems and psychotherapy, proceed to step 2, the trial of physical contact. In the meantime, there's been an assault. That's a life and death situation. Although Xiaoyan wasn't directly involved, but the matter of Xiao Yuan almost dying weakens her resistance and strengthens her tendency to confess. So on this day, she made a bold move directly in front of the parent character. It's tonight's serving dinner incident. After hearing so much, Shang Wanmeng felt very reasonable. And then what? Shang Wanru smiled mysteriously. So there is only one truth. Yen, it's actually a performing personality. On that basis, I was even able to guess where she was going next. Shang Wanmeng was clearly piqued. Say, the corner of Shang Wanru's mouth hooked. If the above reasoning is all correct, with Yan's performative personality, she would never miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's the great martial arts examination. There is a high probability that she will, at this event, make her next move. P.S. Chapter 4. P.S. I feel like it's one of the most interesting chapters I've written in recent memory. Laughing out loud. Chapter 179. In fact, she used to do this a lot before and got used to it. When she heard Shang Wanru say that Su Anyun might possibly make her next move at the next great martial arts examination, Shang Wanmeng was curious. What would she do? Shang Wanru didn't answer the first time, but pondered for a while before slowly speaking. As I deduce, Each time Yen tries to build on the last, but after all, it's just reasoning, and there's no way I can accurately predict what she'll do, but it certainly won't be a small move. It might be a rather radical step. Shangguan Meng nodded thoughtfully. Looks like I'll have to be there during the great martial arts exam. Shangguan Ru shook his head. No way sis. You're still in a missing state. Recently, Xiao Yuan's fame has been flourishing, and countless people will surely pay attention to him at that time, so it's too easy for you to be discovered if you arrive at the scene. With that, she patted those proud breasts. Don't worry, I'll help you scout the enemy. Shangguan Meng did not reply. Her eyes focused on her own sister's chest. Somehow I remembered the results of a search engine for XP. Certain characteristics seem to rank high. Sis? Quiet. I'm thinking. Thinking about what? Blue hair, tear moles, and big murder. Shangguan Ru? What the hell? While Shangguan Ru was shocked and messed up, Shangguan Meng's eyes finally moved away from her body and it landed on the analysis notes on the desktop. She picked it up and scrutinized it, and then stretching out a little finger, pointed to the experimental special training that was labeled as transformation node. Ru, look here. What's going on? Shangguan Ru didn't find anything wrong. You said it yourself. This is the node of transformation, the source of everything. So who was the one who started it all? Wouldn't that be? Shangguan Ru's voice ended abruptly. The smile on his face froze a little. She caught a whiff of something bad, and gulped softly. But she quickly reacted. This wasn't the arena. Ahem. Sis, this ain't our place. If you make too much noise you're going to be suspected. Shangguan dreamed about it and nodded approvingly. Another time then. Next time? Well, if you predicted it correctly, count yourself as guilty as charged. I'll give you one more extra chance. No, two. Shangguan Ru's eyes lit up. What do I hear? The sun is coming out of the west. If he guesses correctly, not only will he be spared this beating, but 2 additional ones as well? But, as the attending physician of the psychiatric patient, she felt the need to say something for her patient. Sis, speaking of which, Xiaoyan doesn't know your identity yet. She sure didn't mean to do all that in front of you, so get a grip on yourself. Shangguan Meng winked playfully, her smiling face quite cute. Of course I know. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? I'm not going to steal from anyone. How Obuchi makes his decision, that's up to him. Shangguan Ru nodded superficially, but the heart slowly snaps out. True? At this time, Shangguan Meng suddenly smiled gently at her and extended 2 fingers. How can you speak for an outsider? You've used up 2 chances. Shangguan Ru. Kitchen. Su Qingling is cleaning up the dishes. Sabuchi is helping to wash the dishes. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Finally, Su Qingling still spoke. Xiao Yuan Xiao Yan Shi. Seems to have changed a bit. What could Su Yuan say? All he could do was nod. Yeah, it seems to have changed a bit. Su Qingling wanted to speak, but in the end, she could only gently shake her head. Xiaoyan's character was somewhat flawed before, so it would actually be a good thing if it could be changed. It's just that she's used to being cold before and doing things that might be a little unexpected. You don't want to be intimidated by her. Scared by her? That's not true, but later on, he was definitely going to ask her himself what she was really up to. Of course, this was something between the two of them, and they definitely couldn't let Aunt Su worry about it. So Su Yuan laughed. It's okay, get used to it. In fact she used to do it a lot during our previous special training. At those words, Su Qingling was somewhat slightly shocked. Yen, she's not the first time this has happened? And what else has she done before? Su Anyan had made him a loving breakfast. He was given a massage. There was even one time when Auntie Su was on the phone with you. Of course, this was something that couldn't be said, so Su Yuan vaguely brushed it off. Actually, it's pretty much the same as today, or I would have been surprised today. Also, Su Qingling nodded. If it was in the past, if Yen suddenly came this way, Xiao Yuan would have been taken aback, but today he was noticeably more subdued. It seems that certain small changes in Yan's personality have really taken place. Alright Auntie Su, the dishes are done. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Right. Su Yuan smiled brightly. I'll give you a surprise during the martial arts exam. The surprise he was talking about. The reference is naturally to taking this year's Denglong Wushu scholarship. Su Qingling returned to her senses, smiled gently, and gently nodded. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Back to the room. Su Yuan was filled with helplessness. Su Anyan, what the hell are you doing? What's the main thing? The main reason was that Su Anyan had just given him an inexplicable trifecta of questions yesterday. 1 asked him what he thought of Dream. 2 asked him if he liked Dream. 3 asks why he treats Dream like a sister when he knows the truth about her. This was a question he couldn't even think or say for himself. so naturally he couldn't answer Su Anyan. Finally, she even came up with the line love has to be said out loud, no matter how you look at it. Su Anyan's purpose in asking these 3 questions at that time. It's all about trying to lead him to think clearly and realize what his feelings for Dream are really like, right? That's why he was teased as a matchmaker empress. But what's going on tonight? In front of so many people, even Auntie Sue was present. She actually broke down and helped herself to a bowl of rice. And he said something like, "You sit down and eat. I'll do it." This kind of behavior, this kind of talk is ambiguous in any case, isn't it? What exactly is her purpose in doing this? Su Yuan was puzzled, so he had to take out his cell phone, intending to send a message to Su Anyan, ask her what the hell she's selling. Suddenly, Su Yuan was slightly stunned. He seemed to somewhat understand Su Anyan's purpose for doing this. Chapter 180, Alternative Way of Becoming? Knockout Emperor? Less work, more cultivation. Combine that with the life-threatening trio of questions she was asking in the bathroom at the time. Everything about her behavior seemed to make sense. So, is she seeing that it won't work from my side? So she's simply going to start with Dream's side? Trying to speed up the emotional development between us by stimulating Dream in this way? The legendary Mr. Enter the game with his body, win half a sun in the sky, and when it's all said and done, deeply hidden? Actually, Su Yuan of course sensed the particulars of Shangguan Meng's emotions towards him, but his feelings for Shangguan Meng have not yet been transformed. It's called life is as it should be. He was impressed when he first met Dream. White hair wants to rua. Blue and red pupils are very pretty. Little one, talk a lot, quirky, naive and cute. That's the first impression. Then a series of get-togethers down the road. The two not only inexplicably hit it off, but also have a tacit understanding of each other. It made him completely treat her like a real sister. Positively so. When he followed up by seeing Shangguan Meng powerfully decapitate that 4 and 8th ranked powerhouse, the shock of the impact is so shocking that it is difficult to describe it in words. It feels like the kitten you hold in your arms every day and jerk off, one day suddenly transforms into Red Lotus Godzilla. One heat ray destroys the sky. Cool is really cool. Handsome is also really handsome. But barring that, it's just weird. So actually, until now, he hasn't exactly slowed down. But the problem now was that Su Anyan had no reason and no need to do such a thing, right? If it's a rebirth, it's usually about making up for regrets, isn't it? Could it be that Su Anyan was very sorry in her last life because I wasn't together with Xiao Meng? So after being reborn in this life, you plan to set us up on purpose? Is it because what I'm doing with Dream will affect her? Or is it she simply thinks the two of us are a good match? If it's the former it's fine, if it's the latter. First the massage emperor, then the matchmaker emperor, and now the knockout emperor? Alternative paths to adulthood? Su Yuan felt like he could not see through Su Anyan more and more. This woman, she's weird, extra weird. But anyway, he must be clear. One's own current emotions toward Dream, the desire to protect, the desire to take care of there was the desire to make her happy, but the only thing that was missing was the lust between a man and a woman. He couldn't say what would happen in the future, but he wasn't willing to lie to himself that, for the moment, he still thinks of her as the original Dream. He has always been serious about his feelings, and he goes with the flow and listens to his heart. What will eventually happen to that feeling for Xiaoming? Later on, we'll see. So he thought about it, and in the end, he only sent Su Anyan a rather subtle message. Cherish the chance of a do-over. More practice, less whole life. Go for it. In the meantime, Su Anyan's room. The shadow servant was absorbing the shadow silence fruit. That was a precious treasure that was several times more powerful than the phantom fruit. The time required for digestion was naturally much longer than absorbing the phantom fruit. An analysis of the Rurmus dissection, to his newly acquired title of the Knockout Emperor. Su Anyan didn't know anything about it. Taking advantage of this time, she sat down at the table, took out her paper and pen, and intend to do something about the draft for the Great Martial Arts exam. She had a rough idea. It is important to write in the direction of the least noticeable and least likely to show the so-called confession theme. This will minimize any embarrassment when the time comes. She scribbled a few random lines, but the first word I and the last word you are okay. It wouldn't be too strange to start a sentence written with them, but the second word happy and the third word cheerful. How about something that doesn't involve the imagery of like? She pondered. Buzz. The cell phone on the table vibrated. Being distracted by the 4 lines of a hidden poem, she looked away. After realizing that it was Su Yuan's message, he frowned and unlocked his phone. But just by looking at it one more time, it almost made her explode in place. Cherish the opportunity to be born again? More practice? Less work? You've really got it in for you? If it weren't for the daily resource. Su Anyan gritted her teeth and was about to reply. But she suddenly thought of the 5 pounds of green jade chalcedony that Su Yuan had given her. As the saying goes, eat your heart out. Take your hand out. Just, not with you. Later, Su Qingling arrived at Su Anyun's room. Pitying parents, there is no one who is more concerned about their daughter's changes than her. Naturally. Yen. Su Qingling's eyes were gentle as she sat beside Su Anyun and gently pulled her hand through. There's no one else here, so be honest with Mom. Is it true that you have a little crush on Xiao Yuan? Su and Yen? She shook her head without hesitation. Not at all. Su Qingling was still smiling gently. What a silly girl. Obviously have made that move. Now the drier the answer, the firmer the denial, the more true it is that the more you want to cover up. Obuchi is a very good person. Su Qingling suddenly spoke softly. Su Anyun hummed lightly, but did not retort. Even she had to admit that as far as character was concerned he really had nothing to say. This tiny expression fell into Su Qingling's eyes and changed into a smile that could not be dissolved. In the past, when Xiao Yuan was mentioned, Xiao Yan didn't react at all. That's true indifference, true not caring. But now, when your emotions will fluctuate because of one person, no matter what, he's got a place in all your hearts. However, she also knew that with Yan's character, that would never be admitted. Even if one day, she really liked Obuchi, then she would only wait for Obuchi to ask first, and decidedly unwilling to voluntarily put their foot down. Take your time. I just hope 2 people don't miss out because of this. Right. Last time, because you and Kabuchi were going to face each other. I wasn't there for fear of affecting your play. I'll definitely be there to cheer for you guys in this great martial arts examination. I'm looking forward to what you guys are going to do. Su Qingling said with a smile. Su and Yen. Whenever one of them mentions the great examination of martial arts, she then felt the pain she felt when she was publicly executed afterwards intensify by 1 point. If she could, she hoped this day would never come. But this day was always coming. So, Su Yuan, it's never over. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. The next few days, the glory belongs to Shangwan Ru. The new power system shook the whole of Daxia, especially those top-tier powerhouses. There is no shortage of them. Also appearing were the names of Su Yuan and Su Anyun. As theoretical participants, the two managed to coalesce their battle chi to the amazement of countless people. Worthy of being the South River Demon King. First he created the law, then he defeated ancient Weiwei, and now he's actually managed to condense chi. This son's future achievements are unlimited. It's a pity that the Qin family was one step ahead of us. I've heard rumors that this teenage heavenly pride and the Qin family's daughter are like friends at first sight. Where did it come from? Catch 22. But this can't be fake, can it? Also, by the way, that Su student is not bad either. It's good. The Shangwan family. Backyard. Shangwan woke up as usual, enjoying the peach blossoms, but the smile on his face was a bit grim. Su Yuan, Su Yuan. You've been in the limelight lately. It really makes me so envious. When I get to the Star World, I'll have to teach you how to make a name for yourself. Ha! Chapter 181 Urgent King Su Anyun. I have my own forbidden technique. The Qin family. Backyard. There's an old man going crazy. Ha ha. Worthy of being my virtuous brother. Just awesome. Qin Tian laughed up to the sky. The sweatshirt on his body was windless and hunting, and he looked like an old man with a young man's madness. Qin Rulong on the side had the same glowing eyes. Now that big brother Su has cultivated that special power, he has definitely become even stronger. I just don't know exactly how strong it is, so I want brother Guer to fight him again. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chestnut landed directly on his head. Son thief, why are you always thinking of being in the same generation as your grandfather? No big deal. Qin Rulong ate the pain and covered his head in aggravation. Then you still had sis call him brother Su Yuan before? It's not the same. Qin Tian blew his beard and glared, feeling that this son thief was becoming more and more disobedient. Looks like it needs to be fixed sometime. But that said, he stroked the few whiskers on his chin with palpitations. That precious granddaughter of his was really ruthless when she laid her hands on him, almost gripping herself bald. Why don't we just let her call her brother? He's already older than her. What's wrong with calling me brother? What's wrong with that? Qin Rulong's neck shrank. Master, to be honest, although I feel that sis and big brother Su are quite a match, but sis really doesn't seem to have much interest in big brother Su. Now that sis doesn't even have the heart to cultivate, she spends her days there inquiring about Shangwan Meng's whereabouts. Qin Tian let out a sigh as he sniffed. Shangwan Meng's girl is strong, but when she meets an 8th-ranked blood duke, the whereabouts are unknown so far. Unless there is an auspicious star, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad time. Qin Rulong was about to echo a few words when he suddenly glimpsed a silhouette coming at him out of the corner of his eye. Immediately shut up. Old Den, not only hit me, and curse sister Shangwan Meng, there's no room for you in this house. Qin Tian? I'm the oldest son of your father. Qin Zhan, you're saying there's no room for me in this house? Don't play like that. Spoiled. Definitely spoiled. At this point, a dashing and ethereal figure appeared on the side. He leaned his back against the big acacia tree in the yard and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The eyes were 3 parts thin, 3 parts sneer and 4 parts rambling. Father, I've said it all. You're asking for it. Look at what you've spoiled little Phoenix into. If this keeps up, she's going to tear our house apart one day or another. The visitor was no one else but Qin Ruming's second uncle, the younger brother of the current head of the Qin family. Qin War, Qin Life. He has only 2 sons. He had Qin War in his 20s, and he didn't have Qin Life until he was in his 50s. So Qin Ming is only 3 years older than his niece and nephew, who are 21, a junior student of the Longxia Academy, the famous king of Qin pushers. Rumor has it, when the king of the heavens came to meet Qin Man, he had to buy a pack of anti-towels when he left. Why? For being loaded by him. Of course, what makes the king of pushers is that loving to pretend and being able to pretend is not enough, but it has to be strong enough. Otherwise, that's not pushing the king, that's called being brain dead. As the Denglong martial scholar of their term, Qin Man's strength was unquestionable. After entering the Dragon Summer Academy, for every 1 realm advancement, he would then challenge all the notorious heavenly pride of the same realm. For 3 years, he has not lost a single battle, which has made him, outside of the king of Qin compulsion. There was also the additional title of Qin Invincible. At the same time, he's also the only one in the Qin family who's dead set on not changing his mind. From beginning to end, she only recognized Qin Ruwang but not Qin Rumung. As a result, he hadn't been tossed around by Qin Rumung, and he hadn't been hung up and beaten by his intergenerationally close old man. But, he still said the famous line that had once made Qin Rumung so angry that she had tears in her eyes. Second generation witch? You're just a poor imitation of Shangguan Meng. At this point, Qin Tian's eyes glared. You kids say another snide remark, or I'll hang you up and beat you. Qin Ming shook his head, turned around, his sleeves fluttering, his hands behind his back to the crowd, and, shaking his head, he sighed. Ru father can't be taught. Strike that. So Yuan, whom you think highly of, also what I value, as a fellow invincible man, perhaps he is the only one who can understand my state of mind, and when his great examination in martial arts is over, if I come to the Longxia Academy, I will definitely befriend them. Having said that, while Qin Tian was still being pestered by Qin Rumung, he directly wiped his feet and skipped off. After a while, Qin Tiani got out from under Qin Ruming's entanglement. My auntie, you hurry up and go and practice. You can't afford to fall behind on the Star Realm program this time. Qin Tian was bitter. There are only 2 spots in the entire imperial capital. One of the slots, Gao Wu I booked. The remaining slot goes to Qin Rumung, Luan of the Lu family. The Shangguan family has yet to show Shangguan Wake, a 3-way competition. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, minus the resources in the astral realm. The main thing is, the place in Nanjiang. That must be Sage Soza. By the time the 2 were in that crisis-ridden environment of the astral world, a bad word. Maybe there will be a spark of love. A few strokes of the drum to try to get a grandchild within a few years. Isn't this wonderful retirement coming? With the announcement of the battle aura theory, Su Yuan, even if he is only a verifier of the theory and not an inventor, but it still reaps a ton of emotional value. Before the last trip to the abyss, 103W of emotions were depleted to 63W. Nowadays, even if his strength has increased a lot compared to before, unable to harvest any more emotion values from those weaker than him, but along with the emotion values he had saved up earlier, he once again surpassed the million mark. It reached 112W. He decided to wait until the first quenching was done, then he would draw another wave, because by that time, both the glazed star marrow and the static space were facing exhaustion. That's all. Day by day, as the great examination of martial arts gradually approached, students from all over the country had begun their own sprints to try and get a better grade in the great martial arts exam. On the other hand, Su Yuan's mind was as stable as a mountain, and he was refining his physical body a little bit every day. His skin and muscles were getting stronger with the naked eye, and by the time the first quenching was complete, it would be an unprecedented transformation. Contrary to that, Su Yen, urgent. It's urgent. Very urgent. These days, she would go to find Su Yuan every day after her cultivation was over, asked him over and over again, relentlessly, about the change in his feelings towards Shangguan Meng. In the beginning, Su Yuan would still perfunctorily say a few words to her, and in the end, he simply closed the door. This caused Su Anyan to go a few times crazy. Every day that passes is a daily loss of resources. She tried to grab it, but she couldn't. One can only just watch them slip through one's fingers. 1 week later, King Rush ushered in his own salvation, after a full week of blood loss of daily resource rewards, and the little dog licking taskbar didn't swipe the quest, leaving her unable to get the designated resource reward condition. Her endeavor, having finally fully digested that shadow silence fruit, the natural ability was enhanced at an epic level. Not only has the speed of cultivation increased dramatically, she was even barely able to support her in launching a forbidden art called 10 Prison Shadow Devouring Kill. It made her confidence in her ability to triumph in the fourth comparison rise without limit. Forbidden arts, its power beyond imagination. On the fourth comparison, he might not even be able to comprehend the power and be killed in seconds by himself. Turn over and be the master. Just then, Chapter 182, you can be as strong as you want. I have a forbidden technique. Seconds. Next, time is like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. During these 2 weeks, although it still didn't lead to Su Yuan and Shangguan Meng confessing their feelings to each other, take the daily rewards offered by True Love Enemy. But Xian Yan, she was no longer in a hurry. That shadow silence fruit gave her the capital to utilize the forbidden technique 10 Prison Shadow Devouring Kill. Enough to act as her base card. What is forbidden magic? Incomprehensible, unimaginable, unmatched. This forbidden art, once in her hands, exerted a power of boundless terror. A single thought could cause the stars to dim, could cause great powers to fall, and could extinguish everything. Nowadays, although the power that can be exerted is extremely limited, but to use it against Su Yuan, that was definitely enough. He, who had not been exposed to the power of forbidden arts, would not understand the terror of forbidden arts. You're lucky. No need to try my 10 Prison Shadow Devouring Kill in the real world. Su Anyan once again regained her bashful mindset. This time, she didn't even need to go into I'm going to win or anything like that, because the word forbidden art is a symbol of victory. It speaks for itself. In still space, Su Yuan was in the process of completing the closing stages of his first quenching. For 2 full weeks, he used the 20-day limit on each of his. Then let your soul rest for 2 days in the present world before continuing constantly. Finally, Kung Fu. His first quenching was nearly 98% complete, with only the last 2% remaining. A steady stream of source energy, drawn out in the source energy circulation system constructed in the body. It penetrated into the cellular body, combining with that glazed star pith for the final quenching. A little bit of time passed. When the last piece of the puzzle is perfectly in place, boom! A mysterious aura erupted from Su Yuan's body. It was as if a qualitative change of life had been accomplished. His skin was as pure and flawless as glass, though it still looked soft but it was enough to resist the sharpshooters. His smooth and perfect muscle lines contained a strength as terrifying as that of a barren beast. When he raised his hand, he had a terrifying killing power. Fourth order, fusion realm, success. Although Su Yuan's eyes were tired, the smile on his face was so bright. Cultivating night and day for more than 90 whole days, he finally allowed himself to successfully complete his metamorphosis. Although it was only the first quenching of the fourth stage, relying on his terrifying fleshly body, it was enough to rival an ordinary martial artist's 2 quenching, or even 3 quenching. That is to say, even though he could only be considered as a mere rank 4 lower, he was able to tear down rank 4 intermediate and rank 4 upper with his hands. Yes, Su Yuan took a deep breath, carefully feeling the power that filled his body. Suddenly, he sensed certain movements. With a thought, the heavenly origin bottle, which was shaped in an ancient and mysterious manner, appeared in his palm. He looked in. A drop of crystal clear heavenly origin liquid, at an unknown time, quietly condensed. Double happiness. The smile on Su Yuan's face grew stronger. It was only that the current him, who had just gone through endless cultivation, was too tired, and also nearing the 20-day limit of still space. The soul is equally tired. Rest for a while and then come back to digest this drop of heavenly origin liquid. One's own ancient god bloodline could be enhanced again. It's been 2 weeks. Little Dream came to herself once to replenish the abyssal crystals. Compared to the spectral stone, even though the quality of this abyssal crystal was already not low, it still isn't very durable. Su Yuan estimated it. Currently, he had consumed about a quarter of the abyssal crystals from his last purchase, which meant that in another 6 weeks, about a month and a half, he would have to make another trip to the abyss. In this regard, Su Yuan nonetheless did not resist, and even had some small expectations. Both can stock up on abyssal crystals to raise little dreams. It is also possible to hunt for demon cores to hatch the original demon egg. One could even look forward to a small handful of encounters with Zhang Zhengqing. Aha! Wait till next time before you go into the abyss. Pack some good food and drink in your space ring. Zhang Zhengqing has been in the abyss for a long time. I am afraid that his mouth has long faded out of the bird. It's been a couple days off. Su Yuan realized that Su Anyun, who had been abnormal for a long time, had suddenly returned to normal. She stopped coming in every day to ask if her feelings for Dream had shifted, and no more doing all sorts of weird, surprising things. She had regained that air of indifference and detachment with which she had once been, resuming that haughty, indifferent demeanor. He didn't listen to anything outside the window with both ears, and was either cultivating or practicing every day. Could it be because the Great Martial Arts exam is approaching? There were now less than 2 weeks left before the Great Martial Arts examination. What Su Anyun had said. The next key point was the Star Realm program. Well, it should be. That's good. He still has that attitude. More cultivation, less whole work, and no dragging his feet. This was the Su Anyun he wanted. Sure, Su Yuan sensed Su Anyun's change. The others, naturally, had similarly detected Su Yuan's change. After breaking through to the fusion realm, or the fourth order, the martial artist, in appearance, there's going to be a not-so-subtle change, although not to the exaggerated point of icy skin and jade bones, emerald jade body, but that change is visible to the naked eye. Su Qingling wasn't a martial artist and didn't pass on cultivation. She only felt that the Obuchi skin, body, and temperament have gotten a little better lately, making the already handsome and sunny man even more striking. And everyone except Su Qingling, Su Anyun, Shangguan Meng, Shangguan Ru, all shocked. That's right, it's a real shocker. Before that, Shangguan Meng never talked about cultivation talent, because no matter who she talked to, the other party's cultivation talent was not even as good as hers. But, the fact that Su Yuan had silently broken through to the fourth rank made her realize that one's own cultivation talent was perhaps even much worse than Xiao Yuan's. He's the monster of monsters. He is the demon of demons. He's the miracle of miracles. He had to work harder himself, or else don't come to the point where he not only didn't cover Xiao Yuan, on the contrary, he was protected by him. While that wasn't impossible, he wouldn't be able to pay back the 3 times he owed him. Shangguan Ru and Su Anyun were similarly shocked, but Su Anyun was slightly different. In the midst of the shock, she was also feeling sorry for Su Yuan. You're practicing fast enough, so fast that I'm a little impressed, but excuse me, I have the forbidden spell. Seconds. Next, after 2 days of rest, it felt like my mind, body, and soul were back to their best. Su Yuan re-entered the static space and began to digest the third drop of heavenly origin liquid. Exactly the same pain, exactly the same ordeal, but far from the goals of body full of ancient god blood and god blood prison thrown around for fun. It's that much closer again. That's enough. Cool. 3 days later, Su Yuan left the stasis space. The qualitative change in life after strengthening the ancient god's bloodline and breaking through to the fusion realm. It gave Su Yuan the feeling that with one punch, he might be able to kill 10 Su Anyun. Sure, this is just a metaphor. As for why Su Anyun was used as a unit of measurement, because she was a reborn. After all, among her peers, her strength was faultlessly ahead of the rest. There was no doubt about that. He himself killed 10 fault-leader demonic geniuses with one punch. It's the only way to account for the rise in his power after this metamorphosis. Pure comparison. No offense. After leaving still space, Su Yuan looked at it, and his emotion value had risen a bit again, up to 122W. Just in time. The amount of static space bottomed out. The glazed star marrow used for quenching had also been exhausted. So, open draw. P.S. Fourth shift delivered. Incidentally, I would like to thank the big brother of the first list, the lowly social cow, for the king of gifts. Happy May. Ask for a little gift. Once the standard is met, May can still be a blast. Punch it.